I must be crazy. Sitting in front of the computer, I cursed myself while looking up information. The exaggerated and almost absurd numbers on the screen made my heart beat faster and faster. The ship is more than 300 meters long, has a displacement of 110,000 tons, 2 nuclear reactors that can be used for 50 years, has an electricity of 200,000 kilowatts, and can feed 5,000 people for 3 months. This is not an aircraft carrier. It is a steel giant. I stared at the screen, my throat tightened. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind: do it. I called the travel agency, and they said I could fly tonight if I provided my passport. Money is not a problem, I said, and started packing. At 5 o'clock, I took the bus to the airport. The flight took off on time at 7:30 and arrived in the capital of the island country 4 hours later. After walking out of the airport and taking a bus into the city, I was dizzy by the dazzling neon lights and hustle and bustle of the streets. The heavily made-up girls and the oddly dressed passers-by kept turning their heads to look at me, but I had no time to pay attention. I had only one goal in mind. The hotel I booked was good, and I could see the port from the French windows. And there, the target of my trip, the USS Turf, was moored. The United States ocean-going fleet visited Japan for both the purpose of demonstration and brought out its strongest ships to flex its muscles. I stared at the steel monster, and my body felt hot. It was a means of transportation, and to me, it was a symbiotic object. Aircraft carriers can also coexist, as long as I dare. After taking a cold shower, I told myself, not tonight, but tomorrow is a chance. The United States actually opened a boarding day to allow civilians to board the ship for a visit. Although the range of movement is limited, I don't need more, just enough to touch it. The next day, the weather was so sunny that it made people anxious. The port was crowded with people. I moved slowly on the edge of the crowd, my eyes fixed on the cable that tied the turf. No need to board the ship, just touch it. I approached the mooring pile, made sure no one was watching, and reached out to touch the rope, which was thicker than my thigh. The next second, a violent electric current rushed in my body, and I felt like I was thrown into a crusher, and my consciousness was about to fall apart. But my body stood still, and others could not see anything unusual. Then I disappeared. No one noticed, and no one believed that someone could disappear out of thin air. Is this symbiosis? As the shock faded, I felt like I was part of the carrier. I could hear the conversations on the bridge, see every detail, and even understand the beautiful Mandarin without any problem. My consciousness moved freely inside the ship, as if the entire aircraft carrier had become an extension of me. I saw the captain tell the lieutenant that after 3:30 it would be maintenance time, and there would be a party in the evening, so most people would get off the ship. I couldn't help laughing. God is really helping me. I stood in the captain's room, looking at the entire page of equipment list, my heart pounding in my ears. 20F, 35 CS, 24F divided by minus 18F fighters, 70A, 18G electronic warfare aircraft, 5 E2D early warning aircraft, 3 CMV, 22B Ospreys, 19 Mach, 60 helicopters, 5 MQ, 25A unmanned tankers, 3 small submarines, and 6 unmanned underwater vehicles. At that moment, I almost laughed out loud. It wasn't a relaxed laugh, it was a crazy laugh. I stood in front of the screen, repeating over and over again, mine, all mine. It was just resupplied yesterday. 10,000 tons of fuel, 6,000 tons of food and seasonings, 8,000 tons of daily necessities, 50 tons of various medicines. The entire TEFU was in perfect condition. This most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the United States, like an iron monster filled with treasures, quietly lay in the port waiting for its owner to return. At 3 p.m., we started seeing off the guests. At 3:30 p.m., the ladders were put away. At 5:30 p.m., the soldiers left the ship to revel. At 6 p.m., the captain and officers also left with a smile. By 7 p.m., there were less than 300 people left on this huge ship that originally had more than 5,000 people, except for me. The most senior officer was the narcissistic aviation Lieutenant Colonel Magley, who was still drinking and dancing with the female soldiers in his room. He didn't know that he was about to become a spectator of this show and a prisoner. I pressed the command, and the entire aircraft carrier seemed to have consciousness. The seawater surged at the rear, and the cable connected to the shore twisted like a snake and broke away from the mooring pile, and was quickly recovered. The anchor chain boomed, and the iron anchor broke through the water and was firmly tightened at the bow. In less than 10 minutes, the Tiefel slowly turned around, steady, huge, and unstoppable. The port was in an uproar. Why did the TFL move? No orders. Contact the TFL. They were shouting in panic, but I didn't respond. None of the United States warships had warmed up their engines yet, and they could only watch me drive the TFL out of the port. The officers who had just returned from the shore, especially the captain, turned green in the face. I imagined his legs going weak and his soul leaving his body as he watched the aircraft carrier sail away, and I couldn't help laughing out loud. The reaction of the United States was faster than I expected and chaotic. They began to contact their own Ministry of Defense, ordered fighter jets to be dispatched for emergency tracking, and forced the island country's air force to be dispatched as well. But I knew that they were too late. What's more, such a big thing could not be suppressed at all, and the news spread all over the world in just half an hour. Dacia netizens were even more excited. The U.S. aircraft carrier left without saying goodbye. It was simply defection. Artificial intelligence defected and returned to its roots. I would rather call it abandoning darkness and joining the light. Did the country do this? Well done. Where's the TFL now? Click on my avatar to track it in real time. I didn't have time to care about their heated teasing. What made me more alert at the moment was the threat from the sky. The United States fighter jets can arrive in as little as an hour, as they have air force bases in both the island country and the South Korean country. Even if I could fully control the TFL, I would not be able to get the carrier-based aircraft into the air. If fighter planes attacked, I would have no means of controlling the air. The only advantage now is that the speed of this aircraft carrier has exceeded 35 knots, which is faster than announced to the public. At this speed, no surface ship can stop me unless it's an air raid. Sure enough, 40 minutes later, a fighter plane emerged from the clouds and warned in a stern tone, "TFL, please reply. I received your message." I ignored them until they issued their ultimatum. "If you don't respond, we will use force." I finally said, "This is the turf." This statement was heard by the entire world. I can even imagine how many intelligence agencies were screaming in their monitoring channels. The reaction of the United States was as I expected. The fighter jet immediately asked me to stop the ship and shut down the power system and wait for further instructions. I chuckled and uploaded the internal surveillance video of the TFL to the public. In the video, Magley and other soldiers were frantically smashing the door and windows, but the hatch seemed to have bones and did not budge no matter how hard they banged on it. They had no idea what was happening. They were trapped, blocked, and deprived of all privileges. The TFL became my fortress and their prison. As for the President of the United States, it is said that he was so angry that he suffered a heart attack and kept chewing heart pills in his mouth. The Minister of Defense was sweating as he wrote his resignation report, and the military departments of various countries pretended to comfort him while privately sending various signals to try to get in touch with me. Everyone wanted to know who could have taken an aircraft carrier, but I didn't reply. The aircraft carrier cut through the waves like a sword, speeding all the way to the sea area of Xia country. The fighter jets above the aircraft carrier finally flew away, but I knew that the United States would never give up. In particular, their think tank had deduced that the USS Teflon was very likely to sail towards the Xia Kingdom. Almost immediately, they announced that they were entering a level 1 wartime state and issued a diplomatic warning to the Xia Kingdom in quite tough terms. We warned the government of the United States not to play with fire and get burned. The response of the United States was in its usual Tai Chi style, pushing, blocking, squeezing, and pressing. After a series of operations, it made a gentle statement saying that it does not encourage violence to be fought with violence, and called on the hijackers not to harm American soldiers. If there is any need, Xiaoguo is willing to provide humanitarian assistance nearby. Netizens were very excited and left messages online. The principle of proximity, buddy, circle the key points. Humanitarian assistance, you deserve it. The fleet is going out to sea to protect the American hostages. Remember to pay the fuel fee first. If the aircraft carrier is flooded, should it be towed back for repairs? I smiled, but I didn't feel relief at all. I never intended to hand over the Tefyu to the Xia Kingdom military. It is the foundation of my future survival in the end times, and it is not something that can be handed over just because I want to. Besides, even if I really want to hand it over, there is no time at all. I just hope I can say a few words to my family first, so that they can prepare themselves. What I regret most in my previous life is that I only cared about AI Bing when a natural disaster struck. When I thought of my family, the communication and the road were cut off. I didn't know whether they were still alive until I died. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. You must wait for me. The TFL has powerful communication capabilities, but now I dare not send a single message. Once my identity is exposed, my information will be laid out in front of leaders of various countries. I am not afraid, but my family will definitely be used as bargaining chips to threaten me. I know very well that human hearts cannot withstand temptation. Fortunately, I still remember the rhythm of the disaster. In the early stage, it was mainly concentrated in island countries and the United States. Volcanoes erupted, strong earthquakes occurred repeatedly, tsunamis swept coastal cities, and the volcanic ash and air pollution that followed. But in the first few months after the natural disaster, the social order in my hometown had not collapsed, so it should be safe. As long as I can get back in time, with the Teflon and my understanding of the future, I will have a chance to keep my family alive. Just after midnight, a large band of colorful light suddenly appeared in the sky over the island country. Experts said it was the aurora, but some people speculated that it was a sign of disaster. However, most people did not believe it. Even if they did not think it had anything to do with Xiagua. At this time, the Presidential Palace of the United States also received an alert from scientific research institutions saying that the activity of the supervolcano in the country was becoming abnormal. They asked the Presidential Palace to prepare as soon as possible. But how could the Presidential Palace care about these things? All the attention was still on me. At 1:30 in the morning, at a military base on an island country, a transport plane quietly slid onto the runway and prepared to take off. Inside the cabin, 24 fully armed Marines were preparing to parachute in. They were promised medals, celebration banquets, and women if they could recapture the turf. At 5 o'clock in the morning, their transport plane flew close to the sea surface in front of my route, and then 24 people jumped into the sea in one breath, approaching me with 3 thrusters. They thought this action was unnoticed, but my radar had already locked onto their tracks. Just when they thought they were getting close, I let the TFL veer slightly off course. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. That's all you've got? Do you really think my radar is just for show? I shook my head and posted a video on the official channel. In the video, the special forces had been subdued and were lying in all directions. I added a voiceover. Our patience is limited. We hope the United States will act with caution. If there's a next time, we will randomly select 50 lucky people and send them to heaven. At the same time, we will disclose all the secrets of the TFL to the world. This attack was so ruthless that the United States was in an uproar. Crazy. How dare he? Suspend all actions. They panicked, but netizens in Xia country were going crazy. Can you do it, you little dog? Don't be a coward. Fuck him. Isn't a world power? Let's do something tough. It must be said that this trick really worked. At least for a short period of time, they dared not act rashly again. At 2 p.m. on June 29th, an earthquake suddenly struck the island nation of Honshu. Although the magnitude was not high, the news caused panic around the world. The aurora borealis had come true, the final warning before the island nation's largest volcano erupted. This time, even the experts didn't need to say anything. People around Honshu Island immediately began to evacuate. The wealthy quickly took their families on private planes to flee to Europe and the United States. Countries issued evacuation orders one after another, and Xia even sent a fleet that could accommodate 200,000 people to provide support. After I received the news of the earthquake, I also started to get busy. Although I couldn't hand over the entire aircraft carrier, I could leave its information. I retrieved information, copied data, and organized and packaged everything that could be used from fighter maintenance manuals, early warning system information, nuclear reactor control programs, to the entire aircraft carrier's management system. For hours later, I stood in front of a box of specially made hard drives, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This is my gift to the country and also a little spark left for mankind. I stuffed the hard drive into an unmanned submarine, set the route, and launched it. Target, Xia Country Fleet. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I approached the Xia Country's evacuation fleet 100 kilometers away, began to slow down, and then sent a message using the plain text channel. This is the USS Tefyu. Good evening to the Xia fleet. Have you eaten? We are about to release the officers and soldiers of the United States to your route. We hope that you will show your humanitarian spirit and provide timely assistance. After a moment, a reply came from the other side. This is the Xia Country's evacuation fleet. We just had a midnight snack. Our fleet will do its best to rescue those who fall into the sea. Do you have any other requests? I almost laughed out loud after hearing this familiar opening. That's good. I replied. We believe in the quality and credibility of Xiaogua's soldiers. But for God's sake, please be careful when rescuing people so as not to miss any. The reply from the Xia fleet was very interesting. Received. Please rest assured. The Xia evacuation fleet would like to express our deepest respect for your act of releasing the hostages. Deep respect? To a group of American soldiers? I laughed out loud and understood what Xiaogua meant. This respect was for the American people to hear. As for how the other party would react, I had no interest in guessing. I turned on the shipwide broadcast and said coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you that the end of the world is coming and the world is going to end. Now you have two choices. First, we will give you the lifeboat. Later, the Xia country's evacuation fleet will pass by here and rescue you. Second, we will send you to see God. Within 15 minutes, raise your hands if you want to leave and gather on the deck. The reason why I still keep these 300 American officers and soldiers is simply to use them as cover. As long as the hostages are still there, the United States will not dare to take action openly. Even if they suspect that there is a connection between me and the Xia country, they have to consider the lives of their own people. 15 minutes later, there were about 300 people standing neatly on the deck, and all of them were very well behaved. Very good, you can go and launch the lifeboat. The ship's guns slowly turn around, and the dark muzzle made them dare not move at all. However, there are always some who don't know what's good for them, such as Lieutenant Colonel Magri. We in the United States will never compromise. He raised his fist and shouted righteously. It's pretty good. I curl my lips, just missing a chicken. Glorious Lieutenant Colonel Magri chicken. Go ahead, glory be with you. Boom! The muzzle flashed, blood spray splashed. He set a living example for others at the cost of his blood. I nodded. At least I didn't waste a single shell. After everyone was sent onto the lifeboat, I quietly lowered the submersible containing the hard drive into the sea and set it to hover 50 meters underwater, just hidden under the lifeboat team, waiting to be salvaged by the Xia fleet. We have done everything we can. Now, we will leave it to fate. But I know that from now on I no longer have my amulet, and I have no idea whether the United States will directly launch missiles or even tactical nuclear weapons. At this moment, in an underground military command post somewhere in the United States, the leaders have received intelligence. The hostages have been released and sent to the Xia kingdom. Destroy the Tifel immediately. The newly appointed interim defense minister was excited. Our new strategic bombers have taken off from the mainland. They will be able to lock onto the target in 3 hours at most, and then destroy it completely. I didn't know how hot the pot was over there. I was still counting the supplies when I received the message from the Xia fleet. They said that all the beautiful people had been salvaged, not one was left behind, and once again expressed their deep respect. I replied, "You're welcome," and continued to work. Although I can control the entire Tifel, I still have to do the inventory of supplies myself. After all, I took a huge risk to get this aircraft carrier. If I don't check and count it myself, it would be like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. In the end times, the 4 necessities of life are food, clothing, housing, and transportation. So I started with the food. There are several freezers and dry goods warehouses alone, and the food reserves are shocking. There are millions of hamburger ingredients alone. If we assume that an aircraft carrier consumes 10,000 hamburgers a day, my family can eat 20 hamburgers a day, and we can eat them for hundreds of years without repeating the same ones. Not to mention the dozens of tons of Wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and seafood. The flavors are so rich that it doesn't look like a warship, but more like the reserve warehouse of a 5-star hotel. The drinks and snacks are also crazy. 10 tons of cola concentrate are refrigerated. 2 barrels equal 250,000 liters, and you can drink it as long as you have water and dry ice. There is no need to worry about electricity. The nuclear-powered cold storage operates at minus 60 degrees without any pressure. The only drawback is that there are too few seasonings that suit the taste of the Chinese people in Xia. There are only a few peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and bean curd. I have to remember to come back and add more. I made a note in my little notebook. Clothing is much simpler. Basically military uniforms for different seasons and a small amount of polar combat uniforms. Although there are not many choices, they are very practical and there is nothing wrong with wearing them in the apocalypse. I don't worry about housing at all. Bashu has a great terrain. I have long planned to hide the aircraft carrier after camouflage so that my family and I can live comfortably. It is impenetrable to ice, floods, earthquakes, and the air conditioner can adjust the temperature automatically. Where can I find such a doomsday fortress? The more I count, the more I feel glad for my choice. Rather than scrape together everything and waste money in the apocalypse, it would be better to just buy the TEFU for free. I was busy registering the data when suddenly a series of rapid beep-beep alarms interrupted my actions. LRASM detected warning. LRASM detected warning. My face darkened instantly. LRASM, the most advanced anti-ship missile in the United States. I heard it is still in the testing phase and has not been publicly deployed at all. Fuck. With just one thought, I moved from the warehouse to the captain's room in an instant. The red alarm light flashed, and the alarm sounded shrilly. On the radar, several slender silver-gray missiles were flying towards me at supersonic speed, sometimes forming an S shape, sometimes forming a B shape, and finally flying close to the sea, as if several silver dragons were rising from the sea. They really mean it. They fired 12 missiles in the first wave. If one or two of these things were to hit, it would be enough to severely damage the TFL. The beautiful Chinese were really crazy. The radar did not detect any fighter planes or warships. In other words, these missiles were fired from at least 350 kilometers away, far enough that LRASM was used. If there were only 3 or 5 missiles, I wouldn't panic. The TFL is not made of paper. The RIM, 162C Sparrow, RIM, 116 RAM missiles, and 15 Malawang Quach's phalanx artillery are all ready to go. As long as I think about it, they can attack. Without hesitation, I directly controlled the fire control system, and the first wave, 12 Sea Sparrows roared out, cutting through the night sky and rushing towards the incoming missiles. The Rams also entered a state of readiness, and as long as the target got within range, they would follow immediately. The last line of defense was the dense formation, the king of close-range end interception. If the first 2 layers of defense failed to solve the problem, it would rely on it to withstand the last wave. The missile was getting closer and closer, now less than 10 kilometers away, and the light spots on the radar interface seemed to be dancing. But what happened next made my heart sink. The Sea Sparrow was clearly close to the target, but it deviated from the track at the last moment. The same thing happened to the Ram. It almost flew close to the LRASM, but it just missed it. It was like deliberately letting it go. There's something fishy. I gritted my teeth and quickly called up the system log, while switching the perspective to see the status of the dense array. The result almost made me smash the monitor. The barrels of those phalanx cannons were dancing. That's right, it was like being pushed and pulled by someone's hand. It was clearly aimed at the target, but the next second its head tilted, looking completely like a low-level comedy show. The missiles were approaching, less than 100 meters from the ship. They flew close to the waterline at a tricky angle. If they exploded, the backflow of seawater alone would be enough to capsize the TFL. I closed my eyes and prepared for the final moment. But 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, everything was eerily quiet. Fuck, is it going to explode or not? I opened my eyes, looked up, and was stunned. 12 RASMs suddenly flew up from the side of the aircraft carrier, rising from the ground and straight into the sky. Oh my God, I slapped my forehead and almost laughed out loud. How could I forget this? This ship belongs to the United States, and those missiles are also theirs. The system defaulted to same origin identification and did not change the reply code. The aircraft carrier treated them as its own people and did not take them seriously at all. The weapon system would certainly not attack its own identified targets, and the missiles also automatically gave up the attack in the final stage. I smiled and shook my head, patted my chest, and quickly turned the TFL around and headed northwest. On the surface, I was away from home, but I knew what I was doing. Time was running out, and the real storm had just begun. At 0:45 on June 30th, the huge volcano that had been suppressed for who knows how many years finally erupted. It was not a small eruption, but an earth-shaking eruption. Millions of tons of volcanic ash were ejected in 1 second, and the atmosphere above was completely changed in a few minutes. The smoke, mixed with metal dust, spread at an almost viral rate, paralyzing electromagnetic detection and satellite imaging. Just as the United States was trying to correct the missile reply code and prepare for a second round of strikes, the news of the volcanic eruption interrupted everything. I stared at the radar and saw that all enemy detection had failed. I felt relieved. My bet was right. The lights on the entire aircraft carrier went out, and the turf sank into the dark sea. After making sure there were no ships approaching, I put on my diving gear, pushed the dedicated submersible into the sea, then jumped in and dived into the deep water. In the cold sea water, I looked back at the huge figure. TFL collect. I whispered and waved my right arm. Actually, this action was unnecessary. I just felt that it was more exciting this way. The next second, the mountain-like Teflon disappeared on the water, leaving behind a huge puddle. The surrounding seawater rolled down, creating huge waves. And I was already swimming at full speed on the seafloor, diving towards the southeast. Under the electromagnetic barrier, there are no satellites, no radars, no probes to know what was happening here. It was as if it had never existed. This is the result I want. If the USS Tefyu is driven directly to the port of Xiagua, it will really attract the attention of the whole world. At that time, even if the United States cannot find an excuse, it can force the blame and may really drop a tactical nuclear bomb on my motherland. And now, this appeared silently in the high seas. They knew I had taken the aircraft carrier, but they couldn't prove where it went or how it disappeared. A ghost, thus sneaking under the world stage. The sea water is cold, but my heart is as hot as a fire. I succeeded. I really succeeded. When I stepped onto the Qingshi coast beach again, it was already dawn. There was no one around, so I took off my diving gear, changed into clean clothes I got from the Tiefel, and stood on the beach, smiling in the morning breeze. I'm like a kid who did something bad and no one noticed. The electromagnetic shielding caused by the volcanic eruption lasted for a full 6 hours. When the radar system resumed function, the first country to go crazy was the United States. The Tiefel was gone. They had exhausted all their means of detection, but were completely wiped out. To them, the only reasonable explanation was that Xiagua did it. Sinking, hiding, hijacking. Only Xiagua had the ability and motivation to do so. Faced with this mindless accusation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Xia country immediately hit back with very harsh words, severely condemning the United States for still pursuing hegemony and throwing dirty water on the eve of a global disaster, and finally added, "Don't be the enemy of the people of the world." Of course, the United States was unwilling to accept this and quickly mobilized surrounding troops to march towards the sea area, where the USS-2 was missing. At this moment, I am sitting on a high-speed train to Shenzhen. While the social order has not completely collapsed, I want to sell the apartment in Shenzhen and exchange it for resources that can be truly used. The train had just started when my cell phone lit up. It was a message from AI Bing, asking me where I had been and saying that he couldn't get through to me yesterday. I replied with just 2 words, business trip. I certainly wouldn't tell her that I had just stolen an aircraft carrier, nor would I tell her that the world was about to collapse. Then she sent another message. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Don't you miss me? I clicked on the voice chat and said through gritted teeth, I miss you so much. The tone was very flirtatious, but the expression was full of sarcasm. The passenger next to me chuckled. I turned my head and saw a young and beautiful woman looking at me with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't usually smile. She didn't finish her sentence. Unless you can't help it? I followed up her words and raised my eyebrows. But in my heart, I thought if a beautiful and ordinary girl like her didn't have some skills in the end times, I'm afraid no one would even collect her body. Maybe my gaze was too direct. Her gaze suddenly tightened, and her original smile was also retracted. At this time, AI Bing sent another message, asking me when I would be back. I guess she has fallen in love with me again and is waiting for me to be her cash machine. Thinking about how I was led by her in my previous life, I felt so helpless. I'll come find you, wait. She thought I was just being coquettish, but I was being harsh. I ignored her and directly contacted a familiar real estate agent. For cash transactions, the price for transfer tomorrow will be 20% lower. I will give you 5 points more commission. If you delay for 1 day, it will be 1 point less. I will also increase the price by 5%. Of course, they were very happy over there and promised to get it done as soon as possible. After finishing the house business, I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes to rest. But I couldn't help but think of AI Bing again. She deserves to die, but she can't die in a hurry. In my previous life, I overheard her conversation with Chow Bowen, in which she mentioned the power bead. If it was just for that thing, I would have done it long ago. What really made me hesitate was the information revealed in their conversation. The force called organization seemed to have mastered the secret of the supernatural beads as early as the beginning of the apocalypse, and even hoarded a large amount of resources. Does it really exist? Or is it just bragging? I don't know, but I would rather believe it is true. I must let my parents and little sister get superpowers as soon as possible. This is their trump card to survive. If I can get close to Chow Bowen through AI Bing, find out the organization, and find the superpower bead, then she still has some value. If she lives 1 more day, I can peel off another layer of skin. It's not a loss. But that's all for later. What's more important right now is to figure out how to upgrade my abilities. I called up the symbiosis panel and took a look. Symbiosis, primary 103/1000, current symbiosis, unnamed large surface vehicle, number of symbiotes that can be symbiotic, 0, storage space, 0/1. Unnamed? Then let's call it life food. As soon as I had the thought, the information was updated. Current symbiosis, Lifu, large surface vehicle. I nodded, it sounded nice. It's just that the experience points increase too slowly. If you calculate it at 1 point a day, it will take 2 years to upgrade to the next level. I really hope there are other ways to increase it, or that I can bind more cars after upgrading. I fell asleep while thinking. Maybe I was too tired. I slept for 7 or 8 hours. When I opened my eyes, it was already dark. The woman next to me was still there, looking at me with a look that said, "What kind of magic have you cultivated?" But I ignored her, ate something hastily, and dozed off by the window again. Neither she nor I had expected that we would meet by chance and have other connections in the future. When the train arrived, I was in high spirits. I didn't go home, but went straight to the supermarket to do some shopping. There was still more than 30,000 yuan in the card, and the online loan and credit card limits had also been drawn down. After some operations, I had an extra 200,000 yuan in cash on hand. A cart of seasonings, a cart of frozen snacks, a cart of local specialties. After each round of shopping, I would find a corner in the stairwell where there was no surveillance, put the things into Lifu's warehouse, and then continue shopping. After maxing out my 2 credit cards, I moved to another supermarket and continued. I ordered a batch of underwear, alcohol stoves, solid fuels, camping tents, power tools, insect repellent, fire extinguishers, emergency batteries. Finally, I checked the balance, and there were only a few hundred yuan left. I went home and fell asleep. When I woke up, the agent called. "Brother, someone came to see the house and liked it." "Okay, I'll be home. Let them come and see. This house is in a good location. My parents bought it 2 years ago with full payment. The title deed is clean and there is no mortgage." I asked for 5.6 million. It was more than 1 million lower than the market price, but it was sold quickly and I got 5 million. The formalities were handled very quickly. At 3 p.m., the bank sent me a text message notifying me that more than 5 million yuan had been deposited into my account. Several online loans I had taken out also arrived one after another. I immediately started shopping online and changed all the delivery addresses to my hometown, preparing to provide my parents with the necessary supplies in advance. I called my mom. "Mom, I'm going home tomorrow." You're coming back? It's not a holiday. Why are you coming back so suddenly?" "You don't want me to come back, do you? How can that be possible? By the way, are you going to bring Bing Bing back? She has something to do, so she won't go. By the way, I sent a few batches of things to your home. Remember to check them and put them in the garage. The garage hasn't been sold yet, so it's empty." "That's good. Keep it for me first." I still didn't tell her about the end of the world. After finishing my takeaway, I was about to count the food, but when I opened the door, I saw AI Bing. Her face turned pale, and her tone was aggressive. "You actually sold the house?" I leaned against the door and said calmly, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't you say that this house is—" I sneered in my heart. "I finally waited for you. Didn't you say that this is the wedding house your parents bought for you?" As soon as she entered the door, her brows furrowed. I had emptied out most of the house, and it was so clean that it looked like no one had ever lived there. In her eyes, my fully paid house had long been hers. She never took me seriously, just as a spare ATM, but this house, she never intended to let me touch it. 5 million. When she heard the price, her face turned green. She obviously didn't believe it. Based on her understanding of me, how could a fool like me know how to hide my own money? "Where's the money?" She forced a smile, but her tone was cold. "It's in my bank account." I smiled. "Why? Do you want to keep it for me?" Her usual seductive expression appeared on her face. She came up to me, took my arm, and leaned towards me quietly, trying to confuse me with her pitiful figure. She thought that trick worked on me. "It's fine to sell it. I just happen to know that a new property is about to be launched. Let's go take a look tomorrow." 5 million. Is that enough for 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms? Enough? Are you sure? I followed her down the stairs to see what tricks she was going to play. "Of course I'll pay the down payment. After we get married, we'll pay off the mortgage together." She was still acting coquettishly, making flirtatious gestures, and even her tone was a little bit coquettish. I held back my laughter, thinking to myself that this woman was amazing. According to her plan, the house would be put in her name, I would pay the down payment, I would take care of the loan, and even if we didn't get married in the future, she could still give me half of the house. TSK, a business with no capital investment, she really calculated it clearly. Have you eaten? I changed the subject and asked casually. I have eaten. She pouted. In order to maintain her figure, she never eats dinner. Then don't leave tonight. I lowered my head and ate the takeaway, saying indifferently. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Baby, you forgot that my family does not allow pre-marriage. Besides, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Is that so? I nodded without looking up. Then there's no need to rush to buy a house tomorrow. She was obviously startled and realized something was wrong. I would never be so cold in the past. Her eyes wandered, and she probably started to be alert, wondering if there was another woman next to me. She was afraid that this line would be cut off by someone else. Okay then, I'll stay with you tonight, but don't think too much. I'm just keeping you company. I looked at her pretentious look of wanting to refuse, but actually accepting, and laughed. By the way, I plan to go back to my hometown tomorrow. Bashu? Didn't we agree to go and look at real estate? She asked. My mother said that if I bring my girlfriend home to meet her, she will buy me a wedding house in full. Her eyes lit up immediately, but she suppressed her surprise and pretended to be thoughtful. Seeing her like that, I wanted to laugh even more. I continued to pretend. I just want to ask if you can go back with me. I really didn't force you. Okay, since you're so sincere, I'll take a leave. But I didn't say I want to be your girlfriend. Let's just agree that I'm just helping you this time. No problem. I'll book a ticket for you. I turned around and suppressed the sneer on my lips. The future? I will arrange your future myself. You won't die easily, but don't expect to live happily either. If I can't let you experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell a few times, then my more than 10 years of career as a bootlicker would be worthless. And you might be able to help me find Chow, Bowen, Tang, Ely, and those people who are struggling with me after the end of the world. I can't bear it if I don't let them all experience life is worse than death. You have to live long enough, live miserably enough. Are you reluctant to let me go? She walked to the door and smiled sweetly. See you tomorrow. I didn't keep her. I closed the door and sank into the Laifu. The interior space of this aircraft carrier is too big. The crew living quarters alone are larger than several large shopping malls. The redundant space of the hangar, garage, and warehouse can accommodate a medium-sized industrial park. I don't plan to go back to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. I like to make a big profit before leaving tomorrow. I set my sights on the car market in the city. Although there are American armored vehicles on the aircraft carrier, they are too eye-catching, so we still need to prepare some more daily means of transportation. At 3 o'clock, the alarm clock rang on time. I washed my face, turned off the power, closed the door, and slipped out the back door. It was 3:30, and the streets were quiet. Shenzhen City was also asleep. I bypassed the main road, avoided the cameras, and climbed over the back wall of the Auto City. The exhibition hall is both lit and dark. Occasionally, you can see a few patrolling security guards, but in such a large area, they are no different from air. I don't look at ordinary cars. I go straight for those that can be used in the end times. Off-road vehicles, RVs, and special modified vehicles are given priority. 2 Ford G63s, 3 Land Cruisers, for Raptor custom versions, 2 Amonics, and other brands are too inferior and not attractive. When I turned to the end of the parking lot and saw the row of tall RVs, my eyes lit up. The off-road RVs modified from heavy truck chassis are not only capable of running and resisting, but also serve as mobile fortresses. There is an Amadiro Conqueror, which weighs 23 tons and sells for over 10 million yuan. Not to mention buying it. Even just looking at it makes people look down on a social animal like me. But what about now? Buying for free is the best. I bought 3 in one go. It's not that I'm soft-hearted. It's just that there's not enough space to store them. After leaving the car city, it was still dark and I was still not satisfied. It was a pity that I couldn't drive out now. Otherwise, I could drive all the way back to Bashu. When I checked the news after dawn, the Auto City incident was surprisingly not popular. No wonder, the supervolcano in the United States finally erupted. The world's attention has been completely diverted. The eruption of the Dahuang volcano was both expected and far beyond imagination. From the moment it erupted, it had no intention of leaving anyone around alive. The volcanic ash covered the sky, and the strong winds carried fire and thunder, as if the end of the world had come early. 10 minutes later, the ground shook, as if the entire earth was collapsing. In just a few hours, more than 300,000 people died. Live broadcasts were everywhere, and every frame showed the collapse of human civilization. But in Xiaohua, Everything seemed normal. I was on the high-speed train to Shidu. AI Bing came, but not alone. She brought a woman with her, Yang Chi-Chi, an old acquaintance, AI Bing's best friend. To be more precise, it was a friendship that was so plastic that it was brittle. In their previous life, they were inseparable for the first 2 years, but then they fell out because of a man. Who is it? It doesn't matter. Chi-Chi just wanted to go out and relax. You don't mind, do you? AI Bing smiled naturally, but her eyes were defensive. She always protected her food, even if the person next to her was just a tool. I shrugged and sneered in my heart. It doesn't matter. Sending a couple on their journey may have greater meaning. I basically kept my eyes closed for the rest of the drive, resting my mind and reminiscing. According to memory, 3 days after the eruption, global plates began to move violently. Volcanoes erupted one after another, and even Xia Kingdom was not spared. On the 7th day, when volcanic ash covered the atmosphere, the world fell into complete darkness, and 3 months of dark day arrived. Sunlight could not penetrate. Large areas of plants died, crops and fruits and vegetables failed, and the entire food chain was interrupted. The coast was hit by hurricanes and storm surges, and in the end, only 1 in 10 of the Shenzhen area survived. The situation inland is slightly better, but the temperature has dropped sharply. I remember that year when we were transferred to Nanhu, the lowest temperature was -40. Now I just hope that the terrain of Bashu can hold up. But if it really comes to that, I'm not worried. The dual reactors on Lifu are not for show. Jolene, I'm hungry. AI Bing crossed her arms and said she didn't move when the lunch cart passed by, probably expecting me to treat her. I brought instant noodles. Astanud? You sold your house and you're eating instant noodles. She felt like she was hearing a fairy tale. If you want to eat, make it yourself. I threw a bucket to her and stood up to get some hot water. She was stunned, then threw the instant noodles on my seat. No more eating. I need to keep in shape. Yang Chi-Chi also spoke up. Bing Bing, is he in a bad mood? Don't worry about him. AI Bing lowered her voice. Let him calm down. I'll deal with him later. How could she know that in my heart, she had already died several times? I treated them to a hot pot dinner when we arrived in Shuda that night. She seemed to be acting decently, but she must have been thinking about how to divide the 5 million. I have booked a hotel. It's nearby, I said calmly. Yeah. She nodded, pretending to be virtuous, but in fact she had already made up her mind. When she got the property certificate, she would kick me out. Aren't liquors supposed to be available at any time? Can you still call a liquor if you don't obey? At this moment, I heard people at the next table whispering, the Auto City was robbed, and I heard they lost tens of millions. Does Conqueror know? Modified RVs cost tens of millions each. I put down my chopsticks. News spreads fast, so I have to keep a low profile. Although no one has found me yet, what this society lacks the least are cameras and over-imagined keyboard warriors. What is Conqueror? AI Bing came over, her little mouth red, and she was eating very enthusiastically. A Mercedes-Benz off-road RV. I said calmly, 10 million is only the base price. I'm afraid we can't afford it in this lifetime. She said with envy. I smiled and whispered, actually, I have one at home. Her eyes widened immediately. You are not lying to me, are you? Do you think I have to lie to you? She nodded quickly, her eyes full of light, and she almost jumped up. I want to see. I didn't respond, but said silently in my heart, there is a chance, of course. It's your last chance in your life. The next morning, I woke them up and prepared to set off. It was a 2-hour drive, so I called my mother in advance, and the taxi took us all the way to our doorstep. Your home is in the countryside? AI Bing was dumbfounded. She had always thought that my family was a city dweller, with millions of dollars to buy a wedding house in Shenzhen, so it shouldn't look like this. The farmhouse in front of her made her feel quite disappointed. I ignored her and walked into the courtyard with my luggage. The next second, a black dog rushed out barking and pounced on me. Hey, Zai, stop. I stroked the dog and laughed. Stop licking. My mother came out later. She was tall and strong, with an imposing aura, and she looked like someone who could lift a pot with one hand. AI Bing stood there in shock, probably unable to connect the two concepts of mother-in-law and lady together. Friends? Why don't you invite them in? Mom. I leaned over and whispered in her ear. If you believe me, I said one of them is my enemy. Your father has gone to the slaughterhouse and won't be back until the evening. My mother said as she led us into the house. Heizai was guarding the door with his, but sticking out like a dedicated security guard. My room was on the 2nd floor, and she put AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi next to me. It was suitable, so they could easily hear any loud noises. As soon as the door closed, Yang Chi-Chi sighed in a low voice. Your boyfriend's family is well off. I didn't hear them, but I could guess what they were thinking. The house looked like a country house, but the interior was no worse than that of some commercial houses in Shenzhen. The decoration, electrical appliances, and materials were even better. I knew AI Bing's mind was active again. As she looked at the furniture, she was thinking how good it would be if she didn't have that encumbrance little sister. She thought and no. After returning to the room, my mother closed the door and said in a low voice, "Tell me clearly what happened." I rubbed my temples, knowing that I couldn't hide it from her, so I just said, "Mom, I'm reborn." "Reborn?" She frowned. "Yes, I've died once." AI Bing and others pushed me off the cliff. 10 minutes later, my mother's face was already livid. "Mom, what are you doing?" I almost couldn't stop her. She was really going to grab a weapon. "Get out of my way. I'm going to chop that bitch off today." "Calm down." I held her tightly. "You felt good when you stabbed me, but the riot has just begun. If there is no chaos outside, if something really happens, it will ruin our plan." She gasped, her eyes red. "I just can't swallow this breath. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The most important thing now is to move." "Where are we moving to?" "Didn't you buy a condo on the top of Lanshan Mountain in the city a few years ago? It's high up there, and the traffic is smooth. We have to survive the next 3 months of cooling and darkness there. Staying here is just waiting to die." She finally stopped talking and just nodded. "Okay, I'll call your dad and ask him to come back right away. Also, don't show your true colors in front of those two women." We left the room together. AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi were still pretending to pack their things. It seemed that they had no idea what the world they were about to face would be like. At noon, my dad came back. He was quite happy to see AI Bing and asked for a drink. But my mom gave him a look, and he could only look at me angrily and complain about his declining status in the family. After dinner, I took the two of them to my own farm. There were more than 1,000 pigs and more than 2,000 broiler chickens raised in a shed of more than 20,000 square meters. The farm was busy with many workers, and the atmosphere was amazing. I could see that they were truly shocked, especially AI Bing, who looked at me as if she wanted to get close to me. "How much are these in your house worth?" Yang Chi-Chi asked, asking on behalf of AI Bing. She was not as scheming as AI Bing, but she was just as shrewd. I smiled and said, "It's hard to say. The hairy ones don't count. If you get sick, all your work for the whole year will be in vain." They all pouted after hearing me say this, thinking I was just being perfunctory. They had no idea how much a farmer had to worry about. I received a text message from my mom saying that my dad was ready, so I took the two of us back. As soon as I entered the door, my dad pulled me into the study. My mother is usually very impetuous, but when it comes to making decisions about family matters, she still has to step in. "Are all the things you told your mother true?" he said in a low voice. I nodded. "Dad, can I joke about this? Look at the news. Dahuang Volcano and Shifu Mountain have both exploded, and there will be even bigger explosions to come." He smoked a cigarette and was silent for a long time until the cigarette but burned his hand, and then he put it out. "We still have 1,000 pigs and over 2,000 chickens. If we sell them now, it's not a big deal if we get a bargain, but we're afraid that it will make too much noise and arouse suspicion. We should deal with what needs to be dealt with. There's no time to worry about it. We should cash in what can be converted into cash, otherwise we won't be able to buy supplies." He nodded and asked me, 6 days? "It will be dark in 6 days. Then there will be no sunlight for 3 months. We have to move to Lanshan. It's much safer in the city." "Okay, you and your mother will do the purchasing. You drive the pickup truck at home. What about those two women? Doesn't AI Bing dislike the countryside? Let them stay to look after the house and clean. Make the best use of everything. Aren't you planning to keep them forever?" he asked with narrowed eyes. I shook my head. Of course not. AI Bing must settle accounts. She still has some money that belongs to me. I will take it back. Where's Yang Chi-Chi? She didn't have any grudge against me in my previous life, but I can't let her talk nonsense. It depends on the situation. They didn't hear what I said in my heart. No one can be left alive. AI Bing's account was settled bit by bit, deducted penny by penny, to let her know what the price of living is. In the evening, I found an excuse to tell her. My parents were quite satisfied, and they also said that if she was willing, they would put the house and Lanshan directly in our names. But I didn't agree to the balance in tax. "It's too expensive." She immediately got anxious. "Why didn't you agree? Where's the money?" "The balance plus tax is 700,000 or 800,000. I don't have the face to ask my parents for it." "You don't have money, but I do. I can lend it to you." There was a gleam in her eyes, as if she had found a way to break into my house. I smiled. Borrow? Do you really think I'm still the dog who would be moved to tears? Chapter 11, Chungyali, the Stockpiler. Zhou's farm is actually not far from Jiazhou City, and it takes less than half an hour to drive there. Looking at the large penthouse that the Zhou family had just purchased, AI Bing's eyes almost popped out, and she quietly asked Zhou Lin how much this house would cost. It's not Shenzhen. My mom said it's less than 5 million. By the way, we can go to register the property rights at 2 o'clock. Are you sure you want to lend me the money? If AI Bing was still a little hesitant before, then from the moment she walked into this house on the 17th floor with a property area of 380 square meters and 150 square meter roof garden, AI Bing made up her mind to write her name on the property certificate. It's a pity that it's not the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Otherwise, just based on this house, AI Bing would never let Zhou Lin go. They must get married. Write the IOU first, and I'll transfer the money to you later. The reason why we have to wait a while is that AI Bing's savings are not much, only about 20. Although she often hangs out with those rich second generations, they're not fools, and eating, drinking, and even buying things are not a big problem, but the actual cash she gives is not much, and she also has to spend money herself. It is already very good to have this amount after a few years. In order to take more ownership of the house, AI Bing decided to use all her credit cards and online platforms, and even borrow some from Yang Qiqi. She had already thought about it, borrowing money here to show off in front of Zhou Lin's parents, and then slowly taking the money out of Zhou Lin's pocket after returning to Shenzhen. She really didn't know Zhou Lin's family situation before. Now that she has decided to be with Zhou Lin for a while, she must take charge of Zhou Lin's wallet in the future. As for whether Zhou Lin can earn so much money, doesn't he still have his parents? It must be said that AI Bing's calculations were quite clever, but unfortunately, no matter how cunning the fox was, it was no match for the hunter. When she told Zhou Lin that 700,000 yuan was no problem, Zhou Lin already knew that she was going to borrow money. However, it takes time to issue online loans. In order to get as much cash as possible, AI Bing asked Zhou Lin if he could go to the property rights center again tomorrow. That's fine, but Mom and I are going to buy some things for the farm this afternoon. How about we go together? Hearing the word farm, AI Bing couldn't help but think of feed, feces, and so on, and immediately shook her head. Zhou Lin didn't mind, and asked AI Bing to go shopping in the city, taste the delicious food of Jiazhou, and go back together after they were done. What are we going to buy today? 10 gas cylinders, as much bacon and sausage as you can buy, various frozen goods, various seeds, chicken, duck, and goose eggs. Stop. I'm too old to remember. You're in charge of talking, and I'll find a place. That's it. Become. Xingyali was familiar with the things Zhou Lin mentioned. Because she ran a breeding farm, she was in contact with most of the merchants. She could even call them in advance and ask them to prepare the goods. When they arrived, they would receive the goods, pay for them, and leave. Although the pickup truck is dirty, it can load cargo much better than a family car. He ordered 1 ton of bacon, sausage, and frozen food, and 1 ton of rice, flour, and cereals. In fact, it was still not enough, but buying too much would easily arouse suspicion. So Zhou Lin asked Xingyali to place the orders in several places and arrange for the delivery to be near the community. Why not have it delivered directly to my home? It's so tiring to carry it myself. It's tiring to run around for half a day and spend money. If possible, I don't even want people to know who bought it. Zhou Lin wiped the sweat off his face and said, Mom, think about it. When the whole city is out of food, what will those who sold food to us think and do? How can we do it? We can't just come and rob. Is it really that chaotic? Zhou Lin nodded. It will only be more chaotic and cruel than you can imagine. Chungyali was stunned for a moment. Then, should I call your grandpa? Let's fight. Zhou Lin nodded. If it doesn't work, do you want him to come and join us? Zhou Lin still has deep feelings for the 3 elderly people in his family. When he was young, Zhou Kaijun and Chungyali were busy with their careers, so Zhou Lin was either at his grandparents' house or at his grandparents' house. When he was in elementary school, he still went to the countryside for winter and summer vacations, and only went less often when his studies became heavier in junior high and high school. Later, when my grandmother passed away, my grandfather lived with Zhou Lin's uncle's family in Xingyali's hometown. His grandparents didn't live far away, just in the countryside of the county, very close to Zhou Lin's aunt's family. Xingyali discussed it with Zhou Kaijun last night, and in the end the couple felt that no one would believe it if they told it to others, so they just vaguely reminded Zhou Lin's uncle and aunt that they could only take one step at a time in the future. When did you say the communication would be cut off yesterday? Xingyali asked. The base stations often break down soon after the heavy snow starts. The government has been arranging repairs, but the temperature is dozens of degrees below zero. It's really a matter of life and death. Whether it can be connected depends on luck. The mother and son were discussing while going back and forth to collect the goods, and before they knew it, it was dark. When Xingyali looked at the time, she was stunned. It was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After making sure that everything needed to be collected today had been packed up, Zhou Lin called AI Bing and Xingyali back to the farm, where he saw Zhou Kaijun still busy. There's still half left. I'll try to finish it tomorrow. I've settled all the workers' wages. Zhou Kaijun said to Zhou Lin privately. It got dark really early today. Tomorrow the sun will rise later and set earlier, Dad. Humanity's good days are numbered. Zhou Lin said sadly. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder and said, Go pick up Lily tomorrow. I've already asked for leave from the teacher and told Lily that she will pack everything tonight, but I didn't tell her the reason. Zhou Li, 13 years old this year, attends a private boarding school and needs to be picked up by her family before she can leave school. Zhou Lin agreed. Okay, I'll pick up Lily and go directly to Lanshan. Mom has ordered a lot of things there that will arrive tomorrow. After a busy day, the three of them were exhausted and went to bed early. In an underground research institute in the capital of Xia, dozens of people were anxiously waiting for the results of the supercomputer simulation. It's out. A few minutes later, the researcher in charge of monitoring the data spoke loudly. Climate simulation has extremely high requirements for supercomputer computing power and designed algorithms. Currently, the only countries in the world that can do this are Xia and the United States. What's the result? Someone asked. The results have been pushed to the terminals in front of you. You can take a look. Just as everyone was looking down at the terminal tablet, an old man in a general's uniform in the middle of the conference table said in a deep voice, Remind you, the results you are seeing now are the country's top secrets. You are not allowed to disclose them without permission, otherwise you will be charged with treason. However, no one looked up because of the old general's words, and almost everyone was stunned by the results of the simulation. Is this true? That's impossible. Global darkness. Wouldn't that be the end of the world? How much time do we have left? Less than 10 days? What can we do in 10 days? Plan Spark, General Zhang. Are we going to implement Plan Spark? Chapter 12, Spark Plan. The Spark Plan of the Xia state can be traced back to the early days of the founding of the country. At that time, in order to cope with the threat of weapons of mass destruction from enemy countries, the impoverished Xia state carried out large-scale defense construction across the country, and the outline of the plan was the Spark Plan. With the improvement of Xia's technological level and economic strength, the Spark Plan has evolved from its initial single purpose of protecting the survival of the elite to a comprehensive plan for the continuation of human civilization that encompasses humans, species, technology, etc. In the conference room, the old general swept his resolute eyes over everyone. Each of you is a top scientist in a certain field. At this critical moment, the country and the people trust your professional judgment. You have obtained the relevant data and simulation results. You have 3 hours to discuss. Give me accurate results in 3 hours. After saying that, the old general stood up and left. In the conference room, more than 30 top scientists from Xia State had a heated discussion on whether to implement the Spark Plan. The old general who walked out of the meeting room was not idle either. He seized every minute to listen to the latest news brought by the orderly. The United States issued another statement today, speculating once again that their USS Tefyu aircraft carrier was hidden by us. I was thinking, General Zhang couldn't help but complain, then shook his head and said, It's not my turn to worry about the verbal battle. By the way, is there any progress in the strange theft case in Shenzhen? The orderly swiped his tablet and said, General, there is none at the moment. The reason why General Zhang was concerned about the theft in the Auto City was not because of the huge amount of money, but because it was too strange. For some reason, General Zhang felt that this case was very similar to the disappearance of the turf. Like the United States, he did not believe that the turf had sunk. However, the current crisis and the life and death of more than 1 billion people made him temporarily unable to deal with the theft cases of Tefyu and Shenzhen Auto City. At the same time, the U.S. government also realized the crisis of drastic weather changes. After a series of government meetings, its president was invited to attend a meeting at a private estate. Those who are qualified to attend this conference are all the real rich people in the United States. Some of them are well-known computer tycoons, internet tycoons, physical technology tycoons, financial tycoons, and old physical enterprise controlling shareholders, who almost occupy half of the participants. Apart from the president and the new defense secretary, none of the remaining half of the participants were familiar faces. But whether from the attitudes of others, their positions at the conference table, or the president's servile manner in front of them, it shows that their status or wealth is far above others. There is one old man in particular, with blonde hair and green eyes, a white face full of wrinkles, an energetic and seemingly calm look, with only occasional flashes of light like a sharp blade, who occupied the main seat at the conference table. Everyone take a seat and listen to our chief scientist, Mr. Missy, tell you about the actual situation. Missipulent, those who know his existence are all top circles in the United States. It is said that Missipulent's IQ is higher than Einstein's in those days, and his ability to invent and create is higher than Tesla's. He has a shadow in many cutting-edge technologies in the United States, and some unknown black technologies are created by him. His research covers many disciplines. Everyone, no matter how much of what I am about to say is beyond your understanding, please keep quiet, otherwise you will be expelled, just like my good-for-nothing students. Missipulent, who looks only in his 30s but is actually in his 60s and almost 70s, has an extremely strong personality, which is caused by the immense confidence that his intelligence and abilities have given him. First of all, I want to say that humanity, at least the current humanity, including all of you present here, will soon be doomed. Even though they have been vaccinated, Missipulent's opening words still made everyone present change color and show all kinds of emotions. If someone else said this, they might be indifferent, but when Missipulent said it, the possibility of this thing really happening was as high as more than 98%. In fact, the island nation is finished. From the data I just got, the current death rate of the island nation's people is as high as 50%. The volcanic ash brought by the eruption of Mount Sherfu has covered 70% of the island nation's land. If it was just ordinary volcanic ash, the island nation might still have some hope, but after our sampling and testing, we determined that the volcanic ash from the eruption of Mount Sherfu carries a large amount of radioactive dust. We still don't know where these radioactive elements come from. Perhaps it is the result of the island nation's indiscriminate discharge of nuclear waste in the past few years. In short, the island nation is finished, and those who are still on the island nation are also finished. If a mere island nation and the death of tens of millions of people were not enough to concern these top billionaires, then what Missipulent said next, that volcanic ash was about to close the atmosphere and the surface temperature was about to drop rapidly, completely dumbfounded these people. For a long time in the future, no crops will be grown on the surface. Please note that I'm talking about crops here. In other words, a great famine is bound to occur, and all countries on the earth will be disrupted due to lack of food. To make matters worse, the lack of sunlight for a long time will cause many people to have endocrine disorders and mental disorders. I know that each of you has prepared at least one doomsday fortress or shelter, but how long can you last hiding in it? 3 years or 5 years? Without a sufficient population base and the support of means of production, the shelter is nothing more than a cage, and you are the guinea pigs locked inside. Perhaps you will choose to send yourself to see God before the supplies are exhausted. 20 years ago, I led the Doomsday Ark Project and the Eden Project. Now, they have taken shape and can sustain a population of more than 70 million. If you're willing to join me, I welcome you. I will disclose my new technology appropriately, depending on your contribution, including but not limited to technologies related to the human life cycle, genetic modification technology, new aerospace technology, factory farming technology, etc. I believe that as long as we maintain the Ark, the Garden of Eden, and other doomsday shelters, when the disaster is over, we will still be the most powerful country in the world. I conclude that Xia country and other countries will be completely destroyed in this disaster. Thank God. The United States only needs to pay half of its population to kill our real opponent and completely control the world. Missy Poland spoke for almost 2 hours. He later elaborated in detail on the types of natural disasters he judged might occur and how to deal with them, and even mentioned that great disasters will inevitably lead to great changes, claiming that the surviving humans would likely undergo abnormal changes, and that he had already begun preparatory research work a long time ago. All in all, Missipulent believes that as long as his plan is followed, the apocalyptic disaster will be a good thing rather than a bad thing for the United States in the long run. If Zhou Lin could attend this meeting, he would only agree with Missipulent's judgment regarding the island country. Dad, look at the weather outside and stop doubting. Before setting off for Zhou Li's school, Zhou Lin pointed to the sky, which was still pitch black at 8:30, and said, Chapter 13, Zhou Lin's greatest value. Zhou Li, your parents have arrived at the south gate of the school. Hurry up. Do you need me to help you get something? The dormitory teacher reminded Zhou Li, who was in deep thought. No need. Zhou Li's voice was cold, completely lacking the innocence and romance that was typical of her age. She declined the offer from the dormitory manager and rushed to the south gate of the school as quickly as possible. On the way, she looked up at the sky from time to time with a very solemn expression. It's not even dawn yet, Zhou Lin. What do you think? I don't know if it's because I haven't seen my sister for a long time since my rebirth, or for some other reason, but Zhou Lin always feels that Zhou Li's eyes when looking at him are a little strange. It's not like she's looking at her biological brother, but more like she's looking at a stranger or even an enemy. As for the name, ever since Zhou Li was old enough to understand, she has preferred to call her by her name instead of the sweetly nicknamed Gugu. The day before yesterday, a group of experts came out to explain the rumor. Do you think the end of the world is really coming? If I say yes, would you believe me? Although Zhou Li's attitude was not very good, Zhou Lin was not unhappy at all. In his previous life, he cared about his younger sister the most and felt the most guilty about her. This life would not happen again, Zhou Lin thought. Are your seatbelts fastened? No need for you to remind me. I heard that you brought a girlfriend back with you. The kind for marriage. Get married? Zhou Lin chuckled. She doesn't deserve it. Tisk. Zhou Li raised her head and nodded. Not bad. My brother finally looks a bit like a rich second generation. You are the rich second generation. Look at the difference between us since we were young. I doubt that I am not your biological child at all. Be more confident, brother. There's no need to doubt it. Think about who gave you your pocket money during your 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Raise sons poorly and daughters well. This is the absolute truth in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Li is only 13 years old, her bank account and fund account add up to more than 300,000 yuan, not counting her pocket money. Before Zhou Lin got a job, he had to hand over 95% of his New Year's money, let alone pocket money, under the euphemism of paying your tuition. Zhou Lin, what do you think of what I just said? Of course I read it while driving. Zhou Lin joked. He calmed down after realizing that his sister was serious. You don't take the novel seriously, do you? Art comes from life, and legends may be the history of the past. I don't blame you for not having read much, but you should learn to follow the good advice. I graduated from college, and you're only in the first grade of junior high school. Zhou Lin tilted his head. When I was in the first grade of junior high school, it was just the beginning, but when you are in college, it is the end. Zhou Lin was slightly stunned. He couldn't find any rebuttal, so he could only pout. Okay, I can't argue with you, but I guess you won't have the chance to finish college in this lifetime. Hearing this, Zhou Li suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wait, he came to pick me up suddenly and brought his girlfriend back. Did you already know about this? What? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror. It's true. Zhou Li sighed like an adult. You always treat me like a child? Aren't you? Seeing Zhou Li's serious look, Zhou Lin knew he was exposed again. As expected, the difference in IQ cannot be made up by acting skills. Even though he was very careful, he was still discovered by Zhou Li in the end. At this time, it was less than 10 minutes before the two met. It's not that exaggerated, just a small disaster. As long as small things are big things are not. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the country. Zhou Li shook her head. It looks like this time it's really over. What a pity. I haven't even finished learning linear algebra. So you feel sorry for this? Zhou Lin, she asked. What else? Life is meaningless. All my happiness comes from the exploration of knowledge. Sigh. It's hard to understand with your IQ. Let's talk about your girlfriend, the one called AI Bing. I told you, she's not my girlfriend. She doesn't deserve it. I remember you didn't say that before. Let me think about it. It is said that it is difficult to change a person's nature. A licker will always be a licker, unless he is reborn as a human being. You knew the end of the world was coming, but you still brought her here. If it's not to continue licking her, then you want to cheat her? What made you suddenly change your nature? If this is a plot in a novel, your change is probably after eliminating all the impossible. The remaining answer is the truth no matter how absurd it is. Brother, you're not the kind of person who was reborn in the novel, who suffered at the hands of that woman in the previous life, abandoned his parents and his own sister just for a green tea. For some reason, Zhou Lin felt a chill when he saw Zhou Li's gloomy expression through the rearview mirror. Damn, How could she say it's so true? I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter if you don't accept it. Jolie changed the subject and said, read a book. Don't waste time. You're already 13 years old, and you haven't finished college math. You're really stupid. Jolene really wanted to curse. If this is considered stupid by you, then what is he? Are you stupid? So, this is the doomsday fortress you and your parents prepared? In fact, I think the one over at the breeding farm is better. Jolie couldn't help but start commenting as she entered the house. After a basic tour, she actually took out a draft book and a pen and started writing and drawing. There's something wrong with this door. From the elevator to our house, as well as the staircase, we need to install at least one real anti-theft door. I remember there was a brand in the city called something, and one door would cost 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. The other thing is the floor. The thickness of this cast-in-place concrete floor is about 10 centimeters. However, it is better to lay a layer of homogeneous steel plate at least 6 centimeters thick and use chemical bolts to implant the cast-in-place beams to increase the strength. Our apartment is good. We have one floor to ourselves. We don't have to worry about the partition walls being damaged, but the insulation layer needs to be redone. If you're worried about not having enough time, you can learn how to build houses in the United States. Put wood on the wall and fill it with foam plastic, and then seal it with boards. The sound insulation and heat preservation effects are good. By the way, the window glass needs to be replaced. Double-layer hollow glass can only cope with ordinary conditions. The effect can be ignored if the temperature difference exceeds 30 degrees. Do you think it's enough? Jolin was confused and shook his head. It seems that you have indeed been reborn. You don't understand these things at all. You must have suffered a lot in your previous life, right? Keep talking about the window glass. In fact, we don't need so many windows. The French doors in the living room, all the bay windows, and the French doors on the living balcony can basically be sealed up. It should be done in 2 days. Finally, the rooftop should be enclosed with multi-layer honeycomb PC panels, with a thickness of at least 5 centimeters. Do not use stainless steel for the frame, as its low-temperature performance is too poor. The main structure should be made of qualified antiseptic wood. The thicker, the better. Brother, you've been reborn, but you didn't bring a space with you? I see that there doesn't seem to be much food prepared at home. And water, both drinking water and domestic water, must be prepared in sufficient quantities. If there is enough time, we can build an inflatable swimming pool after the rooftop is closed. It is safe to store water no deeper than 80 centimeters. It covers an area of 60 square meters and can store more than 45 tons of water, which is probably within the safe load-bearing range. It can be used as domestic water for our family of 4 for about 1 or 2 years. Besides, God knows how Zhou Lin managed to get through these 2 hours. He was obviously the one who was reborn from the end of the world. But why was Zhou Li more professional than him? Many things that he did not notice were meticulously written down by Zhou Li in the draft book. You make me feel useless. You have space. That's your greatest value. Fuck, I don't have room. So you were reborn, right? Really? You didn't do anything good in your previous life, did you? Chapter 14, AI Bing's Illusion. AI Bing's face was cold. She started sending messages to Zhou Lin in the morning, but received no reply. This made AI Bing very anxious. Chi-Chi, do you think Zhou Lin would lie to me? He doesn't dare. How can a licker have such a strange idea? Yang Chi-Chi, who was carefully painting her toenails, answered AI Bing while chatting with someone. Although the other party hardly paid attention to her, she was happy with it because the other party was a real big boss. She had only gotten his WeChat account. Even if you're not qualified to marry into a wealthy family, having a wealthy friend is something to be proud of. Yang Chi-Chi had even made an agreement with the other party that she would go to see him in a few days. As for what she would do after that, she didn't care, as she wouldn't suffer any loss anyway. AI Bing was very worried, afraid that something might go wrong. She had even taken out online loans, and the handling fees and interest were a considerable expense. Fortunately, Zhou Lin finally came back. AI Bing was about to lose her temper, but Zhou Lin seemed to be completely unmoved. He walked around the room and found that his parents were not there. Zhou Kai-jun should be at the breeding farm. There are a lot of things going on there. Xingyali might have gone out to do some purchasing. Since she was so busy, there was a high probability that she would not have dinner tonight. In fact, it is not even 4 o'clock yet, but the sky outside is already as dark as it is at 8 or 9 o'clock. You can't see anything without turning on the lights in the house. I'm asking you a question. AI Bing said with his cheeks puffed out. Didn't you say we would go to transfer the ownership today? Didn't I say yesterday that I don't have enough money? Didn't I tell you I have some here? Then transfer it to me. Jolin said. Transfer it when you go to the Property Rights Center tomorrow to handle the formalities. AI Bing calmed down. She was a typical person who would not give up until she saw the rabbit. She would never transfer the money to Jolin right now. Okay, I'll go see what to get for dinner. Where are my uncle and aunt? I haven't seen them all day. AI Bing had no intention of helping, mainly because she didn't know how to do it. After 2 or 3 days at Jolin's house, Jolin's parents treated her strangely. They didn't have the enthusiasm they showed to their future daughter-in-law. They even seemed to treat her worse than ordinary guests. Busy, Jolin replied from the kitchen. Your parents don't like me. How is that possible? It's definitely not that I don't like you. Jolin said with certainty. That's good. AI Bing patted her chest, which was only slightly better than a pair of A's, with false affection. What she was thinking was that it didn't matter whether they liked it or not, as long as she could buy a house. But Jolin didn't know that at this moment. He was thinking, it's not that they don't like you, they just want you to die. Zhou Kaijun came back when dinner was almost ready, but Cheng Yali stayed in Lanshan. Because AI Bing and the other girl were there, Zhou Kaijun basically ate in silence. After eating, he got up and went straight to the study, completely ignoring AI Bing's presence. I've finished eating too, you wash the dishes. Jolin said. Why? You were reluctant to let me do these things before. It was the past. Jolin said. If you don't show some performance, how can your parents feel comfortable adding your name to the property certificate? Thinking of the property certificate, AI Bing compromised, pouted, and started to clean up, while Yang Chi-Chi continued to browse on her phone. In the study, Jolin received a call from Jolie. I forgot something important. What? Jolin looked up at Zhou Kaijun, who looked tired and sleepy, and asked in a low voice. Weapons. People in the last days will be very dangerous. If we don't have enough weapons, our granaries will become other people's granaries. If hot weapons are hard to come by, let's get some cold weapons first. Crossbows, bows, optical sights, spears, javelins, steel drills are also okay, as well as machetes and machetes for close range use. They must be of good quality. Jolie spoke for more than 10 minutes on the phone, from the simplest cold weapons to standard hot weapons, and finally even mentioned how to make homemade gasoline bombs, explosives, and even biochemical agents, and even how to use the pesticides on the farm. Jolin also knew about the ideas mentioned above, including purchasing pesticides and fertilizers to make weapons. It made him wonder if he and Jolie were born of the same parents. Dad, what's your IQ? Jolin couldn't help but ask after hanging up the phone. Me? The university I attended back then is equivalent to the top 985 universities today. What do you think my IQ is? Then how do you raise pigs? Jolin was a little confused. To make money. Can't you raise pigs just because you graduated from a 985 university? Zhou Kaijun asked back. Jolin scratched his head. Just now Jolie said that we should prepare some weapons. She mentioned fertilizers and pesticides. Do we have any at home? This girl is really smart. Why didn't I think of it? We have fertilizers at home, but not much urea. The pesticides are all low toxic. Tomorrow I will buy the goods from the 3 agricultural companies. They're all good stuff. They can be made with simple equipment. Jolin didn't hear Zhou Saijuan's mumbling clearly, and even if he heard it clearly, he wouldn't understand. Now he began to feel that Jolie was his parents' biological daughter, while he was either given to him as a gift when they recharged their phone bill or was picked up from a garbage dump. As the eldest son in the family, Jolin felt deeply sad. Dad, I don't care about those things, but I can get some hot weapons. Oh, my little sister already knows that I was reborn, and she also guessed that I have a space to store things. Jolin didn't mention the aircraft carrier, but now it seems that he has to show off some of his skills, otherwise his family status will be in jeopardy. Your mother and I have long guessed that you have space. Zhou Kaijun raised his eyelids and said without surprise, We thought we wouldn't mention it unless you said it. Well, it turns out that the people in the world who would never cheat you are your parents. Jolin could only accept Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's thoughtfulness silently. Zhou Kaijun talked about the family's current financial situation. He still had 7 million in liquid funds. Cheng Yali said last night that she still had 5 million, but no one knew how much was left now. Use as much as you can. After 4 days, it will basically be barter. In a few years, the government will introduce credit points, but they can only be used in the survivors' bases. Moreover, the credit points of the major bases are not interoperable. In the end, you still have to rely on supplies. Zhou Kaiju nodded. I know. By the way, your grandparents and grandpa don't agree to come. I talked to your mom about it, but it was useless. I don't dare to tell them too much. Forget it. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. Nothing happened that night. The only thing that made Zhou Lin happy was that his experience in supernatural powers had increased in the past 2 days. Symbiosis. Beginner 110 out of 1,000. Currently coexisting transportation tools. Laifu. Large water surface transportation tool. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/1. Zhou Lin originally thought that the experience value would increase a little bit every day, but now it seems that this is not the case. Otherwise, the current experience value should be 107/1000. He did not activate his supernatural power in his previous life, so as long as it is not a big change, he can only put it aside for the time being. After all, there's no one to discuss it with. Maybe Lily can figure it out. However, when he thought of Zhou Li's eyes full of curiosity, Zhou Lin immediately threw this idea out of his mind. He didn't want to be sliced and studied by Zhou Li. As long as conditions permit, that girl might really be able to do it. At 9 o'clock the next day, Zhou Lin took AI Bing and Yang Qiqi into the property rights center. What's rare is that the lights are on here and the clerks are still at work. But compared to the usual bustle, it is now deserted. This made things convenient for Zhou Lin, as the process was quickly completed. Only when AI Bing saw her name on the submitted materials and that the property rights were still 50% did she transfer 700,000 yuan in cash to Zhou Lin. When he walked out of the property rights center, AI Bing was all smiles, holding the file bag and said, "Zhou Lin, how much do you think this house will appreciate if it is kept for 2 years? How much has it increased?" Zhou Lin didn't say anything. He thought, there's no rush, you'll know in a few days. Chapter 15. A fellow traveler Tang Ili. The biggest change in the city is that there are obviously fewer people and cars going out. Many shops were closed, and you could only see crowded crowds when passing by the entrances of several large supermarkets. AI Bing was a little surprised. She had been thinking about the house these days, and she didn't understand why people were shopping like crazy, so she asked Zhou Lin why. Maybe it's because they are crazy. Zhou Lin smiled. With Cheng Yali's help, he wouldn't have to go to the supermarket to snatch supplies from ordinary people. You should know that Cheng Yali was busy the whole day yesterday, either transferring goods or receiving goods. At Zhou Lin's reminder, she emptied a warehouse of her family in the logistics park to store supplies. This morning, she sent a message to Zhou Lin, asking him to empty the warehouse when he had time. It was obvious that the couple had communicated about it last night. "Why don't you live in Lanshan?" Seeing Zhou Lin driving the car out of the city, AI Bing was a little unhappy. After all, her name was on the property certificate of the house, so why should she move to the countryside? "It's under renovation," Zhou Lin said. "Isn't the decoration already completed?" "It's still early," Zhou Lin replied calmly, and then stopped talking. AI Bing had no choice but to chat with Yang Qiqi. She didn't have many cosmetics or luxury goods, but she just wanted to make herself comfortable. Not long after, Zhou Lin heard the two girls saying that they might as well invite more people to come and play, and AI Bing actually mentioned the name Tang Ili. Suddenly, Zhou Lin sneered. Zhou Lin did not know Tang Ili before the end of the world in his previous life. In a sense, they were both AI Bing's lickers. It must be said that AI Bing had good management skills and was very good at feminine appearance. She was obviously not good in quality, but could package herself very attractively. Women like her were willing to work hard on shaping their appearance, and Tang Ili happened to be a fitness coach. It doesn't matter who started the fight first, the coach or the student. The result is that Tang Ili turned from a big wolf dog into a little bootlicker. If there hadn't been the apocalyptic disaster, Zhou Lin and Tang Ili might have become a pair of brothers in distress. But after the disaster, Tang Ili became the most ferocious wolf around AI Bing, the kind that would bite anyone he caught. Perhaps it was the long-term fitness training that made Tang Ili well-developed in limbs and a simple mind, and he finally lost his ability to think completely in the harsh environment of the end of the world that drove people crazy. In short, most of the suffering Zhou Lin suffered in his previous life came from Tang Ili, and Zhou Lin would never forget those humiliations. AI Bing is not in Shenzhen now. If she died, Zhou Lin would not know where to find Tang Ili. Tang Ili must die. Thinking of the harm that the mad dog had caused him, Zhou Lin couldn't suppress his inner anger. "Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi's friend also wants to come over and play, do you mind?" AI Bing suddenly asked. "Haha, Yang Qiqi's friend?" "Yes, not a boyfriend, but a best friend." "Zhou Lin, you should understand, right? Yang Qiqi took the opportunity to cover for AI Bing. Understand. Zhou thought to himself, I understand it so well. When Tang Ili arrives, AI Bing, you will die. The air quality in Shenzhen is terrible. If you breathe it for a long time, you can easily get lung cancer. If your friends are fine, why not invite them to come over for a while and wait until the environment gets better before going back? Lung cancer? Is it that serious? AI Bing asked in surprise. Haven't you read the recent reports online? Mount Shifu has been erupting, and we don't know when it will stop. Shenzhen's housing prices have fallen by 30%. Sure enough, only things related to money can arouse AI Bing's interest, and only interest can make her think. Returning to the farm, Zhou saw several electric vehicles leaving from afar. Those are the last few workers. Now the entire farm had been cleared. It's all empty. Zhou Kaijun was quite emotional. He really risked everything this time. If the end of the world had not come, it would have been difficult to restore the farm. Dad, I actually hope that the so-called apocalyptic disaster is just a nightmare. But look at this sky. Zhou Kaijun nodded dejectedly. He could only be thankful that his son was reborn and brought a space with him. However, neither Zhou Kaijun nor Cheng Yali had ever asked Zhou Lin about the details of the space. Oh no, I forgot something important. Zhou Lin slapped his forehead. My mom asked me to go to the warehouse to collect things. It's almost full. How dare you forget what your mother said? Hurry up and go. Fortunately, this place is not far from the logistics park, and there is no traffic jam on this road at ordinary times, let alone now. Zhou Lin drove into the logistics park in just over 10 minutes and found his own warehouse. I thought you forgot. Come in quickly and I'll lock the door. Seeing Chang Yali still here, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw that she probably didn't have time to eat lunch. Mom, are you hungry? Hungry. I'm already hungry. Come on, hurry up. There's another truckload of stuff coming over soon. In front of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin really had no room to struggle and could only obediently enter the warehouse. Cheng Yali really didn't follow in, but locked the door immediately. What are these? Zhou Lin looked over the pile of supplies in front of him. There were at least 30 bags of sugar, each weighing 200 kilograms. Bags of 100-pound bags of additive-free salt filled a corner of the warehouse. The various peppers that the Basha people cannot live without are also packed in sackcloth bags, 50 bags. 50 jars of bean paste from different origins. Homemade rapeseed oil, 50 large iron barrels. MSG, chicken essence, oyster sauce, corn oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, etc. After cleaning up half of the warehouse, Zhou Lin suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. His lips went numb, his head felt heavy, his limbs became weak, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'm in trouble. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Zhou Lin fell to the ground and fainted before he could say anything. Cheng Yali, who was busy outside the warehouse, didn't hear any noise at all. It was not until the next batch of goods was about to arrive that she remembered that her son was still in the warehouse. Why haven't you come out yet? Cheng Yali tried to call Zhou Lin, but no one answered. Nothing will happen, right? Thinking of this, Cheng Yali quickly opened the door and saw Zhou Lin lying on the ground. What's wrong? What happened? Cheng Yali rushed to Zhou Lin's side and pinched his philtrum while feeling his heartbeat. Feeling that Zhou Lin's heartbeat was normal, Cheng Yali breathed a sigh of relief and increased the strength of pinching his philtrum and actually woke Zhou Lin up. It hurts, it hurts. I'm so hungry, Mom. I'm so hungry, I want to eat something. Zhou Lin's head was dizzy and he couldn't even focus. Eat this. Cheng Yali stuffed a chocolate bar into Zhou Lin's mouth and then took out a handful of chocolate bars from a box in the warehouse. You might have low blood sugar, just like your father. Zhou Lin didn't say anything and took the second one and continued. After eating a full 10, Cheng Yali didn't dare to give him any more. So Zhou Lin stopped eating and let out a long breath. Always keep some candy on you from now on. Luckily I came in this time, otherwise you would have been in vain. Zhou Lin smiled and stood up with the help of Cheng Yali. He knew that this was definitely not hypoglycemia, but was related to the frequent use of supernatural powers. Symbiosis. Primary 121/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation. LIFU. Large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/1. Sure enough, in just such a short period of time, the experience value increased by 10 points. My body just can't take it. Smacking his lips, Zhou Lin said, Mom, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Chapter 16, The Secret of Superpowers. Although Chung Yali looks careless, what mother doesn't love her children? Even if the sky falls, we have to eat hot pot tonight. This is what I said. Even if Jesus came, it would be useless. Mom, I like your spirit. Get out. Go and take a rest. Chung Yali said unhappily. I'm not tired anymore. Zhou Lin said, it's just hypoglycemia. I just need to replenish it. Didn't you say that more goods will arrive soon? Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Hurry up and take care. I'll wait outside. A truckload of daily necessities is about to arrive. Chung Yali found a regional wholesaler with a very fair price. Less than 200,000 yuan can allow the whole family to use it for decades, as long as it is not expired. In the warehouse, every time Zhou Lin collected a batch of supplies, he would carefully feel the changes in his physical and supernatural experience points. Although he could not estimate the exact ratio between the two, collecting supplies could indeed increase experience. In addition, the consumption of physical energy has nothing to do with the supplies themselves, but only with the number of times they are used. Perhaps this can also explain why Zhou Lin was not drained when he put away the Fu Hao in the future, but almost died in the warehouse. Now Zhou Lin had an idea in mind. After using his supernatural power 3 or 4 times, he would chew a chocolate bar. Although this thing would become greasy if eaten too much, it could replenish energy immediately. I don't know if other psychics are like me, but we need to prepare more things like chocolate candy bars. Small, portable, and efficient, it may become the hard currency among people with special abilities in the future. Just then, Chung Yali drove in with a forklift, and Zhou Lin started talking about this matter. Okay, this wholesaler's warehouse is in the logistics park. I'll be there right away. As expected of a strong woman, she always does things in a hurry. Zhou Lin thought that the chocolate candy bar would have to wait until the next day or the day after tomorrow, but Chung Yali got it done in just 1 hour. 50 sticks a box, 60 boxes a case, 3,000 sticks for $150 wholesale. I took all his goods, 237 cases. Mom, you are this. Zhou Lin gave Chung Yali a thumbs up. Hundreds of thousands of chocolate bars. Even though they're not very significant now, one of them might be able to bring back a woman in the future. If you say so, then I have to go get some. We have all kinds of warehouses in this logistics park. Mom, don't go yet. We don't have much money, right? Zhou Lin had an idea flash in his mind and quickly stopped Chung Yali. Not much. Chung Yali nodded. From last night to now, the 5 million in her account has been gone, and she also transferred a lot of it directly from Lao Zhou's account. Actually, this is what I think. Zhou Lin quietly expressed his thoughts, and Chung Yali nodded repeatedly. Not bad, but the risk is a bit high. It's nothing, at most just frostbite. Zhou Lin said, what if someone tries to rob you? Lily told us to prepare some weapons, but I only bought some knives. It's hard to even buy a decent long weapon. Except for special areas, there are no magic weapons for sale in ordinary cities. At most, there are some collections in the hands of enthusiasts, but who knows where the collections are hidden. Fortunately, Zhou Lin had no shortage of weapons, not to mention pistols and rifles. He could even make flamethrowers and shoulder-fired missiles. Mom, what do you think this is? Oh my God, where did this come from? Looking at the shining pistol in front of her, Chung Yali was stunned. Xia country is not the United States. Let alone guns. Even if you hide a few bullets, you can still be imprisoned for a few years. The pistol Zhou Lin took out was a high-end product used by the army. It was exquisitely designed and brand new. You carry it along with 3 magazines and this holster. At this point in time, who cares whether it's illegal or not? As long as you don't demonstrate it on the street and secretly fire a few shots, no one will come to investigate, even if you call the police. But I don't know how. Chung Yali is open-minded and knows that this is a special period, so she doesn't mind carrying a gun. Easy. Zhou Lin explained the most important steps of unlocking the safety, loading the gun, changing the magazine, and aiming, and asked Chung Yali to practice a few times. Currently, there are no conditions for live ammunition practice, so this is the only way to go. I think with Chung Yali's weight and strength, she can still control the pistol. This thing is a bit weird. As the pillar of the family, Chung Yali got used to it quickly and was quite happy about it. However, before she put it away, she asked Zhou Lin if he had any more. Yes, Dad has some too. I'll give it to him later. That's good. By the way, don't give it to your sister yet. She's still young. If Chung Yali hadn't emphasized that Zhou Lin actually wanted to give Zhou Li a weapon, she would have been able to break herself with her brain, and she might have used it better than Lao Zhou and Chung Yali. Besides, with natural disasters and man-made disasters coming one after another, a girl like Zhou Li is definitely the most dangerous. After receiving all the materials ordered today, Zhou Lin drove Cheng Yali to Lanshan. She would stay here with Zhou Li at night so that she could continue shopping. In fact, there are not many supplies left to buy in the city now. Many supermarkets are either closed or seriously out of stock. No one is a real fool. No matter what kind of propaganda the government uses, when it's time to stock up, no one will not stock up unless they have no money in their pockets. Let alone ordinary consumers. Cheng Yali was turned down several times today. People have goods in hand, but they just won't sell them. Hoarding is not uncommon in any era. Let alone laws and management. There will always be people who do business that will cost them their lives. But no one wants to do business that will lose them money. At this time of day, there is no difference between 4 or 5 in the afternoon and midnight. The situation in China is slightly better. In many relatively free countries and regions, long-term darkness has spawned more and more crimes. In areas without electricity and law enforcement officers, theft, robbery, murder, and arson have become normalized, and people have to make a choice to either join in or keep each other warm in order to survive. The situation in Xia State is not optimistic either. Although large-scale, vicious crimes have not yet occurred, the basic market has already shown signs of chaos. In order to maintain social order, the government and the military have begun to work together to implement military control over megacities, special cities, and border cities. Strategic and important materials are controlled by the government, and those held in large quantities by private individuals will be purchased by the government at the purchase price and subsidized according to actual conditions. Seeing this news online, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jiazhou City has not yet begun to implement martial law, but Cheng Yali has purchased a lot of supplies, especially sugar, salt, and grain. If you are careful, you can definitely find out. What if the government asks them to take out these supplies? After thinking about it, Zhou Lin always felt uneasy. As soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, he called Cheng Yali and said that it would take at most half a day to collect the goods, and then the warehouse would not be used. Even if we don't use it, people will know it. What's the difference? Cheng Yali asked. It's burning. Zhou Lin lowered his voice. Burn. Cheng Yali almost thought she had heard it wrong. I'll leave all the supplies in the warehouse and burn them. Even if someone investigates in the future, they'll be burned anyway, and we won't know who burned them. As for how many things were in the warehouse when it burned, what if someone took most of them away before burning them? Chapter 17, The Beginning of Troubled Times. The sun rises later. It was still dark outside the window at 10:30 in the morning. Zhou Lin got up and ate something. When he was about to go out, AI Bing ran out and called him. Chi-Chi's friend will be here this afternoon. We need to go to the train station to pick him up. How about you drive us? Zhou Lin stopped and thought that Tang Ili must be crazy. He was still anxious when the situation outside was like this. Humph! Is he still in love with adultery, or is he still a dog that can't change its eating habits? It's good that he came. It's a good opportunity to clean it up together. I have something to do this afternoon. Then give me a car. I have a driver's license, so I can go with Chi-Chi. By the way, didn't you say last time that you have a Conqueror at home? Conqueror, yes. Zhou Lin nodded and said, It's not convenient to stop here. What are you going to do? I just want to see if our family can really afford a car worth tens of millions. Zhou Lin's family is well off, but it doesn't seem like they have the spending power. It wasn't that expensive then. I'll drive it back in a couple of days. Although there was a Conqueror parked in the hangar of the rifle, it was a stolen car after all. AI Bing's words reminded Zhou Lin that maybe he should go to the city to look around, the Four Sons store, the car rental company, or even the second-hand car company. Maybe he could find some good stuff. After the apocalyptic disaster, human industrial civilization was basically destroyed. Even if there was still a small amount of industrial production, the first thing to be satisfied was food and then medicine. For things like cars, if one broke down, there would be one less, and the more there was, the better. But cars are too expensive to buy. Jiazhou City does not have a large number of privately imported cars like Tianjin Port, and it does not have its own vehicle manufacturing companies, so it can only rely on retailers. Brother, are you out of your mind? When the end of the world comes, you can collect hundreds of cars just by walking on the main road, right? If not, there must be a lot of good cars in the basements of the surrounding communities, right? Is it worth taking the risk now? When Zhou Lin arrived at Lanshan and discussed with Zhou Li, he was ruthlessly scolded. As expected, people with high IQs often have terribly low EQs. With Zhou Li's personality, she wouldn't survive more than 3 chapters in the hands of others, right? You're overthinking it. I've learned the idiom, living in humiliation before, as well as bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens and sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Stop. Zhou Lin covered his face in pain. I'll listen to you, okay? Where's your little notebook? Have you checked it with Mom? What else is missing? Weapons and some medicines are not available. In Jolie's opinion, these two types of things are the most troublesome. Not to mention weapons. It is actually very difficult to purchase medicines, which seem to be ordinary things on a large scale. It is simply impossible without channels, especially since the government has been secretly controlling it for a long time. Currently, there are very few medicines available in pharmacies on the market, and the quantity is small. Ask Mom to buy more Chinese medicinal herbs. I have prepared some Western medicine. There is a small hospital on the Laifu. Not only is there medicine, but there is also B ultrasound, CT scans, and MRI. Jolin is not panicked at all. I'm afraid it's too late to replace all the glass, Jolie said with some regret. Unlike anti-theft doors that could be installed right after being moved in, multi-layer insulating glass not only needs to be customized, but is also very troublesome to install and even requires the use of a large crane, which is not possible at present. Let's seal it up first. There's no sun anyway, so it's better to block out light so that no one could see it. With a complete and effective ventilation system, Jolin felt it would be more appropriate to seal the windows. Okay, the materials are all on the platform. Should we call workers or do it ourselves? Jolie looked eager to try, but Jolin felt that this matter could be delayed and that a large amount of water should be stored starting today. The Laifu not only stored a large amount of drinking water, but also had a complete water circulation system. Although the recycled water was definitely not good to drink, it was still fine as domestic water. However, Jolin was unwilling to expose the existence of the Laifu in the early days of the apocalypse, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Storing water on your own rooftop can not only conceal your presence, but also serve as a heat-insulating device. Cheng Yali purchased a lot of building materials and power tools at Zhou Li's request, most of which were placed on the rooftop. If she wanted to place a plastic swimming pool for water storage, she had to clean it up first. Zhou Li couldn't do it alone, so Zhou Lin had to stay to help. Every time Zhou Lin cleared a piece of space, Zhou Li would go up and open a simple swimming pool, pumping air into it and filling it with water. Jiazhou City is surrounded by water, and the water pressure on the 18th floor is also good. If 2 or 3 pipes are placed together, 10 tons of water can be filled in a few hours. If it weren't for Cheng Yali's call, Jolin might have been busy on the rooftop until dark. There was a robbery at the logistics park. Although Cheng Yali was not robbed, several people had been robbed and the warehouse had been pried open. Cheng Yali was a little nervous, so she called Jolin. I'll be right there. Worried about Cheng Yali's safety, Jolin asked Cheng Yali on the phone to go into the warehouse and lock the door. If she couldn't find the correct answer, she could just shoot. Saving her life was the first priority. However, what Jolin never expected was that he would be stuck in traffic less than 3 minutes away from the logistics park. On the road, there were broken cars that were towed from somewhere, squeezing the original 8-lane road to the point where only one car could pass through. It was obvious that there were people hiding behind those broken cars, and anyone who dared to slow down and pass through would be likely to be attacked. It's not that there is no other way, but that would require a long detour. After thinking about it, Jolin simply took out a military uniform and put it on, then put the muzzle of the gun directly against the car window. Although it was not the Xia Kingdom's military uniform, the sky was already dark at the moment, and the world was in chaos, so the other party might not be able to distinguish it clearly. It is not known whether it was the military uniform or the muzzle of the gun that played a role, but when Jolin drove through the artificial passage, he was not stopped or attacked at all. "Mom, it's me," Jolin shouted loudly when he opened the warehouse door, fearing that he would be beaten into a hornet's nest by his mother as soon as he entered, which would be unfair. "You're finally here." Cheng Yali stood up from behind a bunch of pockets. Jolin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Mom, can you hide better? Look at the size of these pockets. Can they block you?" "Then you still didn't notice me?" Cheng Yali asked hurriedly. "How can you not see where you were standing at your age?" Jolin said with a smile. "Isn't there a suitable place? Besides, I have a gun." Cheng Yali shook the weapon in her hand, then put it into the holster and pointed to the warehouse. "See? The kingdom your mother built for you now belongs to you. Good luck to the Queen Mother." Jolin made a joke and did not avoid Cheng Yali. He quickly threw bags of supplies into the space. The storage space of the symbiotic vehicle is limited, and its shape completely fits the appearance of the symbiotic vehicle. But Jolin still found a place where he could take advantage of it. That is, the straight deck of the aircraft carrier. Because there was an aircraft on the deck when the storage space was collected, The storage space assumed that there was a layer of space on the deck with the same height as the aircraft, which is about 7 meters. The deck area of the Laifu is 19,827 square meters, which means that there is 138,000 cubic meters of space available on the deck alone, which is the capacity of more than 1,700 standard containers. Almost. After looking at the scattered supplies in the warehouse, Zhou Lin, chewing a chocolate bar, asked Qingyali to go out first as he was going to set a fire. Chapter 18. An Acquaintance. The fire started to spread from a corner of the warehouse. Zhou Lin confirmed again and again that even if this warehouse was completely burned down, it would hardly affect other warehouses and no innocent people would be injured. More than 10 minutes later, flames burst out from the ventilation window of the warehouse. Someone discovered it and called the fire department. The property management of the logistics park then called Qingyali. When Zhou Lin drove back, the fire was already out of control. The property management of the logistics park was unable to put out the fire and could only try their best to clean up the area around the warehouse to prevent the fire from spreading. Some people took the initiative to comfort Qingyali. Looking at his mother, who was surrounded by the crowd with snot and tears mixed together and was so angry that she was beating her chest and stamping her feet, Zhou Lin felt that the Oscars owed her a gold medal. When the fire truck arrived, the warehouse had basically been burned down. Coupled with the high-pressure water hose, the scene was in a mess. Even a god would not be able to figure out what was going on. This was exactly the effect Zhou Lin wanted. Those who knew how much supplies Qingyali had collected in the warehouse recently shook their heads, thinking that the Zhou family might suffer a big setback this time. At the same time, they also felt sorry for the supplies that were burned. According to normal procedures, the police should have arrived at this time. However, the increasingly chaotic order had already exhausted the police force. The police had no time to deal with such incidents as this where there were no casualties. "Mom, let's go." Zhou Lin, with his eyes red from rubbing them, helped Qingyali back to the car. Hurry up, hurry up." After closing the car door, Qingyali urged Zhou Lin to leave quickly. She was afraid that she would be exposed if she continued to act. Watching the logistics park gradually disappearing in the rearview mirror, Zhou Lin felt a little regretful. After all, there were all kinds of supplies in those warehouses. If he had the chance in the future, he could come and sweep them, and maybe he could get some unexpected gains. As soon as Qingyali returned to Lanshan, she started placing orders frantically again, but most of the calls either didn't go through or had no results. When you were not at home, the workers came and installed the security doors. I am considering whether to weld the keyholes of 2 of the doors. It has to be said that Zhou Li, wearing work clothes and a helmet, really looks like an engineering girl. However, Qingyali was reluctant to let her daughter do such rough work, so she quickly asked Zhou Lin to help. "But I don't know how." Zhou Lin spread his hands. "If you don't know, search quickly." Qingyali put her hands on her hips. "Your sister is so delicate. What if she gets burned by sparks?" That's right, Zhou Lin's entire body is not as important as a single hair of Zhou Li. Gender equality does not exist in the Zhou family. Zhou Li giggled and said to Zhou Lin, "Brother, no need to search. I know how to do it. I'll teach you." "When did you learn welding?" "How does the saying go? If you have hands, you can do it. Besides, I studied the video carefully for half an hour." "That's enough. Just trust me." Miraculously, Zhou Lin, who had never done welding before, was able to complete the work very well under Zhou Li's guidance. From now on I can say I'm a welder. Don't flatter yourself. Without me, you are nothing." Zhou Li curled her lips. In the evening, Qingyali arranged the hot pot that Zhou Lin wanted to eat. Zhou Kaijun also came, and the family of 4 enjoyed the meal very much. "That woman left a step later than you. She hadn't come back when I left," Zhou Kaijun said after taking a sip of wine. "She said a friend came to Bashu, and she was going to meet him." "Brother, you're not cheating, are you?" Zhou Li asked with a smile. Qingyali tapped Zhou Li with her chopsticks. "What are you talking about? How could a woman like that be related to your brother? You know that. I was just joking, so what? Brother, I found you a new girlfriend. I'll take you to meet her later." "What?" Zhou Lin stared at her. "You found a girlfriend for me, and you want to take me to meet her?" Zhou Li nodded. "It's in our building, hey." "How did you meet?" Qingyali asked. "People nearby." Zhou Li covered her forehead. "I'm going to stay at home for a long time, so I thought I'd get to know everyone in this building first, so I know both myself and the enemy. If there are dangerous people, I'll have to make plans in advance. If it doesn't work, I'll have to take the initiative to avoid getting hurt later." "Stop. Stop right there. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed, understand? Brother, you won't find a good woman in your circle of knowledge. Birds of a feather flock together. If no one helps you, that's not your turn, Jolin said unhappily. Don't interrupt, Lily. What do you think that girl does, and what does she look like? In comparison, Yali obviously believed Jolie more and interrupted Jolin with a glare. She is a doctoral student in the clinical department of Bashi University. She is absolutely beautiful and is from Jiazhou. She just came back from studying abroad. However, the school was closed due to a natural disaster. She just came back from Shudu yesterday. Not bad. Yali nodded repeatedly as she listened, while looking at Jolin with disdain, as if her son was not worthy of him at all. When can you ask her to come up and sit with you? Mom, it's not that necessary. It's the end of the world. Why are you still looking for a girlfriend? Jolin objected strongly, but his objection was futile. Jolie took out her cell phone, sent a few messages, and then got up to open the door. Charlie, Sister Shui. At the door, two figures, one big and one small, were hugging each other. If Jolie hadn't just said that they just met, one would have thought they were a pair of sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. However, looking at the woman at the door, Jolin always felt that she looked familiar. I remember now. Isn't this the unless I can't help it girl on the train? Wu Shui didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She smiled and said to Jolin, so the brother Xiaoli was talking about is you. What a coincidence. Jolin nodded and made room for Wu Shui. After Zhou Li's brief introduction, Wu Shui knew Jolin's family. As Zhou Li said, they really met through the internet. Although there was a gap in age between the two, they had many similar interests, such as swimming, playing badminton, and playing guitar. Having common interests and hobbies means having a lot in common, and Wu Shui lives downstairs, but her house is not as big as the Zhou families. Xue, is it okay for me to call you that? Cheng Yali was smiling so hard that she could hardly open her eyes. She was satisfied, really very satisfied. Of course you can. That's what my mother calls me. Unfortunately, they are abroad. All flights are canceled and communications are not very smooth. When Wu Shui said this, a trace of worry appeared on her face. So where are they now? Cheng Yali asked. They were traveling in Europe and were in Swisher when they last spoke. Son, is Swesh safe over there? Jolin thought about it and shook his head. It's hard to say. There are fewer people there and the supplies are relatively abundant, but the temperature will be lower than our Bashu. What are you talking about? What's the low temperature? Wu Shui asked. Cheng Yali cleared her throat, glanced at Jolin and said, you should ask him for details. He is very knowledgeable about climate change. When did I study climate change? Seeing the look Wu Shui gave him, Jolin felt very wronged. As a mother, she couldn't betray her son like this. Chapter 19, It's Hard to Be a Brother. This has to start with the volcanic eruption on the island country. Jolin was forced into this situation. His mother had already put him in this position. If he couldn't justify himself today, he would definitely be punished later. If Jolin and Wu Shui's meeting was fate, then AI Bing and Tang Ili were definitely doomed to meet. The reason why AI Bing's few words could make Tang Ili rush to Jiazhou like a dog was because Tang Ili had a like-minded classmate and brother in Jiazhou, Sun Qinghao. After receiving the news from Tang Ili, Sun Qinghao first went to the train station to pick up Tang Ili, and then the two met up with AI Bing and Yang Qiqi. The four drove around Jiazhou City. Sun Qinghao originally wanted to show off his worth in front of the two beautiful girls, AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, but who knew that many stores closed early in the harsh environment, and he almost couldn't even have a hot pot. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, but there was no news from Jolin, AI Bing, who had drunk 2 cups of wine, was a little annoyed. She decided to teach Jolin a lesson. As long as Jolin didn't take the initiative to look for her today, she would not go back. I had no one to rely on in the past 2 days, but now Tang Ili is here, and there's also Sun Qinghao, an unexpected surprise. With AI Bing's female expression ability, she can tell at a glance that Sun Qinghao is a thief, an old thief in the love field. On the one hand, he is very attentive to Yang Qiqi, while on the other hand, he is secretly flirting with her. What a scumbag. Most of the time, AI Bing's performance was actually a disguise. She looked down on both Jolin and Tang Ili from the bottom of her heart. Although Sun Qinghao drove an imported car worth more than 300,000 yuan, he rented a house and was also classified as a loser by AI Bing. Bing, don't go to your relative's house tonight. We haven't seen each other for a long time. We should talk more. Tang Ili's eyes, red from alcohol, were filled with longing. Okay, if they don't call me, I won't go back. Oh, there's nowhere to play. Hearing AI Bing's complaints, Sun Qinghao hurriedly said that they could go to his place to buy some food, and the four of them continued drinking. AI Bing glanced at Sun Qinghao, who was pouring wine into Yang Qiqi's mouth, and probably guessed what this bitch was thinking. It's a pity that if Tang Ili or Sun Qinghao wanted to get AI Bing and Yang Qiqi drunk, they still needed at least 20 years of practice, unless they used some unsightly means. But how could these two battle-hardened women be fooled by them? In the end, Sun Qinghao and Tang Ili were both drunk and lay down, looking at the two shirtless men hugging each other. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi took some wonderful stills with great interest and then rummaged through Sun Qinghao's house unscrupulously. Alas, you're really a poor guy with nothing. Unbelievable. His alcohol tolerance is also very poor. I guess he is not good in that aspect either. Actually, Tang Ili is quite good. Do you want to try? Him? Humph, he's not worthy. Only you still treat him as your sweetheart. Yang Qiqi burped. Since it was certain that Sun Qinghao was a complete loser, AI Bing had no interest in him at all. Although Tang Ili didn't have much money, at least he looked good, had a good body, and was very strong. He could basically satisfy her. In her words, he was a good tool. AI Bing, who had some free time, couldn't help but think of Zhou Lin. No matter how you looked at it, his value seemed to be higher than Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao combined. Now she felt a little regretful. What if Zhou Lin misunderstood what she had done? But on second thought, AI Bing felt that even if Zhou Lin really wanted to get upset because of this, it was within her control. Jiazhou City is not big. Strictly speaking, AI Bing's current location is less than 1 street away from Lanshan. If she chooses the right direction, she can even see Zhou Lin's house. In the living room, Wu Shui was not panicked after listening to Zhou Lin's explanation. On the one hand, Zhou Lin repeatedly emphasized that this was just his personal opinion, and on the other hand, it was also due to Wu Shui's personality. After all, being able to study in the clinical department of Bashi University to the doctoral level is definitely not an ordinary person. My father is a very good doctor, and my mother is an expert in mechanical power. This trip to Europe is because my mother is going to attend an international conference. Wu Shui seemed to be talking to Zhou Lin, but also seemed to be talking to herself. However, Zhou Lin understood that this meant that her parents were extremely useful elite talents. Any country that knew her parents' abilities would definitely pay enough attention to them. Compared with ordinary people, their survival rate when facing a disaster would be much higher. Moreover, talented people like Wu Shui's parents know how to deal with crises better than ordinary people. So the biggest problem now seems to be me. Wu Shui laughed at herself. I didn't expect things to become so serious at first, so I wasn't fully prepared in terms of supplies. I think I might starve to death at home. Zhou Li, who had been sitting on the sofa next to her reading a book, suddenly looked up and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shui. If I eat something, you will get something to drink." "Thank you, Xiaoli, but I'm embarrassed to eat and drink for free. Besides, things may not be as bad as your brother said." "Isn't it that bad?" Zhou Lin smiled, and before he could say anything, Qingyali, who had just cleaned up the table, came over with a smile. "Xiao Xue, you are being polite. It's okay. Not only can you eat and drink at our house, but even if you stay here, Aunt and Uncle will welcome you with open arms. You are a truly talented student. If you can tutor Xiaoli when you are free, we will make a profit." Xiaoli is so smart. Faced with Cheng Yali's invitation, Wu Shui neither agreed nor refused. "It's almost time. I should go home." Wu Shui stood up and was about to leave, but Zhou Li grabbed her and dragged her to her room and stayed there for almost 2 hours. Then the two women, one big and one small, came out smiling. After Zhou Li sent Wu Shui away, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask, "You've only known her for a few days and she actually took you to the room? Aren't you afraid of exposing too much? Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Zhou Li turned around and said seriously, "She and I are heroes who appreciate each other. Do you know her IQ? It's only a little less than mine. In fact, she and I are the ones who really have common topics. And do you think that's the only reason? Well, it's hard for you to think of this with your IQ. The gap between people is sometimes as huge as the gap between people and monkeys." Who said this? Zhou Lin always felt that it was somewhat familiar. It doesn't matter who said it. Zhou Li waved her hand with great courage. "Let me ask you, is our family really ready to face the apocalyptic disaster?" Zhou Lin thought about it and said, "It seems to be almost done. Is there anything missing? Of course there are. Jolie pointed at Zhou Kai-jun, who was smoking, and Cheng Yali, who was cracking melon seeds at the dining table. Look, the old man and the old woman are in their 50s and 60s. They have worked hard all their lives. I'm afraid their bodies are already weak. When the end of the world comes, if one of them or has a headache or a fever, even if there's medicine, do you know how to take it? So what you actually value is Wu Shui's career and abilities. Zhou Lin said, this young man is teachable. I'm very pleased. Dad, Mom, give this girl away. I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 20 Zhou Li's Ecosystem. On June 25th, Zhou Lin felt the temperature drop significantly after getting up. It is now 8:30 in the morning, and it is still pitch dark outside the window. The city no longer has the bright lights of the past. Many places appear very dim, and there are fewer and fewer neon lights. I guess more and more shops have chosen to close. The whole world is sliding into the abyss, and no one can stop it. Sighing, Zhou Lin forced himself to cheer up. My parents have to go back today and move some of the things that are needed here. All the things that are useful but inconvenient to move will be sealed up. Last night, Zhou Lin took out a pistol from magazines and a box of bullets and gave them to Zhou Kai-jun just in case. Taking into account that communications might be interrupted due to power problems, Zhou Lin found a military short-range communication system in the Lai Fu. Each person in the family was equipped with a terminal, and the host was set up on the roof platform. The effective communication distance of this system is about 20 kilometers. I believe that in the next 2 months, even if someone at home needs to go out, it will not exceed this range. Zhou Lin was busy on the rooftop the whole morning. He and Jolie had to complete the remaining window sealing work today. He also planned to build a sturdy tool shed on the platform. It would snow heavily after the temperature dropped, and some tools and materials would quickly break down if they were kept under the ice and snow. Brother, since you want to build a house, why not build a bigger one? Not only can you store things, but you can also raise chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, etc. Raising small animals? What can I use to raise them? Feed. I asked my mother to buy some. Jolie said seriously. How come I don't know? Where did you buy it? Where did you put it? The logistics park. We bought feed for chickens, ducks, geese, quails, rabbits, dog food, cat food, and various animal snacks. I also asked my mother to buy a lot of cat litter. Jolie said, counting on her fingers. Zhou Lin patted his forehead. When he was collecting things at the logistics park, he didn't even look at what they were. It turned out that there were still these things. Thinking about it, it seemed that these things would come in handy in the future. It couldn't be said that Jolie was wasting them. But it seems that we don't have any other animals except Heizai. Heizai has been guarding the house in the countryside for the past few days. Zhou Kai-jun and Cheng Yali will pick it up when they come back today. The doghouse in the hallway has been prepared. You don't have to worry about these. I am very smart and have made careful arrangements. I have already made all the arrangements. Okay, just tell me what you want to achieve. It is not difficult to build a tool shed if you have enough materials and tools. Jolie played a huge role. It was as if she already had a set of drawings in her head that were accurate to the millimeter level. All Zhou Lin had to do was cut the materials into the sizes she said, and then assemble them like building blocks. Looking at the house in front of him that was 2 meters and 3 meters high, 12 meters long and 9 meters wide, Zhou Lin fell in a deep thought. Did he really spend half a day to make this? Could it be that his talent is actually that of a builder? He turned around and looked at Jolie, who was squinting her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Well, as I said before, without Jolie, he was nothing. The tool room, which has an internal area of more than 90 square meters, has been divided by Jolie into equipment rooms for placing generators and filters, chicken coops, duck sheds, and goose pens on the left. On the right is a simple fish pond, above which is a cage for raising quails. The spilled feed and quail feces will fall directly into the fish pond and become fish food. The boiler is not far from the fish pond, so the heat utilization rate is high. The remaining space is used to raise rabbits. Finally, the remaining 20 square meters in the middle are designed into rotating planting racks. With the red and blue LED lights above, more than 1,000 vegetables can be planted at the same time. Jolie said that the nutrient solution artificial lighting planting technology can guarantee the basic needs of their family of 4. These are Zhou Lin's blind spots in knowledge. I really don't know where Jolie, who is only 13 years old, learned all this weird knowledge. This makes Zhou Lin always feel that it is not him who has traveled through time and space and been reborn, but Jolie. Assuming that our world is real, then there is no possibility of time travel and rebirth. You have simply transcended your own dimension at the quantum fluctuation level. On the other hand, assuming that this world is not real, then time travel and rebirth does not exist. It can only be that the system specially retains your data and backs it up in the replay program. I'd better go cook. Zhou Lin couldn't understand what Zhou Li said, but he couldn't give up his self-esteem as an elder brother, so he chose to do what he was good at. Every stick has its own strengths and weaknesses. The kitchen is Zhou Li's forbidden area. No matter how high her IQ is, she can't make a decent fried rice, let alone her favorite golden fried rice. Tasty. Looking at the golden rice grains scattered on the table, Zhou Lin finally felt like his sister had returned. This was what a 13-year-old child was like. The phone rang. It was AI Bing calling. Zhou Li's ears stood up like Hei's eyes. It was not that she was gossipy. She only liked gossip related to Zhou Lin. Why didn't you call me? As expected, AI Bing started to counterattack as soon as she opened her mouth. If Zhou Lin did not have the experience from his previous life, he would have been confused by now. It's so dark, come pick me up. I've been waiting for you at my friend's house all night. I've already sent you the location. If you don't kill a woman like this. Brother, you have big plans. Do you have a plan? Tell me, and I'll help you with some advice. Zhou Li whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Then you wait. Zhou Lin hung up the phone calmly, then looked at the location sent by AI Bing. Well, it's only half a street away from the back door of Lanshan community. The key is that the grade of that community is not low. How did AI Bing and Tang Ili live there? It is impossible for them to have a house in that community. And Tang Ili is not from Bashu. So could it be that they rented it? Now that he knew where AI Bing was, Zhou Lin was no longer panicked. The reason why AI Bing called was because she didn't bring any luggage when she went out, especially some warm clothes were still at the farm. The temperature started to drop last night, and it is not easy to go to the street to buy a set of clothes now, as there are very few shops open. Taking advantage of the time, Zhou Lin briefly told Zhou Li everything about AI Bing. Zhou Li patted Zhou Lin's shoulder in a condescending manner. Not bad. You are very shrewd. Your decision is correct. This kind of woman should be allowed to taste the end of the world first, then given a little hope of living, and finally her hope should be completely destroyed to make her despair. When she is desperate and wants to die, she should be allowed to live a life worse than death. When she gets used to a life worse than death, she should be allowed to die in humiliation and regret. It's perfect. Have you started reading palace fighting novels recently? You'd better read less, as that kind of stuff lowers your intelligence. Zhou Lin didn't want to turn his sister into Zhen Huan. The world is already so difficult. Why create more difficulties for the living? Let's be realistic. The temperature will drop to 0 tomorrow. 0 degrees? Zhou Li's attention was indeed diverted. Compared to simple women, she prefers challenging things. Are there enough coal and oil? I think it's enough. Zhou Lin said. The fuel stored in the live fu alone is sufficient. There are gasoline, aviation kerosene, and diesel. The most of them is aviation kerosene. Normally, this thing cannot be used in ordinary gasoline engines, but it can be used in diesel engines. For example, the Conqueror RV that Zhou Lin collected in the Lai Fu is powered by a 15.6-liter 6-cylinder diesel engine. In theory, using high-quality aviation kerosene will not have a big impact on it. As for coal and charcoal, Cheng Yali purchased them later. There were about 30 tons of anthracite and 50 tons of charcoal, which were enough to burn for more than a year under normal circumstances. Even so, Zhou Li was still a little dissatisfied. She took out her mobile phone and swiped it continuously, and finally stopped at a place 20 kilometers away from Jiazhou City. Coal mine. Zhou Lin didn't know what Zhou Li meant by pointing out Jiayang coal mine. If there's a chance, go there, said Zhou Li. Isn't that enough? Plans can never keep up with changes. Smart people never wait for tomorrow, but choose tomorrow. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders to show his agreement. On the other hand, AI Bing, who had the phone hung up, almost went crazy. Chapter 21: The Destruction of the Island Nation. At Sun Qinghao's house, AI Bing waited and waited, but Zhou Lin didn't show up, not even a phone call. This made her extremely angry, but she also felt something was wrong. Could it be that he noticed something? Glancing at Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao, who were playing online games, and comparing them to Zhou Lin's family, who had been busy since the past few days, AI Bing always felt something was wrong. It was already noon, but only a hint of light could be seen in the sky. The July sun, which should have been dazzling, was obscured by thick clouds and was even colder than the moon, like a duck egg yolk that had been left for a long time. AI Bing, who was extremely bored, checked his phone and found that there were endless discussions about the end of the world on the internet. Posts that would have been deleted a few days ago have now been left to roam. Could it be thinking about it now and recalling the actions of Zhou Lin's family? They have been preparing for it for a long time? If that is the case, for her own safety, AI Bing thinks it would be better to go to Zhou Lin's house as soon as possible. Bing Bing, are you hungry? Let's go out for dinner. Tang Yili finally put down his phone. Only then did he feel a little hungry. Let's go out for dinner. AI Bing pointed out the window unhappily. In this weather, do you think there are any restaurants open outside? In fact, there were no restaurants open nearby last night. Grain, meat, and vegetables were either under control or sold out. Even a good wife cannot cook without rice. How can there be any restaurant open without raw materials? It's okay, I have instant noodles at home. As a typical single dog, Sun Xinghao does stock up on fast food at home, but AI Bing is not happy to eat it because it is unhealthy and bad for the skin. When AI Bing saw the instant noodles that Sun Xinghao took out, she couldn't help but think of the Zhou family's farm. The pig pen and chicken coop that she once despised now made her fascinated. They must have plenty of food at home. AI Bing and Yang Qiqi looked at each other, and it had to be said that the two women had surprisingly similar ideas. We are leaving now. Zhou Lin never called, and AI Bing just sent a message but got no response, so she was a little nervous. As a gold digger with strong feminine power, she must be able to clearly judge the value of a spare tire. At present, Zhou Lin, who has a big house and a farm to support him, is undoubtedly worth much more than Tang Yili. AI Bing can clearly tell which is more important, a little happiness or filling her stomach. But Tang Yili was unhappy. He came all the way from Shenzhen, just for one night. You're staying for 2 more days. I just want to eat something. I'll go out and buy some. AI Bing had no time to stop Tang Yili. She didn't expect that Sun Xinghao would come up to her right after Tang Yili left. If Yang Qiqi hadn't gone to take a shower, this grandson would never dare to be so bold. Bing Bing, your voice was so beautiful last night. What do you want to do? AI Bing asked coldly. Hey, what can I do? Old Tang and I are brothers, and you are his woman. How can I touch you casually? Don't you think so? Although he said so, the expression on Sun Xinghao's face was exactly the opposite, clearly expressing his thoughts about AI Bing. AI Bing doesn't really care about that kind of thing. She cares about whether it's valuable. Any exercise will consume some energy, and if she can't gain anything, she will never give it to others for free. What can Sun Xinghao have? On the other hand, Tang Yili quickly regretted it after going out. Cold. It's so fucking cold. I didn't feel it much when I kept the doors and windows closed at home, but when the wind blew on the street, I felt like I was not wearing any clothes and my hands and feet were almost frozen. It's July, but it's as cold as the coldest days of winter. It's never been this cold in Shenzhen. Jiazhou is such a shabby place. Tang Yili blamed Jiazhou wrongly. In fact, Jiazhou has never been so cold before, and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is even colder than Jiazhou at this time. Because the entire atmospheric circulation has been completely destroyed, the surface cooling is no longer caused by the cold air from the north. The Shenzhen city, which is close to the sea, can no longer be protected by the warm ocean air. If Tang Yili contacted his friends in Shenzhen city, he would know that water in Shenzhen city had already turned to ice as early as yesterday noon. Not only Shenzhen, but almost all coastal cities are suffering from unprecedented low temperatures. Huge meteorological disasters have taken shape all over the world, and disaster rescue has become the most important task of governments around the world. In comparison, island nations may be the worst-hit countries in the world. Due to volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and heavy rains and secondary disasters caused by severe convective weather, all cities except the capital of the island country have been completely paralyzed. Ordinary people have no way to get any help except to save themselves, and unprepared self-help often has little effect. 13 cities were completely submerged by the flooding caused by heavy rains, and 3/4 of the people in the cities disappeared in the floods, which was actually equivalent to death. 3 other small cities near the mountains were completely destroyed in the mudslides, and almost no one managed to escape. The area, with a diameter of 30 kilometers, centered on Mount Shifu, is filled with toxic volcanic ash and suffocating gases. Any people or animals who fail to escape from the area in time have no chance of survival. The island government can only say that it is powerless to do anything about it. It is said that the royal family of the island country has evacuated shamefully. They did not go to the United States, which has the strongest military power, nor to the richest Europe, but went straight to Africa, which has the most backward economy. This shows that the news that the island country had made many arrangements in Black Africa a few years ago was not false. After all, living in a natural environment like that of an island country, everyone might fantasize about what to do if the end of the world comes. The powerful and wealthy also left. Most of them evacuated on the day of the Mt. Shifutsu eruption. Some went to Curacao, and most went to Europe. Especially the rich, the properties they had purchased in European countries earlier were finally put to use. Relying on the navy they secretly built and the already huge civilian fleet, the royal family and government of the island nation even sent 2/3 of the island nation's military forces into the sea, heading straight for Haijo. Perhaps in their eyes, this natural disaster was an opportunity for the islanders. In peacetime, no matter how bold they would not dare to blatantly invade Haijo's land. Yesterday morning, a cold wave came from nowhere and hit the island country. It was like a real-life version of the Snow Queen, marching along the island country's territory from south to north. Wherever it passed, the temperature dropped by as much as 50 degrees. There was once a movie that depicted the ultra-low temperature damage caused by a severe convective storm. Many people thought it was an artistic exaggeration and that such a situation would never occur on Earth. But now that it has appeared, countries all over the world are watching to see what kind of damage this new cold wave can cause. Through the cameras and networks that have not been damaged yet, you can see how the cold wave freezes a river in an instant, how it makes a building instantly frosty, and how it turns walking humans into crystallized sculptures in the blink of an eye. Some professional organizations have calculated through video recordings that the temperature at the center of this cold wave may be as low as minus 100 degrees. Even the most cold-resistant Eskimos cannot survive in such low temperatures. Chapter 22 Wu Shui is persuaded. The tragic situation of the island nation has prompted governments around the world to further accelerate their pace of preparing for the end of the world. If there were some opposition voices from the top leaders of various countries before, then after seeing the fate of the island nation, these opposition voices completely disappeared. After all, only madmen would choose self-destruction, and normal people would only think about how to survive. The Garden of Eden and Art Project of the Beautiful Country, the Spar Project of the Xia Country, the Olympus Project that was secretly jointly developed by several European powers for many years, and the Hibernation Project of the Yoshioan Country have all begun to be implemented at an accelerated pace. In comparison, countries with second or third-rate economy, technology, or natural conditions are much worse off. It's not that their top leaders can't see it, but even if they can see it, they can't do anything about it. Either they lack economic support, or they don't have enough scientific and technological support, or there is simply no place in their country where they can implement the plan. For example, the island country's neighbors, Han and Jin, took completely different development paths in the past few decades. Han was far ahead in economy and technology, so much so that its citizens once despised their former brothers. But when this natural disaster struck, the Han Kingdom, which was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, suddenly found that they had no way to retreat. The islanders at least had their earlier layout in Haijo, but the Han country's high-ranking officials and chaebols did not have this vision and ability. In contrast, the closed and backward Jin country was connected to the continental shelf. As long as Xia country showed a little kindness and relied on the protection of the mountains, the chances of survival for the Jin country's high-ranking officials and people would be much greater. In fact, the relationship between Jin Kingdom and Xia Kingdom has always been good. What's more, the current situation is a disaster for all mankind. A few days ago, the head of Jin Kingdom had communicated with the top leaders of Xia Kingdom. After making a promise, he obtained permission from the top leaders of Xia Kingdom. When necessary, the people of Jin Kingdom can enter the territory of Xia Kingdom to build shelters. In order to avoid social unrest, governments around the world tacitly chose to keep their national survival plans secret for the time being and only prioritized important figures and elite groups to be notified according to the plan requirements, allowing them to quietly rush to the nearest evacuation site. Zhou Lin's family, Yang Qiqi, and others were obviously not among those notified. Wu Shui received the notice last night. The notice clearly informed her that she belonged to the 3rd category of elite talents and could go to the nearest military base to seek support with the QR code sent with the text message. If conditions permit, the army will escort her to the shelter in the Spark Project. After receiving the news, Wu Shui couldn't sleep almost the whole night. She definitely believes in the country. But she didn't know if she would have a chance to get out once she entered the shelter. If she could no longer contact the outside world, she might lose the chance to find her parents. What if you don't join the military? Wu Shui made full use of the time to catch up on many apocalyptic novels, and it was not until the afternoon that she sent a message to Zhou Li with two dark eyes. When Zhou Li saw the news, she exclaimed softly, then left Zhou Lin behind and ran to open the door. Sister Shui. Xiao Li. Wu Shui's smile was obviously a little forced, and she walked a little unsteadily, not only because she didn't get enough rest, but also because she was exhausted. The two girls returned to the room and sat down. Wu Shui looked around and asked about Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. In her opinion, Zhou Li should not have the right to decide many things, and adults had to make decisions. It's okay. I have half the say in this family, Zhou Li said, patting her chest. Wu Shui still didn't believe it and asked Zhou Lin. Zhou Li thought about it, took out the intercom, and called Zhou Lin, who was working on a rooftop, down. Zhou Lin was not surprised when he heard about the Spark project. He not only knew about this plan, but also knew the exact locations of many Spark project bases. My suggestion. Zhou Lin glanced at Zhou Li. The IQs of these two women, one big and one small, were a bit scary. Zhou Lin was afraid that he might accidentally let something slip. Listen to me. Listen to me. Sister Shui, please stay. Our family is well prepared, Zhou Li said as she dragged Wu Shui towards the platform. Wu Shui was shocked when she saw the water tank on the platform and the tool room that had just been completed and still smelled of paint. So you had expected this? It's not us, it's me. Zhou Li pointed at her nose proudly. It was my unreasonable and willful demands, and my parents and brother did all this to accommodate me. Lily, if we don't know how to use idioms, why don't we just not use them? Zhou Lin couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but speak. I like to use it this way. Don't bother me. After glaring at Zhou Lin, Zhou Li turned around and introduced the facilities and plans in the tool room to Wu Shui with a smile. She even showed Wu Shui some of the inventory that was used to cover up her tracks. Xiao Li, you're such a lucky star. After visiting the tool room and returning downstairs, Wu Shui couldn't help but sigh that compared with Zhou Li, she was like a nerd who knew nothing and thought about nothing except her own major. So, Sister Shui, have you decided to join us? To be honest, Wu Shui was tempted, but the apocalyptic novel she had read intensively made her realize what kind of status a useless woman would have in the apocalypse. Perhaps the only thing she could show off was her medical ability. I often worry about my brother and worry about him not being able to find a wife. Why? Zhou Li strangely changed the topic. If he can't find a wife, then my parents will take my place, and I'll end up in a miserable situation. Wu Shui was stunned for a moment. Her face slightly reddened. So, that's right. Zhou Li stood on the sofa and waved her hand to take advantage of her height. I understood you the first time I saw you, and I'm willing to have you as my sister-in-law. I better go first. Although Zhou Lin was not there, Wu Shui was still very embarrassed. It's not that she hates or looks down on Zhou Lin. In fact, she has never thought about love. As a top student among top students, she spends almost all her time on her major. Otherwise, she would not have achieved what she has today, and it is even more impossible for her to become the third batch of notification recipients of the Spark Plan. In fact, my impression of Zhou Lin has always been that of a friend and Zhou Li's brother. Why are you leaving? Sister Shui, I advise you not to hesitate and make a decision immediately. Besides, you already know everything about our family situation, and I will never let it go. Wu Shui covered her forehead. Okay, don't say idioms. We're still good friends. Can't I join? But as for being your brother's girlfriend, how about we discuss it in the long run? Yeah. Zhou Li threw herself into Wu Shui's arms. I have always wanted a smart sister since I was a child, and finally my long-cherished wish has come true. You're being sexist. Zhou Lin, who happened to be coming downstairs, said angrily. You are wrong. Zhou Li raised her head from Wu Shui's arms. You are so ignorant and stupid that you don't know the difference between the important and the trivial. You're not qualified to talk to me. Watching the brother and sister bickering, Wu Shui couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly felt that this kind of family atmosphere was really good. Although it was not elegant or stylish, it was real and warm. So her choice should be correct. Just as Zhou Lin was about to give Zhou Li a good lesson, the doorbell rang. Chapter 23. Ali's Fury. The man standing outside the door has a special identity. I'm the community property manager, Xiao Hang. Oh, what's up? It was the first time Zhou Lin met Xiao Hang. The first impression was not particularly good. Even though Xiao Hang gave people a sense of reality and stability in his dress, facial features, and expressions, he just felt something was wrong. Perhaps this was the intuition honed from his experience in the apocalypse. Blocking the door with his body, Zhou Lin used his height advantage to prevent Xiao Hang from looking into the corridor. Some owners in the community complained that you built illegally. Xiao Hang pointed to the newly added explosion-proof door. This place is a public area. We came to discuss with you after receiving complaints from other owners. I see. Zhou Lin did not deny it outright. He is a reasonable man. Since other owners have complained, we will follow suit and find a renovation company to demolish it. It will only take 3 to 5 days at most. Xiao Hang was a little surprised. This was too easy to talk to. It didn't seem real. Thank you very much. If there is anything we can help you with, please let us know. We will do whatever we can. Okay, I'll ask my parents to find a renovation company when they come back. Don't worry, they'll demolish it right away once they find one. There is nothing wrong with it. The prerequisite is to find a decoration company. Xiao Hang did not notice the trap in Zhou Lin's words. He took out his mobile phone and asked Zhou Lin to scan the code to join the Lanshan Community Owners Group. Your parents are a bit old. I didn't mention this matter to them the last few times I met them. Anyway, it's enough for one of the family members to be in the owner group. Xiao Hang said while operating his mobile phone. The weather has been bad recently, and we don't know when it will return to normal. Some owners in our community are quite capable. A few days ago, an owner of Building 3 contacted a farm for the community and sent 5 truckloads of fresh vegetables to everyone. Another owner of Building 5 is in the grain and oil business. If anyone in the community is short of food, they can contact him. However, the quantity cannot be too much each time, just enough for a family for 3 to 5 days. At this point, Xiao Hang looked at Zhou Lin and said, I heard that Boss Zhou is a big breeder in our city. I wonder if he still has pork or something. If Zhou Kaijun had not told Qingyali, how did the property management company know this? This is a bit complicated. My family sold the farm a while ago. Otherwise, the whole family wouldn't have moved here. Isn't this a coincidence? If I had known this would happen, I would have decided not to move. Don't you think so? At least there is no shortage of food in the countryside. Xiao Hang was obviously a little surprised and a little disappointed. Then, do you still have stock in the countryside? No more. Zhou Lin spread his hands. My family is engaged in breeding, not processing. Is that so? Fine then. If you have anything to say later, you can communicate directly via text message. We won't bother you anymore. Zhou Lin closed the door only after watching Xiao Hang lead 2 security guards into the elevator. Zhou Li and Wu Shui heard it while hiding behind the half-open security door. That Xiao Hang wanted to add me at the gate of the community 2 days ago, but I refused. Wu Shui said, the dog is sneaky and not a good thing. Zhou Li nodded. Sister Shui, don't pay attention to him. Zhou Lin agreed with Zhou Li's opinion, and then he called Qingyali to tell her about the explosion-proof door. Zhou Kaijun told Zhou Lin with certainty that he and Qingyali had never mentioned to anyone in the community what their family did. Could it be the developer? The community property is a subsidiary of the developer. Qingyali reminded Zhou Kaijun. It's okay. Anyway, we should stay out of the community's affairs. When will you be back? We're already on the way. Old Zhou, slow down. Something is blocking the road ahead. Brake. Qingyali's roar made Zhou Lin's heart tense instantly, and the sound of collision that followed made Zhou Lin stand up. Elder brother, please sit down. Zhou Lin's face turned pale when he heard the busy tone on his phone. Something happened. It definitely wasn't a car accident. It's impossible for Mr. Zhou to have a car accident with his driving skills. Moreover, Qingyali had just clearly shouted that something was blocking the road, and Zhou Lin's first thought was the roadblock. Using roadblocks to rob passing vehicles is a simple and effective method, and inexperienced people can easily be fooled. This is his fault. Looking at the relatively stable situation in Bashu, he was a little careless. We have to save people. This is for you. You know how to use it, right? Without time to explain, Zhou Lin put a pistol and 2 magazines into Zhou Li's hands, avoiding Wu Shui's sight. Zhou Li hid the gun in her thick home clothes with a trembling hand and said calmly, Brother, be careful. The same to you. After rubbing Zhou Li's long hair, Zhou Lin opened the explosion-proof door and walked out. Outside, the wind was freezing and there was almost no light in the sky. It would be almost 2 months before humans would see the sun again, and the real cold would officially arrive on Earth tonight. Zhou Lin had to find Zhou Kaijun and his wife as soon as possible, otherwise the lives of all three of them might be in danger. At this time, he completely gave up his worries, got into the car, and armed himself fully. A complete set of equipment for the United States Special Forces, in addition to weapons, even the infrared low-light night vision goggles on the head, are present. When the car drove out of the community, Zhou Lin immediately took out 2 pistols and a submachine gun and placed them in a convenient place, then stepped hard on the accelerator. On the way from the farm into the city, the pickup truck driven by Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali was tilted on the side of the road. Not far ahead, a group of people were slowly surrounding the pickup truck. In the car, Zhou Kaijun covered his forehead, blood kept oozing out from between his fingers, so that his eyebrows and eyes were all bloody. Fortunately, he was still conscious and kept reminding Cheng Yali to lock the doors and windows. Because of poor visibility, Zhou Kaijun saw the roadblock a little late. In order to prevent the pickup truck from hitting it directly, he could only step on the brakes and slightly turn the direction, trying to use the pickup truck's strong passability to drive through the farmland next to the roadbed. But he didn't expect his luck to be so bad. The chassis of the pickup truck directly hit a large rock beside the farmland, which not only caused the engine to stall, but also threw Zhou Kaijun up and hit his forehead. However, Zhou Kaijun's action was beyond the expectations of those who set up the roadblocks. They wanted to wait for the car to crash and then start snatching, but the pickup truck stopped 20 or 30 meters away. Cheng Yali was not very panicked. She locked the doors and windows while checking Zhou Kaijun's injuries. After making sure that there were no other problems except for his forehead, she looked out the window. On the pitch-black road, a group of figures were approaching. One could see that they were holding weapons of varying lengths, some of which even reflected a metallic luster under the car lights. "How dare you rob me?" Cheng Yali reached in her arms, took out the pistol Zhou Lin gave her, loaded it steadily, and then she was about to get out of the car. Sizzle. Sizzle. The voice from the intercom and Zhou Kaijun's words stopped Cheng Yali. "Son, I'm your mother." Hearing Cheng Yali's voice, Zhou Lin, who had been calling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, are you guys okay? Where are you? Someone has tricked us. We are at Yangbaku. I'm going to kill them right now." "Mom, don't worry. I'll be there soon. Don't go yet." After confirming the location, Zhou Lin accelerated again. He knew Cheng Yali's temper. If she said she wanted to kill those people, there was no way Zhou could stop her. Chapter 24. No one left alive. The continuous rain and snow made the road slippery. Otherwise, Zhou Kaijun would not have completely lost control of the pickup truck, and he would not have been injured. Zhou Lin put on the infrared night vision goggles, which were enough for him to see the road ahead clearly even if the car lights were not bright enough. Before reaching Yangbakuzi, roadblocks piled up in the middle of the road appeared in sight. They turned out to be several pieces of construction machinery. If they really hit them, the driver and passengers in the front row would probably be killed on the spot. The people who set up this roadblock were not out to rob. They were clearly out to kill. Zhou Lin was furious, and he slowed down while looking around, trying to see where those bastards were hiding. However, before he could stop the car, crisp gunshots were heard from the front. "Mom!" Zhou Lin did not dare to hesitate, grabbed a submachine gun, jumped out of the car, and ran forward. There was constant gunfire, mixed with people's roars and screams, and the rapid barking of dogs. When Zhou Lin bypassed the roadblock, a figure appeared in the night vision goggles on his head. Some of them turned around and ran towards him, some went into the farmland nearby, some jumped onto pickup trucks, and some were already lying on the ground. Through the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin could confirm that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were still sitting in the car. The figure in the passenger seat kept emitting balls of red light from his hands. Needless to say, it was the furious Cheng Yali who was reaping lives. Since the gun had already been fired, Zhou Lin didn't dare let the people present escape. He immediately pointed the muzzle of the gun at the nearest figures and pulled the trigger. With slight noises, each bullet left a clear trajectory in the night vision goggles, helping Zhou Lin adjust the direction until he hit those people. When a few people who were running far away heard the gunshots, they couldn't help but look back, then turn around and continue to run. Unfortunately, can anything faster than a bullet? Zhou Lin, who has experienced the end of the world, will not show mercy just because he killed a few people. The submachine gun used by the U.S. Special Forces is very stable. With the help of night vision goggles, Zhou Lin can fire bursts very easily. After emptying 3 magazines, no one standing could be seen in the night vision goggles. Oh, except Cheng Yali. Son. Cheng Yali got out of the car and greeted Zhou Lin while pointing the gun at the person on the hood, or rather, the corpse. Mom, Zhou Lin called out, then pulled the trigger at a person who was still struggling. Hurry up. After calming down, Cheng Yali finally panicked. Don't worry. In comparison, Zhou Lin was much calmer. He had night vision goggles and could clearly see who was really dead and who was pretending to be dead. Even though Cheng Yali had just emptied 2 magazines. In fact, the only people who died from her gun were the 2 reckless men at the beginning. When the crowd began to flee in all directions, Cheng Yali's shooting was not accurate at all. Seeing Zhou Lin calmly firing again, even Cheng Yali felt a little creepy, especially when she saw a man with a broken ankle begging in front of Zhou Lin, but Zhou Lin had no reaction and shot him to death like a chicken. Cheng Yali couldn't help but turn around and go back to the car. Lao Zhou, then, is that still my son? Didn't you just shoot? Zhou Kaijun felt much better now, and the wound wrapped in a towel didn't seem to hurt that much. Although he had never experienced the end of the world, nor had he ever been a soldier, and even looked less energetic than Cheng Yali. I didn't do this to save you. Wife, you did a great job. Zhou Caijuan's voice suddenly softened, and he even called her wife, which he hadn't called for a long time. Cheng Yali couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Zhou Kaijun tightly. Gently. Honey, I was just so scared. I'm scared too. I told you not to get off the bus, but you didn't listen. If you don't listen next time, I will. Outside the car, Zhou Lin said, Mom and Dad, although I'm very pleased to see you guys being so affectionate. Can you please hurry up? It's very cold. Who's being annoying? You have no respect for your father. Come and help him down. Mom, you can handle this kind of thing by yourself. Zhou Lin pretended to check the cargo in the carriage. Poor Heisey was locked in an iron cage, with white foam at the corners of his mouth from barking. He must have wanted to protect his owner just now. Zhou Lin saw blood on Heisey's gums and wondered if he was injured by gnawing on the iron cage. It's okay, Heisei. Zhou Lin opened the cage door, and Heisey rushed to the cab with a wong sound. Zhou Lin ignored him and started to pack up the things in the car. In addition to the supplies, there were 10 chickens, 6 ducks, 2 geese for rabbits, 1 male and 3 females, and a cage of quails in the carriage. These living creatures could not be stored in the storage space. Zhou Lin could only call Heisei for help and carry the cages one by one into his car. After the move was completed, Zhou Lin also put away the pickup truck. He couldn't care less about the bodies on the ground. Even if someone investigated in the future, if they couldn't find the pickup truck, which was important evidence, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to that family. In the car, Cheng Yali was protecting Lao Zhou in the back seat. Heisei was sitting in the passenger seat with his tongue sticking out. Zhou Lin took off his equipment and threw into the space, then started the car with a smile. On the way, Zhou Lin told Cheng Yali about Wu Shui's situation. Cheng Yali applauded and said that this would come in handy. The wound on Zhou Caijuan's forehead was not small, and ordinary people would not be able to deal with such a wound. Mom, call Lily and ask her to prepare everything with Wu Shui. Don't let Dad bleed too much. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin saw the gate of the community and slowly slowed down the car. However, while waiting for the access control to be opened, a figure suddenly rushed out from the guardroom, followed by another figure. Zhou Lin almost pulled out his gun, but luckily AI Bing yelled, "Why are you here? I'm freezing. Let's get in the car first." Because of the light angle, AI Bing couldn't see Lao Zhou and Cheng Yali in the car. She stomped her feet and reached out to pull the door, but with a click, the door didn't open. "You, let them in," Zhou Lin said to the guard, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Looking at the taillights of the car, disappearing in the basement passage, AI Bing almost exploded with anger. "Miss, do you still want to come in?" the guard asked while trying to hold back a laugh, thinking that the life of rich people is so plain and simple. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she would just be a bootlicker in front of them, right? "Of course I have to go in. I just told you that I am your owner, but you just didn't believe me." AI Bing turned his head suddenly and vented his anger on the young security guard. "What's going on?" Xiao Heng, who happened to be passing by, heard AI Bing scolding and walked over to ask, "You, what do you mean by I? You look like someone in charge, right? Let your security guard see clearly that I am the owner of the 17th floor of Building 8. Don't stop me and ask questions at every turn, or I won't pay the property management fee." Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. Then he suppressed a smile and said, "Miss, the property fees in our community are all prepaid. If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhou, the owner of the 17th floor of Building 8, prepaid the property fees for the next 5 years. Are you sure you are the owner? I'm his daughter-in-law. Get out of the way. AI Bing stomped her feet and pulled Yang Chi-Chi away. Looking at the seductively twisting backs of AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi, Xiao Hang seemed to be thinking, what happened just now? Tell me from the beginning. Chapter 25, No Way Out. Ooh, come out. Xiao Hang had just listened to the security guard halfway when he suddenly turned around and shouted at the shadow under the light outside the door. If you don't come out, we'll take action. I can't pass through. Tang Ili shrank from the shadows, looking towards the community while speaking. You followed those two women here. Well, that's my girlfriend. I'm here to catch her cheating. Oh, Xiao Hang smiled slightly. Caught in adultery? But that's not what the lady just said. How do you prove it? Of course, Tang Ili couldn't prove it. Do you still want to go in and confront them? Seeing that Tang Ili's brain was not working well, Xiao Hang felt anxious for him and could only guide him slowly with words. Yes, I'm going to go in and confront her. But why should I let you in? You know, the people living there are all rich people. I don't want to offend them for no reason. Brother, Tang Ili was no longer so panicked at this time. He came close to Xiao Hang and whispered, I can give you a little reward. As long as you tell me which house she went to, the following things will never have anything to do with you. If you say it's not relevant, then it's not relevant. Xiao Hang smiled coldly. Why don't you come to my office and tell me in detail? Tang Ili really didn't want AI Bing to have a relationship with other men, so he agreed to Xiao Hang without thinking too much. At this time, Zhou Lin's family of 3 brought Haizi and poultry and rabbits into the house. Seeing Zhou Tsaijuan's face covered in blood, Zhou couldn't help but let out a scream, even though she was mentally prepared. Wu Shuai performed well, just a little nervous. Mom and Dad, please go to the 2nd floor. Zhou Lin nodded at Wu Shuai. Thank you for your help. Of course, let's go upstairs. Although she didn't know why they had to go to the 2nd floor. Since Zhou Lin had spoken, Wu Shuai didn't say anything. As soon as the 4 of them went upstairs, the doorbell rang. As soon as Zhou Lin opened the door, AI Bing and Yang Chi-Chi felt a warm breeze coming towards them, which seemed like 2 completely different worlds compared to the cold outside. Why don't you wait for me? AI Bing twisted her body, then smiled and stretched out her hand to hold Zhou Lin. Usually, this method worked every time for her, and almost no man could resist it, but today, she miscalculated. Zhou Lin took a step back, expressionless. What do you want to talk to me about? Not expecting Zhou Lin to have this attitude, the smile on AI Bing's face suddenly froze. What do you mean? Didn't you invite me here to play? Don't forget that I also have the property rights of this house. AI Bing hadn't thought of this when he was at the door just now, but now his brain has thawed and his IQ seems to have returned. Zhou Lin did not deny the property rights issue, but at this point in time, what does it matter if he has the property rights? Everything depends on strength. I don't care, I want to live here. AI Bing pushed Zhou Lin aside and strode into the living room and sat down. The warm and comfortable feeling made her squint her eyes. Then she saw the snacks and fruits on the coffee table and immediately reached out to grab them and stuff them into her mouth. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Zhou Lin locking the door and coming back, AI Bing thought she had won again this time and started to point fingers. There is food. Zhou Lin sneered and nodded. But do you deserve it? AI Bing stopped and stared at Zhou Lin. She almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. Was this still Zhou Lin? She looked at Yang Chi-Chi again, wanting to confirm whether it was an illusion. Don't you understand yet? Zhou Lin walked over and pulled AI Bing up, pointing in the direction of the closed French window. It's the end of the world. AI Bing, the end of the world. What doomsday? No, didn't they say that the climate was abnormal and would recover soon? AI Bing said, shivering. Recover? Zhou Lin shook his hand and threw AI Bing away. Aren't you going to see your friend? Why don't you stay with him? I just went to see him. There's nothing to do with him, but I'm your girlfriend. Don't. I have nothing to do with you. You want to be my sister-in-law? Are you worthy? Zhou walked down the stairs with a cold face, walked to Zhou Lin and held his arm. Brother, why did you let them in? Zhou Lin smiled and ruffled Zhou Li's hair. What do you think? Brother, you wouldn't do this first, and then that's too perverted. AI Bing swallowed her saliva and looked at Zhou Lin nervously. No, I'm not welcome to leave. Let's go, Chi-Chi, let's go. Leave? You're probably overthinking it. Since blood had already been seen today, Zhou Lin was not going to endure it any longer. He stepped forward and slapped AI Bing hard. knocking her to the ground. Yang Qiqi was so scared that she held her head and screamed. She didn't dare to stop him, and she didn't know where to run. "Shut up." Zhou Lin slid in front of Yang Qiqi and punched her in the abdomen. Yang Qiqi immediately opened her mouth, rolled her eyes silently, fell to the ground, and fainted from the pain. "Call the police. I want to call the police." AI Bing got up. His left face was covered in blood, and he had a limp when he spoke. "Report to Nima." The anger hidden in his heart completely erupted. Zhou Lin rushed over, picked up AI Bing with one hand, and threw him down hard. The sound of broken bones came directly from the ground, equipped with homogeneous steel plates. AI Bing was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. His mouth was wide open like a dying fish, and it was unknown whether he was breathing or not. "Treat me as a backup. ATM machine. Maid, nanny, bodyguard. I tried so hard to help find food, but you ended up sleeping with someone else. You cheated on me right in front of me and laughed at me for being a useless person who can't evolve. Push me off the cliff." Zhou Lin, who was in a rage, had completely forgotten that Zhou Li was still around. He didn't use any weapons, just relied on 2 punches and 2 kicks, hitting AI Bing one after another, and managed to make a person weighing more than 90 kilograms float in the air, and he didn't touch the ground for several seconds. TSK, so violent. "Hey, are you awake? If you are, come and see. If you don't like it later, I can ask him to change the way he does it." Zhou Li said with a smile to Yang Qiqi, who opened her eyes and shivered. "You." Seeing her best friend no longer in human form after landing, Yang Qiqi retched several times in succession. I didn't see anything. Please let me go. I won't tell. I really won't tell." At this moment, Zhou Lin had no intention of dealing with Yang Qiqi. AI Bing is not dead yet, although he only has 1 breath left. You have to know that Zhou Lin's moves were not just fancy moves. AI Bing's internal organs were basically destroyed, and black blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. I Bing, you must be very curious. Why do I treat you like this? Come, I'll tell you." Twisting Bing's ears, Zhou Lin ravaged the wounds on Bing's body and whispered, "I was reborn in my previous life." Almost 10 minutes later, AI Bing finally breathed his last, and then he died. Zhou Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at AI Bing again, her death looked quite tragic, but Zhou Lin felt somewhat regretful as it was not satisfying enough. Then he looked at Yang Qiqi. Wait, aren't you talking about the end of the world? I have a friend, a real rich man, who can help us even if the end of the world comes and let us live well. If you don't believe me, look, this is our chat history. If you don't kill me, when he sends someone to pick me up, I will take you with me." Yang Qiqi raised her cell phone. Zhou Lin didn't want to listen at first, until he saw the note on the dialogue box, "Mr. Chow." An idea flashed through his mind, and Zhou Lin changed his fist to a grab and lifted Yang Qiqi up. "Your friend's surname is Chow? What's his name?" Chow Bowen, President Chow." "Chow Bowen? Are you sure?" "Yes, sure." You know him too?" "Yes, of course I know him. We couldn't recognize each other more. He said he was coming to pick you up?" Yes. Yang Qiqi said. "Okay, you don't have to die for now, but first help clean up here, and then you can take charge of the breeding farm upstairs." Chapter 26, Wu Shui's Craftsmanship. Yang Qiqi didn't expect that even though she had already agreed to let General Chow accept Zhou Lin's family, Zhou Lin would still treat her like this. He made her live in the breeding farm. What did he think of her? "I told you I won't keep idle people." Zhou Lin sneered. "Tomorrow my mother will teach you how to raise these animals, and Xiaoli will tell you how to take care of these planting pipes." Yang Qiqi's chest rose and fell violently, and the words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue. But in the end, they turned into a sound of indignation. It was only because Zhou Lin pointed outside, "Don't force it. If you don't want to, you can leave. It's minus 15 degrees outside now, and the temperature will continue to drop." For Yang Qiqi, minus 15 degrees is a feeling she has never experienced in her life, and she doesn't want to experience it either. Although the tool shed is simple, dirty, and smelly, it is sturdy and warm. The boiler in the corner continuously releases heat, keeping the temperature in the house at 20 degrees above zero, which is a world of difference compared to the outside. I need to eat. Facing the reality, Yang Qiqi chose to endure. Until now, she still didn't believe that the darkness and low temperature would continue. She had even thought about it. When social order returned to normal, she would definitely make Zhou Lin lose his reputation, and it would be best if he died without a burial place. Why did you leave that woman here and feed her? You put her in the tool shed. Aren't you afraid that she'll cause trouble? Are you soft-hearted? I'm warning you. Don't let your imagination run wild. In the small living room on the second floor, Wu Shui was still treating Zhou Saijuan's wound. Cheng Yali, who was helping, was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhou Lin's arrangement. Don't mind it, Xiao Xue. That woman has nothing to do with him. As for AI Bing, I will do it even if Zhou Lin doesn't do it. It's too abominable. Wu Shui nodded, then shook her head. It was inconvenient for her to speak because she was wearing a mask, and she probably didn't know what to say. The wound on Zhou Saijuan's forehead was not small. The deepest part was enough to reveal the white skull. Wu Shui felt that there might be a certain degree of fracture after palpation. Fortunately, there was no deformation. This position did not need to be fixed. Just be careful not to bump it again in the next few months. Fortunately, Zhou Kaijun did not have obvious concussion or other brain damage. The most important thing was disinfection and suturing. As a clinical doctor, these two tasks are not difficult for Wu Shui. She has been doing clinical work in a hospital with her supervisor since her last year of undergraduate studies and has mastered various skills very well. It can be seen from her choice of the thinnest thread to suture Zhou Kaijun. People who are not skilled in their hands would not dare to do this. No anesthetic was used during the entire process. Zhou Kaijun, who looked thin and weak, was able to remain motionless. Even Wu Shui admired him very much. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Shui finished suturing, disinfected, and took off her mask. At this time, there was already a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, and the tip of her small nose was also wet. It was obvious that she was a little nervous about treating Zhou Saijuan's wound. But Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali both felt that the wound was handled very well. The wound stopped bleeding after it was sutured, and after wiping the area around the wound with alcohol, no wrinkles were found on the skin caused by pulling. It can be said that except for the wound itself, everything else was exactly the same as before treatment. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Wu Shui let out a light breath and began to clean up the battlefield. Zhou Saijuan's clothes were already soaked with sweat from enduring the pain. Now, he just wanted to take a refreshing hot shower and then have a good sleep. After Zhou Li downstairs reminded everyone, they remembered that they had not had dinner yet. Gathering around the dinner table, although it was just a common meal, if you think about what happened to Zhou Kaijun and his wife today, you can understand what the situation is like outside. I'll bring her some food upstairs. After eating and drinking, Zhou Lin remembered Yang Qiqi on the rooftop. Seeing the large bowl in Zhou Lin's hand, Yang Qiqi suddenly stood up, rushed over to take it, and started to eat without saying a word. Eat well, and remember to work after eating. Anyway, as long as you behave yourself, I won't let you go hungry. After that, Zhou Lin checked around the tool room, mainly to ensure that the various equipment was functioning normally, and to check whether the poultry and rabbits had any adverse reactions and whether the food and water temperature were suitable. Strictly speaking, Zhou Lin had no shortage of poultry, eggs, and meat. The freezer in Laifu was full of them, and even Wu Shui couldn't finish them. Raising these was actually more of a thought of the good life in the past, and a thought of hope for the future. So after Yang Qiqi finished eating, Zhou Lin reminded her, or warned her, not to try to cause any damage in the tool room, otherwise he would lock her out of the tool room. On the 19th floor rooftop, the temperature was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Just thinking about it, Yang Qiqi couldn't help but shiver. Although the mobile phone can still be used and has not been confiscated by Zhou Lin, Yang Qiqi has tried it and the call to the police cannot be connected. And even if it is connected, what will happen? She has now figured it out. Zhou Lin is just blatantly plotting. He didn't use any coercive means from beginning to end. He didn't use force to hold her hostage, nor did he violently hurt her. He just let her know how warm it was here and how much food was stored. That was enough. It's not just Bashu that is dark and cold. Yang Qiqi's hometown is obviously closer to the equator than Bashu, but the current temperature is more than 10 degrees lower than that of Bashu. All the rivers are completely frozen, and more than 99% of the plants are frozen to death. Forget about food and vegetables. I'm afraid there's not even a piece of edible tree bark. So Yang Qiqi has really accepted her fate now. She wanted to live, not freeze or starve to death. She could only wait. When Mr. Chow sends someone to pick her up, as he said, with Mr. Chow's power, Zhou's family will be in his hands. Little did Zhou Lin know that he also thought so. If he didn't know this, Yang Qiqi would be like AI Bing, frozen in a sealed bag in the corner of the rooftop. When the weather gets warmer in the future, the fertile land will be the best place to go. Before leaving, Zhou Lin gave Yang Qiqi a sleeping bag, an outdoor sleeping bag, and said, "Be careful with it. If it gets dirty or broken, you won't get a second one." I know, Zhou Lin. Why don't you let me go?" Yang Qiqi asked pitifully, hugging the sleeping bag tightly. Unfortunately, Zhou Lin didn't even turn his head to look at her. He just opened the door and left. Damn it! Yang Qiqi stomped her feet fiercely and silently vented her emotions by threatening the door, not knowing that Zhou saw it all and even recorded it. With her IQ, how could she safely hand over the tool shed to a stranger? Zhou installed several surveillance cameras in the tool room. Originally, these cameras were not aimed at Yang Qiqi. They were used to observe the growth of animals and plants inside and the operation of equipment. Now they have found a new use. Brother, look at this woman. She won't cry until she sees the coffin. She doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings she has. A little bit, but you might be more excited than her, Zhou Lin said after watching the video. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Li kept switching the surveillance screens, muttering something about how she could use this, that, and that to make a tool that would not only allow her to leave the rooftop safely, but also leave behind a deadly mess. In this regard, Zhou Lin can only say that they are not on the same channel. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's IQ, she would not have ended up like this. However, what Zhou Lin could not have imagined was that there were people with even worse brains. Chapter 27 Novels Can Save Lives. Lanshan Community Property Management Office. As a high-end, wealthy community, Lanshan Property Management Office is a complete set of fully functional residences with offices and staff dormitories. Xiao Hang brought Tang Ili to the office and poured him a cup of hot water. He had just felt that Tang Ili was not a local, and when he asked, he really believed it. "What do you do?" Xiao Hang asked, his eyes sweeping over Tang Ili's muscular body. "Fitness trainer." "Oh, just training?" "Weight loss, strength, various aerobics including sanda, and the like." In fact, the fitness coach industry is also very competitive. After all, the threshold is relatively low. As long as you have a good physical foundation and are willing to torture yourself, you can basically do it. So knowing less is not enough. After hearing Tang Ili say that he also knows sanda, Xiao Hang's eyes showed satisfaction. He pointed out the window and said, "It's snowing and the traffic outside has stopped. Do you still have a place to stay in Jiazhou?" "I live at my friend's house," Tang Ili answered honestly. "So, is there any food at his house?" Tang Ili swallowed his saliva. It's not that there was no food in Sun Qinghao's house. It's just that the food was too simple, so he didn't eat. Later, he followed AI Bing out, feeling cold and hungry, and his stomach was rebelling. "Do you know what the internet says about the current situation?" Xiao Hang took out a bag of bread and a box of milk from the room and placed them in front of Tang Ili. "Doomsday, the end of the world. It's snowing all over the world and the temperature is dropping. Have you ever thought about how you're going to survive in the future?" No. Tang Ili shook his head while chewing bread. "Look, this is the best residential area in Jiazhou City. People who live here are either rich or noble, and they have many connections. Why don't you stay here and work with me? When the time comes, I'll have something to eat, and you won't go hungry." Tang Ili thought about it, and felt that what Xiao Hang said was right, but he still had a request. "AI Bing, right? Don't worry, as long as I don't give her the nod, she won't be able to leave this community. At this time, we shouldn't pay too much attention to women. As long as we have food and weapons, we can have any kind of women we want. I tell you, among the women living in this community, AI Bing's level is nothing compared to her peers. But I just like her," Tang Ili said after swallowing the last piece of bread. Okay. I promise you that AI Bing will definitely belong to you. How about that?" "Okay." Tang Ili no longer hesitated this time and nodded vigorously. "Then I will work with you from now on." "Good brother." Xiao Hang laughed and patted Tang Ili on the shoulder. "I'll find you a set of winter security uniforms and introduce you to other people later." In this way, Tang Ili transformed himself into a security guard of Lanshan community, and after careful consideration, he actually called Sun Qinghao again. Of course, this was also allowed by Xiao Hang. On the phone, Tang Ili used the 2 reasons of food and grouping together for warmth to convince Sun Qinghao to come and join the organization as soon as possible. That's right, it's the organization. Although Xiao Hang has not read many books, he has a pretty good brain. He is 30 years old and has not yet married, so he likes to read various types of online novels, including some about the end of the world. So when the anomalies first appeared around the world some time ago, Xiao Hang began to compare them with the online novels he had read. It has to be said that today's online novel writers are really awesome. With a sufficient content base, they trade quantity for quality and have basically written about all the possible doomsday situations the world might encounter and the possible responses of all classes. Of course, there are a lot of nonsense in it, such as saying that the weather is as hot as 70 degrees. Even Xiao Hang, who has escaped the 9-year compulsory education, knows that protein will begin to coagulate at around 60 degrees. But apart from those nonsense, there are still many things for Xiao Hang to learn from. For example, how to stockpile supplies and weapons, find a suitable shelter, etc. Among them, Xiao Hang believes that the most correct and most suitable thing for his current situation is to recruit manpower. As long as conditions allow human beings to survive, even if the resources currently available are insufficient, as long as there are enough manpower, other problems will not be a problem. Xiao Hang had been communicating with the security guards for several days, trying to bring them into his team. If he couldn't win them over, he would use his authority to transfer them to other communities managed by the property management company. Although this would reduce the number of staff, it would ensure the purity of the team. In addition to the core force of the obedient security team, Xiao Hang also set his sights on the passers-by, who were young and strong and had no one to rely on. Tang Ili was not the first one he recruited, nor would he be the last. Because he didn't know how the disaster would develop next, what measures the government would take, and whether social order would completely collapse, Xiao Hang made preparations for both scenarios. As long as social order can be maintained and the disaster situation can still improve, some things that cannot be seen in the open can be handed over to the recruited passers-by. In the end, even if problems arise, Xiao Hang can easily get away by eliminating all the insiders and evidence. At the same time, Xiao Hang was also surveying the situation of all the residents in the community. Through various means, such as door guards and surveillance, he felt that he had mastered the material situation of more than 90% of the community. He recorded which household purchased what materials and when, and the approximate quantity in a small notebook. Some even marked how many people lived in the house, the amount consumed, etc. With these preparations, Xiao Hang believed that he would definitely become the happiest person living in the apocalypse. He was even somewhat grateful for the coming of the apocalypse, which allowed him to do many things that he could not do in a normal society and enjoy things that he could not enjoy before. As long as the gate of the community is blocked, he, Xiao Hang, will be the local emperor of this community. When Sun Chenghao came, he was almost frozen into a popsicle. There were few cars still moving on the road at this time. In such low temperatures, the engines of ordinary vehicles could not be ignited as long as they cooled down. Some cars of poor quality would even stall directly. What's even more terrifying is that some places have experienced power outages due to power transmission line failures. Without electricity supply, heating will become a big problem. It's over, old Tang, it's all over, Sun Qinghao said with tears and snot. Sun Qinghao, right? Don't worry. Our community has enough fuel and generators to keep this house warm. Besides, I gathered everyone together just to face even worse situations. Xiao Hang started his deception again. There's a gas station not far away, but can you get the fuel out by yourself? Even if you can, how much can you take away by yourself? There is strength in numbers. If we work together, we can easily get the entire gas station back, not to mention the fuel. There are other supplies in the supermarkets in the city, but do you dare to go alone? Can you come back after you go? Manager Xiao, no, brother, I'm going to fight you. Chapter 28, Eternal Night and Extreme Cold. Early morning of July 6th. Zhou was awakened by the cold, not frozen. The temperature inside was probably only 10 degrees and the power was out. The supply of electricity is actually very fragile. A strong wind can cause a large-scale power outage in a city. It is impossible to achieve social power supply for a long time after a natural disaster, as described in some novels. In the real world, a 2 or 3 day flood can cause a power outage in the entire area for a week or even half a month. At this time, ordinary people can hardly engage in outdoor activities, and power outages mean the interruption of regional civil communications. The government and power companies are simply unable to organize personnel to carry out emergency repairs. As time goes by, the situation will only get worse. Zhou knew that for the vast majority of people, it was basically time to say goodbye to the electrical age. In the next 3 months, the solar power generation equipment that was most suitable for personal and family power generation would not be able to operate, and there would be no simple hydropower generation conditions. Even wind turbines would not be able to operate normally, and they would have to rely on thermal energy to generate electricity. The tool room was completely dark, with only Yang Qiqi's frightened voice. Who? The power went out. Zhou Lin swung the flashlight and saw Yang Qiqi wrapped in a sleeping bag like a maggot. The boiler was still running normally, and it would not go out as long as Yang Qiqi remembered to add coal every 8 hours. In comparison, it was warmer here than the 2 floors below, and the thermometer showed a full 23 degrees. The engine with the RR logo was ready with fuel. Zhou Lin only needed simple steps to start it, and the lights came on again after a few seconds. I have locked several windows. You are not allowed to open them without my permission. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's half-exposed body, Zhou Lin threw down a warning and walked downstairs, only to find that everyone was up, including Wu Shui, who had stayed overnight. Originally, Wu Shui was reluctant, but Zhou Li had a good reason. As Zhou Caijuan's attending physician, Wu Shui should see the whole process through to the end. Wu Shui, holding hands with Zhou Li, was filled with gratitude towards Zhou Li. If Zhou Li had not insisted on her staying, she would have to endure the pain of power outages and lack of heating in her own home, or even worse. The end of the world has officially begun. Zhou Lin motioned for everyone to sit down at the dining table. From now on, the enemies we will face are not only the harsh natural environment, but also those people who are starving and cold. Apart from Wu Shui, Zhou Caijun and his wife, and Zhou Li all looked very calm. Cheng Yali was the one who had actually shot and killed someone. Zhou Caijun had extremely calm wisdom in his thin body. As for Zhou Li, she was perhaps the one in the family who was least afraid of the end of the world. Although there are explosion-proof doors and the doors that don't need to be opened are welded shut, this does not mean it is 100% safe. Lily has installed surveillance cameras in the corridors, rooftop platforms, and tool rooms. The software will sound an alarm if there are any abnormalities. No matter who hears the alarm, they must notify everyone in the family in time. After saying this, Zhou Lin handed a small call terminal to Wu Shui and asked Lily to teach Wu Shui how to use it. Then Zhou Lin talked about some precautions and assigned everyone's work. Cheng Yali is still responsible for the family's food and daily life. Wu Shui offered to assist. Zhou Caijuan's most important task at present is to recover his health, while Zhou Li is responsible for the maintenance and updating of all technological products in the home. Zhou Lin assigned himself 2 tasks. One was to supervise Yang Qiqi to manage the tool room well, and the other was to exercise. If there was anything that made Zhou Lin happy these 2 days, it was probably the change in his supernatural powers. Symbiosis. Primary 578/1000. Currently coexisting transportation tools. Laifu. Large water surface transportation tool. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/1. Zhou Lin insisted on using his supernatural powers repeatedly as long as his physical strength allowed. As a result, his experience points soared. At the same time, Zhou Lin also found that his body had changed. First of all, he is stronger. In the past, carrying a 20-kilogram bag of rice would make him sweat profusely, but now he can easily lift it with one hand, and only 50 kilograms would make him feel weak. Secondly, my physical strength has improved. I hardly feel tired when doing things, which may be because I haven't done any high-intensity labor or training. Another thing is that his 5 senses are more acute and his nerves react faster. Take hearing, for example. In the same room, he can hear everyone's breathing, and if it's quiet enough, he can even hear their heartbeats. I guess his hearing is about the same as Heizi's. Vision and sense of smell also improve. Although there was no instrument to detect it, Zhou Lin was not unfamiliar with it. Wasn't this an evolver? In his previous life, Zhou Lin heard from those evolutionists that evolution does not happen overnight, but is a long process. As long as one exercises consistently and replenishes enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution will become greater and greater. As for where the ceiling of the evolvers is, Zhou Lin in his previous life didn't know, nor was he qualified to know. He only knew that many evolvers were afraid to exercise and consume because of lack of food, and as a result, they stayed in the same place for a long time and died in humiliation when they encountered an irresistible danger. Since he was lucky enough to start his evolutionary journey 5 years in advance, Zhou Lin would never give up on the path of becoming stronger continuously. Perhaps he would be able to touch the ceiling of the evolvers in this lifetime, if there is one. The Zhou family's house covers several hundred square meters upstairs and downstairs, with 6 suites, including a large living room. a small living room, a reception room, a tea room, and a study. Zhou finally converted the 30-square-meter reception room into a gym for temporary use. The fitness equipment was taken from the rifle. It was professional equipment used by American soldiers. It was not difficult for him to install it with his current strength. You must exercise in the future. The environment will only get worse and worse. I hope each of you has the ability to protect yourself, because wuxue, pistols, and other powerful weapons cannot be exposed for the time being. So, it is necessary to practice the use of cold weapons. Actually, the house downstairs can also be used. Wu Shui said, I've thought about it. Zhou Lin said, there's no need for that yet. Your house has not been reinforced, and the doors and windows have not been modified for extreme cold weather. Zhou Lin had no shortage of materials for the renovation, but the renovation would require the use of various tools. Would the whole community know that their house still had electricity? Although they were definitely not the only family in the community with electricity who would do renovations at this time if there was no sufficient energy. Let's wait and see if the government will do something. There's a reason why Zhou Lin said this. A week after the eternal night, the temperature will rise for a short period of time, lasting almost a whole week. Relying on its strong infrastructure capabilities and early preparations, the Xia government has actually restored the most basic electricity supply to a certain extent. Through thermal power generation and underground electrical wires and pipelines, fixed-point access and quantitative power supply are implemented in densely populated communities and blocks. We will wait until that time to see if it is necessary to renovate Wu Shui's house. When Zhou Lin started to get busy, Zhou Li sat on the sofa, playing with her mobile phone. Wu Shui was a little surprised that her phone did not receive any messages in the middle of the night. So is Zhou Li actually playing a single-player game? Sister Shui, do you want to go online? Zhou Li blinked her eyes. She seemed innocent, but she was like a little devil tempting people to commit crimes. Chapter 29, The Curious Female Doctor. In the United States, the Eden and Ark projects led by Missy Polant are progressing very smoothly with the support of the top wealthy circles in the United States. Thanks to the foundation laid during World War II and years of unremitting efforts before the eternal night fell, a total of 1 Garden of Eden, 3 arks, 8 super shelters, 23 large shelters, and many civilian shelters were put into use in the United States. These shelters certainly cannot cover the 200 million people in the United States, not to mention the illegal immigrants who are not included in the statistics at all, but Mississippi never considered those people. But no matter what, the shelter plans such as the Garden of Eden and the Ark can indeed protect the most important elite class and the wealthy class with the most resources in the United States. For some unknown reason, the location of the Garden of Eden is only known to those who have been notified. The current president of the United States and his staff are not qualified to enter the Garden of Eden. Inside Ark number 1, the elderly president of the United States, Joe Biden, was trembling, having completely lost the ability to think after facing the continuous reports from various departments for several hours. On the surface, he seemed to be insisting on listening to the reports, but in his heart, he was thinking about when he could go back home to eat the dinner made by his wife. Already know. That's it. The subsequent solutions and the specific work of each department will be distributed to each of you, and you just need to execute them. This was not what he wanted to say, but what the tiny earphone in his ear told him. The secretary announced that the president's working hours for the day were over and everyone could leave. After the door was closed, the secretary patted Lao Bai on the shoulder and said, "Well done. You can go home for dinner now. Don't worry. As long as you follow the instructions, your family will be fine." Lao Bai nodded. Then, with the help of a bodyguard in name only but actually more like a caregiver, he got into an electric wheelchair and left through another door. Ark number 1 is also known as the Washington, Arkansas. It can accommodate more than 300,000 people and uses nuclear power as its energy source. It is divided into 7 parts, from low-ground buildings to a resource center 200 meters underground. Energy zone, resource zone, circulation zone, production zone, control zone, residential zone, and military zone. Using high-power communication equipment, Washington, Arkansas can exchange data with most U.S. satellites in space to ensure smooth communication and network. The scale and condition of Ark number 2 and Ark number 3 are almost the same as those of Ark Washington. Under normal circumstances, they can accommodate 300,000 people and can accommodate 1 million people when necessary. They are located on the east and west sides of the United States, respectively. The 8 super shelters are slightly smaller than the Ark, but because they do not have dedicated military areas, they can accommodate more people than the Ark, usually 400,000 people and 1.2 million people when necessary. The population capacity of a large shelter is 200,000 under normal circumstances and 500,000 when necessary. In other words, without taking the Garden of Eden into consideration, the Ark and super and large shelters can accommodate nearly 8 million people under normal circumstances and can support the survival of 24 million people in special periods. This number seems not small, but in fact it is only 1/10 of the population of the United States. The eternal night has just arrived, and the temperature has not dropped to its extreme. Our beautiful people, who are good at hands-on self-reliance, are still doing their best to carry out self-rescue activities. Compared with the United States, the difficulties faced by the Xia government are undoubtedly much greater. The combined population of the top 10 cities in Xia country is almost equal to the total population of the United States. Faced with such a large disaster-stricken group, the first thing the Xia country government did was to completely open up its defense system for preparation for war. Civil defense fortifications, underground passages, and the entire subway system are the best shelters against the cold. The local government and the garrison cooperate to control and guide the people to enter the shelters in an orderly manner, assigning areas and work. Although it could not guarantee that all cities would have adequate shelters and that all citizens would be rescued, it did protect the people of Xia to the greatest extent possible, and the results were remarkable. At the same time, the development of more underground space, the restoration of the modern industrial system, the construction of new energy, and the construction of underground grain crop gardens are also proceeding in an orderly manner. A large amount of stored grain has been used. Without considering the loss and shelf life, even if there is no harvest in the next 2 years, people will not go hungry. Of course, eating enough and eating well are two different things, and staple food and fruits, vegetables, and trace elements necessary for the human body are two different things. In addition, the new communication system is being accelerated under the guidance of the state, and a certain launch center has begun to prepare a series of satellite launch plans. Compared with the current mobile phone communication system, the new system will no longer rely on ground-based stations. Although it is not as fast and as wide as the existing system, it is more capable of resisting external interference. The reason Zhou Li was able to access the internet was actually because of the satellite communication system. If it was just text content, there would be almost no delay in sending and receiving it through special software. Zhou Li only made some modifications to the satellite communication equipment on the Laifu, and then she could directly use an ordinary mobile phone to connect to the US satellite in space and log into the satellite network that is currently only available to a very small number of people. Zhou Lin, outside the gym converted from the living room, Wu Shui looked at the sweaty body inside, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little straight. It's not that she has any weird ideas. As a clinical doctor, Wu Shui also has a certain degree of occupational disease. Is there something wrong? Zhou Lin stopped training and asked. Oh, Lily said that she can only give me permission if you agree. I want to try to contact my parents. While speaking, Wu Shui looked up and down, without any regard for Zhou Lin's feelings. What the hell is this girl doing? Why do you want me to agree to this? Okay, I'll talk to her when I'm done. Anything else? Seeing that Wu Shui had no intention of leaving, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. It's like this, how long did it take you to train to this point? Wu Shui took a step forward and felt the heat released from Zhou Lin's body, which made her feel slightly dizzy. I don't remember that. Zhou Lin shrugged and turned away, mainly because he didn't want to look Wu Shui in the eye. Training? If his body hadn't started to evolve, the difference between him and the fat otaku might have been only a few dozen pounds. But then again, the effect of evolution was really obvious. In 2 or 3 days, every muscle in his body seemed to be in the best condition. Compared to appearance, Zhou Lin still feels that the feeling brought by increased strength is more wonderful. After all, appearance cannot be used to make a living in the apocalypse, but strength can at least make you live longer. Can I collect some data? Seeing Zhou Lin continuing to exercise, Wu Shui asked, as if possessed. Okay, but do you have the equipment? I have some at home. I'll go get them now. While Wu Shui went downstairs to get the equipment, Zhou Lin rushed into the living room. What do you mean? Brother, you are so wise that you pretend to be stupid. You don't even understand this? If this woman owes you too much, even if she doesn't like you in the end, she will accept you out of gratitude. Don't you like her? Chapter 30, everyone has their own thoughts. The equipment that Wu Shui brought up were actually some very common medical instruments, such as stethoscopes, blood pressure monitors, blood glucose meters, and the like. The testing of basic data is not a cure and does not require complex equipment. The key is long-term persistence, repeated measurements, and detailed comparisons to draw accurate conclusions. Zhou Lin couldn't refute the professional stuff. He just felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was wearing a tight sportswear. Some lines were too obvious. On the contrary, Wu Shui seemed very calm. Even when she touched Zhou Lin during the test, she didn't show the red face like before. Okay, I've recorded the basic data and will draw it into a graph later. Try to test it once a day in the future so that you can quickly get a complete change curve, and then Zhou Li's IQ and knowledge were not enough to understand Wu Shui's increasingly professional terms, and Zhou Lin was even more confused. He only knew that physical examinations, like the one just now, would have to be done every day. I could hardly bear it, especially when I was touched by Wu Shui's soft little hand. Zhou Lin felt more and more out of control the more he thought about it, and finally slipped away under the pretext of taking a shower. Sister Shui, don't forget your original intention. What did you originally plan to do? Yes. With Zhou Li's reminder, Wu Shui finally remembered and asked what to do. Everything depends on human effort. Give me your phone. It was easy for Zhou Li to install a program that uses satellite communications, and it was completed in a few minutes. In addition to partially restoring the phone function, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called Doomsday Human Alliance. Currently, there are less than 100,000 people logging into this forum. Although its interface is simple and its functions are single, it is already amazing that it can allow strangers from all over the world to communicate with each other. The first thing Wu Shui did after getting her phone back was to call her parents. As expected, the call didn't go through, unless Wu Shui's parents could also use an ordinary mobile phone to connect to the satellite. It's an accidental achievement. Can I just send a message? Zhou Li said. Wu Shui nodded and did as she was told. However, a few minutes passed, and there was no reply. Wu Shui could only comfort herself that her parents might not have seen it, or they might have thrown away the useless phone during their escape. The eternal night and the sudden freezing caused human society to regress from the technological age to a primitive age overnight. The consequences of power outages were not just the loss of lighting and communications. Without electricity, it meant the suspension of water supply, heating, and almost all manufacturing industries. In other words, if electricity cannot be restored, everything in the entire human society will stop functioning except human beings themselves. In the tool room, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel of smokeless charcoal into the furnace. Her face was no longer the delicate makeup of the past. It was covered with black and white patches, with a smear of ash on the tip of her nose and a few white feathers tangled in her hair. She looked no different from a rural woman. But Yang Qiqi's mood was complicated at this time. She hated Zhou Lin, but not because of the dirty and heavy work in front of her, but because Zhou Lin actually showed no color to her deliberate exposure. Yang Qiqi felt that she was not inferior to AI Bing, and was even 2 sizes bigger than AI Bing. Even Mr. Chow couldn't let go of her. How could Zhou Lin, a mere loser, turn a blind eye to it? Have high standards? If she really had high standards, she wouldn't have looked down on AI Bing. She knew how Zhou Lin treated AI Bing in the past. He surrounded AI Bing like a dog, said those heartfelt words, and never left AI Bing no matter how she threw him. Wasn't it just to get AI Bing's body? Now she had such a good body and could get whatever she wanted with just a nod. Why was she pretending to be so noble? Dog man. Stinky man. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yang Qiqi became. She even thought about destroying everything she could see in the tool shed. Zhou Lin's family would surely not survive if she did that. He, his parents, and his sister would surely struggle in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero and eventually die helplessly. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But it was just a thought. Yang Qiqi didn't have the courage after all. Not only because Zhou Lin warned her that she might be the first person to freeze to death. More importantly, Yang Qiqi still had hope in her heart. And that hope was Chow Bowen, Mr. Chow. There will always be a chance. Like all people who are timid at heart, Yang Qiqi finally convinced herself. She had been educated and knew the idiom, sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. Although she had a warm sleeping bag, she lived in the same room with chickens, ducks, and geese. The cries of poultry were always lingering in her ears, and her nose was always filled with indescribable smells. What was the difference between this, and sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. Suddenly, Yang Chi-Chi was thinking about what Tang Ili was doing, and his brother named Sun Qinghao? What a bullshit brother. She saw at first glance, just a drinking buddy, and even had bad thoughts about AI being in her. They must be starving to death, Yang Chi-Chi thought. Even if they are not starving to death, they are freezing to death, or have already frozen to death. If she knew that Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were eating a bowl of hot instant noodles, I wonder how she would feel. After you finish eating, go to the garage. I don't know when a big iron stove appeared in the property office. A long chimney extended out from the air conditioning hole. Raging flames jumped in the furnace, keeping the whole house warm. Xiao Heng sat on the sofa, holding a thick notebook in his hand and occasionally sketching under the light of the emergency light. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The communication interruption and temperature drop made those unkind owners not even have the courage to bother him. He had asked people to gather the generators and fuel used for emergency elevators and lighting in each building in the empty house below the property office. Even though there were quite a few of them, Xiao Heng still didn't allow anyone to activate them. People must have a sense of crisis. If the disaster cannot be alleviated in a short period of time, who among you can repair the generator? And who can get a large amount of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources. Don't waste them easily when it is necessary. What's the big deal about being a little cold? The stove made by Lao Zhao is very useful. There are so many green plants in the community, and aren't those wooden pavilions and towers also fuel? If that doesn't work, aren't wooden furniture also fuel? In addition to saving money, what is more important is to increase revenue. The situation outside is not clear for the time being, but there are quite a few cars in the underground garage. Where there are cars, there's gasoline. There are few owners living in this community who are fuel efficient. If we don't pump out the oil now, do we have to wait for those owners to remember and pump it back themselves? After eating and drinking their fill, Tang Ili, Sun Qinghao, and a few other people recruited by Xiao Heng took their tools and followed a few security guards with flashlights into the underground garage. The basement, which used to be lit all the time, was now completely dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It's just that because it's deep underground, the temperature here is actually much warmer than outside. Let's get to work, 3 people at a time, and try not to damage the cars. The manager said these cars might come in handy in the future. Chapter 31, Sun Qinghao's Ambition. It snowed heavily all night. Not only in Jiazhou City, and not only in Xia Country, it is snowing almost everywhere in the world. Snow heavier than goose feathers covered the entire world overnight. The situation was not so bad in places with slightly higher terrain. Some people were buried in the snow while they were in their cold sleep and struggled hard to get out, and then were frozen to death in the snow and cold wind. Those who really fell asleep like that might have been luckier. Lanchan community is located at a very high place. After all, it is a wealthy area. The key is to stand high and see far. Otherwise, Zhoulin would not have agreed to move here. The Zhou family's place in the suburbs would not be suitable. It would have been buried 4 or 5 meters deep by now. In fact, burying it deep has its advantages. Because of gravity, the snow below will quickly melt and form an unbreakable ice layer, which is a kind of protection in a sense. Think about the corpses of ancient people on the iceberg. Thousands of years have passed, and they are still the same as when they died. The sun will not rise again, and we can no longer rely on the changes in light to tell the time. Power outages and low temperatures have turned most electronic products into scrap metal. Even mechanical or quartz watches are not good enough to withstand the low temperatures and have either failed or are failing. Only timekeeping devices designed and manufactured for harsh environments can still function normally. Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao carried the oil drums and followed the security guards in front of them, panting. Almost all the cars in the underground garage had been used, just like in the old days. The results were brilliant. After counting, Xiao Heng rewarded everyone with a box of instant noodles. Instant noodles again. Sun Qinghao leaned over to Tang Ili's ear and whispered, "Old Tang, it's not a good idea to always eat instant noodles. We can't always work for others. Don't be fooled by Tang Ili's big body due to his long-term fitness. In fact, he doesn't have much brains. To put it in a positive way, he is simple, and to put it bluntly, he is stupid. The ancients always said that people with strong limbs have simple minds. There's a reason for this. Those who are not simple are exceptions. Tang Ili is a normal product. In comparison, Sun Qinghao's brain was much better. After all, He didn't eat protein powder. Soon after arriving, Sun Qinghao roughly guessed what Xiao Hang was up to. They were all thousand-year-old goblins. What was the point of talking about strange stories for a Chinese studio? They wanted to use him, Sun Qinghao, but they didn't even consider their own abilities. There was a famine outside, but Sun Qinghao was not very worried. He was a local and knew exactly where there might be food and where there might be fuel. But Sun Qinghao was also afraid that the world was in chaos, and if he really went out to buy for free, he would definitely run into his peers. At that time, with his 2 tails of strength, he would just be delivering food to others. If he could get Tang Ili with him, it would be different. He would use his brains, and Tang Ili would use his strength. They were a perfect match. It can also be used as a backup at critical moments. It's so cold outside. Tang Ili didn't understand Sun Qinghao's intention at all and shrank his neck. People who exercise regularly have very low body fat. Although it looks good, it cannot withstand consumption. The result of having more muscles is that the body will continue to consume calories even if you sit still, and the only source of calories is eating. In peacetime, food is certainly not a problem, as long as you have money. But what about now? From childhood to adulthood, Tang Ili has not been a person who is good at thinking, otherwise he would not have become a fitness coach. So if Sun Qinghao talked about future, power, or something like that, Tang Ili wouldn't understand at all, which made Sun Qinghao a little anxious. In order to save heating costs, when people gradually gathered in the room, Sun Qinghao didn't dare to say anything more. If someone got to Xiao Hang's ears, someone might die. It is common for few people to die in peacetime, let alone now. Sun Qinghao put himself in Xiao Hang's shoes and felt that someone like Xiao Hang should be able to do it. So far, Xiao Hang is still satisfied with the performance of his subordinates. There are almost 2,000 liters of gasoline. There's no need to worry about the grade at this time. In addition, Xiao Hang prepared several large oil drums in advance under the banner of property management a few days ago. If he uses it sparingly, he feels that 1 or 2 years will not be a problem. Don't those apocalyptic novels say that the weather in the apocalypse is always changing, cold then hot, hot then cold? Xiao Hang also felt that the weather couldn't stay cold forever, and everything had to be balanced. The problem now is that there's not enough food, so we have to let them go out to find it. Also, the entrances and exits of the community must be kept clean, so we have to let them clean up the snow. The property management office is on the 3rd floor, but now the snow outside the window is almost as level as the ground. If the snow can be so deep here in Lanshan, what about other places? Not to mention that some supermarkets originally had 1 or 2 floors underground, and now they might be buried 10 to 20 meters. It would be very troublesome to find supplies inside. But Xiao Hang thought about it, and felt that this was a good idea, as it would not be easy for others to take away the supplies. After looking at Tang Ili and others, Xiao Hang opened his notebook and started writing again. He believed that everything should be planned, and all kinds of good ideas needed to be recorded in time to avoid forgetting them. In this respect, Xiao Hang and Zhou Li are somewhat similar. Just now, Zhou Lin went up to the platform and picked up 2 eggs, a duck egg and a small bowl of quail eggs. Zhou Li also recorded this incident with her mobile phone. Is it necessary? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. Zhou Li nodded. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With the records, I can calculate the approximate egg production. A 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an anthole. We can't let that woman steal the eggs. Apart from shouting 666, Zhou Lin really didn't know what to say. That woman, Wu Shui, came over and asked casually, but was immediately ignored by her. I received news from my parents. The genuine joy on Wu Shui's face made her look so beautiful even without makeup that she seemed to be glowing. Last night, or rather when Wu Shui was asleep, her mobile phone actually received a lot of messages, most of which were sent by her parents. What's the situation? Zhou Lin asked. They said they are safe now. They were selected into a doomsday rescue plan for mankind called Olympus. When they sent me a message, they were already in an underground shelter. They were assigned a separate small room, but both of them needed to work for the shelter. Therefore, people who have real skills and knowledge will never be ignored. If Wu Shui and her parents were just wealthy businessmen or politicians, they would definitely not be valued by the Olympus project and would even be excluded in the first round of screening. The outcome would definitely not be good. After receiving the message from Wu Shui, her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must be protected by the state. Although she has not officially graduated yet, Wu Shui's abilities are still very good. The key is that her youth is her greatest value. When they learned that Wu Shui did not go to the national shelter, Wu Shui's parents were extremely surprised and even advised Wu Shui to think it over carefully. No matter from which aspect, an individual cannot be compared with the country. So, Sister Shui, are you ready to leave? People go to high places and water flows to low places. Although I think it's right, I still think my home may be more suitable for you. Jolie looked at Wu Shui pitifully. Her eyes turned red. Chapter 32, Women's Wisdom. Of course, Wu Shui didn't want to leave, even though the parents thought the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family. That's because they didn't know to what extent the Zhou family had prepared for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt that she was freer here. When Jolie heard Wu Shui say that she would not leave, a smile immediately appeared on her face again, and her expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. I want to work out. There wasn't much that Zhou Lin needed to do at the moment. Since he had already entered the ranks of evolvers, he couldn't waste this precious opportunity. Moreover, Zhou Lin wanted his parents and Zhou Li to have superpowers and become evolvers. In the previous life, in addition to luck, strength was also important in obtaining supernatural powers. Those supernatural balls that fall from the sky are not suitable for everyone, or rather, there's a process of mutual matching. Some lucky people picked it up and merged with the Powerball before they could even see what it was, while some people tried countless times but still could not merge with any Powerball. The rules cannot be summarized, and no one knows. Therefore, if you want to ensure that your parents and Zhou Li become superpowers, the safest way is to get enough super Powerballs or more opportunities to try. The sooner the better. The earlier you get superpowers, the easier it is to become a high-level superpower. This is why Yang Chi-Chi is so important. At least so far, she is the only clue Zhou Lin knows. In the late apocalypse, the supernatural ball has become a kind of wealth, but this kind of wealth is limited to the upper-class people and is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If the apocalypse process in this life continues as usual, then Zhou Lin, who already possesses superpowers and has begun to evolve, is destined to become a high-level person in the future. Although high-level people enjoy unimaginable resources in the apocalypse, they also face immeasurable risks. Resources are always limited. In the end times of material scarcity, everyone wants to have more, and the only way to achieve this goal is to plunder. What you plunder from others will always be faster and more abundant than collecting it yourself. High-level people, like ordinary people, are constantly plundering each other. If they're not strong enough, the more they have, the more hungry wolves they will attract. Symbiosis. Primary 742/1000. Currently coexisting transportation tools. Laifu. Large water surface transportation tool. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/1. Zhou Lin discovered that there seemed to be some kind of magical connection between superpowers and evolution. If before, using a superpower a certain number of times would increase 1 point of experience value, after evolution, it would increase 2 points each time. It is still unknown whether the degree of physical evolution will affect the experience points of supernatural powers, but at present this has greatly improved the efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that maybe he could reach the intermediate level in 4 or 5 days. Will the intermediate symbiosis change, and how will it change? Zhou Lin hopes that the number of symbiotes can increase after the superpowers are upgraded. Although the live Fu has sufficient space and supplies, they cannot be truly utilized now. Even though the snow outside is heavy enough now, it is not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. If someone sees it, even if the country does not ask him for the aircraft carrier, he will not be able to explain how the aircraft carrier was brought to Jiazhou. If others knew that he had superpowers, even if the National Research Institutes would not do anything to him, there would always be greedy people who would try every means to control him and uncover the secrets of superpowers and evolution. If he was alone like in his previous life, Zhou Lin might not be too worried. He could just find an uninhabited area and hide there. It would be hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. He was not a pushover. But now, Zhou Lin could not let his parents and younger sister live in danger. Let's not talk about the two elders. Although Zhou Li is smart, what's the use of being smart in the end times? You need strength, the strength to really look down on some crises. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin really wanted to torture Yang Chi-Chi right now. But he also knew that it was useless, because Yang Chi-Chi didn't know Chao Bowen yet. What did she know? Keeping her was nothing more than a hope, hoping that she and Chao Bowen would have a chance to meet each other. Let's exercise first. Are we going to start exercising? Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her eyes full of curiosity. Today, too. Wu Shui nodded and smiled awkwardly. Scientific research. Don't misunderstand me. What else could Zhou Lin say? It was all Zhou Li's fault. However, Zhou Li would not take the blame. She even teased Wu Shui when she came out of the gym. Sister Shui, why are you trying to cover up your mistake? Wu Shui was stunned. Zhou Li's idiom usage was confused. But was this sentence confusing or not? Have you read novels? For someone like my brother, he would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. As she said this, Zhou Li raised her hand and made a chopping gesture. What? Wu Shui was even more confused. Did Zhou Li mean to slice Zhou Lin directly? The conditions do not allow it. Sister Shui, you are wrong. If there are difficulties, you must go ahead. If there are no difficulties, you must create difficulties and go ahead. Do you understand? You must grasp the key points and go ahead. Lily, where did you go? Wu Shui finally understood and stomped her feet. I don't have that idea. Sister Shui, no, sister-in-law. You just wiped your saliva secretly. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believed that IQ leads to precocious maturity. Throwing down the notebook and covering Zhou Li's mouth, Wu Shui whispered, "Let me teach you an idiom. I get excited when I see prey. That's my occupational disease." Zhou Li broke free from her restraints and whispered, I see. Sister-in-law, you are a female and a professional hooligan. Zhou Lin, who was exercising frantically in the gym, didn't know that his beloved sister had already reached an agreement with Wu Shui in private. After the initial negotiations, the two women moved the battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom and began a detailed analysis. Zhou Li believes that the severe environment will continue for a long time, and the inherent order of human society and even a national system may be difficult to maintain. The future world will inevitably be one where the strong are respected. Wu Shui agrees with this. Zhou Lin's strong physical fitness will arouse the admiration of the opposite sex more in the worse environment. Wu Shui believes that this admiration is engraved in human genes, and the purpose is to better reproduce offspring. So this is not love. Wu Shui said frankly. So what? Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Are you planning to give my brother to another woman? For example, the one in the tool shed. Zhou Li asked, Lily, do people like you and me dream of love? Wu Shui folded her arms. You are right, becoming your sister-in-law is my best solution at the moment. Zhou Li smiled. Although the two of them were discussing something very academic, they were actually just craving Zhou Lin's body. If Zhou Lin wasn't her brother, she wouldn't be able to resist. The reason why Zhou Li chose to help Wu Shui was that she had considered all aspects comprehensively. Wu Shui was an outstanding person in terms of character, ability, knowledge, wisdom, and even appearance, and could be said to be the best match for Zhou Lin. Among all the situations, Zhou Li was the only one who did not consider Zhou Lin's thoughts. It was not because she did not respect Zhou Lin, but because she felt that Zhou Lin had no reason to disagree. Secretly, the matter was settled. Zhou Li struck while the iron was hot and ran to Zhou Kaijun and his wife and told them what she had talked about with Wu Shui. The two elders had no objection as the stitches on Zhou Kaijun's forehead had not been removed yet. If anyone dared to say anything bad about Wu Shui, Cheng Yali would be the first to disagree. After dinner, Zhou Lin felt that the atmosphere at the table was a little strange. Did I eat too much? Chapter 33, Collective Action. Being able to eat is a blessing. Cheng Yali's face was almost blossoming with a smile. She looked at her son and then at Wu Shui. Even a fool could see what she was thinking. And Zhou Li, her smile is exactly like that of a cat that has stolen fish. Even the black guy under the table was shaking his head. This might be Zhou Lin's illusion. In short, everything was full of conspiracy. Son, come into the room and ask you something. Cheng Yali had just said half of her words when the alarm sounded, indicating that there was someone outside the door. That blind man. Angrily, Cheng Yali stood up, kicked the chair away, and went to open the door. Zhou Lin hurried to catch up. Who is it? The thick explosion-proof door couldn't block Cheng Yali's lion roar. Xiao Hang was frightened and quickly introduced himself. Property manager? Didn't I pay the property fee? Cheng Yali yelled through the explosion-proof door. It's not about the property fee. I'm here to discuss something with you. What is he saying? There's no sound at all. Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin. Let me do it. Seeing that Xiao Hang was the only one outside the door, and he came empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door and have a chat. A grown man has no spirit at all. What a waste. Cheng Yali curled her lips, but did not leave, fearing that her son would be bullied. It is quite troublesome to open the locked explosion-proof door. Fortunately, Xiao Hang is very patient. When he saw the door panel that was 20 centimeters thick, his eyes lit up. Our property management company is dedicated to serving all the owners. After statistics, we found that many owners' homes are already short of food and heating supplies. In order to ensure the safety of all the owners, we have gone through great pains to find a large supermarket not far away. Xiao Hang complained his heart as he spoke. Although Zhou Lin closed the security door when he came out, Xiao Hang could still feel the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the corridor. He was not even allowed to enter through the explosion-proof door. He was freezing. Such a bad behavior must be recorded in the little notebook. Also, the family seems to have sufficient supplies. Perhaps they're a good fat sheep. Let's go collect supplies together. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that the property manager in front of him was likely an old fox, but he didn't object to going to buy supplies together. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Besides, he still had live food, a large warehouse that was never full. Even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he was planning to go out for a walk. Although Jiazhou City has a small permanent population, it is a very important transportation hub city in the southwest of Xia State. There is no telling how many daily necessities are stored in the logistics park on the west side of the city alone. If you're willing to participate, please register first. Once the action time is confirmed, I will arrange someone to notify you. Okay, just register me, Zhou Lin said. He was worried about other people in the family going out. The scariest thing outside was not the weather, but the people. Xing Yali didn't quite understand. She felt that there were enough supplies, and there was no need to go out and take risks. It was not just dark outside now. Although the snow had not fallen much, who knew what was going on under the thick snow? What's more, it's only minus 30 degrees outside. If you wear less, you will get frostbite in just a few minutes. We still have to go. Zhou Lin explained that although the floor area ratio of Lanshan community is low, there are still 200 to 300 households. If you behave too special, it will arouse suspicion from others, and you might even become the object of others' covetousness. Seeing Wu Shui eager to try, Zhou Lin waved his hand and said, I can go alone. None of you are suitable. In this way, Zhou Lin convinced everyone. After returning to the room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of equipment for himself. The polar combat suit on the Laifu comes with a bulletproof helmet and goggles, a built-in heating function, and adjustable temperature. It can withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. Most importantly, it is relatively light and does not affect activities when worn. A pair of snowshoes is a must for snow operations. A pistol that is easy to conceal and a magazine loaded with bullets, mainly for emergencies. In addition, an oversized suitcase was converted to serve as a sled. All that's left is to wait. Xiao Hang did not notify every household in person. Most owners were covered by ordinary security guards. Even so, it took almost 6 hours to get the owner's intention to participate. The statistics were pretty good. Basically, there was someone participating in every household. Xiao Hang specially wrote down in a small notebook the several families whose members were unwilling to go out to collect supplies. These families will need special attention in the future because either they're not short of supplies or they are troublemakers. The elevator will be powered on from 11:30 at noon. Owners who are going out to collect supplies should gather outside the property office at that time. Dress warmly and bring your own transport tools. Leave on time at 12 o'clock. No one will be waiting for you after you are late. Although the sun is no longer visible, it has not disappeared. In addition to the slightly better light at noon, the temperature is also slightly higher than at other times. This is all calculated by Xiao Hang. He has put a lot of thought into controlling Lanshan. I'm leaving. Don't open the door at home. Sister, please pay more attention to that woman. If she doesn't behave herself, then... Zhou Lin was dressed like a cotton ball, which was actually totally unnecessary, but there's a kind of cold called Mom Thinks You're Cold. Fortunately, the property management was willing to generate electricity to start the elevator. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would really not know how to go downstairs dressed like this and carrying a modified sled. As the elevator was descending, owners came in from time to time. To Zhou Lin, they were all strangers. In fact, even if he knew them, he might not be able to recognize them because everyone covered themselves tightly. He could only distinguish the gender, age, and status by their figure or voice. What surprised Zhou Lin was that there were actually women coming out, and there were quite a few of them. Whether it was because there were no men in the family or for some other reason, it was unknown. When Zhou Lin followed others to the outside of the property management office, There were already quite a few people gathered there, but almost no one was talking. Today Xiao Hang was wearing a very flashy red winter suit and a blue winter hat on his head. Our security guards will lead everyone to the location of the supermarket in a moment, but the supermarket is currently buried under heavy snow, and there may be ice underneath. We need everyone to work together to dig through the snow before we can enter. The government came the day before yesterday, and our shelter is now full. So the government authorized the owners of our community to go out and find supplies on their own, which is not an illegal act. Please pay attention to safety. If you encounter other teams collecting supplies, please strictly follow the orders of our security guards. At this special moment, we must unite and face the outside world as one. Don't be afraid, even if there is a conflict. As long as we are right, the government will not punish you for it. Xiao Hang is still quite eloquent. At least his words were recognized by most of the owners present. Zhou Lin hid in the crowd without saying a word, but someone still took the initiative to find him. Hey, little brother, your sled is very well made. I have a suitcase of similar size at home. Can you come to my house and help me modify it when you come back later? Although I couldn't see clearly the appearance of the woman who came up to talk to me, her voice sounded very pleasant, and her words were very well spoken. If it was a novice, I'm afraid she would agree without waiting. Chapter 34. Neighbors in the next building. Zhou Lin's home is in Building 8, the top floor, and the woman who is talking to him lives in Building 7, next door. What's even more coincidental is that this woman, named Huang Minjing, also lives on the 17th floor, but there are two households living on the 17th floor of Building 7, unlike Zhou Lin's family, which only has one household. I saw the house on the rooftop of your building, and there was a light on it. Huang Minjing leaned close to Zhou Lin's ear and whispered. Although Zhou Lin never thought that the existence of the tool shed could be hidden from everyone, perhaps Huang Minjing was the only one who could see the light coming out of the tool shed. What's the meaning? Is it a threat? Zhou Lin said nothing, just looked at Huang Minjing. I just want to express my envy. Huang Minjing didn't seem nervous at all. More friends means more paths. What do you think? Let's go, everyone follow. Xiao Hang's voice interrupted the communication between Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing. Zhou Lin took a step forward, and Huang Minjing followed closely. Actually, I know your mother. Huang Minjing's words made Zhou Lin automatically add in his mind, I can still have children. Cheng Yali is 57 years old this year. So how old is Huang Minjing? Don't believe it? I also know that your mother purchased a large amount of convenience food some time ago. Who do you think she bought them from? At this point, Zhou Lin finally understood. Huang Minjing, or her family, is in the convenience food business, and they might even be the Jiazhou agent for some brand. What Zhou Lin feared most at the beginning was encountering this situation. Others might not know how much supplies the Zhou family had, but those who sold the supplies to Cheng Yali definitely knew. Although he paid the price of a warehouse for this kind of deception is useless in special circumstances because people only believe what they want to believe. Just like Huang Minjing, if she believes that Cheng Yali has hidden all the purchased convenience foods, then no matter how Zhou Lin explains, she will only think that he is deceiving her. It's trouble. We'll talk later. Perhaps because she didn't want to attract too much attention, Huang Minjing took the initiative to end the conversation. Zhou Lin breathed a sigh of relief and thought about how to deal with it in the future as he walked. In fact, many property owners know the large supermarket that Xiao Hang mentioned. It is a local chain not far from the community. It is quite large, and the quality of its products is also good. The most important point is that this supermarket is not underground, but on the first or second floor facing the street. Compared with the first and second underground floors, this type of supermarket is easier to dig. A journey that usually takes only 10 minutes took a full half hour. In order not to attract attention, the security guards did not allow everyone to turn on the lights, so that it was impossible to see if anyone was secretly watching. When they arrived at the site, the security guards began to assign tasks. Men like Zhou Lin were of course the main force in excavation. Everyone was assigned tools, which were probably used in the community garden, including shovels, hoes, and spades. In short, all the tools that could be used were used at this time. Because the supermarket was located in an independent 3-story building, there was no need to dig too deep. When the first window was exposed, the security guard stepped forward and smashed it, then squatted down and turned on the flashlight to observe. After feeling that there were no problems, I started to assign personnel. It was impossible for everyone to go in, so 1/3 of the people were arranged to guard outside. The room where the window is located is obviously an office. Walking out is a corridor, and on both sides are rooms with different signs. After we came in, the security guards no longer stopped us from turning on the lights. Besides, we had no choice but to turn on the lights as it was much darker inside than outside. A security guard lit a candle, which was said to be able to measure whether the oxygen content was sufficient. There were signs of rummaging everywhere. Obviously, someone had been there before, which made everyone a little worried that their trip might be in vain. Fortunately, this supermarket is very large, with 2 floors of space, and the goods cover all aspects of life. Because the area is large, in order to improve efficiency, the security guard allow everyone to form teams freely. The second floor is mainly for daily necessities, while the first floor is for food, which is also the main purpose of this operation. But Zhou Lin didn't rush down to the first floor. When he was alone, he took out the night vision goggles and put them on. Although night vision goggles have problems, such as color difference compared to the lighting range of a flashlight, they are undoubtedly much more convenient. It can be seen that many counters on the second floor were broken, but not many things were actually moved away. Zhou Lin collected some clothes and then walked to the daily chemical products area. After making sure that there was no one around, he began to collect a lot of things. Shampoo, shower gel, mosquito repellent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush. Although there is no shortage of such supplies in Laifu's warehouse. But again, who would complain that they have too many supplies? Even if they can't be used by their family members, they can still be used for exchange. He collected the goods as he walked, occasionally throwing some into the sled behind him. When he turned to the women's products counter, Zhou Lin stopped for some reason. He didn't have to worry about what Cheng Yali and Zhou Li needed. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Cheng Yali's generosity, Zhou Lin had no idea how much they had stockpiled. He was now mainly considering Wu Shui. What size is she supposed to be? Anyway, Cheng Yali's is definitely not up to par, and Zhou Li's is too small. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Lin decided that it would be better to collect them all together and asked Zhou Li to inquire about them when he got back. Continuing to walk around, Zhou Lin found that he had reached the kitchen supplies area. He took all kinds of tools such as kitchen knives, cutting boards, trash cans, garbage bags, brooms, mops, and everything he could think of or couldn't think of, or even things he didn't know the use of. He took everything. Anyway, he had no plans to come again. As for why other people might find this place empty later, it must be that someone had moved everything away before. If you don't believe me, just look at Zhou Lin's sled. There are very few things in it. Zhou Lin doesn't put away everything. For example, the handicraft counter and various decorations here are useless. Art is something that people can only appreciate after having eaten and drunk a lot. In the future, no matter how beautiful a work of art is, it is not as good as an expired sausage. After finishing his tour of the second floor, Zhou Lin dragged the half-full sled to the first floor. At this time, he had taken off his night vision goggles. In the pitch-black store, beams of light were flashing everywhere, and everywhere within his sight was a mess. Many counters were empty, and the ground where fruits and vegetables were placed was littered with ice debris. What surprised Zhou Lin was that there was still a small pile of bagged rice, probably about 70 or 80 bags. Owners were carrying them back and forth, some using their own tools, and some using supermarket carts. In short, everyone is very enthusiastic. The meat counter should have been the first to be emptied. It was so clean as if Zai had licked it. The family counter was similar, with no eggs left. The seasoning counter is a bit rich, probably because everyone moves the food first. After all, taste is not as important as the stomach. When necessary, a bowl of white rice is the ultimate delicacy. Anyway, Xiaohang had already said before this operation that no matter how much supplies were found, they would be distributed according to the labor share of each owner. That is, each person who participated in the collection would get a share, so Zhou Lin began to throw oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea into the sled and secretly put some into the space. When it was almost 4 o'clock, the security guard announced that all the staple foods had been moved out and it was time for everyone to go back. Chapter 35 News about dehydrated vegetables. The first collective action of the owners of Lanshan community was relatively successful. After returning to the community, we did a preliminary count and found that we had brought back more than 80 bags of rice, of which more than 20 bags were large packages from supermarkets, weighing 200 kilograms each. Perhaps it was because they were too heavy that the rice was kept in the supermarket. The total amount of rice was several tons, and each person who participated in this operation could get 100 kilograms. No one had any objection to the distribution plan proposed by Xiaohang. 100 kilograms of rice was enough for a family to eat for 1 or 2 months. What's more, there were flour and various coarse grains, and each person could get more than 10 kilograms. If it was a family of 3, it would not be a problem to sustain it for a month or so. In addition to food, there were also many other things such as snacks and daily necessities. Although everyone was happy, the biggest regret was that they hardly collected any fruits and vegetables. Not eating fruits and vegetables for a long time will not only lead to a decrease in immunity, but also easily induce various diseases. Although it can be supplemented with various technologies and hard work, it is still not enough, and not every household is prepared. While waiting for the distribution of supplies, Huang Minjing came close to Zhou Lin again and whispered, "Do you have any dehydrated vegetables at home?" "No," Zhou Lin said without hesitation. He thought Huang Minjing was trying to find out the truth, but he was wrong. "I know there is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park. That batch of goods was originally intended to be shipped abroad, but it has not been dispatched yet," Huang Minjing said in a low voice. She also knew that there were too many monks and too little meat. The reason she told Zhou Lin was, on the one hand, because of Cheng Yali, and on the other hand, it was also related to the foresight shown by the Zhou family. Although it is not far from here to the logistics park under normal circumstances, it is not easy to get there now. There may not be a vehicle in the entire Jiazhou city that can travel on the snow. Zhou Lin also reflected on this matter and wondered why he didn't think of it at the beginning. But then he thought again, it was impossible to buy things like sleds in the south of Xia country, so he couldn't prepare them even if he wanted to. Seeing that Zhou Lin didn't say anything, Huang Minjing thought he didn't believe it. "I'll talk to your mother later." Without the context, Zhou Lin felt that Huang Minjing was cursing. After the supplies were distributed, Xiao Hang ordered to turn on the generator to power the elevator and reminded everyone to go home as soon as possible. After all, fuel was limited. At this time, an owner suggested that they could go out to get fuel. There was a gas station not far away, and there were professionals in this area among the owners. With sufficient oil, not to mention providing heating for every household, at least the problem of lighting can be solved uniformly. If we continue to work in the dark, many people are worried that their eyesight will degenerate. For Xiao Hang, the owner's proposal was an unexpected surprise. In the team he managed, no one knew anything about gas stations. "Let's discuss this. If other owners have similar suggestions, they can move their things back first and then come down. Let's work together." Today's success, coupled with the deliberately created image, has established a relatively positive image of Xiao Hang in the minds of many owners. So quite a few owners have said that they will come down to participate in the discussion in a while. "Aren't you going to participate?" Huang Minjing asked. Thinking of what Huang Minjing said before, Zhou Lin said inexplicably, "I'm still a child." Huang Minjing was stunned for a moment, but finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, dragging a sled of supplies into the elevator, going upstairs and going home. Cheng Yali ignored the supplies and only cared about whether anyone was injured or frozen. "Look around, both of you. Take whatever you can use." In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some things specially prepared for Wu Shui and put them in the sled. In order to avoid embarrassment, he deliberately pulled Cheng Yali aside and asked her if she knew Huang Minjing. "Boss Huang, did you run into her?" Zhou Lin nodded. "I almost forgot. Their family lives in our community." "Which building are they from?" "Next door across the street." Zhou Lin pointed in the direction of Building 7. She not only remembered that you wholesaled a lot of fast food, but also saw lights in our tool room. What should we do then?" "Son, how about we go and kill him tonight?" Zhou Lin's mouth twitched, and he stared at Cheng Yali, not knowing what to say. "Just kidding." Cheng Yali felt good when her son came back safely. After all, the family had enough food and clothes, electricity and heating, so a mere 3 months was nothing. "Boss Wang is a good person. He probably won't say anything nonsense. But I can't say anything about his mother. I've seen it when she played cards with me. She's not a good player." "You played cards with Huang Minjing's mother? How old is her mother? Why are you still playing cards with her?" Cheng Yali was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You are wrong. Boss Wang's mother and I are from the same generation. Boss Wang is very young, not even 30. Zhou Lin then realized that he had a preconceived idea. It was Huang Minjing who misled him with her words at the beginning. Boss Wang is not a simple person. Her father passed away 5 years ago. Cheng Yali talked about Huang Minjing's rise to wealth for half an hour, and then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son. He is 25 or 26 years old, and if he had not been reborn, he would be a complete loser and would not even have a wife. In desperation, Zhou Lin could only quickly tell everyone that Huang Minjing might be coming, and that she would probably talk about the dehydrated vegetables in the warehouse in the logistics park. There's a company that specializes in export in the logistics park. I even visited their plantation. No pesticides or fertilizers were used in the entire process. It was said that they were supplied from an island country. At that time, I was dissatisfied and said why the island country people wanted these green vegetables, but we Xia people didn't want to buy them. Humph, guess what the people from that company said? They say it's mainly expensive. If there really is a warehouse full of dehydrated vegetables, I would go get some. They deserve it. Mom, please don't agree to this without thinking. We don't have any means of transportation. While Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were clearing supplies around the sled. Needless to say, rice and other staple foods were put aside for now. Zhou Li stored all the snacks under the coffee table and in the snack cabinet in the living room. Then she saw a lot of women's underwear. With Zhou Li's smart brain, she just glanced at the sizes of the clothes and started laughing. Sister-in-law, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Just take these away. You and your aunt don't want it. In fact, Wu Shui is not particularly short of this kind of clothes now, but it is always a good idea to prepare more. After all, you may not be able to find it when you need it in the future. Alas, a small horse with a big saddle. My brother. I am afraid I am no longer in his heart. The peach blossoms have gone, but his face is still smiling in the spring breeze. Wu Shui looked upset. Shaoli, you seem to have recited it wrong. Really? But what I see on your face is spring breeze. Stop hitting me. I'm leaving first. Brother, help. Help, my sister-in-law is going to beat the shit out of me. The harmless noise made the atmosphere at home more harmonious, especially Cheng Yali, who couldn't help but bump Zhou Lin with her arm. What, are you going to move to a separate room? Chapter 36. Mother and Daughter Left Behind. Huang Minjing's home is far less warm than Zhou Lin's. There was a fireplace in the living room that looked very high-end, burning large pieces of wood, but there was basically no furniture to be seen as far as the eye could see. There was a thick leather cushion in front of the fireplace, and Huang Minjing's mother was lying on it with drooping eyelids. The sound of the door opening did not make her get up. She just greeted him weakly. Mom, there's food. Wait, I'll make you some porridge. There was no one else in the room. After Huang Minjing's father passed away 5 years ago, her mother was so devastated that she no longer had the energy to run the factory. All the burdens fell on Huang Minjing, who was still pursuing a master's degree at the time. In the end, Huang Minjing was working and studying at the same time, and she was so tired that she was almost exhausted. After completing her master's thesis defense, Huang Minjing devoted herself to the factory, sometimes even living and eating in the factory. Not only did she stabilize the crumbling factory, she also made it bigger and stronger, and even became the leader of convenience foods in all of Bashu. When one's career has reached the level that Huang Minjing has, personal issues are put on hold again and again. Being busy is one reason, and worrying about the other party's impure motives is another. Fortunately, Huang Minjing's mother was open-minded and didn't bother her with this matter all day long. However, no one expected that the end of the world would come. It was only a few days after the eternal night fell, and the mother and daughter deeply felt the pain of having no man in the family. When she ran out of food, she didn't dare to open the door to ask for food. When she ran out of fuel, Huang Minjing could only chop up the furniture in the house that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Fortunately, old Huang particularly liked wooden furniture back then. The fireplace in the living room could still burn today. Even so, the wooden sofa and dining table in the living room, the bookcases, desks, chairs in the study, even the lounge chairs on the balcony, and the solid wood bed in the bedroom were all burned. The only way to burn more was to pry open the solid wood floors. The rice porridge mixed with millet and corn crumbs was cooked with a fragrant aroma. Huang Minjing and her mother ate up a whole pot of it and snuggled by the fireplace with satisfied smiles on their faces. Mom, I met Boss Cheng's son today. That Boss Cheng. It's the Boss Cheng who you often play cards with. Her family has a farm. You used to love eating her chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten? Huang Minjing's mother narrowed her eyes and remembered. Why? You like his son? That won't work. There's a generation gap. What are you thinking? Huang Minjing rolled her eyes at me. There's something I haven't told you. I feel like Boss Cheng and her family probably knew they would run into this kind of thing. Do you know how much goods she got from me some time ago? How many? She asked for goods worth 300,000 of all kinds and all flavors. Her family doesn't have any shipping business. 300,000. If she were to eat them at home, she wouldn't be able to finish them in 3 to 5 years. Even though the convenience foods produced by Huang Minjing's factory are expensive and cheap, how expensive can a factory price be? 300,000 worth of goods filled a large truck and were delivered directly to the Zhou family's warehouse in a logistics park. Didn't the warehouse burn down? Huang Minjing's mother remembered. When she heard about it, she called Cheng Yali to comfort her, but the call was not connected. I don't believe it. Huang Minjing shook her head. If it weren't for the disaster that happened later, she might not have doubted it. But from a moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the fire in the warehouse must have been a deliberate attempt by the Zhou family to confuse the issue. In fact, as long as one connects the two events of Zhou Saijuan's closure of the farm and Cheng Yali's crazy purchasing, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Minjing. No one can predict what the future will be like, but Huang Minjing is sure that unless the disaster is over, she and her daughter alone will not be able to go far. Today, the community property can organize everyone to go out and collect supplies, but what about next time? How many supermarkets are there nearby for them to raid collectively? If there is no organized collective action, what will happen if there is no food, drink, or heating at home? Will she dare to go out alone? What's more, the disaster has just begun. Huang Minjing also heard from others today that the government is not optimistic that the disaster situation will improve in the short term, and the shelters established by the state are now full. Huang Minjing, who has experienced many brutal business wars, knows that when one cannot stand alone, one must form an alliance with the strong. Cheng Yali is a good person, as you can see from the poker table. Her husband, Zhou, is also a good man, and the son he raised will definitely not be a jerk. If you want to test her, I have no objection. Huang Minjing's mother nodded. But don't tell anyone where our last batch of goods is hidden. How could that be possible? Huang Minjing smiled. Jiai and company had a batch of dehydrated vegetables for the island country. They had not been shipped away in time when the disaster occurred. They're still in the warehouse of the logistics park. This batch of dehydrated vegetables can not only be used to test Zhou Lin, but they themselves are also a very important material in the future, even as good as staple food. Now that she had a plan, Huang Minjing didn't even have time to rest. After settling her mother, she hurried downstairs and rushed to Zhou's house. When she arrived, Zhou Lin was sweating profusely in the gym, so the reception had to be left to Cheng Yali. Because of the previous relationship between the two parties, Huang Minjing was able to enter the house directly, and her first feeling was warmth. There was no heating equipment in the living room and no smoke or fire, which meant that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was still working properly. Huang Minjing immediately thought of the tool room on the roof platform. The Zhou family must have stockpiled a lot of coal. My son just told me about you, Boss Huang. Cheng Yali's ability to deal with people is unquestionable, unless it is someone she dislikes. The two women chatted about family matters for a while. Wu Shui tactfully brought them some tea, then obediently left. Don't call me boss. We are all refugees now, Huang Minjing said with a smile. Then she went straight to the point and expressed her desire to cooperate. I really can't make the decision on this matter. A grown-up son is no longer under the control of his mother. Zhou Lin, come here. Zhou Lin, dressed in sportswear and holding a towel, appeared in the living room. He was somewhat surprised to see Huang Minjing's appearance. He was too careless. If he had known that Boss Huang was so young, he should have changed his clothes first. He didn't want to attract Huang Minjing, but simply felt that it was a bit impolite. You are still exercising? Huang Minjing was a little surprised. What kind of family is this? They still dare to exercise. Doesn't food cost money? I have nothing to do. Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat down next to Cheng Yali. Mom, have you guys finished talking? What are we talking about? How can we talk if you're not here? Boss Huang said that we may not be able to move all the dehydrated vegetables in that warehouse. She doesn't have anyone she trusts in this community. Let me ask you to think about it and decide whether to discuss it with the property management. After all, there is strength in numbers. Property management? Zhou Lin thought of Xiaohang. He didn't know yet that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were also in the property team. They just didn't show up last time. I don't agree, Zhou Lin said after thinking about it. Chapter 37. A prophecy comes true. Why? Huang Minjing was not excited because Zhou Lin disagreed to cooperate with the property management. Instead, she waited calmly for the reason. I don't trust them. Zhou Lin was very direct. Cooperation requires efficiency. If Huang Minjing doesn't even have this little trust in him, then there is no need for both parties to continue the talks. Cheng Yali on the side said nothing, which was considered as her approval of Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Minjing fell into deep thought. She was not doubting Zhou Lin, but was reflecting on whether there was some information she didn't know that made Zhou Lin have a completely different view of the seemingly good property from her. As an entrepreneur, it is not good to be too stubborn, especially when there is a lack of information. You must not jump to conclusions at will, otherwise it may lead to failure. In the past, when society was peaceful, failure at most meant losing money, but now failure may mean losing your life. Can you tell me the reason? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Minjing agreed without hesitation, he would give Huang Minjing more trust. But when Huang Minjing asked this question, Zhou Lin knew that this might be the only time for both parties to cooperate. Unless Huang Minjing's actual performance in the future can change his opinion, which is difficult. It's my intuition. Zhou Lin's face was no longer smiling, and he even looked a little serious. He said, "If you decide to involve the property management, then I will withdraw from this matter." Huang Minjing didn't expect Zhou Lin to be so straightforward. She didn't know what to say. Finally, she looked at Cheng Yali for help. Okay, we haven't decided yet. Walkie-talkie, son, you still have one. Give it to Boss Huang so we can discuss it later. It's so cold and there's no electricity, it's dangerous for Boss Huang to go back and forth. Zhou Lin would certainly not treat a mere walkie-talkie as a treasure. Moreover, military products are of top quality in terms of performance and functions. As long as the host is in Zhou Lin's hands, Zhou Lin can control when Huang Minjing can use it, what she can hear and what she cannot hear. At this time, no one thought that this thing would come in handy so soon. After Huang Minjing left, Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin if he had found any problems with the property. Zhou Lin could not give a specific answer. "Shall you come?" Zhou Li walked out of the room, rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, and then said, "Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. The property management and the owners will never have any dealings with each other. Girl, can't you just speak properly?" If she wasn't her biological daughter, Cheng Yali would have beaten Zhou Li to death, knowing full well that she had little education. So why would she show off? "Whoever believes in me will have eternal life." Eternal life. Eternal life. I want you to have eternal life. I want you to have eternal life. Cheng Yali does not favor boys over girls or girls over boys. She has always been a fair person. No matter whether it is Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, the slaps she gives are absolutely the same, without any distinction. Zhou Li was beaten so badly that she ran away with her head in her hands, but she still kept howling that Cheng Yali had no martial ethics and that she should be careful. Wu Shui watched from the side and covered her mouth with her hands, laughing secretly. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue exercising. Before he had even warmed up, he heard Huang Minjing's call suddenly from the room. "Help! Someone is killing me. Help!" Wu Shui was the first to hear it. She reacted very quickly and rushed to the gym, almost bumping into Zhou Lin, who was rushing out. "Yes, it's Boss Huang. I'll go and take a look." Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat uniform and rushed out. At this time, Cheng Yali from upstairs showed her head and shouted, "Be careful. Take your weapons." No matter how panicked he was, Zhou Lin still did not forget to scan the surveillance camera before opening the door to make sure there was no one hiding outside. It is better to be safe than sorry. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. It is never too careful in the end times. The elevator was not powered on, so Huang Minjing must have taken the stairs. Zhou Lin estimated Huang Minjing's speed and thought that she could only walk downstairs at most, but of course other possibilities were not ruled out. Flying down the stairs, Zhou Lin felt like he was not going downstairs, but jumping off a building. It basically only takes 2 steps to go down a flight of stairs, but my body does not feel any discomfort at all. Before becoming an evolver, I would probably sprain my ankle if I take the first step, break my bone if I take the second step, become hemiplegic if I take the third step, and become paralyzed for life if I take the 4th step. 10th floor, 7th floor, the 3rd floor. When Zhou Lin jumped to the 2nd floor, he heard voices. To be precise, it was a woman yelling, mixed with the low voices of 2 men. "Let me go. I'm the owner. Security is there. We are security guards. What's wrong with the owner? You're lucky that my buddy likes you. Who the hell would mind their own business in this weather? Is the security so rampant?" If Zhou Lin hadn't heard it with his own ears, he really wouldn't have believed it. He knew that the end of the world was coming and social order would eventually collapse, but wasn't this collapse too fast? Turning off the flashlight and putting on night vision goggles, Zhou Lin slowly walked out of the stairwell and saw 3 figures fighting each other. A flashlight rolled on the ground next to the three people. It should be the one brought by Huang Minjing. Another flashlight that was still lit was held in the hand of one of the men. In the corridor where there was almost no light, the low-voltage flashlight was not very bright. Unless the flashlight beam swept directly over them, the three people could not see Zhou Lin at all. Considering the current situation, Zhou Lin did not reveal his identity. He pulled out a baton and tried it, then hit the flashlight in the man's hand hard. Bang! Accompanied by the man's screams, the flashlight was shattered into pieces. The light suddenly went out, and the surroundings became even darker. Zhou Lin did not hesitate and took the opportunity to pick up Huang Minjing's flashlight and turn it off so that only he could see it. The two men who were attacked were panicked and had no time to care about Huang Minjing. They shouted threats in a timid manner and groped along the location of the stairs in their memory. They thought that Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing were also blind. In comparison, Huang Minjing was much calmer. As soon as she regained her freedom, she took a step sideways, squatted down with her head in her hands, and curled up into a ball. In the pitch-black environment, her self-protection behavior was undoubtedly the most correct, because the smaller the space her body occupied, the smaller the possibility of being indiscriminately attacked. Ignoring the two crazy security guards, Zhou Lin walked quietly to Huang Minjing and whispered, "Boss Huang, don't talk. Follow me." Huang Minjing instinctively raised her head when she heard the voice, but it was still pitch black. However, she recognized Zhou Lin's voice and was relieved. Zhou Lin took Huang Minjing's right hand, pulled her up, and then slowly walked down the stairs. The light in the hall downstairs was much better. At least Huang Minjing could see Zhou Lin's figure. "Thank you. It seems you were right. I was naive." "You're welcome. It's too cold outside. You can walk down to the garage." "Is there any danger in the garage?" Huang Minjing asked, holding Zhou Lin's hand tightly. "I'll take you back." Because he didn't know if there were any property management staff in the underground garage, Zhou Lin still didn't turn on the flashlight. With him holding her hand and giving her timely reminders, it wasn't difficult for Huang Minjing to walk. Although the temperature in the basement was slightly higher, the air was turbid, and there was even less light than outside. Even with a flashlight, Huang Minjing did not dare to go down alone. "It feels like I've been to hell," said Huang Minjing. Chapter 38, Rescue. Hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin put away the night vision goggles first. He thought it would take some time to adapt, but he found that it was not what he imagined at all. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the place where the flashlight beam shines is bright, but Zhou Lin could see a large area around the beam of light, and he can even see the shadow corners clearly. Did evolution make the five senses stronger? Zhou Lin planned to try to see if he could see in the absence of light. It is not far from the underground garage to Building 7. Just a few minutes. But in order to avoid accidents, Zhou Lin still insisted on sending Huang Minjing upstairs. "Thank you so much." Huang Minjing straightened her torn clothes. The temperature in the corridor was much lower due to the chimney effect. "Are there no warmer clothes?" "I'm afraid you can't get to the logistics park with this level of warmth," Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing smiled miserably and shook her head. She has money, but she's not a hiker or a mountaineering enthusiast, so how can she prepare cold-proof clothing specifically for extreme environments? Fur coats are more fashionable than functional, and even if they're modified, they are not convenient for movement. "I'll go home and see if there's something suitable prepared for you. Take action as soon as possible." Zhou Lin did not ask Huang Minjing whether she would still consider the involvement of the property management. Smart people often don't need to say too much. If Huang Minjing was the kind of person who would still insist, Zhou Lin would not come down to save her. "How about we set out at 10 o'clock tomorrow?" Huang Minjing gritted her teeth. "I'll be on the intercom then, so you don't have to come up to pick me up. Where shall we meet?" "It's in the lobby of your building." "Okay, we're here. Let's go in and rest for a while." "No thanks." Zhou Lin rejected Huang Minjing's invitation and returned the flashlight. "How can you get around without a flashlight?" "I have." After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he turned into the corridor. The darkness instantly swallowed up his voice. Huang Minjing did not see any light, but could hear Zhou Lin's firm footsteps as he walked away. "Sure enough, I can see it." In the darkness, Zhou Lin smiled. Evolution had indeed evolved his five senses. At least in terms of vision, he dared to say that he was no less capable than cats. Although the image was blurry, it was enough for Zhou Lin to go down the stairs normally without any bumps. It can be imagined that if he encountered an enemy in such an environment, Zhou Lin would basically be invincible, unless the opponent also had equally sharp senses or night vision capabilities. That's basically impossible. When Zhou Lin returned home, happily, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were blaming each other. Sun Qinghao held his left hand with his right hand, and you can see that his left hand has been deformed, with 5 fingers twisted to varying degrees, and red and purple. What happened to you? You didn't even know someone was coming. I don't have dog ears, didn't you hear it either? Tang Ili felt a little guilty at first, but finally he got annoyed by Sun Qinghao's nagging. You're not a woman. Why should I spoil you? I just want to catch that woman first. Sun Qinghao said with his eyes wide open. It's all your fault. You can't walk when you meet a woman. Fuck, if you didn't want to take advantage of her, would you be beaten? You really deserve it. Am I the only one who wants to take advantage of others? Are you the same? I was just talking, but you were the first to bother me. You even wanted to sleep with me with a pack of instant noodles. How could you think of that? What's wrong with a pack of instant noodles? Tang Ili sneered. I gave her a pack of instant noodles because I respect her. Believe it or not, I can sleep for a whole day with a pack of instant noodles. Forget it. Let's stop arguing. Let's find a doctor first to see if he can fix my hand. Damn, I have no feeling in it. We have no choice but to find a boss. Please be nicer later. Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao have been together for many years, so it is normal for them to quarrel, but he just can't let it go. Doctor, Xiao Hang looked at Sun Qinghao's hand and couldn't help asking how he did it. Feeling embarrassed to tell the truth, Sun Qinghao discussed it with Tang Ili and decided to say that it was run over when the store was closed. You're not thinking straight after being crushed by the door like this? If Xiao Hang had to pretend in front of his subordinates before, now he basically showed his cards. What gentle and elegant. What polite. Get out. I'm a rough man. I want to bully you, don't you listen? If you don't listen, you won't have anything to eat. If you don't listen, get out and starve and freeze. Even if it was just a piece of toilet paper, it would still be useful. But if it was torn, it wouldn't be completely useless, but you wouldn't dare to use it to wipe your butt. In order to keep Sun Qinghao's toilet paper useful, Xiao Hang opened his little notebook. As a property manager, how can you not understand your customer base? Xiao Hang basically recorded the background and occupation of every owner and their main family members in the community in a small notebook. There are 8 owners of this kind in our community. Forget about the one on the 16th floor of Building 8. It's hard to deal with him. You can go to Building 2, 301. Both he and his wife are doctors. The man opened a physical therapy hospital. His business should be pretty good. I don't know how capable he is. Let's get a try. Remember to bring some food and daily necessities as gifts and go to Captain Zhang to collect them. This is only the first time, and it won't happen again. Xiao Hang was very skilled in using the stick and carrot tactics. Sun Qinghao felt that he had seen through it, but was not in a position to say it out loud. Tang Ili was extremely grateful and almost kowtowed to Xiao Hang, especially when he heard that they didn't have to pay for the gifts. Which landlord has surplus food now? Moonlight? Sunlight? No, Tang Ili only eats all the food. Zhou Lin returned home and inevitably spent some time talking. He had explained it simply enough, but Cheng Yali was still surprised. She turned around and took the intercom to comfort Huang Minjing. She said she was comforting Huang Minjing, but in fact she just wanted to hear Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. Isn't the purpose of having a son to make her proud? Otherwise, it would be better to just give birth to a placenta and throw it in the toilet. Sister-in-law, you believe it now, right? Those who believe in me will have eternal life, and owners will never be slaves. Being called sister-in-law in front of Zhou Lin, Wu Shui felt a little embarrassed with her personality. She secretly glanced at Zhou Lin and found that he didn't react at all. Wu Shui couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's arm. What? Go get a physical examination. Seeing Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Jolie rolled her eyes and called Heisey over. The confused Heisei thought there was something delicious, but Jolie put a camera around his neck and said, "Go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Take pictures. A prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold." Heisei was indifferent at first, until Jolie took out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky? Even the proud Heisei couldn't resist such temptation and finally succumbed to the sugar-coated bullets of his little master. He sneaked out of the gym and put half of his dog head in. "Wow, how are you so awesome?" After the same intensity of exercise, my heart rate dropped again. It's getting thicker. It's 1 centimeter thicker. If you keep going like this, you're going to turn into Jason Statham, right? This gets so hard, who can stand it? Perhaps every seemingly quiet fairy has a devil hidden in her heart. Zhou Lin didn't know what Wu Shui was thinking. He only knew that he couldn't think of anything now. Chapter 39. Logistics Park is the snowfield. There is good news today for people living in the end times. The snow stopped. Although the temperature has not risen, the cessation of snow means that many people no longer have to worry about waking up to find their houses buried under snow or dying in their sleep due to lack of oxygen. Zhou Lin, who was ready once again, went out. I just contacted Huang Minjing, and she is ready. Dehydrated vegetables may not be very important now, but as time goes by, their importance will become more and more prominent. Zhou Lin took out his sled after passing through the underground garage. The elevator was not open today, so he would not be stupid enough to carry a half-person high suitcase up the stairs. Winter clothes, snowshoes. In the empty hallway, Zhou Lin opened the sleigh and took out all the things he had prepared for Huang Minjing in advance. Thank you so much. Huang Minjing was a little excited. Although the relationship between the two was just a cooperation, women are always emotional and can easily become emotionally excited and unable to control themselves because of timely help. That's why they would make promises like, if I can't repay you in this life, I'll be your slave in the next life, or I'll pledge my life to you. The two walked out of the lobby and were seen by the security guard on their way to the community gate, who immediately notified Xiao Hang. What's the name of the Zhou family kid? Xiao Hang thought for a moment. Are they going to collect supplies? Forget it. Let's see if they can come back first. The gate of the community is locked, but there's a small iron door next to it that can be opened from the inside. When passing through the small door, Zhou Lin suddenly looked back. Although it was dark all around, he always felt that someone was peeping at him in the dark. It should be Xiao Hang or someone from the property management. See, Zhou Lin didn't think it was a big deal. He just didn't want to reveal too much right now. But if someone provoked him or his family, just like the group of people who blocked his way last time, he wouldn't hold back. Huang Minjing's actual field of vision was very limited, and Zhou Lin disagreed with using a flashlight or turning on the emergency light, as that would easily expose her. How can we get around if we can't see anything? You sit on it. Zhou Lin pointed at the sled on the ground. He estimated the distance between the two places and Huang Minjing's speed and physical strength, and the conclusion he came to was disappointing. Not counting the time spent in the warehouse, it would take at least 12 hours. This was something Zhou Lin could not accept. So the best way is for him to drag Huang Minjing along. With his current strength and stamina, he can shorten the time to 8 hours. Later, Zhou Lin thought of skiing. As a southerner, he originally didn't know how to ski. I learned it in my previous life after the end of the world in order to survive. Putting on skis naturally increases the speed a lot, but only people like Zhou Lin who have both strength and sufficient skills can move forward quickly while standing on skis and dragging a simple sled. During the day, the little light coming through the dust clouds was not enough for ordinary people to see, but Zhou Lin could basically see clearly within a range of about 100 meters. Not to mention skiing, this visibility was actually enough for driving. The reason I didn't accelerate to my physical limit was because the wind was too strong. Zhou Lin, who was exercising, could still accept it, but Huang Minjing, who was in the sled, could not. She had almost buried her entire body in the sled, but was still shivering from the cold. Stop for a moment. Huang Minjing shouted in a trembling voice half an hour later. She felt that if she didn't stop to warm herself up, she might freeze to death before she could reach the logistics park. We've almost walked 1/3 of the way. As soon as Zhou Lin opened his mouth, a long white mist came out, like a winding jade dragon, gradually disappearing in the cold air. Really fast. Are you tired? Huang Minjing asked. Not bad. Zhou Lin stuffed a chocolate candy bar into his mouth. The biggest similarity between the evolvers and the psychics is that they can eat. It's fine when they don't move or use their psychics, but once they move or use their psychics, they're like food-destroying machines. When it's exaggerated, they can't stop eating. So sometimes Zhou Lin would feel that not allowing everyone to become evolvers or people with special abilities might be a kind of protection for this world. Where could there be so many resources for evolvers and people with special abilities to consume? Judging from a map, Zhou Lin should be in a commercial center at this time. The two iconic buildings are less than 50 meters away from him. Because they are commercial office buildings, it is estimated that everyone inside has evacuated after the natural disaster. In any case, Zhou Lin did not see any light behind any glass. Suddenly, Zhou Lin thought of the official shelter again. He had not been in Jiazhou in his previous life, so he did not know the exact location of the official shelter. However, as a local, He could roughly guess a few possible locations, because those places were famous civil defense fortifications in the early years, and two of them had been developed into underground shopping malls. In addition to this type of large shelter, hospitals and state-owned factories and mines also had their own civil air defense fortifications in the early years. As long as they have not been demolished or landfilled, they should be able to be used as shelters now. After all, the purpose of their design and construction was to resist possible nuclear war. It can even withstand disasters like a nuclear explosion, so low temperatures are not a problem at all. What really led to a large population decline in the later period was material supplies. So this time when he went to the logistics park, in addition to those dehydrated vegetables, Zhou Lin also had his own plans. But at that time, I must avoid Huang Minjing. Regarding the matter of space, the four members of the Zhou family kept their mouths shut. Not only Huang Minjing, but even Wu Shui didn't know. Perhaps only when people with special powers begin to appear will others be qualified to know this biggest secret. Let's go, I think I'm okay again. The two continued on their way and stopped once more to let Huang Minjing catch her breath. At 12 o'clock noon, Zhou Lin saw the row of flagpoles in front of the gate of the logistics park. Less than two-thirds of the more than 30-meter-high flagpole is exposed to the air. The flags that once stood there must have disappeared, but the flagpole still stands firmly, as if it was specifically there to highlight the existence of the logistics park. But apart from these flagpoles, all Zhou Lin could see was a vast expanse of white snow, just like the northern scenery in poetry. It sounded beautiful and romantic, but neither of them was in the mood to appreciate it at that moment. Let me think about the approximate location. How deep do you think it is down there? After parking the sled at the flagpole, Huang Minjing stood up and turned on the flashlight. More than 10 meters, the height of all warehouses in a logistics park is almost 9 meters. I'm very curious. How did you see it along the way? Huang Minjing has been curious about this question for a long time and couldn't help but express it. Maybe it's because I particularly like eating fish. Zhou Lin gave the answer without hesitation. Who believes it? It doesn't matter. Zhou Lin believed it anyway. I can't let Huang Minjing slice me up just because of this. Let's look at the map. After a few minutes, Zhou Lin didn't think Huang Minjing could find the exact location of the dehydration warehouse in the snowy field, so he pointed at it randomly and ended up wasting his energy and time. Chapter 40 is released. The advantage of Eternal Night is that as long as you can't see the light, you can basically be sure that there is no one nearby, and even if there is, they can't see what you are doing, unless someone has the same night vision ability as Zhou Lin. With the help of maps and military compasses, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing finally locked on an area. If nothing unexpected happened, they should find the warehouse where the dehydrated vegetables were stored. Let's get started. Time is limited, so everyone should do their part. The two had discussed it on the way here. Zhou Lin was responsible for digging the warehouse, while Huang Minjing was responsible for preparing a temporary nest, that is, a snow house. Normally, a warehouse would contain at least tens or hundreds of tons of dehydrated vegetables. Not to mention two people. Even if there were more than 10 or 20 people, they would not be able to move them all at once. In addition, regardless of whether it will continue to snow in the future, at least before the snow melts completely, every time dehydrated vegetables are transported, they will need to go through the process of digging a hole and then filling it. Otherwise, there is a possibility that the warehouse will be exposed. A relatively fixed place to stay can be used not only for rest, but also for storing supplies. He took out 2 shovels from the sled and gave them to Huang Minjing, and the two of them started working separately. Although the labor intensity was very different, by the time Zhou Lin dug to the ceiling of the warehouse, Huang Minjing had only dug a shallow pit, not even enough to bury her calves. Hurry up, Zhou Lin said lightly. There's no mercy for women in the apocalypse. People who are hungry and cold will fight desperately just to survive. Anyone who falls behind will be ruthlessly abandoned. Huang Minjing also felt embarrassed, but the snow on the ground had already frozen solid. With Zhou Lin's current physical fitness, he didn't need to rest for this amount of exercise, and he quickly dug out the ventilation window under the roof of the warehouse. I'll go down and take a look first. After saying hello, Zhou Lin knocked on the glass and went into the dark warehouse. Huang Minjing stood outside the window, waiting anxiously. The warehouse was in almost absolute darkness, and Zhou Lin had to turn on the flashlight for illumination. What good luck! After landing, Zhou Lin saw neatly stacked sealed packaging boxes in the warehouse. They were all written in the island country's language and had patterns of various vegetables on them. It should be correct. A box of dehydrated vegetables weighs 30 kilograms. If you consume 100 grams per meal, it is enough for one person to eat for half a year. There are at least tens of thousands of boxes of dehydrated vegetables in the entire warehouse. It's a pity that I came with Huang Minjing this time, so I can't collect all of them into the Fuhao warehouse. Zhou Lin received about 2,000 boxes, and only a small part of the warehouse was left empty, which should not arouse Huang Minjing's suspicion. Come in, it's safe. Seeing the boxes of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing was so excited that she shed tears. It took her a long time to calm down. She asked Zhou Lin how to get them back. What else can we do? We can't let Zhou Lin take out the conqueror and pretend. You go upstairs and take it. This time we'll take 10 boxes back and divide them up. Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing thought about it, but there was no better way. It might not be easy to be exposed on the road, but it is hard to say once entering the community. What if you run into someone from the property management? Now, anyone who makes Huang Minjing trust the property management will be put on her blacklist. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables were still a bit too much for the sled converted from suitcase. So Huang Minjing could only sit on the dehydrated vegetables. Looking at Zhou Lin, who was struggling forward on the snowboard in front of her, Huang Minjing felt complicated. When they stopped for a rest on the road, Huang Minjing took extra care of Zhou Lin, feeding him food and water, and even almost chewing the food up and feeding it to Zhou Lin. Boss Huang, you don't have to be so polite. Zhou Lin couldn't accept it. Why are you still calling me Boss Huang? If you don't mind, call me Sister Huang, or just call me by my name. Zhou Lin understood a little bit, and hurriedly said, It's almost time. Let's go. Otherwise, we won't be able to arrive tonight. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Come to my house tomorrow, and I will cook for you. No, it's not hard. Zhou Lin pulled the sled hard. When the speed increased, Huang Minjing didn't dare to speak anymore because it was too cold. When passing by a building, suddenly several beams of light focused on Zhou Lin and the sled. Oops. Zhou Lin threw away the snow barrier immediately, then pulled out the gun with his backhand. The next moment, he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out of the building, each holding a weapon in their hands. Although the light was not good, Zhou Lin could see clearly that it was either a baseball bat, a kitchen knife, or a machete. Don't move. Leave the stuff behind. We don't want to kill anyone. Don't resist. Maybe it's because the apocalypse started not long ago, so these highway robbers still have some bottom line, but it's also possible that this is just their excuse. If they really give up resistance, who can guarantee that they won't kill people? Huang Minjing was so nervous that she couldn't speak. This had never happened to her before in her life, and she had no idea what to do. Seeing that the other party had no gun, Zhou Lin put the pistol back and went straight to the man in front who was holding a machete in his hand. Squint your eyes and punch. The fist, as big as a sand bowl, made an air explosion sound and hit the man with the machete hard on the heart. There is no such thing as holding back. It is understandable for Zhou Lin to do this in peacetime. Several layers of cotton-padded jackets and cold-proof clothes could not completely dissipate the power of this punch. The sound of broken bones could be clearly heard through the thick cloth. The man with the machete opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his eyes instantly became bloodshot and swollen, and gradually lost their luster. As he fell to the ground, the 5 people behind him immediately stopped. They're just ordinary people. When the one-punch salvation that only exists in movies and TV shows is actually placed in front of them, who can muster up the courage to attack Zhou Lin? People, by nature, seek profit and avoid harm. Gurgle. Someone swallowed and then slowly stepped back. There was no negotiation. The weather was very cold, and opening my mouth to talk would be a waste of calories. After making sure that Zhou Lin had no intention of chasing them, the 5 men retreated one after another and finally turned around and ran. It's over, it's over. Is he dead? The concentrated flashlight beams disappeared, and Huang Minjing dared to turn on the flashlight. She shone on a man on the ground, whose face was covered with white frost, and asked in disbelief, Let's go. Putting on his snowboard again, Zhou Lin shook his head. If it weren't for the burden of Huang Minjing, he would definitely follow those people into the building. He didn't want to kill anyone. He wasn't that cold-blooded and cruel. He just wanted to find out how they found out about him and Huang Minjing. If this problem is not solved, the next time we encounter this group of people, they might use long-range weapons. Hot weapons, crossbows, or slingshots. It's hard to say, but it's certain. Even though Zhou Lin had just given them a warning, between starving to death and taking a desperate gamble, even Zhou Lin himself would choose the latter. Unless these people are not allowed to see it. To achieve this goal, we must first understand how they do it. Huang Minjing continued on the road, dragging the sled. When approaching the gate of the community, she jumped off the sled and prepared to open the door. "Don't turn on the light. Let me do it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? It's still not safe, even though we're already in the community?" Chapter 41, Superpower Upgrade. Sure enough, he went out to collect supplies. By the window of the property management office, Xiaohang used a device to see Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing, who had just entered the office through the layers of darkness. How did these two get together? Xiaohang muttered to himself. Huang Xiefeng, who was standing nearby in a security uniform, heard this and asked hurriedly if they should arrange for two people to go and ask. "What are you asking?" Xiaohang put down the night vision goggles and turned them over in his hands. "This thing is good. Go ask the guy if he has any more." "No more," Huang Xiefeng said. The guy was almost fainted from hunger. He said whatever I asked. He even gave me the photos of the female owners he secretly took. "Photos? Okay, show me first which building." Xiaohang narrowed his eyes slightly and became interested. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing going out to collect supplies, Xiaohang was not in a hurry. The sled could only hold so much, and it wouldn't last for a few days. He just had to keep an eye on them and arrange for someone to follow them the next time they went out, and he would take care of everything. "Let me help you take it up." Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing arrived at the lobby of Building 7. They took half of the 10 packages of dehydrated vegetables each. Huang Minjing originally only wanted 3 packages, but Zhou Lin couldn't bear it and insisted on splitting them in half. Considering Huang Minjing's strength and the possible time wasted, Zhou Lin stuffed a metal baton into Huang Minjing's hands and asked her to guard the sled. Seeing Zhou Lin carrying 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables at once, Huang Minjing swallowed unconsciously. Who said women can't be greedy? She is very greedy now. In particular, Zhou Lin ran down the track in less than 5 minutes, and this speed shocked Huang Minjing. Are you still human?" Zhou Lin said. "You can do it if you keep exercising. You have to believe in science." He didn't really carry 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables up to the 17th floor. Wouldn't it be stupid not to use the warehouse? If the old lady hadn't been slow to open the door, Zhou Lin could have come down earlier. After dragging the sled back to Building 8, Zhou Lin put the sled away after making sure that there was no one around. He walked upstairs leisurely and waited until he reached his doorstep before taking it out and knocking on the door before entering the house. Seeing the 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, the 4 people in the family had no special expressions. So far, the Zhou family had never lacked food and drink. In Cheng Yali's words, they had not tasted the beatings of the end of the world. Even Yang Chi-Chi in the tool room, although she basically ate the Zhou family's leftovers, but in terms of the richness of the food, she actually ate better than most people struggling in the end of the world. Perhaps because she had lived a comfortable life for too long, Yang Chi-Chi not only did not feel the slightest bit of gratitude toward Zhou Lin and the Zhou family, but instead the hatred in her heart kept piling up, and she was always thinking about dealing a fatal blow to Zhou Lin's family. "I'll go and rest for a while." Zhou Lin greeted him, rubbed Haizi's head, and hurried back to the room. He wasn't actually tired at all. The real reason was that his supernatural powers were about to be upgraded. Symbiosis. Primary 999/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/1. Because he had never experienced it before, Zhou Lin didn't know what it was like to upgrade his superpowers. In order to avoid accidents, he locked the door and sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. After adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, he slowly put the pile of supplies he had taken out in advance into the warehouse from light to heavy. 1, 2, 3. After collecting about 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt that he had lost control of his body, as if his soul had completely separated from his body. After a few seconds or minutes, he felt that his body had returned, but the illusion was still. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1000/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 1. Storage space. 1/2. Intensity symbiosis. 2.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 2.5. 2514/10,000. The main changes after the ability upgrade are added a quota for a symbiotic vehicle and storage space. There is an additional value called evolution degree. Gain an active skill, strength symbiosis. The body can reach the strength of a symbiotic transporter, but can only be used once a day, and the current duration is 2.5 minutes, the same as the value of evolution. Zhou was not surprised by the appearance of evolution degree. He knew in his previous life that people with special abilities would definitely become evolvers, but ordinary evolvers should not be able to intuitively feel their own degree of evolution. This should be the privilege of people with special abilities. The usage time of the skill intensity symbiosis may be directly related to the degree of evolution. Under the premise that the skill level of symbiosis does not change, the higher the degree of evolution, the longer the intensity symbiosis will last. After thinking about it, Zhou felt that there was nothing wrong with it. If intensity symbiosis was regarded as a big move, wouldn't its power and duration depend on one's own basic qualities? In other words, he currently has 2.5 minutes every day to transform into a body of steel. Not to mention guns. Even rocket launchers may not be able to cause any harm to him, even though 2.5 minutes may not seem long. Unless it is under certain circumstances, it is enough for Zhou to escape from any crisis situation. If he can't win, doesn't he know how to run away? In general, he was very satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially the appearance of evolution degree, which allowed him to intuitively see the results of his hard work. As for the level of evolution, it made Zhou even more excited. After level I, there must be level 2 and level 3. It really motivated him, and he couldn't wait to start training now. So hungry. After the excitement wore off, Zhou felt that all the cells in his body were crying out for hunger. He raised his hands and saw that they were just skin and bones. Could it be that all the muscles and fat in his body had been consumed during the upgrade? Zhou didn't have time to think about what he looked like now, or whether he would scare everyone when he went out. His only thought now was to eat. As he thought about it, a pile of hamburgers appeared in front of him. Zhou swallowed his saliva, grabbed one, tore off the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou turned into a ruthless food crusher, destroying the burgers one after another. He only took 2 sips of Coke when he was really panicking. The burgers on the live food were bigger than each other, and the meat was thicker than each other. Normally, 3 or 5 of them would definitely kill a man of Zhou size. But the fact was that he ate at least 70 or 80 of them, but his stomach didn't show any sign of swelling. Instead, his skin and bones condition began to improve, as if it was slowly being filled up by the meat in the burgers. Zhou didn't know how much he ate before he finally felt less hungry. At this time, his body had basically returned to normal. He even looked taller and stronger than before. The lines of his muscles were hidden under his resilient skin, which looked better and more pleasing to the eye than those purely bodybuilding ones. Standing up and looking in the mirror, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The only thing he might have to worry about was Wu Shui's physical examination. When Zhou was hiding in the room to upgrade, a convoy appeared at the main entrance of Lanshan Community. Dozens of bright searchlights illuminated the atrium of the community so brightly that almost all the sober people in the community were attracted to the windows. Needless to say, Cheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui, even Zhou Kaijun, who had not been active since he was recovering from his injuries, came to the small window that was deliberately left open and looked down, wanted to know who had come and why there was such a big scene. Chapter 42, Government Fleet. The sudden appearance of the convoy alarmed the entire community. Xiao Hang was also a little nervous. Don't panic. We are from the government's post-disaster reconstruction headquarters. The headquarters is jointly hosted by the government and the garrison, and is composed of military personnel and personnel from relevant local departments. I'm Su Yuenji, the director of the Levi Sub-District Office. Does anyone know me? It turned out to be someone from the government. The Xia people's consistent trust in the government made most people in the community feel relieved. Only those who had ulterior motives, like Xiao Hang, felt nervous. A dozen fully armed soldiers wearing snow camouflage jumped off the snowmobile and entered the community, followed by 2 people in plain clothes. Because of the light from the searchlight, almost everyone in the community could see them. I'm Su Yuenji. Is Manager Xiao Hang here? Director Su, it really is you. Xiao Hang trotted over to shake hands with Su Yuenji. It's cold outside. Let's chat in the hall. Old Huang, go and generate the electricity. Didn't you see Director Su coming? A few minutes later, the lights in the property office lobby came on, the heater started working, and the temperature gradually rose. Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai led the team out this time for 3 purposes. First, to show people outside the shelter that the country and government still exist and social order still exists, so don't dream of lawlessness. Second, the country believes that the disaster will not end in a short time, and the shelter needs to expand its capacity and increase its functions, so it needs to recruit talents. Third, to collect supplies. Xiao. We're short on time and have a heavy task. We must inform every resident in the community of these 3 points. The shelter welcomes them to sign up. All those who meet the requirements should be prepared. We will arrange a fleet to pick them up tomorrow. This communicator is now in your hands. The country will issue it in batches soon, and everyone will be able to buy it then. Xiao Hang took the brick-like device with an apologetic smile and nodded repeatedly to reassure Su Zuan that he would guarantee to complete the task. Outside, the loudspeaker had broadcast the shelter's talent selection notice and specific requirements 3 times. The owners of the community knew the purpose of Su Ziyuan and others' visit without leaving their homes, but it was hard to say whether anyone was tempted. Anyway, the 4 members of the Zhou family would not be interested, and Wu Shui is not interested either. It turns out the shelter is recruiting. We need skilled workers and manual laborers, but now that they can have a full meal, many people may go, said Zhou Kaijun. Not necessarily. Zhou Li shook her head. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The shelter is not a paradise. There are many people who are in Chao's camp, but their hearts are with Han. Well, the other 3 people basically didn't understand what Zhou Li wanted to say, but fortunately everyone was used to it. At this time, Zhou Lin finally came out. He just realized that with the upgrade of his superpowers and the evolution of his body, his resistance to cold seemed to have improved a lot. He just put on a coat, reluctantly to avoid surprising others. Even so, Chung Yali screamed and said that it was a serious cold. There's a doctor here. It's not cold at all. Wu Shui tilted her head and looked at Zhou Lin repeatedly. I think you seem to have changed a little. Really? Maybe it's because of the recent exercise. Zhou Lin flatly denied it. Zhou Kaijun and Chung Yali secretly exchanged glances and then changed the subject. Su Zuan led the convoy away, and the neighborhood returned to silence and darkness. It seemed that one could hear many sighs. When will such days end? The lights in the property management office were still on, and Xiao Hang was studying the communication device. This thing looked very Russian style, probably a hastily made product, and could be considered an ordinary smartphone plus a satellite communication module plus an oversized power bank. Perhaps to save power, its functions are very simple. Only calls, text messages, and a simple interface that can only send text chat software, which can be used for one-on-one private chats, shelter sections, regional sections, and national sections. However, opening the national section requires permission, and after Xiao Hang registered, he found that he could not use the national section yet. But looking at the information one after another in the shelter and regional sections, Xiao Hang felt like he had returned to the civilized era and almost shed tears. Tell my brothers to have a good meal today, and then go door to door to inform and encourage the owners in our community. Sign up to go to the shelter? Huang Xiefeng asked. Xiao Hang tilted his head and glanced at Huang Xiefeng. Are you fucking stupid? Of course we encourage them to stay and be self-reliant. Of course, we try to drive away those troublemakers. In addition, we must not let the Huang family on the top floors of buildings 8 and 7 leave. Therefore, Huang Xiefeng could only serve as the deputy captain of the security team. His ideological awareness was completely unable to keep up with the pace, and he even asked why the 2 families had to be kept. Are you stupid? Forget I asked. Have you forgotten that they once went out alone and dragged a truckload of supplies back? Or do you think they can easily find a truckload of supplies outside now? Xiao Hang knocked on Huang Xiefeng's head. Don't just stand there. Move quickly. I want to see which owners want to leave. They can't just leave my territory whenever they want. As a reader who has read countless apocalyptic novels, Xiao Hang always feels that he has the potential to be a protagonist, and Lanshan is the basic foundation for his takeoff. Both materials and people are his. The loudspeaker publicity of Shelter's convoy just now did indeed motivate some owners. Most owners can accept a few days or 10 days, but what if it continues? Even the government has begun to expand the shelters, which shows that the government does not believe that the disaster situation will get better. Smart people should follow the government's footsteps instead of being unconventional. As for whether the shelter is good or not, no matter how bad it is, you can at least have food to eat. No matter how bad it is, you won't freeze to death, right? No matter how bad it is, if you die, there will always be someone to bury you, right? For example, Huang Minjing's mother thinks that she should go to a shelter. Huang Minjing was also hesitant and finally contacted Cheng Yali. However, Cheng Yali was not willing to express her opinion on this issue. If you're talking about buying clothes, bags, or even a car or a house, the right or wrong opinion does not matter much. It's just money. But when it comes to life-threatening decisions, it's best to make them yourself. Sister Cheng, do you plan to go to the shelter? Since Cheng Yali didn't say anything, Huang Minjing came up with a roundabout way to save the situation by following her example. When Cheng Yali said without hesitation that she couldn't go, Huang Minjing understood. Then we won't go either, Sister Cheng. From now on, my mother and I will follow you. What the hell? Cheng Yali looked Spartan with the intercom in her hand. Why did she follow him? What was the point of following her? No. Sister Cheng, I have another batch of instant food stored in an absolutely safe place, about 50 tons. Well, don't talk about whether to follow or not. We're just helping each other and benefiting each other. If you need anything urgently, you can tell me. Cheng Yali changed her tone. Yes. Sister Cheng, do you have any extra coal or charcoal at home? I'm burning them by prying the floor. Chapter 43. Race Against Time. She wants coal? What in exchange? Cheng Yali talked about the 50 tons of fast food inventory, but she also admitted that Huang Minjing might have lied. But the temptation of 50 tons of fast food is really great. According to the apocalyptic process described by Zhou Lin, the value of these 50 tons of fast food in the future will be immeasurable. She was just talking. Even if she had it, she wouldn't give it to us easily. Zhou Lin shook his head. After several contacts with Huang Minjing, he knew that this woman was not simple. Can a simple person turn a food factory that is close to bankruptcy into a thriving one in just 3 to 5 years? She knew that I purchased a large amount of coal. In fact, it was not just coal. At that time, Cheng Yali had no time to plan. There were too many things to purchase. For the sake of efficiency and cost, she could not care about many things. Even though she knew that there would be hidden dangers, there was no better way. Zhou Lin pinched his nose and decided to go out. Why are you going out for no reason? It's so cold and dangerous outside, and we don't need. Just because there's no shortage now doesn't mean there won't be a shortage in the future. Zhou Lin interrupted Cheng Yali. Seeing that her attempts to stop him were ineffective, Cheng Yali went to find Zhou Li and Wu Shui with a gloomy face, intending to raise Zhou Lin as a child. Little did she know that she was still a step too slow. Zhou Lin didn't need to make any preparations when he went out without any burden. It was pitch black outside. Who could see him go out? Quick, go tell the boss that the man from Building 8 is out again. Xiao Heng, who was actually sleeping in bed, was called up, but when he got the night vision goggles, Zhou Lin had already walked out of the community gate. Fuck. Xiao Heng slapped his thigh fiercely. Didn't I tell you to lock the door? No. When the people from the shelter come tomorrow, we will seal the door. Boss, there's no point in sealing the gate. The snow in many places in the community is higher than the wall. Walking in the snow is not as convenient as coming in through the main gate. Xiao Heng glared at the security guard who was speaking, then stuffed the night vision goggles back and said, "You will be punished to watch for another 8 hours before your shift changes." Outside the community, without the shelter of buildings, the cold wind was obviously much colder. Zhou Lin looked back at the neighborhood and saw the silhouettes of buildings, with light coming through very few windows. Darkness is the eternal theme in the eternal night. In just 10 days, the brilliant lights seem to have become a distant memory. Perhaps it will be difficult for mankind to regain its glory. Even after the eternal night passes, the world will not be kind to mankind. That's why I need more supplies. After Zhou Lin encouraged himself, he picked up a snowboard and slid towards the logistics park. Buried by heavy snow, the old roads and rivers disappeared, but fortunately, after the upgrade of my supernatural power, my night vision ability seemed to have improved as well. In the past, I could barely see more than 100 meters, but now I can see clearly within 200 meters, and I can even see an outline 200 meters away. This ability alone is enough to make Zhou Lin invincible. After all, compared to him, other people are almost like blind people. Even people like Su Ziyuan's team, who had high-powered searchlights to rely on, probably couldn't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. In order to ensure safety, the convoy must strictly follow the new satellite navigation. Otherwise, there is a risk of vehicle crash and loss of life at any time. Because it is not easy to make a trip, Su Ziyuan and others would stop whenever they passed a community or building where there might be people or supplies to look for people who needed to be found and collect supplies that needed to be collected. There's almost nothing missing in the shelter now. In other words, any supplies related to life are valuable items. Really high-value targets, such as granaries and material warehouses, are completed by more elite and professional teams. Such teams are often composed of pure soldiers, led by experienced scouts and mountain special forces. Zhou Lin saw such a large convoy just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park. Is it too late? Zhou Lin couldn't help but get nervous when he saw the bright logistics park. He thought the government would not give up on the logistics park, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Although the logistics park is important, it should be ranked after grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. He was actually right to think so, but he did not consider the number of troops stationed here. Although Jiazhou City seems to have a low administrative level, it is a serious military town. There are several army brigades stationed in the surrounding area. Together with other arms, there are at least nearly 100,000 people in total. In addition, the Xia Kingdom has had sufficient military budget in the past decade, and even the army has no shortage of various equipment. After the disaster struck, the garrisons in various places almost participated in the support on the spot, so the Jiazhou Post-Disaster Command Center was able to arrange dozens of convoys to act separately at the same time. Some things seem impossible, but they become different when the government is involved. The inventory list of the logistics park when the disaster struck was in the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Wang Pingping, the team leader. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables still haven't been found. The excavation operation had already started for half an hour, and several key warehouses were in the hands of everyone involved in the excavation. However, the lack of staff in the logistics park was the biggest failure of this operation. The main reason was that no one had thought that the snow in the logistics park would be so severe before we set off. In addition, there was a lack of high-rise buildings as a reference, so it was very difficult to find the exact location. If it weren't for the accumulation of various coincidences, Zhou Lin might not even be able to see the hair of the dehydrated vegetables. But now, he can actually sneak up to the dehydrated vegetable warehouse and then open the passage that he deliberately left last time and get in. Without Huang Minjing as a burden, Zhou Lin could unscrupulously ship boxes of dehydrated vegetables into Lai Fu. The neatly stacked, dehydrated vegetables disappeared one by one. In less than 10 minutes, the entire warehouse was as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Even with his upgraded superpowers and evolved physique, Zhou Lin felt weak and dizzy after cleaning up the entire warehouse. He didn't count how many vegetables he had harvested. He just knew it was time to leave. Less than 2 minutes after he emerged, several beams of light converged at the location of the vegetable warehouse. Soon, a work vehicle drove over and cleared a work surface in 2 or 3 minutes. Hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been found, Wang Pingping couldn't help but come over in person. However, when he saw the ventilation window smashed open by Zhou Lin, he had a bad feeling. If the convoy wanted to empty the warehouse, they had to at least dig out the warehouse door, but Wang Pingping and others were too late and ordered people to go in through the air vent first. The person who went in came out soon, and the news he brought back made Wang Pingping almost drop his hat. Who on earth is it? Who on earth is one step faster? He couldn't figure it out. The warehouse door was clearly locked. Could it be that all the 30 or 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables were taken away box by box through the air vent above? How much time and manpower would that take? Thinking of this, Wang Pingping's face suddenly became solemn. It's not because I feel sorry for these dozens of tons of dehydrated vegetables, but because I think of things that are far more serious than dehydrated vegetables. You guys continue. Waving his hand, Wang Ping trotted towards the command vehicle. He wanted to report the situation here to his superiors immediately. Chapter 44, Second Symbiosis. Outside the logistics park, Zhou Lin, hiding in the darkness, felt somewhat regretful. He had originally considered the logistics park his private property, but he was not in a hurry to take it back. He did not expect that if he was slow, he would be slow at every step. Forget it. After all, they have to feed hundreds of thousands of people. I don't really need these supplies. Patting his butt, Zhou Lin put on his snowboard again and set off towards his next destination. He doesn't know yet that Wang Pingping has already regarded those who steal dehydrated vegetables as his #1 enemy and reported them to the Post-Disaster Command Center, currently representing the government in Jiazhou City. In his report to the command center, Wang Pingping bluntly stated that a group of vicious gangs have appeared in the city, and their existence may endanger social order and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. They must be dealt with heavily and severely punished. After upgrading his superpowers, Jolin has been thinking about what kind of transportation he should have. The first thing that came to his mind was the ready-made aircraft on the rifle. He had considered fighter jets, transport planes, and helicopters. However, after repeated consideration, he felt that they were not suitable. From the beginning of the eternal night of freezing until his death in his previous life, the overall environment was not suitable for airplanes as a means of transportation. Ground transportation is what Jolin needs most right now. The conqueror in the warehouse is the all-around champion, and if there is no choice in the end, it will definitely be this one. It is more than 11 meters long, 2.55 meters wide, 3.95 meters high, and has a curb weight of 23,000 kilograms. The maximum power is 425 kilowatts. The maximum horsepower is 578, and the maximum torque is 2,800 Nm. The 600-liter main fuel tank and the auxiliary fuel tank that can be added at any time can hold thousands of liters of fuel together. 3 interaxle differential locks for interwheel differential locks, a total of 7 differential locks. The car body adopts a thermal insulation sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, heat preservation, insulation, and noise reduction. The 3-point floating balance sub-beam system ensures the stability and comfort of the car during driving. It is equipped with reversing image, 8-way monitoring system camera, waterproof and sandproof storage compartment, and comes with 18,500-pound rear winch, shovel, and Santa skateboard. There are 12 solar panels on the roof. A solar charger is standard, a high-power hybrid power supply system, and an 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator, and a 21.6 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery pack to ensure sufficient energy. The usable area inside the car is 20 square meters, and with the terrace, it can reach 25.5 square meters with indoor and outdoor double kitchens. It is equipped with a large-capacity refrigerator, induction cooker, exhaust hood, microwave oven, coffee machine, and other kitchen appliances you can think of, and the bathroom is so rich that it is comparable to a 5-star hotel. The positive pressure fresh air system with 800L water tank, fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC variable frequency single cold air conditioners, 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel warm air boiler heating systems plus pollen filtration and exhaust system is enough to ensure that the car is like spring all year round and is not affected by cold or heat. It can be said that apart from being expensive, this car is definitely the best choice for people to deal with doomsday. Jolin couldn't even dream of owning a car like this in peacetime. It's not to say that Conqueror is the only option for RVs. In fact, the RV craze in Chihuahua in recent years has also made many car modification manufacturers see business opportunities. Not only have they produced a batch of urban RVs, but they have also made many good products in the heavy-duty truck platform. In Jolin's plan, the house in Lanshan can only be lived in at the beginning of the apocalypse. After 2 months of sudden freezing, there will be a period of relatively comfortable temperature. However, the melting snow will cause surface water to overflow, or in layman's terms, a flood. Not all places will experience floods, but Jiazhou City will definitely experience floods. By then, all areas buried by heavy snow will basically be submerged by floods again, and the entrances and exits of some shelters will also be submerged in water. If not handled in time, it may even cause water to enter the shelter. This is why Jolin is determined not to go to the shelter. After the flood, many people thought that there would be a high temperature and plague, but this was not the case. A large amount of surface water caused many places on the earth to become swamped, and when the temperature rose, the evaporating water vapor would quickly form cumulonimbus clouds and fall to the ground. Therefore, after the flood, there's a long period of mixed weather with sunny and rainy days. Severe convective weather brings heavy rain, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, and the temperature fluctuates between minus and 40 degrees Celsius, which is worse than simply high or low temperatures. In addition, the northern coast of Xia State will face a wave of serious nuclear pollution. During the eternal night freeze period, the island nation's nuclear facilities were shattered by volcanoes and earthquakes and were in a frozen state. After thawing, frequent rainfall and floods brought out nuclear materials and waste, which flowed and polluted the entire island nation while spreading to neighboring countries and regions along ocean currents and precipitation. Strong nuclear radiation will not only harm humans, but also cause the death and mutation of a large number of organisms. Eventually, these nuclear materials and waste will be spread all over the world, and the consequences will be difficult to estimate. However, The island government did not even survive the first wave of the eternal night and freezing period. Only less than 30 million of the 200 million citizens had the chance to see the light of day again. When the nuclear pollution brought serious consequences, most of these 30 million people died from their own actions. In the end, only 1 in 100 actually escaped the country. Some people estimate that the number may not exceed 1 million. But the island nation did not die out because of this. Not only did they have a large number of immigrants in Xia State, they also forcibly occupied an area in Heizhou and tried to rebuild the island nation. As for what the final situation will be, Zhou Lin has no idea. Anyway, it is said that the mutated creatures in Heizhou and Yangzhou are the most ferocious, and it is estimated that the islanders will be in trouble too. As he walked forward and recalled the past, Zhou Lin found that he had arrived at his destination, Jiazhou Auto City. Like the logistics park, this place was also covered with snow, and the 4S stores that once stretched all around were buried under the white snow. Zhou Lin didn't come here to look for a car. The Conqueror can be regarded as the ceiling among civilian vehicles. In Xia country, especially in a small city like Jiazhou, it is basically impossible to find a more powerful vehicle than it. But in Zhou Lin's opinion, the Conqueror T is not in the most perfect state. If it is to coexist with it and be used frequently, it will require secondary or even multiple modifications, maintenance, and repairs. Even a good housewife cannot cook without rice. Even if symbiosis allows for any modification, maintenance, and repair within the storage space, accessories and materials cannot be created out of nothing. There are some vehicle accessories on the Laifu, but they may not be suitable for the Conqueror, so Zhou Lin came here to take a look. After finding a good spot and starting to dig, Zhou Lin soon saw a familiar domestic logo. Although it was not what he wanted most, he had to dig in and take a look since he was here. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. After turning on the light, I carried with me. The entire exhibition hall came into view. The original glass curtain wall was shattered to the ground, and most of the exhibition cars were frozen, so it would probably be difficult to use them normally. There are no signs of human activity. It is estimated that all the people here have evacuated before the disaster completely struck. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin moved all the cars in the exhibition hall to the deck of Laifu, and then turned and entered the maintenance and repair workshop at the back. There are quite a few cars waiting or being repaired, but unfortunately, they will never wait for their owners again. Zhou Lin looks down on them, as he's only here to collect new spare parts and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped panting. He felt that this was not working. It was too inefficient. He couldn't run here every day, right? Chapter 45 Yang Chi-Chi is making trouble. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm sounded, and Zhou Li, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, looked up. The monitor showed a night vision image of the elevator room, with someone knocking on the explosion-proof door. Mom and Dad, it looks like someone from the property management. Outside the explosion-proof door, Huang Xiefeng frowned. Because Xiao Hang had specifically instructed him to do so, he came in person to inquire about Zhou Lin's family's attitudes. Property management? What's going on? Zhou Saijuan's voice was heard from the surveillance camera. Huang Xiefeng swept the flashlight towards the camera, and impatience in his eyes gradually grew stronger. They don't even open the door, and they don't trust their property management? This is what rich people are like. They really deserve to go to hell. You've all heard about the shelter recruiting people, right? Does your family want to sign up? Huang Xiefeng asked loudly. I won't participate, Zhou Kaijun said bluntly. Oh, okay. Huang Xiefeng nodded, and then continued. It is said that the owner of number 2 on the 16th floor is also in your house. What does she think? I won't participate either, Wu Shui said. Huang Xiefeng nodded. Okay, we got it. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared outside Huang Minjing's door, panting. Who? Security Captain Huang Xiefeng. Although she introduced herself, Huang Minjing had no intention of opening the door. What's the matter? Have. Huang Xiefeng was a little annoyed. He thought he could see Huang Minjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful, and rich boss for a long time. There was no man, only an old woman at home. Huang Xiefeng knew all this clearly. We won't participate, thank you, Huang Minjing said. By the way, is there anything I can help you with? You can come to me anytime, Huang Xiefeng said. Thank you for your kindness, but not at the moment. Huang Xiefeng was very angry after being rejected. If he hadn't had a bit of rationality left, he would have wanted to break in. No, at least not yet. Although he was dissatisfied, the result was not bad. Huang Xiefeng didn't care whether Zhou Lin's family stayed or not. As long as Huang Minjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one could snatch it from me, he thought. Hearing the footsteps fading away outside the door, Huang Minjing patted her chest and hurriedly contacted Chengyali. No one in the property management is a good person. I noticed a long time ago that Huang Xiefeng looked at me with a strange look in his eyes. Any man would take a second look at someone like you. Chengyali joked. After a few pleasantries, Huang Minjing talked about the deal they had discussed last time. Sister Cheng, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to bear it if we don't have coal anymore. We can talk, but Zhou Lin is out. He went out. Huang Minjing was slightly stunned, thinking that Zhou Lin would not go to move the dehydrated vegetables alone. Right? But even if it was him, what could she do? Would she make trouble with Zhou Lin? No, that would not bring any benefit except losing the Zhou family as an ally. Is my son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Kaijun asked. Yeah, he said he wanted to collect some useful things. The time is undecided. Zhou Lin decided not to come back because he didn't want to waste time on the journey. But this lazy decision almost made him regret for the rest of his life. Around noon the next day, the lights outside the community came on again. Xiao Hang, who had already received the notice, quickly sent someone to greet them. 2 hours ago, Xiao Hang received the news that Su Ziyuan had returned. There were more than 80 people in Lanshan community who signed up to go to the shelter. After a preliminary screening, Su Ziyuan found 42 people who passed, and there were still 20 people to be determined. The 42 people selected actually come from 16 owners, basically those who have no elderly or children around them. The 20 people on hold will need to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan did not come, and Wu Jiankai led the team today. Originally, all this had nothing to do with the Zhou family, but just as the team members were helping the 16 households move their things, a cry for help suddenly came from the rooftop of the 8th building. It's Yang Qiqi. She heard the team's promotion clearly in the tool room yesterday. If it weren't for what was said in the propaganda, Yang Qiqi would not dare to resist easily. After all, she couldn't guarantee that she could survive if she left the tool shed. But God has a good eye. The government actually sent people here, and they're hiring. Yang Qiqi knew that this would be her best chance, and if she missed it, her life would be ruined. She was so excited that she wanted to shout loudly, but she soon found that her sound could not be heard at all, and even if it was heard, the people below would not be able to hear it. Fortunately, the government people came the next day, which gave Yang Qiqi an opportunity. It happened that Zhou Lin had gone to the auto city and had not returned yet. Taking advantage of the time when everyone should be asleep at night, Yang Qiqi used a screwdriver to forcibly remove a piece of the wall panel of the tool room. When she heard a noise downstairs, she wrapped herself in her sleeping bag, broke through the wall, rushed to the edge of the platform, and shouted loudly. What's going on? Wu Jiansai's face suddenly changed, and he stared at Xiao Hang. I don't know either. Building 8. It seems like the sound is coming from the rooftop of Building 8. You guys go and take a look. As a government official, and now representing the shelter, it would be fine if I didn't encounter such a thing, but if I do, I can't just turn a blind eye. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. I say that woman should be killed. At Zhou's house, Zhou couldn't help shaking her head as she watched the surveillance video. She didn't really care what Yang Qiqi did. The key point was that the wall panels of the tool room were damaged, and the insulation effect dropped sharply. If things went wrong, the vegetables she had worked so hard to grow, and the chickens, ducks, and geese might be ruined. I'm going to shoot her right now. Sheng Yali took out the gun in anger. Wu Shui's eyes widened as she watched from the side. She never expected that the Zhou family even had such a thing. What family? Mom, I advise you to calm down. Zhou Li said, you and Dad and your brother should work together to bring that woman down. Seeing Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun going upstairs, Zhou Li started calling Zhou Lin. I was careless. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, I'm leaving now. Don't open the door before I get there. Brother, it's no use looking at plums to quench your thirst. I will take care of it. As soon as Zhou Li finished speaking, the monitor sounded an alarm, and the lights outside the explosion-proof door came on. A group of people led by Wu Jiankai had arrived. On behalf of the Post-Disaster Command Center, I order you to open the door immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Wu Jiankai stood in front of the explosion-proof door with an ugly look on his face. He has seen many rich people, but a rich person who built his own gate to look like a bank vault, must have done too many bad things. Is there a search warrant? Zhou Li asked with the help of the camera. Wu Jiankai was slightly stunned. Search warrant? Why would he need this thing? That was the truth, but he really couldn't say it like that. Otherwise, he would be slapping himself in the face. There's a woman calling for help on your platform. This is a special situation. For the safety of people's lives, I now require you to open the access to the platform. Wu Jiankai was quick-witted. If there was no search warrant, he would just say he wanted to save people and act accordingly. The firefighters even broke into the house to save people. Who would issue a search warrant in that situation? Oh, that woman on the platform. She's my brother's girlfriend. She's broken down. There's a conflict going on. Although I don't dare to expect it. What if Wu Jiankai and others want to have less trouble? In fact, seeing that the Zhou family had such a tough attitude, Wu Jiankai did want to get away with it. However, just as he was about to speak, someone from the property management suddenly stood up. She's lying. I know who's on the platform. Chapter 46, Symbiosis, Lu Xiaofeng. Who are you? Wu Jiankai frowned and looked at Tang Yili, who was standing behind Xiaohang. My name is Tang Yili, and the one who just shouted for help was my girlfriend. Her name is AI Bing. Actually, I'm not the owner of this community. I came here to save my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask manager Xiao. Don't be fooled by Tang Yili's tall and strong appearance. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. He is worthy of being an actor. His every move moved Wu Jiankai so much that he turned to the camera and said, "Did you hear that? Someone is saying that you are illegally detaining women. Open the door immediately so we can verify it." In the room, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were both a little panicked. Although they had a big business, they were honest and kind-hearted at heart, mainly because they were deeply afraid of the government. Wu Shui didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhou Li, whose face still showed no sign of nervousness. I Bing, we don't know who AI Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend's name is Yang Qiqi. We don't know any AI Bing. Little girl. Wu Jiankai could tell Zhou Li was not very old at this time. Let your parents talk to me. There's nothing to say. Zhou Li said coldly. This is our own family affair. My brother and her were going to get married, but she suddenly asked for 1 million, so the deal fell through. It has nothing to do with outsiders. Mr. Tang, don't slander us. When my brother comes back, I'll see how he'll deal with you. Is this really a mistake? Girlfriend? 1 million? Wu Jiankai frowned. He now believed Zhou Li's words a little. After all, how many bad thoughts could a little girl have, especially a little girl who couldn't even use idioms and colloquialisms properly? Is there no adult in their family? Wu Jiankai asked Xiaohang. I remember there was one. Xiaohang said, how can you be a property manager? Wu Jiankai glared at Xiaohang, then shouted, how about this, whether it's Yang Qiqi or AI Bing? Let her out first, and we can talk about other things later. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Don't mention anything about the future to me. My brother is not here, so you can take her away without any debt. It will save my family's food. Outside the door, Wu Jiankai and others looked at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to say that they could grasp what Zhou Li wanted to express. But no matter what, it is right to rescue the people first. Stay away, farther away. After Wu Jiankai and the others were far enough away, Zhou Li asked Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali to take Yang Qiqi away. You are a smart woman. You have seen the conditions of our family. If my brother is arrested because of AI Bing's matter, the government may confiscate this family, and you will have no way back. You, my brother, don't actually have a mortal hatred. To be honest, we have treated you fairly these days. It's up to you to decide whether to stick with it or leave some room for it. After Zhou Li's words hit the point, Wu Shui opened the explosion-proof door a crack, and Zhou Kaijun and his wife suddenly pushed Yang Qiqi out. Bang! The explosion-proof door was closed again, and Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali heaved a sigh of relief. But they couldn't be happy yet, because no one could guarantee that there would be no trouble if Yang Qiqi was released. If we go one step further, there will definitely be more trouble. Zhou Li sighed like an adult and turned to Wu Shui, sister-in-law. Do you want to split up for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She couldn't just share the good times, but not the bad times. What's more, she didn't know what Yang Qiqi's situation was. Outside the door, Yang Qiqi still couldn't believe that she was really released. When she learned about Wu Jiansai's identity, she immediately burst into tears. People who didn't know the inside story would think that she had suffered a lot in the Zhou family. Yang Qiqi, where is AI Bing? Dan Yi Li Sao Det? What's going on? Wu Jiankai was also very angry at first, but when he saw Yang Qiqi's situation clearly, he couldn't help but become suspicious. No matter how distressed Yang Qiqi was, she could not change the fact that she was neatly dressed and moving as usual, not to mention that she even looked a little rosy-cheeked. Except for being a little dirtier and smelling a little stronger, her life was almost the same as before the end of the world. If this is what being abused looks like, there are probably countless people out there who are willing to be abused. Don't lie. We can confront each other. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes rolling around, Wu Jiankai immediately scolded her. He was so busy that he didn't have the time to deal with such a messed-up love story. Just tell me what your relationship with this family is. Yang Qiqi swallowed. She wanted to say that she didn't know the Zhou family, but this lie would not stand up to scrutiny at all. And by observing the situation of Wu Jiankai and others, Yang Qiqi suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I'm just an ordinary friend of Zhou Lin. AI Bing. Yes, AI Bing is gone. Zhou Lin actually wanted me to marry him. Of course I didn't agree, so I used the betrothal gift to stall his family, who knew he would actually want to force me. When I didn't agree, he locked me up on the rooftop and didn't give me food. He also wanted to freeze me to death. You represent the government and the soldiers. You should arrest their whole family. During this extraordinary period, it is not up to you to decide whether to arrest or not. Wu Jiankai said in a deep voice. How about this? I see that you are fine. We can discuss the details later. We still have things to do. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's hypocritical attempts to stop him, Wu Jiankai turned around and left. What's the point of not having food to eat and still freezing? Yang Qiqi should really go and see what the starving people outside look like. She didn't even bother looking in the mirror before lying. In the room, Zhou Li watched Wu Jiankai and others leave, and a smile finally appeared on her little face. Brother, it's calm for now, but that woman will definitely not give up. You have to prepare early. Got it. I'll be back soon. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali went upstairs to repair the tool room. Now that Yang Qiqi is gone, these things will probably fall on Zhou Kaijun's shoulders. A heavy truck repair workshop in the Auto City. Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground with a frown on his face. The 12-meter-long Conqueror was not far in front of him. Countless auto parts, accessories, and various raw materials are arranged in categories around them. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin completed the symbiosis with the Conqueror and named him Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1257/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/2. Intensity symbiosis. 2.8 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 2.8. 2845/10,000. After living in symbiosis with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin probably understood the Conqueror better than anyone else in the world, so he quickly developed a transformation plan. The first is through sex. Although the Conqueror is a heavy truck chassis, it is not built for unpaved roads. It is not easy to find an intact road after the apocalyptic disaster. If you want Lu Xiaofeng to really fly on land like the wind, you must modify the chassis and suspension. Zhou Lin has considered raising the chassis and replacing it with a longer and tougher suspension, making modifications suitable for the current snow conditions. But after careful consideration, it is actually unnecessary. There is no need for him to let the whole family go out, so it was highly unlikely that he would use the Lu Xiaofeng. What's more, with the weight of Lu Xiaofeng, it would be easy for it to get stuck if the route was uncertain, and it would become a burden. It might even be slower than if everyone wore a pair of skis. Therefore, snow track modification is not necessary. Instead, waterproofing of the chassis and body is the second modification focus that Zhou Lin considered. Then comes the car body strength and bulletproof capability. At present, the country is relatively safe, but it will not be safe forever. When the snow melts, many places where guns are stored will be visited by people with ulterior motives, and more guns and ammunition will be lost among the people. Fortunately, the window glass of Lu Xiaofeng was originally bulletproof, so Zhou Lin only needed to solve the bulletproof problem in the car and other places. From the plan to the materials, it was actually not difficult. The really hard part is Chapter 47 Transformation begins. After Zhou Lin constructed the Conqueror T-Type RV and renamed it Lu Xiaofeng, he began the renovation work in the Auto City. He gave up the modification of the tracks suitable for snowy terrain and chose to strengthen the chassis and suspension to ensure the passability of the RV. In addition, bulletproof capability is also very important, at least to ensure that ordinary bullets cannot easily penetrate the body of the car. In addition, Zhou also needs the body of the car to have extremely high sealing properties, and even the ability to swim for a short time in order to adapt to the various harsh road environments in the end times. This is the most difficult part of the entire transformation. The symbiosis ability allows Zhou to use his mind to transform the symbiotic vehicle in the storage space. The apparent prerequisite is that there are enough materials and accessories, but there is actually an invisible condition: Zhou physical strength and energy. Before this, Zhou had not made any essential modifications to the Lai Fu. He just moved some objects, which did not consume much energy. When he started to modify Lu Xiaofeng, he realized that modification was by no means an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension, if there are sufficient materials and accessories, Zhou can complete a suspension modification in a flash of thought, which is just a few seconds. However, after completing the modification, Zhou ate 10 servings of hamburgers and took a half hour to relax. And if all manual labor is used to complete this transformation work, Zhou calculated that it would only take about 5 hours of work. So everything is an equal exchange. The supernatural power only helps Zhou achieve his goal in the simplest way, but it still abides by the most basic law of energy. If there is anything about superpowers that does not conform to basic laws, perhaps it is just that humans have not yet discovered these laws. The chassis and suspension modifications took a total of 3 hours, and it can be said that 2 hours and 55 minutes of that time were spent on eating and recovering energy. At this efficiency, Zhou felt that it would take at least 2 days to complete all the transformations. It's already very fast. If you want to complete these transformations in reality, 1 month may not be enough. The best defense is offense. So in Zhou transformation plan, Lu Xiaofeng must also have strong offensive capabilities. Like the original lifting platform on the roof, Zhou transformed it into a turret that can rotate 360 degrees and elevate 85 degrees, and installed the Vulcan cannon taken from the rifle. In addition, the front and rear of the vehicle have been modified with concealed rocket launch brackets, which are also spare parts obtained from the rifle's maintenance warehouse. There are multiple shooting windows at the front, rear, and body of the vehicle, which ensure that you can aim and shoot without blind spots while ensuring the safety of people inside the vehicle. In addition, Zhou also needs to transform a drone platform at the rear of the vehicle to launch and retrieve drones, thereby ensuring Lu Xiaofeng's reconnaissance capabilities. The last step is the electrification of the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras and so on. Zhou Kaijun and the other two didn't know about the supernatural power, but they had a walkie-talkie to keep in touch at all times, so they weren't too worried about Zhou safety. On the contrary, Yang Qiqi was the one who knew what kind of trouble she could cause. In fact, after watching Yang Qiqi's performance, Wu Jiankai had basically agreed with Zhou Li's statement. Since it was a young emotional conflict, Wu Jiankai didn't care about it anymore. He asked Xiao Hang to gather those who needed a second interview and hurry up to complete the rest of the work. The person who was the most unhappy among all people was Tang Yili. Where's AI Bing? Tell me. I clearly saw her go in with you. How should I know? Didn't they say that she had a fight with Zhou and left? Yang Qiqi was also very conflicted now. Facts prove that Zhou Li did not lie. Just look at the kind of life that people like Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were living. I can't contact Mr. Chow anymore. Even if he sends someone over, they won't be able to find me. Yang Qiqi felt that she needed to think more about herself. Unfortunately, Wu Jiankai just ignored her and even disagreed with her going to the shelter, saying that she didn't meet the requirements. She really wanted to ask Wu Jiankai if she didn't meet the requirements when she was so beautiful. Was the shelter going to select a concubine? If she wanted the shelter, Yang Qiqi would definitely tell everyone that Zhou killed AI Bing. But now, she was a little worried. You won't sleep in the corridor, will you? Let's go to where you live first. Yang Qiqi, feeling angry, followed Tang Yili back to where they lived. Her mood became even worse when she saw the environment. You live here. Wrapped in a security army coat given by Tang Yili, Yang Qiqi almost cried out loud. What place is this? There was no light or heating, and the only source of heat was the distant heat from the stove in the hall. The windows were sealed to keep in warmth, and there were even 2 bunk beds in the small room. The air was turbid and it smelled even worse than Zhou Lin's tool shed. At this moment, the first thought in Yang Qiqi's mind was to go back to Zhou Lin's home. Although she lived with chickens, ducks, and geese, and was responsible for taking care of the plants, there was light, warmth, and green vegetables and living animals. Thinking about it now, she missed it so much. She even thought that maybe she would be able to harvest the vegetables after some time, and then she would secretly eat a few leaves of lettuce, which would surely taste delicious. "What's wrong?" Tang Ili asked while sitting on his bed, using the dim light of a hand-crank flashlight. "Nothing." Yang Qiqi shook her head. "Tang Ili, forget about AI Bing. You can't find her in this environment. You should think more about yourself." The environment in front of her was hard for Yang Qiqi to accept. As the air became more turbid, she felt like she couldn't breathe. "How about?" Tang Ili was stunned. "Let's go to Sun Qinghao's house? There is no electricity, water, or food in my house now. If you want to leave, I can give you the key." Sun Qinghao didn't have any objection. He would not leave anyway. As long as Huang Minjing was still there, he would not leave. He wants revenge. Well, he just coveted Huang Minjing, especially after the last time. The more he couldn't get her, the more he wanted her. Let me think about it. Yang Qiqi was a little confused. She knew that what Tang Ili said was true, but she didn't want to stay here. Go back to Zhou's house and continue sleeping on the platform, feeding chickens and growing vegetables? No. So why not try a different approach? Thinking of this, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She stood up suddenly and glanced at Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family has everything. They even have extra food to raise chickens and rabbits and grow vegetables. Impossible. Tang Ili was so surprised that he actually roared out loud. "I also think it's impossible," Sun Qinghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to tell the two of them what she knew. After hearing this, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were silent for a long time, mainly because they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a fairy-like life in the end times? But Yang Qiqi really had no reason to lie, not to mention that she didn't look hungry or cold at all. So, Sun Qinghao's eyes flashed with madness. "As long as we go and snatch that house, all of these will belong to us?" "That's right." Yang Qiqi nodded. "There's a beautiful woman and a little girl in their family. They will all belong to you when the time comes." "Beautiful woman?" Sun Qinghao stood up suddenly. "Is she as beautiful as you?" "Well, it depends on the person. You will definitely think she is prettier than me. Then what are you waiting for? Grab it, I'll go grab it." Tang Ili patted his chest. "Let's go now." Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand and said excitedly, "Why are you panicking?" Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, "Don't you see the door at the door? Just use your head to open it." "Then how do we open it?" Sun Qinghao asked with a frown. Chapter 48, Both Sides Suffer. Narcissistic people often feel that everyone around them is stupid. Yang Qiqi is very narcissistic. From her appearance to her inner self, she always feels that the phrase beautiful and intelligent was invented specifically for her. We need to outsmart them. Outsmart? How to outsmart? It's definitely not possible today. Go find me something to eat first. I'll take a nap and we'll talk about it after I've rested well. Yang Qiqi felt that the idea she had just come up with was great and would definitely succeed. By then, she would have delicious food and drinks, and the most important thing was that she could torture Zhou Lin. That's right. Not only did she want Zhou Lin to feel what she was feeling during this period of time, she also wanted Zhou Lin to empty the toilet and wipe her, but every day. When a woman goes crazy, nothing is impossible. Zhou Lin, who was far away in the Auto City, also wondered whether Yang Qiqi would retaliate, but soon he had to put this question aside. The continuous transformation was really torturous. Later, he felt that his brain was completely numb, and he needed one cigarette and cup of coffee after another to barely keep him awake. Torture, extreme pain. But soon Zhou Lin was happy with it, just because. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1621/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 3.1 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 3.1, 3182/10,000. Not only did the ability experience increase by 300, but the degree of evolution also increased by almost the same amount. Not only can you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but the efficiency is so high. If you can keep going, won't your experience points soar? But then he changed his mind and thought about the food and supplies he had consumed in the past 2 days. No wonder the evolvers he knew in his previous life improved so slowly. They couldn't even fill their stomachs to expect to improve. That must be a dream. In other words, Zhou Lin dared to build it only because he had enough supplies for an aircraft carrier. As the materials and accessories piled up around him gradually disappeared, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was about to be completed. The Zhou family finally had a peaceful night, but before they had even had breakfast, the surveillance camera alerted them that there was someone outside the door. Cheng Yali was furious when she saw this. How dare this bitch come here again? She's not done yet, is she? Boo, Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where's my knife? Cheng Yali rushed to open the door with a kitchen knife in hand. Zhou Li didn't even have time to react. What do you want to do? Outside the door, Yang Chi-Chi, still wearing the same clothes she left yesterday, was shivering and looking pitiful. Auntie, I was wrong. Tears slid across his dirty face and turned into icy foam as soon as they hit the ground. Don't call me Auntie. I can't bear it. Also, get out now. Cheng Yali waved the kitchen knife, forcing Yang Chi-Chi to take a step back. Auntie, listen to me. I didn't say anything, really, no matter how they ask me. I didn't say anything. You have to believe me. Believe in Yang Chi-Chi? Because of AI Bing. How could Cheng Yali possibly believe Yang Chi-Chi? She would rather believe a dog than Yang Chi-Chi. However, just when Cheng Yali wanted to say something, two figures suddenly rushed out from the stairwell, one hugging her arms and the other hugging her waist. Sun Qinghao's hugging of her waist failed, so he had to settle for the next best thing and strangled Cheng Yali's neck. The sudden change made Cheng Yali unable to react. It was not until Yang Chi-Chi snatched the kitchen knife from her hand that Cheng Yali suddenly regretted it. She shouldn't have opened the door. Thinking that her husband and daughter were still in the house, Cheng Yali turned around and yelled, "Lock the door, Lao Zhou! Lock the door! Hurry, rush in!" Yang Chi-Chi shouted. At this time, Zhou Kaijun and the other two in the room also reacted. However, how could they possibly lock Cheng Yali outside? It was too late to go upstairs to get the gun. So, Zhou Kaijun actually picked up a folding chair and rushed out, and ran into Tang Yili, who rushed in. Old fellow. Seeing Zhou Kaijun raising the folding chair, Tang Yili was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and punched Zhou Kaijun on the chest. Even though Tang Yili is just a fitness coach and has some strength in his hands, Zhou Kaijun couldn't bear the strength and fell backwards with a cry. Wu Shui, who originally wanted to come up to help, had to stop and support Zhou Kaijun. For a moment, there was chaos inside and outside the house. Between the two doors, Sun Qinghao was strangling Cheng Yali's neck. Yang Chi-Chi was gesturing with a kitchen knife, wanting to take action but not daring to. In the room, Tang Yili was threatening Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. It has to be said that Wu Shui, who was already very beautiful, looked even more outstanding in the apocalypse. Compared with the dirty Yang Chi-Chi, she was like heaven and earth. Tang Yili was so reluctant to hit Wu Shui that he was afraid of hurting her. It was heartbreaking. Damn it. Sun Qinghao must not get away with it. Tang Yili thought. Old woman, if you move again, I'll chop you. Yang Chi-Chi finally put the kitchen knife on Cheng Yali's neck, and Sun Qinghao, who was already exhausted and out of breath, was able to take a breath. Just when Yang Chi-Chi thought the situation was settled, suddenly a dark shadow rushed into the corridor and pounced on her at lightning speed. Ah! Yang Chi-Chi screamed and instinctively swung the kitchen knife in her hand towards the black shadow. Ah! The black shadow hit the kitchen knife and knocked Yang Chi-Chi down with the remaining force, and then fell to the ground himself. It turned out to be He Zai, who was just called by Zhou Li from the platform. At this time, there was a wound on its head and blood was oozing out. Seeing He Zai injured, Cheng Yali roared and slammed Sun Qinghao against the wall like a mountain, then turned around and was about to fight with Yang Chi-Chi. Only then did Yang Chi-Chi sit up and confront He Zai with a kitchen knife. Heizi, go help Daddy. Cheng Yali's eyes turned red. She was in a fight with Yang Chi-Chi today. Perhaps it was because of the pressure from He Zai, or maybe it was Cheng Yali's murderous look. Yang Chi-Chi couldn't hold it anymore and shouted to Tang Yili for help. Hearing the call, Tang Yili was still a little hesitant, mainly because he couldn't bear to leave Wu Shui. But when Heizi rushed in barking, Tang Yili didn't dare to wait any longer. Without the help of Sun Qinghao and Yang Chi-Chi, he wouldn't dare to fight a dog head-on, let alone 3 other people. Tang Ili rushed out of the house without caring about Sun Qinghao and punched Chengyali twice. If Haizi, Zhou Kaijun, and Wu Shui had not chased him out, he would have been ready to counterattack with a kitchen knife in Yang Qiqi's hand. In a narrow corridor, the injured Chengyali, Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui, and Haizi were confronting the pale-faced Yang Qiqi, Tang Ili, and Sun Qinghao. Oh, Haizi bit Sun Qinghao just now, so Sun Qinghao is basically useless now. Don't come over here, let's go. Yang Qiqi assessed the situation and felt that it was impossible to achieve the goal today. With that loser's son, Chenghao, holding her back, she had no choice but to retreat. It's not war's fault, it's all that damn dog's fault. Chengyali and others did not dare to chase after him. Lao Zhou was punched in the chest, and it was not known whether his bones were injured. Chengyali was not much better off. It could only be said that her extra fat helped her to absorb a lot of damage. Otherwise, Tang Ili's punches would not have been light. As for Haizi, his eyes were covered with blood. He's just holding on with one breath. It is not known whether his life is in danger. Close the door, close the door. Chengyali asked Wu Shui to close the door. She gritted her teeth and supported Zhou Kaijun into the house. Haizi was still reluctant to leave and sat at the door baring his teeth at the outside. Hey Zai, come here, let me show you. Holding the dog's head in both hands, Wu Shui shed tears. Zhoulin, you'd better come back quickly. Things are getting troublesome. In the living room, Zhou said while holding the intercom. Chapter 49, Great Joy. Wait for me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation was not yet complete, but when he heard that his parents and Haizi were injured, Zhoulin dared not wait any longer. After getting out of the snow, Zhoulin put on his snowboard and rushed back, feeling extremely anxious. Blame him. They should have killed Yang Qiqi and that bitch AI Bing and used them as fertilizer. Then today's events wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, my parents shouldn't have any serious problems. Otherwise, Zhoulin would never be able to forgive himself. It took Zhoulin almost 5 hours to get here, but less than 3 hours to get back. In addition to anxiety, there is also the reason of increased physical evolution. Normally, Zhoulin would put away his skis outside the community, but this time he didn't care about anything else and skied straight to the bottom of Building 8 before stopping. Wong, with gauze wrapped on his head, the poor and funny Haizi greeted Zhoulin. He habitually rubbed his head against his calf and accidentally touched the wound, screaming miserably. Be good. After patting Hei Zai on the back, Zhoulin glared at Zhou, who opened the door. Why don't you shoot? The opportunity cannot be missed. Zhou shrugged, not caring about Zhoulin's anger at all. Stop yelling. It will be more troublesome if you shoot. Zhou Kaijun was sitting on the sofa. Although his face looked unhappy, there was no big problem after Wu Shui checked him. Chengyali's situation is similar. It can only be said that Yang Qiqi and the other two lack experience. Otherwise, the result today would be completely different. I was careless. Chengyali said, everyone should be careful in the future. The door cannot be opened. Wu Shui nodded. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are not injured. It's just Hei Zai. Ouch. As if he understood Wu Shui's words, Haizi raised his tail complacently and walked around the living room in circles, as if to say that he was fine. It must be very painful. Wu Shui looked at Haizi, a trace of heartache in her eyes. Luckily you're here. Zhoulin smiled at Wu Shui, then his face turned cold. Who else came with the three of them besides Tang Ili? Zhou Kaijun and others didn't know Sun Qinghao's name, but they would definitely recognize him if they met him again. You want to go find them? Chengyali shook her head. No, the government was here yesterday. If you kill or injure anyone, they will definitely tell the government, and then you will be arrested. Suppressing his anger, Zhoulin said, we can't just let it go like this. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least beat them up. However, Chengyali just didn't agree to let Zhoulin go. She didn't know that Zhoulin was already an evolver and was afraid that he would suffer. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also objected, thinking that in the current situation it would be better to have less trouble. Helpless, Zhoulin had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being. He went upstairs and took out a gun, magazine, and bullets and placed them in front of Wu Shui. If a similar situation happens again next time, don't hesitate, shoot. But Wu Shui was a little panicked. Not to mention whether she dared to shoot and kill someone, she had never touched a real gun, let alone even thought about it. No buts, Zhoulin said in a deep voice. No matter how big the trouble is, it is not as important as your safety. Even if something goes wrong, I can solve it. Don't listen to him. Sheng Yali came over and put the gun in Wu Shue's hand. But he is right. If your life is really in danger, don't think too much. Holding the gun, Wu Shue also knew that this was the Zhou family's greatest trust in her, and nodded with red eyes. Okay, Auntie. Why are you still calling me Auntie? Forget it. I won't force you. Just let it be. Just let it be. Sheng Yali was smiling, and Zhou Kaijun nodded slightly. Although they had not been in contact with Wu Shue for a long time, the experience during this period was enough for them to recognize her. Special treatment is required in special times. The best way to make Wu Shue completely integrated into this small group is for her and Zhou Lin. This was also the idea that the clever Zhou Li had in mind from the beginning. His parents were not around. He was an only child. He had no other close relatives. He had the most important medical technology in troubled times. He had an outstanding appearance. And he was of the right age. Where could he find a more suitable wife? Such a blatant statement made Wu Shue lower her head. She actually didn't object. She just felt it was a little sudden. I can't say that my feelings for Zhou Lin are very deep, but are feelings important in today's world? Looking at Yang Qiqi and other property owners in the community, and then thinking about what is described in those apocalyptic novels, no matter from which angle, being with Zhou Lin is her best solution at the moment. But how could a woman take the initiative in such a matter? Shouldn't Zhou Lin have brought up first? But Zhou Lin was just like a piece of wood. Sheng Yali couldn't stand it anymore and twisted Zhou Lin's ear. You kids, say something. Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to deal with Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili, but the pain in his ear completely interrupted his thoughts. What did I say? Do you have any objection to Xiao Xue being your girlfriend? Oh no, right? Then it's settled. Sheng Yali didn't even give Zhou Lin time to express his opinion. Mom, you want to get married right away? Okay, your dad and I have no objection. Xiao Xue, you have no objection either, right? Auntie, aren't you a little too impatient? Wu Shue was a little dumbfounded. Sheng Yali was too unconventional. Besides, it was the end of the world. What's the point of getting married or not? Well, can't you send a message to your parents? Come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Sheng Yali let go of Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shue to the second floor. Brother, put yourself in my shoes and make preparations early. Zhou Li leaned close to Zhou Lin and whispered, Prepare? Are we going to host a banquet? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What's wrong with you? You're pointing fingers here and there. Am I talking about marriage? I'm talking about that bitch. Children, please don't swear. Green tea, that's enough. Formalism is unacceptable. It kills people. Green tea will definitely not let it go. Zhou Lin nodded. Zhou Li was right. So what do you think? I just simulated it. Zhou Li said, She might tell others about our family situation. Then what? You can't carve up a rotten tree. You have to ask this? This is going to be a big problem. Zhou Li shook her head and said, You are the target of public criticism. Don't you understand? This idiom is well used. Zhou Lin smiled. So what if he is the target of public criticism? If he is really pushed to the limit, he will kill anyone who dares to come. I agree. Zhou Li raised her hand. But my parents and sister-in-law might be soft-hearted. People are divided into groups, so we should take precautions early. How can we prevent it? Zhou Li shook her phone and said, I have prepared 20 cruel apocalyptic novels. I will send them to them soon. I will reflect on myself 3 times a day and write a review after reading them every day. Zhou Lin gave Zhou Li a thumbs up and nodded slowly. You are awesome. Whoever raises the problem should solve it. This task is left to you. What about you? Me? Zhou Lin smiled coldly and glanced at the dozing Zhou Kaijun. Of course I'll go collect some interest first. Although Qing Yali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed it, Zhou Lin still couldn't swallow this anger. Besides, Tang Yili had already shown up, and he couldn't let him run away with Yang Qiqi. Chapter 50, just a little interest. Sun Qinghao felt very unlucky. Why is he always the one who gets hurt? My hand hasn't healed yet, and the dog bit me again where the thickest part of my flesh is. The key point is that the doctor in Building 2 doesn't have rabies vaccine at home. If something happens, wouldn't it be the end of us? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Sun Qinghao felt, especially when he saw Tang Yili flirting with Yang Qiqi. Although he now realized that Yang Qiqi was just a green tea who was purely using Tang Yili, what about him? If he continued to be unlucky like this, he might not be able to ask the 5th girl for help. So Sun Qinghao was secretly very angry, and gradually he became dissatisfied with Tang Yili and Yang Qiqi. We were a bit hasty this time. We should have brought weapons. Yang Qiqi was still summarizing, and she didn't think at all that if she could just hit Chung Yali a few times with a kitchen knife and then rush into the house, well, Jolie would definitely open fire, and none of the three of them would be able to escape. But they won't open the door if you go again. Tang Yili's mind is not all about muscles. It's okay. Let's find someone who can open the lock. However, Yang Qiqi's idea was bound to fail. It might be possible in other communities, but people who make a living by unlocking locks could not live in Lanshan. Besides, Zhou Lin went downstairs quietly and found Xiao Hang directly. Tang Yili? I don't know. He's not from our property management team. In the property management office, Xiao Hang denied that he had anything to do with Tang Yili, but he still advised Zhou Lin to mind his own business. Since Wu Jiankai didn't mention it, it meant that the Zhou family's illegal detention of Yang Qiqi was over. Besides, he knew that AI Bing had entered the community, and no one saw AI Bing leave. So, why did Zhou Lin need to cause trouble for himself? Are you planning to lock them up again? The government won't ignore it. They'll just break down your door. Will you be able to resist? Seeing that Xiao Hang did not look fake, Zhou Lin said that Yang Qiqi brought Tang Yili and another man to his house when he was not at home. They not only beat up Zhou Kaijun and his wife, but also hacked his dog. Do you have a dog at home? Xiao Hang shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where they are now either. I'll find them. And then? Stay calm. Otherwise, next time the government people come, I don't think anyone can save you. Xiao Hang said this, but in fact he was hoping that Zhou Lin would have a conflict with Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao. It would be perfect if one or two of them died. At that time, not only would the Zhou family supplies be his, but also the woman named Wu Shui on the 16th floor, all would be his. Xiao Hang didn't have a very strong opinion about women. After all, he had read a lot of articles online and believed that women would only get in the way. What's more, as long as he held the power, he could have as many as he wanted. The Zhou family undoubtedly has sufficient supplies. Look at Yang Qiqi and Go Zi. If these supplies can be obtained by him, they will surely play a greater role. Thinking of this, Xiao Hang somewhat looked down on Zhou Lin. He only knew how to sneak around all day and didn't know how to use supplies to attract people. Maybe he would have to temporarily serve Zhou Lin. Since Yang Qiqi and others were not there, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. He could see that Xiao Hang was not a good person, but as long as he was not provoked, he could ignore him for the time being. The occupancy rate of the community originally did not reach 100%. In addition, some owners were not in the area when the end of the world came and did not return. Another group left yesterday. Now there are many empty houses in the community. Yang Qiqi and the other two were afraid that the Zhou family would cause trouble, so they did not return to the dormitory arranged by the property management. Instead, they found a house whose owner had just moved out and pried open the window to get in. Using the remaining wooden furniture in the house to start a fire, the coldness on the three people gradually subsided. Tang Yili also helped to treat Sun Qinghao's injuries, but it is hard to say whether it was effective or not. Anyway, given the current temperature, the wound is unlikely to get infected. Lying by the fire, Sun Qinghao felt his stomach aching with hunger. Old Tang, is there anything else to eat? No, Tang Yili said as he secretly stuffed the last bag of biscuits in his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Yang Qiqi took the biscuit calmly, stood up, and made an excuse to go to the toilet. When she left, she gave Tang Yili a big kiss on the face, which made Tang Yili very happy. Old Tang, listen to me. It's troublesome to keep a woman like Yang Qiqi around. I don't like to hear that. Yang Qiqi is so weak. How could she be a trouble? Tang Yili shook his head. I think he's right. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, frightening Tang Yili so much that he stood up suddenly and looked around. Who? Come out. The fire was not bright enough, and except for the living room, the rest of the place was dark, seriously affecting Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In fact, Zhou Lin came in through the pried open window. It was not difficult to find the hiding place of Tang Yili and the other two with the help of an infrared night vision goggles. He just had to look for where the three of them gathered together, and that was most likely where they were. What's more, except for the second and third floors, which had become the ground floor due to the accumulation of snow, they couldn't enter any higher houses. Sun Qinghao finally turned on the flashlight, and the halo of light swept over, revealing Zhou Lin's figure. Are you Zhou Lin? Tang Yili, long time no see. Have you seen me? Tang Yili frowned. He didn't remember. More than just seeing him, Zhou Lin thought he had lived in the same house in his previous life and even slept in the same bed. Bah, he felt sick just thinking about it now. Are you here for revenge? Seeing that Zhou Lin was alone and had nothing in his hands, Tang Ili was not panicked. He didn't think he would lose in a fist fight, at least in terms of body size. He was better than Zhou Lin. It was true in the past, and in his previous life as well, but in this life, Tang Ili is still Tang Ili, but Zhou Lin is no longer the same Zhou Lin. Evolution degree, 3.1, which means that Zhou Lin's physical fitness is 3.1 times that of an ordinary person. Although this 3.1 times reflects the overall quality, it is not something that Tang Ili can compete with. It was obviously Tang Ili who took action first, but Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Lin was faster. Facts prove that Sun Qinghao was right. Before Tang Ili's fist could hit Zhou Lin's head, Zhou Lin quickly kicked him on the right thigh with a whip kick. Amidst the dull sound of the collision, there was a scream from Tang Ili. He almost fell down immediately. Who would have thought that Zhou Lin's casual kick would feel like being hit by a car? And he couldn't bear it at all. Broken. Tang Ili fell to the ground, holding his thigh with his hands, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was not a strong man to begin with, and under the dual effects of pain and fear, he collapsed in an instant. "What's your name?" Zhou Lin turned to Sun Qinghao, who was lying motionless. "Brother, my last name is Sun Qinghao, and I'm just an ordinary friend of them. I admit that I went to your house, but I really didn't hurt anyone in your family, and I was bitten by your dog." Zhou Lin didn't say anything. He was trying to recall whether he had ever heard of the name Sun Qinghao in his previous life. "What's wrong with your hand?" Zhou Lin asked casually. I fell. Sun Qinghao said with his head down. Zhou Lin knew what was going on, but didn't expose it. He walked to Tang Ili's side and stepped on the spot where he was hit by his whip kick. "Where's that bitch? Don't say she wasn't with you guys." Chapter 51, Don't Mess With Me. In the end times, what collapses is not only order, but also human nature. The largest shelter in Jiaqing is located in the center of the old city. It is a huge underground fortification built when the Xia Kingdom was founded to prepare for war. Every young person who comes here finds it incredible. How could such a grand project be completed in that era when there was nothing? There was a construction company boss who had never been here before. After taking a rough look, he sighed and said that if the project were to be built now, it would cost at least 700 to 800 million yuan. So sometimes the true wealth of a country or a nation may not be how much GDP it has or how many skyscrapers it has, but whether the officials are aware and whether the people have faith. Unfortunately, although Xia's economy has developed in recent years, some things have gradually been lost. In a room serving as a meeting room in the core area of the underground fortifications, Wang Pingping was telling the participants about the situation in the logistics park. "We have basically achieved our goal, but someone got there first. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Will the disaster be over in a month?" Comrade Wang Pingping, don't get excited. Sitting in the main seat was Zhu Guanghan, once the second in command of Jiazhou City and now the top leader of the shelter. Zhu Guanghan, 56 years old this year, is in the period of his most experienced leadership. When a natural disaster occurred, the Jiazhou City supervisor went to the provincial capital for a meeting and had no time to come back. As the city lord and deputy supervisor, Zhu Guanghan took the opportunity to become the commander-in-chief of the post-disaster command center and the head of the shelter. The middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Guanghan, Zhao Xinxiao, who was wearing a major general's uniform, was the commander of the Jiazhou City garrison and now the deputy commander-in-chief. Wang Pingping is Zhao Xinxiao's old subordinate. "You said that there's an extremely vicious criminal gang in our Jiazhou City that will endanger the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in the city. The evidence is that 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables were transported away." Zhu Guanghan frowned. "Commander, if they just want to satisfy themselves, 1 or 2 or 3 boxes of dehydrated vegetables can be eaten for several months. If they're not seeking greater benefits, why would they go to the trouble of taking away all 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables? I think these people either want to make money from the national crisis or use these supplies to recruit soldiers. In troubled times, there are always some people who think they can become Zhu Yuanzhang. Either way, they are extremely evil." Zhao Xinxiao waved his hand. "Sit down first." Seeing that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, he continued, "I won't hide it from you. The disaster will not end in a short time. So our main task now is to focus on expanding the capacity and construction of a shelter. In addition to protecting the shelter, We will try our best to help those people who have not entered the shelter to overcome the difficulties. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables is not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. But it's not something we should start a war over. We don't have the time or the energy for it. Comrade Wang Pingping, you must keep up the good work. All the materials outside are valuable to us. Next, the organization orders you to lead the team to Jiazhou Auto City and try to bring back all the vehicles, materials, accessories, and even usable machinery. Yes, Wang Pingping stood at attention and saluted Zhao Xinxiao. I promise to complete the mission. People of the level of Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai were not qualified to attend this meeting. The two of them sat not far outside the meeting room, waiting for new orders. Something happened in the Lanshan community. Wu Jiankai was extremely bored and thought of Yang Qiqi, so he told Su Ziyuan about it as a trivial matter. The Zhou family? The Zhou family that's engaged in breeding. Su Ziyuan, the director of the street office, was undoubtedly very qualified, and he immediately thought of Zhou, Kaijun, and Chengyali. He said they seemed to have plenty of supplies at home. Could it be the livestock in the farm? Is it on a large scale? Asked Wu Jiankai. If I remember correctly, the Zhou family's farm has only ever produced a few hundred pigs and a few thousand chickens at the same time. If the Zhou family kills all these animals and hides them, how long will they last? How long will you eat? Wu Jiankai said with a wry smile. It's really hard to calculate. Eat until you die. Do you want to report it to your superiors? Let's go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Jiankai up and walked toward the meeting room side by side. Zhou Lin didn't know that someone had already set his sights on his assets. He dragged Yang Qiqi out of the bathroom and threw her next to the fire. Go trick my mom into opening the door. Yang Qiqi, Yang Qiqi, do you think I dare not kill you? Then kill her. Yang Qiqi raised her head. She really felt that Zhou Lin didn't dare to kill her, at least not now. Just because the government is still there, Wu Jiankai personally rescued her from the Zhou family. If she were killed by Zhou Lin today, where would Wu Jiankai put his face? At that time, Zhou Lin would definitely be severely punished according to the law, and it is possible that he would be shot on the spot. Tang Ili next to him stopped screaming. He admired Yang Qiqi's stubbornness and hated Zhou Lin to the core. If he was given a chance, he would grind Zhou Lin to dust. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Zhou Lin slapped Yang Qiqi with his backhand. His force was so strong that he almost broke Yang Qiqi's cervical vertebrae. Yang Qiqi was thrown out and could not even scream. When she opened her mouth, 2 big molars were spit out with blood. Woo-woo, when Mr. Chow comes, I'm going to make you look good. The slapped face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dough that had been left to rise in a greenhouse overnight. Sun Qinghao was so scared that he lay there motionless, pretending to be dead. This slap is just some interest. After saying that, Zhou Lin walked to Tang Ili again and stomped on him hard in his horrified eyes. Crack! Tang Ili didn't have time to retract his left palm as Zhou Lin stepped heavily on it, leaving almost no intact bones. It can be said that even if he is sent to the best hospital in the world now, he will definitely not be cured. The extreme pain made Tang Ili howl in pain. Veins on his neck bulged, and the corners of his mouth were torn from being opened too wide, with blood flowing out. The kick just now was to collect interest for my father, and now it's to collect interest for my mother. Tang Ili, you have to live well because I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sun Qinghao didn't dare to speak. Yang Qiqi was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, and Tang Ili didn't have the strength to speak at all. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Several beams of light came from far away, and Xiao Hang came with his men. Huang Xiefeng, who was originally aggressive, took a deep breath and silently retreated to Xiao Hang's side after seeing the miserable appearance of Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili. Zhou Lin, aren't you going too far? Do you really think there will be no law when the end of the world comes? Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin said calmly. These 3 people chopped my dog and beat my parents today. Why didn't you stand up and talk about the law at that time? You also know that the end of the world is coming. Actually, there's nothing bad about the end of the world, right? I see that you're very used to it. Let me tell you something. Don't mess with me. Zhou Lin left, completely ignoring Xiao Hang and his gang. Boss, he's too arrogant. We have to punish him. Huang Xiefeng said indignantly as he looked in the direction Zhou Lin left. Chapter 52. Helping in times of need. After returning home, Zhou Lin couldn't help but be scolded by Chengyali for a while. Heisey seemed to have smelled the scent of his enemy and circled around Zhou Lin curiously, whimpering from time to time, as if asking Zhou Lin if he had gone to avenge him. After rubbing his chin, Zhou Lin returned to his room upstairs and took a nice hot bath, completely relaxing himself. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively, he grabbed the towel wrapped around his waist and asked, "What are you doing here?" Wu Shui was a little embarrassed at first, but when she saw Zhou Lin's expression, she almost burst out laughing. "Auntie asked me to come in." Zhou Lin frowned, wondering what his mother was doing again. Even if everyone had no objection, didn't relationships need to be cultivated? "When you were out, my aunt talked to my parents, and they had no objections." "Your parents have never met me, and you have no objection?" Zhou Lin couldn't believe it. Are they so careless? In fact, Zhou Lin was overthinking. If it were peacetime, given the Zhou family situation, let alone whether Wu Shui's parents would agree, first of all, Wu Shui would not even look at Zhou Lin. Someone like her who is obsessed with studying will only be attracted to people who are more capable of learning than her. But what is the situation now? As highly intelligent people, Wu Shui's parents see things more clearly than ordinary people. Only if you have both material things and abilities can you live longer, and the Zhou family happens to have both. Being abroad, even though she was included in the Olympus project, did not mean that she was necessarily safe. Wu Shui's parents naturally had a plan for their daughter's future. What better choice is there than the Zhou family? Even if there is, if Wu Shui really offends the Zhou family, can she get away with it? Of course, the most important reason is that Wu Shui did not have any intention of objecting at all. "Auntie said she won't be in charge of your daily life anymore. Leave it to me. I'll go get the clothes." "Daily life? If I hadn't seen you swallowing your saliva just now, I would have believed it. Sure enough, you just want my body." Because Cheng Yali was injured and Wu Shui had no talent for cooking at all, Zhou Lin was the one who entered the kitchen in the end. If he had known this, he would not have taken a shower. After a comfortable meal, Zhou Lin lay on the sofa, incomparably leisurely, his consciousness immersed in the storage space to continue the transformation of Lu Xiaofeng. Anyway, the required materials and accessories were stuffed into Lu Xiaofeng's compartment in advance. Because he left in a hurry, Zhou Lin didn't have time to visit a few stores in the Auto City. He planned to go there again when he has the chance. Did you find them? Cheng Yali was lying on another sofa, her huge body basically covering the entire sofa. Zhou Kaijun was applying ice to the places where she was hit. Found it and cut off one of Tang Yili's hands and feet. Why are you so impulsive? Cheng Yali frowned. She was still afraid that something might happen. If the government came to her door, she would really resist. I know what's going on. While the mother and son were chatting, Huang Minjing's call rang out. Could something have happened again? Zhou Lin answered the call with a frown, and then he heard Huang Minjing crying, "Sister Cheng, Zhou Lin hasn't come back yet? My stove is about to go out. Why don't I come over now?" "I'm back." Zhou Lin glanced at Cheng Yali. "Wait a minute. I'll bring you some coal. Be careful. Don't cause any trouble again. Our family doesn't want anything else right now. We just want to live in peace." "Mom, you're right." Zhou Li, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and said, "But it's definitely impossible. You know, even if the tree wants to be still, the wind won't stop. I'm leaving." While Wu Shui was still in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to leave quickly so that he wouldn't have to pretend to go upstairs to move coal, which would be very tiring. After deliberately dawdling on the road for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on the door of Huang Minjing's house. His sled full of coal was placed at his feet. Seeing Huang Minjing's tearful face, Zhou Lin did not enter the house. It was better to keep some distance to avoid future difficulties. There was no mention of fast food. A sleigh load of coal would not burn for long. As long as Huang Minjing was smart enough, she would never go back on her word. Huang Minjing was surprised. When she opened the door, she was ready to accept any conditions from Zhou Lin. A businessman like Huang Minjing naturally knew that free things are the most expensive at any time. However, for her mother's sake, she could only accept it silently. "You just gave it to her without mentioning the fast food?" Cheng Yali frowned. She didn't feel bad for the coal. "I've made it clear to you. I only recognize Xiao Xuexue as my wife. No matter who the other women are, they have to stand aside." When Wu Shui heard this, her face turned red again after she came out of the kitchen. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "Since we want to cooperate, it's better for us to be sincere. I'll go to the tool room to check. Without Yang Chi-Chi as a tool, many things have to be done by myself, which is quite tedious." It is not tiring, but time-consuming. The vegetables in the liquid culture tubes grow very fast with constant temperature, light, and sufficient nutrient support, especially the lettuce and bok choy, which can be picked in 2 or 3 days. There are also quite a lot of chicken eggs and duck eggs, but in comparison, goose eggs have the lowest cost effectiveness. They grow slowly, lay fewer eggs, are large in size, and take up less space, and they also eat a lot and poop a lot. If it weren't for the sake of preserving your offspring, I would have slaughtered you and put you in the pot. Wong Wong, Heisey called out twice, as if to show that he agreed. After all, the only ones in the tool room who dared to go against him were the pair of geese. Geese! Hearing Heisey's cry, the goose also spread its wings and began to flutter, revealing its belligerent side. In contrast, the rabbit nest was much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit. When Jolin came before, she would run around the circle, but today, she was motionless. It's born. Jolin picked up one of the mother rabbit's hind legs and roughly counted them. Wow, there were 12 pink little ones. When they heard that the rabbit had given birth, the 3 women downstairs couldn't wait to rush up to see. They scared the mother rabbit so much that she almost dropped the little rabbits and ran away. Red moon every month is a good omen. It's a double happiness for our family. Chung Yali's loud voice and laughter made the tool shed buzz. This is indeed a happy event in the end times. Those green vegetables give everyone hope. Although liquid culture is pure chemical fertilizer, who cares about this now? Do you think that if we continue to expand, can we grow a variety of vegetables to satisfy our family's needs? Wu Shui asked Jolin. Jolin had actually considered this matter. For example, when conditions are right in the future, we can find a warehouse inside the Laifu and fill it with hydroponic equipment, or adopt another more environmentally friendly planting method, fish-vegetable symbiosis. What is aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. To put it simply, we use the water used to raise fish to grow vegetables, and then send the water back to raise fish after the vegetables absorb the nutrients and make it clear and clean. In theory, this way we can raise delicious fish and grow completely green and organic vegetables. Well, when are we going to try it? Chapter 53, Fish, Vegetables, and Fish Water. Jolin never expected that Wu Shui's try was not to try aquaponics, but fish water. Does it feel bad? Resting her head on Jolin's arm, Wu Shui frowned slightly, her face still red. Her skin looked more moist than ever under the light. It was indeed a little difficult at the beginning, but Jolin was undoubtedly a good teacher. When she was able to keep up with the pace, she began to appreciate the taste of it. From the bottom of my heart, it's wonderful. Okay. Jolin retracted his arm and let Wu Shui stick closer to him. I just think you don't need to. Even if we won't treat you as an outsider. Not exactly, Wu Shui whispered. In troubled times, a powerless woman like me can only rely on men to survive. Rather than dying unclearly or being forced to die one day in the future, it is better to take the initiative to accept someone I like. Yes, I just want your body. Do you like me? No matter how smart a woman is, there will be times when her true nature is revealed. I like it. Jolin kissed Wu Shui's forehead. Go to sleep. You are tired too. Jolin turned off the light and went to bed. The next day, when the two came out of the room, they saw Chung Yali sitting on the sofa with an Annie smile on her face. Aunt, you're still calling me Andy, kid. Here, the red envelope is ready. Your dad hasn't gotten up yet, so I'll be your full representative. Mom, Wu Shui gritted her teeth and took the red envelope shyly. Why don't I have it? Jolin asked. Do you want a piece of shit? If you dare to ask me for a red envelope, I will ask you for child support. Well, family status -1. Oh, Mom, such a big gold bar. Wu Shui felt that the red envelope was not like money when she received it. Besides, paper money is too hard to use as a fire hazard or even as a wipe. If it is used as a red envelope, it can only be used for celebration. Of course, Chung Yali would not do such a thing, so she simply stuffed a 300-gram gold bar into the red envelope. Why do we still have this at home? Jolin was also stunned when he saw it. He thought that the family had used up all the money before the end of the world. You know nothing. Shue, come here. If he dares to bully you in the future, tell me, and I'll beat his ass to pieces. Compared to the increasing chaos in the outside world, the formal marriage of Jolin and Wu Shui put the Zhou family in a joyous atmosphere for several days. As a newlywed, Jolin was too lazy to go out to collect supplies. While he was being deliberately affectionate with Wu Shui, he continued to leisurely transform the Lu Xiaofeng. However, This peaceful life was broken by the surveillance alarm 5 days later. A group of people were shown on the monitor, including Su Ziyuan and Wu Jiankai. Why are they here? Cheng Yali was a little nervous. What's the matter? Zhou Lin asked through the camera. I am Su Ziyuan. May I ask if Zhou Kaijun or Cheng Yali are here? We want to know something. Looking for me? Cheng Yali breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not here to arrest Zhou Lin, it would be fine. Perhaps because of her trust in the government, Cheng Yali was about to open the door again. Zhou Lin held her back and gestured to stop Zhou Kaijun from speaking. My parents are sick. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Just like that. Su Ziyuan's face changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel very embarrassed. There are old and young people at home. It's not very convenient. Why don't you come in alone? Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you for what happened last time. I advise you to take care of yourself. Wu Jiankai couldn't help but say. It's meaningless if you say that. Zhou Lin said calmly. Either you stop talking, or just do as I say. Wu Jiankai wanted to say something, but Su Ziyuan stopped him. He said he was not here to quarrel with Zhou Lin or to stand up for AI Bing. Okay, I'll come in alone. Su Ziyuan originally thought that Zhou Lin wanted him to come in, but in the end he found out that there was a security door in the middle. He was not there to rescue Yang Qiqi last time, so he was a little surprised to see the two security doors in front and behind. Did you guys prepare for this? No, we were just habitually cautious. Zhou Lin placed a small tea table, 2 small stools, and even a tea tray in the corridor. The steaming teapot exuded wisps of tea aroma, which aroused the tea worm in Su Ziyuan's stomach. Tea is also a luxury nowadays, even if it is very ordinary. With Su Ziyuan's current status, it is difficult for him to drink some hot tea. Good tea. I'm afraid even the commander can't catch up with the life you have at home. Zhou Lin didn't respond to this conversation, but just poured tea for Su Ziyuan again and waited for the next words. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask about the animals on your farm. I heard that your parents dismissed all the workers a few days before the natural disaster. Closing the farm was planned long ago. I came back this time to take them to Shenzhen, where there are more opportunities. Zhou Kaijun and his family had planned this excuse long ago, just to deal with the situation today. You must know that in Xia country, if the government wants to investigate something, there are few things that cannot be done. Su Ziyuan shook his head. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about those animals. Did they all die in the snowstorm? We killed them all, sold some of them, and froze the rest. Okay. Su Ziyuan slapped his thigh fiercely. How much is frozen? Where is it? Zhou Lin looked at Su Ziyuan as if he were an idiot and said nothing. Ahem, supplies are in short supply right now, and more than 100,000 people in the shelter need this batch of meat. Su Ziyuan tried to convince Zhou Lin by being careless, but as soon as he saw Zhou Lin's indifferent expression, he knew this approach wouldn't work. Well, what do you want in exchange for giving us this batch of meat? Zhou Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Director Su, you know that our family has everything except a sense of security. Sense of security? Su Ziyuan turned his head and looked at the 2 security doors in front and behind. Your sense of security is so fucking overflowing. Not enough. Zhou Lin shook his head and told the story of Yang Qiqi bringing Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao to beat up Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali that day. That's right, the couple couldn't get out of bed until today, and maybe they would have to in a few days. There is such a thing. What kind of sense of security do you want? Su Ziyuan felt something was wrong. Then he saw Zhou Lin make a gesture. Impossible. Su Ziyuan almost stood up and almost overturned the table. In Xia country, this is taboo. Special treatment is required for special times. We are all good citizens. We are here only to protect ourselves. Alas, if anything happens to my parents, my sister, and I may not be able to bear the blow and may even jump off the tree one day. Su Ziyuan looked very unhappy. Before coming, he thought that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali might ask for a very high price, but he didn't expect that Zhou Lin was so bold. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wants is not valuable, but it is also extremely expensive, because what Zhou Lin wants is a privilege. I don't believe that no one outside has it, Director Su. If you can guarantee me that there is absolutely no one in the public, I will give you all the meat. Can you guarantee it? Chapter 54. They hit it off immediately. At the Jiaqing Post-Disaster Command Center, Su Ziyuan is not responsible for security work, but that does not mean he has no understanding of the situation in this regard. The natural disaster lasted only half a month, which is not too long, but human society is so fragile that the living order has completely collapsed. The political order is still barely maintained, but it is only limited to where state power exists. Although Xiagua has strict gun control, it is not too difficult to get guns in the end times. Branches of police departments, security companies of banks and other financial institutions, and even some special enterprises all have ready-made guns and ammunition, provided that the exact location is known and the ability to break into the house is available. How many guns and ammunition have currently fallen from these official institutions to the public? It's impossible to give exact statistics, but we can only say that it's definitely a lot. It seems reasonable that Zhou Lin wanted to exchange pork for a gun to protect himself. But the problem is that Su Ziyuan has no power to make a decision on this matter. Not to mention him, even Zhu Guanghan cannot do it. In the Xia Kingdom, separation of military and political affairs is a common practice, and even the end of the world cannot change this principle. Then I'll wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up and saw the guest off. I can't guarantee it. Besides the amount of meat, I won't know until my dad wakes up. There is nothing more to say. We can't put a gun to Zhou Lin's head and force him to confess. They don't know what's good for them. They don't think they can live here forever, do they? They will have to go to the shelter in the end. If we take the initiative to give it to them now, we can arrange a good place for them. Later, seeing Su Ziyuan coming out with a bad look on his face, Wu Jinkai thought he had collapsed and was furious. Su Ziyuan waved his hand. Let's go back first. Just leaving like that? Wu Jinkai was a little anxious. It was not easy to go out in this environment. The consumption of gasoline alone was heartbreaking. But Su Ziyuan had already left, and no matter what Wu Jinkai said, it was useless. Those soldiers would not blow up the explosion-proof door just because of his orders. There's still some in the freezer, maybe a few thousand pounds. Fortunately, it's kept at low temperatures, otherwise it would have gone rancid. After listening to Zhou Lin's story, Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali had no objection. The amount of guns and ammunition exchanged was not the point. The point was that it could be taken out openly with official endorsement. I can't guarantee it. Maybe they will think of other ways. After all, it's still a little early now. It has only been half a month since the end of the world, and many people still have hope in their hearts, hoping that the disaster will pass as soon as possible. If time goes on longer, those desperate people will no longer have any scruples, and order will further collapse. At that time, guns will not be a big deal. The news that the Zhou family hid a large amount of frozen meat somehow spread throughout the community. Even Yang Qiqi and the other two who were hiding knew about it. I knew it. Although the swelling on Yang Qiqi's face had subsided, her face shape became a little weird and asymmetrical because she was missing 2 molars. Tang Ili was lying on the ground, having lost a lot of weight due to the pain and hunger, like a different person. In the past 2 days, what he talked about most was going home. The one in the best condition among the 3 was Sun Qinghao, because every day when he went out to ask Xiao Hang for food, he would always steal some on the way back. What's the use of knowing? Sun Qinghao said, Do you still want to rob? He touched his still aching buttocks, and the shadow of Hei Zai appeared in his mind. Don't drag me in. Don't you see that old Tang is useless? Waste. Yang Qiqi snorted softly. She thought Tang Ili was asleep and couldn't hear her. In fact, Tang Ili was not asleep. He tilted his head and clenched his teeth silently. I'm going to go out for a moment. Yang Qiqi walked all the way to the door of the property management office with a flashlight, but was stopped by Huang Xiefeng. Huang Xiefeng usually stays here when he has nothing to do. I want to see Manager Xiao. Yang Qiqi said. Wait, he's busy. What are you busy with? Yang Qiqi had actually heard that sound. After a while, a woman wrapped thickly came out, with her head and face hidden in a thick hat, but her 2 long legs alone were enough to kill Yang Qiqi in seconds. The woman hurried away, her head lowered. What's up? Yang Qiqi unconsciously moved towards the stove like a cat, and did not stop until she felt the most comfortable position. I have something to tell you. Sao Hang Thou Wen. He had just eaten and was a little full, which was the so-called sage state. If Yang Qiqi wanted to sell her beauty now, she would be making a wrong idea, as he had very high standards now. I know where there are large quantities of supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiao Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. My request is very simple. 1/3. I want 1/3. And you have to ensure my safety here. Yang Qiqi originally wanted to merge into one with Xiao Hang, but the woman just now made her realize it. 1/5. Xiao Hang thought for a moment and said, 1/4 at least. Just 1/5. Otherwise, I could still ask you about it if I catch you. Seeing the fierceness in Xiao Hang's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed and compromised. Zhou family. So they're so rich. Go ahead. I'll let you know when the supplies arrive. No, I'll wait here. Yang Qiqi didn't want to leave. It was warm and clean here. Even if she had to accompany Xiao Hang, she was willing. But she was really overthinking it. In the end, Xiao Hang did not drive Yang Qiqi away, but he would not keep her for nothing either. Whether to use her or not is one thing, and whether she works or not is another. Xiefeng, come in for a moment. In order to avoid any further complications, Xiao Hang turned around and called Huang Xiefeng in to discuss the matter. But it is not possible to take action immediately because Su Ziyuan said he would come again. The door of Zhou's house is a bit troublesome. See if you can find someone who can open the lock or someone who is good at it. As a property management company, there are quite a few locksmiths that Huang Xiefeng contacts on a regular basis. Huang Xiefeng happens to know one who lives nearby, so he can contact him. In addition, Xiao Hang also asked him to find a cutting machine. I was happy to see that Xiao Hang valued Yang Qiqi so much. Originally, she didn't want to cooperate with Xiao Hang, but Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao were too useless. That's right, Yang Qiqi didn't think the last failure had anything to do with her from beginning to end. It was all the fault of those two men. That's why she found Xiao Hang. As for whether Zhou Lin or the Zhou family did anything wrong, it definitely did. First of all, Zhou Lin's biggest mistake was not licking AI Bing after her death. A dog licker must have the awareness of being a dog licker. It doesn't matter who you lick. At least she is not a pair of like AI Bing. This is Yang Qiqi's logic, and also the logic of many women like her. Who says women have no logic? When they are cruel, they are no worse than men. Yang Qiqi looked down on Zhou Lin from the bottom of her heart. He was indecisive and couldn't even kill anyone. Yes, that's what Yang Qiqi thought. If she knew that the reason she was still alive today was because Zhou Lin wanted to contact Chao Bowen through her, I wonder how she would feel. But now Zhou Lin has decided to give up. At present, it seems that Yang Qiqi has no weight in Chao Bowen's heart. Otherwise, he should have contacted her long ago. Originally, he and Yang Qiqi had no deep hatred. If Yang Qiqi could be honest and successfully attract Chao Bowen, Zhou Lin would not mind having one more person at home. But now, Zhou Lin has sentenced Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili to death. Even what Yang Qiqi is doing now is within Zhou Lin's expectations. Otherwise, how could he propose that kind of exchange condition to Su Ziyuan? Now it depends on whether the command will agree. Chapter 55, Don't Trade Anymore. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Pingping strongly opposed it and believed that guns must not be distributed to the public. Nowadays, there are gangs that value money over life. If these people get guns, how chaotic will it be? Not to mention the common people. Even the army may be attacked if they go out. Yi Xinxiao was also opposed in his heart, but since Zhu Guanghan had not expressed his opinion yet, he was not in a position to comment. Let Wang Pingping roar. This is the political wisdom of the Xia Kingdom for thousands of years. But we really need that batch of frozen meat. Su Ziyuan whispered, a pistol and dozens of bullets. I don't think it will be a big problem. Zhu Guanghan pushed the cigarette, but that was about to burn his fingers into the ashtray and asked, Old Yi, what do you say? Actually, the gun isn't the problem. As expected of a professional soldier, he hit the point home in just one sentence. Without bullets, a gun is not as useful as a knife, and is even worse than a fire stick. Wang Pingping wanted to say something, but Yi Xinxiao gave him a look and he remained silent. The key is the number of bullets. It is our tradition not to take even a single needle or thread from the people. We can't just ignore it because of a disaster. I think 10 kilograms of pork in exchange for one bullet is a good deal. I personally think that Lao Ye's suggestion is very reasonable. What about you? Zhu Guanghan was the first to agree. What else could others say? With the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan went to Lanshan Community again. I'm still only qualified to talk between the two doors, but at least I can drink hot tea, so it's not a loss. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy. Zhou Lin laughed. 10 kilograms of frozen meat in exchange for a bullet at the current price, it is more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan had an explanation. The government does not encourage private fighting, and civil disputes can often be resolved by simply taking out guns. The self-protection that the Zhou family wants does not require piling up bullets. You should never shoot unless it is absolutely necessary. And even if you do shoot, try to use it as a warning. So, the bullets I bought with 10 kilograms of frozen meat can only shoot at the air? Director Sue, do you think this is reasonable? I think it makes sense. Sometimes the point is not to go from 1 to infinity, but to go from 0 to 1. There was no room for negotiation on the price. In the end, Zhou Lin wrote down the location of the freezer and the amount of frozen meat inside on a piece of paper. We can give you the gun first, and the bullets will be delivered after we verify it. Su Yuan placed a Type 92 rifle on the table. It looked like it had never been used, and the gun oil had not even been wiped off. Zhou Lin was too lazy to argue about the transaction method. He thought that the post-disaster command center would not default on its debt. As for the frozen meat in the freezer, it was what was left there at the time. There were only a few thousand pounds in total. It didn't matter to Zhou Lin whether there were 100 bullets or not. How come he never asked us why we had guns? Zhou Lin lay on the bed, watching Wu Shui pack her clothes. Although she didn't go out much, she still had to change her clothes. If I keep asking questions about things, you might get annoyed someday. Even if you don't get annoyed, you'll be on guard against me. In the past, you could get a divorce if you couldn't live together anymore, but now there's no such thing, right? As expected of a sober person, Zhou Lin was speechless and felt bad. You have been testing my physical data recently. Do you have any conclusions? Yes. Wu Shui closed the closet and sat down next to Zhou Lin. Want to listen? Of course. If what I have learned so far is correct, then you are wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abdominal muscles. Although there is not much difference in appearance, it is impossible for humans to have such data. However, my worldview makes me unable to accept the theory of ghosts and gods. So you are wrong. Your existence is the greatest insult to modern medicine. After saying this seriously, Wu Shui couldn't help laughing. You look depressed. Don't worry. Although you are too strong to be human, things like the end of the world have happened. Why can't I accept it? Besides, no woman would dislike her husband's strength, unless her husband is abusive. Will you abuse me? It's hard to say. Zhou Lin jumped up suddenly, then pushed Wu Shui down. I'll let you have a taste today. Evolution degree is over 3, which means that Zhou Lin's current physical fitness is 3 times that of a normal person. Well, she swore before that no woman would dislike her husband's strength, but she soon realized she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after the happiness, Wu Shui became worried again. However, it was not easy for her to tell Zhou Lin about this, so she could only go to her mother-in-law Yali. Don't worry, our family conditions are not a problem at all. In the past, Lao Zhou and I had to focus on our careers, but now we are so idle that we are getting sick. But Wu Shui was still worried. Under the current conditions, a natural birth would be fine, but what if a cesarean section was needed? Could she perform a cesarean section on herself? Besides, the family supplies were always limited. If they lived on their own, they would eventually run out of money. Would she let the child go hungry with them, eating up all the food? Yali was slightly stunned, then whispered, I can't guarantee anything else, but don't worry about the food and supplies. Not to mention 1 or 2. Even if you give birth to 10 or 8, you won't be able to eat them all. 10 or 8. Wu Shui gasped, wondering how much supplies did the Zhou family hide? A few tons or dozens of tons? It couldn't be hundreds of tons, right? Besides, this house definitely couldn't hold so many supplies, and she often went to the tool room. So could it be hidden somewhere else? Even so, Wu Shui's concerns could not be dispelled, but she just kept them in her heart for the time being. 2 days later, Su Yuan made a special trip to deliver bullets and express his gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to more than 1,200 kilograms of frozen pork, they also found more than 100 chickens in the freezer. So, you only get 20 bullets for 100 chickens? Zhou Lin said with a smile. To be precise, it's 10, and the other 10 are rewards. Su Yuan said, How generous. Director Su, please tell the Commander-in-Chief thank you for me. I'm very satisfied with this deal. Su Yuan smiled slightly and was about to speak when Zhou Lin said, Don't trade anymore. Su Yuan said goodbye awkwardly without even having a sip of tea. Will you offend him by doing this? What if he makes things difficult for us? Yali was a little worried. Wu Shui also felt that, after all, they were officials, so there was no need to make the relationship awkward. But Zhou Lin doesn't think so. This is the end of the world, the end of the world. Kindness and cowardice are the original sins. If you're not strong, you will become meat in other people's mouths, real meat. Wu Shui was a little frightened and said in a trembling voice, It can't be that cruel. How can people eat? Sister-in-law, You are too naive. Brother is right. The most cruel thing in the world is human beings. Jolie raised her phone. Someone has just admitted it on the forum. Admit? Admit what? Cannibalism? Wu Shui's face turned pale instantly, and she immediately ran to the bathroom. Brother, you have a long way to go. Jolie pointed at Wu Shui's back. Zhou Lin could only shrug and follow. On the other hand, Xiao Hang judged that Su Ziyuan would not come for some time. What a pity for the frozen meat. I wish you had told me earlier. At that time, I was still locked up on the rooftop by them. Yang Qiqi pouted and said, Are you going to take action? Wait until Huang Xiefeng brings the locksmith back, and then we'll do it. Chapter 56, I also have parents. There is no sun in the eternal night. The day is dark, and the night is even darker. Many people's biological clocks are disrupted because of this, but Zhou Lin's family is fine. There is heating and lighting. As the family health doctor, Wu Shui requires everyone to live according to a normal schedule, which is more beneficial to health. It was past midnight, and everyone else had gone to sleep, except Zhou Lin, who was still on the sofa, browsing on his phone. More and more people have joined the Doomsday Human Alliance forum recently, and each section has become lively. A few days ago, a regional section was launched. At this time, Zhou Lin was browsing the Xiaoguabashu section. The total number of posts is less than 2,000, and there are more than 500 new posts today, most of which are looking for people or supplies, and there are also extremely bored people analyzing this and that. Zhou Lin had no interest in posts looking for people, but he was quite interested in many posts about exchanging supplies. Antiques, gems, and luxury goods that were once priceless now bow their heads in front of food and medicine. A carat diamond ring can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice. A painting worth millions of dollars can be exchanged for a few kilograms of staple food, and a bag worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars can be exchanged for a few steamed buns and bread. It's a pity that the transportation is inconvenient, otherwise I can change it, and wait until the eternal night is over before watching. It doesn't matter anyway. When Zhou Lin was daydreaming, the monitor suddenly beeped and an alarm sounded. There's someone outside the explosion-proof door. At this hour, you're such a thief. After turning off the alarm so as not to disturb others, Zhou Lin muttered as he pulled up the surveillance footage. Then he looked surprised as to why it was him. Sun Qinghao stood at the door stealthily, without even turning on a flashlight, but just knocking on the door lightly and heavily. If it weren't for the camera, only a god would have heard it. After controlling the camera and looking around to make sure that Sun Qinghao was the only one there, Zhou Lin went to open the door. What are you doing here? Brother, important information. I have important information. Sun Qinghao turned his head and looked at the dark corridor. Can we go in and talk? Important intelligence? Zhou Lin frowned and let Sun Qinghao into the corridor. Take your time. That small coffee table hasn't been moved away yet, and this corridor has almost become the Zhou family's living room, specifically used to entertain outsiders. Brother, Manager Xiao from the property management company is getting involved with Yang Qiqi, and they want to take you away. Rob me, maybe in these 2 days. Sun Qinghao said. Zhou Lin laughed and said, Aren't you in the same group with them? Why did you think of tipping me off? Because after these few days of reflection, I feel that you are more like the protagonist in a novel. The protagonist of a novel? Zhou Lin was amused and asked Sun Qinghao what he thought. It's mainly those two bitches AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, typical green tea. Generally speaking, anyone who recklessly licks green tea is a villain, and those who are repeatedly targeted by green tea are often the protagonists of a novel. Brother, do you think I'm right? Just because of this? Hey, Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands and pointed to the explosion-proof door behind him. Isn't it obvious? Sure enough, no one alive is simple, and Sun Qinghao obviously became suspicious of the Zhou family's advanced preparations. This suspicion is not about what he wants to do, but simply wants to cling to someone powerful. Wait, Zhou Lin went in and got a bag of food, wanted to get rid of Sun Qinghao. But Sun Qinghao didn't answer it, and looked at Zhou Lin pitifully. I have been in the world all my life, and I know that I have made no contribution to society, but my parents are still alive. If I have the chance, I would like to go back, even if I can't help them, as long as my family can be together. Walking in an orderly manner, Zhou Lin's words immediately made Sun Qinghao feel helpless. Tears welled up in his eyes. Should he cry or not? How about I give you a hand crank flashlight, the kind that won't run out of power as long as you have your hands? Aren't you going to go find your parents? Actually, they are divorced. Sun Qinghao wiped his face and smiled awkwardly. I see. No, this can also be seen. Zhou Lin nodded seriously. I have enough food, and I have other things, but I am not kind, nor do I have morals, nor do I have any sympathy or compassion, so understand. Sun Qinghao picked up the bag of food on the small coffee table. Brother, from now on you are my brother, and I am your undercover agent who has infiltrated the enemy. It's not that exaggerated. I mean, Yang Chi-Chi and the others are not qualified to be my enemies. They're just some small cockroaches. They're disgusting. I understand. Brother, from now on, I will be your cockroach medicine, the kind that will kill a whole nest of cockroaches if you take one. Sun Qinghao is gone. I can't guarantee that Zhou Lin will die. He is a real villain. It is likely that his family was unfortunate when he was a child. He has no ability, and his greatest contribution to society is to make up the numbers. But is there any difference between Zhou Lin and Sun Qinghao before his rebirth? No. Sun Qinghao is just there to make up the numbers. Zhou Lin is also there to make up the numbers. Even more than 95% of the people in this world are just there to make up the numbers. Well, someone like Wu Shui barely counts. But so what? Zhou Lin felt that even if he did not awaken his special powers or evolve after his rebirth, he would still try his best to survive. Sometimes a person does not live entirely for himself. A newborn baby has no ability to survive. When he is old enough to think about this problem, he has actually already owed a large debt. You have to pay it back. Sometimes Zhou Lin would wonder if he was reborn to pay off his debts. After all, he didn't take good care of his parents in his previous life, and he didn't even know whether they were alive or dead. So it was only natural for him to ask for debts from AI Bing, Tang Ili, and others. What I owe to my previous life, I have to pay back with interest. What you owe me in the last life, I will pay you back by turning your bones into ashes. As for Xiao Hang, we can only blame him for having thoughts that he shouldn't have. Maybe Xiao Hang didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just like what Sun Qinghao said, everyone wants to live, and he is no exception. But he has more ideas than Sun Qinghao. Not only wants to live, but also wants to live more comfortably and more awesomely. So he chose to cooperate with Yang Chi-Chi. The locksmith came, and Huang Xiefeng brought him over from the next neighborhood for only a bag of bread. He looks like a very honest person. After all, if he looks like a thief, the police station probably won't issue him a lock-opening permit. However, even the most honest person may choose to take risks when faced with hunger and death. What's more, it's just opening a door. This door won't open. When the locksmith saw the explosion-proof door of Zhou Lin's house for the first time, he began to shake his head. How do you know you can't open it when you haven't even tried it? Huang Xiefeng slapped the locksmith on the back of the head with a crisp sound. Brother, you are telling me to open the security door. Is this a security door? The locksmith covered the back of his head with one hand and pointed at the explosion-proof door with the other. If it's not a security door, what is it? This is called a riot door. It's not for explosions, it's for violence. I just need to poke it with a tool, and the door's locks will snap shut. You can't blow it open, even with explosives. This is what bank vaults use. Grass. Huang Xiefeng turned and looked at Xiao Hang. Boss, what should we do? Chapter 57, Zhou Lin's Stick. Private residences use the same money as bank vaults. I can only say that all rich people deserve to die. Wouldn't it be nice if you could donate so much money? How are thieves and locksmiths allowed to survive? Xiao Hang really wanted to pull Zhou Lin out and ask him what the hell he was thinking. Waving his hand to let the locksmith go, Xiao Hang gritted his teeth and said, "Get your weapons." Oxyacetylene flame can reach a maximum temperature of 3,000 degrees. Common metals are no match for it. There is no need for outsiders to operate the oxyacetylene flame. Huang Xiefeng knows how to do it. He used to work in a factory. The purple-white flames were particularly dazzling in the dim corridor. Yang Chi-Chi felt tears welling up in her eyes. She could not see anything in her sight. She quickly took 2 steps back and turned her head away from the flames. Only then did her eyes feel better. Farther away, Sun Qinghao hid in the darkness and silently clenched his fists. Although he was a scoundrel who said that scoundrels had no ability to distinguish right from wrong. In fact, hooligans like good people more than nice people because good people are easy to bully. That's why Sun Qinghao didn't approach him. He wanted to distance himself from Xiao Hang and the others, especially Yang Chi-Chi. Usually, a green tea girl would not only die ugly, but also implicate the people around her. Since he had already regarded Zhou Lin as the protagonist, Sun Qinghao felt that he had to put himself in the right position. If he kept jumping back and forth, he would easily fall and be crushed to pieces. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approaching the explosion-proof door, Sun Qinghao became a little worried. Would it be the end of this? The end of the play? They actually got this thing? Inside the house, Zhou Lin's family all got up. When Zhou Lin saw the bright flame on the screen, he also felt a little troubled. It's not that they can't be dealt with, it's easy to overthrow them. The key is that it's very troublesome to end it. Especially Xiao Hang. In peacetime, he was just a property manager, not a big shot, but now the official seems to have recognized his management status. Suzy Yuan has contacted Xiao Hang several times. It's not that all property managers can get official attention, but it's mainly because Xiao Hang has shown that he deserves official attention. What a talented person. I'll go out and take a look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and walked out. At this time, the oxy is settled in flame, and Huang Xiefeng's hand had been adjusted to the highest temperature and was about to move towards the explosion-proof door. The door is open. Yang Qiqi let out a low cry. Huang Xiefeng stopped. Xiao Hang narrowed his eyes, and Sun Qinghao's eyes widened. You really are not afraid of death. Zhou Lin's eyes skipped over Huang Xiefeng and fell directly on Xiao Hang behind him. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Ahem. Xiao Hang cleared his throat. He had already considered the situation, so he stepped forward and said, It's nothing special. I just heard that you have a lot of supplies at home, so I want you to take them out so that we can share the blessing together. Share? With whom? You or her? Zhou Lin smiled and then took out the stick behind him. The rubber sticks that the police use to beat people usually won't kill people unless they hit their heads, but whether the skin is torn or the bones are separated depends on the person wielding the stick. Huang Xiefeng threw down the spray gun and wiped his lower back, revealing the same stick. He grinned at Zhou Lin and said, Boy, you want to fight? You are still a little naive. Xiao Hang brought more than just Huang Xiefeng as a security guard. In addition to Sun Qinghao, who was just there for show, there were also two tall and strong guys. However, compared with Huang Xiefeng, they still had a bit of shame. Theft from employer was a bit beyond their moral bottom line. But many times, the bottom line is like underwear, which can be taken off as long as the benefits are big enough. Go in. Xiao Hang thought about it and decided to fight quickly and decisively. Anyway, this is the top floor, and as long as he doesn't make a big fuss, he can live a good life, unless that bitch Yang Qiqi is lying. But it doesn't matter even if the Zhou family doesn't have so many supplies. Don't they still have Wu Shui? Huang Xiefeng screamed, but he didn't really rush forward. He was waiting for the other two security guards. He thought that a rich man like Zhou Lin would not easily take action. It can only be said that he did not really care about Tang Yili. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so naive. Idiot! Zhou Lin walked out of the explosion-proof door and raised his hand to knock Huang Xiefeng on the head. It is said that someone who really knows how to use a stick would not do this, mainly because it is too easy to be blocked, and it is a waste of energy. Huang Xiefeng reacted well and raised his hand to block it. He thought he could block it. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin was so strong that he didn't have time to increase his strength. He just felt a buzzing in his head and then passed out. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiefeng fell too quickly, so the two security guards on his left and right had no chance to take action and hurriedly stood at attention, staring at Zhou Lin, who was calmly putting away the sticks and swallowing their saliva. You two coming together? No. The two security guards waved their hands. What a joke. The stick in Huang Xiefeng's hand was bent in 90 degrees, a steel core rubber stick, just broken like that. Besides, Huang Xiefeng is still lying there, which is a lesson for us. Grass. The two security guards, flinching, made Xiao Hang curse them inwardly for being unreliable. He had not yet realized the gap between him and Zhou Lin. He just thought that Huang Xiefeng must have been careless and did not dodge. It would be different if Huang Xiefeng used a knife. After all, ordinary people would react differently when seeing a stick and knife. Since Huang Xiefeng fell down and the two guys were afraid to move forward, Xiao Hang decided to go up himself. He had a knife, an imitation of a military dagger, with a blade more than 20 centimeters long and a gleaming sharp edge. I'm not sure if it works, but it's scary enough. If a white knife goes in, a red knife will definitely come out. If you don't want me to poke a few holes in you, kneel down. Xiao Hang gestured with the knife a few times, pretending to be ferocious. Zhou Lin raised the stick. He had used too much force just now, and the stick was slightly deformed. Come on. I'm going to beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you today. Grass. Xiao Hang is usually a calm person, but he was really carried away at this moment. He rushed forward, even though he knew Zhou Lin was not easy to deal with. A knife is more dangerous than a stick. This is what ordinary people think. For a true master, the degree of threat is often directly related to the length. Otherwise, there would not be the saying an inch longer, an inch stronger. This statement does not emphasize whether it is a stick or a knife. Evolution brought Zhou Lin not only strength, but also great changes in speed and accuracy. He seemed to throw out a stick casually, but he was able to predict the future and hit Xiao Hang's wrist with a knife. This was because Zhou Lin didn't want to kill Xiao Hang with a stick, otherwise he was absolutely sure to knock Xiao Hang away before the knife touched him. Crack! As the sound rang out, Xiao Hang threw the knife away with an ow, and kept jumping with his left hand holding his right wrist, jumping backwards, and jumping all the time. It hurts. Needless to say, the key thing is fear. He was afraid that Zhou Lin would take advantage of the victory and be unyielding. Bitch, stop. Zhou Lin ignored Xiao Hang. He kept his eye on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Now seeing that Yang Qiqi was planning to escape, Zhou Lin shouted and shook his hand while smashing the stick at Yang Qiqi. It really was a smash. The stick flew out horizontally with a whizzing sound. Yang Qiqi heard the sound and looked back. Chapter 58, A Good Dog. When Yang Qiqi heard the sound of breaking wind and turned back, it was already too late. Zhou Lin's stick is not only thick and heavy, but also fast. Yang Qiqi felt pain in her ankle and suddenly lost her balance. She pounced forward with her teeth and claws bared. If she hadn't supported herself with her hands in time, her jawbone would have been broken. Did I let you go? Putting one foot on Yang Qiqi's waist, Zhou Lin leaned over and said, "It's good to have food and drink to live. Why do you want to die?" "I was wrong. Zhou Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay?" Yang Qiqi turned her head with great effort, but still couldn't see Zhou Lin. She didn't dare to struggle and could only cry. So women are made of water, and tears come at any time, no matter good or bad. But Zhou Lin is immune. For those who have lived through the end of the world, don't even talk about tears. Even blood and tears are useless. So Yang Qiqi felt that her waist hurt even more, as if her kidneys were being crushed. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." The two security guards ran away. It was so fucking cruel. They even beat women. Xiao Hang also wanted to run, but Zhou Lin snorted coldly, and he didn't dare to move. He stood obediently against the wall, as if he was in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin just gave him a warning and stopped him for showing up. I'm willing to work like a slave for you, really. I won't do it this time, and I won't do it again in the future." Yang Qiqi kept begging for mercy. "You come here." Zhou Lin pointed at Xiao Hang. "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiao Hang straightened his position again, looking as if he was serving the owner sincerely. "Yes, I hate this woman so much. What do you say I should do?" She is not from our community. I will kick her out right now." Hearing Xiao Hang's words, Yang Qiqi was secretly happy. Everything was fine as long as she could survive. She really felt Zhou Lin's murderous intent towards her, which made her feel cold all over. "Kick him out." "Oh no, a woman like her should have both legs broken and be kicked out." "Mr. Xiao, you are so vicious." "Fuck." Ugh. Yang Qiqi cursed, but was stepped on the face by Xiao Hang, who was eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin. Alliance feelings? Fuck alliance feelings. I'd rather die than let my friend die. There is a future. Zhou Lin patted Xiao Hang on the shoulder. No. Xiao Hang smiled and said, "I'll go get someone right away." "Who do you want to call?" "You should come up with the idea yourself. Otherwise, how can I see your sincerity?" "Oh, and what about the guy called Tang Yili?" "Almost dead." Xiao Hang pointed at Yang Qiqi and said, "This woman said so. She went to see him last night." "So how do you think Tang Yili died?" "He was killed by this woman." Xiao Hang said immediately. Zhou Lin nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Do you still want me to teach you?" As he spoke, Zhou Lin took out his cell phone. "Good." When Xiao Hang saw the flashlight on his cell phone light up, he knew what was going on. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he could only pick up the stick on the ground with his left hand, then gritted his teeth and aimed it at Yang Qiqi's legs. Xiao Hang, you bastard. Zhou Lin, you will not live a good death." Yang Qiqi didn't want to have her legs broken, as that would be the same as death. However, Zhou Lin's foot on her waist was as heavy as Mount Tai, and she couldn't struggle free at all. "Go to hell." Xiao Hang tried his best to swing the stick, but it hit Zhou Lin in the face instead. He didn't feel sorry for Yang Qiqi. He just didn't want to live under someone else's roof. As long as Zhou Lin is alive, Xiao Hang will not be able to make a name for himself. If he can't even control a neighborhood, how can he rise up in troubled times? So Xiao Hang wanted to take a gamble. If he wins, Lanshan community will be his kingdom. If he loses, the worst that can happen is that he will be beaten up. He thought Zhou Lin asked him to take action because he had some concerns and was afraid that the government would hold him accountable later. Bang! Zhou Lin caught the stick easily. Manager Xiao, it's very difficult for me to do this. Xiao Hang pulled hard on the stick, but it didn't move at all. I was wrong. Xiao Hang took a step back and bowed like an islander, with a sincere look on his face. So what? Zhou Lin smiled. He still didn't raise his foot, but slowly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bang! There was no explanation. The flames from the muzzle and the deafening gunshot were enough to explain all. The bullets bounced off the walls of the corridor, creating sparks. Do you think you can report me to the government? Then why don't you think about what benefits Director Su gave me to take away more than 1,000 kilograms of frozen meat? Looking at the smoking muzzle, Xiao Hang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I understand. From now on, you have the final say in this community. I'm the dog under your feet. Wang, please move aside. I will break this woman's legs now. Yang Chi-Chi didn't dare to struggle. She never thought that Zhou Lin actually had a gun, which was given to him by the government. A gun that can be taken out openly, represents power in the Xia country, supreme power for ordinary people. I can give you one chance. Tang Ili can die. She killed him, but she can't die yet. Even if you die, she can't die. But it must be more sad than death. Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Hang's ear. You can either run far away or be a good dog. I actually like raising dogs. As long as they're obedient, I can give you meat, bones, rice, and any leftovers. Do you understand? Understood, master. Xiao Hang's face was solemn, like a German shepherd among dogs. Leave it all to me. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin, please let me go. I can also be your dog. Really, any dog will do, huh? Before Yang Chi-Chi could finish her words, Xiao Hang took action. This time he really didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. He hit Yang Chi-Chi's thigh hard with the stick. The fair and delicate skin couldn't bear it, and it exploded on the spot, causing Yang Chi-Chi to faint from the pain. Stop! Zhou Lin saw the blood seeping out of Yang Chi-Chi's cotton pants and quickly asked Xiao Hang to stop. She won't last a few days if you do this. Let me do it. Yes. Thank you for your help, master. Putting away his phone, Zhou Lin seemingly gently tapped Yang Chi-Chi's leg. He couldn't help but be careful. If it turned into an open fracture, she would die faster. Hearing the crisp sound of bone cracking, Xiao Hang couldn't help but secretly startled. Now he knew how terrifying Zhou Lin was. Even without a gun, killing him might not be more difficult than pinching a fly to death, right? So what on earth was he crazy about just now? Take her away. I'll give you some anti-inflammatory medicine later. Feed it to her if her wound gets inflamed. And that guy, get rid of him quickly. He's annoying to look at. Yes, master. Right away. Xiao Hang couldn't drag Huang Xiefeng and Yang Chi-Chi by himself, but the two security guards didn't actually run far. They came back obediently after being yelled at twice. 10 minutes later, the corridor became clean again. Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction and asked Xiao Hang to wait at the door. I'm a man of my words. You have enough food to eat, but this. Thank you, master. Xiao Hang's face was full of joy. It was a whole carton of cigarettes. Although they were not Huazi, he had something to smoke. Why would he need a bicycle? Xiao Hang was sent into the house, and Zhou Kaijun and others gathered around. They just watched the entire live broadcast, and now Wu Shue's face is still pale. She was frightened. Chapter 59, Going Out to Practice Shooting. What if Xiao Hang turns against us? This is what Qing Yali and Wu Shue are worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou would not have such doubts. He doesn't dare, said Zhou Kaijun. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Brother, be more decisive next time. A cook who drags his feet is not a good cook. Qing Yali couldn't stand it anymore and gave Zhou a slap on the head. What are you talking about? You always want to fight and kill. Are you still a girl? Mom, you're not a saint. The meaning of a book will become clear after reading it 100 times. You should read more apocalyptic novels. Zhou Kaijun stepped forward and held Qing Yali. The child is right. You need to adapt slowly. You just keep talking. Why didn't you go out just now? How can you be a father if you let your son take risks? Qing Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou also went upstairs, still sleepy. Wu Shue was left with no idea what to say. She was at a loss. She knew Zhou Lin did nothing wrong. but she just couldn't convince herself. Yang Qiqi deserved to die, but just think about it. If we didn't have blast doors, if we didn't have guns, I wouldn't have the power I have now. Wu Shui was a smart person and soon began to tremble slightly. You're right. He took a step forward and hugged Zhou Lin, placing his hand, which still smelled of gunpowder, to his lips. Someday, teach me how to shoot. I'm afraid I can't hit the target. Any time is fine, but we need to change the place. Most of the time in the eternal night, it is very quiet as heaven, and you cannot hear the screams of sinners. Even if you practice shooting in the tool shed, the sound can be heard from miles away. It's okay once or twice occasionally, but how can you improve your shooting skills by doing it once or twice? So the best thing is to go out and practice. Zhou Lin thought that the car city he visited last time was very good, and he could also collect some materials by the way. That's not necessary. The next day, Cheng Yali heard it and was very opposed to it. But Wu Shui really wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Those who work with their minds rule others, and those who work with their hands are ruled by others. I won't go, Zhou Li said. It was still the familiar sled and skis. After the two went downstairs, Zhou Lin went to the property office. The master is coming. Xiao Hang's face was filled with joy, and there was no trace of falsehood at all, even though there were other security guards in the room. Master, don't worry. The woman is still alive. Xiao Hang pointed to the stove. Yang Qiqi, with a dirty face, was curled up on a blanket whose original color could not be seen. She was looking at Zhou Lin with hatred, Wu Shui beside her. It must be this woman who replaced her position in Zhou Lin's heart. Otherwise, how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If looks could kill, Wu Shui would be in such a state now that she could neither live nor die. Well done. Zhou Lin threw a box of ergo-2 that he had prepared in advance on the sofa and said, take it and share it, but don't get drunk. Thank you, Master. Why don't you thank the Master together? Thank you, Master. Among those who thanked loudly was Huang Xiefeng, who had gauze wrapped around his head. I have to say this kid is very lucky. Zhou Lin thought that the blow would send Huang Xiefeng to practice with a new account, but he didn't expect that he would survive it. It doesn't matter. When the sled passed through the gate of the community, Zhou Lin glanced left and right and saw many traces at the gate. Although it was messy, he could still roughly tell what kind of transportation left them. Because of the high speed, strong wind, and low temperature, Wu Shui didn't speak the whole way. She didn't even know how far it was and how long it would take. The last time when Zhou Lin went out with Huang Minjing, he didn't prepare a heater or a thick fur blanket for her. With these windproof and warm things, Zhou Lin could rush straight to the auto city in one breath. It hasn't snowed much in the past few days, so Zhou Lin felt something was wrong from a distance. It was not like this when he left last time. The originally flat snowfield disappeared, and there were large pits dug everywhere. The sloping ramps were enough for motor vehicles to reach the bottom of the pits. Some people have been here, and it's a large group. It is obvious that the only one with such power in Jiazhou City is the government. Fuck, I'm late. In fact, Wang Pingping also said the same thing. When his subordinates reported that many off-road vehicles, accessories, and materials in the auto city were missing, Wang Pingping immediately thought of the last experience. We must catch this lawless gang and shoot them all. Before leaving, Wang Pingping originally wanted to leave a few spies behind, just in case the gang came again. However, he finally gave up. It was impossible to stay in such a cold place, and anyone who stayed would die. Zhou Lin took Wu Shui around and only went into an exhibition hall after making sure that no one was around. Grass. The exhibition hall was cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. Even the tables, chairs, and benches had been dragged away, leaving nothing behind. Bring it on. Restraining his anger, Zhou Lin began to teach Wu Shui how to use a gun. There was no need to worry about the consumption of bullets, but Zhou Lin carefully collected every bullet casing. If the bullet head was not difficult to dig out, he would not let it go. A thick layer of snow is the best target. Use a portable LED light to add a halo, and you don't even need to change the target. The only thing you need to worry about is the LED light itself. No, I can't feel anything anymore. No matter how small the recoil of a pistol is, it would still be unbearable to empty 3 or 5 magazines in a row. However, even Zhou Lin was a little surprised by Wu Shui's talent in shooting. It's actually very simple. The key is to have a steady hand and a cool heart. These are the basic skills to be a surgeon. Zhou Lin didn't believe what Wu Shui said. What kind of surgeon only needed 2 or 3 magazines to go from first contact to hitting the target every time? He must have been a sharpshooter in his previous life. Anyway, Zhou Lin couldn't reach this level before he evolved. Take a break. I'll leave your gun and bullets here. Turn on the intercom. I'll go around and see if there's anything I can take back. Such a big automobile city cannot be completely plundered. With a gun in hand, Wu Shui was not very worried and nodded to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbed up the snow pit. He did not look for the places that had been dug up, but slowly searched on the snow field based on his memory. Hard work pays off, and he soon found a sales outlet that had not been found. Although the agency level is not as good as that of the Fourth Sun, the powerful agency store not only has a wide range of products and high discounts, but also can buy some rare brands and models, and even some models that are not issued by Xiagua can be obtained. Generally speaking, people without some skills cannot open a sales agency store. The store Zhou Lin found was very large. The various vehicles parked in the showroom alone might be worth 20 to 30 million yuan. Luck. The reason why this agency store was able to survive was because of its remote location. Zhou Lin also discovered it by accident. There are several non-standard luxury pickup trucks, including Raptor, Qidao, and Tianfeng. Among them, the most popular Raptor in Xiagua is the main one. There are 12 in total in the exhibition hall and garage, and they are all collected. There are 5 parallel imported luxury off-road vehicles, the most expensive of which is the full-size Kenlin. I bought it. Zhou Lin took possession of everything he liked and stored them as spare parts. At this time, Zhou Lin didn't know that the real good things were not in the exhibition hall or the garage. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Surprise. Zhou Lin was delighted with the harvest from the exhibition hall and garage. The delay was a bit long, but it was still early for dinner. Zhou Lin occasionally chatted with Wu Shui on the intercom, and he was not worried about any accidents happening to Wu Shui. Eternal night is the best cover. Unless Zhou Lin has night vision ability, he will be exposed by the lights from a long distance. General Manager's Office. In a Four Sun store, the general manager may be a senior employee, but this may not be the case for a consignment store. Originally, Zhou Lin had no interest in strolling around if he hadn't seen that door. The same explosion-proof door, that's not right. After standing outside the door and thinking for a while, Zhou Lin took out a small piece of explosives from the Laifu. He didn't have the ability to open the door, and even ordinary explosives might not be able to open it. On the contrary, the wall was fragile, at most a layer of red bricks. How strong could it be? The thick layer of snow acted as the best sound insulation material. We were just lucky that apart from blowing a big hole in the wall, there were no other consequences. Zhou Lin, did you hear the sound? Don't be afraid. I set off a firecracker. Wu Shui said nothing. Firecracker? Why set off firecrackers if there is no New Year or festival? She was so angry, but couldn't ask and couldn't hate, so Wu Shui had to stuff the full magazine into the gun. But her right hand hadn't recovered yet, and her fingers, palm, wrist, and entire arm were sore. Forcing herself to practice in this situation was not only meaningless, but also risky. Left hand will do, too. In order to vent his emotions, Wu Shui didn't care where the bullets hit and just fired randomly. However, after one magazine was empty, Wu Shui was stunned. Why does it seem to be more accurate than the right hand? It is true that most real surgeons are equally dexterous with both hands, but is performing surgery the same as shooting a gun? Wu Shui decided to try again. Zhou Lingguang had only left several large boxes of bullets for her, and she might not be able to finish them in one day. Hearing the faint sound of gunfire, Zhou Lin laughed. He didn't expect that Wu Shui was actually a violent person. This office is quite big. Entering through the blown-up hole in the wall, Zhou Lin looked around. Judging from the decoration and furniture, this general manager is definitely not an ordinary person. Just the ebony tea table alone would cost you 7 figures. Good stuff, I'll take it. Tables, chairs, and benches are certainly not cheap, but Zhou Lin is not interested in industrial products. He went straight to the large desk and quickly opened the drawers one by one. Expensive cigars, high-end lighters, and exquisite office supplies. I received a bracelet with patinaed Z beads. A few keys. Zhou Lin ignored all the paper documents. That's it. This shouldn't be the case. I always feel like something is missing. What exactly is missing? I turned left and right in my chair, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. A safe. It doesn't make sense that there is no safe in such a luxurious office. Fortunately, it was easy to find it now that he had an idea. The small cabinet close to the wall next to the large table. Zhou Lin felt that it was placed a little strangely just now, and when he turned it around, it turned out to be the outer door of the safe. Why, When Zhou Lin saw the metal that was similar in color to the explosion-proof door, he knew he was in trouble. Regardless of whether it had the ability to self-destruct, this thing couldn't be filled with explosives, right? However, Zhou Lin soon thought of a solution. Relying on his great strength, he used several steel chisels to pick the safe out of the wall, and then moved a water jet out of the maintenance warehouse of the Laifu. A water jet is a cutting tool that relies on high-pressure spraying of extremely fine water jets containing corundum particles. The thin stream of water was like a crystal cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting through the half-person-high safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was cut open by a water jet and fell to the ground with a bang. In addition to some paper documents that were supposed to be very important, the safe contained 50 100-gram gold bars, 3 men's watches that look very unusual. Zhou Lin originally thought that was it, until he discovered a metal box glowing white. I thought it was some kind of jewelry, but after opening it, Zhou Lin's face instantly changed color. Superpower ball? How is that possible? Isn't it still about 5 years before the first superpower ball appears? Then why would a car dealership owner in Jiazhou have a superpower ball? The pure white, yet somewhat colorless, magical ball lay quietly in the center of the velvet cloth. Someone who didn't know it might mistake it for a very large, round, and white pearl. But Zhou Lin would not admit his mistake. If you can't figure it out, just put it away for now. It was impossible to tell what the power ball represented. One had to touch it and merge it before knowing it. Moreover, Zhou Lin was not sure what would happen if he touched the power ball now. What if he died if he touched it before the right time? It's not impossible, but no matter what, this is a good thing. If you want insurance, you can wait 5 years before taking it out and giving it to your family to try first. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Lin hurried to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued. Zhou Lin was dumbfounded when he saw that Wu Shui was shooting with her left hand and every shot hit the target. Are you a sharpshooter who is delayed by medical science? No, you're the real-life version of the old lady with 2 guns. What old woman? Wu Shui pouted, but fortunately, she hadn't pointed the gun at Zhou Lin. Are you going back? Did you find anything good? Nothing. Are these good stuff? Zhou Lin threw the gold bars on the ground. The glittering golden light almost blinded Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, these 50 gold bars are nothing. They are only worth 1 or 2 luxury off-road vehicles before the end of the world. However, Wu Shui couldn't help but have stars in her eyes. Wow, I want it. Put it away. Gold is not useless in the apocalypse as it is portrayed in many novels. In fact, it's just the opposite. According to Zhou Lin's plan, he would visit the gold shops in the city, but he would have to wait for a while, as long as he could get there before the eternal night ended and the snow melted. After returning home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to communicate with Zhou Li, and even her red and swollen wrists became medals of honor. During dinner, Wu Shui took out the gold bars and placed them on the coffee table. This is an unexpected discovery today. Mom, can you keep it? Xingyali's face was full of anti-smiles. Wu Shui finally changed her mind these past 2 days, and she was now looking forward to having a grandson. Gold? Gold is not as important as grandson. Put it away. What do I need these for? Xingyali waved her hands, then glared at Zhou Lin. Don't you know that your wife needs to take care of her body? She's been out all day, and her wrist is injured. If you do this again, next time, I'll break your legs. No. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time, take Lily with you. She plays with her phone all day instead of reading more books. Zhou Li rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with Xingyali. The gap in their IQs was too big, and they had no common language. Dad, do you want to go out and practice shooting? There's a share for me. I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun said with a smile. How could that be possible? Zhou Lin smiled awkwardly. I won't practice my marksmanship. I want to ask you if you're interested in fodder. Chapter 61, Attacking Neighbors. Although humans have the smartest brains in the animal kingdom, most people are still limited by their own cognition. If Zhou Kaijun hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin would never have thought of stockpiling feed. Isn't feed important? Of course not. Normally people think that feed is for animals and not for humans to eat. But in fact, it is edible. At most, there will be some adverse reactions, but it is much better than starving to death. Dad, why didn't you tell me earlier? I just remembered it. I wonder if the government has taken it away. That shouldn't be possible. I see there are still many large supermarkets in the city that are still buried in the snow. Zhou Lin said, give me the location and I'll go check it out myself. Okay. Zhou Kaijun didn't feel forced to go. His health had always been poor, and he was also old. If he went out, he would not be able to help and might even become a burden to Zhou Lin. Husband. Huh. Zhou Lin was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. What? Give me another gun. You've already called me an old lady with 2 guns. What if someone causes trouble when you're not around? Ugh. Zhou Lin felt that such a request was not worthy of being called husband, so of course he had to satisfy it. But he didn't expect that what Wu Shui casually said would happen so soon. It has been more than 20 days since the eternal night began. 1/3 of the people in Jiazhou City have gone to official shelters, 1/4 have gone to their relatives' homes in the countryside, and the rest are struggling to survive. Xiaohang originally wanted to organize a second group to collect supplies, but the security guard who went out to scout the site was almost beaten to death, so the matter came to nothing. But the fact that the people in Lanshan community did not go out did not mean that people outside would not make plans, especially after all possible places nearby had been searched. Lanshan, the famous wealthy area, was somehow rumored to have a large amount of supplies stored and was extremely rich. Zhou Lin felt something was wrong the last time he went out, but he didn't expect things to develop so quickly. It was a coincidence that less than 2 hours after Zhou Lin left the house, a patch of scattered lights appeared at the entrance of Lanshan community. Are they from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify them. When Xiaohang walked to the window, the scattered lights at the door had already entered the inner part of the community, and there were quite a few shadowy figures. Boss, something bad has happened. The security guard at the gate rushed in and yelled, "Robbery! They are here to rob." Rob us. Xiaohang was stunned, thinking, well, I haven't even gone out to rob yet, but someone else comes to my door to rob me? Get your weapons. Kill them, damn. After the natural disaster, the property actually only had 16 security guards in total, and including the manpower recruited by Xiaohang, there were less than 30 people. Fortunately, they are all men and relatively young, so they still have some fighting ability. About 30 people, including Xiaohang and Sun Qinghao, rushed into the courtyard of the community like a swarm of bees and pounced on the scattered lights. There was no need to ask any questions. Xiaohang, holding a long knife in his hand, acted decisively, aiming at the first person he met and slashing him on the forehead. Murder! Fight them! Kill them! Kill them! I don't know who shouted first, but the originally scattered light gradually gathered together. During this period, a lot of light fell to the ground, or was extinguished, or was stepped into the snow. In a blink of an eye, people on both sides were injured, and the shouting and screaming alarmed everyone in the community. Some brave owners looked in from the window, turned around, and grabbed their tools to go downstairs to help, while the timid ones quickly locked the door and dragged the furniture in to reinforce it. It's so chaotic downstairs. Wu Shui heard the noise, but couldn't see clearly. Use this. Jolie took out a night vision goggles. Fortunately, Wu Shui didn't know much about these things, otherwise she would definitely be shocked. Pure active equipment of the United States, the most advanced kind. With the help of Zhou Li, Wu Shui put on the night vision goggles. The dim light and distance adjustment allowed her to see the situation below clearly. Someone is fighting with Xiaohang and the others. It's not from our neighborhood. Not good. Xiaohang and the others can't hold on any longer. Wu Shui seemed to be broadcasting live. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were very nervous, but Jolie didn't care much and said casually, "Maybe someone will be here soon." Before he finished speaking, the buzzer alarm sounded. Outside the explosion-proof door, Sun Qinghao, panting, was shouting Zhou Lin's name. "I'll go and take a look." Cheng Yali went to open the door, and Zhou Kaijun followed. "Uncle and Aunt, isn't my brother Zhou here? Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. There are too many people outside." Sun Qinghao's head was bleeding, the corner of his mouth was cut, and many other places on his body were cut. He was only not injured because he was wearing thick clothes. "Forget it, I'll go take a look." Zhou Kaijun thought for a while and said, "No, I'll go," said Cheng Yali. "Let me go. I'm a good shooter." Wu Shui said, "Sister-in-law, go. Dad, you help watch over me. Mom, stay at home and protect me." Zhou Li was the calmest among the 4 people and quickly came up with the most advantageous plan. Cheng Yali wanted to refute, but her loud voice was useless at this time. Before Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui went out, Zhou Li leaned over to Wu Shui's ear and whispered a few words. Heisey wanted to follow them out, but was grabbed by Cheng Yali's head. Seeing Wu Shui, Sun Cheng was very surprised and asked, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to go down, right?" "I won't go, and you're the one who's going to help me?" Wu Shui said coldly. "Hurry up." As the group went downstairs, the situation below changed again. All we can say is that Xiao Hang and the others have tried their best. It's not that they didn't try hard. It's just that the enemy was too fierce. Not only did everyone get injured, but several people were also scattered. It's unclear whether they ran away or were knocked down. In desperation, Xiao Hang and his companions fought and retreated. No one knew what he was thinking, but they retreated step by step to the lobby downstairs of Building 8. Close the door, close the door. Xiao Hang was covered in blood, some of his own and some of others. There was a wound on his forehead, and his clothes were covered with fist and foot marks and traces of cuts and tears, which showed how fierce the battle was. Although the last security guard who came and closed the glass door, how could the tempered glass withstand the crazy attack of the iron rod and machete? It shattered into pieces with a few bangs. Mad, let's fight. Xiao Hang gritted his teeth and was about to lead the fight when suddenly a gunshot rang out from behind. Gun! They have guns! Xiao Hang thought it was Zhou Lin who came, but when he turned around, he only saw Zhou Kaijun with a serious expression and Wu Shui wearing night vision goggles. Why did she come down? Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Qinghao and was about to speak when he discovered that Wu Shui was holding a gun in her hand, with smoke still coming out of the muzzle. So it was Wu Shui who fired the gun just now? That woman. It's just a gun. What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead. One gun can't kill several people. Grab her gun. The other party's eagerness to make a move made Xiao Hang nervous again. Now it's no longer a question of whether or not we can win. Xiao Hang couldn't help but secretly curse Sun Qinghao and the Zhou family. How could I let Wu Shui show up with a gun, even if it was given to Zhou Kaijun? However, Wu Shui did not retreat, but took another step forward. Final warning, leave the community now. Chapter 62. Wu Shui went crazy with killing. Why are you so fierce? Who are you trying to scare with a gun? Exactly. Not a bad figure. Let's grab it together. Superior. It has to be said that people are easily driven by collective emotions. Under normal circumstances, a person would be instinctively scared when seeing a real gun. But at this time, because of the infection of collective emotions, not only did they ignore the threat posed by the bullet, they even had the idea of attacking Wu Shui. Seeing the other party getting excited, Xiao Hang secretly said to himself, "Oh no." He turned to Wu Shui and said, "Give me the gun and go back and lock the door." His idea was correct. Even Sun Qinghao nodded. But the next moment, Wu Shui pointed the gun at Xiao Hang. "Get out of the way." You. Xiao Hang had to take a step back, thinking to himself, "Just go ahead and see how you die. When Zhou Lin comes back, you can't blame me." Seeing Wu Shui and Xiao Hang fighting, the people at the door suddenly felt that the opportunity had come, and they rushed towards Wu Shui with a loud shout. Bang! 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 No one expected that Wu Shui would shoot without hesitation. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Shui not only had a gun in his right hand, but also in his left hand. Not only could he shoot with both hands, but his marksmanship was amazing. Almost every bullet hit the target, either the arm or the leg. The thick cotton coat could block the blade, but not the bullets. When Wu Shui emptied 2 magazines, there was almost no one standing at the door. Gurgle. Seeing Wu Shui skillfully changing the magazine, Xiao Hang's face turned pale. He never thought that a woman who looked delicate was not only skilled in shooting, but also killed people without blinking an eye. Xiao Hang, who originally had some other ideas, was now completely discouraged. After changing the magazine, Wu Shui didn't even look at the people and walked straight past the screaming people. The most unimaginable thing was that she was about to walk out the door, but suddenly stopped and shot the person on the ground. Fuck ah. The guy was not shot at first. He just fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Who knew that Wu Shui saw through him? Although it is not fatal, it is really heartbreaking. Only after I got shot did I realize that everything in movies and TV shows was fake. What about people fighting back after being shot several times? Well, I was in so much pain that I was foaming at the mouth. There was no point in fighting back. The gunshots also alarmed the people outside. Some smart ones have turned around and ran away, but there are always some who are not afraid of trouble. The night vision goggles gave Wu Shui a great help. Although she didn't know the people in the community, she could judge them by their actions. Anyone who rushes towards her with a weapon is an enemy. There is no need to hesitate about the enemy. Just pull the trigger. It is not much different from when you practiced in the Auto City. At most, you need to add some prediction, and it will basically not be too far off. If you miss, then the enemy is unlucky. When another magazine was empty, no one dared to run over here anymore. Sister-in-law is so powerful. With fear on his face, Xiao Hang slowly walked to Wu Shui and spoke carefully. Throw these people at the gate of the community. Life and death are up to fate. Then find some people to seal the gate of the community with snow blocks. The surrounding walls must also be raised. Finally, water them and freeze them to reinforce them. Do you need me to teach you these? No need. Xiao Hang straightened his chest. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I promise to complete the task. Come back and get some rice. If anyone is injured, I can treat them no matter whether you carry them up or on my back. After saying that, Wu Shui turned around and left without taking off her night vision goggles. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiao Hang and said, "Thank you for your hard work, young man." "It's not hard, old man." Xiao Hang was very excited when Zhou Kaijun praised him. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after hearing Zhou Kaijun's retelling, Cheng Yali's face turned pale, but Zhou Li was very excited. "I'll go next time too." "Go to hell," Cheng Yali yelled. "With your tiny body, I can trample you to death, believe it or not." Snort. Zhou Li rolled her eyes, then smiled at Wu Shui and said, "Sister-in-law, I was right, wasn't I?" "Yes." Just now, when she was down there, Wu Shui was still a little nervous at first. After all, she was aiming at living people, not dead targets. Fortunately, she remembered what Zhou Li told her before she went out and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode. The people in her sight turned into moving red shadows, and her senses suddenly felt better. Just as Zhou Li said, it was over like playing a game. In order not to irritate herself, Wu Shui switched the mode only after going upstairs. From beginning to end, she neither saw any face nor a real drop of blood. Although it was a bit like trying to cover up one's mistake, it did reduce the mental impact to a minimum. In addition, Wu Shui was originally a doctor, and she had performed countless dissections on cadavers, so her resistance in this regard was actually much better than Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. When Zhou Lin came back the next day, the community had been basically cleaned up. He went to see Xiao Hang and confirmed that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Zhou Li basically reported everything simultaneously yesterday, so Zhou Lin did not panic. He successfully received hundreds of tons of finished feed and more than 200 tons of raw materials from the small feed factory into the live Fu, and then released the loose Yaofeng. He had a good meal and a good sleep in it, and then returned leisurely. "Take this." Seeing the blood on Xiao Hang's face, Zhou Lin threw out a walkie-talkie and said, "If you encounter similar situations in the future, you can call me directly." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master. You might think I have some quirk." Zhou Lin always felt that the title master was a bit strange, until he thought of the island country that no longer existed, and then he felt disgusted. "Okay, boss. Please tell big sister-in-law that we are grateful to you for your amazing healing skills." "Got it." Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at Yang Qiqi, who was lying next to the stove like a vegetable. "She is stable, but what about Tang Ili?" "Boss, Tang Ili is dead." Sun Qinghao came over and whispered. As Tang Ili's friend, he was the only one who cared about Tang Ili's situation. Tang Ili died of starvation, or rather, he died of pain, hunger, illness, and torture. Sun Qinghao didn't care about him. Yang Qiqi couldn't save herself, and Tang Ili, who had no ability to move, could only die of hunger and thirst. It's a bargain for him. I thought a fitness coach like Tang Ili should be able to last longer, but who knew he died after just a few days. This made Zhou Lin feel very regretful, and he could only remind Xiao Hang again not to let Yang Qiqi die. "Boss, I'll let Sun Qinghao take care of him personally. I guarantee he won't die, but someone might even die." "Then I don't care," Zhou Lin said. "Come on, follow me upstairs. I will definitely not be stingy with the rewards I deserve for you." 200 kilograms of rice is not much, but not less either. If they save some, it will be enough to feed 20 or 30 people for half a month. The security guards led by Xiao Hang were very excited and kept thanking Zhou Lin. "The ice wall is not high enough. Hurry up and reinforce it. Guard the gate well. Call me if anything happens." The reason Zhou Lin saved Xiao Hang's life was because he was too lazy to command the security guards. Now it seems that the decision was right. News of the bloody battle in Lanshan community spread quickly, and even people in the official shelter knew about it. Didn't we say that we are not allowed to shoot casually? Wang Piping was furious. "Look what has happened. More than 40 people have been shot. This has had a terrible impact. I think the guns must be taken back, and the perpetrators must be severely punished." Chapter 63. The Military's View. Living conditions in the shelter became increasingly difficult. As for food, there's almost no food intake, but only output. No one can afford the consequence of eating up all the food. Even though people are sent out to collect food every day, the amount of food they find is getting less and less. Some teams have even returned empty-handed. There is no refinery in Jiazhou City. With long-distance transportation almost cut off, gasoline is also a non-renewable resource. The less you use, the less you have. Especially for those vehicles modified with tracks, none of them are fuel efficient. All the gas stations available have been drained, and fuel stocks are still worrying. According to the current situation, it can only last for 1 month at most. Eternal night has been falling for a month, and the city that humans once took so much pride in is on the verge of complete collapse. After continuous transformation and expansion, the shelter now has a batch of hydroponic equipment. Using LED lighting and liquid fertilizer to promote growth, the first batch of vegetables has already grown. Although it will take some time before they mature, it at least proves that this approach is feasible. The problem facing the shelter leaders is that there is not enough liquid fertilizer. Originally, no one had thought of engaging in agricultural production in the shelter, so there would be no stockpiling of fertilizers. If traditional agriculture was adopted, so many people in the shelter would not have to worry about the problem of farmyard manure, but farmyard manure could not be used as liquid culture raw materials. Even if there were many agricultural experts and chemical experts in the shelter, they could not solve this century-old problem. So the search for fertilizer is urgent. However, Jiazhou City also had no fertilizer plant, so the only hope was the fertilizer merchants in the suburbs. Wang Pingping had to go there in person, and the fertilizer was brought back. But when the convoy passed the auto city, Wang Pingping suddenly wanted to search it again, but he found traces of human activity. This shop, seeing the wall that was blown up by Zhou Lin and the safe that was cut open, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed. He was not concerned about what treasures were in the safe, but about the explosives and tools for cutting the safe. Could ordinary people have these? Call some criminal investigators here right away. Wang Pingping did not leave either. His duty required him to get to the bottom of the matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigation and military explosion experts arrived and came up with a conclusion after analyzing the case against all odds. Look, this is not ordinary explosives. At least our country has never sold them to the public. Where do they come from? And the water jet used to cut the safe is also not a civilian device. In addition, the police judged that there should be only one person at the scene. With such a heavy safe and an equally heavy cutting device, I can't imagine how he did it. Is he Superman? Zhu Guanghan's expression was equally solemn. As the current top leader of Jiazhou City, and in such a special period, who would want to encounter such a thing? There must be something strange in the city. Wang Pingping continued to express his opinion. In short, he believed that if these uncertain and unstable factors could not be eliminated, and if the world could not return to normal in a short period of time, they would become hidden dangers to the shelter in the future and even threaten the lives and safety of hundreds of thousands of people. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping cannot allow such a thing to happen. As they were talking, they talked about Lanshan community again. Last time, Wang Pingping made it clear that the person who fired the shot should be arrested, regardless of whether it was Zhou Lin or not. But Zhu Guanghan disagreed. They hadn't even finished eating more than 1,000 kilograms of frozen meat yet. So, they were going to arrest people? Besides, there was a reason for the incident. Lanshan community was just passively defending. If they really wanted to arrest people for this, would that mean everyone who participated in the fight would be arrested? Regardless of whether this would be popular among the people, we couldn't just let the arrested people starve to death, right? It would be a huge expense to feed them, and the landlords didn't have any surplus food. I think we should go and give them a warning. I heard that the person who fired the gun was a girl. Her shooting skills were pretty good, and she didn't hit any vital parts. She shouldn't be a cruel person. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. It's understandable. After Yixin Xiao spoke, Wang Pingping was unwilling to refute anymore, but he didn't quite agree with the commander's opinion. What is not a cruel person? This could be said in peacetime, but can it be the same now? Although those who were shot in the limbs did not die on the spot, how many of them could survive? Without doctors to treat their wounds, without adequate medicine, and even without nutrition, what use were these people other than being a burden? Therefore, Wang Pingping felt that the girl who fired the gun was extremely cruel. She not only killed people, but also destroyed their hearts. In fact, Wang Pingping really blamed Wu Shui wrongly on this point. She didn't think that much at all. It was just that Zhou Li reminded her before going downstairs. Until now, she still thinks that Zhou Li's reminder was good. Otherwise, she might have beaten someone to death in excitement and didn't give those people a chance to reform. Well, those people have indeed reformed, and starting over can be considered as reformation. In the end, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao asked Wang Pingping to go and have a talk with Zhou Lin. On the one hand, it was to warn him, and on the other hand, it was to see if Zhou Lin could come up with some compensation. After all, so many people were injured. Boss, the military is here. Xiao Hang performed his job duties very faithfully and immediately notified Zhou Lin when he saw the military vehicle appear. At this time, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busy in the tool room. The rabbit has given birth again. Wu Shui is very happy because she will be able to eat the delicious rabbit head soon. As for whether the little white rabbit is cute or not, just think about Wu Shui's job. She has dissected countless frogs, mice, and rabbits. Cuteness is not as important as deliciousness. Normally, a female rabbit gives birth to 4 or 5 rabbits, but the one Zhou Lin raised gave birth to 8, together with the 12 rabbits from the previous round. Wow, the rabbit family is really thriving. She is simply a heroic mother. Zhou Lin smiled and added some grass to the rabbits. The mother rabbit's appetite increases dramatically after giving birth. In addition to eating more, she also poops more. For the health of the rabbits, daily cleaning is essential. However, the tool room's enclosed environment had a very unpleasant smell. This shows that Yang Qiqi suffered a lot at the beginning. Why don't we find someone to do it? Zhou Lin discussed with Wu Shui. He might not be at home often, and the ones left behind would either be the elderly or women. He always felt that he was treating them unfairly. Who to find? Who can you trust? Wu Shui shook her head. Of course it would be good to have someone, but the question is that person that easy to find? How about Sun Qinghao? I'll modify this place so that no one can enter from the tool room. This way, even if he wants to cause trouble, he can't. Besides, there are guns at home, so he shouldn't be that brave. It's best to discuss it with your parents. Okay, let's talk about it while we eat. By the way, how are your parents? No, my father-in-law and his family doing lately? It seems to be okay. I have food and drink for now. My dad said that I might be involved in a scientific research project recently. Can scientific research still be carried out in the shelter? After all, Wu Shui is young and has almost always been in an ivory tower, so there are many things she can't even think of. Olympus. Chapter 64, You Don't Deserve It. The Olympus project gathered the strengths of many developed countries. It not only included several shelters, but also cooperated with many scientific research institutes. In the early days of the apocalypse, it accommodated more than 25% of Europeans. Later, it began to expand and rebuild, until the emergence of mutants and evolutionaries. More than 90% of the shelters in the entire Europe had joined the Olympus project, and in the later period it integrated almost all European mutants and evolutionaries. Except Maowa. In Zhou Lin's memory, the Mao Kingdom did not seem to have any famous doomsday plan, but until he died in his previous life, the Mao Kingdom did not perish due to the doomsday. It was just that the entire country was in a relatively closed state, and the outside world did not know about its situation. However, there's one thing Zhou Lin still vaguely remembers. It was probably in the 7th year of the apocalypse that 30,000 evolvers and psychics from Europe entered the Mao Kingdom, trying to plunder the population and resources of the Mao Kingdom. In the end, it was said that this group of troops under the banner of the Olympus gods were all killed on the land of the Mao Kingdom. Afterwards, Olympus asked the Mao state, but received no response from the Mao state. Even when Olympus threatened with nuclear bombs, there was still no result. It is unknown whether Olympus launched a nuclear bomb in the end, but Mao country has become a restricted area, and no one wants to go there and die in vain. Before Zhou Lin had the time to discuss the matter of Olympus with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by Xiao Hang's call. Someone from military? I see. Zhou Lin originally thought that it would not have much to do with him, but soon Xiao Hang called him again and said that the military people came to look for him specifically, and it was related to the armed fight that broke out a few days ago. Let me go. I'm the one who fired the shot. Wu Shui said, stop making trouble and stay home. No one is allowed to go out after I leave. Zhou Lin blocked the door. He would not allow any willfulness in this matter. After all, he is not an ordinary person now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 2120/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 4.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 4.5, 45, 12/10,000. His comprehensive physical fitness is more than 4 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the various weapons and equipment on the live Fu, it can be said that as long as Zhou Lin is willing, he can fight a local war alone, which may even be more exaggerated than a local war. So no matter why the military is looking for him this time, or how they will treat him, Zhou Lin is not afraid. Downstairs, Xiaohang found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. He didn't know Wang Pingping's name at this time, but he felt that this middle-aged soldier had a very strong aura, and he was definitely the kind of person he couldn't afford to offend. Even Xiaohang had considered which side he would stand on if a conflict occurred between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin. The result was obvious. How could an arm possibly twist a thigh, let alone a hair? Are you Zhou Lin? Wang Pingping had a sullen face, sitting with his horse and sword in his arms. Several fully armed soldiers stood behind him with guns in their helmets and masks. There was no expression on his face, which made people feel very depressed. It's me, what's going on? Even though he had supernatural powers, as a citizen of Xia country, Zhou Lin still felt his hands and feet go numb. Being looked at by Wang Pingping's hawk-like eyes made him feel uncomfortable and unnatural, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart, and he couldn't breathe. My name is Wang Pingping, representing. Regarding the last fight, you opened fire and caused more than 40 casualties. I think it was self-defense. If they hadn't stormed our neighborhood with weapons, beaten anyone they saw, and pressed forward, we wouldn't have shot them back. And we shot only to drive them back and stop them from hurting other citizens. Quibble. Wang Pingping slammed the table. That's why I said that guns should not be distributed among the people, because there are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know what the consequences of shooting at random will be? The only consequence is that it protects citizens like us who abide by the law, are self-reliant in order to survive, and not only do not cause trouble to the country, but also work hard to contribute to the country. After gradually adapting, Zhou Lin dared to confront Wang Pingping head-on. It seems like you won't cry until you see the Yellow River. Then come with me to the shelter and talk slowly. You want to arrest me? Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. So you guys are also ungrateful and repay kindness with hatred. Wang Pingping was a little embarrassed. After all, he had eaten that batch of frozen meat before. Although it was a fair trade, but when did I say I was going to arrest you? Is there something wrong with your ears? If I'm not going to be caught, is it okay if I don't want to go? Zhou Lin shrugged and said. Wang Pingping didn't expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult to deal with. Not only was he as tough as a piece of meat on a rolling pin, but what made Wang Pingping most dissatisfied was Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Don't forget, Xia country is still here, the Xia government is still here, and we are still here. Unless you leave Xia country, you will always be a citizen of Xia country and need to abide by Xia country's laws and social ethics. Commander Wang, I think you may have made a mistake. Whether I have violated the law should not be judged by the military. As for social morality, even if I admit that I am immoral, should I be shot? Wang Pingping really couldn't help it. But before he came out, Yi Xinxiao had specifically instructed him not to engage in armed confrontation under any circumstances. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Lin was definitely not an enemy of the country, and the army had no right to take action against Zhou Lin. So Wang Pingping thought that if all else failed, he would first send Zhou Lin to a shelter, lock him up in a dark room for a few days, and then he would confess all the shit that had happened. As long as we get Zhou Lin's confession of breaking the law, the rest will be easy. But now Zhou Lin's uncooperative attitude made Wang Pingping very embarrassed. If I arrest them, it would go against the commander's order. If I don't do anything, it seems I can't win the argument with Zhou Lin. It seems that you are determined to go against the government. Wang Pingping sneered. Do you know that because of your behavior, the entire Lanshan community may be excluded from the rescue list by the command center? What rescue list? Xiaohang, who had been listening, suddenly asked. Oh, you still don't know? The shelter is now capable of growing fresh vegetables. The next step is to expand production. In addition to internal consumption, we may also trade with other companies. Fresh vegetables? Xiaohang's eyes sparkled. This might be hard currency besides food. After all, if people don't eat vegetables for a long time, even those in good health will have problems due to lack of vitamins. The shelter will only trade with approved communities. Communities like yours. Wang Pingping looked at Zhou Lin deeply. I don't think they are qualified to be the shelter's trading partners. I would like to ask Commander Wang, when did our Xia country start to punish others by association? Let's not talk about whether I have violated the law or not. Even if you think I have violated the law, do you want to punish others by association? If you really have this idea, then I feel sorry for the military uniform you are wearing, because you don't deserve it. Chapter 65, Agreement Reached. Wang Pingping was furious and stood up suddenly to draw his gun, but he never expected that Zhou Lin was faster than him. Before the gun was aimed, Zhou Lin suddenly appeared behind Wang Pingping, grabbed Wang Pingping's right hand holding the gun and twisted it hard, and the muzzle of the gun was pressed against Wang Pingping's temple. Don't move. Let go, sir. Put down the gun. The soldiers were obviously a beat slow, and by the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had already completely controlled Wang Pingping. As an officer leading an army in battle, Wang Pingping wanted to die at this moment. Shoot. Shoot if you dare. Wang Pingping yelled in anger. He also tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't shake Zhou Lin at all, like an ant. This result made Wang Pingping extremely frustrated, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He had risen up from being a soldier, and had been awarded the title of Soldier King for many years. Although he had been a bit slack in recent years, his foundation was still there. Logically speaking, he should be much stronger than young man Zhou Lin. Why are you so strong? From this we can see that Zhou Lin's identity is probably not simple. We need to dig deeper in the future. Maybe Zhou Lin never thought that his instinctive action would lead Wang Pingping to think so much. Captain Wang, if you don't draw your gun, we are still friends. Okay, let me go first, Wang Pingping said with a flushed face. Okay. Zhou Lin was not afraid of Wang Pingping's betrayal. He respected the soldiers. Wang Pingping and the other soldiers were not from Jiazhou, or even from Bashu, by their accents. When a natural disaster came, did their families not suffer? Were they not needed? However, because they were wearing this military uniform, they must abide by the code of conduct of a soldier and fulfill their sacred mission. Zhou Lin knew that he couldn't do what they did. Put your guns down. After regaining his freedom, Wang Pingping glared at his men, then said to Zhou Lin, "You are quite skilled." I didn't even react. Are you interested in joining the army? Me? Join the army? Zhou Lin shook his head. Forget it. My personality is not suitable. Wang Pingping stretched his neck and glared at Zhou Lin, saying, "It's okay not to hold you responsible. You injured more than 40 people. Tell me how you're going to compensate." Compensation? It seems that this is the real purpose of Wang Pingping's visit. What do you want? Zhou Lin asked after pondering for a moment. Anything is fine. Food, meat, vegetables, fruits, anything to eat, drink, or use. Anything useful is fine. Zhou Lin actually had no shortage of supplies. In a sense, he was even much richer than the shelter. However, wealth should not be shown openly. So Zhou Lin remained silent and would not say a word unless Wang Pingping spoke. Is there any food? Wang Pingping couldn't wait any longer and asked. Zhou Lin shook his head. Frozen meat, dehydrated fruits and vegetables, winter clothing, feed. Yes, how much do you want? What? Wang Pingping thought he had heard it wrong. Who the hell would hoard feed? Oh, the Zhou family made their fortune from breeding. There's nothing wrong with that. How could they have forgotten about this? Do you have 5 tons? Wang Pingping asked tentatively. More than that, at most 1 ton. High-protein pig feed. Humans can eat. 3 tons. No, absolutely not. So you use 2 tons of fodder to get rid of a general? Zhou Kaijun, Cheng Yali, and others were a little skeptical. In their eyes, 2 tons of feed were not valuable. When the farm was operating normally, those hungry pigs would die in minutes. Times have changed. 35% protein content is a good thing. Zhou Lin curled his lips. He felt that he had lost out anyway. I have to go back to the countryside. How tiring. Dad, that Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. What news? The shelter is doing soilless cultivation. Does Jiazhou have a fertilizer factory? No, Zhou Kaijun said confidently. But I don't know much about fertilizers. Besides, there's no need for us to compete with the shelter, right? We're not competing with them. We also need fertilizer. Zhou Lin was thinking about the future. From the beginning of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate was not suitable for the production of vegetables and fruits. When Zhou Lin risked his life to seize the Lai Fu, he had the idea of doing soilless cultivation in the Lai Fu. Once the snow melts and the entire environment becomes relatively stable, we can find a suitable place to release the live foo and make it the family's base camp. But at that time, Zhou Lin turned his head and looked at Wu Shui, who was reading a book. She was indeed a top student. Even at this age, she was still studying professional books, and she would gesture and mutter to herself from time to time. Well, the stronger Wu Shui's medical skills are, the higher her value will be in the future. Zhou Lin will not wait for a good price. That's the fact. Outside the door, Sun Qinghao rubbed his hands nervously. He didn't knock on the door. He just smiled at the camera. If no one was paying attention at Zhou Lin's house, he would definitely wait. He would never disturb the boss easily. It would be a little cold, but he wouldn't freeze to death anyway. Humans are actually quite adaptable to the environment. Today, the outdoor temperature has been fluctuating around minus 30 degrees Celsius, but apart from the initial wave, few people have frozen to death. Especially young people and teenagers under the age of 30, as long as they have no underlying diseases, have most likely adapted to the low temperatures. If it were not for the eternal night, they might have started normal outdoor activities. The temperature in the north is lower. In places like Mohin Xia State, the temperature at night may even reach minus 70 degrees Celsius. But that's all. Some people with strong endurance have even gone to dig holes in the glaciers to catch fish. Sun Qinghao didn't have to wait long before the explosion-proof door opened. The first time he walked into Zhou's house, Sun Qinghao greeted everyone nervously and carefully. They were all people around the big boss, and each of them needed his respect and honor. You should stay in the tool shed from now on. Are you happy with the pastoral life of growing vegetables and raising chickens? Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This is exactly what I've always dreamed of." Sun Qinghao did not lie. Although the smell in the tool room was unpleasant, the smell in the security dormitory was actually not much better. We agreed that I will be provided with food and lodging, but no salary. Please don't sue me at the labor department in the future. The boss is joking. After Zhou Lin explained the precautions, Sun Qinghao officially took up his post. It's great that I don't have to clean up rabbit poop anymore. Zhou Li sucked on an ice cream, her little fangs showing with joy. Wu Shui was also very happy. The aunt and sister-in-law had very similar opinions. It was not that they were lazy, but they simply did not want to go to the tool room to work and delay their studies. Zhou Li has recently been teaching herself knowledge about electricity and communications. She knows that Zhou Lin plans to set up a base in the future, and as the second in command of the base, she must have real skills to convince the people. Everyone should be careful, especially you two girls. You're not allowed to go upstairs without permission. If you need anything, just leave at the door and we will get it. I understand, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui answered in unison. Huang Minjing, why is she here again? Looking at the figure appearing on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. Chapter 66. The Military Uniform. Now that Huang Minjing has arrived, Cheng Yali must give her a warm welcome. However, the more enthusiastic Cheng Yali was, the more embarrassed Huang Minjing looked. Huang Minjing once controlled more than 10 times the assets of the Zhou family, but now, don't be afraid of Sister Cheng laughing at you. We have no coal at home and don't have much to eat. Huang Minjing said this to save face. She did have some dehydrated vegetables, but people can't just eat vegetables. Even if she could hold on, she didn't dare to let the old man go hungry. The batch of fast food I mentioned last time, didn't we agree on a 40% to 60% split? Zhou Lin said. He thought Huang Minjing regretted it. Huang Minjing did want to go back on her word, but it was not because she felt that she got less, but because she was willing to give up 10% and split the profit 50 to 50 between the two families. 50 packs, boxes of instant food in a box, 2,000 boxes, which means Zhou Lin can get 1,000 boxes of instant food, 50,000 packs, boxes, in this trip. In 2 years, one pack can be exchanged for a woman to take home, real hard currency. If you are willing, I will give you 500 of my 1,000 boxes in exchange for coal and other provisions. Other food, although coal is useful, it is not as important as everyone imagines. In 2 months at most, the temperature will warm up and the consumption of coal will drop significantly. Later, some people will go to open pit mines to mine coal and sell it. After it has no industrial use, the mining volume will be sufficient. As for other food, it's not that there is no food, but the key is not to take out too much. After all, the house is so big, and even if you pile it up to the ceiling in every room, the total amount is limited. Staple dishes, meats, and even seasonings are all fine. Huang Minjing licked her lips unconsciously. It was obvious that she hadn't eaten anything really tasty for a long time. We'll talk about the change later. When do you plan to go? The sooner the better. It would be best if you could give me some coal and food first. Don't worry, no one knows where the fast food is except me. Huang Minjing was afraid that Zhou Lin would not believe her, so she hurriedly explained. I'll send you the coal and food later. Please give me the address of the fast food place. There are many people coming out now, and there's also an official team collecting supplies. Please help. Okay, the address is... The two garages are connected, and no one usually goes there. Huang Minjing told Zhou Lin the location of the 50-ton fast food without any hesitation, which surprised Zhou Lin. At this point, being able to survive is more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mother starve to death. Huang Minjing raised her hand to wipe away her tears, took a deep breath, and tried to force a smile. Although she didn't wear makeup, her bare face was more beautiful than many celebrities before the end of the world. But this little beauty could not charm Zhou Lin. A man who had lived in the apocalypse for 10 years could already ignore women's appearance. A vase can only hold flowers. If there are no flowers, who would need a vase? Zhou Lin was not in a hurry to deliver supplies to Huang Minjing. He exercised at home for nearly 3 hours and then dragged the sled out after eating a big meal. Wu Shui had seen the sled and could not take it to the live fu. 2 tons of coal, 500 kilograms of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, and 200 kilograms of frozen meat. Huang Minjing was stunned as she watched Zhou Lin bring in batches of things. Is there no one next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current physical condition, it is not easy for him to sweat. Originally, there were some. Last time the government shelter came to recruit people, they happened to meet the requirements and moved away. That was good. Zhou Lin was afraid that so many supplies would be piled up at the door. What if the neighbors secretly saw them through the peephole and asked Huang Minjing for money after he left? That would be troublesome again. With this batch of supplies, he could survive until the winter night was over. Winter night is the official name given by the Xia Kingdom, and now people are gradually getting used to calling it that. Are you leaving now? Anything else? Huang Minjing's eyes flashed with embarrassment. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you want to come in and have a glass of water. It's quite cold. It's always been cold. I'm used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his winter clothing. Let's go, call me if you need anything. Lock the door. After closing the door, Huang Minjing sighed deeply. You only call me when you have something to do. I'm still too old. What are you thinking about? Huang Minjing laughed at herself and then cheered up. It was time to add charcoal to the stove. She had to raise the room temperature to above 15 degrees today so that her mother wouldn't cough. Oh, and stew some meat, add some dehydrated vegetables, and cook a big pot of white rice. It's the end of the world. What's there to be dissatisfied about when you can eat these? Like Zhou Lin's house. Well, there's no comparison. However, no matter how hard or difficult the situation is, the country has never given up its efforts. Jiazhou's shelter received a batch of supplies sent from the provincial capital today, which were actually delivered by airship. Low temperatures and bad air can seriously affect aircraft engines, but airships are different. As long as the airbags are not broken, the fans that rely on electricity as energy can work normally, thus propelling the airship forward. However, at present, only the provincial capital of Bashu has thought of and started to practice using airships for long-distance transportation. Other places do not yet have the ability, or simply do not have the ability to manufacture such ancient aircraft as airships. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind. His eyebrows and eyelashes were covered with frost, forcing him to squint his eyes, but he was still unwilling to go back to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. A long stream of white air spewed out from his mouth. Although it was quickly blown away by the cold wind, it eventually left traces of its existence between heaven and earth. Just like every person who strives to survive, at least heaven and earth know that he has been here. Yi Xinxiao's physical fitness is obviously better than Zhu Guanghan's, so there's no white frost on his face. You didn't expect that the most abundant items in the first batch of supplies were radios. It is said that the power consumption is very low, and one number 5 battery can be used for several months. Why haven't I heard of this thing before? Even if it existed before, would you have used it? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yeah, just like this thing, it has been eliminated a long time ago. Maybe it's only in our country. Why didn't they transport food, but instead sent tens of thousands of radios? There are also considerations at the national level. In the event of natural disaster, high-tech products are no longer effective. Instead, the radio, which was usually only used by old men and women, has many advantages that high-tech communication products do not have. Saving power is one of the reasons, and the second is the strong signal receiving capability, and the resources required to maintain the radio station are relatively small. Finally, the radio does not require much technical content. It is not only durable and easy to repair, but also has a high reuse rate. Assign people to distribute them immediately. It's enough to keep 1,000 units in the shelter and distribute the rest to each community as much as possible. Make sure that at least every building with people living in it has one. Zhu Guanghan said to the middle-level managers around him. After unloading the cargo, the airship began to rise slowly, and Yi Xinxiao and other soldiers raised their hands to salute. Although their military ranks were much higher than those of the soldiers on the airship, the soldiers' fearlessness of life and death made it worthwhile for generals like Yi Xinxiao to give them a solemn military salute. It is recognition, but also the romance of a soldier. I hope they can return safely. Of course I can. Wang Pingping's eyes were red. He saw his former self in those soldiers. No, it should be said that as long as he put on this military uniform, he would have a sacred sense of mission in his heart. What should we do in the face of thousands of mountains and rivers, mountains of swords and seas of fire? No looking back. If the majority of casualties in the first few days after the natural disaster occurred were the elderly and the sick, then the majority of casualties now are soldiers. Soldiers should be there wherever they are needed. In Xia country, the military uniform represents not only glory, but also something that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Dedication. Sacrifice. Chapter 67 Son, Chenghao misses home. I think that Zhou Lin is very abnormal. After returning to the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yi Xinxiao. Apart from the two of them, there were only Yi Xinxiao's guards in the room, so Wang Pingping spoke without any scruples. His physical fitness is much better than yours. Yi Xinxiao was a little surprised. He knew Wang Pingping's level. How could an ordinary person do that? Also, I suspected that he controlled a lot of resources, so after I came back, I asked someone to check his information, and the result was very strange. Do you suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer? It should be far more than that. This person is very cunning. Commander, do you think it is possible that he is not a normal person at all? Yi Xinxiao narrowed his eyes. Just say it. Commander, have you ever read that kind of apocalyptic novel? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He didn't have the time. However, he had heard the kids at home mention it during dinner. But novels are just nonsense. What did Wang Pingping mean by this? I investigated the Zhou family. Their behavior before the disaster was extremely abnormal. It was as if they had foreseen that the disaster would come. Could it be that someone in their family has some special ability? If there really is such a person in the Zhou family, I think it must be Zhou Lin, unless there is more than one in their family. Since you think it's possible, dig deeper, but don't tell Zhu Guanghan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. There are some things that only our military knows. I can give you a hint here. This disaster may last for several years, or even longer. Our military's next mission is to ensure human civilization. At least our Xia civilization must be passed on. So when necessary. Although Yi Xinxiao did not say the rest of the words, Wang Pingping roughly understood it. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he still remained silent. Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping on the shoulder and said, "We are soldiers. We have to strictly follow orders while keeping our hearts high. I have another piece of news for you. It has not been confirmed yet, but some research institutions believe that as the environment changes, we humans may also mutate. People like you who have good physical fitness and are young have the greatest chance. I am old. Mutation? Evolution?" Wang Pingping's heart moved. "Commander, do you think Zhou Lin could be it? Whether it's true or not, don't tell anyone else. If it's confirmed, report it. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't forget, in addition to natural disasters, we must also guard against man-made disasters. It is impossible to say that someone who can sit in the position of commander is simple-minded. Although Yi Xinxiao is in his 50s, he is actually very clear-headed. His judgment on the natural disaster is much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan. Zhu Guanghan is undoubtedly an idealist. It is precisely because he always maintains an optimistic attitude towards disasters that he can work tirelessly, but perhaps it is this optimism that will knock him down in the future. There is nothing wrong with being optimistic. At least in this already terrible world, optimism will make people live more easily, just like Sun Qinghao. He has a lot of things to do every day, but he can always find a reason to live. Even if he is just chatting with chickens, ducks, and geese, he can chat for an hour or two. It seems that you are doing well. Well, you're doing a good job. You can arrange the food yourself. Tell me if it is not enough. The only person who would go to the tool room now was Zhou Lin. He didn't come here just to see Sun Qinghao. The generator needed fuel, so he took 2 barrels from the live foo and brought them up. He also threw some instant food to Sun Qinghao and gave him a box of dehydrated vegetables. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Sun Qinghao took it excitedly and then quickly sorted and put it away. Now he has regarded the tool shed as his home, even more than his real home. At least in the past, he never tidied up his home. After filling the generator with oil, Zhou Lin took a walk around the tool room. Some vegetables on the hydroponic racks have already been picked, and Sun Qinghao is planting new seedlings to ensure that the equipment is not idle. The little rabbits that were born a few days ago are growing very fast. They're no longer naked little mice. Their eyes are open, their ears have grown, and they are moving happily. The chickens, ducks, and geese are still the same. Zhou Lin has no plans to hatch them for the time, being due to limited space. When the live foo base is officially put into use, Zhou Lin plans to use an entire floor for planting and breeding. By then, he will need to plan carefully how to bring sunlight into the lower deck, while ensuring that the temperature is isolated as much as possible. There are less than 2 months left of winter nights. It is said that some places can see some light at noon, which is good news. Some optimists are celebrating, saying that the cold night is about to pass and dawn is coming. The first half of the sentence is correct, but dawn is not necessarily beautiful, because the animals and plants that died on the winter night did not flourish again with the arrival of dawn. It might have been the winter night that killed them, or it might have been the sun that symbolized light. Perhaps the world itself has a compensation mechanism, and a longer period of high temperature is needed to make up for a long period of freezing. The balance may be correct, but the problem is that most of the creatures that are dependent on this world are too fragile. If possible, Sun Qinghao smiled. I want to try to contact my parents' big brother. What do you think? Okay. Zhou Lin thought about it and promised Sun Qinghao that he would get him a mobile phone that could send and receive messages, which should be a castrated version of the one Wu Shui used. It can be seen that Sun Qinghao is a smart man, and there is no deep hatred between him and Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. A person like him is even less likely to risk his life to avenge Tang Yili, so it is highly likely that he will not play any tricks. Zhou Lin has to deliver feed to Wang Pingping today. He doesn't plan to go directly to the shelter because that is someone else's territory. Who knows if Wang Pingping will set up a Hongmin banquet? After finding a relatively central place and placing bags of feed in an empty room, Zhou Lin sent a location message to Wang Pingping. Soon 5 tracked military vehicles arrived. Wang Pingping got off the vehicle, greeted Zhou Lin, and then asked someone to move the feed first. We don't owe each other anything this time. If you want something next time, you can exchange it with bullets or guns. You are so brave. You dare to mention bullets to me? Wang Pingping scolded him with a smile. After several contacts, he was basically sure that Zhou Lin was not a bad person, although he was not a good person either. But in the adult world, nothing is black and white. Besides guns and ammunition, what else can you exchange with me? Zhou Lin smiled. He knew that Wang Pingping would be somewhat suspicious. After all, many things could not be concealed in Xia country. But what was the use of suspicion? You couldn't arrest him and dissect him just because of suspicion, right? What's more, Wang Pingping may not be able to catch him. Stop dreaming. The government will not allow guns and ammunition to flow into the hands of the public. You are already an exception. Halfway through his words, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed color. Has Chapter 68 been exposed? Don't ask. I won't answer even if you ask me. Zhou Lin interrupted Wang Pingping before he could. He was wondering whether the problem was with Su Ziyuan or Wang Pingping. Now it seems that it may be because they are forgetful. Wang Pingping's lips moved and finally turned into a long sigh. He remembered the news revealed by the commander. If things really develop to that point, will it matter whether the people have guns and ammunition? Moreover, Wang Pingping has a guess in his mind. Will the mutant creatures in the apocalyptic novels really appear? Recently, Wang Pingping has been catching up on those novels whenever he has time. The more he reads, the more he feels that art really comes from reality. It's a pity that this reality is too cruel. It's just the two of us here. Can you tell me the truth? Seeing Wang Pingping acting like a good brother, Zhou Lin couldn't adapt for a moment and took a step back. What? We're not that close. I told you not to ask. I won't ask about the bullets. I'll just ask you. Did you become stronger after the apocalypse? Become stronger? What do you mean by become stronger? I've always been like this. Zhou Lin managed his expression very well. At least he thought so. But who is Wang Pingping? He has led at least 8,000 soldiers. How could Zhou Lin's acting skills fool him? It seems that my guess was correct. Wang Pingping said seriously. Although you're not a soldier, I feel that you're not a bad person. I hope you can use your abilities well. If you don't work for yourself, heaven and earth will punish you. But don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Wild beasts only hunt because they are hungry. Don't be worse than beasts. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that good people don't live long. Zhou Lin shook his head. He didn't dare to admit anything, nor could he admit anything. It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But Zhou Lin is not willing to be the one to take responsibility. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is what Wang Pingping said, and Zhou Lin just did as he was told. After the fertilizer was loaded onto the truck, Wang Pingping was ready to leave. Maybe we'll meet again soon. It's better not to. By the way, do you want a radio? Need not. Someone came to distribute radios to Lanshan community yesterday. It's free and no charge, but the first batch is limited in number. There are only 20 in Lanshan community, basically one in every unit. It is still useful for ordinary people, as the central and provincial radio stations broadcast 24 hours a day. There are disaster news, missing persons notices, emergency measures, survival skills, and occasional language comedy shows. In the second half of the night, you can also listen to movies and TV series. It can be said to be very rich, but it was really useless to Zhou Lin's family. Zhou Li has prepared a lot of things, but Zhou Lin has no use for the national news now. As for Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali, apart from working out hard, they are watching TV series at home. In Zhou Caijuan's words, except for the lack of freedom without sunshine, life now is even more comfortable than before. As the car drove away, Wang Pingping looked at Zhou Lin deeply. For some reason, that glance made Zhou Lin feel like he was seen through. How much does Wang Pingping know? Did he know it alone, or did the higher-ups already know it? Zhou Lin was a little nervous. It seemed that he would have to be more low-key in the future. After seeing Wang Pingping's convoy disappear, Zhou Lin also turned and left. He wanted to get to 50 tons of fast food. Huang Minjing has a house in the suburbs. It is not a villa area, and the grade is slightly lower, but the environment is very good. Every household has 2 or 3 floors in a duplex, with the lower floor having front and back gardens, and the upper floor having a platform. Even the underground garage is separated by an iron door so that each household can use it independently. After buying the house, Huang Minjing never renovated it because she was too busy and felt there was no need to bother her mother, so she left it alone for the time being. Who knew that the apocalyptic disaster would come so suddenly? In the end, Huang Minjing kept a batch of goods with the mentality of giving it a try and locked them all in the garage under her name. The community is a bit far away, but for Zhou Lin, who is on skis, it is barely acceptable, and he arrives there in more than an hour. The door was completely open, and there were almost no lights. How many people were left in this community? It's hard to say, but it's definitely not as many as Lanshan. In the dark night, Zhou Lin moved slowly and calmly, and finally found the number Huang Minjing mentioned. This is it. Zhou Lin went over and touched the huge brass lock, pinched it with 2 fingers and pulled it, and the parking garage was opened, revealing 3 small trucks parked inside. These small trucks were obviously overloaded, but when Huang Minjing drove in, there were neither road administration nor any traffic police on the road. The small truck with a rated load capacity of less than 5 tons carried 3 times the weight, a weight that a person should not have to bear in his life, and it was so heavy that the small truck was almost deformed. Luck. It is actually not difficult to enter this garage. Even without Zhou Lin's physical strength, a crowbar can achieve the same purpose. It can only be said that either there are really few people in this community or no one thinks that the car is of any use in this situation. Since the car is useless, who would care about the garage where it is parked? There are just too many. Zhou Lin had to start eating like crazy again. He ate when he was collecting, and he still ate when he was resting. At first, there were so many finished burgers and hamburger ingredients in live food that Zhou Lin doubted his life. But now he complains that there are too few. Who would dare to believe that he could eat 10 hamburgers at a time? As his evolution degree increased, Zhou Lin felt that he could finish all the hamburgers on the LIFO alone. Eat hamburgers and cola, anything high in calories. Anyway, there are no experts who will jump out and say that eating like this is unhealthy. Isn't it nonsense for people who eat fast food to say they are healthy? After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Zhou Lin, with a dizzy head, went into the live foo. After all the fast food was collected, Zhou Lin directly released the modified Lu Xiaofeng. It was too late to go back tonight. He couldn't sleep in a garage with nothing or in a small truck with no comfort at all, right? The 12-meter-long car body has everything that a home should have, and it is not just for convenience. You can enjoy the warm breeze, sip tea, and watch a movie to pass the time. The only thing that made Zhou Lin feel regretful was that there was no space for fitness training in Lu Xiaofeng. Sleep. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhou Lin prepared the room, washed up, and then got into bed happily. There were only 2 words to describe him: comfortable. However, before Zhou Lin could really fall asleep, the beeping alarm of Lu Xiaofeng reminded him that someone was approaching outside the car. The infrared surveillance camera clearly captured a person. Residents of the community? Are you still out collecting supplies in such a cold weather? You'd better not come to trouble me, otherwise. However, things went against his wishes. Zhou Lin didn't want to get himself into trouble, but trouble still found him. Bang, bang, bang. The visitor was not polite and just knocked on Lu Xiaofeng's car door. Chapter 69 Relatives. Swish. The lights suddenly came on, and the strong light made the person at the door step back unconsciously, as if he wanted to hide in the darkness. Looking at the images on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If I'm not mistaken, he knows his cousin Yang Min. Qing Yali doesn't have many relatives who interact with her on a regular basis. One of them is her cousin Cheng Dong, who runs a decoration company. In the past, the 2 families would meet during festivals and have meals together. Cheng Dong's decoration company has good business, so he can afford to buy a house in this community. But why does Yang Min look a little horrified? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin opened the door and got out of the car. Yang Min did not leave, but huddled in the corner, hugging her arms. She was wearing very little clothes, which could not resist the biting cold. Aunt, I'm Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin. Yang Min, who had a dazed look in her eyes, seemed to regain her strength after hearing Zhou Lin's voice. She staggered toward Zhou Lin, crying, "Hurry, go help your uncle." Help Qingdong? Is something wrong? However, Yang Min's condition at this time was obviously abnormal. And Zhou Lin also found that there were obvious scars on her face. Her hair was unusually messy, and even her clothes were in a mess, completely different from her usual exquisite appearance. "Aunt, please slow down." The light from a flashlight is always limited, and Yang Min seemed to ignore the darkness and drag Zhou Lin as she ran. Several times, if Zhou Lin hadn't reacted quickly, Yang Min would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min was unwilling to slow down and kept repeating, hurry up, or it will be too late." It takes about 10 minutes to walk from the underground garage to Chengdong and Yang Min's home, but with Yang Min pulling frantically, they arrived in just 4 or 5 minutes. Chengdong's house was the lower floor. Standing outside, Zhou Lin saw flickering spots of light on the glass window. Someone was shining a flashlight in the house. When he got closer, Zhou Lin heard voices coming from the house. The accent outside of Jiazhou obviously did not belong to Chengdong, and there were at least 3 people speaking. Yang Min seemed to have forgotten Zhou Lin. She rushed to the door, pushed it open, and shouted, Husband, where are you? That bitch is back. Just in time to catch her. Xiao Duan, go arrest them. This family has so much stuff." Following the voices, Zhou Lin saw 2 figures rushing towards Yang Min from the room, like 2 hungry wolves. Zhou Lin didn't say anything. As he rushed over, he took out a military dagger from the live foo. The dagger had serrations on the back and was long and wide. This dagger should be the personal property of a U.S. soldier on the ship. It is completely different from their standard bayonets. Zhou Lin doesn't know what the quality is like, but it is good enough as long as it is useful. Seeing someone rushing towards her, Yang Min instinctively stopped. She wanted to step back, but she couldn't control her body. "Ah!" The man in the front almost grabbed Yang Min's chest with his hand. His laughter had already burst out of his throat, but the subsequent sound was blocked in his chest by the blade. In the dim light, Zhou Lin was like a god or demon, standing between that man and Yang Min. No one saw clearly how he appeared. All they knew was that a silver light seemed to have flashed by. "Xiao Duan, ah." Everyone's reaction was different, but Zhou Lin didn't care at all. He retracted the dagger, glanced at the sharp teeth covered in blood, and continued to swing the dagger out with a reverse grip. The small piece of his throat that was torn had no strength left, and he fell limply, letting blood spurt out of the wound. The man next to Xiao Duan finally reacted. He wanted to run, but Zhou Lin's knife was faster. He deliberately reversed his grip and used the sawtooth as a blade. With a force several times greater than that of an ordinary person, the damage caused by the sawtooth was much more terrifying than that of a blade. With just one slash, the man's right shoulder was chopped by an axe, and a gap was directly torn open that reached deep into his lungs. If the light was bright enough at this time, you could see the still swelling right lung, the thick trachea that was cut open, and the aorta that was gushing blood. The man fell to the ground, still screaming. Yang Min seemed to ignore the cruelty in front of her and sneaked past Zhou Lin into the living room, starting to shout her husband again. Grass! A curse was heard in Chinese from a bedroom. Perhaps the person inside didn't know what had happened. He just heard the noise at the door and thought that Xiao Duan and another of his men were unable to control Yang Min. You two idiots, shut her mouth. Do you really want to attract everyone in the community? You idiots. You, who the hell are you? I want to ask you something else. Zhou Lin opened his mouth while strangling the man's neck with his left hand. With seemingly ordinary facial features, he is less than 40 years old, but his eyes sparkle with cunning. Brother, my name is Zhang Jiaoyi. Spare my life. Please spare my life, brother. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi was not blind or deaf, he should be able to see how powerful Zhou Lin is. Xiao Duan was no longer moving, and there was blood all around his body. Lao Lin was still on the ground, twitching and groaning weakly. He was probably not far from death. Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't figure out how Zhou Lin appeared. Could it be that the woman who just ran out to call for help? What damn bad luck, Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Wake up, husband. Yang Min's cries were heard from the restaurant. Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Jiaoyi over with one hand and saw Cheng Dong lying on the ground with a deeply sunken forehead and blood all over his face, dying with his eyes open. Perhaps he felt that Zhou Lin's attention was distracted and not on himself, and this was a rare opportunity. Zhang Jiaoyi shook his right hand, and a 20-centimeter-long knife slipped out. With the sharp blade in hand, Zhang Jiaoyi's expression turned ferocious. He gripped the handle tightly and stabbed towards the side of Zhou Lin's neck. It was obvious that he was a veteran. Ordinary people had no idea that stabbing this position was the most effective and the least labor-intensive. Bang! The tip of the knife did not pierce Zhou Lin, so he slammed Zhang Jiaoyi against the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi is not light, weighing at least 150 or 160 pounds, but in Zhou Lin's hands he is no different from a beer bottle. The only difference is that the beer bottle will shatter into pieces, while Zhang Jiaoyi still looks intact. It was only intact on the surface. The pain from his back and the numbness below his waist made Zhang Jiaoyi struggle frantically. He wanted to get up and escape, but his legs did not listen to his brain's commands at all and remained motionless like two wooden stakes. Cheng Dong is dead. It must have been done by Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two. Maybe they wanted to harm Yang Min, but ended up letting Yang Min run away. Yang Min, who was nervous, panicked, and at a loss, somehow ran to the underground garage. She probably heard the noise of Lu Xiaofeng and ran into Zhou Lin. This is roughly what happened. As for why Zhang Jiaoyi and his two companions went to Cheng Dong's house, it was obvious that they came to rob. They will grab whatever they can get, and they will certainly not let go of women. So damn it all, ain't you? Zhou Lin wanted to persuade Yang Min that the dead cannot be resurrected, and the living must muster up the courage to continue living. Fortunately, Yang Min stopped crying, as if she had accepted her fate. Your knife is very beautiful. Yang Min reached out and grabbed half of the handle. Chapter 70, it turns out that love really came. The dagger looked uncoordinated in Yang Min's hand. Her hands are too small, but she held it very tightly, so tightly that Zhou Lin could even see the tendons bursting out. In fact, before giving the dagger to Yang Min, Zhou Lin had guessed what Yang Min was going to do. What better way to vent hatred than to take revenge with your own hands? There was no reason to refuse. All Zhou Lin had to do was prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from making a last-ditch effort. Facts prove that he was right. When Yang Min squatted down, Zhang Jiaoyi actually wanted to put his arm around Yang Min's neck. Yang Min stabbed the dagger down regardless of the consequences, hitting Zhang Jiaoyi's shoulder blade. Zhou Lin stopped because Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted before it touched Yang Min. This is human instinct. After pulling out the dagger, Yang Min stabbed it again into Zhang Jiaoyi's stomach. This time Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't hold on any longer and began to scream and beg for mercy. Zhou Lin took out a cigarette and lit it. He usually didn't smoke much, but seeing the scene before him, he wanted to smoke. One knife after another. Zhang Zhaoyi's voice gradually became lower and lower. The smell of blood in the air was like paste, and even the cigarette in Zhou Lin's hand seemed to be suffocated. Yang Min finally stopped stabbing. At this time, her whole body was covered with blood, on her face, body, and hair. The gradually coagulating blood made her look even more hideous, and her originally delicate facial features seemed a little distorted, making her look like a calm madman. Zhou Lin, there's a safe next to the bed in the bedroom upstairs. The password is go open it and help me take out all the gold bars inside. Now, Zhou Lin frowned. Yang Min looked at Zhou Lin and actually smiled. Well, take it and let's go to your house. Good. Zhou Lin scratched his head. It was definitely not appropriate for Yang Min to stay here. First, she would be scared after so many people died, and second, there was no one to take care of her. No one wanted something like this to happen. Cheng Yali would definitely be very sad. But in the end times, a large number of people died every day, either because of natural disasters or man-made disasters. Zhang Zhaoyi and the others probably had not had time to search the second floor yet. Everything looked very tidy, which showed that Yang Min was a woman who knew how to manage the household. The master bedroom is easy to find. You can see the safe by opening the bedside table. It's not big, but it's definitely enough to store some valuables. I entered the password to open the safe and found some paper documents, important certificates, a jewelry box, and a few small gold bars. That's right, Cheng Dong is not rich yet. He can't even afford to save up gold bars like 100 grams. After putting the 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turned and went downstairs. However, as soon as he reached the stairs, he felt something was wrong. With his current hearing ability, there was no sound of breathing in such a quiet environment. Yang Min won't leave, right? After rushing downstairs and into the restaurant, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min lying next to Cheng Dong. The dagger was stuck right in her heart, and the 30-centimeter-long blade had no handle at all. How much determination and strength does it take to achieve this? If Zhou Lin had not seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that such a delicate woman could be so cruel as to kill herself. However, there was no trace of pain on Yang Min's face. She snuggled in Cheng Dong's arms with a hint of happiness on her lips. So it turns out there is still love in this world. Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes. There is love, just need to meet the right person. Perhaps Cheng Dong didn't want Yang Min to accompany him, so he fought desperately with Zhang Zhaoyi and the other two so that Yang Min could escape. If she hadn't met Zhou Lin, Yang Min might not have sought death. Given her personality, she would have looked for an opportunity to take revenge. Before she got her revenge, she would live, even if she had to live like a walking corpse. It was Zhou Lin who helped her fulfill her wish and killed her enemy with her own hands. So no need. Maybe if they had a child, the outcome would be different. Who knows? Zhou Lin put away his sigh and went upstairs to get some bed sheets. Even if he didn't believe in ghosts and gods, he should at least make sure his uncle and aunt had a place to stay. If he went back like this, he would probably be beaten to death by Cheng Yali. Thinking of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin took out the intercom and walked to the window. Dong Dong and Min Min are. Cheng Yali's body trembled and big tears rolled down her face, which scared Zhou Kaijun, who was standing next to her. Just as he was about to go up to comfort her, he was glared at by Cheng Yali and stepped back. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is dead too. Ah, Cheng Yali cried like a tiger roaring. Wu Shui in the living room downstairs even stood up. Only Zhou Li was still reading a book with a calm expression on her face. Lily Mom, time will tell. You'll get used to it slowly, sister-in-law. Zhou Li said without raising her head. Wu Shui had no choice but to sit down again and pick up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hand. A few days ago, she discussed with Zhou Lin that after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine will become increasingly useless, and Chinese medicine, which uses natural medicines and manipulations to treat diseases, is more suitable for this end of the world. On the banks of the Chun River surrounding Jiazhou City, a blazing fire tore through the darkness. The biting cold wind made the flames grow even stronger. Zhou Lin watched Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually melt, leaving only a handful of ashes. Walking across the frozen Chun River, you will reach Yinshao Mountain. There is an unknown Taoist temple on the top of the mountain. Zhou Lin did not plan to send the ashes of Cheng Dong and Yang Min into the temple, but to put them in a box and bury them under the largest pine tree outside the temple. From the perspective of feng shui, This place should be good, as you can see far from where you stand high. Zhou Lin asked Chengyali, and she had no objection. Unexpectedly, the first meeting with relatives after the end of the world would become a farewell forever. Zhou Lin felt very bad. He wanted to go home, but he went to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's house again. He planned to clean up and throw away the bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two. However, what no one expected was that the body on the ground disappeared. The dark brown bloodstains had been frozen into layers of ice, all at the door and in the restaurant. It's impossible for Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two to crawl out on their own. This isn't a zombie movie. There were many messy footprints on the frozen bloodstains. Someone had entered the house, taken away the body, and turned the house upside down, especially the kitchen. The cabinet doors were either open or ajar, and even the seasonings were not left out. Is he a neighbor in the community or an outsider? Or maybe, Zhou Lin thought about it, found an ultraviolet flashlight and turned it on, and the blood-stained shoe prints suddenly became obvious. Following the shoe prints, Zhou Lin walked to another house. Standing in front of the stairs, Zhou Lin could already hear voices coming from the upper floors. It seems that there are people up there, so I don't know what they want to do with the corpses. Are they going to eat them? It shouldn't be that case. We haven't reached the point of desperation yet. Zhou Lin did not take the stairs, but relied on his strong physique to climb directly onto the outer wall and reach the third floor. Through the double-layered insulating glass windows and thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking. After prying open the window and lifting the curtain, Zhou Lin was shocked by the scene in front of him. Chapter 71, Mysterious Organization. Madman. The temperature in the room was not high, but the men and women were only wearing shorts. The bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other two were placed in the middle of the room, and candles were lit around the bodies. Those naked men and women knelt in circles around the corpse, each with half-closed eyes, chanting in a language Zhou Lin could not hear, just like people who were high. They didn't even know Zhou Lin came in. Zhou Lin originally wanted to leave. He didn't want to deal with a group of crazy people. However, when he turned around, he saw another room with candles lit. On the wall opposite the door was a white cloth with a strange pattern on it. This pattern is probably related to the hexagram, but after several changes, it looks a bit like a snowflake pattern. This is not. A flash of light flashed through Zhou Lin's mind, and he remembered. Isn't this the symbol of the legendary mysterious organization? Before he overheard the conversation between AI Bing and Chao Bowen, Zhou Lin actually knew about this organization. This organization had been semi-public since about 7 or 8 years after the end of the world. It was said that they had many powerful evolvers and psychics, and their leader was called the Sect Master, whose strength was no different from that of a god. Regardless of whether the leader is powerful or not, the strength of that organization is obvious to all. It even dares to confront government-led shelters, pioneering teams, and law enforcement agencies in some places. Many people said that this organization was full of fearless lunatics, but Zhou Lin didn't quite believe it at the time. So, this is the prototype of that mysterious organization, its origin. Then who is the leader? There was no one special among the group of crazy people in the living room, and it was hard to tell their status. Zhou Lin felt that they were most likely just ordinary people, so he decided to go into the room and take a look. Compared to the brightness in the living room, the room was a little dim. Before Zhou Lin reached the door, he heard the breathing of 2 people in the room. One light, one heavy, one slow, one fast. After taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat that was no different from that of a normal person. However, when he reached the door of the room, he still did not hear another person's heartbeat. Something is wrong. Just as Zhou Lin was about to walk into the room, not only did the breathing sound decrease, but even the originally normal heartbeat suddenly became intense. Discovered? Zhou Lin didn't dare to hesitate and rushed into the room. On the big bed, placed against the wall, a man and a woman were separating. The panicked heartbeat came from the man, matching the fear on his face. However, the woman, who looked to be in her 20s or 30s, was looking at Zhou Lin with a scrutinizing look. Who are you? A woman's voice is very nice, even more attractive to men than her appearance. You go out first. Zhou Lin did not answer, but pointed at the bewildered young man. Go ahead, it's okay. The man was wrapped in a quilt and walked past Zhou Lin in small steps, bringing a scent of fragrance with him. It seems that you're not here to join us. So how did you find this place? The woman stood up casually, as if she didn't care about being seen naked by Zhou Lin. She lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Only then could Zhou Lin hear the woman's heartbeat, as slow as her breathing, but full of power. This is definitely not the heartbeat and breathing that an ordinary person should have. Zhou Lin was shocked at this moment. He estimated that even if this woman was not a mutant, she was at least an evolver. So is it that the information from the previous life was wrong? Or was it because of the butterfly effect? Lan Ye, can I meet you? I don't want to know you. Zhou Lin pointed to the living room. How good could the leader of a group of lunatics be? Lan Ye exhaled a puff of smoke. So you think I'm a bad woman? Oh, and what you just saw? Well, if you don't want to, just leave. I won't keep you here. What is your special ability? Zhou Lin suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Lan Ye's voice suddenly became sharp. Zhou Lin felt as if his head was stabbed by a needle. The pain was so severe that he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Psychic. Mental attack. 2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. Although his head was still aching, he suddenly relaxed. Lan Ye shouldn't be able to hurt him. Her special ability will at most make him uncomfortable. As long as his will is strong enough, he will be fine. Lan Ye, who was sitting beside the bed, saw that Zhou Lin only took 2 steps back and did not fall down with his head in his hands and struggle in pain as she had imagined. And she suddenly panicked. Impossible. How come her powers have no effect? Why wouldn't Zhou Lin surrender to her special powers like those people outside? In fact, the reason is very simple. Lan Ye's ability is still at the elementary level, so she cannot hurt Zhou Lin, who is already at the intermediate level. If it weren't for the psychic power, the level suppression might not be so obvious. It can only be said that Lan Ye was unlucky. Except for Zhou Lin, her power should be able to be used against anyone else. The upgrade of superpowers requires repeated use, and the use of superpowers consumes energy in the body. Energy can only be obtained by relying on food. This is in line with the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The question is, how hard is it to get food in the last days? The reason why Lan Ye used her supernatural powers to shape her into a deity in the spiritual world of those people outside was actually to get them to help her collect food. Lan Ye originally planned to upgrade her supernatural powers to the intermediate level within 6 months, and then continue to climb to the next level, depending on the situation. She never expected to meet Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had experience in his previous life, so he knew what was going on. Lan Ye was not so lucky. The failure of her supernatural power made her panic, and she even grabbed a knife hidden in the quilt in a daze. Kill. It seems that Lan Ye has killed someone before, otherwise she wouldn't have that look in her eyes. Unfortunately, her body was not as strong as Zhou Lin's, and her speed was no match for Zhou Lin. So Zhou Lin easily grabbed her hand holding the knife. As Zhou Lin slowly closed his 5 fingers, the pain Lan Ye felt became more and more intense. The right hand held by Zhou Lin seemed to be broken and about to lose consciousness. However, Lan Ye did not intend to just sit there and wait for death. She suddenly raised her left foot and kicked Zhou Lin's neck with her toes. It seems that she has practiced before, and her movements are standard and neat. It's just that being without clothes is a bit exciting. Bang! Zhou Lin accurately grabbed Lan Ye's ankle with his right hand, then shook his hands and threw her towards the window. Lan Ye in air let out a scream, and she thought she was definitely going to hit the window glass. However, the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window faster than Lan Ye. He punched the glass and then turned around to catch Lan Ye in midair. No princess hug, just grabbing Lan Ye's hands and feet like before. The cold wind of -30 or 40 degrees Celsius blew in and almost instantly sprinkled a layer of white frost on Lan Ye's hair. Her originally fair face suddenly turned blue, and her pores tightened under the stimulation of a low temperature, causing her hairs to stand on end, and goosebumps appeared in some places. Cold, cold, cold. Lan Ye knocked her upper teeth against her lower teeth, her eyes full of pleading. At this time, the people in the living room finally reacted and rushed in like crazy. It's just that they arrived late. Zhou Lin picked up Lan Ye and jumped directly from the 3rd floor window. Chapter 72, She is Not the Leader. Boom! Zhou Lin jumped down the building, carrying Lan Ye. The strong wind pressure blew up the snow on the ground. But even so, Zhou Lin's feet still sank almost to his knees. Lan Ye, who was being carried by him, was in an even worse condition. Her skin had turned a light purple blue, which was a symptom of subcutaneous capillaries rupturing in the low temperature. At this time, Lan Ye could no longer speak, and she could only clench her teeth to prevent her upper and lower teeth from chattering. Upstairs, Those crazy people wanted to catch up with Jolin, but none of them were neatly dressed. When the cold wind blew, they all shook their heads and swayed, and their original enthusiasm gradually cooled down in the rapidly dropping temperature. Some of the strong-willed ones even began to waver in their admiration for Lan Ye. Jolin didn't want to kill Lan Ye either. He also wanted to find out where Lan Ye's superpowers came from, and whether the mysterious organization really had superpower balls a long time ago, as Chow Bowen said. Oh, now that we have the clue of Lan Ye, Yang Chi-Chi is of no use. In the previous life, everyone said that the supernatural ball fell from the sky, and Jolin believed it without a doubt. However, now, including Lan Ye, Jolin has seen at least 3 supernatural balls. From this point of view, even if the supernatural ball fell from the sky, it certainly did not appear 5 years after the end of the world. After running for a distance, the darkness completely swallowed up Jolin and Lan Ye. Even if those lunatics put on their clothes and chased after them, they would not be able to catch up. Jolin released the Lu Xiaofeng and went in with Lan Ye in his arms. In the comfortable temperature, Lan Ye gradually woke up. She had just fainted from the cold. Looking at the extremely luxurious environment, Lan Ye thought she was dreaming. If you use your superpowers on me again, I'll throw you out, Jolin said while drinking hot tea and eating snacks. Where is this? Lan Ye was slightly afraid. She tried not to look at Jolin, but she couldn't help but use her peripheral vision to observe Jolin's reaction. Normal people are afraid of death, and Lan Ye is no exception. When she found that her invincible supernatural power was ineffective against Jolin, she actually didn't dare to mess around anymore. Tell me, how did the energy ball come from? He placed a cup of steaming milk in front of Lan Ye and said, I'll give it to you if I tell you so. Can a glass of milk threaten me? A hint of disdain flashed across Lan Ye's lips, but her stomach growled in a very uncooperative manner. And a big hamburger from the beautiful country. Lan Ye turned her head away, looking like she was not going to bow down for a few pieces of silver. 2 bags of chicken feet plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal. I want to have the self-heating hot pot first. Is it spicy? Sure enough, no woman can resist the temptation of Basho hot pot. I'm a 3. While slurping the self-heating pot, Lan Ye also started talking, as if she was narrating what happened to someone else. Lan Ye spoke very calmly about her rich life experience. Lan Ye is actually 35 years old this year, but Jolin doesn't think she looks that way whether she is wearing clothes or not. It is undeniable that she is blessed by God. Lan Ye's facial features may not be outstanding when taken individually, but when put together, they have a very special flavor. Coupled with her exquisite figure and snow-white and delicate skin, she is especially attractive to the middle-aged and above dignitaries. When she was 18, she was taken from the hotel lobby to a small villa by a 50-year-old man. When she was 21, the man introduced her to the noble man he relied on. In this way, Lan Ye became the common secret of the powerful men in the provincial capital of Bashu. In Lan Ye's words, she just came to Jiazhou to relax, and she had no idea that she would encounter the end of the world. As for her special ability, it came from a pearl bracelet given by someone else. Lan Ye said that there was nothing special about the pearl bracelet before the end of the world. It was not until the winter night came that Lan Ye accidentally discovered that there was a particularly bright pearl in the bracelet. Maybe she was hungry or in a bad mood at the time. She just wanted to bite the bead into pieces. However, when she swallowed the bead into her mouth, something magical happened. It's actually useless. Lan Ye had already finished 2 servings of self-heating pots. Both the mutants and the evolvers had huge appetites, so Lan Ye still looked at Jolin eagerly. She wanted more. She wanted more. We're out of self-heating pots. Jolin pushed the chicken burger in front of Lan Ye. Eat it. You'll be able to get going when you're full. Blat! The delicious burger fell on the table. Lan Ye's face was filled with horror. You want to kill me? I have this idea. Not only do you know too much, but you may also be a threat to me. If I let you go, maybe after a while you'll be able to gather a large number of people and seek revenge on me. Jolin shook his head. No. Actually, I've never had any grand ambitions. Having money is not important. I just want to have enough food to eat. Lan Ye said hurriedly. Staring at Lan Ye, Jolin fell into deep thought. Psychic powers do not pose much threat to psychics, but they can be a powerful weapon if used against ordinary people and non-psychic evolved people whose wills are not strong enough. From this perspective, Blue Moon is still useful. The key lies in whether it can be controlled. Did you design the pattern on the wall of your room? It's very pretty. Pattern. Lanya frowned and thought for a moment. Are you talking about the pattern on the white cloth? That was not designed by me, it was made by him. Yes, he is the owner of the house, and also my previous. Lanya stopped halfway and blinked at Jolin. Then where'd he go? Don't tell me, he was the one on your bed just now. How is that possible? Lanya wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman doing this action would seem pretentious, but when Lanya did it, it sounded innocent and naive. He left not long after the disaster began, saying he had something important to do and asked me to wait for him in the house. He said he would come and pick me up soon. Humph, he didn't even leave me enough food. How could I wait for him? Should I turn into a zombie and wait for him? According to Lanya, she should not be the leader of that mysterious organization, and even that man is very likely not the leader. Jolin couldn't tell whether Lanya was telling the truth. If Lanya was not lying, then that mysterious organization would be quite scary. By the way, the pearl bracelet was given to me by him. Perhaps because she felt that Jolin's murderous intent had decreased, or perhaps she just wanted to have a good meal. Lanya picked up the burger again and started eating it while speaking. What's his name? Well, you probably don't know him. Actually, many of the men around me are not well known outside, but they are stronger than each other. I'm not talking about that aspect. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise, you won't be allowed to eat. No. His name is Chow Boating. Chow is like Chow Chow. Bo is like erudite. And Ting is like courtyard. I don't know what he does specifically, but he is definitely not from Jiazhou, nor is he from Bashu. He is very rich and talented, and he knows at least 6 languages. In order to get a bite to eat, Lanya told everything she knew about Chow Boating. However, Jolin didn't hear most of it. What came to his mind at this moment was another name and another face. Chow Bowen, deputy commander of Ningnan Shelter, one of the men AI Bing had met in her previous life. Chow Boating, Chow Bowen, 1-letter difference, is it possible? If he was worried just now that he might not be able to find any really useful clues here with Lanya, it seems he can rest assured now. Yang Chi-Chi is completely useless. Chapter 73, Shelter. Lanya's appearance made Jolin realize 3 things. He didn't have to wait 5 years to get the supernatural bead he got from the Motor City. That mysterious organization did not appear after the end of the world, and it is possible that they still have the supernatural beads in their hands. He should be able to find Chow Bowen as long as he finds Chow Boating first. I have to say that fate is so wonderful. If Huang Minjing had not been willing to trade the fast food she had hidden with Jolin, Jolin would not have met Yang Min, who had escaped from home, and would not have killed Zhang Jiaoyi and the other 2, and would not have met Lanya because of the bodies of Zhang Jiaoyi and the other 2. If I can't meet Lanya, I can't be sure whether the power bead can be used, and it's even more impossible to associate it with Chow Bowen. Recalling what Chow Bowen did privately in the Ningnan Shelter, it was very similar to that of the mysterious organization. This shows that Chow Bowen should be an undercover agent planted by the mysterious organization in the Xia government agency. He and Chow Boating might be brothers or even cousins. Jolin didn't know what the ultimate goal of the mysterious organization was. In his previous life, he was not qualified to know these things, but he knew that the mysterious organization had done a lot of bad things, and there were rumors that the mysterious organization hunted down mutants and evolvers for live experiments. If this rumor is true, then no matter what the mysterious organization itself is like, its nature must be evil. If the 2 parties had no intersection, Jolin might not have interfered, but Chow Bowen was most likely a member of that mysterious organization, which meant that Jolin and the mysterious organization were doomed to be unable to coexist peacefully. As an undercover agent, Chow Bowen was able to become the deputy commander of the Ningnan Shelter. He is definitely not an ordinary person in the mysterious organization. If he dies at the hands of Jolin in the future, will the mysterious organization let it go? And Jolin will never let Chow Bowen go, which means he is destined to come into conflict with the mysterious organization sooner or later. Perhaps we should reveal this news to the country and use the power of the country to nip the mysterious organization in the bud as soon as possible. But the question is how to convey this message to the country. Assuming that the country doesn't even know about the existence of mutants and evolvers, which is a very high possibility, how will Jolin prove this to the country? Will he use himself? It's absolutely impossible. There are too many uncontrollable factors and the risks are too great. Jolin will not take such a risk. So, forget it. Zhou Lin decided to find an opportunity to discuss it with Zhou Li. That girl is smarter than him. Now the real problem is Blue Moon. It's easy to tell that this woman is not simple. It would be easier to just kill her, but she might be the only person in the world besides Zhou Lin who has superpowers and is an evolver. What a pity. You said you wouldn't kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's murderous intent, Lan Yi looked at him pitifully, her red lips and eyelashes trembling slightly, and tears flashing faintly in her eyes. As expected of being the favorite of many dignitaries, Lan Yi's acting skills at this moment were at the level of an Oscar-winning actress. Coupled with her inherent charm, Zhou Lin was sure that he would not be able to withstand it without the experience of the last 10 years of the apocalypse. Although Lan Yi didn't say anything, her eyes seemed to be seductive, telling Zhou Lin, "Okay, you can do whatever you want. Even though I might resist, I can't escape your five-finger mountain. If you want to live, put it away. It's useless to me. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Zhou Lin pinched his nose hard and said, "Get out of the car." "Why do you want to get off? It's so cold outside." Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not intend to freeze Lan Yi to death, and gave her a set of cold-proof clothes. It must be said that this woman is born to be a clothes rack, and she can wear bulky cold-proof clothes in a fashionable way. As soon as he got off the car, before Lan Yi could get used to the temperature outside, Zhou Lin knocked her out with a knife. He couldn't let Lan Yi see him putting away the Lu Xiaofeng. Superpowers cannot be revealed easily. Once they are thoroughly studied by the enemy, they can easily become the death warrant of the superpower user. By the time Lan Yi was awakened by Zhou Lin using a handful of ice and snow, the two were already standing outside the gate of Lanshan community. Zhou Lin plans to temporarily settle Lan Yi in Wu Shui's house, but he needs to make some renovations to the house first. "Come with me. You are not allowed to speak without my permission." Zhou Lin gave Lan Yi a shot of prevention first. However, when Lan Yi appeared in the Zhou family, the expressions on Zhou Kaijun and others' faces were different. "Who is she? Is she your enemy again?" Cheng Yali was beating around the bush about Lan Yi. Her intuition told her that Lan Yi was not someone she could easily deal with. Wu Shui had a tense face and just stared at Zhou Lin. If Lan Yi had any connection with Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to break up with Zhou Lin. She couldn't accept that there was another woman around Zhou Lin. At least she couldn't do it now. "Well, you can treat her as an important person, but she is also my captive, Xue. I plan to renovate your house and lock her up temporarily." "Good." Although Wu Shui was unhappy, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally as long as he did not cross the bottom line. The transformation is not complicated. The first thing to do was to weld the main door of Wu Shui's house shut. Then, a round hole was opened in the corner of the living room, and an iron door was welded that could only be locked in Zhou Lin's house. Finally, a room was chosen as Lan Yi's bedroom, and insulation and heating were arranged for her. It seems simple, but it is not easy. Zhou Lin divided the work slightly. He was responsible for the work that required a lot of strength, while Zhou Kaijun and his wife were responsible for the more technical work, such as welding, wiring, grooving, and so on. Fortunately, no day is actually equivalent to no night. So, as long as the neighbors don't come to complain about the noise, I can finish the work in one go. The finishing work was left to Zhou Li to complete, which mainly involved installing cameras to monitor Lan Yi's every move. Lan Yi had no objection to this. If you're truly faced with a doomsday environment that is more torturous than death, and you do not have the courage to end your own life, then you will naturally accept anything in order to survive. What is a mere surveillance? No privacy and no freedom matter. After more than 30 hours of busy work, Zhou Lin slept for more than 10 hours before he felt refreshed. He originally planned to send some fast food to Huang Minjing, but her house definitely couldn't accommodate 500 boxes, so he could only give it to her in portions. What's more, after the winter night is over, the top floor of Lanshan will no longer be suitable for living. If Huang Minjing and her daughter are still alive at that time, they will definitely have to move. The woman downstairs said she wants to see you urgently. Wu Shui said as she brought breakfast to Zhou Lin. "She wants to see me? When?" "She started gesturing in front of the camera 2 hours ago and refused to tell me." "Could it be?" Wu Shui's eyes were full of meaning. Zhou Lin shook his head and said, "Wait until I finish eating and we'll go together." Wu Shui's face finally turned from gloomy to bright. She knew that she might be a little too jealous, but isn't that human nature? Just like Zhou Lin, can he accept her having affairs with other men? That's definitely not possible. After opening the iron gate between the two houses and putting down the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui went downstairs. Lan Ye came up to them with a panicked look on her face. Chapter 74. The Unconventional Effects of Psychic Powers. It can be seen that Lan Ye is indeed nervous, even more nervous than when Zhou Lin caught her and even threatened to kill her. What's going on? Just talk, don't touch me. Zhou Lin took a step back and cleverly avoided Lan Ye's hand that tried to grab him. Wu Shui snorted coldly and stood in front of Zhou Lin, facing Lan Ye. Don't get me wrong. Lan Ye waved her hand. I feel very bad. Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were both confused. What does it mean to feel bad? Who the hell feels good in this end times? That's not what I meant. Zhou Lin, are you sure you want to let her know? Lan Ye glanced at Wu Shui, which made Wu Shui angry. What secrets do you two have that you don't want me to know? When Zhou Lin saw Wu Shui's expression, he understood that today's matter would not be resolved. He also guessed that what Lan Ye wanted to say might be related to superpowers. Go ahead, Zhou Lin said, rubbing his temple. Soon after I fell asleep last night, I had a dream. Dream? Do dreams need to be told? But Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. Ordinary people will of course dream. Even those with special powers and evolvers are no exception. But there's a type of special power that does not dream, or rather, does not dream easily. Psychic special power people. Perhaps this is related to their abilities. It is said that all dreams of psychic special power people are basically things that are about to happen. What did you dream about? Zhou Lin asked in a deep voice, regardless of Wu Shui's surprise. Earthquake. Lan Ye said tremblingly, big earthquake. Where? Here. I even saw this building crumbling in the earthquake. There were huge gaps in the ground, and some buildings were directly swallowed up. Then have you seen any safe place? Zhou Lin did not foolishly ask Lan Ye whether she knew the exact time of the earthquake. Generally speaking, it is impossible to determine the time in a dream. Yes. Lan Ye widened her eyes, as if recalling something, and finally described the safe place around Jiazhou City that she saw in her dream. However, after hearing her description, Zhou Lin was stunned. Isn't it the area of Zhou's breeding farm? So after all this time, are they going to move back? Zhou Lin had never heard in his previous life that Jiazhou or the entire Bashu was affected by the earthquake, as described by Lan Ye. At this time, he should be looking for food in Shenzhen with AI Bing and Tang Yili, exhausted every day but never able to fill his stomach. How could he possibly know what was happening thousands of kilometers away when he didn't dare to communicate with anyone and had no official information? So in the previous life, did my parents and little sister die at the beginning of the apocalypse or in the upcoming earthquake? Or was it the flood, plague, or heat wave that followed? Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself in the face. What a beast. I'll kill Yang Chi-Chi in a moment. What are you talking about? Wu Shui's intuition told her that Lan Ye and Zhou Lin were not joking. The question was, how could a dream be regarded as a prophecy? Zhou Lin seemed to believe it. Was he drugged by Lan Ye? Can I attack her once? Lan Ye suddenly said, No. Zhou Lin shook his head. No one knew whether Lan Ye was just proving to Wu Shui the existence of psychic powers or secretly setting up something in Wu Shui's brain. He can neither feel nor check it. But Zhou Lin has a better way to prove it. He took Lan Ye and Wu Shui downstairs and went straight to the property management office. Xiao Hang had a comfortable life during this period. He didn't have to worry about supplies. As long as he did what Zhou Lin told him to do, he would have everything he wanted. Xiao Hang had serious doubts about whether he was the protagonist. He would think from time to time that maybe Zhou Lin was the real protagonist. With so many supplies, they must be placed in Zhou Lin's dimension. Xiao Hang felt that it was certain that Zhou Lin had a dimensional space, but he didn't know whether there was any light, spring water, soil, etc. in it, and whether living things could survive in it. Isn't that what was written in the novel? Boss, you're here. In front of Zhou Lin, Xiao Hang obviously became more fawning, almost to the point of kneeling and licking Zhou Lin's ass. Zhou Lin frowned, a little uncomfortable. Where is that woman? Yes, I'm alive and well, and I have 4 meals a day. 4 meals? Wu Shui was a little unhappy. Why did she not get such treatment? The boss has specifically instructed us not to miss any meal. Xiao Hang counted on his fingers. 3 meals a day, morning and noon, plus 1 meal at night. A total of 4 meals. Roll. Okay, boss. In the corner, Yang Chi-Chi had actually heard Zhou Lin's voice a long time ago. But she's really scared now. For times a day, although they were all beaten with bamboo sticks, which were not fatal, it was really painful. The key point was that Xiao Hang The beast actually applied medicine to the wound, but did not wait for the wound to heal completely. The feeling of bamboo sticks beating on a newly grown, tender skin and flesh was more painful than cramps and skinning. Please let me die. Yang Qiqi turned her head towards the wall and didn't look at Zhou. Okay. Wait, what did you say? You want to kill me? Yang Qiqi turned her head suddenly, her filthy face full of shock. Zhou actually wanted to kill her, but Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Even though she wanted to die immediately every time she was beaten, she would think about living on after the most painful period. As long as we are alive, there is hope, right? Even if someone helps her to take revenge in the future, what's the point if she's dead? No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Zhou didn't care about Yang Qiqi's struggle at all and asked Xiao Heng to find a few people to carry Yang Qiqi to an empty room. Let's get started. After driving away the irrelevant people, Zhou pointed at Yang Qiqi, who was struggling for survival on the ground like a maggot. Wu Shui originally thought that Zhou wanted Lan Yiye to kill someone, but Lan Yiye just stood there motionless, staring at Yang Qiqi. Suddenly, Yang Qiqi stopped moving. Then I saw Lan Yiye stagger, as if she suddenly lost her strength. Then Yang Qiqi actually crawled towards Zhou, muttering, "Give me a knife, a knife." Zhou held Lan Yiye, who was about to fall, with his left hand and took out a small fruit knife with his right hand. What did you do to her? Wu Shui's face turned pale. She held Zhou right hand tightly and said to Lan Yiye, she had a strong will to survive. She almost didn't make it. I'm so hungry. Food. Give me food quickly. When Zhou took out a chocolate bar and stuffed it into Lan Yiye's hand, Yang Qiqi stabbed the finger-long fruit knife into her neck. The process was slow, and one could feel the conflict in her consciousness, but she finally got it in. The fruit knife was not very sharp, and it could not go any further after piercing the skin. Blood began to flow, and Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists. Your wife is a coward. After eating a chocolate bar, Lanya obviously recovered a little and even had the energy to tease Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her, but still didn't release her fist. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Yeah, the number of lives lost in my hands, body, and stomach is greater than the total number of lives lost since the birth of mankind. Humph, man. Don't affect my mood. Zhou stared at Yang Qiqi, as if he saw the end of a dream. He actually thought of using various means to kill Yang Qiqi cruelly and bloodily. But for someone who eats 4 meals a day, perhaps there is nothing particularly cruel. So, let her kill herself. She obviously doesn't want to die, but she can't control her body. The last part of her life must be very painful. Never mind, let it be. Revenge must be taken, but those who are still alive are more important, whether it's relatives or enemies. Chapter 75 Earthquake is coming. At the Zhou family's house, everyone sat around the dinner table. For pairs of eyes were looking at Zhou. About me having a space. Shue, you were late. Wu Shui nodded to show her understanding, and she would be able to put herself in their shoes. To be precise, my space is actually a kind of superpower. Lan Yiye is the first person I have met with superpowers. It is a psychic superpower that can control the thoughts and behaviors of ordinary people to a certain extent. After roughly explaining what superpowers are, Zhou mentioned earthquakes. This is a special ability of the psychic system. Dreams are uncontrollable, but the success rate is as high as over 90%. Lan Yiye had a dream last night. After listening to Zhou retelling of the dream, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's faces turned pale. Earthquake. An earthquake that destroyed the Lanshan community meant that they had no way to survive. If they didn't have a place to live in the freezing snow, what difference would that make them waiting to die? The only thing to be thankful for is that Zhou has space, so at least he can take all the supplies away, and there will be no shortage of food and daily necessities. She said the farm is safe, but it has been buried in the snow. Should we go and dig out the house now? Cheng Yali asked. Zhou nodded. Generally speaking, the dream time of psychics cannot be completely determined. Lan Yiye just said that she felt it would happen soon. The reason why Zhou was nervous was that the dream was still covered with snow, and there were less than 2 months left in the winter nights. So if a major earthquake is going to happen, it will definitely happen within these 2 months. Just when everyone thought Zhou had finished speaking, they saw Zhou take out a very exquisite metal box. Whether the supernatural bead can be fused with it, and what supernatural power it will gain after fusion are all unknown. You can all try, starting with Lily. The younger you are, the higher the chance of successful fusion. It's a pity that in the end times, There are too few people who are willing to have children and have the ability to raise them. I don't want it. Surprisingly, Jolie was unwilling to be the first to try it because she didn't like being out of control. Jolin looked at Jolie deeply, then put the power bead back on the table. Shue, come here, Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali said at the same time. Me? Wu Shui was surprised and touched at the same time. Although she studied science and was an out-and-out atheist, this did not affect her understanding of the value of this supernatural bead. Zhou Kaijun and his wife actually gave her such an opportunity, fully expressing their trust and love for her. Dad, Mom, thank you. Time was running out. So Wu Shui didn't act pretentiously. She thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife with tears in her eyes, and then picked up the magical ball that looked like a glowing white pearl as Jolin had just said. Jolin, put it in your mouth and try it. The method of activating the energy bead is not the same. Lan Yi activated it by accidentally putting it in her mouth. Jolin thought Wu Shui could also try it. Wu Shui did as she was told, but the power bead still did not respond. Jolin shook his head slowly and could only say that Wu Shui had no destiny with this supernatural power. Wu Shui sensibly cleaned the supernatural bead before handing it over to Qingyali. It's okay. There will be more in the future. I promise you can become a superpower. Jolin took Wu Shui into his arms and comforted her. Before he could finish his words, he heard Zhou Saijuan's exclamation. Wife you. An intense light burst out from Qingyali's hands, as if she was holding not a bead, but a sun. Activated? Is it activated now? Besides, the noise was too loud. If the glass windows in the living room hadn't been sealed, people outside might have thought it was daybreak. Fortunately, although the light was strong, it was not harmful to human eyes, and it only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before disappearing. The supernatural bead in Qingyali's hand disappeared, but she was still in a dazed state. Wife, are you okay? Only after Jolin signaled did Zhou Kaijun dare to reach out and pat Qingyali on the shoulder. Qingyali shuddered, as if waking up from a dream. Then, with a face full of excitement, she shouted in a deafening voice, Son, it's done. It's done. Not to mention others. Even Jolin felt it was unbearable. His eardrums and ear canals were trembling. Could the supernatural power activated by Qingyali be related to sound? Sonic enhancement, son, my power can. Don't say it. Jolin stopped him. Don't tell anyone about the specific capabilities and uses of your superpowers. He glanced at Wu Shui and Zhou Li. Superpowers have many ways to make you tell the truth, so it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't want to hurt you. Zhou Li shrugged and said, Mom, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Speak softly next time. I'm deaf. Mom, you have to exercise more in the future, because people with special abilities are naturally evolvers. After becoming an evolver, your physical fitness will increase. Exercising frequently can not only speed up the strengthening of your physical fitness, but also affect the upgrade of your special abilities to a certain extent. Just you know this, don't tell anyone else, especially. Jolin pointed downstairs. Lan Yi obviously didn't know this yet. Unfortunately, my powers are useless against earthquakes. Son, when are we going to start moving? With superpowers and the ability to become an evolver with physical fitness surpassing that of ordinary people, Qingyali has doubled her confidence in the future. If you don't know the exact time of an earthquake, of course it's better to move as early as possible. After the family discussed the division of labor, they took action on their own. You said that people with special abilities are naturally evolvers, but evolvers are not necessarily people with special abilities, so ordinary people can actually become evolvers, right? So even if I don't have special abilities, can I still become an evolver like you? In the room, Wu Shui asked Jolin while tidying up. Now Jolin no longer needed to hide anything and could simply stuff the boxes Wu Shui had packed in a live fu hao, which was much more convenient. Yes, but ordinary people need to reach a certain threshold of physical fitness to become an evolver. I don't know the exact threshold, or they need to experience some major stimulation. That is, their spirit or body must break through a certain threshold before they can become an evolver. I understand. Don't worry, I will try my best. Wu Shui clenched her fists. Jolin rubbed Wu Shui's face and said, It's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. But we are not only facing man-made disasters, but also natural disasters. If an earthquake comes now, Jolin was just about to tell Wu Shui to stop talking sourly. But just as the words came to his lips, he felt the ground shaking. Earthquake. Lan Yi's dream, came true so quickly? Zhou Lin grabbed Wu Shui into his arms and rushed out with her. Lily. The stairs leading to the second floor creaked, as if they would be torn apart by the vibration at any moment. Everything in front of me was shaking, and the hard floor was actually undulating like waves. Most of the things that were not fixed were thrown off and hit the ground with a clanging sound or broken to pieces. Cheng Yali's roar from upstairs actually overwhelmed everything else. Zhou Lin. Lily, where are you? Come to Mom. Come quickly. In a master bedroom on the second floor, Cheng Yali held her thin husband in her arms, with a thick pillow on his head, as if he was a pillar supporting the sky. She would protect her family even if the sky fell. Chapter 76, Tent Travel. Earthquakes come and go quickly. Before Zhou Lin found Zhou Li, the shaking stopped. Are you okay? Wu Shui was still in shock. It should be. Zhou Lin didn't dare to say it with certainty. Who knows if there will be more earthquakes in the future? The most urgent thing is to evacuate. All the unimportant or remaining things were abandoned, and at Zhou Lin's urging, Cheng Yali and the other three quickly went downstairs. In the tool room, Sun Qinghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. He was almost scared to death during the earthquake. Although the work has stopped now, the boiler pipes are damaged, the generator is shut down, and even the liquid culture pipes are shaky, with liquid fertilizer flowing everywhere. Take your own things and go downstairs to find my dad. Even though Sun Qinghao had no merits, he had worked hard, so Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin raised his hand and temporarily moved the entire tool room to the deck of the Lai Fu. The only thing left beside him was a large cage containing poultry wrapped in a thick quilt. This is the only way to prevent them from freezing to death. If they suffocate to death in the end, we can only blame their bad luck. After tidying up the tool room, Zhou Lin went to find Lan Yi again and dragged her out from under the bed. Is this the scene you dreamed about? Lan Yi shook her head. No, not even close. Grass. Zhou Lin cursed inwardly and dragged Lan Yi downstairs. A large group of people had gathered downstairs at this time. As long as they can still walk, no one dares to stay upstairs. Who knows if the earthquake will come again? In fact, there have been small aftershocks just now, but no one noticed it. Here it comes again. It's moving. Until a more violent aftershock brought everyone back into the fear of being dominated by earthquakes. Zhou Lin. As soon as the aftershocks stopped, Huang Minjing dragged her elderly mother out of the crowded crowd. Sister Cheng. Minjing, are you okay? He was still very enthusiastic towards his acquaintance, Cheng Yali, and hurried forward to support Huang Minjing's old mother. The two were originally card-playing friends and became closer in the apocalypse. We can't live here anymore, right? I just saw cracks in the ceiling. Although Huang Minjing was panicked, she was still rational. She didn't shout loudly, but just whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin didn't answer, which was considered as his agreement. What are your plans next? Zhou Lin was a little hesitant. He didn't want to let anyone join in casually, but the situation of Huang Minjing and her daughter was a little special. Son, come here. Cheng Yali raised her hand to call, and after Zhou Lin came over, the mother and son whispered to each other. Minjing, if you don't mind, you can come with us, but I need to make some things clear to you. Cheng Yali said. Sister Cheng, you say? I can agree to any request. Huang Minjing is a smart person. Her experience during this period has made her firmly believe that she can only live a good life with Zhou Lin. Cheng Yali can be said to be the bond between the two parties, so Huang Minjing showed enough respect and considerable trust in Cheng Yali. Seeing more and more people around, Zhou Lin waved his hand and said, Let's talk while we walk. Without any snowmobile equipment, Zhou Lin asked Huang Minjing's mother and Lanya, who had no athletic talent, to get on the sled, and then pretended to go to the basement to get out a few pairs of skis. Surprisingly, Wu Shui could ski. Jolie was even better. After trying a few times under Wu Shui's guidance, she was able to move freely. She was worthy of the title of genius. As an entrepreneur, Huang Minjing also learned to ski, and the last ones were Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. It has to be said that given Cheng Yali's body size, she could only find a door panel and sit on it with Zhou Kaijun. Brother, are you leaving? Xiao Hang chased after him, eyes eagerly. Well, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. They basically didn't bring any supplies with them. If someone went upstairs and found it empty, so it was better to leave early. Brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient for me right now. How about this? If it's suitable later, I'll contact you and you can come over. But no buts. Jolin looked around and whispered, remember, don't stay in the house if you don't have anything to do. Bring enough food and water with you. Use the intercom to contact. Brother, you must come to me when you are done. Xiao Hang had no choice but to bid farewell to Zhou Lin reluctantly. On the white snow, a group of people moved forward slowly. Because of the existence of the sled and door panels, the greatest significance of the skis is that they make it less difficult for Zhou Lin and others to move forward, and they're not likely to get stuck in the snow. Normally, it would take only 20 minutes to get from the city to the farm if there was no traffic jam, but it took us a full 4 hours. I'll put up 2 tents first, then dig. Zhou Lin took out the tent and set it up in a place where no one could see and settled everyone down first. When everyone fell asleep due to fatigue, Zhou Lin released an excavator from the warehouse. The snow was several meters deep, and it would take a long time to dig it out using manpower. But just as he was about to start digging, a figure suddenly lifted up the 3-layer tent curtain and walked out. Plan before you act. Are you stupid, brother? Zhou yawned, with 2 small, eye boogers hanging from the corners of her eyes. What do you mean? Hey, brother, your brain is really full of blindness. Have you ever thought that it's actually quite good for our family to be buried under the snow now? Good? Zhou Li's words were like a flash of lightning, creating a new world for Zhou Lin. That's right. The big earthquake that Lan Yi dreamed of hasn't come yet. The farm and the house are buried in the snow, which means they are protected. If you're lucky, they won't be damaged too much when the earthquake comes. But it's hard to say what will happen if it is dug out. It might even be shaken to pieces. So Zhou Li meant that it would be more appropriate to wait until after the earthquake before digging. The problem is that no one can be sure when the big earthquake will come. If we don't dig up the house, where will we live next? Everyone crammed into the tent. Oh, right, Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Lin didn't hide anything and directly released the Lu Xiaofeng, probably in the front yard of the original house. This way, even if the earthquake collapsed the snow, it would not crush the house. Wow. After circling the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Li nodded with satisfaction. It's mine. Zhou Lin ignored her and released another motorhome converted from a large bus. In terms of size and internal usable area, it was not inferior to Lu Xiaofeng's. Since you're up, let's help each other. Although relying solely on the RV's thermal insulation ability to resist the cold will consume a lot of energy in order to maintain the indoor temperature. Since there is no need to move anyway, Zhou Lin's idea is to set up another tent outside the RV. When the others woke up and saw the tent and the RV inside, they were all stunned. Husband, this. I hid them in the yard before and dug them out last night. Don't worry, they can all be used. There were 2 RVs and a huge tent. Cheng Yali, Wu Shui, Zhou Li, and Huang Minjing lived in Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Chenghao, and Lan Yi lived in the RV. I won't do it. Among all people, only Lan Yi had an objection. Zhou Lin glanced over and said, Oh, then I'll find you another place. Chapter 77, Mysterious News. Mysterious Message. Lan Yi thought Zhou Lin was bewitched by her. However, when Zhou Lin took her to a place far away from the RV, picked up a shovel, and started digging the snow, she understood. No, I think you arranged it well. Not feeling wronged, Zhou Lin continued digging the snow. I don't feel wronged. I really don't feel wronged. I've already said I don't feel wronged. Why are you still digging? Zhou Lin laughed. If we don't dig a big hole, how will we deal with the excrement? Especially if there is a major earthquake. Who can guarantee that you won't fall down when the ground starts shaking? Wouldn't that be disgusting? Lan Yi felt very aggrieved because Zhou Lin actually asked her to dig a hole together. I haven't done any of this rough work since I was 18. So, Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Lan Yi looked around. Who told you to look over there in the tent, except where there's light? How can you see clearly? Even though I've played a cat, I am not a cat. No night vision? Zhou Lin nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that the snow pit was deep enough, Zhou Lin covered it with a thick anti-seepage membrane and took Lan Yi back to the tent. Taking into account the possibility of earthquakes at any time, there are only a few small camping stoves in the tent. The heating effect is actually quite good, but firewood needs to be added every 3 or 4 hours. When Zhou Lin began to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos. The magnitude is 6.5, and the aftershocks are as high as 5. Zhu Guanghan had a layer of gauze wrapped around his head and was reading the latest documents by the light of a gas lamp. He was unlucky because when the earthquake came, the light fixture on the ceiling fell down and hit his head. Fortunately, the lamp was not broken, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Old Yi, what are the casualties? Yi Xiao, with icicles all over his head, opened the curtain and came in, his face looking very heavy. Several excavation sites collapsed, and at least hundreds of people are buried underneath. Wang Pingping is leading the excavation, hoping to dig out more people. This dam, Zhu Guanghan let out a long sigh. In addition to those buried by the landslide, there were also many injured people in the shelters. The key point was that medical staff and medicines were scarce, and many of the injured could not get any treatment at all. Fortunately, the temperature is low now and it is not easy to get infected, otherwise it would be worse. Commander, an urgent message from the provincial government. Another urgent call, not sure whether it was good news or bad news. Zhu Guanghan took the call with great trepidation and immediately tears welled up in his eyes. The epicenter of Jiazhou City reached 6.5 magnitude. The epicenter is so tragic. The provincial government said the number of casualties may exceed 5 digits. The most important thing is that now no one can help accept themselves. It is not scary to suffer a disaster. No one can decide where a natural disaster will occur, but in Xia country, the people in the disaster-stricken areas will feel safe and warm as long as they see those green figures. But now, the winter night has blocked the roads, and the volcanic ash has prevented planes from taking off. Even if we want to go to provide support, we can't just run over there on foot, right? Before Zhu Guanghan finished speaking, Yi Xiao's guard came in again. Commander, urgent order. Read it. Yi Xiao lit a cigarette, as if he had guessed something. I have your unit quickly compile statistics on local casualties and the amount of rescue efforts needed. If there is any spare capacity, report it immediately. The headquarters will then make unified arrangements to support the epicenter. After the guard finished reading, before Yi Xiao could say anything, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but ask, "What? We are also in a disaster area? How can it be possible? Besides, how are you going to get there? Are you going to run?" Old Zhu, disasters are of different severity and urgency. What's wrong with running? Didn't our ancestors also use their feet to measure the grasslands and cross the snow-capped mountains? The people's soldiers serve the people, as long as the people need them. Call back. We can send half of our personnel to the epicenter. Please give instructions from your superiors. Old Yua, Zhu Guanghan, stamped his feet, but he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. Although he was given the position of commander-in-chief, and Yi Xiao was only the deputy commander-in-chief, Zhu Guanghan could not interfere in military affairs at all. If half of you go, what will we do with the follow-up work here? Zhu Guanghan muttered. Yi Xiao said calmly, "We are slower, colder, and hungrier here, but we will only suffer a little and won't lose our lives. But over there, 1 minute late could mean several lives." Old Zhu, how would you decide? Zhu Guanghan waved his hands and just kept sighing. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Wang Pingping, stay and help you. I will lead the team there myself. Yi Xiao stood up with his hands on his knees and was about to go out. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping lifted the curtain and came in. "Captain, Commander, I just received a message that I thought you might want to hear." "Go ahead." No matter how anxious Yi Xiao was, he could still wait for a few minutes. Wang Pingping took out a specially made mobile phone and started playing. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was a synthesized voice. "Shelter Command, I have a message for you. Believe it or not, but you'd better believe it. Don't doubt it. The end of the world has come, and anything can happen. What I'm going to say next is very important. Those who receive the message must pass it on to your commander. Otherwise, you will be a sinner of the country and the people." The voice was flattering as soon as it came, and Zhu Guanghan didn't take it seriously. Yi Xiao just smiled and motioned Zhu Guanghan to continue listening. This is just the beginning. In the coming period of time, there will be a bigger earthquake, a super earthquake. 80% of the buildings in Jiazhou City will be destroyed. If we're not prepared, many people will die. Try to collect the supplies in the buildings. Don't even think about digging them out after the earthquake. That's all I have to say. You can make your own decision. You're welcome. The recording ended. Zhu Guanghan said disdainfully, "How naive. The country can't even predict earthquakes, and he's still trying to scare people? Besides, there was just an earthquake. Isn't it said that it will be fine once the energy is released? How can there be one after another, each bigger than the last? Old Yi, I don't think we need to pay attention to him. Yi Xiao did not answer immediately, but stared at Wang Pingping. Why did you feel the need to tell us? He knew Wang Pingping's character. Unless there was something special about the recording, Wang Pingping would not pay any attention to it, let alone take it. The recording itself is nothing special. It was randomly synthesized and cannot be restored with our current equipment. But there is one thing that surprised me. Xiao Wang, why are you keeping us in suspense? Just tell me, everyone is busy. Zhu Guanghan was quite displeased. Commander, this is about some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated for a moment, and only continued until Yi Xiao nodded. Do you remember the hijacking of the USS Tefyu, the aircraft carrier of the United States, before the natural disaster? What does the Tefyu have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan asked. Yi Xiao seemed to have thought of something and whispered, was this recording sent by the USS Tefyu? No. Wang Pingping shook his head. But our electronic warfare experts received the identification code of the USS Tefyu at the same time as receiving this recording. The two are completely synchronized. Identification code? How is that possible? This is Bashu. Yi Xiao, who has always been calm, finally lost his composure at this moment. Chapter 78, A Pair of Little Enemies. Do you think the command will believe it? Zhou Lin and Zhou Li sat around the stove. Qing Feng is illiterate. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Zhou Li glared at Zhou Lin impatiently. The matter has been resolved. It is up to the other party whether to believe it or not. This is called doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. Zhou Lin is just an ordinary person, neither God nor Buddha. Is there any need to worry so much? So many lives? Zhou Lin is never vague when it comes to revenge, and he can be ruthless when it comes to killing people who are not of the same race. However, if they are innocent compatriots, Zhou Lin really cannot be as indifferent as Zhou Li. What is man? What is life? When you look at a mountain, it's not a mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, Lan Ye, who was helping Cheng Yali pick vegetables, glanced at Zhou Li from the corner of her eyes. She heard it wrong. Zhou Li said Shan instead of San, mainly because of the Bashu accent. A line of egrets are flying in the sky, and half a bitch is in front of you. Lan Ye, don't think you can be arrogant just because you're a superpower. It won't work in front of me. Little girl. Lan Ye also got angry and stood up suddenly. If it weren't for your brother and your mother protecting you, I would kill you in a minute. Do you believe it? Seeing the two of them quarreling, Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin didn't take it seriously at first. Neither of them expected that Lan Ye was like a firecracker in front of Zhou Li, which could be ignited at any time. Zhou Li sneered and told Lan Ye to come, and Lan Ye really used her supernatural power on Zhou Li. It was only after she had unleashed all her supernatural powers that she came to her senses. If anything happened to Zhou Li, wouldn't Zhou Lin have chopped her into pieces? Lan Ye, are you King crazy? Zhou Lin was still beside Zhou Li when he spoke, and when he said, his palm was less than a centimeter away from Lan Ye's face. After all, the distance was more than 10 meters, but Zhou Lin didn't even use a second. Before the slap landed, the strong wind pressure blew off Lan Ye's hairpin, and her black hair flew into disarray. That's it. Zhou Lin stopped and turned around in one go. He quickly looked Zhou Li up and down. Are you sure you're okay? No, that's impossible. Lan Ye couldn't believe it. She definitely didn't hold back when she was angry just now. Even Evolver might have been hit. How could a little girl like Zhou Li resist it? Facts speak louder than words. Zhou Li's disdainful expression made Lan Ye feel helpless for the first time after gaining superpowers. You know, Zhou Lin was almost knocked down by her at the beginning. You're not a human, right? You're not a human being. You are a waste. Zhou Li pursed her lips, as if she was disdainful to talk to Lan Ye anymore, and continued to read and study. For a moment, Zhou Lin couldn't understand why Zhou Li was not afraid of Lan Ye's psychic ability at all. Maybe it had something to do with her IQ. He could try it when the earthquake was over. Even so, he still punished Lan Ye by not having any food for 24 hours. Being hungry for 24 hours might not be a big deal for ordinary people, but it would be too hard for Lan Ye, who had just put all her effort into releasing her supernatural powers. When everyone was eating in the RV, Lan Ye could only sit outside, holding a handful of ice and snow pitifully and licking it from time to time. But the more she did this, the more she felt her stomach churning, as if her gastrointestinal tract was rebelling, as if she would be digested if she didn't give them food. No one dared to show any sympathy for Lan Ye in front of Chengyali. Since gaining superpowers, Chung Yali's voice has not only become louder than before, but she also seems to be more robust. The originally thin Zhou Kaijun standing next to her looks like a little bird. As of now, except for the bickering pair of Lan Yi and Zhou Li, everyone else gets along quite harmoniously. In contrast, several leaders in the shelter were very conflicted at this time. Yi Xinxiao has asked Wang Pingping to submit the complete information to his superiors to see how they will handle it. After almost 6 hours, I finally got a response. Surprisingly, the superior's order was very simple. Just 4 words: be prepared for battle. What were you preparing for? What life are you waiting for? It was obvious that the superiors were willing to believe the news and not to deny it. They not only terminated the order for the Jiazhou military to support the epicenter, but also ordered them to prepare for war. Since that's what our superiors want, let's notify them. Has the radio station been restored? It has recovered, said Zhu Guanghan's secretary. Old Yi, what do you think I should say? The wording of the notice was very careful. If it was too light, people might not take it seriously. If it was too heavy, it might cause panic. If people were nervous for several days, but nothing happened, it would affect the credibility of the shelter. What? Of course I'll tell you the truth. We've received mysterious news that a major earthquake may occur in the near future. Out of a responsible attitude towards the lives and property of the people, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the ground for a period of time. Yi Xinxiao dictated a passage, which Zhu Guanghan's secretary wrote down and gave to Zhu Guanghan to read. After several revisions and polishing, it was sent to the radio station for release. Soon, everyone in Jiazhou City and its surrounding areas who had a radio or other broadcasting equipment heard the news from the shelter that there would be a major earthquake in the near future. And there's an earthquake. That's impossible, right? Bigger? Then we need to find a safe place. Move now. No, I'd rather die at home than go out. I don't want to be frozen to death instead of being shocked to death. There are all kinds of people in the world. There are a group of people who like to go against the government. However, most people still take targeted measures. For example, they move from high-rise buildings to bungalows or move their sleeping places to the front door. Those who truly believed in the government and its ability moved their families into tents or temporary sheds made of lightweight building materials. A major earthquake is like the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. No one knows when it will fall, but once it falls, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to people. 2 days passed in a flash, and except for the aftershocks of the last earthquake, everything was normal. Even Huang Minjing began to doubt whether the information about the shelter was accurate and couldn't help saying that it was a waste of time to continue like this, and that the farm and the house should be dug out first. It can't be said that Huang Minjing was hypocritical. No matter how expensive the RV is, the internal space is only so small, and it is not very convenient for 4 or 5 people squeezed together. Minjing, we have to trust the government. Chung Yali was still comforting Huang Minjing when Sun Chenghao, who was in charge of raising small animals in the corner of the tent, suddenly ran over and said, "Rabbit, the rabbit is crazy. The rabbit is crazy." Is the rabbit crazy? Chung Yali and others followed Sun Chenghao and saw that the originally docile rabbits were attacking each other crazily. Their snow-white front teeth turned into guillotines, constantly stabbing into their companions' bodies and digging out pieces of flesh. Separate them quickly. When big rabbits fight, the little rabbits suffer. It would be a shame if the little rabbits that we have bred with great difficulty just died. However, before all the little rabbits were rescued, the poultry in the chicken coop suddenly became frantic. Some crowed, some barked, some banged their heads against the iron cages, and some kicked the cages with their feet. Something's going to happen. Chung Yali turned around and yelled towards the RV, "Be careful, there might be." Chapter 79, Magnitude 9. Zhoulin initially thought he had a cold. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if something was covering them, and his nose was also very uncomfortable, but he soon realized that it was not tinnitus, but the dull buzzing sound that everyone could hear. Then, countless colorful lights suddenly appeared in the dark sky. Blue, yellow, red, these 3 colors are the main ones. The ground is bright. Zhou whispered beside him. She was originally in the car, and she ran to Zhoulin at some point. "It's coming." "What?" Zhoulin asked. "Earthquake. The big earthquake that Lan Yi dreamed of. Abnormal animal behavior, low-frequency sound waves, and the appearance of ground lights in the sky are all signs that a major earthquake is about to occur, as anyone with a little experience would know. That was why Zhou got out of the car. It was actually unsafe to stay in the car in this open area. How long will it take? Jolin often forgets Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this is the result of the difference in IQ. It could be anywhere from 2 or 3 hours to 2 or 3 days. The ground light in the sky is still flickering. Strictly speaking, it should be noon now. If it were not for the special climatic conditions of the winter night, it would be impossible to see the ground light under normal sunlight. So this is a great research opportunity for Zhou Li. Although Zhou Lin felt that there was nothing much to study about earthquakes, they could not be predicted anyway. You can't predict the occurrence of the Earth's light? You're talking nonsense. Give me a better camera. What do you need that thing for? Zhou Lin said insincerely as he took out a camera from his pocket, which was from the live Fu. But he couldn't stay with Zhou Li all the time. He still believed in Zhou Li and had to make sure everyone was prepared. The crazy rabbits seemed to be normal again at this time, and were licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin asked Sun Qinghao to go to the car and let Haizi out, but he must be tied up well for fear that he would be frightened and run away when the earthquake came. The others were arranged to sit down in the tent and wait silently. Will you definitely come? Qingyali walked out of the tent and asked Zhou Li, who was still filming the ground light. It's getting more and more frequent. Zhou Li seemed to be answering a question that didn't seem to be relevant, but Qingyali understood and turned back to the tent. Everyone get ready. They're probably coming. In fact, it is not only Jiazhou City that can see the ground light. Almost all of Bashu could see the flashing light in the sky, but not everyone knew what it was. However, as an area where earthquakes frequently occur, coupled with the warning information of the shelter, people in Jiazhou City were basically looking for a safe place. It's okay to be cold for a while, but if you're really trapped in a collapsed building, even if you don't die on the spot, can you expect others to rescue you? To put it bluntly, the entire Xia country and even the whole world can now be said to be divided into cities and regions, each with its own governance. Although orders can be given at the national level, no one can do anything if they don't obey. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt hot all over, as if the blood was rushing to his head, making him anxious and restless. Maybe. He turned and looked at Qingyali and Lan Yeye. They were also obviously abnormal, but the others didn't react much. The next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground began to shake. Earthquake! Watch your step. Qingyali has a loud voice, and as soon as she opens her mouth, she grabs everyone's attention. It is obvious that the shaking from this earthquake was much stronger than the last one from the very beginning. First up and down, then left and right. The strong combined shaking made it impossible for people to stand. Except for Zhou Lin, almost everyone squatted down or lay down unconsciously. The snow began to collapse as it shook, and Zhou Lin saw with his own eyes that the RV began to slide towards the cracks in the snow because it had lost its support. Seeing that the more than 2-meter-high RV was about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin staggered over and took it in the live Fu at the last moment. The tent suddenly flew up, uprooted by the strong wind caused by the earthquake. However, no one felt cold at this time, and could only maintain the original posture and silently pray that the disaster would pass as soon as possible. The senior officials far away in the north, holding the earthquake news they had just received, all looked pale. Level 9. The preliminary measurement of the earthquake in Bashu was actually above magnitude 9. The damage caused by the magnitude 8 earthquake many years ago has not yet healed, and that was when everything was normal. Is there no other solution? Someone asked. No, we only have 30 airships in total, and 2/3 of them are from various places. Even if we send them all out, it will only be a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is better than nothing. An old man waved his hand and said, "Send out all 30 ships go. Then we will have no mobility at all." What if? What's the what if? What does what if mean? A magnitude 9 earthquake. Comrades, why do we have mobile forces? Is it to ensure our safety? Is it to meet our needs for supplies? Or are these mobile forces used to deal with disasters that happen to the people? Some of you have become selfish and narrow-minded. Eat a little, take a little, be selfish. That's the behavior of the lower class. It's extremely superficial. Which one of you or your family is lacking anything? You don't have anything, right? Anyone who can sit in this room, who dares to say that they haven't received the best care from the country. So what else do you want to pursue? What else do you want to achieve? If you are still pursuing material enjoyment after reaching this position, then I can only say that you don't deserve to be here. Everyone is mortal since ancient times. So what you need to think about is how to prove to the world that you have been here. Forget it, I won't say anything to you. In a word, I don't want to be a sinner of the people and bear the infamy for all eternity, so I can disregard my personal safety and put life and death aside. If any of you don't want to, just leave. It is unknown what the others' final thoughts were, but with the old man's insistence, 30 airships, loaded with supplies and rescue personnel, took off one by one, and were about to fly thousands of kilometers without navigation to the disaster area in Bashu. At this time, the magnitude 9 earthquake had just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not a densely populated city, and there was not even a town around it. If someone could reach the epicenter at this time, they would find that the topography of hundreds of square kilometers had been completely changed. The once lush forests were now covered by whole pieces of hot soil and rocks. There were countless gullies crisscrossing, and the wide gaps were even 7 or 8 meters, and it was pitch black and bottomless underneath. Jiazhou City is 300 kilometers away from the epicenter, and the maximum magnitude is close to 7. More than 30% of the houses in the entire Jiazhou City collapsed. More than 60% of the buildings were cracked and damaged, and half of them were in danger of collapsing at any time. The disaster was severe, and cries of pain could be heard everywhere. Those moving lights and flames seemed to be the best footnotes to this disaster. Is everyone okay? Zhou Lin hugged the frightened Wu Shui and climbed out of the snow pit. Chapter 80, she actually ran away. At the beginning of the earthquake, everyone could barely keep their balance. But when the strongest vibration came, the thick snow on the ground was blown up, blocking everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just put the RV in the car park and felt something was wrong, so he rushed to Wu Shui, who was closest to him. He wanted to go over and hug Zhou Li together, but Zhou Li rolled to Cheng Yali's side at the critical moment. Then more and more snow flew up and fell down again, soon burying all objects on the snow surface. This was not the first time Zhou Lin was buried in the snow. How to say it, maybe because of the vibration, the snow was not dense, so Zhou Lin did not feel any difficulty in breathing. At least he should be fine in the short term. The only thing he was worried about was whether Wu Shui would be too frightened and whether cracks would appear on the ground under the snow. Lanya said that this was the place with the least damage in the entire Jiazhou City. Zhou Lin thought it might be related to the geological structure. The farm used to be an ancient river channel, and the entire base layer was formed by river alluvial deposits. Although this kind of geology is not strong enough, it is difficult for cracks to appear due to vibrations. This is also one of the reasons why Jiazhou City's development has never moved in this direction. The cost of driving piles to build high-rise buildings would be very high. Not far from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a cloud of white snow suddenly exploded. If they hadn't heard the familiar sound, they would have thought it was an explosion. I'm dying of suffocation. Husband Lily, are you okay? Cheng Yali crawled out of the snow pit like a bear that had just woken up from winter, moving her arms and legs. Following closely behind were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun, both father and daughter, whose faces were a little blue, but otherwise seemed to be fine. After seeing Zhou Kaijun and the other two, Zhou Lin's heart was basically at ease. As for the other people who had not yet shown up, what other people? This way, a hand emerged from the snow. Cheng Yali saw it and hurried over to help. Soon Huang Minjing and her mother were dug out. They were fine, except that they were a little cold. Farther away, Haizi's head popped out first, followed by Sun Qinghao. After the man and the dog climbed out, they turned back and rescued the poultry and rabbits that they had protected underneath. Good dog. Zhou Lin rubbed Haizi's big furry head and gave him a big piece of dried beef. Sun Qinghao watched eagerly from the side, almost sticking out his tongue. You're not bad either. Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao on the shoulder and gave him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The next thing to do is to dig out the Zhou family's courtyard. Otherwise, there will be no tent left. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng was still there. Although half of the car body was stuck in the snow, it was still possible to get in and out by further digging at the door. Zhou Lin asked everyone to go in and warm up, while he found a corner where no one could see him and directly put a bulldozer out to start working. With the powerful force of digging, dealing with the snow that was only 2 or 3 meters thick after the earthquake was not a problem at all. Pieces of snow were pushed aside, and the farmyard was gradually exposed. The yard was full of water. Fortunately, when Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali left, they reinforced and closed the doors and windows, so there was not much water in the house. Only a few doors and windows were damaged. On the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was celebrating their survival. Zhou Li suddenly asked, "Where's Lanya? Who is Lanya? Lily, what are you talking about? Is this your friend?" Seeing everyone's confused faces, Jolie immediately stood up and said, "I'll go find my brother." Blue Moon. While Zhou Lin was taking out various furniture, utensils, and supplies from the live foo, he was talking to Jolie. "You haven't been tricked too, have you? Wake up, wake up!" Jolie grabbed Zhou Lin's ears and yelled at the top of her lungs. "Hiss!" Zhou Lin rubbed his face hard. Jolie's yelling was really effective. He felt like something in his mind suddenly became clear, and then he remembered everything about Lan Yie. There is no doubt that the woman has run away. Taking advantage of everyone's panic during the earthquake, Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali had no time to keep an eye on her, so she used her special powers to try to completely erase her existence from Zhou Lin and others' minds, and then escaped. The plan was very detailed and decisive. Who told you to be so soft-hearted and compassionate to women? You deserve it. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Never mind. We'll deal with it if we meet again in the future. It was icy and snowy and dark. Zhou Lin felt that Lan Yie would not be able to run far. With her delicate lifestyle, she might even freeze to death or starve to death before she could walk back to the city. It was better for her to focus on the things at hand. Go call the people over and clean up what needs to be done. Zhou Lin walked out of the house, looked at the direction, and went to the back of the house. Before the heavy snow fell, the terrain here was much higher than the house, about 10 to 20 meters, and stretched out for several kilometers. Zhou Lin released the bulldozer again, followed by an excavator. Zhou Lin planned to dig a pit next to the high ridge, a pit more than 300 meters long, 80 meters wide, and more than 30 meters deep. It would be difficult for Zhou Lin to complete such a huge project in a short time, even with an excavator and a bulldozer. Fortunately, as long as the long high ridge is used well and the soil is piled appropriately, the workload could be relatively reduced. No one knew what Zhou Lin had been busy with these days. They could only hear the roar of the machines, and because Zhou Lin didn't even turn on the car lights, they couldn't see anything even if they were curious. The damage to the official shelter in Jiazhou was not too serious in this earthquake. When the aftershocks basically subsided, Zhu Guanghan began to organize people to repair the shelter. Before the temperature rises and the winter night ends, the importance of the underground shelter is unquestionable. Apart from other things, the insulation of this underground area alone can beat the ground by several blocks, so repairing the underground shelter is imminent. At this time, Zhu Guanghan regretted the most that he did not seize the time to collect supplies. Now everything has collapsed. How much manpower and material resources will be consumed to dig it out, and in the end it will probably not be worth the loss. Zhu Guanghan, with a worried look on his face, walked out of the tent and stared at the construction site where people were working late into the night. The number of workers has obviously decreased. Many people have gone out to help. Even if you don't stay in a building during an earthquake of magnitude 7, it may not be safe. If you are unlucky, you may be hit by building debris. If you are extremely unlucky, you may even be swallowed by the cracks. There are also some people who do not believe the shelter's warnings and are unwilling or do not have time to leave the building. Although these people may have brought this upon themselves, this does not mean we should not rescue them. Manpower was needed everywhere, and even if all the teams under Yi Xinxiao were sent out, it was still not enough. Even Yi Xinxiao himself went to the front line and used his bare hands to dig up the rubble of the buildings like an ordinary soldier, trying his best to save those who were buried. It wasn't just Jiazhou that was hit. Places near the epicenter and neighboring provinces were also damaged to varying degrees. The entire Bashu region was plunged into a cloud of misery, and the closer a city was to the epicenter, the greater the loss. Rows of bright beams of light fell from the sky over the provincial capital of Bashu. Chapter 81 come out live fu. Airship. The airship is coming. Cheers rang out everywhere in the capital of Bashu province, and lights and fires were lit around 8 shelters in different directions of east, south, west, and north. In the leading airship cabin, Ning Shanyu, who had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights, tried hard to open his bloodshot eyes. He was looking to see if there was any light below. Even if the navigation prompts that it has arrived above the provincial capital of Bashu, the airship will not dare to land blindly if there is no light on the ground. Every takeoff and landing is not easy for the airship. There were 30 airships when it set out, and there are only 26 left now. Ning Shanyu does not want to suffer any more losses. Finally, there was a shadow of light in the corner of his eyes. At 11 o'clock, pay attention to the formation. Search for signals and keep in touch. Turn on the signal light and identify yourself. A series of commands came out of Ning Shanyu's mouth one after another, and were conveyed to each airship through the walkie-talkie. The huge size of airships means that they cannot be arranged in neat and orderly formations like airplanes and fighter planes. Sometimes the length of the formation even extends to several kilometers. If you are not careful, a strong wind or a flash of lightning may cause the formation to be cut off or even the airship to be destroyed, resulting in the death of people. Ning Shanyu, the air traffic controller of the aircraft carrier, was forced to act as the transport captain and was responsible for the long-distance flight of the airship formation. The pressure was huge. If it weren't for the iron will cultivated by many years of military career, he would have collapsed long ago. No matter what, we finally arrived at the provincial capital of Bashu. Ning Shanyu was instructed by his superiors to deliver supplies and personnel to the provincial capital of Bashu, and then follow the arrangements of the disaster relief headquarters here. This is the disaster relief headquarters of Bashu province. This is the disaster relief headquarters of Bashu province. Ning Shanyu picked up the intercom and responded in a hoarse voice. Bashu Provincial Capital Disaster Relief Command. This is the capital support team. Please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site. Please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site. Got it. Please give us 3 minutes. Please give us 3 minutes. If the ground personnel dared to ask Ning Shanyu to wait for 3 minutes in the past, Ning Shanyu would dare to send the other party directly to the military court after landing. However, in the current environment, it is not easy to guide the landing within 3 minutes. The volume of airships is larger than that of airplanes, and a larger area is required for takeoff and landing, but such conditions are not available now. My boat is landing, and the other boats are on standby. Ning Shanyu couldn't wait to open the cabin door without waiting for the airship to land completely. He jumped down the moment he felt the cabin touch the ground. Time is running out. We need to race against time. Just as Ning Shanyu was about to meet the oncoming crowd, a hurried call came from the intercom on his shoulder. Wind speed 9, wind speed 9. Out of control, my boat is out of control. Descend, descend. Be careful to avoid high-rise buildings. Get out of the way. Ning Shanyu suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Those flashing lights in the shape of airships were rapidly changing from overall order to extremely chaotic. Some were rising rapidly, some were falling rapidly, and some even seemed to be about to collide with each other. Don't force control, don't force control. Ning Shanyu pressed the intercom and shouted loudly. There are more than 20 airships. If they really collide with each other, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Family Breeding Farm. The old house has been almost cleaned and reinforced. With the support of high-power boilers, the temperature of more than a dozen rooms, and even the kitchen and bathroom is kept constant within a relatively comfortable range. This makes the elderly and women feel much more comfortable. After all, they are naturally afraid of cold. Zhou Lin has been acting a little strange these past few days. Even Wu Shui can hardly see him. If he hadn't frequently made some noises on the intercom, everyone would probably think that something had happened to him. Zhou Lin is indeed very busy. They had to dig the foundation and make appropriate modifications to the live fu in the storage space. The characteristics of the symbiosis ability not only allow Zhou Lin to be familiar with all the equipment connected to the live fu, but also allow him to transform the live fu through his consciousness. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the materials, just like when he transformed the Lu Xiaofeng. During the process of deeply transforming Lu Xiaofeng, Zhou Lin found that the scope of his current consciousness transformation was still at a macroscopic scale. If he used a computer as an analogy, he was now like an ordinary assembler who had to have corresponding accessories, and his mental consumption was not great. But if he tried to become an ordinary repairman, that is, someone who could disassemble and assemble small parts on the motherboard, solder circuit boards, etc., his spirit would quickly become tired, he would feel dizzy, and he would want to vomit, and he would not be able to persist at all. I don't know if there will be any improvement after the superpowers are upgraded in the future. However, for now, his modification of the rifle does not require it to go into a smaller size. The foundation was almost dug 2 days ago. The reason why it is fast is that it makes full use of the terrain. The final modification of the Laifu in the storage space has almost been completed. After Zhou Lin had a good sleep, he called Cheng Yali over alone. You're so mysterious. What are you trying to do? What's going on? Why did you make such a big hole? Isn't this the mountain behind our house? Because of the light, the big hole that Cheng Yali saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Lin did not explain, but told Yali that if she saw him faint later, don't be nervous, but immediately stuffed the chocolate bar into his mouth. Without waiting for Yali to ask again, Jolin closed his eyes slightly and moved his arms slightly. The next moment, Yali only felt as if a gust of wind suddenly blew around her, and the big hole in front of her was instantly filled with something. Jolin staggered and fell headfirst to the ground. Son! Yali hurriedly reached out and took Jolin into her arms, and then stuffed the prepared chocolate candy bar into Jolin's mouth, just like more than 20 years ago. Shit! Jolin's consciousness was actually still clear, but his physical energy had been drained and his mental strength was almost dry. To put it metaphysically, the flame of his soul was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Fortunately, there are high-calorie and high-energy foods, such as chocolate bars, as supplements. Every time my physical strength is restored, my mental state also improves a little bit. Thanks to Yali, who not only fed him, but also kept him warm, these two measures greatly helped Jolin's recovery. But even so, Jolin knew that he would not wake up for a while. So he just hoped that Yali could hold on for a little longer, and it would be best if she didn't let others know that he had fainted. What the hell is this? What Jolin didn't know was that Yali had no intention of going back at all. She was completely dumbfounded. How could such a huge building suddenly appear in the back mountain? This has to start with the direction in which Jolin placed the Lai Fu Hao. The Lai Fu was positioned at an angle of nearly 90 degrees along the mountain ridge with its stern facing the old house. Yali and Jolin were not at the stern, but at the rear right side of the ship, close to the island. So the high-rise building that Yali saw at this time was actually the island disguised by Jolin. A large amount of material is used to surround the radars, antennas, and other equipment above the island and to divide the floors reasonably. The lower part of the island connected to the deck is also camouflaged and reinforced. In the end, the entire island looks like a 38-meter-high building with a slightly strange shape. The reason why it is 38 meters is that Jolin laid an overhead floor at a height of 6 meters on the flight deck, and the overhead floor is about 1 meter lower than the pit's surface to facilitate the later covering. After covering the soil, the part of the building disguised as the island exposed above the ground is only about 38 meters. In other words, except for the part of the island that is exposed above the ground, the entire rifle is actually buried more than 1 meter underground. In this way, even if someone passes by or observes from the air, they can only see a building. However, the soil covering work has not been completed yet. So, when Yali slowly swept the flashlight across the foundation pit, her whole body was numb. Chapter 82, The Dream of a Supermothership. Jolin slept in Yali's arms for a full 4 hours. To be precise, her body was unable to move, but her consciousness was still basically clear. Yali didn't know this, so Jolin heard every word of her mumbling to kill time. What? What happened to the little bastard? What the hell is this? What else haven't you told me? Why is Wu Shui's belly still not moving? Mom, Wu Shui and I've only been together for a short time. If there is any noise, wouldn't it be a monster? Jolin said as he opened his eyes. What a demon. Oh, my dear son, you finally woke up. You scare me so much. Come here, let me see. Mom, I'm fine. Let me take you to appreciate the ultimate nursing home that your son has prepared for you. Jolin pretended not to hear Yali's mumbling just now. How could his son argue with his mother? The ultimate nursing home is not Jolin's nonsense. At this time, his supernatural experience increased dramatically. Symbiosis. Intermediate 3121/10,000. Currently, symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/2. Intensity. Symbiosis. 5.3 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 5.3. 5351/10,000. The increase in supernatural power experience is related to the number of times and intensity of its use. Through this transformation of Laifu, Jolin also gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis ability. He didn't know if the ability would have other changes in the future, but he had a feeling that if there were enough materials, he could even transform Laifu into a super mothership that could fly and hide. If that time really comes, regardless of whether Yali and others will obtain superpowers and evolve, even if not, under the protection of such a super aircraft carrier, let alone the end of the world, Even if the planet explodes, they can survive safely in the live foo. But with just these few people, life would be a little too lonely. If we could find more people, it might be better. What are you doing? I'm still waiting. Oh, I just woke up. Take it easy, take it easy. With a smile, Zhou hurriedly led the way and walked straight to the gate of the island building on the ground. After opening this door and entering the island, the first thing that appeared in front of Qingyali was an extremely spacious and tall entrance hall. It is over 8 meters wide and over 15 meters deep at its deepest point, almost running through the entire floor, and its height is over 8 meters. The reason for renovating the lobby like this was to take into consideration the Lu Xiaofeng and other vehicles that may need to enter and exit in the future. There were weapons either hidden or directly exposed on the walls and ceilings. Most of them were Vulcan machine guns that Zhou Lin got out of the warehouse. Not to mention whether they worked or not. The sight alone made Qingyali afraid to move. They are all fake. What if someone rushes in and sees these things? Will they dare to touch them? Zhou Lin made a half-seriously joke. Qingyali slapped him in annoyance, and it hurt Zhou Lin. You have to know that Zhou Lin's current physical fitness is 5 times that of a normal person, and Qingyali's strength is almost the same as tickling. Mom, what is your current degree of evolution? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What degree of evolution? How would I know? Don't know. So Qingyali can't see the level and degree of evolution of her superpowers? Then what is the level of your supernatural powers now? Zhou Lin asked again. Primary. Mom, how did you determine that the ability is elementary? Well, I know it naturally. Do I need a reason? Hey, how do you open this door? Password. Zhou Lin helped Qingyali open the door. He couldn't modify high-tech things like facial recognition and fingerprint input, so he would wait until Zhou came in later, as she was an expert in this area. The lobby we just entered is actually the parking lot of the entire building. Due to the size, Zhou Lin did not divide the parking lot into 2 floors. Only after passing through this password door can we truly enter the interior of the building. To Qingyali, the building looked very rigid, with metal materials everywhere and no common decorative materials. Fortunately, this did not affect the use of the building, and Qingyali even felt that this made her feel more secure. It's just a little cold, Qingyali said. We will definitely need to carry out heat insulation in the future. I have only completed the most basic construction work. Anyway, this will be our home in the future. As for our old house, it is used to conceal our identity. You see, there's electricity here as well, and I assure you that the power supply here is much more sufficient than you think. Really? That's great. The structure inside the island building is very complicated. Zhou Lin put a lot of thought into the renovation, but he could only make it look like an ordinary building as much as possible. Of course, in the end times, we can't expect every room to have windows. That would not only be unsafe, but would also affect the energy saving and insulation of the house. Many rooms were isolated by Zhou Lin, mainly because the equipment, instruments, and other things inside could not be moved and could only be hidden. They could naturally be opened when they were really needed. Moreover, in Zhou Lin's opinion, living on the island is not a long-term thing. As time goes by, he may gradually relax the use of the lower buildings, and then he will redesign and transform the entire Laifu. Zhou Lin felt that it would be best to discuss this matter with Zhou Li. Even in a building, the intercom can receive the signal. On the other side, Zhou Kaijun had called Qingyali several times. Finally, Qingyali had to give up the idea of visiting the entire building and return to the old house with Zhou Lin. On the way, Qingyali asked Zhou Lin when he planned to move there. It was not because she was fickle, but mainly because the sense of security that the steel wall gave her was too strong. In a mother's heart, the safety of her family always comes first. We have to wait until the basic renovation is completed. What are you waiting for? How long are you going to do this by yourself? Why don't the others have hands? Okay, Mom. I'll do whatever you say. Zhou Lin quickly gave up resisting. Otherwise, Qingyali would slap him again. I really don't understand. I haven't seen Qingyali exercising, so why did her physical fitness improve so quickly? In fact, Zhou Lin only needs to think about Qingyali's foundation to understand that their starting points are different. After returning home, Qingyali first secretly explained to her family members, namely Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li, that the building already existed and Zhou Lin's special ability must not be exposed, and then told everyone about it. As for why the building was made almost entirely of steel and had such a strange interior, Qingyali felt that there was no need to explain. If anyone had any objections, they should just not move there. But before Qingyali could announce the news, Zhou Lin suddenly stood up and rushed out of the house. Hey, what are you doing? You're eating. Qingyali tried to stop him, but failed. Outside the house, Zhou Lin looked up at the dark night sky. In the distance, there were a few flashes falling towards the old house. Chapter 83, Falling Star. Depend on. Zhou Lin didn't have time to calculate the probability of his old house being hit by that thing in the sky. He didn't even dare to calculate such a thing. Come out quickly. Zhou Lin shouted loudly through the intercom. As for whether it is a pity to have those supplies that have just been arranged, what value do the things have if the people are gone? Fortunately, the whole family was at the dinner table, and they responded in unison. Even Heisey rushed out, raised his head, and barked at the sky. What the hell? There seemed to be lights in the sky. Others' eyesight was not as good as Zhou Lin's, and the best Qingyali could only vaguely see 1 or 2 bright spots. But they soon saw that the thing was falling quite quickly. Zhou Lin not only saw more clearly than others, but as a symbiote, he could also receive information from the Laifu. It was the radar alarm on the Laifu that caused him to drop his bowl and chopsticks and rush out. The current simulation results on the rifle show a collision rate of 0 to 43%. The reason why there is such a weird probability is mainly because the running trajectory of that thing is completely irregular. Fortunately, Zhou Lin soon saw it clearly. Is it a plane? Wu Shui asked, leaning against Zhou Lin. No, this looks like that. Airship. Don't say Zhou Lin doesn't believe it. Anyone with a little historical knowledge, or even common sense, knows that airships have been eliminated for many years. If you really have such an idea, it only shows that you lack common sense. Zhou Li despised the reactions of others. Don't you know that airships have always been used? This is indeed the case. Not only are there airship-related competitions every year abroad, airships also still play an important role in many fields. However, the airship that appeared in the sight of Zhou Lin and others was really big, several hundred meters long. Looking at the crooked and falling airship, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Mom, let's take them to their new home. What if that thing is filled with fuel and explodes? We will be safe and sound. New home. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Go, Qingyali yelled, waking everyone up. I can't just sit there and do nothing now. What if something happens? No one had time to take their things, nor did anyone notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving. Even if it exploded, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Besides, the probability of actually hitting the old house is not that high. We are all going to Laifu anyway, so we might as well take the opportunity to transfer everyone. Besides, there must be someone driving the airship in the sky, and Zhou Lin has not yet figured out what to do if someone is still alive. The soil layer on the Laifu is only 1 meter thick. If the airship is blown up, the steel plate layer underneath will be exposed, and the truth may be leaked. Zhou Lin doesn't want to become the target of public criticism so early, or he will be surrounded by enemies. Just now, Zhou Lin was still fantasizing that if there was a chance in the future, he would go to the ports of the United States again and directly get a few large warships as food for the Laifu, and slowly raise the Laifu. The airship continued to descend, not very fast, but it was obvious that it was unable to fly out of this range, and its direction and altitude were not controlled by humans. When Qingyali and others entered the Laifu, the airship finally appeared completely in Zhou Lin's sight. Ziz, ziz, ziz. There was some noise coming from the intercom. Zhou Lin tried to tune the frequency, and then he heard a voice. Is there anyone? Is there anyone nearby? We are an airship brigade that set out from the capital. We encountered strong winds and are making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. We are making an emergency landing near Jiazhou City. The voice was repetitive, and the tone changed slightly each time, indicating that it was not a recording. However, the fact that it was not chaotic in any way fully demonstrated the psychological quality of the announcer. Sighing, Zhou Lin turned on his headset. Airship overhead. You are now only about 100 meters from the ground. How can I help you? Ziz, ziz, ziz. Thank you. Are you from the Jiazhou City government or the military? Why are you still concerned about this at a time like this? You can treat me as a civilian radio enthusiast. Just tell me. Although I may not be able to do it, you can only take a chance. Zhou Lin said. Zitzi, okay. We need fire or lights on the ground as a guide. Don't worry, the airship can still be controlled. Please guide us to the uninhabited area. Otherwise, innocent people may be hurt. Please guide us to the uninhabited area. Well, just because of what they said, Zhou Lin decided to give them a chance to survive. After calculating with the Laifu, Zhou Lin ran to the farmland 800 meters away from the old house and put down the laser flashlight. Under this dark night sky, the laser flashlight may be the most dazzling light besides the searchlight. Zitzi, I see, we'll try our best. Thank you. The communication with the airship was interrupted. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders. As long as his house was not bombed, it would be fine. But why would the country send an airship? Could it be for disaster relief? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Lin felt a little blocked in his heart. So, there's no place like home. No matter how the outside world slanders and defames Xia Kingdom. As long as you look at the behavior of the country and the army during major disasters, you will know that living in Xia Kingdom is definitely a very good choice in the world. The airship was getting lower and lower, and although it was swaying, it always insisted on falling in the direction of the laser flashlight. Zhou Lin, who had originally planned to leave quietly, hurried home, dragged some supplies on the old but sturdy sled, and rushed towards the direction of the laser light. If everyone on the airship died, Zhou Lin would collect some of their belongings and see if he could preserve some for Su Ziyuan. He couldn't let the families of these heroes who came to support him be completely unaware of anything. As for anyone still alive, perhaps the things in the sled could be used for something. Boom! Although the airship seems light, it is actually very heavy. Like this batch of airships, they vary in size, but even the lightest pod weighs more than 10 tons. Add to that the weight of the airbag itself, and it would be extremely terrifying if it completely lost its buoyancy and fell down. The snow was flying and the sound was like thunder. People within a radius of several hundred meters could even feel the earth shaking. However, Zhou Lin knew that it was all his illusion. If there is an earthquake, the live Fu will sound the alarm. Fortunately, that's all. There was no explosion or fire, which was a blessing in disguise. After observing for a moment and finding that there should be no danger, Zhou Lin hurried over. Although the supplies are certainly attractive, Zhou Lin still has some compassion, especially when the other party is a soldier. Well, Wang Pingping doesn't count. Without turning on any light source, Zhou Lin relied entirely on his night vision to move forward. Soon he saw the pod that had fallen to the ground and the huge airbag that looked like a deflated whale. The gas in the hull might not have completely leaked out, so part of the hull was still standing, swaying in the night wind. We can only blame the pod for being too heavy, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen so hard. If Zhou Lin was not mistaken, 2/3 of the pod should have sunk directly into the snow. Even if there were people when they fell, they would have been suffocated to death if they had waited too long. Don't they know to throw things to reduce weight? Isn't this common sense for airships or balloons? Chapter 84, Silly Driver. Stupid driver. Zizz. Zizz. The signal from the airship could still be heard on the intercom. Zhou Lin called out twice tentatively, but there was no response. Looking at the pod that was 2/3 buried, Zhou Lin fell into distress. After the live Fu was transformed into a base, Zhou Lin discovered a serious problem. There was no space. To be precise, that super large space is gone. Symbiosis. The only ability is symbiotic vehicle storage space. Once the symbiotic vehicle is released, this exclusive space cannot be used. So now Zhou Lin can only use the space in Lu Xiaofeng's RV. Although he can fit some things in after tidying up, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to Lai Fu. Zizi, yes, I'm still here. A weak voice came out of the headset, and Zhou Lin, who was in distress, was overjoyed. How are you? What are the casualties? The pod is buried in the snow, and I can't even find the door. Door, podtail, highest can dig. It wasn't signal interference. Zhou Lin could tell that the other party must have tried his best to say those few words, and no more. Okay, you wait. I went around to the tail of the pod. Maybe it was luck, or maybe it was because the front of the pod was heavier than the back. In any case, it seemed that the tail was buried shallower in the ground. Lu Xiaofeng still had the most basic tools. Zhou Lin took out a multifunctional shovel and started digging frantically. If someone else came, they would definitely not be able to do it like Zhou Lin. He shoveled the snow like a mole, and the snow he raised was several meters high, like a small snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel hit metal, so he slowed down and turned on the flashlight on his shoulder. The black door panel looked like some special aluminum material. It was not very strong and was scratched by a shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon saw the door handle. But just seeing the door handle was not enough. It could not be opened under the pressure of the snow. Zhou Lin dug until almost the entire back door was exposed before he put down the shovel and tried again. Crack! The door lock made a noise, and it was clearly locked from the inside. Fortunately, this did not bother Jolin. He picked up the shovel, found the lockhead, and hit it hard a few times. As expected, there's no lock that cannot be opened by force, and if it cannot be opened, it only means that the force is not enough. Jolin slowly opened the back door a crack and stood at the door waiting for a few seconds. When he heard no movement, he slowly walked in. 1, 2, 3. The back door should be a warehouse, with both sides filled with package supplies. There is only a passage less than 60 centimeters wide, and soldiers in camouflage uniforms are lying on the passage. They are not dead. They must have fainted. You could tell by listening to their heartbeat and breathing. Jolin was not in a hurry to rescue them. He could tell from their looks that they were overtired, so he took the opportunity to let them sleep a little longer. Passing through the cargo hold that occupied almost half of the cabin, what came into Jolin's eyes was a group of staggering figures. There were about 50 of them, young and strong. The culprit that caused these soldiers to faint collectively was most likely the lack of oxygen caused by decompression. Now that the rear hatch is open, I believe they will wake up in a while. Jolin wanted to find a sober person to ask, but he walked all the way to the cockpit before he heard some movement inside. The sound of a bolt being pulled. "Don't be nervous," Jolin said through the cabin door. "It was me who just communicated with you. Don't you remember? Are you from a local government or of the military?" A voice came from the cockpit, and it sounded like a child. "Grass, how come all the children are going to the battlefield?" Jolin cursed inwardly. Has the staffing shortage become so serious? "No, but I'm already in." Jolin didn't know how to explain. "I came in from the rear door." "The rear cabin? You opened the rear cabin so quickly? Then, can you tell me what's going on in the back? What happens next? Aren't there cameras in the cockpit?" "They're all unconscious, but it seems there are no casualties at the moment." "Don't you have pressurized oxygen supply in the cockpit and cargo hold?" "No, those devices are too heavy and waste lift." "Can you help save them?" How to save him? Jolin was a little angry. He felt that this was somewhat disrespectful. The man didn't even open the door and pointed a gun at him. How could he still have the nerve to ask him to save him at this time? I don't know either. Anyway, please help me. We can't contact the local government and the military. Do you know what's going on? It's easy to guess that the reason they couldn't get in touch was because of the aftermath of the earthquake. Most of the power generation equipment and communication equipment have yet to be repaired. Long-distance radio communication cannot be done in a short time. Actually, I have saved them. They will wake up naturally when the oxygen concentration rises back up. Jolin thought to himself, if they get frostbite or freeze to death, it has nothing to do with me. Without the live foo as a space substitute, Jolin is no longer a magician who can conjure up all kinds of supplies at will. Thank you so much. But I still can't open the door for you. I have to wait until the local government or the garrison. I can't get in touch with them. Can you help me? Help again? I'm not Doryman. Jolin roared in his heart. This guy is too ungrateful. I can't afford your service anymore. So why don't I just leave? Why don't you answer? Yes, you don't want to. Don't worry, the government and the military will thank you, and those people affected by the disaster. When he heard the words disaster victims, Jolin stopped moving and said, let me try. Ordinary equipment would definitely not be enough to contact the Jiazhou shelter, but Jolin did it through the high-power transmitter on the Laifu. Airship? Jolin, you are kidding, right? Shouldn't you be in Lanshan community? The one who replied to Jolin was Su Ziyuan. It's not comfortable to live on the top floor, so I moved back to my hometown. Director Su, you won't just ignore this place because it's not your territory, right? If you really don't want to care, just tell me, and I'll go to the scrap collection station right away. It's a big pile, and I can sell it for some money. What the hell is this scrap recycling station? Su Ziyuan thought to himself. When did I say I don't care anymore? The key point is that he can't do anything about this matter. He has to report it. After all, the situation is so tense now. Even Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yi Xinxiao have gone out to do earthquake relief work in person. He just happened to come back and was drafted into the army by the radio management team. After all, he is the highest-ranking official here. Wait a few minutes. I'll report right away. There was a reason why Su Ziyuan didn't dare to agree on his own initiative. What if Jolin is lying? Suppose Jolin really returned to his hometown and the old house collapsed because it was not earthquake-resistant, trapping Jolin and his family underneath. If Jolin wanted to seek official help at this time, to be honest, it would be of no use. How could one save those far away first and then those nearby? Okay, There are probably several tons of supplies and 50 or 60 people. Oh, the airship's hull number is 024. After Zhou Lin finished speaking, he disconnected the communication and turned to look at the airship cabin. The open rear door was covered with white frost, indicating that the low temperature was spreading inside. Shit, I should have brought some oxygen tanks. Oh, maybe it's in the goods. If you want to maintain the temperature in the cabin, you can't leave the door closed, but closing the door will reduce the oxygen concentration. Chapter 85 Flowers outside the pavilion. After dozens of oxygen bags were opened at the same time, Zhou Lin closed the tail cabin. He also dragged several soldiers from the cargo hold to the cockpit so that everyone could breathe oxygen together and no one would suffer. As the oxygen concentration in the cabin gradually increased, the heartbeats of some soldiers began to speed up, and they might wake up soon. Zhou Lin, are you there? Suzy Yuan's voice came from the intercom. You are so inefficient. Dozens of lives are at stake. Don't you want to save them? I'm sorry, I have to follow the rules too. Can you tell us the exact location? We'll be there right away, as fast as possible. Okay, you're the parent official after all. Zhou Lin told the specific location and reminded Su Ziyuan to bring more trucks. If not, a sled that could carry cargo would be fine. The airship was definitely immobile. Zhou Lin didn't want the officials to stay here for these supplies. It would be bad if the island building was discovered by them. Knocking on the door of the cab, Zhou Lin said, I've contacted the authorities for you. They'll be here soon. Hey, talk. Thanks. Separated by a cabin door, Zhou Lin didn't know that the sound he thought was very small was actually barely heard because his mouth was pressed against the cabin door. 1/3 of the entire airship's cockpit was crushed and deformed during crash. The pilot and co-pilot sitting in the front died on the spot, and the person in charge of communications also fell into a coma due to the impact. It was Xiao Lu, the female soldier who spoke to Zhou Lin later, who woke up the signalman and completed the conversation with Zhou Lin. Then the signalman also died due to excessive blood loss. Luyan did not open the door for Zhou Lin because she was unable to confirm Zhou Lin's identity. The cockpit is different from the cargo hold behind it. It involves many state secrets and military secrets. No one can enter without the approval of the higher authorities or trustworthy personnel. This is also Lu Yun's responsibility. She was actually injured, and seriously injured. If she had opened the cabin door when Zhou Lin came, perhaps Zhou Lin could have saved her life. As long as he notified Wu Shui to come or sent her directly to the old house, it shouldn't be a problem with Wu Shui's medical skills. But at the critical moment, what Lu Yun thought about was not her own safety, but her mission and responsibilities. Her not opening the door means that people outside can never completely control the airship, which can play a good restraining role and also protect state secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and others arrived with a huge convoy, many soldiers in the cockpit had already woken up. They didn't doubt that Zhou Lin saved them, but they all felt sorry for the oxygen. Those are disaster relief supplies. What? Was I wrong? Zhou Lin said with a smile. Relief supplies? Relief supplies? Let me ask you, who said that man can conquer nature? As soldiers of our Xia country, when did you start to rely on external conditions? Or are your dozens of military souls not as good as dozens of oxygen bags? Without oxygen bags, you're useless and can't save people? Do dozens of oxygen bags save more people? Or do dozens of you save more people? Although I have never been a soldier, I admire you. Please remember that when you feel that ordinary people are more important than your own lives, the ordinary people you have helped, rescued, and protected also think the same way. Don't mind the loss of some supplies, because you are the most precious wealth of our country and our people. Although Zhou Lin is about the same age as the soldiers, as a reborn person, he feels like he's looking at children when he looks at these soldiers. Young soldiers, you are innocent and passionate, and your hearts are full of the country and the people, so you are the most lovely people. Zhou Lin hopes that they can all survive and live well. Even if the world is dark, I hope they will remain consistent, simple, passionate, always uphold fairness and justice, and always stand with the people. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound in the rear cabin, and Zhou Lin stood up silently. All of you take a rest. It should be the people from the government shelter who have arrived. When the soldiers heard that they were government people, they stopped one after another. 2 minutes later, Su Ziyuan, looking haggard, entered the cockpit with his group. Who is the person in charge? I am Su Ziyuan, Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Department of Jiazhou City Shelter, and this is my ID. The people in charge, are in the cockpit. A soldier said. Cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go to the cockpit and take a look? Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't get in. He doesn't have permission, said a soldier who looked a little childish. License? Although Su Ziyuan has always been in the system, there is still a big difference between the system and the army. After the soldier's explanation, Zhou Lin finally understood why the man in the cockpit never opened the door. Only after Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take all responsibility did the soldiers agree to force their way into the house. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lu Yun was lying at the hatch door, with only her last breath left. A large amount of blood drew a cruel pattern under her body. Even her last moment, when she felt the hatch door being broken open, she still tried to open her eyes. The password. She's a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally understood why he always felt his voice sounded like a baby's. What a pity. This is my ID. My name is Su Ziyuan. On behalf of the people of Bashu, Jiaqing, and all the people in the disaster area, thank you for your support. Thank you. When Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin and other people from the shelter also bent down. A smile appeared on Lu Yun's pale face. You're welcome. This is what I should do. What beautiful flowers. Is it daybreak? I saw the flowers and my mother. Zhou Lin raised his finger to Su Ziyuan and others. Don't cry. No one is allowed to cry now. Because Lu Yun could still hear, crying would only destroy her last beautiful feeling about this world. Zhou Lin squatted down gently and hummed softly in Lu Yun's ear with a low voice. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and endless. When I ask you when you will come back, don't hesitate. Lu Yun suddenly chuckled, her pale red lips slightly parted. It sounds so good, so good, so good. 18 years old flowers. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod. Outside, it was still pitch black, icy cold, and heart-piercingly cold. But Zhou Lin felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. He saw Lu Yun in the fire, smiling and waving goodbye to him. The end of the world is difficult. What makes people like Lu Yun persist? Have no idea. Maybe it's because my realm is not high enough, Zhou Lin thought. Zhou Lin, we are ready to take away the supplies and personnel. Su Yuan walked over and raised his hand to pat Zhou Lin on the shoulder, but found that he was not tall enough and it would be awkward if he forced it, so he could only give up awkwardly. Why are you telling me? I don't want it. Let's go quickly. I feel annoyed when I see you. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Okay. By the way, do you want bullets? We can't tow the airship away for now, and if we leave it inside, it might be stolen. Oh, Zhou Lin understood. This should be a reward from Su Ziyuan or the shelter. Thank you, Director Su. No, you're helping us too. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the city? Not going back, Lu Yun and the others? We will take them back with us, Su Yuan said solemnly. Don't worry. Chapter 86, Another New Home. Although Zhou Lin was not in the island building, Cheng Yali was still there. Cheng Yali, who already knew the general allocation plan, made some arrangements for the room. First of all, everyone's activities and daily life are mainly on the 6th floor above ground. Starting from the bottom up, the 4th floor above the lobby has a usable space of nearly 200 square meters, which is divided into 10 small rooms, 3 bathrooms, a dining room, and a kitchen, but no living room or anything like that. This floor can only be accessed from the lobby and cannot be continued upwards. It is specially prepared for people like Sun Qinghao. The 5th floor is accessed from another small staircase in the lobby, which leads to the 6th floor, but there is a sealed hatch that can be locked when necessary. It is also nearly 200 square meters in area, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining room, and is currently occupied by Huang Minjing and her mother. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were prepared by Zhou Lin for his family. Because the shape of the island gets smaller as it goes up, the single-floor area of these 3 floors is smaller than the 2 lower floors. When added together, they exceed the actual usable area of the house in Lanshan. After entering the island building, everyone was even more surprised. Although the cold metal material looks a bit harsh, it looks much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. Zhou Lin piled up some soft furnishings prepared in each room and did not interfere. In fact, he was just lazy. Is there electricity and heating? Huang Minjing was the most surprised. She knew very well how much money it would take to build such a building. So how much money did the Zhou family have? No, having money was not the most important thing. The key was how the Zhou family could think of building such a building. How did the Zhou family coordinate with the local authorities, and what means did they use to obtain the approval? As for Sun Qinghao, he thought less about it. Although he was obsessed with Huang Minjing at the beginning, people will grow up quickly as long as they face reality. Besides wanting to survive, his only hope now is to get in touch with his family. It's a pity that this wish is difficult to achieve. At this stage, it is already very difficult for the country to ensure that most people know the movements of the local government and the concerns of the top leaders through the radio. As for restoring the previous information communication, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Because Zhou Lin had instructed Cheng Yali after the rooms were assigned, Cheng Yali just left everything alone. As a single dog, Sun Qinghao is a pragmatist. He decided to decorate only one room to make it livable and simply decorate the kitchen. Forget about the dining room. Wouldn't it be nice to just eat in a room? In fact, Huang Minjing had a similar idea. Her mother was old, and she was worried about living separately. So she decided to let the two of them live in one suite, and it would be enough if they just cleaned up the kitchen. Heizing naturally lived upstairs with the Zhou family, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dream and the poultry and rabbits that were lucky enough to be still alive were arranged on the second floor below the entrance hall. The first floor below was arranged by Zhou Lin to be used as a workshop and warehouse, which on the surface seemed to be mainly used to store everyone's daily necessities. At present, Huang Minjing and her daughter and Sun Qinghao are all destitute. The Huang family still has some clothes and other things of their own, but Sun Qinghao is really penniless. Basically, for a long time to come, Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao will have to work for the Zhou family, otherwise they will become freeloaders. So Sun Qinghao's main job was to clean the lobby, learn vehicle repair and maintenance, and all kinds of heavy work within his ability. Huang Minjing, together with Wu Shui and Zhou Li, was responsible for the relatively easy work on the second floor below ground level. The dirty and heavy work would definitely be done by Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's first job is to complete the intelligent transformation of the entire building, which currently mainly involves installing surveillance cameras. After Su Ziyuan and others left, Zhou Lin did not return to the island building immediately. Instead, he went to the old house and used Lu Xiaofeng to pull some usable supplies to the lobby of the island building. He asked everyone to move them. After that, he ran another trip. On the third trip, he asked Sun Qinghao to go with him and pull the RV he had issued and the last batch of supplies to the island building. Once the two large trucks were parked, the originally spacious lobby seemed a bit crowded. Zhou Lin asked everyone to go back and rest first, and not run around unless necessary, so as to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, the owner of this building was Zhou. His words were mainly a warning to Sun Qinghao, but also a precautionary measure for Huang Minjing. After all, people's hearts are often hidden. Besides, there will definitely be more people joining in the future. So if we set the rules first, those who come later can follow suit. Zhou Lin hadn't had a good rest since the earthquake. Even a strong man couldn't stand such torture. So he planned to have a good sleep this time and told Cheng Yali not to disturb him if nothing was wrong. He can take a break, but many people don't even have the time to droop their eyelids. The super earthquake that shook the entire Bashu region caused inestimable damage. Although many people gathered in relatively sturdy shelters on winter nights, shelters are not safes and are not strong enough to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. The only difference is the extent of the damage. If the shelters were converted from underground stations or subway passages, it would be even more miserable. When the earthquake hit, countless people were buried under the rubble. As time went by, some people could no longer hold on, while others were still struggling. And those who are still alive can only hope for help from others. Faced with such a major disaster, only the country and the army can shoulder the burden. The news that the Jiazhou city shelter had found airship number 024 spread to the provincial capital shelter, immediately causing cheers. Because of the sudden strong wind, 3 airships of the airship team were lost, including number 024. The airship team originally came for disaster relief and rescue. After learning that airship number 024 had crashed and could not be repaired for the time being, they ordered the support team and supplies on airship number 024 to be directly transferred to the Jiazhou city shelter for unified arrangements. Good. Wang Pingping couldn't help but wave his fist when he heard the news. He had been busy for almost 3 days, and not only did he look much thinner, his pupils were bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth were blistered due to fatigue and lack of nutritional supplements. Even so, Yi Xinxiao still couldn't let him rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, "My brothers are all working. Why should I take a rest?" Wang Pingping, who also grew up from an ordinary soldier, feels extremely distressed about the soldiers under him. Even if he has to suffer more and eat less meat, he wants to ensure that his subordinates are well fed and clothed. Of course, he will never be soft-hearted when it comes to training and practicing, because they are soldiers, and their special training is to sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in war. Then I'll assign you a task. Yi Xiao thought about it and decided to give this bastard a break. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death. What mission? I want to take a break. Who told you to rest? The wreckage of airship number 024 cannot be wasted. They are all top-quality materials. Go and get them back for me. Chapter 87, Who is Your Good Brother? After Lai Fu was released, it did not affect the symbiosis between it and Zhou Lin. On the contrary, because it was released into the real space, many of its own abilities could be exerted. For example, using radar and other detection equipment to monitor the surrounding environment. To put it bluntly, as long as Zhou Lin wanted, he could now use the electronic equipment on the Lai Fu to monitor the entire Jiazhou city. But any creature larger than a cat would not be able to escape. So when Wang Pingping led the convoy over, Zhou Lin woke up from his dream immediately. I've only slept for a few hours, just a few hours. He pulled his hair painfully. Even if he was a psychic and an evolver, he was still a human being and he needed rest. Fortunately, Zhou Lin's grumpiness when waking up comes and goes quickly. After all, living in the apocalypse, there's not much time to get angry. He could be exhausted just for a bite of food every day. It takes energy to get angry. It would be useless for others to climb to the top of the island building because it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything. But Zhou Lin was different. Not only did his evolution give him considerable night vision capabilities, but as long as he was still on the Lai Fu, he could directly use the ability of a Lai Fu, combining various detection methods with night vision capabilities. Not only could Zhou Lin see the convoy, he could even see the face of Wang Pingping, who was dozing off in the passenger seat of the leading car, clearly. It shouldn't be directed at me. Zhou Lin guessed that it was most likely because of the crashed airship. He was a little conflicted about whether he should deal with it. I won't go. I'm afraid Wang Pingping will wander around for no reason. It will be troublesome if he crashes into the island building. Go ahead. Zhou Lin doesn't really like dealing with Wang Pingping. He is too straightforward, a typical soldier. Even though the environment has become like this, he still doesn't know how to adapt to some things. But people who are easy to adapt are more likely to be changed by the environment, and even become corrupt or go astray. Hey Zygo, when he heard that he could go out, Heisey was so happy that he wagged his tail. The main reason is that it is not convenient to let it play with rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese now. I am afraid that it will become depressed if I keep it at home all the time. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin still dressed Heisey and even put snow boots on him. After all, there was no veterinarian at home. Everyone is busy at this point. Zhou continued to install surveillance. Wu Shui helped her, and Zhou Kaijun had to go to the underground second floor to take care of the poultry and crops for them, while Qingyali was busy preparing lunch. Maybe I won't come back to eat, Zhou Lin said. Why? What are you going out to eat? Can you order takeout? I'm not hungry, Zhou Lin replied, and pulled Heisey into the elevator. When passing through the lobby, Zhou Lin felt that the cars he had prepared were still not enough. Fortunately, there was no shortage of various cars in Lai Fu. He would get a few of them for renovation and also have them as spares for everyone. When Su Ziyuan and others left, they specially stuffed a radio beacon in the airship. This time, Wang Pingping followed the beacon to find his way here. On the road, he could still see the car tracks left from last time, so he did not go around in circles. When the searchlight on the roof revealed the outline of the airship, Wang Pingping finally woke up. Is it coming? Right ahead, boss. It seems that I woke up at the right time. Listen up, everyone behind me. Keep your speed and distance, or you may not be able to brake and crash into me. After picking up the walkie-talkie and saying a few words, Wang Pingping turned his attention back to the front. Even if it was converted into a tracked vehicle, there was still a possibility of the vehicle slipping on the thick snow, so the driver stopped the vehicle several dozen meters away from the airship. It's damn cold. Wang Pingping, who was used to the temperature in the car, suddenly jumped out to face the cold wind, which made him shiver several times. However, humans are actually quite adaptable to the environment. Harsh conditions like winter nights can no longer stop people from going out. The key is that fewer and fewer people are actually frostbitten or sick due to low temperatures. No wonder someone once said that, apart from the four pests, humans are probably the animal with the strongest ability to survive in the world. Therefore, humans are the fifth pest, which is more powerful than the previous four combined. By the time the convoy stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled the airship. He had an idea of how to dismantle and transport it, so he picked up the walkie-talkie and started making arrangements. I heard that the Zhou family also lived nearby. He didn't come to take advantage of such a big opportunity. This is not his character. Wang Pingping never forgot Zhou Lin. It might be because of the unpleasantness between him and Zhou Lin, or because Zhou Lin, as a civilian, legally owned a gun, which made Wang Pingping feel uneasy, or because of other reasons. Commander Wang is here in person. Zhou Lin walked slowly towards them with a flashlight, and the two soldiers who wanted to stop him were waved away by Wang Pingping. Why, doesn't it mean that everyone who sees it gets a share this time? Wang Pingping asked, pointing at the pod being disassembled. I have thought about it, but a gentleman should earn money in a proper way. Gentlemen, Wang Pingping sneered. I think you're the most suitable one. Oh, Zhou Lin was not angry. Which one? A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think this is the most suitable for you? It seems that Wang Pingping is not as rough as he seems, but he is actually quite knowledgeable. I admit it. The one standing on the dangerous wall is a fool. Yes, you look like a fool to me. You can say this to me, but you can't do this to us. Why do you think I said that to you? It's because I don't treat you as an outsider. Do you understand? Zhou Lin walked up and stretched out his hand. Wang Pingping was a little confused. He couldn't remember when he and Zhou Lin became friends. Through the thick gloves, I didn't feel anything when shaking hands. I just felt confused. Are you all going to move away? Hey, I knew you were a weasel. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders, stamped his feet, and said, no matter how thick the snow is, it can't change the fact that the land below belongs to Zhou. All land belongs to the country. Wang Pingping retorted. The state rented it to me, so it has to be Zhou during the contract period. To be honest, this is just for earthquake relief. If it falls on my land, no one can stop it. Wang Pingping frowned. What do you mean? It's meaningless. Zhou Lin looked up and looked around. I'll set up a network later. I think as long as the country exists, it will have to recognize the original contract, right? I have the final say on my territory. You're going to make me die of laughter. Who are you putting up the barbed wire for in this pitch-black place? Besides, if the airship hadn't landed here, no one would run towards you. You're crazy. Wang Pingping suddenly stopped talking and looked at Zhou Lin with suspicion. Don't you think that the sky seems to be a lot brighter at noon recently? Or do you think that our world has no ability to repair itself? A word can wake a dreamer up. Wang Pingping hasn't even had time to sleep in recent days. So how can he have the time to look up at the sky? If what Zhou Lin said is correct, does it mean that the eternal night will soon be over and the world will return to normal? Chapter 88. Things are changing again. What do you mean? No, I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin denied it flatly. Your men are very quick. They're all good young people. Wang Pingping glanced at Zhou Lin strangely. He looked to be in his 20s, but how come he spoke like a man in his 40s or 50s? Yes, you can join in too. No, Zhou Lin didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, since he had mentioned it last time. He said, before the earthquake, I saved someone. He told me some things. I just listened to them as stories. You mustn't take them seriously. Tell me about it. Wang Pingping certainly didn't believe in any ghost stories. How could a guy like Zhou Lin, who would not get up early unless there was something beneficial, have the time to tell him a story? Let's say there's an organization that may have existed before the end of the world. It's very mysterious and powerful. Does it sound like a story? Anyway, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time. Its origins are unclear, but it does bad things in secret. This end of the world is their chance. Zhou Lin talked about what he knew in his previous life and what he heard from Lan Ye in this life. Even though it did not involve things like superpowers and evolution, Wang Pingping was still shocked. In the end, he asked Zhou Lin where that person was. She ran away during the earthquake, and I don't know where she went now. You may be able to find out her name, but it's best not to let the government check it. Why? Wang Pingping was a little unhappy. Do you have any problems with the government? Because that woman's name is Lan Ye. If you meet a very beautiful woman who suits your taste in the city, you have to be careful. The woman I like may not be born yet. Wang Pingping said disdainfully. Okay, I'll remember this. If I really meet her in the future, I will definitely have someone give her a thorough interrogation. Old Wang, I advise you to be careful. That woman is quite powerful. If you're not careful, you will suffer. Why do you call me Lao Wang? I don't sound like a good person. Then I will call you Xiao Wang from now on. Xiao Wang, huh? Little bastard? Wang Pingping glared at Zhou Lin fiercely. Let's go. Don't look for me if you run out of bullets in the future. Sometimes two men become more and more childish when dating. But in fact, the more childish they are, the deeper their feelings are. Even Zhou Lin didn't expect that he would develop a friendship with an officer who was 20 years younger than him. Maybe it's because of their psychological age, or maybe it's because of their complementary personalities. At least that's what Zhou Lin thought. There were many aspects of Wang Pingping's character that Zhou Lin admired, but he absolutely could not do it and would not let himself learn it. Like many of us, we're often moved to tears by various things, but when we really have to experience it ourselves, we often choose to escape. However, this does not affect people's appreciation of noble behaviors such as kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. So Zhou Lin felt that he just admired Wang Pingping, or he hoped to have subordinates and followers like Wang Pingping. The end of the world is not something that can be brought about by one person alone. Even though he may have embarked on the path of superpowers and evolution before everyone else, he can't say that he is invincible. Especially in a few years, when superpowers and evolution become popular, he may encounter someone stronger than him, or even someone who can directly restrain him. By that time, if he didn't have enough helpers, how could he protect his family? If the acquisition of supernatural powers requires the right time, right place, and right people, then evolution is different. Basically, the better the physical fitness of a person, the easier it is to embark on the road of evolution. The physical fitness of soldiers in the military is often the best. Zhou Lin had personally witnessed this in his previous life. Only, Zhou Lin actually hoped that the situation like in his previous life would not happen again in this life. We are of the same roots, so why should we be so anxious to hurt each other? Fortunately, this chat at least dispelled the possibility that Wang Pingping would wander around, thus preserving the secret of the existence of the island building. But it can't be hidden for long. Now we can see the signs of regaining sight. If Zhou Lin remembers correctly, it will take a few days for the light to gradually appear. So he has to hurry up next. Once the ice and snow begin to melt, it will not only cause drastic fluctuations in temperature, but also form runoff on the surface. At that time, many cities may experience waterlogging or even cause floods. The Zhou family's old house is located in a relatively low-lying area and is easily flooded. Fortunately, the live Fu is not afraid of water at all, and the only thing to worry about is the piled earth. The snow melted too quickly, and it was very likely that the earthwork on the starboard side of the live Fu would be washed down. If someone saw the metal hull inside, it would cause trouble. In this situation, it was impossible to use reinforced concrete to reinforce it, and it would be too wasteful of resources. Zhou Lin's idea was to use an excavator to tamp it down. It will always be better after it is compacted and made solid. But if something really collapses, there is nothing you can do about it, and it all depends on your luck. After a magnitude 9 earthquake, although there were disasters in various places, it was precisely because of these disasters that the relationship between ordinary people and the government and the military became closer. After all, the real support and rescuers are soldiers, and the government is organizing. This kind of blood is thicker than water, and no rhetoric can change it. It is precisely for this reason that Bashu has become an area that is difficult for forces with ulterior motives to penetrate. Some people thought that since Bashu had suffered a disaster, people's hearts would inevitably be unsettled, and they might be able to achieve their ulterior motives by just being more eloquent. However, after actually trying, they found out, they had been reported. In the past 2 days, the Jiazhou City shelter has received several reports about enemy spy activities. Originally, the government should have stepped in to resolve the issue, but somehow it reached Wang Pingping's ears. This made the busy Wang Pingping suddenly think of a name. Lan Yeye. Lan Yeye? I seem to have heard of this name. Yi Xinxiao frowned and recalled slowly, and it really made him think of it. After all, Bashu is not that big. Yi Xinxiao had heard of Lan Yeye at a private gathering, and he even met Lan Yeye. She's just a woman. What's wrong with that? Commander, I can tell from the first glance that you are a straight man. Wang Pingping directly told Yi Xinxiao what Zhou Lin had said about him. Just a woman? How can a woman appear in front of you? How dare you say that to me, kid? I'm married and have kids, but you're still a single guy. I am focusing on my career, Wang Pingping said angrily. Zhou Lin asked me to investigate Lan Yeye. He said that she might be related to a powerful, mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping did not say it directly, in Xia country, anything labeled as mysterious is generally not a good thing. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment and said, "How are you going to investigate?" We didn't have much contact with the local authorities before. It would be best if we could find this woman named Lan Ye. Zhou Lin is a trustworthy person. Now that you've made up your mind, just do it. Don't worry about anything else. I'm here for you. Wang Pingping was most impressed by this point of Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this was the way Yi Xinxiao controlled his subordinates, but no matter what, the effect was very good. Just as Zhou Lin deduced, Lan Ye did not go far and was in Jiazhou City. Chapter 89. Hiding all from poor Wang Pingping. Although Lan Ye was able to escape because of the earthquake, Zhou Lin still felt very guilty. Knowing that this woman was no ordinary person and an extremely dangerous psychic, he should have taken more precautions from the beginning. If it really didn't work, he could have just killed her. Zhou Lin was sure that he was not attracted by Lan Ye's beauty. That was impossible. Now that he thought about it, maybe it was just an illusion that he thought he had resisted Lan Ye's mental attack at the beginning. Lan Ye deliberately made him have such an illusion so that she could get close to him safely, learn more about the situation from him, and then take the opportunity to leave. The more Zhou Lin thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Psychics are extremely mysterious even after 10 years because their abilities tend to conceal themselves, and it is difficult for others to detect them, unless they are more advanced psychics. It was actually Zhou Li's idea to tell Wang Pingping about Lan Ye. Whether it was a tiger swallowing a wolf or a snipe and a clam fighting each other, it didn't matter to Zhou Li as to who would win in the end, as long as it didn't affect their family. At the same time, Zhou Li also didn't allow Zhou Lin to tell anyone about the two things superpowers and evolution, at least not from his mouth. That would be too risky, especially for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once the superiors know that Zhou Lin is a mutant and an evolver, there will inevitably be all kinds of excuses and requests. Should they agree or not? Whether you agree or not, it may not be a good thing, so the best way is to keep a low profile. With everyone's concerted efforts, the interior of the island building gradually became cozy, excluding the lobby and the place where Sun Qinghao lived. This strong contrast highlights the biggest difference between a family with a woman and one without a woman. Although Zhou Lin feels that those fancy things are actually meaningless, at least they are more comfortable to look at. As expected, most women are visual, with the exception of Zhou Li. But judging from her age alone, Zhou Li cannot be considered a woman, but only a girl. She was also tired these days. Every room needed to be equipped with surveillance cameras, and then with visible and hidden wires and various switches. However, what Zhou Lin could not have imagined was that Zhou Li was actually interested in driving an excavator. In the biting cold wind, Zhou Li hid in Zhou Lin's winter clothes, her small hands wearing thick gloves, skillfully pulling the excavator's joystick. So it was you who stole the Tiefel. How can it be called stealing? For superpowers, this is called borrowing. Just borrow for a few hundred years. When they signed the treaty with us, didn't they want to sign for a few hundred years? I didn't expect you were still a Finching. So childish. Zhou Li shook her head, her panda hat swaying. Well, very mature. A man is a boy until he dies. Why did he stop? Brother, look at the sky ahead. Is it getting a little brighter? If Zhou Li hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin would not have noticed it. When he looked at the time, he found that it was almost 12 o'clock. There was indeed a faintly glowing area in the sky east-southeast of the excavator. Sometimes Zhou Lin really admired Zhou Li, who read books every day when she had nothing to do, but had very good eyesight. Not only was she not nearsighted, but her eyesight was even better than that of an airplane pilot. I don't know if this can be considered a gift from God. It seems a little bit. Not only Zhou Lin and Zhou Li saw it, but almost everyone in Jiazhou City and even the entire Bashu saw the bright spot appearing in the sky. For a time, the legend that the world would soon regain light spread like wildfire, and many places even spontaneously held celebrations for this reason. After all, humans are creatures that live under the sun. Over at the California shelter, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao both learned about Zhou Lin's prediction from Wang Pingping, and this obvious light spot was undoubtedly the best evidence for Zhou Lin's prediction. So what does he know? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder. He had strained it yesterday, but didn't pay attention to it. It was swollen when he woke up this morning. Although he had been corrected by an old Chinese doctor, he was still old after all. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. Wang Pingping had put a lot of effort into investigating Lan Ye, but the results were not very good. Someone told him that Lan Ye had appeared in the city before, but now, because of the disaster relief, the population was moving around so fast that it was impossible to find her. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In desperation, Wang Pingping could only turn to Yi Xinxiao for help, and Yi Xinxiao took Wang Pingping to find Zhu Guanghan after careful consideration. How did you know the name Lan Ye? Zhu Guanghan was surprised at first, and he was even more surprised after Wang Pingping finished speaking. How could Lan Ye be in Jiazhou City and meet that young man named Zhou Lin? A mysterious organization? If Lan Ye is from some special organization, then we may be in big trouble. Old Zhu, could you please stop being so alarmed? How much trouble can a woman cause? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, actually taking the opportunity to see if there were any annoying people around, and then whispered, I'll tell you my last name. Him? With Lan Yi. Yi Xinxiao frowned. Wang Pingping knew that it was not simple, but he just didn't know. He just remembered scratching his ears and cheeks, like the eldest senior brother. That's right. Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping. So the matter you mentioned can be big or small. Even if you find the person, don't act rashly, otherwise no one can protect you. Old Zhu, I don't like what you said. No matter how powerful he is, how can he control me? Yi Xinxiao rarely looked stern, but when he did, it meant that things were really troublesome. So Wang Pingping ignored the old commander and said, Okay, I understand. Hey, you little brat. Who do you listen to? Yi Xinxiao asked unhappily. Of course. I will listen to whoever treats you well. I don't care who will hold up the sky if it falls, but I won't let you hold it up. This stinky boy. Yi Xinxiao couldn't help but curse again, but the love in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Although he and Wang Pingping were not father and son, after so many years of getting along, they were closer than father and son. Looking at Wang Pingping's leaving back, Zhu Guanghan suddenly said, Actually, I'm very envious. What are you jealous of? I envy you. I envy you. That's right. We soldiers are pure. I will be nice to whoever is nice to me. You officers are different. You have too many tricks and lie to everyone. Old Yi, I have never told you any lies. Zhu Guanghan pretended to be angry. No? Haha. Lan Ye, you dare to say you don't know her? I see that not only do you know her, but you also know where she is, right? Yi Xinxiao showed a smile like an old fox on his face, and his pair of tiger eyes stared at Zhu Guanghan. Although he was old, his power was still there. Zhu Guanghan looked embarrassed and said after a while, I just don't want to delay Wang Pingping. Not to mention catching Lan Ye. If he finds Lan Ye, her life will be over. How could Yi Xinxiao not agree with Zhu Guanghan's words? If you disagree, you have exposed it just now. Then do you think what Zhou Lin said is true? Let me see. Yi Xinxiao suddenly remembered a piece of news that neither Zhu Guanghan nor Wang Pingping knew. Chapter 90 State Secrets. In Xia country, if the country wants to investigate someone, there is basically nothing that cannot be investigated. The last time Wang Pingping reported his suspicions about Zhou Lin, what was the response from his superiors? Let it develop, 4 words. To be precise, the entire content was not 4 words, but Yi Xinxiao only showed Wang Pingping 4 words according to regulations. The other sentence was, after investigation, Zhou Lin left for the island country on June 27th, and there was no entry record afterwards. The specific whereabouts are to be investigated. Zhou Lin knew that the fact that there were only exit records, but no entry records must be a loophole, but it was a loophole that he could not make up for. He could only hope that the end of the world would come and the data would be missing or no one would pay attention to a little Karami like him. Facts prove that Zhou Lin was wrong. Xia country's huge intelligence agency is capable of finding out anything they want to find out. As the commander of a garrison, Yi Xinxiao knew far more intelligence than Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping, especially some intelligence involving national security. Everyone in the world knows that the Ford was hijacked. All the American soldiers were released and then mysteriously disappeared. However, very few people know that the person who hijacked the Ford packed up all the information and sent it to the Xia country's evacuation fleet. Yi Xinxiao didn't know the level, but through the feedback from above, he keenly deduced that Zhou Lin must have done great benefits to the country. Otherwise, the reply would not be such a light 4 words. What a joke. If Zhou Lin was a major suspect, how could he be allowed to develop his behavior? This only shows that his superiors had conducted a strict review and determined that Zhou Lin would never do anything to endanger the country and the people. With the country as a guarantee, Yi Xinxiao had no reason not to believe Zhou Lin's words. It was a pity that he couldn't tell them. Old Zhu, we're not subordinate to each other, and I can't force you, but there are some things you have to think carefully about whether you can handle it. Zhu Guanghan smiled bitterly. Whether I can bear it or not, I have to bear it. Otherwise, I really don't care about this commander's hat. What's good about it? What's good about it? But I don't know who to give it to. Can I give it to you? If not to you, who should I give it to? If I just send someone up here, what will happen to the hundreds of thousands of people in the city? At this point, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but sigh. Old Yi, the government is not like your army, and I'm not having a good time either. Yi Xinxiao shook his head when he heard this, but he also knew that Zhu Guanghan was telling the truth, so he could only sigh and end the topic. As time goes by, the earthquake relief work has begun to come to an end. If under normal circumstances, there is a golden 72 hours for rescue, then now the real golden time is less than half. Few people can survive 36 hours in temperatures of minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Normally, if the human body is exposed to such low temperatures and is unable to exercise, the extremities of the body will suffer severe frostbite in just a few hours, and life will soon be in jeopardy. According to reports collected from various places, there were basically no living people 24 hours after the earthquake, and the occasional case was a special and exceptional case. In near despair, the rescue team persisted for another 48 hours, and during these 48 hours, only 8 people were rescued from the entire Bashu province, 7 of whom faced amputation. As a last resort, the Bashu Province Post-Disaster Command Center sent orders to all regions to suspend rescue operations. This is not indifference, but because of the special circumstances, the personnel and materials could not continue. In the last 48 hours, although 8 people were rescued, 18 people who participated in the rescue were sacrificed, and the materials consumed were difficult to calculate. Stop the rescue. When Zhou Lin received this news, he felt very emotional. If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped it earlier. If I were the one giving the order, I would have announced the suspension. Zhou Li pouted. This kid dares to say anything. Fortunately, there is no online platform now. Otherwise, if this was posted online, Zhou Li would be scolded as a fool. Today is a little brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin threw a piece of pork ribs into his mouth. Qingyali has been concentrating on studying cooking recently. Maybe it's because of her special abilities that she has opened her eyes. The taste is getting better and better every day, so much so that Wu Shui and Zhou Li are a little disgusted with it, saying that if they continue to eat like this, they will turn into pigs. Qingyali's opinion on this is that if there is food to eat, just eat as much as you can. If there is nothing to eat, you can still use the fat to hold on for a while. What happens after the winter night? Wu Shui asked. It's a bigger disaster. Zhou Lin smiled bitterly. He didn't want to discourage them, but the facts were in front of him. Deception would do no good except to make them more disappointed. Plague? Zombies? Flood? Or high temperature? Zhou Li guessed randomly, and actually guessed a little bit. Floods are certain. It will be terrible if so much snow melts, because sewage will overflow and lead to the spread of diseases. High temperatures will also occur frequently. What the hell are zombies? Don't confuse novels with reality. Zhou Lin said. Wu Shui's face was as pale as snow. She can accept cold weather, but if it is hot and flooded, it means that some small insects may reproduce wildly, such as mosquitoes and flies. It is impossible to kill their eggs in just minus 40 degrees Celsius. As long as the temperature and humidity are suitable, they will start to hatch and reproduce immediately. Basically, those who can be identified as harm by the Xia people can never be completely eliminated. Don't worry, mosquitoes and flies can't get in. Do you really think our filtration system is just for decoration? Zhou Lin patted Wu Shui's hand. They were an old couple, so what didn't he know? Wu Shui's face turned red. Since we don't need anything, there's no need for you to take risks, right? It's too dangerous. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Zhou Lin pinched Wu Shui's face, stood up, and took the elevator down to the basement to start preparing. Symbiosis. Intermediate 4217/10,000. Currently, symbiotic transportation. Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 6.0 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I, 6.0, 6001/10,000. Unconsciously, the experience value of symbiosis increased by nearly 1,000, and the degree of evolution also increased by an entire order of magnitude. Zhou Lin was quite satisfied with this speed. After all, he didn't have the opportunity in his previous life, and a lot of things were just hearsay. Whether it was the path of superpowers or the path of an evolver, he could only rely on himself to explore slowly. Zhou Lin found a beautiful pickup truck and prepared to modify it. Although he cannot use consciousness directly without symbiosis, Zhou Lin can control the equipment on the Laifu with ease while being on the Laifu. There are all kinds of equipment in the maintenance workshop next to the hangar. Zhou Lin made the entire workshop come alive with just one thought. Many robotic arms and movable equipment seemed to begin to surround the pickup truck, disassembling and assembling parts and accessories in an orderly manner according to Zhou Lin's consciousness. On the other hand, workpieces of special size and material required by Zhou Lin are gradually taking shape on machine tools, metal 3D printers, and other equipment. In other words, no one saw it. Otherwise, they would definitely think that the AI had started to execute a plan to destroy humanity. 2 hours later, a pickup truck whose original shape was almost unrecognizable appeared in Zhou Lin's sight. Chapter 91, Don't Come Back in the Next Life. From now on, I'll call you Monster Number 1. Patting the extremely thick hood after the modification, Zhou Lin showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. Compared with its original appearance, the pickup truck now looks more like a monster armed to the teeth. The front bumper was replaced directly from plastic to tough steel plate, and 9 long and sharp blades as long and sharp as the claws of Tyrannosaurus Rex were firmly welded on the steel plate. The 9 battering rams can tear apart any carbon-based creature that tries to block Monster Number 1's progress, while the sturdy lower obstacle bumper ensures that the upper row of battering rams will not be easily damaged when it hits something. Since the bumper has been reinforced, the entire body of the car naturally cannot be missed. From the hood, front fenders to the rear bumper, Zhou Lin reassembled them using spare steel plates on the aircraft carrier. That's right, it's the kind of steel plate that's strong enough to withstand ordinary rockets. This alone increases the vehicle's weight by 1.5 tons. But fortunately, this pickup truck has sufficient horsepower. In addition to the vehicle's defensive capabilities, force is also indispensable. Zhou Lin made a machine gun stand using the pickup truck compartment. Although it could not be raised and lowered as easily as the Lu Xiaofeng and had its own protective barrier, it should be sufficient for now. If necessary, taking the machine gun out of the Lu Xiaofeng and setting it up should be able to dissuade many people. In addition, the carriage is made closed, which makes people feel safer when loading cargo and sitting in it. The reason why the tires are not modified is that the snow on the ground is basically hardened. For a 4-wheel drive vehicle like this, as long as iron chains are put on the tires, there will be no problem in driving normally. While it was still light and convenient for action, Zhou Lin planned to go to the shopping malls in the city to harvest some goods, with gold being the main target. As I said, antiques are valuable in prosperous times, and gold is valuable in troubled times. The natural properties of gold determine its use. It is not true that gold cannot be exchanged for food, as in many novels. Even if this really happens, it will only be short-term or in individual cases. After all, as long as human society exists, transactions are inevitable, and the property of gold as an equivalent exchange will continue to exist. Zhou Lin did not leave from the lobby of the ship's island building, but chose a side door on the starboard side. When he and Zhou Li were piling up soil yesterday, he decided to use this side door, so he specially built a slope, which was rough for sure, but after freezing, it could be used by pickup trucks to go up and down. It was pitch black all around, except for a few beams of light that occasionally streaked across the night sky over Jiazhou City. Although it consumed a lot of energy, Zhu Guanghan had insisted on doing so since the earthquake, saying that it was his last thought for the people. As long as the column of light remains, it means the country is still there, the government is still there, and hope is still there. At the same time, the inextinguishable column of light is also a warning, warning those who want to take risks, seize wealth by trickery, and kill for money not to be lucky. Even if you succeed for a while, there will always be a day of reckoning. However, many places in the city are still dark, and even if people are alive, most of the energy can only be used for heating, not lighting. The roar of the pickup truck was a bit loud in the dark and quiet world, but Zhou Lin didn't plan to drive directly into the city. He decided to take a walk around the city. Maybe he would get some unexpected gains. However, what Zhou Lin never expected was that before he reached the edge of the city, he was almost blinded by 2 laser beams. Fuck. While braking, Zhou Lin relied on his memory to turn the car to the side, even though he couldn't see. If he remembered correctly, there was a slope over there that could block the direction of the laser emission. because Zhou Lin didn't know whether the two green laser beams were warnings or aiming. The pickup truck's body was bulletproof, but the glass was not. If the other party used a sniper rifle, he would be dead today. Boom! Because of the speed, the pickup truck made a lot of noise when rushing down the slope, and the snow below the slope was much fluffier than the road surface, so that almost half of the front of the car was buried in the white snow. Although the engine had not stopped yet, Zhou Lin quickly turned it off. He did not want a pickup truck that had just been modified to be scrapped. "Little guys, don't let me find you." Furious, Zhou Lin jumped out of the car and rushed up the slope. At the same time, he had a rifle commonly used by American soldiers in his hand, the famous 16. The two laser beams have disappeared, but unfortunately they are useless. Zhou Lin has already memorized the direction, and all that is left is to slowly feel his way over. He didn't believe that anyone could see farther and more clearly than him, unless the other party could come up with a better night vision device than his. Is it possible? Probably impossible, unless the other party is from the military and is the most advanced and elite one. Not far along the road leading into the city, there were several people lying on the slope on the other side. One of them was mumbling. "Isn't it said that this laser pen can blind the driver? Where's the car? Where's the car? What the hell are you arguing about? I saw a car rushing down. Maybe someone is dead right now. Wouldn't it be better to pick up the body later?" "Will it be picked up by someone else?" asked the third person. "What's wrong with you? We're the only ones around here. Where did the others come from?" "But I just saw someone, you next to you." "Fuck, there's a hammer." A hammer. Zhou Lin really didn't expect that he would almost capsize in the ditch. Sure enough, when the end of the world comes, people's bottom line will continue to decline until it is completely broken. Even this passage between urban and rural areas has highway robberies, so what about the city? Maybe there are people everywhere. After all, human vitality and adaptability can sometimes compete with cockroaches. "Brother, man, we were here first. Let's be reasonable. Go ahead and kill him." The man who was speaking tried to paralyze Zhou Lin first, and then took advantage of his numbers to surprise Zhou Lin. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. After Zhou Lin confirmed that the three men did not have guns at all, he changed his weapon to a dagger, the tactical dagger he had used before. He didn't care about the origins of these three people, their family situations, or why they were robbing here. He was even too lazy to ask their surnames. 6 times the physical fitness makes Zhou Lin react faster and stronger. The leader must be given the greatest respect, so Zhou Lin's first blow was given to the leader. The sharp blade cut through the throat, but the leader didn't even feel the pain. He just felt as if a cool breeze had penetrated directly into his chest. When he raised his hand to touch it, Zhou Lin's dagger had already pierced into the chest of the second robber. It's clear. Originally, the dagger was just a little short, but Zhou Lin's strength was so great that he crushed the second robber's chest, causing the tip of the knife to penetrate his back directly, cutting off 2 ribs in the process. At this time, the third robber finally reacted. Zhou Lin's ferocity in killing 2 people made the third robber tremble all over. He wanted to run, but as soon as he turned around, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, and his body disappeared. Zhou Lin did not behead him, but accurately cut off his cervical vertebrae and cut his spinal nerves. The biggest difference between this and beheading him was that he could breathe a few more times. When the third robber fell, the leader was still trying to cover his wound to stop the blood from flowing out. "Have a nice journey, and don't come back in the next life." Zhou Lin wiped the blade on the leader's clothes and said with a smile. Chapter 92 Maggots in the Dark. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhou Lin began to envy those people with space abilities. It's not a big deal to destroy the corpse. Just throw it into space and let it air dry. Maybe it will become a best-selling food in a few years. Of course, it's not for people to eat, but for those things. We must know that the world is fair. Zhou Lin only found out later that the supernatural beads do not distinguish between humans and animals. They are all living beings. Why should they be divided into high and low? Forget it. Let the 3 brothers rest in peace. Zhou Lin touched the corpse and found something different. Laser pointer. Ordinary laser pens can make normal people's eyes blur unless they are exposed to it for a long time. But Zhou Lin's physical fitness is 6 times that of a normal person. How could he be almost blinded by just one sweep? However, the instantaneous power of a finger-sized laser pen is almost catching up with that of a real laser. This is not something you can find in shopping malls. Judging from the way the 3 corpses were dressed, they didn't match. So where did this laser pointer come from? Was it stolen from someone? Or was it picked up? Or was it given to them specifically to do this? Zhou Lin didn't know. There was actually nothing wrong with the pickup truck. After being dragged out of the snow by Zhou Lin, it was only slightly deformed in some places, which did not affect its use. Zhou Lin thought about it and decided not to use it for the time being. What if the next time it's not a laser, but a sniper bullet that gets into the cab? It's better to just use skis. After hiding the car, Zhou Lin walked into the city. After the light turned into darkness, Zhou Lin actually found 2 or 3 groups of people, 3 to 5, 7 to 8 people each, wandering around intersections and bends using weak lighting tools. Is it possible that there are a lot of vehicles entering and leaving the city now? As the saying goes, a fly never lands on a seamless egg. If there weren't enough benefits, why would these people waste their time here? Wouldn't it be better to search for something to eat and drink instead? Unless, after thinking about it, Zhou Lin silently followed a group of people. With his current ability and the cover of darkness, he could easily make it so that this group of people couldn't find him even if they turned on their flashlights. If he wanted to pretend to be a ghost, he could scare them to death. When the distance was close enough, Zhou Lin could easily hear the other party's conversation. Why haven't there been any fat fish today? Why are you in such a hurry? It's right to listen to me. Didn't we get it yesterday? Now we just lack weapons. If we run into a lone police car or something like that, don't be afraid, brothers. Just kill them. If there are many people, we will run away. The police won't dare to shoot without us. If there are few people, we will fight. With a gun in hand, we can walk around this city sideways. The boss is right. Hey, it's a pity that I haven't met any girls recently. It was a pity that the one I had a few days ago, I shouldn't have killed her. If I save her, I can have more fun for a few more days. As expected, when the end of the world develops to a certain extent, human nature begins to reveal the darkest side. Taking advantage of the Xia country's police's sense of responsibility and their trust and tolerance towards the people, they dare to rob with real guns and knives? Zhou Lin shook his head and suddenly remembered that he had no right to judge others. Didn't he also rob the Lai Fu? How much of the supplies in the Lai Fu was prepared by him? In the end, people are selfish, but some have higher bottom lines, some have lower bottom lines, and some... As he took out the dagger, the fishy smell instantly penetrated Zhou Lin's nostrils, making him feel like he had returned to his previous life. In the last few years, if Zhou Lin wanted to gain something, he could only rely on sneak attacks and team attacks. After all, it was difficult to tell the psychics and evolvers from the surface. If he acted alone, he would not even have anyone to look after him. If he accidentally touched the prize, he would be doomed. At that time, Zhou Lin was with AI Bing, Tang Ili, and many others. Although he later discovered that AI Bing had some unclear affairs with other men, the love between men and women faded a lot because they couldn't fill their stomachs every day. As long as they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would just let it go. I really don't know what kind of drug AI Bing gave me in my previous life. As they followed, Zhou Lin had all sorts of random thoughts in his mind, mainly because this group of people never encountered the target and were moving so slowly. Now AI Bing is dead. Tang Ili is also dead, and the deep hatred from the previous life has been avenged twice. However, Chao Bowen is still alive, and there is also Lan Yiye. Originally, Zhou Lin had no grudge against Lan Yiye, but she actually took advantage of the earthquake to run away and ran away right under his nose. Isn't this a slap in his face? If word gets out that he, the master of the survival base, was dumped by a woman, how can he save face? Although he is not the master of the base yet, this is a natural thing. If only our own family members survive, how much happiness can we have? After all, people live in groups. Although they will ask questions when there are too many people, there is no need to be afraid of problems. If there are problems, solve them, or get rid of the people with problems. Zhou Lin stopped thinking about it because another group of 6 people came towards him, and both sides noticed each other's presence. Qin Lao-san, is it Qin Lao-san? The team that Zhou Lin was following shook the flashlight and asked in a low voice. Centipede, you've crossed the line? This is our territory. Yes, we're just on the border. Don't worry, we won't break the rules. Did you get anything? I've got a hammer. Do you want it? Get out. If you don't get out, I'll kill you. Qin Lao-san's temper was obviously much more violent, and Zhou Lin felt that Qin Lao-san was condescending to this centipede. Logically speaking, everyone is trying to make a living by keeping their heads down, so there shouldn't be such an obvious distinction between the superior and the inferior. For Centipede, it undermines his temperament as a leader. However, the people on the Centipede side did not say a word, which meant that they all acknowledged that Qin Lao-san had a higher status. This was interesting. In just a few days, was there already such order? Zhou Lin absolutely did not believe that this kind of order was formed naturally. There must be someone manipulating it secretly. No, we have to get this straight. Zhou Lin was going to stay in Jiazhou City for a while. So how could he allow others to sleep soundly beside him? Government shelters were acceptable, but any private forces or organizations would be troublesome in the future if they could not be eliminated at the early stage. Within 5 years, or to be more precise, at least 4 years and 10 months, there should not be large numbers of mutants and evolvers appearing. Then all battles for supplies will inevitably be dominated by ordinary people. At this stage, Zhou Lin's greatest reliance, apart from the evolution of his own supernatural powers, is the weapons and equipment in the Lai Fu. As long as he had enough manpower, Zhou Lin was even confident that he could capture the entire Jiazhou City, except for the government shelter. It's just a thought. Only a crazy person would do such a thing. It's not like we're fighting for the Central Plains or the world. This is the end of the world where resources are scarce. What's the point of keeping so many idle people? Talent, talent, talent. Master, master, master. From now on, only these two types of people are Zhou Lin's target. The centipede had already led the team back. Zhou Lin thought about it and gave up the centipede. Instead, he secretly followed Qin Laosan's team. Maybe he would get more rewards. Chapter 93: Zhou Lin's knife is too cold. Qin Laosan's team is much stronger than Centipede's team in terms of size, momentum, and the tacit understanding when walking. They feel more like an organized. Well, there are some things Zhou Lin cannot say casually, as it may cause problems. In fact, in any era, as long as there are people, there will be color. Calling these people Jianghu is actually a compliment. Etc. Qin Laosan, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly stopped. He kept looking around with his eyes. The flashlight in his hand also turned, and the yellow circle of light kept scanning back and forth. Twice it almost brushed past Zhou Lin's hiding place. Quite interesting. Qin Laosan must have sensed something. In fact, human sensory organs are not as bad as they appear. The reason why some people are not inferior to animals after repeated training proves that the problem is not with our eyes, nose, and ears. This is like installing a computer. All the hardware has been installed. If there is a sudden performance improvement when the hardware cannot be replaced, it must be that the software system has changed. Nowadays, computers have some functions such as frequency reduction and energy saving. Why can't the brain be lazy? After all, human consciousness is generated by the brain. So if it is intent on being lazy, the consciousness usually won't notice it. Only when the brain feels that it has to be diligent will it truly utilize all of its sensory organs. As a result, people who achieve this level are regarded as monsters. Qin Laosan should be the type whose brain perception part is more diligent, but his ability is not enough to reach Zhou Lin's level, so he shows doubts. Keep going. Qin Laosan frowned. He really heard some noise, but the key point was that the noise followed them. Could it be that he had heard it wrong? Zhou Lin, who was hiding in the dark, was also hesitating whether to continue to follow, or it's better to follow him. If Qin Laosan really finds out, it's just a few more lives, no big deal. Zhou Lin's decision made Qin Laosan suffer a lot. Qin Laosan stopped not far away, and then shone the flashlight back and forth, but still didn't find anything. This happened again and again. Not only did the people in the team wonder if there was something wrong with the boss, even Qin Laosan couldn't help rubbing his ears and knocking his head, fearing that he was broken. Only Zhou Lin was laughing secretly. Who made Qin Laosan so dedicated that he doesn't even know to find a place to rest? Two people go in and take a look. If everything is okay, we'll rest for a while. Qin Laosan still had no results and was full of suspicion. He suspected that he was too tired and that a short nap would be better. The house was a small building in the suburbs, and no one had lived in it for a long time. After Qin Laosan and others went in, Zhou Lin jumped lightly onto the roof of the second floor. Although there was still some movement, it was far less than the one made by Qin Laosan's men in the house. I need to take a nap. Stop making noise. After his men lit the stove and the temperature rose, Qin Laosan asked them to open it and sleep. That's right. Now cold-proof sleeping bags have become standard equipment when going out. Otherwise, it is easy to go out and never come back. The younger brothers were all busy. Some needed to heat up the food, some needed to take a nap, and some needed to take a break. It all fell into Zhou Lin's hands. The young man who was on guard originally wanted to call for help, but the shining dagger changed his mind, especially the strong smell emitted by the dagger. Do you know who your boss Chin is hanging out with? Zhou Lin asked in a low voice. I know. Don't kill me. I've already said that we are all from the end of the World Cleaver Gang, and Boss Chin is the leader of the branch. The Cleaver Gang? It's so down to earth. Why not call it the Axe Gang? Brother, an axe is not as easy to use as a kitchen knife. Look at our weapons. They are basically kitchen knives. What's the gang leader's name? I don't know his name. Everyone just calls it Dragonhead. Dragonhead? It sounds like that makes sense, but when you add the gang name, it feels a bit weird. The leader of the Cleaver Gang? Zhou Lin wanted to laugh, but he felt that it was disrespectful to the dead. Fang Feng felt very aggrieved. He had already said it, but Zhou Lin still stabbed him mercilessly. In view of his cooperation, he gave him a quick, accurate, and ruthless blow, so he did not suffer much torture. Everyone is going to die, so the sooner you die, the sooner you can be free. After gently putting the guard down, Zhou Lin opened the door and walked into the first floor. Just then, someone was walking towards him. Before he could see Zhou Lin's appearance clearly, his throat was cut by a knife. Chuck. It is very uncomfortable to have blood flowing back into the throat. Often, before too much bleeding occurs, the person chokes to death due to lack of breathing. Having followed Qin Laosan's team all the way and heard many of their secrets, Zhou Lin didn't feel any reluctance. Who's over there? 2 flashlight beams flashed over, but there was nothing there except a twitching corpse. The remaining 3 people were shivering all over, their lips were trembling, and they were at a loss. Zhou Lin hid in the darkness with an expressionless face. Randomly select a live audience member. It's you. Who told you not to have a flashlight? A gust of cold wind suddenly blew, and it really felt like that. 1, 2, 3. All I can say is that Zhou Lin's knife is too sharp, and his heart is colder than the guy who has been selling fish in our team art for 10 years. There was a little brother upstairs who was a little scared when he heard the noise. After all, people like them can only fight when the wind is favorable. When it comes to a head-on fight, they are more cowardly than each other. What are you doing? Qin Laosan also woke up. We tried to get out of the sleeping bag. Zhou Lin's dagger pierced the chest of the night watchman. He didn't want to make it so bloody, but this guy wanted to rush down the stairs, so he bumped into him. As the ancients said, when 2 brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Facts have proved that the kitchen knife is still a little inferior, at least in length. It is not as good as the dagger in Zhou Lin's hand. So the night watchman died, and Zhou Lin lived. You're the one who followed me all the way. Qin Laosan was not too stupid, so Zhou Lin decided to have a chat with him. After all, a smart person is often easier to communicate with. We don't have anything valuable. You got the wrong person. Looking at Zhou Lin's blood-stained body and ferocious appearance, Qin Laosan seemed to have completely lost the desire to resist. However, if he thinks that this will make Zhou Lin relax his vigilance, then that would be too foolish. Zhou Lin, who has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, is more cautious than a mouse in a cat's nest. Cleaner gang? Dragonhead? Is there anything else you can tell me besides these? Well, I want to hear the kind of news that can keep you alive otherwise. Without any hesitation, Zhou Lin stabbed Qin Laosan's right shoulder with his dagger. Grass! Qin Laosan screamed in pain, but his reaction was still a little slow. As a result, not only was his entire right arm broken, but the fine steel dagger in his right hand also fell to the ground, and there was no way to pick it up. I thought you were a smart guy. Zhou Lin shook his head. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just tell me, and I'll let you go. It's a deal. Qin Laosan's eyes lit up. He didn't want to die. Okay, I promise. Zhou Lin nodded. The real name of Long Tu is Long Dashu. He was the owner of a slaughterhouse before the end of the world. When he was young, he made a living by slaughtering pigs. But secretly, he was actually the 4th Master's man. 4th Master? The one with the surname Su. It would be interesting if this leader was Su Laoxi's man. Su Laoxi is a prominent figure in Jiazhou City. As expected, a boastful person will always be awesome. Chapter 94. Time-honored gold shop. Zhou Lin couldn't remember clearly how Su Laoxi made his fortune. Among the gangsters, there will always be a few who stand out. It's normal. In the past 20 years in Jiazhou City, Su Laoxi has been considered a man who has made a name for himself. Not only has he gathered a group of younger brothers, he also owns a gravel quarry, a nightclub, and various clubs. The key is that he is smart and has sworn to be sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. Not only does he not touch them himself, he is also said to have secretly provided convenience to the police. Making things convenient for others is making things convenient for oneself. And with all the connections, Su Laosi got rich in Jiazhou City. However, most of the businessmen with a dark history like him will not be able to grow up. After the leaders in the city change, someone will want to use his head to exchange for a higher position. Fortunately, the end of the world has come. For those who do whatever it takes, the end of the world may be prepared for them. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter cheating or rebirth. Otherwise, no matter how awesome you are, you can only be a supporting role. Many times, reality is often more exaggerated than fiction, but most people are only willing to believe what they want to believe. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Feeling his life slipping away, Qin Laosan felt very unwilling. Zhou Lin nodded. I said it, and I have to keep it. We are all in this together. Why are you still so naive? Or do you think I'm a good person? Normally, Zhou Lin doesn't smoke much, but when he kills a lot of people, he will light one for himself. It seemed as if the lingering green smoke could cover up the twitching at the corners of his mouth and soothe his tense heart. Or maybe the green smoke could send away those unwilling wronged souls like Qin Laosan's. As I said, don't come to this world again. All I can say is that Centipede Bug's team was really lucky. Otherwise, they would have been sent away by Zhou Lin. After killing nearly 10 people, Zhou Lin finally got rid of some of the resentment for being intercepted halfway. This area happened to be in the city, so he wandered around leisurely. The purchasing power of gold will rise sharply in a few years, but has been in a state of plummeting in the first 1 or 2 years after the natural disaster. It has to be said to be a miracle. Just like the gold shop, just a few steps away from Zhou Lin, the milk tea shop next door was looted clean, but the glass door of the gold shop was still intact. Are the Xia people too law-abiding? Or are the people around here just not very smart? In the dark night, Zhou Lin smashed the tempered glass door without any cover and walked in, stepping on the broken glass all over the floor. There was a strong smell of mildew in the air, and there was a thick layer of ice on the floor tiles, which made a crackling sound when you stepped on them. This is still good. After all, this store is on the 2nd floor, and the terrain is relatively high. In the south of the city, the floors below the 3rd floor are still buried in snow. There was a lot of empty space in the square counter, probably because the boss took some away when closing the business. After taking a look, I found that there were not many pure gold items. Instead, gems, jade, and the like were thrown on the counter, which showed the difference in their value. Zhou Lin had no interest in those broken stones. He picked up a few gold ornaments from a small counter which might have been left untied by the boss, and went to the office in the back. The office is not big, but the safe is very conspicuous. When Zhou Lin saw the locked safe, he knew that he couldn't escape. In fact, violent disassembly is the simplest method. First, dig the safe out of the wall, and then break through it from the back. Things like self-destruction are nonsense. Which safe company dares to sell self-destructing safes in Xia country? Zhou Lin didn't care how much noise was made. It was freezing cold, and as long as the house didn't collapse, no one would care about other people's business. A few minutes later, the safe was opened. Although no equipment was found, a lot of money was dropped. Even Zhou Lin was a little surprised that such a remote small store would hide nearly 3 kilograms of gold jewelry, gold bars and gold that did not seem to come from normal sources in the safe. It's either dirty or black. I don't know who the boss is, but it can't be the guy on a business license. Originally, Zhou Lin wanted to leave some for the owner of the gold shop, but now it seems unnecessary. It's just a case of thieves robbing each other, so there's nothing to feel guilty about. It was a good start, but I don't know if it was the blood of Qin Laosan and his men that made it red. After walking out of the gold shop, Zhou Lin looked at the time and realized that he had been delayed for a long time. As far as I can remember, there seemed to be 2 gold shops nearby. Although it was a bit late, Zhou Lin decided to walk over to take a look since he was already there. In fact, every city has those gold and silver shops hidden in small alleys with unremarkable facades. Some people may think that such small shops have no strength, but that is too naive. Think about why they can resist the tides and remain standing. Snakes have their ways, and rats have their paths. The money-making ability of this kind of small gold shop is often in places that ordinary people cannot see. Some are gold and silver shops, but actually operate as pawn shops. Some act as private banks, and some, for example, the one Zhou Lin stopped at this moment, you could tell it was very old just by looking at the sign on the door, and the traces of weathering were more obvious than the wrinkles on Zhou Tsaijun's face. The door was still that old-fashioned wooden door, very thick but not tight. If you looked carefully, you could even hear the sound of wind blowing through and the sound of people breathing inside. Anyone? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes and wanted to turn around and leave. He came out to collect, not to rob. And he has this bottom line. But the next moment, he heard a scream, a woman's scream. It's inside the gold shop. It didn't take much brain power to guess that it was probably another apocalyptic tragedy. Jolin thought about it and slowly turned around. To be the savior? It's impossible. It's just a reason for myself to intervene. After all, those who kill will be killed. No matter how thick the ancient door panel is, it has been hollowed out by time. When it encounters someone like Jolin who regards violence as beauty, it can't play any role in stopping it. Amid the loud noise, a man's voice was heard. "Where did you get the shark arm? Get out of here." There was an emergency light in the corner of the store, and the light was almost completely blocked by the counter, which was why Jolin didn't see the light through the crack in the door just now. A burly figure gradually stood up in the light, and the shadow of his head rushed straight towards Jolin. "I want to exchange for some gold, can I?" "Exchange? What do you want to exchange?" The burly man was obviously confused. Was the guest who kicked the door actually a guest? Of course it's food. Isn't it said that a pack of instant noodles can be exchanged for 1 gram of gold? Is this man crazy? A pack of instant noodles for 1 gram of gold? Why didn't he just go grab it? Why did he have to waste a pack of instant noodles? From the corner of the counter came the sound of 2 men talking, mixed with a woman's painful and suppressed voice. "Then, how do we change it? How many packs of instant noodles do you have?" The burly man did not smile. His face was covered with fat and beard, and he did not look like a good person at first glance. "It's a lot. Of course I don't have all of it on me. Can I exchange 1 pack for 1 gram? "Change? Brother, it's really changed. Gold, that's gold. Gold can't be eaten." The burly man turned around and shouted. The case was solved. Jolin's eyes drifted towards the counter. Perhaps the real owner of this gold shop was an unlucky woman. Chapter 95, Another Disaster. Jiang Lanlan is a very charming woman. This gold shop was opened by Jiang Lanlan. She lived above the shop in a 2-story house that was connected, which was very convenient. The building where the gold shop is located is more than 30 years old, but Jiang Lanlan has not lived here for that long. She moved in about 10 years ago. 10 years is long, but sometimes it is short. For example, the burly man who was talking to Jolin was called Chen Feng. He was still a high school student 10 years ago. After accidentally seeing Jiang Lanlan in a black dress, he never forgot her curvy silhouette and the fragrance floating in the air. At that time, Jiang Lanlan was less than 30 years old, which was the most prime time for a woman. Once you meet Yang Gua, your life will be ruined? Chen Feng likes to read martial arts novels very much, and he has always longed for the kind of swordplay, the pleasure of revenge, the fine wine and beautiful women, and the bright lights and nights behind them. In his 18-year-old heart, Jiang Lanlan is the beauty destined for him by God. In order to see Jiang Lanlan every day, Chen Feng gave up the opportunity to take the college entrance examination and even gave up going out to work. He set up a bicycle repair stall at the entrance of the alley. Later, he rented a storefront behind the stall and made a living by repairing various 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled vehicles. Teenagers' feelings are always unrealistic fantasies. Would a woman who runs a gold shop fall in love with a young boy who repairs bicycles at the entrance of the alley and is almost 10 years younger than her? No, Jiang Lanlan never even looked at Chen Feng, even though Chen Feng would occasionally stop in front of the gold shop, holding a cigarette, wearing a vest, riding someone else's large displacement motorcycle that he had just repaired. If it wasn't for an accident that allowed Chen Feng to see with his own eyes a car worth millions of dollars bringing Jiang Lanlan back, and the man followed Jiang Lanlan into the house and upstairs, perhaps Chen Feng would never wake up from his dream. The next day, Chen Feng got drunk. The 3rd day, the 4th day, there are always unruly kids or unattended kids in the alleys. The 2 brothers Chen Mingyan and Chen Mingdong, one tall and one short, one thin and one fat, even look like their father and mother respectively. Only in studying do they fully display the characteristics of twins. They always take the last 1 or 2 places in the class. The 2 brothers' favorite place when they were young was Chun Feng's car repair stall. The chain is fun, the spokes are fun, and even the engine oil used for lubrication can be played with. The 2 brothers, who were completely left unattended after their parents divorced, became frequent customers of Chun Feng's shop. After Chen Feng rented a storefront, the 2 brothers even often slept in the shop. Later, their grandfather passed away, and their father was working away from home and could not take care of them. They didn't know when they dropped out of school and became apprentices under Chen Feng. They were called apprentices, but in fact they were just 3 people hanging out together. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least Chen Feng did not mistreat the two younger brothers who grew up with him. As long as he had a mouthful of solid food, he would not let the two brothers drink watery food. At first, the brothers Chun Mingyun and Chen Mingdong did not discover Chen Feng's secret until one time Chen Feng got drunk and hugged a pillow and called Jiang Lanlin's name repeatedly. Then the two brothers realized that their eldest brother was trapped in love. But how can they help? They can't just kidnap Jiang Lanlan, right? They really wanted to do so if Chen Feng hadn't stopped them. Chen Feng thought that this was the end of his life, but then the end of the world came. It was the end of the world. The three brothers were left with two old houses and a storefront. They were so poor that they had nothing. They ran out of food after just 2 days, and there was no fire in the house after 3 days. What to do? The Chen brothers were more reckless and started snatching things right away. I first swept the empty houses nearby. If there was nothing to eat, there would always be something to cook, and if there was nothing to cook, there would always be something to eat. After sweeping the houses one after another, I actually got some benefits. At least I didn't have to go hungry every day, and the house was warmer and no longer as cold as an ice cellar. Later, supplies were running low, and all the unoccupied houses had been looted. The two Chan brothers, who had become angry over the looting, began to turn their attention to the neighbors around them. A rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow, but the two brothers of the Chun family did not care. At the beginning, they made excuses, such as they had quarreled with their grandfather in the past, insulted them as useless, or even ignored them. In short, any little conflict could become an excuse for them to rob. You want to open the door, right? Banging on doors, smashing glass, and even piling up firewood in the corner to burn down the house. The Chin brothers are very smart in this regard. Thanks to this ruthlessness, the two brothers and Chun Feng have managed to live a comfortable life to this day. Originally, Chun Feng had not thought of bullying Jiang Lanlan if he had not happened to have a car to deliver something to Jiang Lanlan. In fact, this car passed by twice after the natural disaster, but it just happened to miss Chun Feng, and he didn't see it. The Chun brothers didn't care about the car at first, until they saw Chun Feng's expression was not right, and then saw Jiang Lanlan carrying boxes of supplies out of the car with a smile on her face. Fuck, this bitch actually has someone sending her things. No wonder you live such a comfortable life. How about we snatch her away, and let's give her to Big Brother, and eat the food together? Chun Mingyun licked his lips. In fact, he could kill Jiang Lanlan, but because of Chun Feng, the two brothers discussed it. At first, Chun Feng didn't want to do it, but he couldn't resist the two brothers teasing. They said that if you can't sleep forever, you can always sleep for a while. It's the end of the world, so why worry about tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Seize the present. God has no idea how the two brothers who had not even graduated from junior high school convinced Chun Feng, who had a degree 3 years ahead of them. Then the three of them chose to sneak into Jiang Lanlan's house through the second-floor window. Jiang Lanlan was chased from the second floor to the shop on the first floor by the three brothers. Just when the two brothers were planning to let Chun Feng have a taste of the first dish, and they were waiting to drink the soup, Zhou Lin arrived. Where's the instant noodles? How much gold is here? I only want gold. Zhou Lin glanced at the counter in a pretentious manner, and was surprised to find that there was quite a lot of real gold and silver. There are still a few kilograms. Chun Feng rubbed his head with his left hand. In his right hand, he held a homemade steel pipe knife, which he hid behind the counter so that it was inconvenient to show it to Zhou Lin. That's fine, but I'd rather switch with the boss. Hey boss, do you want to switch? Zhou Lin looked past Chun Feng and shouted in the direction of Jiang Lanlan. Fuck, bro, catch him. Chen Mingdong is the youngest, but he is the smartest among the three, especially after the end of the world. He is basically the one giving the orders. Chun Feng gritted his teeth, raised a steel pipe knife, and rushed towards Zhou Lin. You really don't know how to live or die. Zhou Lin raised his foot casually, and although he was the last to strike, he got ahead of the opponent and kicked Chun Feng backwards. Zhou Lin brushed off the non-existent dust on his trouser legs and walked towards the Chun brothers. Are you here for this woman? Chun Mingdong gritted his teeth, put a knife on Jiang Lanlan's neck, lifted her up, and wanted to use her as a hostage to threaten Zhou Lin. Only then did Zhou Lin see Jiang Lanlan's appearance clearly. How to put it? She looked a bit like Lan Yiye, but not exactly the same. There was a certain gap. To be precise, I came here for the gold. As long as you don't hinder me, I don't mind you playing whatever you want. Bullshit. You beat the boss to death. I want you to pay with your life. Chen Mingyan was the type of person who wasn't very smart. When he saw Chun Feng lying on the side, without moving, the only thought in his mind was to fight Zhou Lin to the death. Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. I'm giving you face, right? I'll count to 3. Either get out or die. 1, 2. Chapter 96. No woman is simple. Gun. Zhou Lin was too lazy to waste time. Anyway, he came here to find gold. If the two brothers must commit suicide, Zhou Lin doesn't mind fulfilling their wish. Wait a minute. Jiang Lanlan suddenly said, don't shoot. They're not bad people. They just acted on impulse. Don't kill them. Oh, that's your problem. I just want a goal. Zhou Lin shook the gun and motioned Jiang Lanlan and the other two to stand in the corner. Faced with the gun, Chen Mingyun and Chen Mingdong remained silent. Instead, it was Jiang Lanlan who actually pulled the two brothers to stand in the corner and whispered to comfort them, asking them not to act rashly. After all, she was the one who had really seen the world, and she could tell at a glance that Zhou Lin was not joking and that he would definitely shoot if he said so. The gold is all on the counter. You do as you please. She was a woman who knew her priorities. Zhou Lin nodded and began to search. The store was not big to begin with, and there were only a few pieces of pure gold, less than 3 kilograms in total, which soon all went into Zhou Lin's pocket. What's your name? Jiang Lanlan. That's right, you can go. Zhou Lin shook the gun. Then what about them? Jiang Lanlan looked at the Chun brothers behind her. They just threatened me. I don't like to leave trouble, especially for those younger than me. The Chun brothers, who had been so aggressive just now, were now completely cowardly. Facing Zhou Lin's arrogant words, they didn't even dare to say a harsh word. They could only stare at Jiang Lanlan eagerly. It's funny that just now they were just thinking about bullying Jiang Lanlan, but now they hope that she can save their lives. They are still children. TSK, you're a good guy. Zhou Lin suddenly turned the muzzle of the gun and pressed it against Chun Feng's forehead, making Chun Feng, who had already raised the iron chain to try to hit Zhou Lin's head, dare not move. So, he's a good guy too? Zhou Lin already knew it when Chun Feng woke up just now, but he was just too lazy to expose it. He didn't expect that Chun Feng would actually want to launch a sneak attack. The reason why Zhou Lin didn't shoot Chun Feng in the head was because he was a little curious. Logically speaking, even if Chun Feng didn't die from that kick, he should have suffered broken bones and serious internal injuries. How could he still get up and launch a sneak attack? Could it be that, with a strong heartbeat and rapid breathing, Chun Feng's physical condition at this moment was definitely not that of an ordinary person? A martial artist? Neither in his previous life, nor in this life, Zhou Lin had ever seen a so-called martial artist. Be it modern fighting or traditional martial arts, they're all rubbish in front of the evolvers. After all, strength can defeat skill. No matter how skilled you are, if your speed can't keep up with your strength, what's the use? Not bad. You're quite courageous. Why don't you come with me? Zhou Lin forced Chun Feng to retreat step by step with the muzzle of his gun, but Chun Feng's eyes kept glancing at Jiang Lanlan. It seems like you two have a story. TSK, you don't look like a couple. Are you secretly in love? Zhou Lin smiled. Then let's go together. The space in the island building is limited, but the interior of the Laifu is very empty. Hundreds of people can live there with just some arrangement. Think about it. When they were in the island country, weren't the sailors from the United States arranged clearly by Zhou Lin? The main reason was that Chun Feng made Zhou Lin a little curious. Could he be another evolver? With you. Chun Feng rubbed his chest and said angrily, what's the benefit? Stay alive, isn't that good enough? What? You still want me to help you tie her back? Impossible. A person should have some bottom line. Do you think she's a good person? Surprisingly, Chun Feng actually laughed and pointed at Jiang Lanlan and said, do you think she's a good woman? Jiang Lanlan, who was accused, said nothing, but just looked at Chun Feng with disappointment. It's quite interesting. What does it have to do with me, whether she is a good woman or not? Of course it matters. You stole her gold. She doesn't bother with you now because you can kill her at any time. But as long as her man knows about this, you're dead. Chun Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? My husband died a long time ago. Jiang Lanlan finally couldn't help it and scolded Chun Feng. But at this time, Chun Feng had completely given up. As much as he loved her in the past, he hated her now. Dead? Are we all blind? That car we can't see? Xiaoyan and Xiaodong, you guys think so, right? Yes, she's a bitch. Well, just now she was a lifesaver, but now Jiang Lanlan has become a bitch in their mouths. So, don't always think of exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Sorry, who else will be sincere to you except your parents? Not to mention the end of the world. Can you exchange it in peacetime? Cannot be replaced. Because modern people have long understood a truth which is living without a heart is not tiring. Zhou Lin also understood that Jiang Lanlan was most likely a man's mistress. However, the man who could afford to support a woman like Jiang Lanlan and even gave her a gold shop to play with must not be an ordinary person. However, this cannot be a reason for Zhou Lin to help Chun Feng snatch women. After all, everyone has a bottom line, and Zhou Lin's bottom line is, I know who her man is, it's the one named Su. Chun Mingdong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. The last name is Su? Zhou Lin raised his eyebrows. Why is the last name Su again? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Lanlan looked determined. Chun Mingdong, you are dead. You are really not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of a fucking bastard. Chun Mingdong spat. It's the end of the world, and Su Laosi can still be the fourth Master Su? I have nothing to eat and nothing to wear, so why would I go after him? Next time his car comes, we brothers will rob it. Do you believe it? Brother Feng can twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Chun Feng smiled awkwardly on the side. He still had the courage before he met Zhou Lin, but after being kicked by Zhou Lin, he realized that he was nothing, at least nothing compared to Zhou Lin. It's really Su Laosi. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh and said, Jiang Lanlan, right? Su Laosi, can you contact her? Jiang Lanlan wanted to deny it, but Zhou Lin's smile made her feel deeply frightened. This man seemed to have an unspeakable devil that even she could not see through. Okay, Jiang Lanlan finally admitted it. Then try to contact him now. I have actually already contacted them. As she spoke, Jiang Lanlan pulled out a black object from her waist. Zhou Lin could tell at a glance that it was a walkie-talkie, a high-end product produced abroad that was basically not available for sale in China. As expected of Su Si, he could even get such a good thing, and most importantly, he was willing to give it to his mistress to save her life. Chun Mingyan reacted and stared at Jiang Lanlan fiercely. It could be seen that the intercom has been turned on. In other words, Su Si must have known what they did to Jiang Lanlan just now. So is this woman really speaking well for them just now? Of course not. She just wanted to buy time and wait for Su Si's people to come. In the future, she can use these recordings to prove that they were the ones who started the trouble first. And they deserve to die. It should be said that Chun Mingdong's logic is still problematic. Who asked them to cause trouble? If not, Jiang Lanlan would definitely not go out of the house. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a concubine with food and drink in the apocalypse? The roar of the motor came from far away, and the person Zhou Lin didn't expect really came. Chapter 97. The person behind the scenes turned out to be her. The person behind the scenes turned out to be her. Mr. Su Si's men are here now, really kind and righteous. But Zhou Lin didn't think so, because what he saw was a modified off-road vehicle in white. It's not that Mr. Su Si can't ride in an off-road vehicle, but he won't ride one that costs 2 or 300,000 yuan, even for safety reasons. So what if it wasn't fourth master Su who came? Zhou Lin glanced at Jiang Lanlan, who was looking forward to it, and laughed secretly in his heart. Women are so contradictory. They always say that they want to share the world with men, but when the time comes, they always hope that a man will come down from heaven. Little do you know that the person who claims to love you is actually the one who wants to kill you. The white SUV crushed the snow and sped all the way to the door of the gold shop. The door opened before it stopped. Then the doors on both sides popped open and 3 figures rushed towards the gold shop quickly. It doesn't look like they are here to save you, but rather... Zhou Lin was still talking when he saw the man in the front raising his gun. Stand still. The man dodged to the side without saying a word, and the 2 people following him separated to the left and right, hiding their bodies while one of them shouted, Friend, this is the fourth master's family affairs. If you don't want to die, don't get involved. Housework. Zhou Lin glanced quickly at Jiang Lanlan. At this time, Jiang Lanlan was already confused. Even if her brain wasn't very good, she could still see the problem. Was this aggressive behavior intended to save people or to kill people? But she didn't understand why fourth master Su wanted to kill her. Was the relationship of more than 10 years worthless? Not only Jiang Lanlan didn't understand, but Qin Feng also couldn't figure it out. Only the Qin brothers hid in the corner, shivering and feeling excited at the same time. What a grand scene. Isn't this the big scene they've been looking forward to countless times? For the last time, leave the fourth master now. If you don't, you're my friend, otherwise you are my enemy. This is intimidation. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders. I'll say it one last time. Get out of here now, and you can still breathe. Otherwise, wait for death. As soon as Zhou Lin finished speaking, Gunshots rang out from 3 or 4 directions at the same time. Bullets whizzed over and smashed the wall panels, counters, and even the ceiling where Zhou Lin had just been. Isn't there any saving at all? It is conceivable that Fourth Master Su must have something in his hand. Otherwise, why would his subordinates waste it like this? Go upstairs. Jiang Lanlan lay on the ground, indicating the location of the stairs to Zhou Lin. She didn't dare to move, and hoped that Zhou Lin could pull her up when he passed by. But how could Zhou Lin bear to leave when it was such a fun thing? Besides, the space on the second floor is smaller, and it would be even more uncomfortable if it was blocked by someone. Chen Feng, have you made up your mind? Do you want to come with me? What about them? Chen Feng, his face covered in dust and dirty water, asked through gritted teeth. Let's go together, if we can survive in the end. I want revenge. Chen Feng pointed outside. Zhou Lin understood what he meant. Okay, I'll hang out with you. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Zhou Lin nodded, then fired a shot. Although he only fired one shot, the effect was far greater than that of the 4 men outside. With one shot, Zhou Lin blew the off-road vehicle driver's head off. Who made this guy hide in the car, stupidly, and shoot from behind the open door for time? Zhou Lin hates such despicable people the most. The pighead is dead. Grass. Kill him. Outside the door, 3 thugs started shouting. However, it was useless to Zhou Lin. He didn't even need to use his eyes. He could accurately locate the 3 people with his ears. The reason why he didn't take out a sniper rifle to snipe the 3 people was that it was not necessary. The current situation seems that Zhou Lin is surrounded, and the 3 opponents are firing nonstop. In fact, Zhou Lin is not nervous at all. After all, he is the only one who has a vision of the entire map, and others can only rely on limited lighting. If they want to play with him, isn't that courting death? Bang! After quietly changing the angle, Zhou Lin shot him in the head again. The remaining 2 thugs were really scared this time and didn't dare to make a sound, for they were afraid that Zhou Lin had moved to another place without them knowing, and then they would be shot from behind. As a result, the gold shop became quiet. Jiang Lanlan was still pointing at the stairs, while Chen Feng clenched his fists, looking as if he wanted to rush out and fight. It's getting late. Looking at the time, Zhou Lin walked to the door quietly, and, taking the opportunity when the thugs didn't dare to use the flashlight, he took a step out. After exchanging positions, the hiding places of the 2 thugs were completely exposed to Zhou Lin's sight. He didn't even shoot. He just threw the dagger out and killed the guy who had just rushed to the first place. The feeling of crushing everyone throughout the whole process is actually not particularly satisfying. The reason why I chose this thug is because I think this guy must be very loyal to Su Laosi. If a person is too loyal, then his brain must not be very smart, and it is very difficult to make a person with a not very smart brain say what he does not want to say. Zhou Lin was lazy, so he chose to keep the other one alive. Surrender, I surrender. Facts have proved that Zhou Lin's vision is quite accurate. After all his companions were killed by Zhou Lin, the last thug surrendered voluntarily. Not everyone is not afraid of death. The fact is that most people are afraid of death. The 4th master asked us to kill you. Faced with Jiang Lanlan and Zhou Lin, the thug Zheng Ping confessed everything without any hesitation. How could he do this? Jiang Lanlan was no longer as calm as before. She seemed like a madman, chattering nonstop and looking a little dazed. In fact, Zhou Lin also felt that it didn't make sense. There is absolutely no need for Su Laosi to take the life of a woman who had followed him for more than 10 years just because of the actions of the Chen brothers. There must be other reasons. Zheng Ping quickly mentioned a person, a woman who completely fascinated Mr. Su Si. What woman is more charming than me? Jiang Lanlan didn't believe it. She had followed 4th Master Su for so many years, and she wouldn't have gotten to where she is today if she didn't have some abilities. You really can't compare to her. After listening to Zheng Ping's description, Zhou Lin knew who the woman was. Blue Moon. Not to mention whether Lan Yiye can surpass Jiang Lanlan in appearance and demeanor. Can 4th Master Su withstand Lan Yiye's mental abilities? Zhou Lin was a little surprised that Lan Yiye had gotten involved with a local tyrant like Su Si. Logically, she should have looked down on Su Si, unless... We all think that many things recently were caused by that woman. We just received news from Miss Jiang. The 4th Master originally wanted us to rescue Miss Jiang, but that woman only said a few words to the 4th Master, and the 4th Master changed his mind. The more Zheng Ping talked, the more Zhou Lin felt something was wrong. In this case, Weren't those people of Qin Lao, and also arranged by Lan Ye? The purpose was to prevent him from entering the city or to confirm whether he had entered the city. Then why did Lan Ye do so many things just to protect herself? As long as she hides obediently under Su Si's wings, it will be difficult for others to know her existence. If it is for self-protection, why would she jump out and make trouble? Unless she has some other purpose. Chapter 98, Seeing the Light Again, may not be a blessing. Zheng Ping is dead. Chen Feng beat him to death. It doesn't matter whether it's justice or evil. Zhou Lin just wants Chen Feng to practice a little bit, and not just talk. As for Jiang Lanlan wanting to find Lan Yi to duel, Zhou Lin would not accompany her in such a stupid thing. It's time to go back. Chen Feng finally decided to go with Zhou Lin after he shot Zheng Ping to death. The feeling of controlling someone's life and death. Chen Feng didn't have a high level of education, but he had read some books, although they were all novels. It was really intoxicating. Now looking at Jiang Lanlan again, I was really stupid. In fact, men are like this. When they like a woman, she is everything to them. But once they realize it, she is nothing to them. Even if Jiang Lanlan took the initiative to throw herself into Chen Feng's arms, Chen Feng might not care about her. After all, after the halo of infatuation faded, no matter how charming a woman in her 40s was, she might not be more attractive to men than an 18-year-old girl. Jiang Lanlan and the Chun brothers followed behind. No matter whether they wanted to go with Zhou Lin or not, Fourth Master Su's face was lost here. Who would be in trouble if others came to find them again? Anyway, it won't be Zhou Lin. So even though she couldn't accept Zhou Lin's disregard and Chen Feng's contempt, Jiang Lanlan could only swallow her anger and hold tightly to the only life-saving raft in the flood. The pickup truck seats, just 5. Jiang Lanlan wanted to go to the passenger seat, but was glared back by Chen Feng. Before starting the car, Zhou Lin turned back and glanced at everyone. Let me be frank, maybe you're trying to save your lives, but my ship is not Noah's Arkansas. It's easy to get on board, but easy to get off. Forget it. Think about it all. I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough for Zhou Lin to smoke a cigarette. Chun Mingyun picked up the cigarette that Zhou Lin had placed on the center armrest of the front row, lit it up for himself with satisfaction, and then gave one to his younger brother Mingdong. Chen Feng also took out one. In a blink of an eye, the entire carriage was filled with green smoke. Jiang Lanlan began to cough, but no man cared. Okay, Zhou Lin started the car, and the pickup truck whizzed up the snow and sped towards the Lai Fu. The specially modified island building does not emit any light most of the time. Zhou Lin did not intend to let Chen Feng and others know the existence of the island building. He drove the car directly to the side door of the Lai Fu and drove in along the sloping ramp. Oh my God, what on earth is this place? After getting off the pickup truck, Chen Feng and others were completely stunned. There are steel structures on all sides. As if you were in the future, people who have never really come into contact with large warships often have similar illusions, especially since this area has been deliberately modified by Zhou Lin. In terms of living conditions, it is certainly not as good as the island building, but the place is very spacious. The area inside and outside, including the 3 floors, adds up to more than 2,000 square meters. Not only can it be used for parking, but there is also enough space for activities, accommodation, and living. It's not that there are no sailors' rooms, it's just that they're not open to Chen Feng and others now. But for Chen Feng and others, as long as there is water, electricity, gas, and enough food, it is no different from heaven. Come with me. Regardless of how the Chun brothers and Jiang Lanlan were settled for the time being, Zhou Lin took Chen Feng through an isolation door and walked through a long passage. How big is this place? Just a few of us? Isn't it bigger than the official shelter? Chen Feng arrived at the hospital in trepidation. Strip off. I want to do a checkup. Amid the strong white reflection, Chen Feng underwent a series of examinations, feeling extremely uncomfortable but without any ability to resist. Although Zhou Lin is not a professional, he is tortured by Wu Shui every day. Today, he finally tasted the joy of torturing others. Is it over? Yeah. Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction. You are different from them, so you'd better not tell them about what happened today. Got it. Chen Feng nodded. He was completely shocked by what he saw and dared not refute. Zhou Lin went out twice more after that, and each time he gained some small results. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, so much so that everyone was looking forward to the day when the eternal night would pass and light would come again. Life in the island building can be said to be dull, and there is not much to do except planting and breeding. Wu Shui and Zhou would be urged by Cheng Yali to exercise for a period of time every day. After becoming a superpower, Cheng Yali naturally began to evolve. In Zhou Lin's opinion, she was developing towards the direction of King of Strength. This may be bad news for women. After all, few women want to be big and strong. But Cheng Yali didn't care. She was even a little happy, especially when she heard Zhou Lin say that the evolvers in the Power King direction would not even be afraid of ordinary thermal weapons in the future. She was so happy that she almost hugged Zhou Lin to death. What a unique taste. Zhou Lin began to worry about his father. If his mother found out about his infidelity or inappropriate behavior, he would be gone in a matter of minutes. In fact, Zhou Lin was not sure how many days the eternal night lasted. The distribution of volcanic ash in the sky is not absolutely uniform. Due to atmospheric movement, the dust may be thicker in some places and thinner in some areas. After waking up, Zhou Lin suddenly felt his heart beating fast. He stood up and walked to the 3 closed windows, then slowly opened them one by one. A faint yellow light appeared on the bulletproof glass. That was the sun. The sun is coming out. The sun actually came out? Zhou Lin let out a long breath and gently pressed the intercom. Everyone, the eternal night is over. Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun opened the window and embraced each other in the sunshine. Huang Minjing pushed her mother, who was sitting in a wheelchair, to a place where the sun could shine, so that she could feel the warmth that did not exist but made her cry. Zhou sat at the head of the bed, rubbed her eyes, and pouted in disdain, but she couldn't help but smile. There are no windows on the second floor, but there's a patio facing east. The sunlight came in from the patio, just circling son Chenghao, who was looking up to the sky and crying with joy. However, before he could howl twice, Heizi ruthlessly pushed him aside. The dog turned around twice happily, then coiled up in the halo of light, showing off his shiny black fur. It wasn't just the island building that cheered. It is said that it is rare to see the sun in Bashu. I wonder if God wanted to compensate for the damage caused by the earthquake, but the first place in the entire Xia kingdom to see the sun was Bashu. In Jiazhou City, Zhu Guanghan, who seemed to be 10 years older, walked into the sunshine with the support of Su Ziyuan. He was only 50 years old, but his hair was already full of silver hair. In the still, biting cold wind, a smile bloomed on his face covered with ravines and age spots. In comparison, Yi Xinxiao laughed very loudly, like a wake-up call, full of energy. Great! The darkness will eventually pass, and dawn will finally come. This good news was received throughout the country, and every living person was rejoicing over it. Light represents hope, and hope gives people the courage to live. The days ahead may be more difficult, but as long as there is hope. The radio waves carried the good news in all directions, but the smile on Zhou Lin's face did not last long. His gloomy expression scared Wu Shui. Chapter 99, The Cursed Light. Thick dust can still be seen in the sky, black, yellow, brown, in clumps and pieces. The sunlight squeezed through the gaps in the dust reluctantly, falling on the ground, on the ice and snow, and on people's faces. The temperature is still minus 30 degrees Celsius, but many people choose to take off their thick masks and feel the long-lost sunshine. Wu Shui was messaging her parents, wanted to tell them the good news as soon as possible, when she saw Zhou Lin's gloomy face. It was rare to see Zhou Lin with such an expression at home. Wu Shui's heart skipped a beat. She threw her phone aside and leaned against Zhou Lin. What's wrong? If we're the first place to see the sun, then... When the eternal night of his previous life ended, Zhou Lin was not in Bashu. At that time, he did not care where he saw the sun first. But there was one thing he remembered very clearly, the curse of the sun. The curse of the sun may sound a bit weird, but it is a real thing that happened. Wang Pingping, it's me, Zhou Lin. Wang Pingping was a little surprised when he suddenly received Zhou Lin's message. How do you know this frequency? That's not the point. Zhou Lin said, every word I say next may affect the lives of countless people in Jiazhou City and even the entire Bashu. You'd better remember it clearly. What do you mean? Wang Pingping was still confused, but Zhou Lin didn't explain it all. First, immediately organize people to build a clean water reservoir. It would be best if your military is responsible for protecting it. Second, all personnel must leave the low shelters. It is best to seal all entrances and exits. Third, maximize the collection of pesticides, various disinfectants, and medicines. Fourth, good luck to you. After saying 4 o'clock, Zhou Lin terminated the communication. He didn't know why he chose Wang Pingping, as they didn't get along very well before. Maybe it was because he recognized Wang Pingping's character. Yes, is it that serious? Wu Shui asked in a low voice. It will be more serious than you think. Zhou Lin sighed softly. He originally wanted to celebrate with everyone, but now it seems unnecessary. The sun has just come out today, and the temperature may not rise so quickly, but some things need to be prepared early. Starting tomorrow, no one can enter or leave the building without my permission. Sun Qinghao, you are responsible for installing screens on all ventilation pipes. The mesh size must not be larger than 1 millimeter. Lily, Huang Minjing is no longer allowed to enter the planting and breeding areas. Only my mother and I can go there, but we have to go through disinfection before entering or leaving. What about me? After listening for a long time, Wu Shui discovered that Zhou Lin did not arrange a job for her and thought that Zhou Lin had some selfish motives. I don't hope that there will be a day when you can play a role, but anyway, you should have a good rest these few days and we could talk about other things later. Shelter. Zhu Guanghan still didn't quite believe what Wang Pingping conveyed. Too exaggerated. Isn't it a good thing that the sun is out? Anyone with a little common sense knows that ultraviolet rays can disinfect. Even if there is an epidemic, the shelter is not without medicine. Zhu Guanghan thinks it is possible that the melting snow may lead to flooding. But we don't have to move everything out of the shelter. We just need to renovate the low-lying areas at the entrance. There are so many people living in shelter now, and there are so many facilities and projects already underway. If we move hastily, the losses will be too great. What do you think? Unless there is something wrong in one's brain, who would oppose the top leader? Not objecting is one thing, but having other ideas in mind is another. Wang Pingping wanted to say something, but Yixin Xiao stopped him with his eyes. Since everyone has no objection, let's do as I just said. Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, looking quite complacent. The sun is out, and Lao Zhu is a little bit dizzy. Wang Pingping entered Yixin Xiao's office. Yixin Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know what you want to say. In fact, I believe what Zhou Lin said more than you do. Huh? Wang Pingping was stunned. She trusted Zhou Lin more than he did? That wasn't right. The commander had never dealt with Zhou Lin before. How could he trust him so much? Yixin Xiao certainly would not explain. As a whole, I cannot directly contradict Zhu Guanghan, but I will not let our people accompany him to take risks. So next, after almost 2 months of winter nights, there are still 20,000 soldiers and their families stationed in Jiazhou City. Wang Pingping doesn't want to think about the loss. Yixin Xiao meant to transfer all the family members first. Soldiers have to stand up when they need to fight, but they must also make everyone feel at ease. Fortunately, the military dependents had a completely different level of obedience from ordinary people, and they began to move as soon as the order was given. The collective action of more than 10,000 people would naturally attract the attention of other people in the shelter. The military dependents who had received orders long ago all said that they wanted to go back early to bask in the sun. Sunbathing is an old tradition of the people of Bashu. Especially in winter, chatting in the sun with a bowl of tea, that taste. We also want to go out early to bask in the sun. In the shelter, some people with ideas and the fools instigated by them began to make trouble for the administrator. The situation soon gathered to Zhu Guanghan. Want to leave? Sure, leave the shelter for them. And those who want to go back to the ground to bask in the sun can go. We don't need such a small number of people. Zhu Guanghan agreed without hesitation, on the condition that the supplies could not be moved. After getting such a result, many people stopped making trouble. The sun is out, but it's still cold outside. And does it mean that there's food when the sun comes out? Does it mean that we don't need to keep warm when the sun comes out? Or does everything return to normal when the sun comes out? Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that it's impossible. Even if the snow melts and the temperature rises, given the current surface conditions, you can't expect to rely on farming to fill your stomach within half a year. So you still have to rely on the country and the government to survive. The next day, the sun still appeared in Bashu, which made people in many places feel unbalanced. Could it really be the land of abundance? Otherwise, why can only Bashu see the sun? Not only can they see the sun, but they don't need to turn on the lights during the day, and the temperature is said to have started to rise. The temperature has indeed risen. The surface temperature at 10 o'clock yesterday morning was minus 37 degrees Celsius, and today it is minus 29 degrees Celsius. Raise an octave. Many people think this is good news, but Zhou Lin doesn't think so. Quick, the temperature is rising too fast. Maybe it will be only minus 10 degrees Celsius tomorrow, and above zero the day after tomorrow? When the temperature rises above zero and the sun shines, the ice and snow will melt quickly. By that time, Bashu was originally a basin. If only Bashu thawed quickly, but the lower reaches of the rivers remained frozen, those frozen areas would become natural dams, blocking all the melted ice water in the big basin of Bashu. By then, in the last life, the melting of ice and snow caused flooding in various places. The only difference was the severity. And now Zhou feels that Bashu may be the area with the most serious waterlogging, or at least one of them. Curse sunshine, I just hope it comes a little slower. Chapter 100. Sister-in-law and auntie are united in strength. Chen Feng got the test results. According to Wu Shui, she is definitely not an ordinary person, but her data is different from that of Zhou Lin and Sheng Yali. She should be in a transition period. Due to the lack of more reference objects, Wu Shui couldn't say anything specific, but Zhou Lin had a new idea about the apocalyptic evolution. Is there a possibility that human evolution actually began during the eternal night frozen period? The reason why everyone in the previous life thought that superpowers and evolution began 5 years after the end of the world was simply because no one thought in that direction at the beginning. It doesn't seem right. At the beginning of the apocalypse, humans had many fantasies, especially within the Xia culture. Some people looked forward to alien civilizations. Some dreamed of the revival of spiritual energy, and some waited for supernatural powers to emerge. Just like now, in the forum that Zhou Li and Wu Shui often hang out, there are many similar ideas, and some people actually do it, but the result is that the post is no longer updated. I guess that's it. If human evolution really began with the advent of the end of the world, then the only possibility is that the initial evolution was very slow, so slow that it was difficult to detect. After years of accumulation, evolution took place in hiding for 5 years until it fully blossomed among humans. Assuming this is true, how do we select those who have already begun to evolve? Is it possible, a simple way or means to visually determine whether this person has begun to evolve in a short period of time? Hearing Zhou Lin's request, Wu Shui shook her head. In theory, yes, but I need relevant equipment, drugs, experimental subjects, and a supercomputer to perform simulations. At first glance, it seemed impossible that Wu Shui's reasonable request could be met at present, but Zhou Lin nodded and said, yes. If you have all of them, do you have the confidence to make them? It should be, okay. It's just judging the various numerical indicators of the body. It's not difficult. Walk. Where are you going? Go wherever you want to go. Zhou Lin originally didn't want to reveal too much, but in order to understand evolution more clearly, he didn't care too much. If Zhou Lin could handle the area where Chen Feng and others lived and made it impossible for them to determine where they were, then completely erasing the shadow of the United States from the Fuhao Hospital in the future would be a difficult task that Zhou Lin could not accomplish. Take a simple color Doppler ultrasound machine as an example. Zhou Lin may be able to erase the characters and patterns on the machine's shell, but would he dare to touch the software program inside the machine? Professionals like Wu Shui would know what was going on as soon as they turned on the machine. Even if one machine can't explain the problem, there's such a big hospital. After a few minutes, the confusion on Wu Shui's face could no longer be concealed, and she would glance at Zhou Lin from time to time. Okay, I'm going to be frank. This is the missing aircraft carrier. I'm using it as our new home. Are you satisfied? Wu Shui was slightly stunned, then lowered her head. What new house? You didn't even know me at that time. Who said you don't know each other? Have you forgotten the first time we met? But you had already returned from the island country by then. Are you stupid enough to lie to me? After a few words, Wu Shui seemed to have forgotten to continue asking about the aircraft carrier. After she was almost familiar with it, Zhou Lin gave her special permissions so that she could go directly to the 3rd deck from the special elevator on the top floor of the island building, and then go directly to the hospital through the passage without having contact with anyone during the period. However, Zhou Lin still underestimated Wu Shui's passion for her profession. She refused to even go back with Zhou Lin for dinner, saying that she could just make some instant noodles to get by. She would then devote all her efforts to studying the subject of evolution detection and strive to produce results as soon as possible. Actually, there's no need to rush this matter. No. Oh, by the way, I may need Lily's help. She is much better than me in some aspects. Lily, please help. Zhou Lin had a headache. If Wu Shui's world can basically be locked in a hospital, then Zhou Li is definitely a husky who could destroy the house. If Zhou Li is released from the ship's island building, The Laifu may soon die. You underestimate Lily. She is not a child. She knows the importance of things. I'll be her guarantor, so I'll take any responsibility. No one knew when the relationship between the two aunts and sisters-in-law became so good, but Zhou Lin finally couldn't resist Wu Shui's nagging, and the two of them went to find Zhou Li together. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, and I startled a group of gulls and herons. Brother, you are this. Zhou Li sat in the studio, specially prepared for her. It gave Zhou Lin a thumbs up. It is not difficult to transform a studio for Zhou Li in the hospital. The equipment and instruments are all ready. Zhou Lin is only responsible for providing the hardware, and Zhou Li can handle other things by herself. So, being parents is just a transition. Independence is the final destination. I have decided that I will live here from now on. As expected, geniuses all have similar thoughts. Zhou Li and Wu Shui actually showed the same attitude, which Zhou Lin could not stand. With one thought, the hospital and the studio suddenly became dark. Get it clear, this is my territory and I am the boss. You can do what you want, but it can affect your life and health. Ahem, stop pinching me, stop pinching me. In fact, Wu Shui's grip wasn't very strong. It was mainly because Zhou Lin was ticklish. Although Chun Feng and others were also in the Lai Fu, they were completely independent from the island building and the area where Wu Shui and Zhou Li were. Strictly speaking, the four people, including Jiang Lanlan, actually have no professional skills. Perhaps only Chun Feng has some ability to repair cars, and that is limited to cars with no more than 3 wheels. The main reason why they are kept is for Chun Feng, but it is impossible to keep them in vain, so Zhou Lin plans to send Jiang Lanlan to the planning area next, and the Chun brothers will go to work with Sun Qinghao. As for Chun Feng, he will definitely need to strengthen his training and serve as Wu Shui's research subject. Is it cruel to use living people as guinea pigs? Anyway, Zhou Lin didn't think so, and neither did Wu Shui. It's not about crippling or even killing Chun Feng. At most, it would just draw a few more blood. With Chun Feng's current physical condition, it's not a problem at all. Anyway, the 4 of them couldn't leave the Laifu in the short term, and it would be impossible for them to even contact the outside world. Chun Feng and the Chun brothers basically have no relatives, so no one would care if they're missing. But Jiang Lanlan is different. Zheng Ping and his 4 companions who dealt with Jiang Lanlan never returned, which made 4th Master Su feel uneasy. Lanlan. Deep down, Mr. Su still felt that something was wrong. Why did he kill Lanlan? What was the reason? She knows too much. If she falls into the hands of your enemy, she will be the biggest loophole. If you want to live, she must die. Not far away, Lan Ye was sitting like a queen, cutting a steak gracefully. Yeah. Mr. Su Si, who was once extremely wise, looked at Lan Ye with eyes that were almost the same as those of freshmen, clear and stupid, full of ignorant hope. Yeah, when will you marry me? Chapter 101 Su Si's Dreamy Experience. After the apocalyptic natural disaster struck, 4th Master Su did not panic. As one of the most prominent figures in Jiazhou City who had risen from the bottom of society, Mr. Su Si's philosophy of survival has always been, as long as you have food in your hands, you will not be worried. Like many wealthy people, Mr. Su Si likes to live in a big house. Not every rich person can have a big house like Su Si, which is completely independent of others, or to be more precise, a small manor. A 5-meter-long wall, a 4-meter-long gate, a 2-acre yard, 3 acres of land, 2 underground floors and 3 above-ground floors. It is really impossible to manage it without some skills. Su Si can do it. He has money and it comes easily to him. I have many younger brothers who can not only guard the gate, but also farm. The basement is filled with all kinds of daily necessities, staple food, oil, toilet paper, and things that cannot be seen in public. In short, after the eternal night freeze began, Su Si was not panicked at all. Especially when he had nothing to do and started reading those apocalyptic novels, he became happier and happier. Aren't these novels prepared for him? Like Xiao Hang and Lanshan Community, Su Si also felt deep in his heart that his world had finally arrived. After the situation stabilized, Su Si did not waste time. The strong never complain about the environment. They just fight for every second. He arranged for people to modify cars, frantically collect supplies, and even secretly attacked 2 grassroots police stations and obtained some police firearms. It's not that Su Si is without weapons in his hands, but who would complain about having too many weapons? Having tasted the sweetness, Su Si became more and more crazy. On the one hand, he He raised the walls of the villa and built watchtowers and sniper positions. And, on the other hand, he used the supplies in his hands to frantically expand his team. Many young people choose to join Su Si's army, initially just to make a living, but they will soon be assimilated and embark on a path of madness. Fortunately, Su Si has not gone completely crazy. He requires his subordinates who go out to collect supplies not to use his name and try not to conflict with the government shelter team, especially the military. More than a month after the end of the world, Su Si had 300 thugs under his control. Not only did they all have cold weapons, but they also had 17 or 18 pistols and countless bullets. Some of these guns were prepared by Su Si before, some were stolen from government agencies after the end of the world, and some were used to kill people. There are more than one Su Si who have made a name for themselves in the city, but only Su Si can continue to prosper after the end of the world. Su Si, who knew his former enemy well, would certainly not let him go. He waved his hand and sent his subordinates to the door. Those who did not surrender were all wiped out, and those who surrendered, only the ringleader would be executed. Originally, Fourth Master Su might really be able to live a prosperous life. As long as he didn't offend the government and the army, he would have no problem living so comfortably until superpowers and evolution appeared. If he was lucky enough and found a matching superpower bead and evolved again, he might even be able to become a powerful man. We can only blame Zhou Lin. Why did he catch Lan Ye and scare her so much? When the earthquake happened, Lan Ye suppressed her inner fear and crawled towards the city. She was afraid of death, but she was also afraid of being controlled by Zhou Lin for her whole life. As a well-known socialite in the small circle of the provincial capital, Lan Ye once had no expectations for life. But when the end of the world came, she was given a big gift, psychic powers. After acquiring superpowers, Lan Ye finally realized the happiness of the men around her and finally understood what she really wanted. So Lan Ye couldn't accept that not only was her ability ineffective against Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali, but even a little girl could laugh at her. Even if it was just to save face, she had to take a gamble. I can only say that Lan Ye is very lucky. During the earth-shaking earthquake, she was neither swallowed by the cracked ground nor crushed to death by the collapsed buildings. She was not even frozen or starved to death. Instead, by coincidence, she ran into Su Si's men. Even without her superpowers, Lan Ye's appearance and temperament were still enough to conquer Su Si's men. Their first thought when they saw Lan Ye's true appearance was to send Lan Ye to Su Si to seek credit. Isn't it written like this in the books, that the general sends troops to fight, brings back beauties and property, and presents them to the Lord? The end of the world is a chaotic world. Su Si is the Lord, and Lan Ye is the treasure. Originally, Su Si thought that he had seen so much that nothing else mattered to him, and that he cared about nothing more than power. However, the moment he saw Lan Ye, he fell in love with her. How could there be such a charming woman? Why did she end up in this world? Su Si immediately rewarded the three armies, then took Lan Ye's hand and accompanied her to enjoy the kingdom he had built for her for a day. From then on, the king no longer held court early in the morning. Well, at least Su Si thought so. In fact, Lan Ye just gave him a casual reward. If she wanted, she could even let Su Si go straight to heaven in joy. The reason why Su Si is still alive today is simply because Lan Ye doesn't want to change her clothes for the time being. After all, Su Si's skin is still very useful. It can paralyze a group of younger brothers internally and protect them from wind and rain externally. Today, Su Si proposed marriage again. Lan Ye smiled. Didn't I tell you that when you are in control of Jiazhou City, I will wait for your sedan chair? Look, the day has dawned, and the end of the world is about to pass. Aren't you afraid that everything will return to normal? What are you afraid of? I didn't do anything. From the end of the world to now, I haven't even left the house. What does the outside have to do with me? Don't worry, yeah. No matter what happens in the future, it will not involve us. We can definitely live happily together until old age. Su Si's words were truly from the bottom of his heart. If it were another woman, she would definitely be deeply moved. But how many men that Lan Ye had experienced in her life were lower than Su Sidon? It might be harder to move Lan Ye with words than to move the entire Xia kingdom. I'm so happy. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you remember the Zhou family I mentioned to you? You mean the one who wanted to bully you and illegally detain you for life? Su Si's face suddenly changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I remember. When the temperature gets higher, I will personally lead my men to the outskirts of the city. I know the place you're talking about. Don't worry, I will definitely bring their family back together. Yeah, I promise you that I will not let anyone who wants to bully you go. Yeah. Lan I will not that then smiling. Her look made Su Si's heart flutter, and he pressed his hands over. Oh, it's troublesome again. Lan Ye activated her special ability and saw Su Si rolled his eyes, raised his hands, hugged himself, turned around and walked towards the big bed. After a while, he began to roll over. No one knew what he saw, but he was enjoying it very much. Shaking her head in boredom, Lan Ye looked out the window. At this moment, she actually missed Zhou Lin a little, or rather, she was looking forward to seeing Zhou Lin again soon, to seeing him crying and begging for mercy on his knees. Oh, and that cow-like woman and that hateful little girl, they deserve to die, just like Zhou Lin. Chapter 102. Leadership is useless. The temperature continues to warm up, which seems to be a good thing. In particular, the sun can be seen for longer and longer periods of time every day, which fills the hearts of other people who are still in the darkness with hope again. At the Laifu base, Zhou Lin was extremely busy. The temperature is measured at least 4 times a day to monitor the melting of snow. At the moment, the situation does not look very good. According to the digital model established by Zhou Li, it is very likely that all the snow on the surface will melt within 3 days. 3 days? Wang Pingping didn't quite believe this conclusion because he was outside of the moment and there was still a white expanse in front of him. As a professional soldier, it was difficult for him to understand what exponential progress meant. Simply put, the last day of the 3 days would melt half of the snow he saw now. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. The command has already made a decision. They're going to continue to strengthen the shelter. Wang Pingping felt guilty when he talked about this. In a sense, Yi Xinxiao's decision was tantamount to desertion. How can a soldier be a deserter? Wang Pingping is never afraid of fighting, but what if there is no enemy? Zhu Guanghan is not an enemy, and neither are the other people in the command center. They just have different positions. I've tried my best. Zhou Lin sighed. If the model is correct, the entire Jiazhou city may be a swamp for a long time to come. What do you mean? Zhou Kaijun asked with a frown. Dad, there are some things that we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. I know, but I still believe in you. At least you have done a good job so far. Zhou Kaijun patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder and swallowed what he wanted to say. He is also a son, but he doesn't want to embarrass Zhou Lin because of him. At the shelter, Wang Pingping watched the last batch of evacuated military dependents, who gathered into a team with their families, moving slowly and arduously on the snow. They would go to the highest mountain nearby, Huta Mountain, where they had already started building infrastructure 2 days ago. The initial plan was to accommodate 20,000 people, but now Wang Pingping felt that the scale might need to be expanded. It's difficult. After hearing Wang Pingping's idea, the people in the design and construction team kept shaking their heads. Materials, equipment, and even transportation are all problems. Even if the standards are lowered, it is impossible to meet Wang Pingping's requirements in a short period of time. You are responsible for finding solutions. If there are not enough people, recruit them. If there are not enough materials, I will find them. If there are not enough equipment, hire more people. I only want the results. I don't care how you do it. 3 days. Remember, you only have 3 days at most. In fact, in national research institutions, amidst the cheers, some people express the opposite view, believing that Bashu might run into problems due to the rapid warming. Unfortunately, his voice was too small and was drowned out before it could even make any waves. Almost no one thought that sunshine and warmth would be a bad thing, until the morning of the 3rd day, when people discovered that the snow that once buried the roof of the 2nd floor had suddenly disappeared, and there was only flowing sewage and dirty ice cubes on the ground. Then they realized that something was wrong. There's too much water. The icy, bitingly dirty-looking puddles were everywhere, replacing the snow. However, they could get into buildings more easily than the snow, corroding all objects soaked in them. Ordinary doors and windows are enough to keep the snow out, but it is difficult to prevent the sewage from entering. The waterproof sandbags that were piled up overnight in the shelter were already as high as an average person's chest, but streams of icy water still flowed in from the bottom of the sandbags, soaking the ground near the entire gate into a mass of mud. After repeated trampling by outsiders, the ground became no different from a rice field. Zhu Guanghan has lost weight again. The smile that was always on his face in the past 2 days disappeared from last night. The water rose last night. If there was still hope this morning that the water would flow away, Those hopes have now been completely shattered. Hurry up, where are the sandbags? Where's the sandbag I want? No one is there. Go find it, or we'll be too late. Left, add another layer on the left, quick. Who's fallen? Take him to rest and replace him. We can't be left alone here. Su Ziyuan was in charge of the on-site command. It was not originally his job, since the original person in charge collapsed from exhaustion early this morning. Su Ziyuan, covered in mud, turned around inadvertently and saw Zhu Guanghan. Shark arm. Su Ziyuan lowered his head. Although he was dissatisfied with Zhu Guanghan, he did not have the courage to point his finger at Zhu Guanghan and scold him. Wang Pingping told Su Ziyuan about Zhou Lin's suggestion. Su Ziyuan actually believed it. But what was the use of believing it? He did not even dare to send his family out of the shelter for fear of being scolded. Thinking about it now, I feel that Su Ziyuan was very shameless. Why was he still considering so many things at this time? Why should he let his family members risk their lives for his career? You should entrust your family to Wang Pingping. He will definitely not refuse. Zhu Guanghan was actually also cursing, but the people he was cursing were Yi Xinxiao, Wang Pingping, and Zhou Lin. The snow melted and the water rose. Was it Zhu Guanghan who did it? No, he was not wrong. Zhou Lin was wrong. Why did you make such an accurate prediction? And why did you tell Wang Pingping? What was your intention? And Wang Pingping, do you listen to everyone? Do you report to your superiors after listening to them? Do you also bring it up in the meeting after reporting it? As for Yi Xinxiao, what kind of person is he? He actually disobeyed the collective decision, ignored the safety of the people, led his own troops, and fled at the critical moment. Just wait. When I recover, I will sue you all the way to the Forbidden City. As for Zhou Lin, he is even easier to deal with. First, let the police arrest him and punish him for spreading rumors and misleading the public. And then, water is coming in. Water is coming in. Run, everyone run. The roar coming from behind interrupted Zhu Guanghan's fantasy. Water in? No, it's all blocked. Zhu Guanghan frowned and glanced at the gate. Go see who's yelling. This kind of behavior that shakes the morale of the army must be dealt with swiftly and severely. It's really flooded. Without waiting for the secretary to investigate the situation, people rushed out of the shelter with panic on their faces. Some even brought packages and belongings. Without even looking at Zhu Guanghan and other leaders, they rushed to the sandbag dam and demanded that it be opened to let them out. We can't live here anymore. There's water everywhere. We need to go out and find a higher place. We can't live here, even if we don't drown. Let us out. My house is on the 20th floor. You don't have to worry about my life or death from now on. Open the door. Zhu Guanghan never imagined that it only took one day or one immersion in water to go from being the people's savior to being reviled. The water leakage in the underground shelter is not actually too bad, but who among the people living in it is willing to gamble with their own life or even the life of their family? As for Zhou Lin, the situation was equally bad, even worse than in the shelter in the city. Due to the terrain, there was originally a lot of snow on the farm side. In addition to the melted snow water itself, there was also reinforcements from the surrounding areas. In just one night, the roof of the old house was completely invisible. Zhou Lin was not worried about the rising water level alone. The key was that the soil piled up on the right side of the live fu began to loosen after being soaked and washed by the snow water. Chapter 103, A Man in a Worrying Position. The draft depth of a USS Rifle aircraft carrier is about 11 meters, which means that when the surrounding water depth exceeds 11 meters, the USS Rifle will float. Even though the water level is only 1 or 2 meters now, the piled soil will become softer and softer due to the immersion and will gradually collapse. By that time, the entire right side of the Laifu would be completely exposed. Once seen, currently, only the Zhou family and Wu Xuan know about the aircraft carrier. Zhou Lin is definitely at ease with his own family, but it is hard to say what will happen once it is exposed. What if the country needs it at that time? To give or not to give? It definitely won't and can't be given, but it will make people think about it. By then, all kinds of tricks and conspiracies will inevitably follow. Not to mention the annoyance, even tigers take naps. There is no such thing as a thief who can thieves all day long. Zhou Lin couldn't think of a proper solution for the time being. He could only comfort himself and take it one step at a time. The key still depended on whether God would cooperate. At this time, the top leaders of the Xia state had already received the latest report from Bashu. For a moment, most people couldn't believe it. It was obviously a good thing, so how could it suddenly turn into a disaster? What to do? The airship troops sent out during the last earthquake have returned, in part. Together with the airships produced during the general mobilization a few days ago and the reinforcements from various places, the number of various airships has increased to more than 70. Although this fully demonstrates the strong production capacity of the Xia Kingdom. Even if all of these airships are sent to Bashu, there will be a drop in the bucket for the impending flood disasters. What's more, someone suggested yesterday that the manufacture of airships should be suspended because the winter night has passed and maybe everything will return to normal soon. Now we should concentrate our efforts on preparing to restore the planting and breeding industries. And first of all, ensure that the people of Xia have enough food to eat. Many people hold the same view. 2 months of winter nights destroyed more than 90% of the animals and plants on the Earth's surface. Even after the winter nights are over, it will be difficult for the natural environment to return to normal without 3 to 5 years or even 3 to 50 years. Instead of using a large amount of resources to build an airship that may not be used, it is better to stop for a while and make plans. After seeing the situation in Bashu, some people began to worry whether the capital and other supermarket cities with larger populations would face the same situation. How should we prepare countermeasures in advance? By the end of the meeting, almost everyone looked unhappy. After driving for more than 4 hours, there is no conclusion, let alone result. In a word, we'll just have to wait and see. Without waiting for orders from the national level, the provincial capital of Bashu did not dare to make a decision easily and could only broadcast the news throughout the province. The first purpose was to let the military and civilians of Jiazhou City fight the natural disaster together. And the second was to warn the people around Jiazhou City not to bring their families to Jiazhou City just for the sake of sunbathing, as doing so would not only increase the burden on Jiazhou City, but also put their lives in danger. Zhou Lin's family would naturally also receive this news. They won't listen unless the sun can be seen throughout Bashu tomorrow. Now, the only one who is willing to chat with Zhou Lin is Zhou Kaijun. At this time, there are only a father and son sitting at the table, drinking a little wine, smoking, and chewing a plate of peanuts for a long time. Zhou Kaijun has been busy in the past few days. Although the Zhou family used to be mainly engaged in animal husbandry, and Zhou Kaijun has shown his talent in animal husbandry. In fact, Zhou Kaijun's ability in planting is not bad, not inferior to professors and experts in general agricultural colleges, and he is a real theory practitioner. Zhou Kaijun was responsible for the theoretical guidance of the planting and breeding areas on the second underground floor. He also participated in the actual work, which is currently going well. In terms of planting technology, relying on the almost never-ending power supply of live food, Zhou Kaijun designed hydroponics, substrate culture, and aeroponics according to the growth characteristics of different plants. Solanaceae plants, such as tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers, are best suited to aeroponics. In theory, these 3 plants can grow indefinitely. As long as the conditions are right, they can even grow into woody plants. I have estimated that when they are in their peak fruit-bearing period, 1 plant can meet the daily needs of all of us. Are you drunk? 1 is enough? How big does it have to be? I'm not drunk. This is just the beginning, Zhou Kaijun said as he picked up the vegetable and took a sip. For tuberous plants, I used both aerosol and substrate methods. It depends on the situation. If the humidity of aerosol is too high, it will easily lead to secondary germination and reduced yield of tuberous stems, which is more troublesome. For leafy vegetables, liquid culture is the most cost-effective. For example, the lettuce and Chinese cabbage we grow in Lanshan can be harvested in 30 days at most. Now we use a 2-meter-long 6-layer rack for planting. We can harvest about 300 leafy vegetables in each round. If we consume 8 vegetables a day, theoretically 1 rack can meet our needs. This, as an outsider, Zhou Lin gasped in surprise. Just that 2-meter-long 6-layer shelf one? Zhou Kaiju nodded and said yes. There are currently 20 racks like this in operation. A small number of them are used to grow vegetables, and the rest are used by Zhou Kaijun for research. He even plans to use liquid culture to grow staple foods such as wheat and rice. In addition to the planting industry, the breeding industry can now also be liberalized. The first batch of breeding eggs have been hatching for almost a week, and the 2 female rabbits are about to give birth. For Zhou Kaijun, these are all small matters. He even asked Zhou Lin to bring back some horses, cattle, sheep, and the like when he has the chance. After all, the territory is large and the electricity is sufficient. If nothing unexpected happens, he is confident that these poultry and livestock can reproduce and thrive in the live food. When the time comes, we can take out the leftovers to exchange. Am I your dad? Very capable. Well, a man's damn desire to win was fully reflected in Zhou Kaijun at this time. But Zhou Lin could also understand it. Over the years, especially after Cheng Yali merged with the supernatural beads and became an evolver, Zhou Kaijun's family status had been declining again and again, and he was almost on the same level as Haizi. Now he finally found a position where he could shine, so he was naturally happy. Then Zhou Lin thought about himself. Symbiosis. Intermediate 6012/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/2. Intensity symbiosis. 6.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 6.5, 6517/10,000. The growth of supernatural experience points was still linear, which made Zhou Lin feel relieved, but the growth of evolutionary experience points seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Maybe it has something to do with the recent decrease in exercise time. Zhou Lin secretly made up his mind to put unimportant things aside for the time being and seize the time to strengthen himself. By the way, we also need to bring our mother Cheng Yali along. Thinking of his mother, who was once as strong as an ox and now as strong as a tiger, Zhou Lin couldn't help but look at Zhou Kaijun with sympathy. Poor father. As long as he doesn't fuse his superpowers to awaken and evolve, he will have no sense of existence in front of his wife. As a son, how could he stand by and watch him die? Zhou Lin decided to get a matching superpower bead for Zhou Kaijun no matter what, so that he could regain his masculinity. Zizi, Zhou Lin? Is Zhou Lin here? I'm Wang Ping. The call interrupted Zhou Lin's thoughts. It must be some bad thing again. Zhou Lin frowned impatiently and picked up the walkie-talkie. Chapter 104 should be suspected. Something happened. Water was gushing out in many places in the shelter, and a large number of residents were trampled while fleeing. The people at the command center were no longer able to control the scene and called Yi Xinxiao for help. Wang Pingping did not say how Zhu Guanghan cried and regretted his decision. It was pointless to talk about it now. But what's the use of telling me? Zhou Linqi asked. Is that something he can fix? Absolutely not. Even if he has superpowers and a live fu, how many people can a live fu accommodate? 5,000? 10,000? 20,000? I'm sorry, Zhou Lin is very selfish. He may lend a helping hand within his ability, but he can't put himself in a difficult position to help others. Wang Pingping actually didn't think so. It was Yi Xinxiao who asked him to contact Zhou Lin. That's what I was saying. Why did the commander ask me to contact you? Well, I'll just inform you. Those people who came out of the shelter are running in all directions. They might run to your house. You can handle it yourself. It seems that you have a good relationship with the commander. He even notified you specifically, Zhou Kaijun said with narrowed eyes. No, Zhou Lin said in a deep voice. As a reborn person, Zhou Lin has been struggling in the apocalypse for 10 years. In terms of professional knowledge, Zhou Kaijun may not be as good as him, but in terms of crisis awareness, he is 10 streets ahead of Zhou Kaijun. Why did Yi Xinxiao let Wang Pingping contact him? Just to inform him? It's not necessary and impossible. So what is the logic behind it? The last time an emergency occurred, Zhou Lin used the radio frequency of the Yongfu No to send a message. Combined with Yi Xinxiao's position and the deal between Zhou Lin and the Xia country's military, after putting this information together, Zhou Lin had reason to believe that Yi Xinxiao might have known something, or at least was suspecting him. So this was definitely a test. If Zhou Lin was an enthusiastic person, a little expression might expose everything. Looking at his naive father, Zhou Lin suddenly felt that Zhou Li and Cheng Yali were the same kind of people as him. As a father, he should really give up the throne and let others take over. Otherwise, he might squander his family fortune one day. Feeling bored, Zhou Lin went to residential area number 2, where Chen Feng and others were. Big brother is here. Chen Mingyun and Chen Mingdong, who were learning to repair cars from Chen Feng, heard the noise and immediately stood up and bowed to Zhou Lin, showing a typical serval look. In contrast, Jiang Lanlan was still a little tense, perhaps because she couldn't figure it out. Are you used to it? Zhou Lin didn't act like he was approachable. There was no need for that. To put it bluntly, he was the master now, and Chen Feng and the others depended on him for their livelihood. Calling them servants was an honorific. In the end times, for ordinary people without special powers and evolution, Being able to become the servant of a powerful person is something to be thankful for. Zhou Lin didn't care what Chen Feng and the others would think. He didn't want to stay for long. Three-legged toads were hard to find, but there were many people with two legs. Habit, it's like heaven. Compared with Jiang Lanlan and the Chen brothers, Chen Feng is the one who is most afraid of Zhou Lin among the four. Come on, fight with me. Zhou Lin came to Chen Feng just to practice. Evolution can improve physical fitness in all aspects, but it will be useless if there is no corresponding combat capability. Sparring may be the best way to improve your combat skills, provided you have an opponent of equal strength. There was no professional fighting arena, so Zhou Lin just laid some wooden boards on the ground, then threw a few protective pads to Chen Feng to protect his vital parts, and the fight began. As a young hoodlum, Chen Feng's fighting experience was limited. Zhou Lin took the initiative to attack him after roughly testing his endurance. He must have been holding back, but even so, Chen Feng was quickly defeated, sweating profusely, his face pale, and trembling with pain all over his body. You are too strong. I can't do it. Waste. Zhou Lin shook his head. I'll give you an extra half-pound of beef every day and strengthen your training. If you do this again next time, I'll kick you out. Chen Feng nodded with a bitter face, but the Chen brothers who were watching the fight were extremely envious. Half a pound of beef every day, wow. This was simply the treatment of a god, okay? Forget about being beaten. Even if they were beaten half to death, it would be fine. You come with me. Zhou Lin pointed at Jiang Lanlan, and the woman actually had a look of as expected on her face. She was slapped by Zhou Lin and spun around on the spot, with half of her teeth loosened. Keep your heads clear, you two. Remember, I can give you something to eat, but I can also use you as fertilizer. Zhou Lin's cold expression and ruthless actions made the Chen brothers swallow their saliva and nod repeatedly, fearing that they would get into trouble. Jiang Lanlan, who had been slapped, was indeed sober at this time. She lowered her head and only dared to stare at the area below Zhou Lin's knees. She took a step when Zhou Lin took a step. I told you not to keep idle people. From now on, you will just follow his arrangements. When son Cheng Hao saw Jiang Lanlan, his eyes widened. He was a man who couldn't stand the sight of women, let alone a woman like Jiang Lanlan. However, after just one look, Sun Cheng Hao quickly lowered his head. Compared to the woman, he was more afraid of being chased out by Zhou Lin or becoming like AI Bing and Tang Yili. Arrange something for her, but don't make trouble. Follow my dad's arrangements. If anyone has any inappropriate ideas. No, big brother, don't worry. I will be honest and do whatever you ask me to do. Sun Qinghao kept nodding and bowing. As for Jiang Lanlan, whose half-face was still swollen, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Rows of planting supports with neatly arranged seedlings or half-grown vegetables appear lush under the red and blue lights. In the cages against the wall, the cries of chickens, ducks, and geese can be heard one after another. Next to them are several brightly lit incubators. Through the glass doors, one can see the neatly arranged hatching eggs inside. Jiang Lanlan had only seen such industrialized planting and breeding scenes on the screen. These, Zhou Lin frowned. Do you have any other questions? No. Jiang Lanlan quickly lowered her head again, fearing that she would be slapped again, and her teeth would really fall out. After glancing at the two of them again, Zhou Lin left. The air suddenly became quiet, and finally Sun Chenghao spoke to break the silence. Have you ever done this before? No. What's your name, little brother? My last name is Sunday. Hey, you don't have to be so polite. We are all the same. A wanderer in this world? Jiang Lanlan smiled and blinked, which made Sun Chenghao stare at her in amazement. Yes, a wanderer, but you're still educated. Don't worry. I have the final say when Big Brother is not around. I will try my best to arrange some easy work for you in the future. In fact, there are not many things to do here every day, especially in the planning area. Check the test readings every 6 hours. If they're within the normal range, there's nothing wrong. The rest is to take care of those animals. Sun Qinghao introduced her to Jiang Lanlan in a dazed manner, totally unaware of the cunning light that flashed in Jiang Lanlan's eyes. The one guiding us is my eldest brother's father? Yes, he comes here every day. Oh, when he comes next time, you must respect him and don't cause trouble. Chapter 105. Your husband went to find a woman. Ship Island Building, 10th floor. Initially, Zhou Lin did not plan to open this floor. Because there is a huge antenna base in the center of this floor, not only is it difficult to divide the remaining space, but in case the antenna needs to be used, The metal walls forming the Faraday cage on all four sides must be folded up, so it cannot be used for living at all. Now Zhou Lin just uses it as a gym for him and Chengyali. There's no need for those messy fitness equipment. These things designed for ordinary people are meaningless for the evolvers. High-end training often only requires simple equipment. For example, the dumbbell that Chengyali is lifting now is the tungsten steel plate that Zhou Lin found in the aircraft carrier. With the same volume, its weight is about twice that of the steel plate. A single 40-kilogram dumbbell is just an ordinary weight in Chengyali's hands. It looks like the feeling of girls holding a 1-kilogram dumbbell. After eating, Chengyali can do hundreds of them in a set without even taking a breath. Zhou Lin picked up another pair of dumbbells and told Chengyali about Jiang Lanlan while training. Another bitch. Chengyali never hides her vulgarity. Zhou Li was not the kind of delicate girl. After she was born, she jumped directly from a tigress to a female rhinoceros. Now, Zhou Lin felt that only Tyrannosaurus could be used to describe the noble mother. Zhou Lin once talked to Chengyali about why he had to bring people to Lai Fu Hao. Chengyali had no objection and emphasized to Zhou Lin that if he couldn't handle the person, he should let her do it. For the sake of this family, Chengyali would never be soft-hearted or show mercy. Chengyali doesn't believe in karma and reincarnation. So what if it really exists? The worst that can happen is eternal damnation in hell. I'm willing to do that. Chengyali couldn't explain it, but Zhou Lin was not a child, so how could he not understand? There's one more thing I can't make up my mind about, Zhou Lin said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Explain. The official shelters may be completely destroyed. The whole city is in disarray. Many people may die from flooding in the future. You want to help them? Chengyali put down the dumbbells and stared at Zhou Lin with her copper bell eyes. You have to think about it carefully. Don't take on a job that you don't have the skills to do. It doesn't matter if you lose your life, but who will take care of me in my old age? That's not what I meant. Zhou Lin thought for a moment. Didn't I just say that we need manpower? Waiting for something to happen is not an option. This was not a whim of Zhou Lin. At present, the flooding in and outside the city is still limited to relatively low-lying areas. If no action is taken, it may become even more inconvenient. It doesn't matter if you recruit people, as long as you don't become a Guanyin Bodhisattva. Don't worry, mother. I'm not a white lotus. Chengyali finally nodded, and then said, by the way, don't always look for pretty girls. Beauty is the root of trouble. Don't you understand? Well, in a mother's heart, her son will never grow up. But on the other hand, the feeling of being nagged by my mother is the most precious thing in the world. As long as mother is around, the world has a place to come from. Otherwise, life only has a way back. Zhou Lin, who had died once, understood the 5 feelings of it better. Besides, Chengyali is not a difficult mother to get along with. Even though she's a little strong and a little rough, most of the time she is a, well, reasonable mother. If you don't believe it, you can ask Zhou Kaijun. Over the years, Zhou Kaijun didn't have a bruised face every day. Especially when both of them got older. In Chengyali's words, they didn't dare to fight anymore for fear of someone losing their life. The rifle hospital. When Wu Shui heard Zhou Lin say that he was going to the city to recruit people, she asked if she could find some biological and chemical reagents. Leifaheo Hospital had basically everything in terms of diagnosis and treatment, but it was not a scientific research hospital after all. Jiuhe Pharmaceutical Factory, there must be one in their laboratory. If it is convenient for you, go there. Safety first, Wu Shui said. Zhou Lin knew that Jiuhe Pharmaceutical Factory was once the largest enterprise in Jiazhou City. In its heyday, it had tens of thousands of employees and their families. In those days, being able to become a worker at Jiuhe Pharmaceutical Factory was the dream of countless people in Jiazhou City. Afterwards, he fell from grace, and for several years, he couldn't even pay out retirement salaries. Later, like many similar companies, it was sold, raised funds, and changed from public to private. It then recovered somewhat by relying on its huge size. Although it cannot be said to have regained its glory, at least it became lively again. Wu Shui said that she had been to Jiuhe Pharmaceutical Factory and that its R&D department actually occupied an old building. In terms of scale, it was no less than some multinational pharmaceutical groups, and the thing she needed should be in the R&D building. I still remember their factory. Don't worry, I will definitely bring it back to you if there is anything. Lily, do you need anything? No. Zhou Li continued to type code. When Zhou Lin reached the door, she suddenly said, "Be careful." Taking the actual situation into consideration, Zhou Lin did not choose a pickup truck to go into the city this time, but instead arranged an off-road motorcycle. With his evolved physical fitness, Zhou Lin felt that he should be able to handle it. In addition to its passability, when encountering a flooded area where vehicles cannot pass, the off-road motorcycle could be directly stored on the special rack at the rear of Lu Xiaofeng, which is extremely convenient. Now the Lai Fu is surrounded by water, with the deepest part being about 2 or 3 meters. After coming out of the lobby, Zhou Lin directly took out a mini motorboat. With the motor roaring, the motorboat carrying Zhou Lin sped forward, leaving a long white trail. The splashing ice water is still cold, but the wind blowing towards you is a little warm. After about 5 minutes of flying, Zhou Lin saw land. After slowing down and reaching the shore, Zhou Lin switched to a motorcycle and turned on his mobile phone to start positioning. Thanks to the navigation satellite launched by the Xia government, Zhou Lin quickly determined the location: Su's compound, the lair of Mr. Su Sai. Zhang Ping said that Su Si has been living in the Su family compound since the end of the world. The place is high and backed by a mountain, so it should not be likely to be flooded now. But it's hard to say what will happen after a while. If Su Si saw that the situation was not good and moved away in a few days, it would be difficult for Zhou Lin to find him again. The reason why Zhou Lin didn't tell the truth was that he was afraid of objection from Qing Yali and others. It's just that Zhou Li seemed to see through it, so she gave him a special reminder before he left. In comparison, Wu Shui is much simpler. She is now expressing her feelings to her sister-in-law, saying that Zhou Lin is a really good husband. Yes, your husband is so nice. Let's run a lap and fix it if there are any problems, Zhou Li said, pointing to the latest version of the program on the screen. Zhou Li felt somewhat unwilling that she could not fuse the energy beads and that there were no signs of evolution. Zhou Li couldn't wait to help Wu Shui with her research if it could reveal the secrets of superpowers and evolution as soon as possible. She didn't get enough rest these days, and even had to be forced by Wu Shui to go to bed. This is evident. By the way, have you ever thought that my brother is actually looking for a woman? The test result was very successful. Zhou Li was in a good mood and suddenly wanted to tease her genius sister-in-law. It could be regarded as a small revenge for Wu Shui's showing off her husband just now. Chapter 106 Genius Idea. Su Family Courtyard. Next to the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom, Lan Yia was basking in the sun lazily, lying on the chaise longue, allowing the beautician at home to paint her nail polish. Elegant and timeless. At least during the few days in the Su family compound, Lan Yia felt like she had returned to the civilized world. You don't have to worry about food and clothing. You can take a bath, do a SBA, and have a manicure. Fine. On the bed, Fourth Master Su was still lying dead. I had a very busy meal last night. If I hadn't eaten enough tonic, the food would have been cold by now. It is said that the nanny in charge of laundry has been complaining recently because the bed sheets are changed too frequently and the workload has increased dramatically. If it were any other time, the Fourth Master would just give him a reward and that would be fine. But now, who knows how long this Su family compound can last. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Xia kingdom has been liberated long ago. Who would still want to work hard for the master of the family? Following a burst of snoring that sounded like he was about to die, Su Si, who was awakened by the feeling of suffocation, slowly opened his eyes. At the age of 50, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Not only were his old eyes bloodshot, but there was also a deep sense of fatigue. In fact, Su Si was also a little confused. Why did Lan Yia not only look fine, but also look more and more energetic? Isn't everyone's consumption about the same? And every time he killed, Lan Yia kept begging for mercy. But why? Su Si's fat body suddenly trembled, thinking, could it be that Lan Yia sucked away her yang energy? The Fourth Master is awake. Lan Yia stopped doing her nails and twisted her waist to move closer, tickling Su Si's stubble like a kitten. Fourth Master, this is not good. What's wrong? Su Si asked with narrowed eyes. My waist is almost broken. Tonight, I need to sleep in another room tonight. Otherwise, I will be killed by the Fourth Master sooner or later. The beautician by the window lowered her head and dared not speak. Can the Fourth Master kill people? It's not like I haven't tried it before. It's really green tea. But Su Si was very happy. He had already thrown away his suspicion of Lan Yia. He hugged her slender waist and said with a stinky mouth, Okay. I promise to be gentle tonight. Not coming. After acting coquettishly for a while, Lan Yia remembered that the beautician was still there, so she quickly sent her away. Fourth Master, the sky has been clear for several days now, but you promised to help them, avenge their hatred. Alas, it is not necessary to do this, but when I think of the suffering I suffered at the hands of Zhou Lin, I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. I have no interest in doing anything. Not interested? That's too much. Just now Su Si was still thinking about how to enjoy himself tonight. If he ruined the beauty's mood, wouldn't he have no fun at all? It can only be said that Lan Yi's ability is too powerful. Anything that the Fourth Master can think of can help him make his dream come true. Otherwise, Su Si would not have suffered such a loss in just a few days. Wait, I'll arrange it now. In Su Si's opinion, an ordinary person, even if he had a little money, could not compare with him. In the past, he would not have to arrange it in person, and it could be solved immediately with just one phone call. Half an hour later, half of the younger brothers in the Su family compound gathered in the living room. After changing his clothes and combing his hair, Su Si seemed to be more alert. On the table in front of him were 3 pistols, 6 magazines, and 2 boxes of bullets. Take it and go to the Zhou family's farm outside the city to find a young man named Zhou Lin. It doesn't matter whether he is dead or alive. 3 of the 8 young men stepped forward and put away their pistols, magazines, and bullets. After the 8 young men left in an orderly manner, Lan Yi came in from the side door. Regardless of the presence of others, she leaned against Su Si softly and squeezed into the man's arms like softened butter. The elasticity and flexibility made Su Si, who was used to the wind and waves, breathe rapidly. Thank you, Fourth Master. Lan Yi's sweet voice was like strands of hair, tickling Su Si's heart, making Su Si feel instantly that he was back to normal. All his strength was back, and he looked younger. However, with Lan Yi's level, how could she easily satisfy Su Si? As a man, one must keep people in suspense so that the benefits can be maximized. In addition to asking Su Si to help her with revenge, Lan Yi also has a bigger plan. After lunch, Lan Yi, under the pretext of needing to rest, sneaked out of the Su family compound through the back door when no one was paying attention. She didn't walk far. Less than a mile away from the Su family compound, there was a former farmyard. There was no way of knowing where the original owner had gone. After Lan Yi walked in, a cold shout came from the inner room. It's me. At this moment, Lan Yi looked dignified, without any trace of scorn. A tall figure walked out slowly. He kept his head down, so that his facial features were in thick shadows and could not be seen clearly. How have you been these past 2 days? Do you feel anything? Lan Yi stood tall and gracefully, folding her hands on her belly like a lady, looking at Lin Min with clear and bright eyes. Yes, it's powerful. Lin Min slowly raised his arms, and his fists, which were really as big as a sand bowl, made a clear crack sound when he clenched them with all his strength. Lan Yi nodded with satisfaction. Su Si may not live long. Are you ready? Anytime. Hearing Su Si's name, Lin Min's fist trembled slightly unconsciously. Sit down. I'm going to start. Following Lan Yi's order, Lin Min sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes obediently. Soon after, Lan Yi also closed her eyes and activated her supernatural powers. Soon, Lin Min, who had been motionless, suddenly trembled violently, and the muscles all over his body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. He originally had a height and weight that were rare for Southerners, and now his body shape became even more exaggerated, just like a hairless King Kong. Roar! A suppressed and dull roar burst out from Lin Min's swollen and red neck, as if producing an invisible impact, stirring up the dust around him and forming a gray mist. Lan Yi suddenly opened her eyes and relaxed. She didn't know when her forehead was covered with sweat and her face was as pale as a relative who had been visiting for half a month. She staggered to the side, took out beef jerky and chocolate, and started chewing and swallowing them, while at the same time observing Lin Min's changes. Without the support of Lan Yi's special ability, Lin Min's body has obviously shrunk a little, but from the blue veins on his forehead, behind his ears and on his neck, it can be seen that his consciousness at this time should still remain in the dream created for him by Lan Yi. Lan Yi, who had recovered a little, nodded slightly, a smug smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Lin Min is actually one of Lan Yi's followers, a very ordinary gangster, just a bit strong and willing to fight to the death. Not long after escaping from Zhou Lin, the two unexpectedly met again near the Su family compound. The communication with Zhou Lin gave Lan Yi a new idea about her supernatural powers. Since evolution is a change of human beings in the end times, can it be stimulated through human consciousness? Lan Yia wanted to try this crazy idea, and her first experimental subject was Lin Min. Chapter 107, I'm in a good mood, so I won't ask. During the last 10 years of the apocalypse, Zhou Lin's greatest realization was that one should never look down on women. Even without considering superpowers and evolution, Cheng Yali can still kill most men in seconds in terms of combat power, and Zhou Li and Wu Shui are far ahead of him in terms of intelligence. When Zhou Lin saw Lan Yia escape during the earthquake, he felt that this woman was no ordinary person, but he still underestimated Lan Yia. Lan Yia can use psychic powers to stimulate the brains of ordinary people and make them embark on the path of autonomous evolution. She must be crazy to do this. If Lan Yia is a lunatic, then Lin Min is a fool. Because at the beginning Lan Yia said that she had a way to make Lin Min several times, or even dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, but there was a possibility of losing his life. Lin Min agreed without any hesitation. Between living in disgrace or fighting to the death, he chose the latter. The first time, Lan Yia almost died, and when she woke up, Lin Min was still in a coma. Lin Min was lying there, with blood oozing from all his orifices, black blood. Because of the low temperature, the black blood solidified into ice not long after it flowed out. It was black, extremely smelly ice. Lan Yia thought that Lin Min was dead. If she hadn't been kind enough to help Lin Min close his eyes, Lin Min might have really died. Lin Min blinked once, and then again. 3 minutes later, Lin Min looked at the wall that he had punched through and was ecstatic. After the first practice, the two agreed to try to do it once a day. Today is the 5th day. Lan Yia didn't know that Lin Min's level of evolution had already exceeded 5 and was only slightly lower than Zhou Lin. It took Zhou Lin more than a month to evolve to this level, while Lan Yia and Lin Min only took 5 days. If Zhou Lin knew this, I wonder what he would think. But there are gains and losses. The achievements of Lan Yia and Lin Minmeng were actually obtained at the cost of Lin Min's vitality. However, even if she knew, would Lan Yia care? From the day she knew she had acquired superpowers, she vowed to trample all men under her feet in this life. She would never allow any man to covet her, either physically or as a free soul. So when the earthquake happened, she had to escape even though she knew the risk was extremely high. She had no control over Zhou Lin, and she couldn't even deal with Zhou Li. It was also because of this that Su Si was almost dying without ever truly tasting Lan Yia. He has sent out half of his men. Now is the best opportunity. When Lin Min stood up refreshed like a drug addict who had just finished taking a few marijuana drugs, Lan Yia put her hand behind her back and said to Lin Min with her back to her, "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Min spat out a mouthful of saliva that was streaked with blood and yellow. Okay. Lan Yia didn't even look back, but walked forward with her long legs. She walked very steadily, and although she was dressed fashionably, she looked very confident. On the other side, Zhou Lin was speeding along on his motorcycle. As the name suggests, the best feature of an off-road motorcycle may not be power, but the suspension and tires are definitely top-notch to ensure grip during driving. The first time he played, it was so exciting that Zhou Lin almost had a collision with 2 oncoming off-road vehicles. Grass. The passenger window of the Japanese off-road vehicle in front of him rolled down, revealing a black gun muzzle pointing at Zhou Lin. This car is great. I want it. Zhou Lin couldn't believe it. He was robbed again. Do I really need to check the almanac before going out? Fuck, you want the car, but not your life, right? The man with the gun hadn't finished his words when, in a flash, he saw both the man and the car disappear. He rubbed his eyes involuntarily. Could it be that he saw a ghost in broad daylight? A black object suddenly flew down from the roof of the car, brushed past his nose, and flew into the car. When he turned his head to look, Zhou Lin had already jumped high from the roof and landed on the car behind a few meters away like a big bird. Fly over here. Compared with the car in front, people in the rear car can see more clearly. However, they couldn't believe that there were people in the world who could move so fast that afterimages appeared. The one who reacted the fastest had just grabbed the door handle when Zhou Lin disappeared from his sight. When Zhou Lin jumped up from the hood of the rear car again and landed at the rear of the car, a bright ball of fire completely enveloped the front car. Boom! The incendiary grenade exploded in the carriage, and the high temperature of nearly 2,000 degrees instantly ignited all the combustibles in the carriage. The 4 people didn't even have time to react before they turned into 4 burning torches. Fuck. In the back car, the man driving the car could no longer utter a single coherent sentence, while the man next to him was talking with his upper and lower teeth chattering. Run, run, run. How could Jolene let them run away? We have to find out which side they belong to, otherwise we won't know who to ask for compensation later. Jolene felt that he had been robbed and suffered a great psychological trauma. He absolutely could not bear not to pay compensation. So he quickly went around and poked the two rear wheels. It takes skill to poke the wheel, otherwise you may hurt yourself. Get out of here. Jolene dragged the driver out of the car, then threw the dagger in his hand, pinning the man who was trying to aim at him with a pistol behind the passenger seat directly to the seat. There are quite a few guns. Where are they from? Turning around, he kicked the driver to his knees. Then Jolene showed his grenade and said, "How about I let you feel the warmth of this thing, too?" This time no one dared to act rashly, and they all followed Jolene's request, got out of the car, and knelt down next to the driver. The only one who didn't get off the car, he was only breathing his last breath, Jolene decided to forgive him. We're the Fourth Master's people. The only person who can be called Fourth Master in Jiazhou City is Su Si. What a coincidence. No, Jolene thought again. You are so organized and premeditated. What are you planning to do? Go to the Zhou family farm outside the city. After listening to the three people talking at once, Jolene almost laughed out loud. So this is what they mean by meeting by chance is worse than encountering by chance? If the guy in front hadn't suddenly become greedy, the 8 people would have just carried out their mission honestly and wouldn't have died so early. Xingyali would not have grown up to look like this if she had been a vegetarian. With these 8 guys, she would probably only be able to fill her teeth, not to mention the little female devil who always mutters, "Everyone is mortal since ancient times, and all grudges will be settled after they are killed and turned into ashes." With Jolene, at least they could die peacefully. Just like the human torch that is still burning in the car in front, it didn't struggle from beginning to end and was very peaceful. "So you don't know who I am?" Jolene asked. "No, I don't know. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We all have parents and children to take care of." "Yeah." Jolene nodded. "What you said makes sense. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't ask where they live." When the 3 heard this, they were stunned. This is the devil, right? Why do we have to root it out? Who is the bad guy? If they had the courage to ask, Jolene would definitely tell them the answer readily. Even if they didn't ask, Jolene showed them through his actions. It's just that the price is a little bit higher. Chapter 108. Where is your godfather? The equipment dropped by Master Su Si's 8 thugs was a bit too little. But this was due to Jolene not choosing the right skills, as some of his equipment was thrown away along with the corpse. Fortunately, he wasn't very picky, and a small pistol was better than nothing. More importantly, 4th Master Su deserves to die. These 8 little Karamis are the best evidence. Even if he goes to court, Jolene can say that he acted in self-defense. As for whether the judge will classify it as mutual fighting, well, that's not important. If not, just kill the judge as well. Anyway, anyone who doesn't behave like a human being will be judged by Jolene as not of our species and can be killed without guilt. Just like those Kunlun slaves who roamed around Xia country a few years ago, relying on some stupid songs played by the traders to rebel against the slaves. Oh, it's a good thing they didn't wander to the countryside, because city people still have some sympathy for small animals, otherwise they would definitely go to The Hague. But that was in the past. Now, Jolene would not look down on the Kunlun slaves, traders, and the like who were just walking 500,000 people. He would kill everyone he caught, and letting them breathe one more breath would be an insult to China's PM 2.5. Just like people like Mr. Su Si, their existence is a disgrace to civilized society. In Jolene's opinion, as long as there is still someone who gets rich through illegal means, it is a regression of civilization and must be corrected. Jolene took out the motorcycle again, got on it, and continued moving forward humming a little tune. On the way, he actually saw a layer of light green on the hillside in the distance. Was that grass? The grass looked green from a distance, but was not there when he got closer. Jolene deliberately rode over to take a look and found that it was indeed grass. Therefore, 2 months of darkness and freezing are not enough to destroy the tenacious life. The iceberg will only make the snow lotus bloom more brilliantly. Seeing the plants revive, Jolene's mood inexplicably improved. Even his motorcycle became lighter. Soon he could see the red wall of the Su family compound. Wow, they actually dared to use red brick walls. If this had happened 200 years ago, the entire clan would have been executed. The door was closed. Zhou Lin wanted to press the doorbell politely, but there was no response for several minutes. Is it out of power or dead? Zhou Lin shook the big iron gate with his hand and felt that it was not too strenuous, so he shook it a few more times. Boom! Blind Karaka! The iron gate must have weighed several thousand pounds, but it was knocked over by Zhou Lin, causing mud and water to splash everywhere, almost staining Zhou Lin's trouser legs. Su Si, is Su Lao Si here? There was no one in the yard, not a single person. Zhou Lin sniffed, and the improvement brought by evolution made him smell a hint of blood floating in the air. Is it time to kill a New Year pig? I wonder if I can catch a pig-killing dinner. In the lobby of the main building, several trembling figures were kneeling in an orderly manner, while Lin Min was sitting high in Su Si's exclusive seat, his eyes flashing with lightning and his face showing arrogance that could not be ignored. For the first time, Lin Min felt the feeling of being superior to others. Beautiful. So beautiful. Perhaps Su Si and his subordinates, who were either loyal or had not had time to rebel, could not feel Lin Min's happiness. The main reason was that they died. Basically, all of them were killed by Lin Min's punch, except Su Si. Because Lan Yi said that Su Si was annoying and not a good person, Lin Min started hitting Su Si from his limbs, and it took him 18 punches to send him to death. Poor Su Si just died without even waiting for Zhou Lin. Go and have a look. The noise of the door falling was quite shocking. At least Lin Min heard it clearly. He even heard the sound of someone's footsteps. It takes some courage for one person to break into the house. What's more, this is Su Si's home. Lin Min felt that he should recognize heroes and respect heroes, because heroes should respect each other. He is no longer the little Karami of the past, and he must maintain the temperament of the emancipated serfs singing. So he sat upright in the grand living room, quietly waiting for the guests to come in. It's a pity that Lan Yi is not here. Otherwise, her aura will definitely be stronger. After all, heroes deserve beauties. Thinking of Lan Yi, Lin Min felt a little disappointed. He was already so strong, but he still couldn't see even a trace of appreciation in Lan Yi's eyes. Sooner or later, I will prove myself. Yeah. Zhou Lin came in with 2 gifts in his hands. Oh, there were 2 people, the ones who had just gone out to greet him. It's soft, and you can tell at first glance that it has no bones. At least no hard bones. Old Su, you're so young. When Zhou Lin saw Lin Min, he suddenly felt that the rumors in the underworld were not credible. Since when did a young man under 30 years old be called master? Isn't this confusing the generations? Su Lao Si. Lin Min was slightly stunned, and then realized that Zhou Lin had recognized the wrong person. My name is Lin Min, not Su Lao Si. Oh, where's your godfather? Zhou Lin nodded. What? Who are you? Your godfather sent someone to cause trouble for me, but you don't know who I am? Fuck. Shut up. I have nothing to do with Su Lao Si. I just twisted his head off, and it's still warm. Do you want to keep him company? Su Lao Si's head was twisted off. Wouldn't that mean death? By this young man, named Lin Min? Zhou Lin didn't pay attention just now, but now that he was paying attention, he felt something was wrong. Lin Min's breathing rate and heartbeat are different from those of ordinary people. Evolver? Another evolver? So, does he have special powers? For a moment, Zhou Lin felt that his mind was completely confused. The superpowers and evolvers who were supposed to appear 5 years after the apocalypse were suddenly appearing before his eyes so frequently. Was it really that many of them, or was it the so-called pregnant woman effect? No words? Let my people go first otherwise. Lin Min was a little annoyed. If his subconscious mind hadn't reminded him not to act rashly, and if he hadn't wanted to create the image of a scheming big boss, he would have taken action long ago. Lin Min, right? How did you become? When Zhou Lin said the last few words, only the shape of his lips changed. He believed that Lin Min should be able to understand. As expected, Lin Min's expression changed slightly, and his expression turned serious. You too. Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Min didn't want to reveal too much, especially in front of these subordinates of Mr. Su who had just surrendered. Good. Zhou Lin also wanted to find out more about Lin Min's situation, so he followed Lin Min to the backyard. There were a lot of bloodstains, broken furniture, and damaged decorations on the road, indicating that a battle had indeed just taken place here. It is obvious that the winner is Lin Min in front. The evolvers planned it out unintentionally, and unless the ordinary people had enough guns and elite soldiers who were good at using them, their fate would definitely not be good. Su Lao Si is the best example. He and his younger brothers have been in Jiazhou City for a lifetime, but in the end, Lin Min easily picked up a weak persimmon. Lin Min, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He hadn't reacted just now, but now his mind was clear, and he finally guessed Zhou Lin's identity. It's you. Zhou Lin was a little puzzled, and then he seemed to understand. Lanya, it's you. Lin Min's face was full of emotions, and his anger suddenly burned. He shouted and mobilized all his strength. His fist, as big as a sand bowl, smashed toward Zhou Lin's head with a sound of breaking through the air. One punch brings life, one punch brings death. Chapter 109. No matter how deep the feelings are, it is not worth dying of starvation. So fast. With Zhou Lin's current physical fitness 6 times that of an ordinary person, he felt that Lin Min's punch was ridiculously fast. Well, it was a good thing that he was just a little bit slower, so he had time to calmly start blocking. It's not that he can't avoid it. He just simply wants to test Lin Min's strength and determine his level of evolution. Judging from Lin Min's perception just now, it must be related to that woman Lan Ye. A mistress? No, it's most likely a nanny. Wow. With a jolt of his arm, Zhou Lin secretly thought to himself that what a great strength this Lin Negu had. This Lin Negu had evolved to a very high level. Lin Min was surprised that Zhou Lin blocked his full-strength punch without even frowning. It was the first time he felt powerless since Lan Ye inspired him to evolve. How is it possible? I have suffered so much. How can he be better than me? The more Lin Min couldn't figure it out, the more angry she became. If one punch doesn't work, punch again. I'm a little bit inferior in strength, so I'll compete with you in speed and physical strength. Lin Min, who was filled with rage, exerted 150% of his strength. His punches and kicks were so fast that they left after images. The strong winds raised the dust within a 5-meter radius. He was like a human hairdryer. Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes and blocked all of Lin Min's attacks. Compared to him, Lin Min's evolution level was indeed a little bit behind him. But even though it was only a little bit, the result was a world of difference. It can be seen that Lin Min should have learned some martial arts routines, so his punches and kicks are more disciplined than Zhou Lin's, but many of them should be moves from the Japanese or Korean countries, which are a bit flashy. In comparison, Zhou Lin has many more tricks, all of which were earned with blood and life in the apocalypse in his previous life. They're simple and effective, even vicious. It was only because he still had some questions to ask that he didn't use those freehand fighting techniques on Lin Min. No matter how powerful an evolver is, he is still a human being and must obey the physical laws of the three-dimensional world. Energy does not appear or disappear without a reason. The crazy, lightning-fast attack requires huge energy reserves and support. Even though Lin Min is taller than Zhou Lin, the greater his weight, the more energy he consumes. 1 minute. Zhou Lin estimated that Lin Min could only maintain this attack frequency for 1 minute at most. When it comes to understanding superpowers and evolution, let alone Lin Min, if Zhou Lin says he is second to none, I'm afraid no one in the world dares to say he is first, including Lin Min's master, Lan Ye. Just over half a minute later, Lin Min felt a burning pain in his lungs, and his limbs became sore and heavy, as if they were filled with lead. His attack speed slowed down noticeably, and his strength also went from overwhelming to unable to penetrate the silken cloth. Young men just can't last long. Zhou Lin curled his lips, took the opportunity to step forward, and took advantage of Lin Min's reaction time to slap her in the face. Ever since he slapped Jiang Lanlan at home, Zhou Lin has begun to like the pleasure that comes from slapping her directly on the face. The main thing is the quick reaction. As soon as the slap was delivered, 4 or 5 finger marks could be seen. In addition, the other party looked aggrieved and helpless, and dared not to resist. Am I a bit perverted? No. Zhou Lin felt that he should not develop such a bad habit. Killing is not a crime, and a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Why is Lin Min kneeling down? Who wants to kneel down for no reason? If Zhou Lin's kick hadn't nearly broken both of his legs, Lin Min would never kneel down, even if he was beaten to death. I really can't stand up. It hurts so much, maybe even more than a broken bone. Why is Zhou Lin so strong? Lin Min couldn't figure it out. Didn't Lan Ye say that he was at most as strong as him? Fraud. Women are really liars. I have to say that Lin Min is a boy with a lot of psychological activities, and he can't hide his true feelings on his face. You can tell at a glance that he is the kind of self-righteous brat who hasn't grown up yet. Well, a 3-year-old, 300-month-old brat. I have to say, you still have some strength. Zhou Lin ignored Lin Min, who was kneeling, and rub the numb hands and feet. It is important to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Otherwise, he would be found with bruises all over his body when he returned, and he might waste a lot of saliva. In addition, you need to replenish energy. The air-dried beef comes slowly, but it tastes much better than the chocolate bar. As for other fast foods, it's not that Zhou Lin doesn't want to eat them, but it's mainly because they are not very convenient, especially with the drooling Lin Min kneeling in front of him. Before Zhou Lin came, Lin Min had fought with Master Su and his men for many rounds, so he couldn't even last a minute and was defeated by Zhou Lin because he ran out of energy. Now, looking at those fragrant energies, Lin Min suddenly understood. No matter how strong the evolver is, he cannot carry a large amount of food with him. So, if you meet a cheater like Zhou Lin, just surrender. It is useless to persist. After all, the other person has unlimited endurance. How can you beat him? You want to eat? Lin Min nodded. His damn desire to win made it difficult for him to speak, but he still placed his hope on Zhou Lin's conscience. Little do people know that the least valuable thing in the last days is conscience. After the rise of psychics and evolvers, ordinary people have to pay a price even for breathing. Where's Lan Yi? Aishi, don't tell me you don't know me. It is said that hunger can reduce a person's IQ. Do you feel that your IQ is already negative now? Lin Min was very stunned. He totally couldn't understand the stage Zhou Lin was displaying at this moment. Is this an interrogation? Why is it completely different from what is shown in movies and TV shows? So should I tell the truth? Not to mention that he might die, and he might even starve to death. Lin Min was torn between starving to death and betraying Lan Yi for 5 seconds. 5 seconds, that should be enough for Lan Yi. Although he once thought that he could die for Lan Yi, he definitely didn't want to die of starvation. After hearing Lin Min's summary answer, Zhou Lin was completely dumbfounded. Evolution can also be activated by psychic powers? Is it that only Lan Yi has this ability, or do all psychics have this ability? If it is the latter, then why had he never heard of such rumors in his previous life? If it wasn't the latter, then wouldn't Lan Yi have become a great treasure? But no matter which possibility it is, we should find Blue Moon first. I don't know where she went. She asked me to take over the Su family compound, and she went to collect supplies to prepare for the upcoming flood disaster. The location of the Su family courtyard is indeed very good. It is built on a mountain and is located at a high altitude. Even if the city is flooded by 10 or 20 meters, it will not endanger this place. If it weren't for the live Fu, Zhou Lin would have wanted to move his whole family here. But then he thought better of it because the live Fu was, after all, a ship and should have stayed in the water. Perhaps we can contact Wang Pingping and build a shelter based on the Su family compound. But that's all in the future. Now there are 2 urgent problems that need to be solved. Finding Lan Yi and should Lin Min be killed? If Lin Min knew where Lan Yi was, or even helped Zhou Lin find Lan Yi, then he would definitely be able to live longer, at least a few hours. Although evolvers are relatively scarce, Zhou Lin will not easily raise a tiger to cause trouble. Can you find Lan Yi? Chapter 110, I eliminate harm for the people. Lan Yi actually came. Shortly after Zhou Lin broke into the room, she stood at the door and stared at the flat iron door for a full 30 seconds. During these 30 seconds, at least dozens of possibilities flashed through Lan Yi's mind. In the end, her vigilance made her choose to leave temporarily. After all, being able to pull out an iron door weighing thousands of pounds from the pillars on both sides requires a strength that no normal person can possess. If there were obvious signs of impact on the iron gate, or if there was a car that did not belong to the Su family park nearby, or even just messy tire marks, Lan Yi would consider going to take a look, at least from a distance. Unfortunately, there was nothing, as if the iron gate wanted to lie flat on its own. Regardless of whether Lin Min is a match for the visitor or not, Lan Yi would not risk her safety. In simple terms, psychics are just fragile mages, and head-on confrontation is never something they should do. Walk. Go now. After making up her mind, Lan Yi did not stop for a moment. She didn't even know where to go for a while. Lan Yi's agitated mood gradually subsided after she had left the Su family compound for a long time. She suddenly felt that there was nothing worth her staying in Jiazhou City. Even if Lin Min won and truly controlled the Su family compound, it wouldn't matter. Jiazhou City was too small, and she, Lan Yi, needed a bigger stage. Go to the provincial capital. Not only are there her old connections there, but there are also more people and more resources. Lan Yi felt that she could make a great success in the provincial capital. If she had been basically invincible in front of men before, now she could be popular with both men and women without being contaminated by any scandal. There is no human being without desires, and Lan Yi's ability is just right for this. Anyway, all satisfaction is actually for the brain, so isn't it natural for it to act directly on the brain? As for how to get to the provincial capital, Lan Yi had already thought about it on the way. Military. The military has airships, and Lan Yi had seen them during the earthquake relief efforts. With other means of transportation basically out of service, airships are the only way for cities to communicate with each other. There are also 2 airships in Jiazhou City. Originally, they were managed and commanded by the military. When Yixin Xiao and Zhu Guanghan parted ways, they took both airships away. It was useless to give them to Zhu Guanghan. Who else but the military would be able to operate them? Instead of keeping it, it is better to use it to maintain the relationship with the military. When it comes to being an official, Zhu Guanghan is still very capable. Lan Yi felt that the military was definitely the best plan at the moment, planning to use an airship to go to the provincial capital. As for whether the military would agree, well, as long as they met, wouldn't it be up to her to decide whether they agreed or not? Unless the military also has people with special abilities, or is a monster like Zhou Li. In the Su family compound, Zhou Lin finally had his fill. The most important parts of an evolver's life might be his teeth and stomach. Otherwise, after eating so much food, there wouldn't be any changes in Zhou Lin's stomach. Since you can't find Lan Yi, wait a minute, Facing the threat of death, Lin Min's brain suddenly became active. Brother, I can be your slave, just give me grass. Brother, please think about it. I still have some strength. At this moment, Lin Min threw all his deep love for Lan Yi and his dignity as a man to Java Island. The most important thing is to survive. If you can't beat them, just join them. That's not a shame. But I'm worried. Zhou Lin suddenly took action, grabbed Lin Min's neck, and lifted him up. It is indeed a pity to kill an evolver whose evolution level is very close to his at this moment. But as the saying goes, if it is not possible to completely control it, it is best to eliminate it in the bud. Since Lan Yi values her, who knows if Lin Min has any connection with the mysterious organization? Zhou Lin can't get into Lin Min's mind to check, so you will not die a good death. Yi will not let you go. With no hope of survival and no strength to struggle, Lin Min's face was filled with resentment, and he tried his best to utter the most vicious curse he could think of. Silly bird. Feeling that his life force was fading, Zhou Lin turned his hand downward and slammed Lin Min upside down onto the ground. Bang! Even though the skull had evolved to be several times harder than that of an ordinary person, it still exploded into pieces, red, white, and black, like a surrealist work. Zhou Lin didn't believe that Lin Min had any chance of resurrection. Didn't our ancestors always say that all evil should be eradicated? Zhou Lin felt that he had always been a traditional person. In the reception room, someone secretly passed back the news that Lin Min had been torn into pieces, causing the few remaining people to tremble with fear. It's not that they don't want to run. Lin Min has already shown them the speed of the evolvers, the difference between a turtle and a power train. Anyone with a brain knows what to do. You are all Su Laoxi's men. Zhou Lin sat on the chair that Lin Min had just sat on, which originally belonged to Su Laoxi. How should I put it? It feels weird. It's very comfortable. Sure enough, sometimes it is more comfortable to be a bad guy. Let's all go. By the way, make me a cup of tea. Su Laoxi's house should still have this. After eating so many high-calorie foods, Zhou Lin felt a little greasy in the mouth. Big brother, I'll make it for you right away. The middle-aged man who was speaking was the gardener here. Those who were actually in charge were dealt with by Lin Min. Just as Zhou Lin was worried about Lin Min was also worried about those who were valued by Su Laoxi. While drinking tea, Zhou Lin thought for a while, took out the walkie-talkie, and contacted Wang Pingping. I'm very busy right now. You make me sound like I have nothing to do. If the shelter is gone, won't many people be left without a place to live? Does the Su family compound know about this? Su's compound? Isn't that a private residence? Su Laoxi, did you kill Su Laoxi? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I have witnesses here. Someone else killed Su Laoxi, but I have helped Su Laoxi get revenge. Special treatment is required in special times. Is this not illegal? On the other side, Wang Pingping was so angry that his teeth were itching. You're only asking if it's illegal now after you've killed someone. That's clearly just teasing. The key point is that he cannot be angry, because the location of Su family compound is indeed very good. It is one of the highest areas around Jiazhou City. It is not that there is no higher terrain than Sioux family compound, but it is a place with nothing but plants and not even a road for traffic. It is extremely difficult to use it to accommodate disaster victims. In comparison, the Sioux family compound is much more convenient. Although the road built by Sioux Lousy was not very wide, the solid concrete road surface can greatly improve the transportation efficiency. I will report to the commander immediately. Please wait. Hey, don't forget my reward. We agreed at the beginning that this is a fair trade and no one should be cheated. While waiting for Wang Pingping's reply, Zhou Lin contacted his family again, mainly about the Johua pharmaceutical factory that Wu Shui mentioned, but he still hasn't been there. It's already afternoon. Maybe I won't be able to go back tonight. If you can't go back, then don't go back. Anyway, you have the Lu Xiaofeng to stay overnight, so you won't be wronged. On the other side, hearing that the Su family compound was in Zhou Lin's hands, Yi Xinxiao showed a sly smile on his face. He waved and called Wang Pingping to his side. Come, just tell him. Chapter 111. Turn your face against me. What? Satellite usage rights. After hearing what Wang Pingping said, Zhou Lin's head was buzzing. Satellite usage rights are a good thing. With the national power grid basically down, data communications are only possible through satellites. Xia country was considered to be good. Before the end of the world, relying on its strong technological capabilities, it had at least thousands of satellites in space, most of which could be used for data communications. In comparison, many countries did not even have a satellite of their own. After the end of the world, they either had to beg for help to borrow satellites from other countries or exchange them for supplies. However, most of these countries cannot last long in the end times. Eventually, their political systems collapse and their people disappear like yesterday's flowers. No, do you really have this authority? Zhou Lin was not stupid. Whatever Wang Pingping said was the truth. That couldn't be the case. It's up to you to believe it or not. No, Zhou Lin thought about it. Although it was a good thing, he had Zhou Li. What? This time was Wang Pingping's turn to be dumbfounded. After all, this satellite use rights thing is just a gimmick. Even if some of the bandwidth allocated to Jiazhou is allocated to Zhou Lin, can he still occupy it all day to download movies? The key is that there is no place to download now. He doesn't want it? Yi Xinxiao was slightly stunned, and then his expression became somewhat meaningful. Young people, not having the internet is almost like losing your life, but Zhou Lin doesn't need it. What does this mean? Forget it. Ask him what he wants. I'll contact Zhu Guanghan first. Zhu Guanghan hadn't slept much in the past few days since the flooding of the shelter. His superiors had great doubts about his ability to work, and if it weren't for the inconvenience of transportation, they would have probably replaced him. Su Laosi is dead? Yi Xinxiao's words brought life back to Zhu Guanghan's eyes. Relying on the Su family compound to rebuild the shelter might become a turning point in his political life. As for Zhou Lin, Zhu Guanghan generously stated that not only would he exempt Zhou Lin from any punishment, but he would also present a silk banner in the name of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command Center. Yi Xinxiao almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Banner? Even if he could find a job now, would Zhou Lin care? But now that the topic has been brought up, Yi Xinxiao is too lazy to say more. So let Zhu Guanghan talk to Zhou Lin directly about the rest. But Zhu Guanghan didn't think so. Killing Su Laosi and taking over the Su family compound was indeed a good thing, but the gap in their status was there. In his opinion, arranging Su Ziyuan to communicate with Zhou Lin was already a great respect. So the person Zhou Lin was waiting for in the end was Su Ziyuan. Seeing Su Ziyuan covered in mud, Zhou Lin frowned. Originally, the commander wanted me to call you. I think since we are old friends, it is better to communicate in person. Does face-to-face communication mean exchanging a banner for the Su family compound? Can't even bear to part with $500? The commander said that this is your contribution to everyone in Jiazhou City, and it will be included in our local annals in the future. Is it rare? It is indeed rare in normal times. After all, it is something that will be remembered forever. No need to talk. Zhou Lin didn't give Su Ziyuan any face at all. He knew that Su Ziyuan was actually a good person. He had worked at the grassroots level for a long time, knew the sufferings of the people, and had a spirit of dedication. However, his position was low-ranking, and his words did not matter. He did not even have the qualifications to make suggestions on matters like today. Zhu Guanghan's order could make him so anxious that he could not even take care of his family affairs. He personally came to speak well of Zhou Lin. In fact, such a big place is not enough for your family. Who said my family is moving here? Zhou Lin, this is no joke. If I remember correctly, Your area is very low-lying. The water is rising. Don't worry about this. Just ask that commander-in-chief for me if he really wants to get something for nothing." When Zhu Guanghan heard Su Ziyuan's reply, he was furious. "What are you talking about? Getting something for nothing? Ask him if he is still from Xia country. Do we still need rules? Do we still need laws? Does the Su family courtyard belong to him? Can you provide evidence?" Zhou Lin definitely does not have evidence in the legal sense. Seeing Su Ziyuan walking around in circles and rubbing his hands in sadness, Zhou Lin sighed. "Forget it. Old Su, I'll give you a favor this time, and I won't want this place anymore. But don't look for me if you have any problems in the future. Remember that, otherwise I'll take your money with interest. Just tell that shitty commander." "Xiao Zhou, you can't say this. If it gets out, it will be hard for everyone. Maybe you will ask him for help in the future." Zhou Lin smiled. Does he need Zhu Guanghan's help? Even Stephen Chow's comedies don't dare to be shot like this. He had originally been planning to leave, but now he had to say a few words to Zhu Guanghan. "Comrade Zhou Lin, you should be more aware that nothing is trivial for the people. It is your honor to sacrifice a little personal interest for the overall situation. I'm honored by your sister. I honor your whole family. Zhu, remember this. Never come to me for help in the future. You and everyone in your official shelter, never come to me for help, or I will make you kneel down and lick my shoes first." Over there, Zhu Guanghan was stunned. Although his rank was not high, when had he ever been insulted like this in person in his life? "You? Do you know who you were talking to?" "Ah, well, if you say so, then just wait. I will have someone go and call you in now. I have already thought of a reason for you, murder." "Oh, the crime of murder is really scary. Come on, that bastard can't come. I'm waiting at home. Do you want me to send you a location?" "Hey, Zhou Lin, why are you doing this?" "Hiss, the commander is calling again. You'd better leave." Su Ziyuan felt very uncomfortable being caught in the middle. He knew that Zhou Lin was not to blame for this matter, but he could not disobey Zhu Guanghan. All I can say is that the last mistake made Zhu Guanghan change a lot. In fact, it's not just Zhu Guanghan who has changed. In the Xia kingdom, because of the existence of the government and the army, at least the most basic social order was barely maintained, but it is difficult to say about other countries. Not to mention the island nation, which has been completely destroyed. In South Korea, ordinary people are now having a harder time surviving than dogs. As a country actually controlled by chaebols, the so-called political system and the real elite troops are actually in the hands of chaebols. When the apocalyptic natural disaster occurs, the small chaebols gather around the big chaebols and activate the apocalyptic fortress at the southernmost tip of their territory. The Doomsday Fortress covers an area of more than several hundred acres and can actually accommodate up to 500,000 people, but in the end, only 300,000 people lived in it. What is even more unacceptable is that people are clearly divided into different groups in the Doomsday Fortress. The four top chaebols and their direct descendants are at level 1. The middle-level chaebols and senior military officials are at level 2, former government officials, small chaebols, and grassroots military officers belong to level 3, and below that are not level 4, but rather slaves. 200,000 people, the nameplates hanging around their necks, clearly indicated their identities, slaves. Even so, every day, there are still countless South Koreans surrounding the barbed wire fence of the Doomsday Fortress, hoping to be able to get in, even if it means becoming slaves. "Let's go now, old Su. You're a nice guy. If you feel uncomfortable following that pig, you can come find me," Zhou Lin said as he walked towards the safe depository of Su Si's family. Chapter 112. One airship is missing. Su Si has been in Jiazhou City for so many years, so he still has some assets. As a person who climbed up step by step from the bottom, Su Si does not have those pretentious hobbies. He collects things that are easy to cash in. After all, he has to be prepared to run away at any time. The entrance to the safe is in Su Si's bedroom. It is actually a disguised door. This was told to Zhou Lin by an old maid who was in charge of cleaning at home. Since he had already broken off relations with Zhu Guanghan, Zhou Lin was too lazy to look for any mechanism. He just picked up the hammer and went up when he found the wrong sound. 80, 80, 80. Boom. The wall cracked and the roof collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air and the entrance to the safe. No, the small vault was exposed. In the windowless hut of about 10 square meters, 3 walls were either shelves or glass cabinets, with suitcases stacked in the middle. When the light was turned on, the bright yellow color was a bit dazzling to the eyes. As expected of the richest man in the underground, the gold bars, gold bricks, and gold jewelry alone probably weighed nearly 50 kilograms, which would be worth more than 20 million before the end of the world. Zhou Lin didn't care about the various expensive watches, jewelry, and jades. As for the cash and banknotes from various countries in the suitcase, well, he was too lazy to put them in as they were too hard to use for wiping butts. In a niche on a wall, Zhou Lin found 3 brand new pistols and matching magazines and bullets, as well as several foreign military knives that were obviously authentic. After walking out of the small treasury, Zhou Lin checked Su Si's bed and found 2 pistols. He also took out a Tang sword from under his pillow. Is it really comfortable to sleep with this thing as a pillow? Zhou Lin found it difficult to understand Su Si's special hobby. But the knife was really good. As soon as I pulled it out, I felt a chill. I gently wiped along the blade, and blood flowed out before I felt any pain. My brain is fucking screwed. Looking at the wound, Zhou Lin really wanted to give himself a blow. Okay, don't learn that kind of stupid drama. Isn't this pure stupidity? Fortunately, the physical changes brought about by the evolution made the wound heal quickly, and the bleeding stopped before he walked out of the main building. After wiping off the blood, his skin looked no different from normal. However, this is also related to the sharpness of the knife, not entirely due to physical fitness. What is this for? When Zhou Lin saw Su Ziyuan and several people in police uniforms standing at the gate, his good mood disappeared without a trace. Zhou Lin, why don't you come with us to meet the commander and apologize? I'll count to 3. Old Su, don't test my patience. Zhou Lin drew his sword with his backhand, his face as cold as ice. When the 3 policemen saw Zhou Lin pulling out his knife, they all stepped back, and one of them was clearly reaching for his gun. Fuck. Zhou Lin glanced at the 3 people, and suddenly rushed out with force from both feet, turning the handle of the knife and pushing it against the policeman's chest. With a click, the policeman who tried to touch the gun flew backwards, and after landing, he was unable to move. If he had not been able to groan in pain, others would have thought that he was killed by Zhou Lin's move. Su Ziyuan didn't know what to say. Zhou Lin's exaggerated force was far beyond his comprehension. You two, don't move. Don't move. The 2 auxiliary police officers had already grasped their batons, but they did not dare to move even if Su Ziyuan did not remind them. What a joke. Tyson can't knock someone back 7 or 8 meters at once. Who dares to believe the scene that only happens in movies? Next time it won't be the hilt. Zhou Lin put away the knife and pointed at Su Ziyuan. If that pig gives you trouble, come find me. By the way, you can bring your family with you. I will ensure that you will have food and clothing. Looking at Zhou Lin's graceful back as he left, Su Ziyuan felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if he had swallowed bitter gourd raw. Director Su, what should we do? Send Officer Zhao to the hospital first. I'll report to the commander. What's going on? Not to mention, Su Ziyuan felt uncomfortable. Wang Pingping also felt very unhappy after knowing the outcome of the matter. He ran to Yi Xinxiao to complain, saying that Zhu Guanghan must have lost his mind. It's not entirely Zhu Guanghan's fault. Put yourself in his shoes. If you were Zhou Lin, would you dare to do the same as him? Wang Pingping was slightly stunned, then slowly shook his head. I dare not. So, do you think Zhou Lin is a fool? If he's not a fool, then what does he rely on? Yi Xinxiao smiled slightly. Many people think that the disaster is over and the world is going to return to normal. Do you think it's possible? It can be seen from the small details that Wang Pingping has good abilities in all aspects, but he does not look at the problems deeply enough and does not think comprehensively enough, which is why Yi Xinxiao dares not let Wang Pingping take over the whole thing. Just as Yi Xinxiao was about to give Wang Pingping some advice, the guard knocked on the door in a hurry and said, Commander, something happened. Something happened? Yi Xinxiao put away his smile and said calmly, Tell me slowly. It's our airship. The airship took off. Airship? If we were to say what the most valuable thing is right now, the only 2 airships would definitely be one of them. Yi Xinxiao and Wang Pingping have been very careful. So how come something still went wrong? And it took off without Yi Xinxiao's consent. What's going on? Wang Pingping, go check it out. Yes. Wang Pingping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If something really goes wrong with the airship, he will also bear a lot of responsibility. About 10 minutes later, Wang Pingping came back from running and stood in front of Yi Xinxiao, panting. Commander, this matter is so weird. I just went to investigate, and the result. A woman walked through almost the entire base unhindered, and then got the pilots and ground personnel who had no chance of following her orders to cooperate, started the airship, and flew away. If Wang Pingping hadn't said it, Yi Xinxiao would definitely think it was a joke. How could such a thing happen among his team and his men? Joke. What a joke. Commander, from the descriptions of those soldiers, I feel that woman is a bit like. Like what? A fairy or a monster? Yi Xiao said unhappily. No, that's not what I meant. Commander, do you still remember the woman Zhou Lin asked us to find? He said at the beginning that this woman was very, very dangerous. Someone who made him feel dangerous. You mean that Lan Ye? Fuck. Yi Xiao couldn't help but swear. Wang Pingping actually didn't know much about Lan Ye's affairs. The ones who really knew everything were Yi Xiao and Zhu Guanghan, especially Zhu Guanghan. When Lan Ye came to Jiazhou City, Zhu Guanghan knew about the existence of this woman. When Zhou Lin asked him to find someone, Zhu Guanghan specifically reminded Yi Xiao not to interfere and made it clear that he would never cooperate to offend Lan Ye. Zhu Guanghan, you pighead. Zhu Guanghan, who was cursing Su Ziwan, received a call from Yi Xiao and was completely confused by what he was saying. Commander Yi, watch your words and actions. Don't forget who you represent. Zhu Guanghan still wanted to maintain his persona, but Yi Xiao didn't tolerate him and shouted directly, "Fuck you. Lan Ye stole our airship. Tell me, who's responsible for this?" Yi Xiao, no matter who stole the airship, the responsibility lies with you. What's the point of yelling at me? Go get it back if you have the ability. Zhu Guanghan couldn't help it anymore and shouted back. Good on you, Zhu Guanghan. Okay, you're gonna pass on the blame now, right? I heard that you and Zhou Lin had a falling out. Well, let me make this clear today. Zhou Lin is my friend named Yi. No matter who wants to touch him, I won't allow it. Chapter 113, you can survive on your knees. Lan Ye ran away? Or did he steal the airship from Yi Xiao's military region and run away? How did she come up with that? Zhou Lin felt that Lan Ye's IQ was almost catching up with Zhou Li's. As for Wang Pingping asking him whether he should pursue her, how to pursue her? Even if the military district gave him another airship, where could he find Lan Ye's trace? The ground radars are out of service, and the satellites in the sky can't see through the thick clouds. We can't hang a dog in front of the airship, can we? Lan Ye won this round. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin simply told some of what he knew about the mysterious organization. He didn't dare to say what might happen next. What if he was caught and sliced into pieces? Yi Xiao was very surprised after hearing this and immediately reported the matter to his superiors. Zhou Lin always felt that the most important thing in the apocalypse was to survive and then to live happily. If hard work and perseverance were advocated in peacetime, then the apocalypse must be about living life to the fullest. So even though Lan Ye is a trouble, since it cannot be solved for the time being, Zhou Lin's attitude is to let it go and not even think about it. What could be more important than completing what Wu Shui asked me to do? After looking at the sky, Zhou Lin decided to find a place to spend the night. Although walking at night is not a big problem, why make things difficult for yourself? The Lu Xiaofeng is fully functional and spacious. Although some space is filled with the spoils of this trip, Zhou Lin alone does not need much space. After talking with his family for a while, Zhou Lin did not mention anything about Su Si, but only said that he had gained a lot from this trip. Mimi slept until dawn. After Zhou Lin made sure that there was no one around, he packed up the Lu Xiaofeng and continued to head towards the Jioha pharmaceutical factory. From a geographical point of view, Jioha pharmaceutical factory and Su family courtyard are located in the south and north respectively. If you want to take the shortest route, you have to go through the entire Jiazhou city. Considering the current situation in the city, Zhou Lin thinks it is better to take a detour. The weather seems to be a little unkind today. The sun, which was bright a few days ago, is lying in bed today. Without the sun, the whole world feels gray. Some people began to worry whether the darkness would return to the same level as before. You're not going to... The air was humid, and Zhou Lin felt uneasy, so he quickly sped up. The snow in and outside the city has melted by more than half. Most of the people who came out of the shelters chose to return to their original places of residence. Those who lived on high floors naturally moved back home. As for those living on low floors, they either chose uninhabited places nearby or looked for relatives and friends to live together. The first thing to do after settling down is to collect as many supplies as possible. By now, ordinary people are basically out of ammunition and food. Except for the elderly who can't walk and the children who still need care, basically the whole family goes out to look for supplies at dawn. Not to mention the spectacular scene. Zhou Lin has seen several scenes of fighting over a pack of instant noodles or other food. Humanity is worthless in the face of hunger. Civilization is meaningless in the end times. A group of people who are almost going crazy with hunger are likely to do anything. This is just the beginning. The real hard days are still to come. If Zhou Lin had not traveled back in time and possessed the supernatural power of symbiosis, his family's life would definitely not be much better than those people in front of him, and might even be worse. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin walked through the crowd as if he saw nothing. His relatively handsome appearance often attracted a lot of attention, but those greedy eyes basically retracted silently after seeing the ancient long sword on Zhou Lin's back. A man with a knife on his back walked by unscrupulously. Anyone with a bit of brains knows that he is not to be trifled with, unless two conditions are met. There are many people and there is power. Zhou Lin thought that he would not meet many people when he walked along the edge of the city, but he was wrong. In order to find a bite to eat for himself or his family, the lazy guy who usually wanted to take a taxi when leaving the community could now travel 1,000 miles a day. What's going on the edge of the city? The less people there are, the more likely you are to find a fish that has slipped through the net. Because there were so many people, Zhou Lin did not ride a bike on this section of the road, but he did not expect to be blocked by others in the end. Boy, hand over the knife behind you, and the food I have on me. I want clothes, pants, and shoes. Zhou Lin touched his forehead. How could he still be robbed? The key point is that the four people in front of him looked tall and strong. Well, now there's no place to move bricks, so of course they have to come out and rob. If you kneel on the side of the road now, I can pretend nothing happened. As he spoke, Zhou Lin slowly pulled out the tang sword. The bright blade is a bit dazzling. Who are you trying to scare? That's right, we have more people. Superior. It has been more than 2 months since the apocalypse. Who would dare to come out to rob without weapons? The weapons held by the 4 men were not substitutes, such as kitchen knives and hatchets. The long blades and handles that could be held with both hands showed that they were not good weapons. The faint red rust showed that the knives had already drunk human blood. The 4 men dispersed, leaving each other enough space to swing their swords. Judging from their decisiveness, it was obvious that they had no intention of leaving Zhou Lin any chance of survival. Coincidentally, Zhou Lin thought so too. Although the tang sword obtained from Su Si was of extraordinary quality, Zhou Lin always felt that something was missing. Now he understood it was blood. No matter how good a knife is, if it has never seen blood, it is just a decoration, a collectible, useless thing. Kill. A knife was chopped toward Zhou Lin's head, but what was more deadly was the sharp knife that stabbed silently from another direction. It was obvious that the 4 people had a good understanding with each other. Even though Zhou Lin was alone, they still gave their all and did not slack off. The team spirit is admirable, but it's a bit misplaced. After all, Zhou Lin and they were not on the same starting line. The attack they thought was clever and fast enough was actually not much faster than a snail in Zhou Lin's eyes. As the saying goes, the only way to defeat martial arts is to be faster. Unless Zhou Lin wants to tease them, they can't even touch the corner of Zhou Lin's clothes. As for the situation where sparks fly when blades collide, it will most likely only appear in thrilling film and television works. A true expert in knife use will not easily use his own treasure to clash head-on. When materials of roughly equivalent quality are used, neither side will remain unscathed. The difference is nothing more than killing 1,000 enemies and losing a few hundred of your own. To kill someone with a knife is like butchering an ox, using the thin blade to penetrate the thick blade, like moving clouds and flowing water. Swish! In the eyes of the 4 people, Zhou Lin seemed to sway on the spot. In fact, Zhou Lin was dragging the tang sword and circling around them. The blade, which was powerful enough to cut hair, easily cut the back of the necks of 4 people with its speed and strength. It was just so fast that it sounded like a single sound. Zhou Lin slowly put away his sword, and a dragon roar sounded. For bodies fell to the ground, splashing mud everywhere. After a few exclamations, the people watching the fight not far away scattered like birds. There are also brave ones who stop and are reluctant to leave. Zhou Lin chose one of them, pointed at it, and said, "Come here." Chapter 114, a young couple. Zhao Xiaogang is 16 years old this year. Before the end of the world, he was a sophomore at Jiazhou City Middle School with particularly good grades. I thought the rest of my life would be to get into a prestigious university, then start a family and build a career like my parents, and gloriously become a relatively healthy leak. Unexpectedly, God played a huge joke on me. With the youthful sentiment and the thinking of a top student, Zhao Xiaogang began to have more ideas after he accepted the reality of the end of the world. For example, he felt that maybe this was a gift from God. As long as he seized the opportunity, he might really be able to realize the saying, "Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are born with different blood?" Oh, it seems that the school no longer teaches them this sentence. He learned it from online novels, and also learned the sentence, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God." So when the four robbers fell down and blood spurted all over the ground like tap water, Zhao Xiaogang gritted his teeth and didn't run away. "What's the name?" "Zhao Xiaogang." Zhou Lin looked at the half-grown child who was holding on and couldn't help but smile. "Don't be nervous. I don't eat people, and I won't kill people at random. Here, take whatever you like. You just need to answer me one question. Please go ahead. Do you know anyone from Jioha Pharmaceutical Factory?" Zhou Lin knew where the gate of Jioha Pharmaceutical Factory was. He didn't know if he had eyes, but the building Wu Shui mentioned was a bit mysterious. For an old factory like Jioha Pharmaceutical Factory with decades of history, the red brick buildings were lined up in rows, almost identical. If you're not particularly familiar with the person, you might get lost. In order to save time, Zhou Lin hopes to find a guide. "I'm not, but my friend is, and she can lead the way for you." Zhao Xiaogang felt a surge of heat in his heart. He didn't see Zhou Lin's move clearly just now, but that was exactly why he was excited. The end of the world had come, but he had never seen any signs of superpowers, evolution, or spiritual energy revival until Zhou Lin appeared. Su Qingmei is Zhao Xiaogang's girlfriend. Although she is 21 years old and has only known Zhao Xiaogang for 7 days, this does not affect their relationship. She loves Zhao Xiaogang, especially the way he finds food and daily necessities. Scrap picking is not something that you will get if you pay. It requires a smart brain and a pair of sharp eyes. Su Qingmei had just hidden herself because she felt that no matter who won between the four robbers and Zhou Lin, they might covet her beauty. If Zhao Xiaogang hadn't called her, and Zhou Lin had been very gentle, she probably wouldn't have come out. Of course, what really touched her was the chocolate Zhou Lin took out of his pocket, imported from the United States, which Su Qingmei had always liked to eat. "Yes, my parents both work at Jioha Pharmaceutical Factory, and so do my grandparents." Family situations like Su Qingmei's were very common in the past. In those years, a very popular way of employment in Xia State was called the son inherits the father's business in a more elegant way, and succession in popular terms. This was not actually the first creation of Xia State. Just look at the household registration system in Xia State's history to know. As the saying goes, success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. The more glorious life that Jioha Pharmaceutical Factory brought to Su Qingmei's grandparents, the more miserable life her parents had to live for a long time. After Zhou Lin told Su Qingmei where he wanted to go, Su Qingmei said that it was no problem. She could not only help Zhou Lin find that building, but she could also help Zhou Lin find anything else he wanted that was available in the pharmaceutical factory. The premise of all this is food. "My car is nearby." Zhou Lin lied to make his argument more convincing. The three of them set off. As for the four bodies on the ground, Zhao Xiaogang originally did not intend to touch them, but in the end he could not resist Su Qingmei. For this reason, Zhou Lin had to delay for another 5 minutes. "Why aren't you hungry? Can you take a shower where you live? Isn't there a lot of food?" Xiaogang said that in the end times, some big shots will build their own survival bases. "Do you have a survival base? Do you want those machines from the pharmaceutical factory? Old workers, do you want one? My parents are the backbone of the pharmaceutical factory, and my grandfather was a senior engineer, but unfortunately he starved to death some time ago." If Su Qingmei didn't need to lead the way, Zhou Lin really wanted to strangle her to death. He had seen nagging women before, but how did a woman with such no sense of boundary survive to this day? Although Zhao Xiaogang is young, he looks interesting. If he can fuse the energy beads or become an evolver in the future, he will most likely become a figure if he doesn't die halfway. How could such a person hang out with Su Qingmei? Is he after her beauty? Su Qingmei is still quite pretty. Although she looks like a beggar now, some parts of her body are still quite large despite the long-term food shortage. If they're made of real ingredients, then she has made good money. The four robbers didn't have anything good on them, so Zhao Xiaogang gave all the bags of snacks he found to Su Qingmei. He chose 2 long knives that looked better and tied them to his back and held one in each hand. As for the bodies, someone may clean them up, but even if not, don't worry, as this place will probably be flooded in a couple of days. By then, not to mention the bodies, even the houses might be gone. The gate of Jua pharmaceutical factory was open. When Zhou Lin entered the factory, he found that even the door of the security room at the entrance had been smashed. This made Zhou Lin very worried. What if someone else found what Wu Shui wanted? Don't worry, most people won't touch the things in the RD building. Everyone in the factory knows that many of the things in there are poisonous. Su Qingmei said. With her leading the way, those red brick buildings of almost the same style were no longer a maze, and they quickly found the RD building. The building has a door that looks very heavy and unique, with large red characters that are very eye-catching. Su Qingmei pointed at the door and said, "Look, no one has ever opened it." After saying this, Su Qingmei looked at Zhou Lin eagerly, and the meaning was very clear. It was time to fulfill the promise. "Wait for me here." I looked at the locked iron gate and the thumb-thick steel guardrails outside each window. It would be difficult to get in with bare hands. I would need some tools, preferably electric ones. Lu Xiaofeng prepared some tools, but he couldn't produce the car in front of Su Qingmei and Zhao Xiaogang because the reward promised to them was also in the car. Zhao Xiaogang didn't have any objection, but Su Qingmei glanced at Zhou Lin suspiciously twice, then looked at the locked iron gate before nodding. Half an hour later, Su Qingmei, who was almost impatient waiting, suddenly stood up and asked, "Did you hear that?" Zhao Xiaogang nodded. "I heard it. It should be that boss's car." "Xiaogang, do you think the boss is very powerful?" "Of course it's amazing." Zhao Xiaogang showed a trace of admiration on his face. "Killing people is like chopping vegetables and melons. It's amazing. I'd be happy if I could be half as good as him." "It's not that amazing," Su Qingmei said angrily. "I mean, doesn't the boss have a lot of supplies? If we can follow the boss, will we not have to worry about the rest of our lives?" Chapter 115. The Transparent Guy. The Conqueror RV, no matter when and where it appears, has its own stun bomb effect, which is enough to make most people in the world dumbfounded. After Zhou Lin's transformation, the Lu Xiaofeng is stronger than the original in terms of size, appearance, and aura. So Zhou Lin was not surprised at all when Su Qingmei and Zhao Xiaogang were stunned. As for what they would think, well, you can tell by looking at their expressions. They are probably thinking how great it would be if the Lu Xiaofeng was theirs. It's understandable human nature, but when Su Qingmei took a big bag of food, she secretly rubbed Zhou Lin's big hand with her fingers. This was a bit too much, as Zhao Xiaogang was standing next to her. He was so careless that he didn't even care about his stomach. He just hugged Lu Xiaofeng and started licking him. "Boss, this car, is it expensive?" "Average." Zhou Lin was busy pulling the wire so that the high-powered cutting machine in his hand could work. Zhao Xiaogang wanted to say something, but was drowned out by the noise of the cutting machine. While Zhou Lin was busy digging a hole in the big iron gate, Su Qingmei was trying to open the door of Lu Xiaofeng's car. "Why is it locked? This is too untrustworthy." After several failed attempts, Su Qingmei became a little angry and knocked on the car door a few times, not noticing that Zhou Lin and Zhao Xiaogang were watching her every move from behind. "Chengmei," Zhao Xiaogang felt his face getting hot, and he felt like he was digging a hole in the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with his toes. "I just wanted to go in and take a look. There's nothing else to it." Apart from a flash of panic in her eyes, Su Qingmei was very calm, as if there was nothing wrong with her behavior just now. Zhou Lin sneered. "You treat her like a treasure? Even if it's not the end of the world, keeping a woman like this around is a disaster. Think about it yourself." Patting Zhao Xiaogang on the shoulder, Zhou Lin turned and walked into the gate. "Who is that?" Su Qingmei rolled her eyes, walked to Zhao Xiaogang, and whispered, "Xiaogang, you won't listen to him, will you?" Seeing that Zhao Xiaogang didn't react, Su Qingmei picked up the food bag and patted it. "This bag won't last for 2 days. Do you think you will have more in the car?" "If..." "Stop talking." Zhao Xiaogang took a deep breath. "This bag of food is yours. You can go now." Su Qingmei was stunned for a moment. "Let her go? Separate? Why? Just because of Zhou Lin's words? She didn't do anything, so how could it be wrong? Who does Zhou Lin think he is? Have you thought it through? It's not like I can't live without you. If I leave, you can't bring me back." Su Qingmei's excitement only made Zhao Xiaogang frown. Seeing Zhao Xiaogang's reaction, Su Qingmei put her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "Zhao Xiaogang, I misjudged you. Humph, people like you will never achieve anything in your life. Just wait. One day, I will let you know that that guy is nothing." After Su Qingmei finished speaking, she turned around and left, taking away all the food Zhou Lin had given her, leaving nothing for Zhao Xiaogang. In the building, Zhou Lin took out the order Wu Shui gave him, and then looked for it room by room. After all, he is not a professional, so Zhou Lin needs to connect with the audience from time to time during the search process. He confirms everything under Wu Shui's guidance. Only when the 2 extra-large travel bags in his hands are full do he feel how nice it is to have a space with him. I wonder if there will be another means of transportation that can coexist if the superpower is upgraded to the next level. If so, then you must find a super large space and never put it out at ordinary times and use it as a storage space. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin couldn't help but check the data. Symbiosis. Intermediate 6135/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 0/2. Intensity symbiosis. 6.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 6.5, 6543/10,000. He hadn't had time to train seriously these past 2 days and had been letting things take their own course. Both his ability experience points and his evolutionary experience points had been progressing slowly. Must change. Zhou Lin secretly reminded himself not to give in just because of his current achievements. The real end of the world has just begun. If he does not strive for progress, he might regret it one day. It's still halfway to go, Zhou Lin, are you there? Zhou Lin said helplessly that both travel bags were full, and he had to go to the car to change bags. Gone. Zhou Lin was a little surprised to see only Zhao Xiaogang when he walked out of the building. Young boys are easily attracted by love, and many of them go astray because they are influenced by women. Yeah, Zhao Xiaogang didn't say much, just looked at Zhou Lin silently. Is there anyone else at home? Come up, it's okay. Zhou Lin walked into Lu Xiaofeng and asked casually while changing his travel bag. Dead. Zhao Xiaogang's face changed and his eyes turned red. Zhou Lin stopped, a little surprised. I didn't notice. At least Zhao Xiaogang didn't look like someone whose relative had just passed away. In fact, if death can be achieved without pain, living is not necessarily better than death. Don't you think so, boss? Zhao Xiaogang wiped his eyes and forced his facial features to smile, which looked very ugly. It's not unreasonable, but it's better to live a miserable life than to die. If you don't even want to live, there's no need to follow me. After all, you're still a child. I'll be 17 soon. Zhao Xiaogang said, I can do anything an adult can do. Zhou Lin didn't know whether what Zhao Xiaogang called doing had anything to do with Su Qingmei. If the base wants to develop sustainably, it does need manpower. Zhao Xiaogang is suitable in all aspects. As for the fact that he does not have professional skills, he should be able to handle security work. Another thing worth considering is loyalty, which takes time to prove. Why do you want to follow me? You don't even want a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Zhao Xiaogang laughed. Although I am young, I know that the woman I exchange for steamed buns can also be taken away from me by others with steamed buns, and even a piece of bacon can be used to make her stab me. Is it so transparent? Zhou Lin looked at Zhao Xiaogang with some surprise. Are all kids nowadays like this? Or is it because of the influence of the end of the world? Thinking about the little devil at home, Zhou Lin suddenly felt that he might have found a reason for the end of the world. Human beings are evolving more and more terrifyingly. Is it a social problem, or... I don't know how to comfort you. I can only say that you are right. But you still didn't answer me. Why do you want to follow me? Because you are strong and ruthless. In this world, only by following people like you can we survive and live without being frustrated. Am I cruel enough? Zhou Lin shook his head. He felt that he was not ruthless enough. In this respect, he was even worse than Zhou Li. Okay, I still need to go up and collect some things. You stay here and watch. You can call me if you need anything. After throwing a walkie-talkie to Zhao Xiaogang, Zhou Lin carried 2 travel bags and entered the RD building again. This trip could almost meet Wu Shui's requirements. What Zhou Lin couldn't have expected was that not long after he entered, several figures sneaked towards Lu Xiaofeng. Chapter 116. Heart as serpentine as a scorpion. In the Su family compound, Zhu Guanghan saw the big hole in Su Ci's bedroom, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Who did it? Who? The scattered things in the small treasury made Zhu Guanghan furious. He knew it must have been Zhou Lin's doing. Who else could it have been? Go and call Su Ziyuan for me. How do you do things? Is it so difficult to catch an ordinary person? Where is your execution ability? Zhu Guanghan first scolded Su Ziyuan. Not only did he arrest them, He also dared to hurt people. I think this Zhou Lin is a heinous criminal. I don't know what kind of benefit Yi Xinxiao got from him. I'll give you a task. Go and bring Zhou Lin and his family back to me. A family? Su Ziyuan thought he had heard wrongly. Even the gangsters knew what it meant to spare their wives and children from the disaster. So why did they want to kill Zhu Guanghan? As the top official, this behavior is too. What do you know? I hope to meet with his parents and relatives to communicate with them so that they can take the initiative to persuade Zhou Lin to be a law-abiding person who contributes to the country and the people. At a time when the country is facing life and death and the people are in dire straits, he, as the first young man, should suffer first and enjoy later. How can he be selfish and rob others of their things? Someone else's stuff? Su Ziyuan understood it all at once. Someone must have said something to Zhu Guanghan, and it was probably related to the things in Su Si's vault. So who was being selfish? Yi Xinxiao represented the will of the Jiazhou city military. Zhu Guanghan was risking everything for money, and he didn't even give Yi Xinxiao face? If he confronted the military during the arrest of Zhou Lin, could he? A small director of the street office, the deputy director of the logistics department of the post-disaster command center, withstand it? Why? You don't even listen to me. Even if you don't listen to me, Zhu Guanghan, you should respect the organization's opinion, right? I'm telling you clearly now that arresting Zhou Lin and inviting his entire family to the Su family compound is the organization's intention. Commander, Su Yuan thought for a moment and whispered, this is a huge responsibility. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Waste. The organization doesn't need people like you. It's already this late. You're seriously thinking like a lay-flat person. It's worse to raise a pig than an official like you. Zhu Guanghan was very angry, and the consequences were serious. In the end, Su Ziyuan was almost driven out of the living room. Zhu Guanghan even suspended his duties and asked him to go back and reflect on himself. Now is not the past. People in the command center basically distribute supplies once a day. Suspending Su Ziyuan's duties is equivalent to cutting off his supplies. After the shelter was flooded, Su Ziyuan and his wife moved back home. Their son and daughter-in-law worked in the provincial capital and could not return after the end of the world. Su Ziyuan's wife Zhang Ruihua fell ill shortly after the winter night fell because she was worried about her grandson and has not recovered since then. Originally, the family did not have many supplies prepared. In order to treat Zhang Ruihua, Su Ziyuan took some more to exchange for medicine. As a result, Zhang Ruihua's condition improved, but the family did not even have food for the night. They had to survive on the supplies he collected from the command center every day. Old Su, Zhu Guanghan wants us to die. Zhang Ruihua was less than 50 years old, but her eyes and lips were covered with wrinkles. Her skin was sickly pale due to 2 months of winter nights and malnutrition. Her eyes were abnormally yellow, and she spoke weakly even when she was emotional. Wife, I'm useless. I shouldn't have agreed to stay on the street and learn from others to climb up the ladder against their conscience. Maybe today, Zhang Ruihua's eyes turned red again. She stretched out her skinny hand to hold Su Ziyuan. It's okay. 1 or 2 days won't kill you. You are a capable person. Zhu Guanghan will call you back eventually. Let's grit our teeth and hold on. I'll hold on. It can be seen that Zhang Ruihua is actually very weak. In her case, it is difficult to fully recover relying on medication alone. She must keep up with nutrition, otherwise there is a high probability of serious problems. The doctor who treated Zhang Ruihua reminded Su Ziyuan many times, and he was also anxious. The problem was that in the current situation, let alone replenishing nutrition, even filling his stomach was a big problem. Originally, Su Ziyuan stood firmly on the government's side, firmly supporting any decision made by the command center, and was even willing to make some sacrifices for it. But now, honey, you take a rest first. I'm going to go out and see if I can find something to eat. Without this salary, Su Ziyuan felt that a living person should not be suffocated to death by urine. Others could go to the ruins to find food, and so could he. Old Zhang Ruihua couldn't hold Su Ziyuan back, so she could only remind him from a distance to be careful and never get into conflict with others. Even though she had been bedridden at home for a long time, Zhang Ruihua was still aware of the changes in the outside world. Outside the R&D building of Jioha Pharmaceutical, Zhao Xiaogang, who was waiting for Zhou Lin to come out beside the Lu Xiaofeng, had no idea that someone had sneaked up behind the Lu Xiaofeng and was only a few steps away from him. When he heard the faint sound of footsteps, the man had already pounced on him and clamped him down with a chokehold. Before falling to the ground, Zhao Xiaogang saw several people coming out. What he didn't expect was that Su Qingmei was among them. How did she do this? How did she find these people? Could it be that they have always been nearby? Zhao Xiaogang was right. As a child of Jua Pharmaceutical Factory, although Su Qingmei did not work in the factory, she knew a lot of people, especially those who were around her age. Some of them had studied with her, and some were even neighbors. The factory area and accommodation area of Jua Pharmaceutical Factory are connected. After the winter night, some people who went to the shelter moved back and usually hang out around the factory area. When Su Qingmei just went out, she ran into these young people who were wandering around. They originally only noticed the bag of food in Su Qingmei's hand, but Su Qingmei recognized three of them. The leader, Jiang Weihong, was Su Qingmei's former neighbor. Although he was several years older than Su Qingmei, they were not strangers to each other. Jiang Weihong felt a bit troubled by the recognition of Su Qingmei. They were jealous of the food in Su Qingmei's hands, but they also felt too embarrassed to rob their childhood playmate, especially since their parents were very good colleagues. Unexpectedly, Su Qingmei sold Zhou Lin and Zhao Xiaogang without hesitation. After listening to Su Qingmei's description, Jiang Weihong knew that the RV was worth a lot of money. Although it might not be useful in the apocalypse, it at least showed that it must belong to a wealthy family. A wealthy family should not be short of food. Otherwise, they would not have given Su Qingmei such a big bag so casually. After a brief discussion, Jiang Weihong decided to do it. When they saw Zhao Xiaogang from a distance, Su Qingmei told Jiang Weihong lightly that he was her ex, a 16-year-old kid. Then she told Jiang Weihong and others not to think about it, and just do what they had to do. Jiang Weihong and others were somewhat surprised at Su Qingmei's coldness. It was hard for them to say much about the situation at the moment, but in their hearts, they all silently labeled Su Qingmei as a vicious person. Before losing consciousness, Zhao Xiaogang's only thought was to kill Su Qingmei. Chapter 117, Killing Habit. The current Lu Xiaofeng is quite different from the original conqueror. Jiang Weihong, like many men, cannot afford it, but that doesn't stop him from studying it when he has nothing to do or discussing it after dinner, as if he owns it. So after circling the Lu Xiaofeng, Jiang Weihong frowned. It's not easy. Where's the man named Zhou Lin you mentioned? He should still be looking for something in the building. Su Qingmei didn't want to mention Zhou Lin because she was afraid. Did you see that? Facial recognition, fingerprint password, bulletproof steel plates, bulletproof glass. Even the tires are specially made. Come on, tell me how to get in. Brother Hong, is there no other way? Su Qingmei still held on to a glimmer of hope. She didn't want to meet Zhou Lin. Jiang Weihong shook her head. If we have enough tools and time, it's not impossible to open it, but it's best for him to hand over the password and car keys to us. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qingmei shook her head, making Jiang Weihong feel that she was worried that the other party would not cooperate. We have a ready-made car here. Delu, each of you can take one. Let's go ask Zhou Lin if he is willing to give us the car. So if it's clearly a robbery, do we really have to use civilized language? As soon as Jiang Weihong said this, the other three people burst into laughter. It's just civilized robbery. They're just so good at it. Is he inside? Dahlia blocked the door for me. I was afraid what if he couldn't accept our enthusiasm and ran away. After saying that, Jiang Weihong laughed again, and everyone else laughed too, except Su Qingmei. She really couldn't laugh. Whenever she thought of the scene of Zhou Lin killing people, she would involuntarily put herself, Jiang Weihong, and others into the scene. The flash of dazzling blade light, the spurting blood, the twitching limbs, the eyes that could not close. But she did not stop Jiang Weihong and the others. She did not know how to stop them, nor did she want to stop them. After all, there was always a chance. What if those people Zhou Lin killed were too bad? In Su Qingmei's heart, Jiang Weihong, who was a few years older than her, was almost invincible. In fact, that was just an illusion of the leader in childhood. Although Jiang Weihong was tall and looked a bit fierce, it did not mean that he was strong, especially compared with Zhou Lin. Even though Jiang Weihong weighs 180 kilograms, Zhou Lin can still lift him up with one hand, like a child of 5 years and 300 months old. Let go of me. Jiang Weihong wanted to break free, but Zhou Lin pinched his cervical vertebrae with one finger and pressed his carotid artery with the rest of his fingers, paralyzing his nerves and blocking his blood circulation. How could he have the strength to struggle? As for Delu and the other two, although they had weapons in their hands, they only dared to stand far away, yelling at Zhou Lin to put Jiang Weihong down, otherwise they would do such and such. In fact, their legs were trembling, and they were cursing in their hearts. No, it was Su Chengmei. It's all that bitch's fault. Otherwise, how could they have provoked a monster like Zhou Lin? That's right, blaming others is the instinctive reaction of most people when they encounter problems, and the stronger this reaction is, the more likely they are to fail. If you never look for the reasons in yourself, you will never make progress. Jiang Weihong is different from DeLu and the others. This time he really knows that he is wrong. However, Zhou Lin still had no intention of letting Jiang Weihong go. He was holding Jiang Weihong in his arms, with a half-person high, heavy-looking travel bag on his back, and another similar travel bag hanging on his other arm. He walked out step by step like a fully loaded truck. He didn't say anything, but the cold eyes and the sneer on his face were enough to scare DeLu and the other two back away. So what if you have a knife? Do you dare to fight King Kong in a one-on-one fight? It was not until he walked out of the RD building that Zhou Lin glanced and saw Su Chengmei still standing next to Lu Xiaofeng. Su Chengmei, who was stared at by Zhou Lin, trembled all over, screamed, turned around, and tried to run. Zhou Lin suddenly turned his body, took advantage of the momentum, and threw Jiang Weihong towards Su Chengmei as if she were a sandbag. Jiang Weihong was in midair and hadn't come to his senses yet. He felt a flash before his eyes, and then he felt himself falling rapidly. Just when he thought he was going to hit the ground hard, he felt something hit his shoulder. Ah! Su Chengmei, who fell to the ground, let out a scream, and so did Jiang Weihong. On Daliu's side, the three people saw that Jiang Weihong was thrown out, and they immediately turned around and ran. Zhou Lin, who was no longer burdened, turned his head, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's no use asking you to run 300 meters first. You're as slow as a snail. Of course, he couldn't really let DeLu and the other two run 300 meters, so he could just run about 10 meters and easily catch up with him. Don't come over here. One of them saw Zhou Lin and roared in fear while waving his knife. That's not right. Zhou Lin had no intention of killing the three of them, as he didn't know that Zhao Xiaogang had been killed by Jiang Weihong. But the other party actually swung a knife at him. Isn't this simply seeking death? Gang! Crack! The Tang sword was unsheathed, and the faint silver light was like lightning, sweeping past DeLu and the other two at lightning speed. The three men from DeLu fell to the ground, some screaming for mercy, some struggling to crawl forward. Unfortunately, they were all stabbed in the neck. Zhou Lin did not let the Tang sword cut too deep. It was enough to let the blood in the arteries gush out happily. When killing someone, any extra effort would be a waste. Without looking at DeLu and the others, Zhou Lin walked back while wiping his Tang sword. Jiang Weihong, who had not yet fully recovered, happened to witness the struggle of DeLu and the other two. He was so shocked that he wanted to run away, but his body was not strong enough. He just got up and fell down again. When he struggled to get up again, Zhou Lin had already arrived. After glancing at Su Chengmei, who was lying on the ground and twitching, Zhou Lin took a step forward and stepped on Jiang Weihong's waist, instantly pressing Jiang Weihong down, with her neck down touching the ground. "Brother, can you please let me go? It's all that bitch's fault." Jiang Weihong turned his neck with difficulty, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see Zhou Lin's expressionless face. At this moment, Zhou Lin's expression looked much uglier than before, because he saw Zhao Xiaogang, but did not hear Zhao Xiaogang's breathing and heartbeat. "I just accepted this little brother. It's not that he's sad. He just feels embarrassed, so there's no way Zhou Lin would let Jiang Weihong go. No matter who comes today, not even Jesus can help. The villain dies because he talks too much." Zhou Lin raised his knife and slashed it. The blood pressure pushed Jiang Weihong's head 4 or 5 meters away. In the end, it just faced Zhou Lin, and its eyes blinked slowly. Puff! Su Chengmei is incontinent. Be scared. When had she ever seen such a cruel method as beheading? Especially the last blink of Jiang Weihong's eyes, which always made Su Chengmei feel that she was cursing her. Curses are not scary. What is scary is that a dead person is cursing you in front of you, and you can't stop it. You really are. Covering his nose, Zhou Lin took 2 steps back, planning to wait for the stench to dissipate before dealing with Su Chengmei. Perhaps because it smelled too bad, Zhou Lin didn't notice and stepped on a certain part of Zhao Xiaogang's body. Before he could react, he heard, Chapter 118, Provincial Capital. Zhao Xiaogang was actually a little confused. He only remembered being strangled by the neck and slowly losing consciousness. Then there was a huge pain coming from a certain place. Boss, he wanted to ask if he had done something wrong. Why Zhou Lin stepped on him there to punish him. It hurts so much. This. Jolin took a breath and looked Zhao, shouting up and down. You actually survived? This shouldn't be possible. You clearly stopped breathing and your heartbeat just now. You couldn't be deader. After hearing Zhou Lin's words, Zhao Xiaogang had only one thought in his mind. Exciting. Coming back from the dead, just thinking about it makes me shudder. No, there's something wrong with you. Get up and let me see. Zhou Lin listened carefully to Zhao Xiaogang's heartbeat again. If there was nothing wrong with his ears, then there was probably something wrong with Zhao Xiaogang. Is there something wrong? Zhao Xiaogang clamped his legs together and turned them left and right. He felt that apart from the pain there didn't seem to be anything wrong. You, Zhou Lin thought for a moment, took out the intercom and called Wu Shui. I think I found another one. What? I'm very busy. Wu Shui said. I promise you won't be disappointed. I'll bring him back later. Boss you, Zhao Xiaogang's face turned pale. Is it too late to run away now? Oh, don't worry. I don't intend to let you be a guinea pig. I killed all the people who killed you. They were probably brought by her. Do you want revenge? Zhou Lin pointed at Su Chengmei. He had no intention of interrogating her. As for whether Su Chengmei would be wrongly accused, did it matter? I know. In fact, Zhao Xiaogang knew what was happening better than Zhou Lin. He did not reach for the knife, but squatted down next to Su Chengmei. Xiaogang, save me. Save me. I will be your slave in the future. You're overthinking, Su Chengmei. Zhao Xiaogang rode on Su Chengmei and then tightly clamped that white neck in the same position as Jiang Weihong strangled him just now. At first, Su Chengmei was still struggling and roaring, but gradually there was no movement until there was another puff sound. Alas, Zhou Lin shook his head from a distance. Boss, did I do something wrong? Zhao Xiaogang asked cautiously. Not really. I'm just thinking about whether or not you should get in the car. Never mind. You wait here while I go find another car. When Zhou Lin thought that Zhao Xiaogang was actually sitting on Su Chengmei, he felt that it would definitely pollute the air of Lu Xiaofeng. Forget it. The motorcycle is better and more airy. Grab the handle and don't touch me, or I'll throw you down. Okay, boss. Zhao Xiaogang felt a little aggrieved, but unfortunately Zhou Lin couldn't see it. The motorcycle carried the two people towards the suburbs. At the same time, outside the provincial capital, more than 100 kilometers away from Jiazhou City, an airship was slowly landing. Bang! The bottom of the pod sat heavily on the ground and swayed for a while. Lan Ye, however, was steady, as if she had roots under her feet. Although she has not deliberately increased her evolution degree, she is still stronger than ordinary people. Even well-trained soldiers cannot compare with her as an evolver in terms of physical fitness. We're finally here. Lan Ye glanced at the three people in the pod and smiled. I'm leaving first. You guys just wait here. The expressions on the three soldiers' faces were dull and obviously abnormal. Although it would be a pity to give up the airship just like that, this is the only thing we can do now. Shortly after Lan Ye hurriedly left, one of the three motionless soldiers suddenly let out a loud roar, then hit his head several times with his fist, and then looked around blankly. It's over. What happened? Master, wake up, wake up. Although the provincial capital is only more than 100 kilometers away from Jiazhou, there is still only dim light in broad daylight, unlike the bright sunshine in Jiazhou City. Some people say that the reason why Jiazhou City is the only city in the world where sunshine can be seen is because there is a giant Buddha there. Lan Ye scoffed at this statement. In fact, she turned her nose up at all the traditional stuff. No matter how glamorous her appearance is, she can't hide the hatred in her heart. As a woman, having come to this point today, Lan Ye hates her relatives, the people around her, the society, and even the world. So when they found her a year ago and hoped that she could become one of them, Lan Ye agreed without hesitation. By moving between the bodies of those powerful and noble, Lan Ye can get a lot of money. And as long as she relays what those powerful and noble have said, or secretly looks through their mobile phones and files while they're sleeping, and then gives them to them, she can get more. For example, a nationality or identity that can be obtained without any conditions, or even the opportunity to completely cut off the past. Lan Ye knew what she was doing and what would happen if the truth came to light, but she still threw herself into it regardless. What is there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is death. It's not like she hasn't tried before. Someone like Lan Ye, if she were given the launch button of some major power's nuclear weapons, she would press it without hesitation. Isn't it just destruction? She was already tired. And the reason she was still alive was simply because she felt that she had not yet taken revenge on the world. Although there is no warm sunshine, the temperature in the provincial capital is much better than that in winter nights. It is definitely above zero at noon, so some of the snow has melted. As a city with a population of over 20 million before the end of the world, even in the most remote areas, you can still see many people moving around. In order to allow such a large number of people to survive on winter nights, the authorities converted all subway passages into underground shelters. In addition, the basements and underground parking lots of many tall buildings are also ready-made shelters, which can withstand the cold of winter nights with simple modifications. Compared to small cities without subways, if there is no population pressure, the threat to life brought by the end of the world is actually the smallest. Of course, the premise is that there is enough food. If it's just 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days, or half a month, there will be no food shortage in the provincial capital. Whether it's shopping malls, warehouses, or logistics parks, there are large amounts of food reserves. In addition, the government has always attached great importance to the strategic grain reserves. If they can be properly distributed, there will be no problem with a longer time. But the fact is that the government-run shelters had already begun restricting food supplies 10 days ago, with each adult only receiving the equivalent of 1,000 calories of food per day. That's right, a food rationing system that's accurate to the calorie level. So what does a 1,000-calorie meal look like? If we just use rice as a reference, it would be about 5 bowls of rice. It may sound like a lot, but this is a day's supply, and the rice is just a reference. When it is actually distributed to you, it may be a few eggs and a handful of dried fruits, or 3 donuts, or 200 candies. In short, people who are used to eating diet meals will burst into tears when they see this 1,000-calorie food. What to do if there is not enough food? On the day when the winter night ended, the government called on everyone to take matters into their own hands and ensure their own food and clothing. That's why Lan Yi saw so many people moving around in the dim light. She was also very hungry, but she wanted to find that person more, the person who had a one-on-one contact with her. Chapter 119. Security means taking 30 years less detours. Motorcycles cannot float on water. Swim over. Zhou Lin pointed at the island building 100 meters away. The sun has disappeared now, but fortunately it is still visible, but it always gives people a gloomy feeling as if a storm is about to come. There was wind, but not strong, damp, and smelly. Swim over. Zhao Xiaogang swallowed his saliva. He was not afraid of death, but the turbid water was as gloomy as a pool of bone-dissolving poison, which made people want to stay away from it. Boss, if I can't swim anymore. Don't worry, I won't save you. Hurry up. I'm afraid the situation is going to change. Zhou Lin said lightly. In the end, Zhao Xiaogang went into the water. The bone-dissolving poison was not as scary as Zhou Lin's. He doubted more than once on the way whether he had made the wrong decision. After Zhao Xiaogang swam far away, Zhou Lin turned around and replaced the motorcycle with a motorboat. And then, the motorboat passing at high speed created 2 white waves on the water. The messy floating objects rose and fell with the white waves. Zhao Xiaogang was covered in it accidentally. Looking at Zhou Lin's back in the distance, tears flowed down his face. You passed the basic test. In front of the lobby of the island building, Zhou Lin clapped his hands in a fake manner as an encouragement to Zhao Xiaogang. Boss, this is a ship, right? Zhou Lin, who had already turned around and was about to go in, suddenly stopped and asked, What did you say? Zhao Xiaogang calmed down and looked down at the steel plate under his feet. Boss, you are awesome. This is the Tefyu. Boss, you must have a space. Otherwise, the means of transportation would not change so much. Grass. Our kids nowadays, so smart. Zhou Lin felt like he was a fool, hiding everything, but it was all in vain. Don't worry, big brother. I will never betray you in this life. Isn't it written in the novel? The younger brother who becomes the protagonist may die, but the one who betrays the protagonist will definitely die, and it will be extremely miserable. Big brother, after all, I am also a top student in our city's #1 middle school. Zhou Lin didn't know what to say, so he patted Zhao Xiaogang on the shoulder and said, Okay, I won't kill you if you know what's going on. Just because you can figure out something doesn't mean others will want you to tell them. So just keep it to yourself. I also have to sort out who is close to you and who is not. Besides, academic masters are worthless here. Maybe you can only be a security guard here. The security is good, Zhao Xiaogang said happily. We can get it done in one step, saving us 30 years of detours. Kid, watch less videos and read more books. and you might live longer. Sun Qinghao, come here. Zhou Lin introduced Zhao Xiaogang to Sun Qinghao, and they would be partners in the future. After Wu Shui had finished studying Zhao Xiaogang, she would probably arrange for him to be a security guard. The people who were most happy to see Zhou Lin coming back must be Zhou Kaijun and his wife. After all, a mother worries about her son even when he is far away, let alone in today's world. No matter how dangerous the situation is, one should always be prepared for the worst. Son, have you noticed that I've become stronger? Cheng Yali showed off her biceps and triceps in front of Zhou Lin, which made Zhou Kaijun next to her quite embarrassed. Possibly, maybe they were thicker than his thighs. Every night before going to bed, he was always scared, afraid that his wife would turn over and he would collapse. Well, I see, my mom is awesome. Zhou Lin flattered the dog while rubbing its head. The dinner was very rich. 5 people plus a dog were all very satisfied. At Cheng Yali's suggestion, the fully automatic mahjong table made its debut. Considering his personal interests and hobbies, Zhou Lin gave way to others and invited Huang Minjing and her daughter to come and have fun with his parents. How can a person from Bashu not play mahjong? This is what Cheng Yali is most dissatisfied with the 2 girls. Such noble spiritual entertainment and cultural inheritance must not be cut off just because of the end of the world. It's meaningless. Jolie found playing mahjong boring. After all, with her IQ, she really couldn't look down on such a simple number game. She would rather continue writing code and have more fun. Perhaps even the top students look down on her. Wu Shui also doesn't like playing mahjong. She would rather meet Zhao Xiaogang or ask Zhou Lin to take out all the chemical and biological reagents he has collected so that she can sort them out as soon as possible and start new research tomorrow. What's going on with him? You may not believe this, but that kid is definitely dead. I heard it right. His breathing and heartbeat stopped for at least 5 minutes. Wu Shui nodded. Generally speaking, he is dead, but the international standard is still based on brain waves. His case is a special case, but it's a pity that it can't be replicated otherwise. Otherwise, we can mass-produce evolvers? Only a madman would do this. However, there's never a shortage of crazy people in this world. Just because you are good at something doesn't mean others won't do it. On the other side of the Earth, somewhere underground in the United States, in the lowest part of a doomsday facility called Eden, a protracted experiment is at a critical moment. Through the thick bulletproof glass wall, Missy Polant was staring intently at the naked man on the stainless steel bed on the other side of the glass wall. It doesn't matter which experimenter this is or how many times he has failed before. The key is that according to the test data, this man's brain cells are always in a relatively active state after his breathing and heartbeat stopped. Doctor, 1/10 of the brain cells are beginning to die. Should we activate the program now? No hurry, Misoprince said with a smile and a magnetic voice. Let's see where the limit is. Theoretically, even if only 1 brain cell is still alive, the experiment is successful. All the efforts of the pioneers are to illuminate the way forward for their successors. Their names will be engraved on every step of the progress of human civilization. It was a very sentimental hymn, but all the researchers present knew that the test subjects only had numbers but no names, even if they once had names. 30% of brain cells die. 50%. Doctor, 60%. Once death begins, it will accelerate, and the further it goes, the more difficult it will be to reverse. Several researchers involved in the operation broke out in cold sweat. Even though they could be called leaders in their respective fields, they were still not good enough in front of the chief scientist, Misoprince. Activate it, we pray to God, hoping he can be reborn. At this moment, Misoprince's face actually radiated a kind glow, which made everyone present feel extremely strange. Sizzle. Blue arcs of electricity appeared in the glass cabin, flashing back and forth between the roof, the ground, and the stainless steel bed, like miniature lightning. Amen. Amid Misoprince's loud prayer, everyone saw that the experimental subject trembled violently. Instead of destroying the subject's body, the high-voltage electroshock caused the monitoring equipment to make a beeping sound almost simultaneously. Doctor, the heartbeat has been restored. Breathing restored. Intense brainwave activity. Thank God. Missy Polant spread her hands, looked up at the ceiling, and slowly turned around. Thank you all for being here. Now, let us enjoy the greatest work of human civilization in this century. Chapter 1, 20 Experience suddenly surges. It's raining. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Lin was about to go to bed, but was awakened by a loud thunder. As for why he went to bed so late, Well, it is said that only a fool would go for a morning run if he had a leg to bear. Most men are not afraid of thunder, and Zhou Lin is certainly not afraid of it either. The reason why he was not sleepy at all was that when the thunder sounded, Zhou Lin felt that his whole body seemed to have a sense of something. He looked at the value of his ability. Symbiosis. Intermediate 8437/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 0/2. Intensity symbiosis. 6.6 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 6.6. 6684/10,000. There was no change in the evolution experience value, but the ability experience value strangely jumped by almost 2,000 points. 2,000 points. If it grows naturally, it will take about a year. If you use it frequently within your physical condition, it may take about a month. Just a thunderclap and the price rose by 2,000 points? Beside him, Wu Shui had fallen into a deep sleep. Even if she wasn't asleep, it was impossible for her to discuss anything with Zhou Lin. So in the end, Zhou Lin picked up the intercom and called his mother. Son, I'm scared to death. Mom, do you feel something wrong with your body? Yes, no, I am fine now, but your dad. My dad? What happened to him? Zhou Lin was a little confused. Dad didn't fuse the supernatural beads, so the thunder just now should have no effect on him, right? Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. I can breathe now. That's it. I'm hanging up now. In Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's bedroom, Cheng Yali put down the intercom with an embarrassed look on her face. She kept rubbing Zhou Kaijun's chest. Old Zhou, I really didn't mean it. You've recovered now, so let it go, right? Huh. Zhou Kaijun breathed heavily, and the sound was like a bellows that had been drilled by a rat, broken and rotten. When the thunder sounded just now, Cheng Yali's huge body shook violently, and she actually bounced up from the bed. Perhaps because the vibration was too strong, Zhou Kaijun, who was sleeping soundly beside her, rolled 360 degrees involuntarily. In addition, Cheng Yali also turned 180 degrees in the air face down, and as a result, her heavy body fell exactly on Zhou Kaijun's dry small body. Fortunately, it was a high-quality latex pad, at least 20 centimeters thick, that prevented Zhou Kaijun from being crushed. If Cheng Yali could have turned over immediately, perhaps Zhou Kaijun would have been fine. The key point was that Cheng Yali forgot her weight in her panic and hugged Zhou Kaijun tightly like an ostrich, just like hugging a rag doll. At that time, Zhou Kaijun let out a burp and held his breath. It can be said that he had already met the king of hell. Fortunately, Cheng Yali slapped him twice on the chest after she reacted. Zhou Kaijun really wanted to ask, who taught Cheng Yali to give first aid like this? Damn, 7 or 8 ribs hurt so much that he couldn't speak. Honey, let's just sleep in separate rooms. If that doesn't work, we could just have separate beds. How dare you? Cheng Yali roared. Zhou Kaijun, I think you are itching for trouble. How dare you have such an idea? Tell me, are you attracted to Huang Minjing or that Jiang guy? Forehead. Zhou Kaijun, shut up. When other wives say they want to kill their husbands, they are just acting coquettishly. But when Cheng Yali says she wants to kill him, it's like a game. Son, you have to work hard and get Dad a superpower as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the birth of my grandson. In the end, Zhou Lin still couldn't figure out why the supernatural power suddenly increased by 2,000 experience points, but was a good thing after all. Zhou Lin tried it again after waking up, and everything was normal, except for the extra 2,000 points out of thin air. The rain kept falling, and the atmosphere was not harmonious. During breakfast, I saw 2 obvious dark circles under Zhou Kaijun's eyes. Although he kept his head down, everyone here is not blind. Well, why is it still raining? Cheng Yali stood by the window, holding a 2-liter cup of milk and taking a sip from time to time. I don't know. Zhou Lin became a little nervous when talking about this. It rained heavily overnight. I don't know how much the water level outside has risen. Finally, the ice and snow in those corners must have melted. Once the drainage is not smooth. Thinking of this, he quickly ended the fight, put on his raincoat, and rushed out. 5 meters 3. It should be fine. Bullshit. Theoretically, the water depth must be more than 11 meters for the live food to float, but it is still a long way off. However, the soil piles on the starboard side of the rifle were completely gone after a night of heavy rain. Not only was the entire starboard side exposed, but even the covering soil on the deck mezzanine was washed away by the heavy rain. The entire outline of the rifle was now visible. I don't know whether it was photographed by satellites in the sky. After all, the sunlight can now shine through, and theoretically a satellite with remote sensing capabilities can definitely take pictures. But there is a prerequisite. That is, the people who control the satellite are willing to take pictures of this place. Lily, Jolin suddenly realized and rushed into the island building to find Jolie. Jolie, who was about to start finishing work, responded unhappily, "If you can't do small things well, you can't do big things well. Look at you like this. What on earth do you like about you?" Beside her, Wu Shui burst out laughing. No one knew what she was thinking about, but her face turned red after she finished laughing. She quickly said she was going to the hospital and ran away. "Let's talk business. I've never been idle. Tell me, you seem to be able to handle those satellites, right?" Jolie frowned and motioned Jolin to continue. Can you tell the satellites flying over our heads not to take pictures of our area?" "I'll try." Normally, Jolie rarely said such ambiguous words. It could only be said that Jolin, an outsider, had no idea what kind of divine request he had made. Yes, theoretically, if you can hack into a satellite, you can change the satellite's built-in programs to a certain extent, but the problem is that there are too many satellites flying in the sky. To complete this task 100%, the amount of work required is extremely huge. Even though Jolie was so confident, she didn't dare to say with certainty that she could do it in a short period of time. "Jolin, what? I need a supercomputer. The more powerful, the better." If the end of the world had not come, and Jolin was so capable, Jolie would never have made such a crazy request. Perhaps she would have relied on her own abilities to slowly realize this dream. In any case, Jolin definitely did not have that ability. Jolin stamped his feet. "Isn't it enough? The spent force of a strong crossbow cannot penetrate the silk of Lu." "Understood. I guess that's right. Just get one." "I think you may have some misunderstanding about supercomputers." Jolie shook her head. Normally, supercomputers are only built by very advanced research institutions or super companies. After all, even if you don't consider the cost, the daily electricity bill is very scary. It's just like the artificial intelligence that the United States developed before the end of the world. Not to mention the cost of setting it up is close to $1 billion. The electricity bill is $1,500,000 a month, which is really scary. However, when Jolin mentioned supercomputing at this time, it felt like he was going out to buy cabbage, the kind that was on sale. Chapter 121, The Meaning of Home. The heavy rain affected more than just the Laifu. Jiazhou City was originally surrounded by several large rivers. Some low-lying areas were already severely flooded, and with last night's heavy rain, the water levels in many places rose rapidly. Some people even lost their lives directly in their sleep because of the water that flooded into the room. In the morning, Zhang Ruihua woke up from a nightmare. Old Su, she let out a cry of surprise and looked around. Then she remembered that Su Thuan had gone out to find food yesterday and had not returned. "It's over, Lao Su. Please don't get into any trouble. Don't get into any trouble." Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Zhang Ruihua's tears fell like beads from a broken string. She had only one thought in her mind. "May all the gods and Buddhas bless me, and please do not let anything happen to Su Ziyuan." Su Ziyuan did not believe in the theories of gods and Buddhas. Just like last night, when the torrent suddenly rushed in, Su Ziyuan's first reaction was that it was over. The water level in the room was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only a few steps from the sleeping place to the door, but Su Ziyuan had to walk extremely hard. The water only reached his ankles on the first step, but it had reached his waist on the fifth step. The huge impact force slowed Su Ziyuan down greatly, making the last two steps seem like a chasm. If Su Ziyuan had any idea of leaving everything to fate at that time, he might not have thought of it now. At the critical moment, what Su Ziyuan thought about was not life and death, but what would happen to Zhang Ruihua if he was gone. It is definitely impossible to survive, Su Ziyuan thought. In the end times, death is not a painful thing, but if he starved to death at home, especially if he still had to worry about him, it would be too miserable. "Wife!" In desperation, Su Ziyuan let out an angry roar, and he didn't know where the strength came from in his body, but it allowed him to squeeze out against the increasing water pressure. After rushing out of the room, the pressure suddenly eased a lot. Su Ziyuan stared at the stairs at the end of the corridor, gritted his teeth, and ran. In terms of age, he is middle-aged. Physically speaking, he had not eaten a single grain of rice for 48 hours straight. And even though there were 2 bags of biscuits and some candies in a bag on his back, he just couldn't bear to eat them. Zhang Ruihua needed these more than he did, and he always felt that he could still hold on. As long as Zhu Guanghan gave up punishing him, he could get rations from the headquarters again, and he wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Fuck Zhu Guanghan! Su Ziyuan sprinted while cursing loudly, as if this could make him run faster and farther. No wonder people say that anger is the most fundamental source of power. In short, Su Ziyuan rushed over and stood on the stairs that were not flooded. But the crisis is not over. Because the rain is still falling, the water will still rise. I shouldn't have been lazy last night. If I found a tall house, it certainly wouldn't be as dangerous as it is now. But the problem was that Su Ziyuan really couldn't walk last night. Not to mention changing places. If he had a little more physical strength, the thunder would wake him up and the rain would disturb him. The water was still rising and soon submerged the stairs where Su Ziyuan was. He had to continue climbing until the rooftop of this 4-story office building. There is no way out. Su Ziyuan stood in the heavy rain and tried his best to open his eyes, but he could not see anything except a vast expanse of white. In the distance, there seemed to be some tall shadows, but within the visible range outside the platform, there was nothing but water. I can only say that he didn't choose the right place yesterday. The houses in this area are relatively low and sparse. But what else could he do? Such busy places had either been searched many times or many people were searching. If he was alone and encountered such a place, he would definitely not end up well. Am I going to die here today? Su Ziyuan was unwilling to give in. However, there was almost no movement in the water around the platform, which meant that the accumulated water had nowhere to go, and that it could not recede in a short period of time. As long as the heavy rain continues, the temperature will rise sooner or later. There is a way, there must be a way. Su Ziyuan kept knocking his head, looking for a way out. We've got no choice but to take a gamble. The door to the rooftop is made of wood, and with a few large pieces of foam piled in the corner of the stairs by the cleaners, it might be possible to make a raft. Although such a raft is almost unsafe, it is better than waiting to die here. Su Ziyuan was a man of great execution ability. Once he made up his mind, he put aside all his worries and started to act. Even when the water rose to the platform and submerged his instep, he did not even take a second look. 15 minutes later, the raft was basically formed, and the water on the platform was deep enough for the raft to float. Su Ziyuan climbed up carefully and tried it out. It seemed to be okay. He grabbed a broom he had just found and used it as a paddle. Under Su Ziyuan's operation, the simple raft slowly left the submerged platform. The almost stagnant water actually greatly reduced Su Ziyuan's risk. Although the heavy rain obscured his vision, Su Ziyuan could still determine the general direction. The rest of the journey depends on his luck and whether he has enough physical strength and perseverance to persevere. Wife, I will definitely come back, believe me. The heavy rain was quickly taking away Su Ziyuan's body temperature. Although the temperature these days was not as low as before, if he continued to be rained on like this, even if he didn't die, he would probably get seriously ill. There are actually quite a few people in the same situation as Su Ziyuan in the entire Jiazhou city, but most of them do not have Su Ziyuan's firm will and strong desire to survive. The world is material, but for an individual, life and death may depend to a large extent on his own spirit. Whether the Xia people have faith or not was a hot topic on the internet before the end of the world. The reason given by those who deny it is that the Xia people today are selfish and completely blinded by interests. However, after the end of the world, Xia country might be the best off because most Xia people have a strong sense of family. If they only consider themselves, they would rather die than stay in this terrible world for one more day, but in the end they choose to live a hard life. Not for any other reason, just because there are people at home waiting for him, looking forward to him, counting on him. It could be the one who gave birth to him, or the one he gave birth to, or it could be the one he missed day and night. In a heavy rain, some people chose to die together with their families, while others tried their best to send their loved ones onto the life-saving ark. Of course, not everyone cares so much about family. Such people often have a strong desire for certain things, such as power. In the Su family compound, Zhu Guanghan had just finished a call with his family. Perhaps for the sake of his own image, or for some other reason. After Zhu Guanghan moved the command center to the Su family compound, he did not bring his family members over. but instead let them return to their original community to live. There was no need to worry about food and drink expenses, as someone would naturally deliver them. However, the water level rose due to heavy rain overnight, and seeing the downstairs being flooded layer by layer, the family panicked and quickly contacted Zhu Guanghan. In the end, Zhu Guanghan just promised his family that if there was real danger, he would arrange someone to pick him up, but now he had more important things to do. Chapter 122. The top big guy in the beautiful country. Heavy rain blocked the world. Zhou Lin didn't want to go out in the heavy rain, so he wandered around the live Fu and suddenly found a good thing. SSC, that is, Landing Craft Air Cushion. It is 27 meters long, 15 meters wide, has a standard displacement of 95 tons, and a full load displacement of 200 tons. The main engine uses 4 TF, 80B gas turbines, and the ship can reach a maximum speed of 55 knots on the water, 40 knots on the mudflats, and 35 knots on land. The cockpit and propellers are distributed on both sides of the hull, and there's a huge deck space in the middle that can be used to load personnel and vehicles. Theoretically, the SSC has a payload of 80 tons, which is enough to easily carry main battle tanks or multiple infantry fighting vehicles, and can also carry dozens of fully equipped soldiers at the same time. When fully loaded, the SSC has a maximum range of 300 nautical miles. 300 nautical miles may not sound very far, but converted into kilometers, it is equivalent to 555.6 kilometers. Generally, a large displacement car may not be able to travel that far on a single tank of gas, and many electric cars are even more unable to catch up. After learning about this SSC, Zhou Lin finally understood what was going on. As the latest generation of military hovercraft of the United States, SSC has not been officially put into service. This trip was originally intended to conduct some tests along the way, and the aircraft carrier itself will not be equipped with a hovercraft. So this was a pleasant surprise. Theoretically speaking, this thing is the most suitable for the current environment around a live Fu. There is water and mud, and other means of transportation are not useful. If it weren't for the heavy rain outside, there is really no reason to go out. Zhou Lin even wanted to drive this thing out for some fun. Although it does not coexist with SSC, it is not difficult to drive. As a new generation product, SSC is highly digitalized and can be easily driven by one person, which fully meets the requirements of the United States for the new generation of armaments. Strictly speaking, driving this thing is no more complicated than driving a truck. Patting the rubber skirt of SSC, Zhou Lin said to himself, "Big guys, let's go out and have some fun later so that you can see the customs and habits of our Xia country." Fortunately, Laifu is Zhou Lin's symbiotic means of transportation. After leaving the storage space, as long as Zhou Lin is with Laifu, he can still transform Laifu through his mind. Of course, the premise is still to comply with the basic laws of physics, that is, raw materials and materials are indispensable. It is very simple for Zhou Lin to just change the internal structure of Laifu. It does not require much raw materials or consumes too much physical energy. The key is that it can also increase the experience value of supernatural powers. Only he could transform the internal structure of the rifle so that a behemoth like the SSC could easily drive out of the rifle. The last and most important point is that the symbiosis ability ensures that Zhou Lin will naturally take into account the structural safety and strength of the Laifu when modifying it, and that no problems will arise on the Laifu itself due to arbitrary modifications. Zhou Lin gained a great sense of satisfaction from watching those huge steel structures change with his ideas. Finally, a huge passage large enough for the SSC to pass smoothly is perfectly presented between the space where the SSC is located and the large warehouse door on the right side of the ship. "Brother, did you just hear?" Not far away, Chun Mingyun pricked up his ears. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you learned this engine now?" Chun Feng knocked on Chun Mingyun's head. In comparison, Chun Mingdong was much more focused. Although he seemed not as smart as Chun Mingyun, Chun Feng actually liked him more. Teachers like children who are serious about learning and don't cause trouble. If it weren't for his brother Chun Mingyun, Chun Mingdong might still be studying in school now. Fate is really hard to explain. Who can guarantee that if Chun Mingdong had studied hard in school, he would be happier now than here? Seeing Zhou Lin appear, Chun Feng and Chun Mingyun quickly stood up. They still had some social experience, but Chun Mingdong was the only one who was still studying an oil pump in his hand. "What kind of car did you dismantle?" Zhou Lin looked around and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. An ordinary island off-road vehicle." Before the apocalypse, its price was barely enough to be considered a luxury car. After the apocalypse, hey, there was no such thing as a luxury car on the island. It is most suitable for training. As for the final level of Confronting and the other two, Zhou Lin didn't care too much at the moment. They didn't need to cultivate symbiosis, and the others didn't need to be cultivated for the time being. However, he still encouraged the Chun brothers and asked Confronting to follow him. Boss, are you going to have another physical examination? This is not the first time. Now Confronting is a little afraid to go to the hospital. Although Wu Shui is very beautiful, is she the elder sister-in-law that he can covet? Besides, after experiencing Jiang Lanlan, Confronting was somewhat indifferent to women, a bit like the one who was bitten by a snake once and is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Not happy. I'm happy to, of course I'm happy to, it doesn't hurt. It's just drawing some blood. The boss feeds us so well, drawing some blood is nothing. Chun Feng's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end it was basically inaudible. For Wu Shui, as long as the sky did not fall, she was not panicked at all. She did her own thing step by step every day. She was even too lazy to say a few words to Zhou Lin. She just said hello and let Confronting lie on the hospital bed and started connecting various devices. What about blood oxygen, heart rate, blood pressure, brain waves? Then there were 3 more vacuum tubes. Zhou Lin couldn't help but shudder at this scene. When he was in Lanshan community, Wu Shui also asked him to have a physical examination every day, but because the conditions were not met, it was not that scary. In fact, it was still quite scary. Sometimes people are just very hypocritical. They are not afraid of murder or arson or breaking arms and legs, but when they see blood gushing out of a vacuum tube, they can't help but feel horrified. Do you want to check it too? I haven't updated your data here for several days. No, I have something else to do. Oh, I'll go bring that kid to you. It would rather my friend die than let me die. Zhou Lin didn't want to have his blood drawn foolishly. Food was so precious, and the evolvers ate a lot. Confronting has a deep understanding of this. Since arriving here, Zhou Lin has not restricted Confronting. He can eat as much as he wants and as much as he can. It is so comfortable. Precisely because of this, if anyone wants Confronting to betray Zhou Lin now, hey, it's not impossible. Just see how much he eats first. Elder brother, Sun Qinghao, who was sweating profusely, saw Zhou Lin and quickly wiped his hands on his clothes. He had just been adding feed to the poultry, and his head and face were covered in dust. Another person who was equally dirty was Zhao Xiaogang. But until now, Sun Qinghao had only asked him to help, and the effect of his evolution was gradually showing. So he looked much more relaxed than Sun Qinghao. You should give him more work in the future. I mean, let him do the hard work as much as possible. This okay, brother. Sun Qinghao was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Let's go, it's time for a physical examination. Okay, bro. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Now Zhao Xiaogang also follows Sun Qinghao and calls Zhou Lin brother. Zhou Lin didn't care what to call him, as long as he wasn't called Godfather. By the way, how have you been feeling these days? Chapter 123, Life and Death. Until now, Zhou Lin thought that it was luck that led Zhao Xiaogang to become an evolver. Becoming an evolver after dying once is harder than winning the lottery jackpot. Oh, except for the lottery from Xia country. Brother, I feel that the evolved ones are not as strong as you say. Their current strength is about the same as Sun Qinghao's. Take it easy. Zhou Lin comforted Zhao Xiaogang. Brother, you asked Brother Sun to do more heavy work for me. Is that so that I can improve as quickly as possible? If I just train like crazy, will my strength increase like crazy? Well, evolvers are still a new thing. Even I'm still crossing the river by feeling the stones, so everything is just a trial. More training will definitely be beneficial. There was one thing Zhou Lin did not tell Zhao Xiaogang the truth about. Both his feeling and the results of Wu Shui's last test on Zhao Xiaogang proved that Zhao Xiaogang was different from ordinary evolvers. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that Zhao Xiaogang was resurrected from the dead. Wu Shui judged through the difference in basic values that in terms of pure physical fitness, Zhao Xiaogang is not as good as natural evolvers such as Confronting, Yali, and Zhou Lin. In Wu Shui's words, Zhao Xiaogang is more like a special evolver. Judging from the current analysis results of various indicators, the strengths of evolvers like Zhao Xiaogang may be repair or immortality. It sounds awesome, but of course it's impossible to be truly immortal. It's just that the body's tissue repair ability is extremely strong. As long as there is enough energy in the body, it can quickly repair damaged body tissue. but precisely because they chose the special evolutionary direction of saving lives. They're not as good as normal evolvers in improving physical fitness, and are only slightly better than ordinary people. What makes Zhou Lin embarrassed is that ordinary evolvers can improve through their own persistent training. So how should Zhao Xiaogong's evolutionary direction be improved? Should he be beaten? It's not like the protagonist becomes stronger without being beaten, but the protagonist is not Zhao Xiaogang. When Zhou Lin and the other arrived, Chun Feng's physical examination had just ended. He was a little surprised to see Zhao Xiaogang, as they had never met each other before. Introduce yourself. Zhou Lin slipped aside to flirt with Wu Shui, but was chased away by Wu Shui before he could say a few words. We're all family from now on, so there are some things we should and shouldn't say, huh? Brother, hey, I have to go back to work. Xiaogang, let's have a drink later. Okay, brother phone. Zhao Xiaogang had an innocent smile on his face until he saw Wu Shui coming over with a needle and a vacuum tube. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and he looked at Zhou Lin eagerly. It's a pity that Zhou Lin's status in the family is only slightly higher than Heizi's. Patting Chun Feng on the shoulder, the two walked away in tacit understanding. Compared to the lives of Chun Feng and others, people in the city have a much harder time. Zhang Ruihua couldn't wait to see Su Ziyuan, and she gradually became anxious. Zhu Guanghan, oh Zhu Guanghan, you must not die well. If anything happens to old Su, I will fight you. In Zhang Ruihua's opinion, the reason why Lao Su took the risk was because he was suspended by Zhu Guanghan. If it was really Lao Su's fault, it would be fine, but was it really Lao Su's fault? From morning till afternoon, the rain seemed to be gradually subsiding, but Su Ziyuan still hadn't come back. Zhang Ruihua, who was completely stuck in a dilemma, walked out of the house leaning on a cane. She wants to settle the score with Zhu Guanghan. Wife, I'm back. Where are you going? Outside the staircase window on the third floor, Su Ziyuan, trembling all over with a pale face and black lips, put his hands on the window. He had no strength left. Fortunately, the upstairs neighbor heard Zhang Ruihua's cries and came out to help. Otherwise, Su Ziyuan might not have been able to climb in. I'll go get you some hot water. As soon as Su Ziyuan entered the house, he collapsed. He had held his breath to get downstairs, but now that he was relaxed, he not only lost his strength, but also suffered from severe hypothermia. Fever, malaria, confusion. Let alone now, even before the end of the world, if Su Ziyuan is not sent to the hospital in time with symptoms like his current symptoms, he might die soon. Sent to the doctor? Where did the doctor come from? Even if there were doctors, there would be no hospitals. Even if there is a temporary hospital, how can we send the troops there when the water is flooded outside? Old Su, don't scare me, ah. Zhang Ruihua was helpless and could only hug Su Ziyuan and cry bitterly. Perhaps Su Ziyuan and his wife really couldn't bear it anymore. But at this critical juncture, who will lend a helping hand? And who can lend a helping hand? The situation in Jiazhou City now is perhaps even worse than during the winter nights. Many people survived the winter nights, but fell down after the sun. In the provincial capital, more than 100 kilometers away, we can see the sun today. So many people came out from their hiding places early in the morning, either searching for supplies or finding a place to lie down and bask in the sun. In the words of those who lie down, if they don't bask in the sun to get rid of the cold in their bodies, they will probably have to live by the stove for the rest of their lives. In a high-end residential area in the provincial capital, Lan Yia lazily sat by the window after washing up, letting the sun shine on her delicate face. Even after a whole winter night, her skin was still as white and tender as before, shining with a girlish luster. Of course, this was due to proper maintenance, but most of it was really natural beauty. A tall man appeared at the door. Yeah, you are from Jiazhou City. Do you know this place? Jiazhou City is so big, and I don't know many places. As she spoke, Lan Yia took the tablet computer from the man. Nowadays, there are very few people in the provincial capital who can achieve electricity freedom, and those who can communicate with the outside world through the internet, like the Su family, are definitely rare in the community. However, Lan Yia was not surprised. Her slender fingers slowly slid across the screen, and her eyes stared at the map that was constantly enlarging on the screen. After a few seconds, Lan Yia took a breath and said, "Is there anything special about this place?" Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you know this place?" "I don't think I know. I was kidnapped here. Is that the one you mentioned, Zhou Lin?" Lan Yia nodded, yes. If I remember correctly, it seems that his home is nearby. It was still a winter night in Jiazhou City at that time. Think about it again. Did you see other people or residents around you, or any places with lights? Suyu obviously took this matter very seriously. What on earth made Suyu take it so seriously? Lanya's first thought was not to answer, but how to gain benefits from it. Lanya, put away those unrealistic ideas of yours. Otherwise, you may never be able to leave Xia country in your lifetime. Don't forget that I have the absolute right to make suggestions. You misunderstood. I was just recalling. I guess there is nothing left. Anyway, I didn't see it. So it is very likely that there are only Zhou Lin's family in this area. And he's also an evolver. His mother too, and his 13-year-old sister, are also a monster. Lan Yi's emotions became unstable when Zhou Lin's family was mentioned. Okay, I'll report it right away. If the information you provided is useful, the organization will not forget you. Suyu was about to leave when Lan Yi turned around and blocked Suyu's way with her fragrance. Are you leaving now? Chapter 124, Arm Team. What you want, the organization will give you. Suyu frowned. Lan Yi came to him, which was against the organization's rules. Moreover, he knew better than anyone what kind of person this woman was. There was nothing real about her pitiful face. Benefits in exchange were her only purpose. Lan Yi chuckled. I watched a movie. People say that once you've watched it, you'll know that organizations are unreliable. And the protagonists in every movie always like to say that people must rely on themselves. Although Zhou Lin didn't think Lan Yi was a good person, he definitely agreed with what Lan Yi said. After experiencing the end of the world, he won't have the slightest trust in outsiders. Although symbiosis is not as powerful as skills like space, when Zhou Lin snatched the Lai Fu and transformed it into a doomsday base, the symbiosis ability showed its extremely powerful functionality. In addition to the aforementioned, Zhou Lin can arbitrarily transform the symbiotic vehicle within the scope of his own abilities and raw materials. As a symbiote, Zhou Lin can not only have a clear view of this symbiotic vehicle, including the materials stored inside and any life forms. As long as Zhou Lin is willing, he can see and hear at any time. In fact, he can move to any occupiable position of this symbiotic vehicle at will and even directly assimilate with the symbiotic vehicle, which is equivalent to disappearing outside any observable means, but in fact still existing in the symbiotic vehicle. Zhou Lin's understanding of this, when in doubt about quantum mechanics, he simply attributed it to a resonant quantum state. However, any action requires a certain amount of energy, Zhou Lin's body energy, so he rarely does it unless it is necessary. After all, food is always precious in the apocalypse. Even if he has stockpiled a lot now, with the increase in the population on the Lai Fu, especially the increase in the number of evolvers, it is conceivable that as time goes by, food will be consumed faster and faster. Zhou Lin felt a little depressed when he thought of this. If he had known earlier, he should have stockpiled more and should not have had the mentality of being content with a small fortune. As expected, what the country said was right. People must be positive, no matter what they do. Seeing that the rain had subsided today, although he didn't know what would happen next, Zhou Lin felt that he needed to go out for a walk, for example, to the districts and counties close to Jiazhou City. There was one county town he really wanted to visit, just because he learned from Zhou Kaijun yesterday that the government had a super huge granary in that county town. People outside the circle often don't understand the situation in the circle. For example, this small county called Anping has a registered population of only 30,000 and an actual permanent population of less than 40,000. However, the country has actually established a granary covering an area of more than 500 acres on the edge of such a small county. There's also a company-level garrison nearby, which I think is to protect the granary. The granary is not far away, only about 70 kilometers away. According to Zhou Kaijun, even if all the people in Anping County sat, lay down, or slept in the granary, they would only consume the surface of the grain in 2 months. As a state-level granary, it has 20 room-type warehouses, each with a capacity of 50,000 tons, and 50 vertical silos, each with a capacity of 10,000 tons. So when the warehouse is full, its reserve grain is 1.5 million tons. Don't think it's an exaggeration. It is said that Xiagua has 2 phobias. One is insufficient firepower, and the other is hunger. According to the data released by Xiagua shortly before the end of the world, the food stored in the National Reserve granaries alone is enough for more than 1 billion people in the country to eat for 7 days. And given Xiagua's habit of publishing data, this number must have been deliberately reduced just like Xiao's military photographers are used to photographing aircraft carriers as fishing boats and large destroyers as sampans. As for why Zhou Kaijun knew it so clearly, he is a serious breeder in Jiazhou City, a professional talent, and holds positions in several related associations. Considering that he was unfamiliar with the place, Zhou Lin felt that he could not work alone all the time, and he had to use Chun Feng and his people when necessary. However, before setting off, people must be gathered together. The equipment they need to be given must be distributed, and the necessary words must be said. Chun Feng, Zhao Xiaogang, Sun Chenghao, and Huang Minjing. The Chen brothers are ordinary people, and they are relatively young, with unstable personalities and no moral integrity. As for Jiang Lanlan, Zhou Lin still doesn't know what her use is. He originally kept her because he thought that if there was any problem with Su Si, she might be useful. But Su Si died at the hands of others. However, since she was brought back, he kept her for now, but he couldn't let her have too much contact with him. As for Huang Minjing, she asked for it on her own initiative. Zhou Lin just told Qingyali that he wanted to take someone out when they were playing mahjong, but Huang Minjing immediately asked to join. It was not because she couldn't sit still, but because she knew that if a person was no longer useful, he would be excluded or even abandoned. For herself, for her mother, and for the comfortable environment here, even though she knew it would be hard and life-threatening to go out, Huang Minjing still decisively and firmly asked to join, and even Qingyali couldn't talk her out of it. No matter what you see or get later, don't be surprised and don't ask. If you ask, it means you don't know. If you don't know how to use it, ask me. Don't mess around. Now I will explain the action plan for tomorrow morning. Zhou Lin stood there like an instructor, while Chun Feng and the other three were like new recruits. All of them were filled with curiosity at what Zhou Lin said, especially the oldest one, Sun Chenghao, who would occasionally glance at the 5 large metal boxes at Zhou Lin's feet. Tomorrow our goal is Anping County's National Granary. This granary is located in. Depart on time at 6 o'clock in the morning. After arriving at the destination, Zhao Xiaogang will be responsible for staying behind to guard the transportation vehicle. Remember, anyone who tries to approach the transportation vehicle can be shot after the warning is ineffective. Gun. The eyes of the 4 people, including the woman Huang Minjing, lit up instantly. They basically all knew that Zhou Lin had a gun, but they never thought that Zhou Lin would give them a gun. These are 2 completely different things. What are you so excited about? Zhou Lin kicked the metal box at his feet. Since you're so excited, come and get it. 1 box per person. After saying that, Zhou Lin dragged a box to the side and waited for Chun Feng and the other 3 to distribute the boxes. Now, take out everything in the box and place at your feet. I will show you how to put it on and the basic usage. Brother, no bullets? After Zhao Xiaogang took out all his things, he refused to put down the M9 in his hand. There were 3 magazines in the metal box and 1 in the pistol. All 4 magazines were empty. He searched the box, but couldn't find a single bullet. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you know how to use it? Zhou Lin said calmly. Now follow me and learn how to put on clothes and helmet. Now no one can guarantee what the situation is at the Anping National Granary. So Zhou Lin can only ensure the safety of Chun Feng and the other 3 to the greatest extent possible. Chapter 125. Blessings and disasters depend on each other. Fully armed. Chun Feng and the other 3 may have heard this word often before, but it was not until today that they truly experienced it. If it is equipped with pistols, rifles, and things like grenades, then we can use another phrase, armed to the teeth. Brother, I feel. Sun Chenghao twisted left and right a few times and then tried to walk a few steps. How should I put it? It felt like learning to walk by imitating others, so awkward to the extreme. They are wearing genuine United States Marine Corps equipment. The United States Marine Corps can basically be understood as the special forces of the Xia country. From the Kevlar composite bulletproof helmets to the steel-wrapped combat boots, they are all top-notch mass-produced equipment. Even on the Laifu, there are only a mere 500 sets of such equipment. That's right, Zhou Lin felt it was still a little too little. Although bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, and even bulletproof pants are basically useless in front of psychics and evolvers, it will take more than 4 years for psychics and evolvers to appear in large numbers. During this period, the enemies he and the base will face are most likely ordinary people using ordinary weapons. 500 sets of equipment does not mean that 500 people can be armed. The sizes of the 4 Chun Fengs were chosen after repeated selection by Zhou Lin, and most of the others were made according to the body shapes of American people. It is not to say that American people are so tall, but the basic data is there. Jolin cannot do such a thing as lying for the sake of face. If possible, you should recruit a few people who can modify equipment. At least the sizes of clothes and pants should be suitable, otherwise it will become a burden to wear. Is it possible? Jolin asked Huang Minjing. Okay. The weight of nearly 15 kilograms was somewhat strenuous for a woman. After Huang Minjing put on all the equipment, beads of sweat were already oozing out of the tip of her nose. Don't force it if you can't. Jolin frowned. There is no need to be gentle with women. No matter how smart the enemy is, they're not as scary as stupid teammates. A drag at a critical moment may cost the lives of an entire team. I can do it. Seeing Jolin's thoughts, Huang Minjing quickly raised her head and chest to show that she still had strength left. But when she puffed out her chest, Jolin, the fat man, didn't feel anything, but the three men, big and small, next to her, felt sorry for her. They all stared at her with wide eyes. Although Zhao Xiaogang was still a sophomore in high school, he had eaten pork after all, so he also had a strong reaction. Get out! Jolin glared and roared, calling back the souls of the three people. They lowered their heads and left with their boxes. You go too. Gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jolin waved his hand, signaling Huang Minjing to leave quickly to avoid missing the opportunity. In Huang Minjing's opinion, Jolin has changed a lot. You have to know that Huang Minjing, as the CEO of a fast food company, had more than 10 or even dozens of times more wealth and management ability than the Zhou family. So let alone Jolin, even Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were not good enough. If they hadn't had business dealings and Cheng Yali and Huang Minjing's mother were poker friends, they might not have had the chance to meet. However, in just over 2 months, their identities had completely reversed. Huang Minjing did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jolin. It was precisely because of this clear self-awareness that the mother and daughter could stay safely on the live Fu. Even so, Huang Minjing still felt a sense of crisis. For her, this action was the time to demonstrate her role. After all, even if she was sure, Jolin might not be willing to covet her body. Don't talk about whether it was mean or not. If it really came to the end of the world, those hypocrites who said they were beautiful would probably kneel down faster than anyone else, hugging the thighs of the strong, without even looking in the mirror. Even if they were hugging the feet with athlete's foot, they probably wouldn't be disgusted. Huang Minjing is a relatively sober person. Since the world is like this, there is nothing she can't do in order to survive. It's just a matter of whether she can pass the psychological test. However, as a person who has received higher education and has been a CEO, she knows very well that human moral standards are not that high and will change with the environment in which they live. The annoying rainstorm finally stopped completely at night, but after dawn, people in Jiazhou City found that the situation had not improved at all. Even though the rain stopped, the waterlogging situation in the city had not improved much. In fact, the situation will continue to get worse, because the range of sunlight is gradually expanding. Since yesterday noon, it can be seen in most of Bashu. In other words, the temperature in the entire Bashu is gradually rising. From the perspective of the whole world, this is definitely good news. Some people from the surrounding areas of Bashu have even started to head to Bashu. Even if they can get some sunshine a day earlier, it would be great. Especially for some people who are already extremely unwell, the sunshine and warmth can really save lives. But most people forget that Bashu is a basin. Therefore, once the water and air flow is very slow, the basin is prone to water accumulation and temperature accumulation. The reason why Bashu can quickly warm up after the sun appears is actually due to this natural geographical shape. Under normal weather conditions, Bashu is prone to extremely hot and humid environments, not to mention now. When all the snow in Bashu melts, it may be the beginning of another disaster. Jolin arrived at 5 o'clock. As usual, he had to exercise first. Evolvers seemed to emerge like mushrooms after birth, and only by working hard could he always maintain the advantage of being the leader. Symbiosis. Intermediate 8901/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space. 1/2. Intensity. Symbiosis. 6.9 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I. 6.9 6945/10,000. Seeing the current progress, Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction, then packed up and headed for the gathering place. Although you can teleport in a live foo, you don't have the proficiency to do it, and it consumes energy, so why bother? Walking around can at least help regulate your body, and you're not in a hurry. 6:55. Huang Minjing arrived at 6:50. When she arrived, Chen Feng and the other two were already there, and they were all dressed. Even the youngest, Zhao Xiaogang, did not look tired at all. He sat cross-legged on the ground, disassembling and assembling his M9. This set of equipment is quite heavy, but in order to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, Huang Minjing put it on in the house and was even a little out of breath when she walked through it. It looks like you are all well prepared. Zhou Lin came and nodded with satisfaction after seeing the status of the four people, then took out boxes of bullets and distributed them to them. Each person had 100 rounds, and he gave them 10 minutes to load the magazines. He went straight to the place where the SSC was parked. I didn't expect that I would use this big guy today. Those who are capable should do more work, since it is the most suitable for the outdoor environment at the moment. Besides, today we're going to rob, no, to collect food. No matter how luxurious the Lu Xiaofeng is, it can't compare with this thing, whether it is trafficability, load-bearing capacity, or price. When they heard the roar and then saw the huge body of SSC, Chen Feng and the other three were completely dumbfounded. Grass. How could there be such a thing in the base? Can an individual own it? Oh, big guy, that's okay. Get up, let's go. Chapter 126. Moths fly in a fire. Provincial Capital, su familia. So you just decoded a message. Even though it is the end of the world now, it is better to be safe than sorry. Have you confirmed it? It's probably Zhou Lin. The exit record matches. There's no entry record because he's on an aircraft carrier. Investigate. How do we investigate? This guy is so ruthless that he even dares to rob an aircraft carrier. If I go there, I'm sending him off, unless... The shadow of Lan Yi flashed through his mind, but then Suyu shook his head. He probably wouldn't do it. Not to mention whether Lan Yi would agree. He didn't think Zhou Lin would be a fool. But the orders from my superiors are a headache. After some thought, Suyu transcoded the words he wanted to report and sent them out. Direct communication is not impossible, but it is easy to expose yourself, and it may even ruin the entire Su family. A few minutes later, Suyu received a reply. What made him most curious was that the organization said that it had mastered the technology for mass production of superhumans and was constantly improving it. No problems have been found so far, and 3 places could be reserved for Suyu, but the prerequisite was that he had to complete the task of going to Jiazhou City to investigate Zhou Lin. It can be seen between the lines that the organization's interest in Zhou Lin is much greater than that in the live foo. Otherwise, they could have handed over the photos taken by satellites and photos restored with technology as evidence to Xia State. Maybe. Well, it's the end of the world now. If Xia State gets these evidences, they might just capture Zhou Lin for research, and in the end, not even a sip of soup would be left for the United States. Unless there's a nuclear threat. But threats are always threats. If the world is already in this state and nuclear weapons are used to wipe out the world, then humanity will be completely doomed. Is it daybreak? Coming out of the secret room, Suyu was startled by the light outside. It was as if things had returned to the time before the end of the world. The sun had come out, the temperature had risen significantly, and the snow on the withered plants in the yard was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's great. Unbuttoning his thick, warm clothes, Suyu showed an elegant smile on his face. The Western aristocratic upbringing he received since childhood made him maintain the so-called demeanor at all times. Even if Lan Yi pointed at his nose and ridiculed him, he would not get angry. I'm just discussing with you. If you don't want to meet Zhou Lin, I can rearrange the people. As long as you take them there. How is it? The radio said that Jiazhou City is now a swamp. Do you think I look like a mermaid? Even though she was furious, Lan Yi still had a habitual smile on her face, like a mask that she couldn't take off. It must be said that the two of them were a perfect match, and it was hard to tell the difference between hypocrisy. I'm sure that I can make it to Jiazhou City safely. So you wanted to give it another try. It's not like he didn't have people who were familiar with Jiazhou City, but what's the use of just being familiar with it? He needed to have the ability. Lan Yi would not be easily fooled, especially by men's lies. And then, who in Jiazhou City can guarantee my safety? Am I cooperating with you just to gamble my life? If you don't agree, you can also choose to leave the Su family. So you finally frowned. Are you sure? Do you think I can keep my mouth shut, or do you think I don't have many patrons in the provincial government? At this moment, a hint of murderous intent finally flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Little did he know that if this was not the Su family, Lan Yi would definitely take the risk of using her supernatural powers to make Su Yu die miserably. How about Zhu Guanghan, the commander of the Jiazhou Post-Disaster Command Center? With his status, he is enough to guarantee your safety. After the success, you will also have a chance to become a superhuman. Superhuman. Lan Yi's long eyelashes trembled a few times. It was not because of greed, but because she felt that the word superhuman sounded a little. Is Zhou Lin a superhuman? And the woman who is as strong as a bull and the weird little girl? If that's the case, then Lan Yi really doesn't think that she can fight against Zhou Lin by becoming a superhuman. Very strong. I believe that in Xia country, there is no one stronger than the superhuman. The headquarters only gave me 2 places, and if you help me this time, one of the places will be yours. What about the remaining spot? Of course it's mine. You don't think I would miss such an opportunity, do you? The resources consumed to create a superhuman are at least $100 million. If Suyu gave up the last spot easily, Lan Yi would definitely not agree. God knows what the price of becoming a superhuman is, but Suyu values this opportunity. The safety has at least increased tenfold. I'm only responsible for giving advice. Besides, why should the commander you mentioned listen to you? Everyone's desires are different. Zhu Guanghan longs for power. Fortunately, I can satisfy his wish. Now, all that you put it that way, it seems like I have no reason to refuse, but I must remind you that I am a thief, and I stole a military airship. Suyu smiled. Stealing an airship is nothing. He can solve it with just a phone call. As for Jiazhou City, who would pursue it as long as Zhu Guanghan doesn't? Lan Yi wanted to change her name, and Suyu had no objection. He let her do it. As long as the task could be completed in the shortest time, everything could be discussed, even if it meant asking him to accompany Lan Yi. It was not impossible. 2 combatants, 2 technicians, and 1 analyst, plus you, a total of 6 people. I will arrange a 7-seat modified car to ensure that you can arrive at Jiazhou City safely within half a day. It sounded pretty good, and there were also fighters. Lan Yi pursed her lips and agreed. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief and decided to wait until the task was completed. Get ready. We'll set off after lunch. Suyu said finally. Prepare some supplies. I don't want to starve. Okay. Suyu agreed without even thinking about it. Zhou Lin probably couldn't have imagined that Lan Yi, who had robbed the airship and fled to the provincial capital, would actually come back. But even if he knew, he would only be happy. After all, Lan Yi's choice to escape was equivalent to confirming that she was related to the mysterious organization. Even for the safety of his family, Zhou Lin would definitely not let Lan Yi go. Although the SSC has a strong carrying capacity, it makes a lot of noise when it is started. Even if the crew cabin has a certain degree of sound insulation, you still can't hear the person talking 1 step away without using a headset intercom. Looking at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, Sun Chenghao couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't shamelessly hugged Zhou Lin's thighs, even if he wasn't dead now, he would probably be struggling in the flood or starving. Huang Minjing still doesn't know what Sun Chenghao and Tang Ili did to her in Lanshan community. Otherwise, she would definitely not agree with Sun Chenghao. Zhou Lin could hear all their words, but he was too lazy to speak. After all, many of their words were suspected of flattery. If he participated as a flatterer, wouldn't it be just farting? It would be better for him to be his driver. It is less than 30 kilometers from the urban area to Anping County, and it takes only half an hour to drive there under normal circumstances. But now, everywhere you look, there are white waves. Not to mention the roads, even the roofs of the shorter houses cannot be seen. Zhou Lin could only use the offline map and compass on his mobile phone and constantly compare them with a memory in his mind to ensure that he did not go in the wrong direction. Brother, there's someone on the left, waving. Chun Feng suddenly yelled into the intercom. Chapter 127, The Owner of the Granary. Some people are not surprised. 2 months of winter nights are not enough to kill most people, especially after enduring the first month. The low temperature is no longer a big problem for those who survive, as long as they can make a fire and fill their stomachs. Even if there are no tall enough buildings in the suburbs, anyone with a little hands-on ability can learn from the Inuit and build igloos and dig snow caves to live and reside. What really pushed these people in the suburbs into despair was the flooding caused by the melting snow after the temperature rose. The heavy rain in the past 2 days made the situation worse. causing some 2- and 3-story houses that were originally relatively safe to be completely soaked in sewage. Although there's water everywhere, it is not drinkable. If it is not filtered and disinfected, even if it is boiled and drunk, it can easily cause gastroenteritis, which can cause diarrhea and vomiting at the mildest, or even death at the worst. Lack of water plus the inability to collect food will drive people to despair over time. Among the 4 people, Chun Fong was the first to embark on the path of evolution. Since he had not received much education and had the best eyesight, he was the first to see the figure on the roof in the distance. As he called out, Zhou Lin naturally saw it as well, and he even saw it more clearly than Chun Fong. It should be a large family or a combination of several nearby families, including not only adults, but also the elderly and children, all gathered in a building that was supposed to be 3 stories high, but now only has a rooftop platform. It should be the huge noise of the SSC that attracted their attention. In addition, the exaggerated shape and typical military paint of the SSC made these people mistakenly think it was a government or military vehicle, and naturally began to wave and call for help. In Xia country, who can you rely on most in times of crisis? It's not the gods and Buddhas in the sky, but the olive-green military uniforms. We'll talk about it when we come back. Zhou glanced at them and stopped looking. It was the end of the world. Even if a god came, he wouldn't be able to save everyone. Besides, he had a mission to accomplish today. When could he come back? Would the water level continue to rise? Would they die? Sorry, Zhou couldn't think about that much. After hearing Zhou words, the 4 people had different expressions on their faces, but no one said anything. I would rather die than let my friend die. 2 months of winter nights are enough. It would be difficult for those who have not awakened to this day to survive. Theoretically, it would take 40 minutes for the SSC to travel the distance on Highway 30 at full speed. However, because he was unfamiliar with the route and not all of it was waterways, he had to slow down when encountering muddy flats. After about an hour, Zhou saw the landmark building of Anping County, the Anping County Government Building. What's surprising is that there are still a few lights on the roof of the government building in broad daylight. Isn't gas free? It might be solar power generation, Zhou thought as he looked up at the sun above his head. We cannot judge that there are people moving around in the government building just by looking at the lights. Besides, Zhou had no intention of going to the government building. He was not here to provide disaster relief. The location of the National Granary is on the edge of Anping County. Perhaps flooding was taken into consideration when it was built, so the location of the granary is relatively high and most of the wall is still exposed above the water. When Zhou reached the gate, he frowned. The gate, which was originally an iron fence, has been completely blocked by dense sandbags. The SSC is not an icebreaker, so it is impossible to break in through the door or the wall. Change of plans. The original plan was for Zhao Xiaogang to guard the boat alone. Now the boat could not go directly into the granary, and the situation on both sides was unclear. So Zhou decided to take Chun Fong in a small boat to climb over the wall, and the other 3 people were responsible for guarding the boat. If it was attacked, it would be difficult for one person to take care of both ends of such a large boat. The SSC was parked about 50 meters away from the wall. Judging from the sonar reflection data, the water depth here was only 1.5 meters. Judging from the terrain, the water depth on the other side of the wall was probably only 1 meter at most, or even lower. After lowering the boat, Zhou and Chun Fong each took a paddle. After a brief adaptation, before they had exerted much effort, the boat had already reached the base of the wall. Originally, the wall of the granary should have been more than 3 meters high, but now the part exposed above the water is only about 2 meters. Zhou looked up and had an idea in his mind. I'll go first. The wall seemed to be 2 meters high, but in fact there was not much distance left after subtracting Zhou height and arm length. He only needed to exert a little force, and even without the boat shaking much, Zhou had both hands on the wall. Grasp! Even through the gloves made of Kevlar fabric, Zhou could feel the stinging pain from the broken glass. This ancient anti-theft facility is truly durable. Relying on his powerful strength, Zhou grabbed the wall with one hand, pulled out a dagger with his backhand, and swept the wall with the back of the knife. There was a loud clang-clang sound, and countless glass fragments fell down and disappeared into the accumulated water. Even so, Zhou only dared to pull in his stomach and stand on the wall with military boots. Inside the wall, the most eye-catching things are the neat rows of warehouses and the big barrels. Both the warehouse and the barrel have a cement foundation of more than 1 meter, and each door is above the water level. You wait on the boat. Jolin had good eyesight and noticed a figure flashing through the air vent near the roof of one of the warehouses, even from a distance of several dozen meters. It is not surprising that there are people in the granary. As long as there are no troops stationed there, Jolin is not afraid, even if the other party has guns. After all, not everyone can become a sharpshooter. With Jolin's current movement speed, it is basically impossible for him to be hit unless he is surrounded by dozens or hundreds of gun muzzles. After jumping down from the wall, the water on the ground only reached Jolin's thighs. At such a depth, ordinary people would find it difficult to walk, let alone run, but Jolin tried it and felt it was okay. As Jolin walked towards the nearest warehouse step by step, he saw a group of people sitting around a fire pit in the central area of the warehouse where he had just seen the swaying figures communicating in low voices. Xiaoping, are you sure that man is wearing a military uniform? The middle-aged man who was speaking wore a pair of glasses with broken lenses on his face. His Mediterranean hairstyle showed that it had not been trimmed for a long time. A few strands of hair hung on his bald head, making him look a bit funny. His name is Zhang Fengyan. He is the director of this granary. In terms of administrative rank, his position is only slightly lower than that of the county magistrate of Anping County. Most of the people in the warehouse at this time are warehouse employees and their families. When the granary was first built, it was customary to build a family building next to the wall. With the development of the times, some employees' family conditions have improved, so they bought houses in Jiazhou City and drove to get off work every day. Zhang Fengyan is quite dedicated to his work, since his daughter also works in another place. He and his wife live in the old building next to the granary for convenience. In addition, new employees or retired old employees still live in the family building. But who could have thought that those who chose to live in this unwelcome family building would actually find a blessing in disguise when the end of the world came? In addition to having no shortage of food, the granary also has emergency generators, fuel reserves, and weapons for dealing with special situations. Although they were just 2 police shotguns, they played a huge role when the winter night came. In close-range street fighting, shotguns are almost invincible. Chapter 128, when is nepotism still existing? There were 2 shotguns, one of which was in Zhang Fengyan's hands, and the other was given to Zhu Jijun, a distant relative of his wife and one of his most trusted deputies. Normally, Zhang Fengyan and Zhu Jijun take turns on duty, while young people like Li Xiaoping are responsible for monitoring the entire granary. If someone from outside comes, the person in charge of monitoring will issue a warning immediately. After Zhang Fengyan or Zhu Jijun on duty receives the signal, they will immediately go into combat status. On a previous winter night, some people from the surrounding area sneaked into the granary. Some of the more honest ones were left behind, and the others were buried in the backyard. Maybe the soil there will be especially fertile in the future. Li Xiaoping almost cursed and swore that he was not mistaken. Logically speaking, if it was really the Xia army that came, Zhang Fengyan should be very happy, but there was no sign of excitement on Zhang Fengyan's face. It's troublesome. 2 months is neither long nor short. It was definitely bitter, but Zhang Fengyan gradually felt a certain feeling, the feeling of being a local emperor. Not to mention anything else. He slept with 3 women, all of whom he thought were young and beautiful. Even though the granary sounds small, it is a large unit with nearly 200 people, including their families. Zhang Fengyan's accumulated prestige, plus the threat of the shotgun, meant that some people had thought about rebelling, but in the end they all went to Tony Fady, and the whole family was together. Later, everyone became quiet. Anyway, Zhang Fengyan would not take the initiative to make things difficult for others. Apart from the basic food distributed every day, anyone who wanted to eat more or get enough to eat can negotiate, as long as you are valuable. It must be said that Zhang Fengyan has figured out this trick. It is no wonder that before the end of the world, there were voices on the internet saying that the bloodiness in the bones of the Xia people had been worn away by mutual fights and excessive behavior, and the kindness in their hearts had been scared away by the question, why did you help if you didn't hit someone? There was even an argument that what the Xia country is cultivating now is not human beings, but leeks that are weak and vulnerable to the wind. There are nearly 200 people. If there are 10 or so who can unite and rush forward when the opportunity arises, even if Zhang Fengyan and Zhu Jijun are there, their 2 spray guns cannot withstand the large number of people. Unfortunately, such a thing never happened. Perhaps this is the worldview and life view that most Xia people have in their bones today. As long as they can survive, they can endure everything. If there is a society where honest people always suffer losses, there is really no hope. That's a lot of food. Standing in the granary and looking at the mountain of grain, Zhou Lin couldn't help swallowing. There was enough food in the live fu, not only because of what was replenished in the island country, but also because of what Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali purchased later. The feeling was enough at that time, but after his body began to evolve, Zhou Lin realized that he was naive. In his previous life, there was a question that he had never figured out. Why would a person with special abilities necessarily become an evolver? What was the connection between the two? Now, he finally understood that without evolution, to give the psychic a strong digestive ability, it would be impossible to support the huge amount of energy consumed by using the psychic power. Perhaps in the future there will be other ways to replenish energy, just like those described in many novels, such as spiritual energy of heaven and earth, energy stones, cosmic magic, etc. But for now, the only way to obtain energy is still food. It looks like this building-style warehouse should be full, probably about 50,000 tons. If 1 ton is enough for one adult to eat for a year, then this one building is enough for 50,000 people to eat for a year. Data shows that there are 20 building-style warehouses here. If all of them are taken away, while Zhou Lin was excited, he couldn't help but envy those who had spatial abilities. Even if it was just a few thousand cubic meters, they could easily carry hundreds of thousands of tons of food. At least they would not be able to finish eating it in this lifetime. The carrying capacity of SSC is relatively strong, with the limit being about 100 tons. In other words, if SSC is used for transportation, a room-type warehouse like this would have to make 500 trips. You'd be crazy to do that. Not to mention how much time it will take. The fuel alone is too much to bear. Even if there are sufficient oil reserves in the live food may still be grown after the end of the world, but oil extraction is impossible. What's more, oil cannot be used directly after it is extracted. It needs to be refined in a refinery. Traditional methods are not impossible, but they have to endure the disadvantages of low efficiency, high energy consumption, and high pollution, which is not feasible. So the best way is... Zhou Lin closed his eyes and began to construct the picture around the granary in his mind. Wait, it seems that the Laifu cannot hold 50,000 tons of grain. An aircraft carrier does not have infinite space, and it is impossible to carry only grain. Zhou Lin felt that he must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he have such a crazy idea? Actually thinking of swallowing the entire granary in one gulp. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention 1.5 million tons of grain. Even this warehouse in front of us would be difficult to handle without using the Laifu. The faint sound of footsteps in the distance interrupted Zhou Lin's thoughts. There was more than one person, but it was still a bit far away, at least separated by a room-style warehouse. With the improvement of his evolution, Zhou Lin's hearing may now surpass that of animals, such as cats and dogs. When he concentrates on listening, he can also form a relatively accurate three-dimensional figure in his mind. The more familiar he is with the surrounding environment, the more accurate the three-dimensional figure formed by the sound will be. Is it the figure I just saw? Zhou Lin wasn't sure. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Lin jumped onto the highest ventilation window in the granary and waited silently, without moving. He was not sure whether the other party had discovered him, so he was not sure whether these people were looking for him. About 2 minutes later, Zhou Lin heard voices. Li Xiaoping, are you sure it's in this warehouse? It's certain. He never left after he came in. I was staring at the door all the way here just now. It has never been opened. Unless what? Unless he can get out through the upper window. A transom? Impossible, such a narrow window, and with iron bars. All right, you and Sansa will be in charge of guarding the door, and when I catch the guy, I'll reward you with 10 kilograms of rice. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Thank you, Brother Zhu. Why call me Brother Zhu? You should call me Station Master Zhu, right? Station Master Zhu. No, the Station Master is my cousin's husband. I'm just a temporary worker. Although Zhu Jijun opened his mouth to reject it, his face was almost broken by laughter. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary courier. The reason why he got in touch with Zhang Fengnian and his wife was because he happened to be in charge of the grain warehouse. Once, Zhang Fengnian's wife heard his hometown accent, and the two chatted casually. Well, they're actually some relatives. Zhu Jijun, who entered the society at the age of 16, is not a stubborn person. He immediately hit the snake with the stick and called Zhang Fengnian's wife's sister. After a while, Zhang Fengyan became his brother-in-law, a distant brother-in-law. On the day of the end of the world, Zhu Jijun happened to be out delivering a parcel, but he couldn't escape, so he simply stayed with his sister and brother-in-law. With a strong physique acquired from years of delivering couriers, he soon became Zhang Fengyan's #1 thug. Listen, everyone inside. You've been surrounded by us. Come out and surrender immediately. Standing at the door, Zhu Jijun shouted loudly with pride. What a fucking idiot. Zhou Lin almost laughed out loud as he stood by the air vent above the door. Chapter 129, Super Soldier or Bronze Armored Corpse? Zhu Jijun brought with him 6 young and strong men from the granary. A truly strong young man, the kind that can beat Kunhan by 8 streets. Everyone had a weapon in their hands, be a machete, a steel spear, or the kind of axe used by the farmer next door to chop firewood. In short, no one was empty-handed. Zhu Jijun was carrying his precious shotgun on his back. Yes, he was carrying it on his back because he felt it was unnecessary. 1 to 7, possible loss? It's impossible. Even when setting out, Zhang Fengyan repeatedly emphasized that it is better to be safe than sorry. It's a pity that Zhu Jijun is not well educated, otherwise he would definitely go back to Zhang Fengyan. What a 10,000-year ship. 10,000 years is too long. I just want to be with him day and night. The warehouse door was slowly pushed open by a young man holding an axe, but Zhou Lin did not move because he did not know who was coming and what kind of weapons they would bring. Whether it's superpowers or evolution, they're still carbon-based creatures. Even if there were many high-level superpowers in the previous life, it would be impossible for them to truly resist heat weapons with their human bodies. Ordinary pistol and rifle bullets may not be able to kill high-level psychics and evolvers, but why not try a coastal defense artillery? If ordinary people are left with nothing but scum, then those with special abilities and those with evolutions are indeed stronger. At least some scraps of flesh and blood can be left behind. In his previous life, Zhou Lin witnessed with his own eyes a group of those with special abilities and those with evolutions trying to seize a government-controlled base. He thought they would be unstoppable and could easily take over, but who knew that the last layer of defense of this base was actually coastal defense artillery? Good fellow. With Zhou Lin's resistance at that time, he couldn't even eat 3 meals. Come out. Don't hide. Everyone sees you. Your feet are sticking out. Come out now. Surrender your gun and you won't be killed. The 6 people who came in were making a lot of noise, and they were circling in the narrow alleys more and more boldly. From time to time, they would poke the weapons in their hands at places they thought were suspicious, but in the end they only pulled out a stream of snow-white rice. There was still a person's heartbeat and breathing at the door. At this moment, Zhou Lin thought that it should be a ventilator, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Hey, where are the people? Fuck. Drilling underground. It's impossible underground. There's more than a meter of concrete. The only way is up there. Up there. Zhou Lin sighed. He thought he would be discovered soon, but 10 minutes passed. Should we say these 6 people are smart or stupid? Zhou Lin jumped down from the skylight, holding the Tang sword horizontally in his hand. He had no intention of killing anyone for the time being. He thought that he would use courtesy before force. We are all Xia people, and Xia people certainly cannot deceive Xia people. So Zhou Lin told them to be honest or die. Wearing what looked like a military uniform and holding a weird Tang sword, the 6 young men at the granary looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, one of them couldn't help but said, "Fuck, put down the sword. This is our territory. Can't you see there are 6 of us? You don't know how to count. Believe it or not, I'll cut you into 4 pieces with 1 sword." For sections? Well, Zhou Lin was too lazy to ask why it was cut into 4 pieces with 1 cut or how to do it. Anyway, the person who would be cut in a while would definitely not be him. Who is the boss here? Of course, Zhu Zhan is our boss. Well, at the critical moment, you still have to pass the buck. The reason why Zhu Jijun stood at the door and didn't come in was not because of any sense of crisis, but purely because he was influenced by film and television works. He felt that how could a character like him appear casually? Isn't the atmosphere set now? Zhu Jijun walked in with what he thought was a steady pace. His face was greasy, and he hadn't washed it for days, and he tried his best to open his eyes wide. He asked, "Zhu Jijun, which unit are you from? What's your rank? Force? Level?" It seems that this set of beautiful countries' weapons caused the other party to misunderstand. Originally, if he followed Zhu Jijun's advice, he might be able to make some progress, but the final result would inevitably bring bad reputation to the military. Zhou Lin thought about it and gave up. Morals may not be necessary, but bottom lines are important. You're not a soldier? Then what are you here for, robbery? The speed at which Zhu Jijun's expression changed was truly astonishing. He didn't even give Zhou Lin a chance to react. He suddenly turned the shotgun hidden behind his back, pointed the muzzle roughly in the direction of Zhou Lin, and pulled the trigger. Boom! In a relatively closed granary, the gunshots were particularly loud, not only making Zhu Jijun's ears buzz, but also causing several people standing nearby to cover their ears. The scene was filled with gunpowder smoke. Everyone, including Zhu Jijun, thought that Zhou Lin was dead, even though the figure in the smoke had not fallen yet. Well, it's very common in movies and TV shows. Although he didn't fall down, at most he would just say something harsh, Zhu Jijun thought. But he ignored the fact that he was using a shotgun. Even if those small iron balls were replaced with rubber ones, they could still send people flying at this distance. How could he stay still like Zhou Lin? At this moment, Zhou Lin's mood could only be described in 2 words: awesome. In fact, he could have dodged it just now. With his speed, even if he couldn't stop Zhu Jijun from shooting, he could definitely cut off Zhu Jijun's head and kick it like a ball before the gunshot disappeared. The reason why he didn't do that was because Zhou Lin suddenly wanted to try the effect of the skill, strength symbiosis. Thanks to his fast nerve reaction speed after evolution, he was able to use his skills before the bullets bombarded him. Then he felt like someone threw a handful of sand at him. There was feeling on the face, but not much. Of course, he instinctively closed his eyes. In his excitement, Zhou Lin lowered his head and couldn't help but curse himself in his heart for being stupid, just because his combat uniform was full of holes. Shotgun bullets without armor-piercing capabilities certainly cannot penetrate bulletproof vests, but they can penetrate the combat uniforms and pants worn outside, especially the pants. The dense holes in them make Zhou Lin feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the supernatural power is instant. If it requires a reading bar, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least Wu Shui would definitely fight him to the death, or just say goodbye to him. Fuck you. Why aren't you falling down yet? Zhu Jijun was considered quite brave. He clearly felt that something was wrong with Zhou Lin, but he still raised the muzzle of his gun, ready to fire another shot. Intensity, symbiosis. The current duration is 7 minutes. It's still early, but Zhou Lin doesn't want to do it again. He appears in front of Zhu Jijun in a flash. He raises his hand lightly, and Zhu Jijun can't hold it. The shotgun hits the roof directly, and with a pop, it breaks into several pieces. The 6 people nearby who had not yet figured out the situation were completely dumbfounded. Is this still a human? No. Either it's the legendary bronze-armored corpse, or it's the super soldier in the movie. And no matter which one it is, it seems that they are not able to contend with it. The best solution is to run. But Zhou Lin and Zhu Jijun were blocking the gate, so it was definitely not a good idea to rush towards the bronze-armored corpse. Without any discussion, the 6 people rushed in different directions tacitly. Anyway, the granary was so big that they could bury themselves in the grain if they really couldn't make it. As for whether their pants would contaminate the grain if they got scared and became incontinent, who the hell cared? How many guns do you have here? Holding Zhu Jijun's neck, Zhou Lin asked calmly. Chapter 130, We Are All Fallen. Military Base. Yi Xinxiao's guard found Wang Pingping, who was working hard. Commander, why are you sweating so much? It's because there are not enough people. I don't have anything to do, so I'll go and lend a hand. Wang Pingping said, while wiping his sweat. I just received news from above. Special circumstances require special treatment. We can go to the National Granary in Anping County now. Really? Wang Pingping was so excited that he forgot to wipe his sweat and put the towel on his shoulders. Then I will. Commander, how much food did you say last time? Zhu Guanghan may have the exact number, at least 1 million tons. So, are you planning to move it all back? Wang Pingping chuckled. How can that be possible? It's 1 million tons. There's no place to pile it. You're right. There was no smile on Yi Xinxiao's face, but instead there was a deep worry between his brows. All I can say is that the granary in Anping County is really too large and holds a huge amount of stored grain. Judging from the current weather conditions, if there is another heavy rain, the granary may be flooded, and then all the grain will be destroyed. Let's transfer it. Let's not talk about whether we can find a 10,000-ton barge. Even if we find a barge, where should we put the grain after it is pulled out of the grain warehouse? Food is actually very delicate. The climate in Bashu, especially, is hot and humid, which is not very suitable for preserving food. Zhu Guanghan should have received the news. There are now 100,000 people in the Su family compound. So many people consume a lot of food every day. He will definitely send people to the granary. We can't just watch the food get soaked in water. Commander, leave the hard work to me. Wang Pingping patted his chest. In fact, he didn't want to deal with Zhu Guanghan. Millions of tons of grain. When Wang Pingping thought about worrying about the food rations for more than 20,000 people every day, he really wanted to grow wings and fly to the granary immediately. But it seemed that flying over there would be of no use. The key was to transport the grain back. Gotta find a boat. Although we don't know the specific situation in Anping, we can tell from military maps and basic common sense that Anping must be a swamp. Ordinary speedboats are easy to use as they are readily available in the base, but the only ones that can carry large quantities of cargo in shallow water areas are barges. Thanks to the many rivers in Jiazhou, the dozen or so water restaurants along the rivers alone are equivalent to having a dozen barges. On the one hand, Wang Pingping asked people to gather those who were good at swimming, could drive boats, and were from Anping County. On the other hand, he sent 3 teams to look for boats separately. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. No one can guarantee whether it will rain or how heavy the rain will be. If the granary is really flooded, no one will have anywhere to cry. Zhu Guanghan thought so too. Although the number of people on the Su family compound side is almost 10 times that of Yi Xinxiao's side, the number of people who can actually be used is pitifully small. Apart from those in uniform, Zhu Guanghan can only command about 1,000 people. Even though a few thousand people may sound like a lot, to manage more than 100 or 200,000 people all over the mountains and plains, a few thousand people are really nothing. Fortunately, relying on the Su family compound and Su Sea's accumulation in the past period of time, mobile phones can be used again, at least within this mountain. Full functionality is certainly not available, but the app that supports sending messages and even voice calls to each other within the local area network can be used, which made many people overjoyed. Long queues formed at the charging points around the Su family compound, all of them anxiously waiting to charge. The communication problem within a small area was solved, which greatly improved administrative efficiency and provided a platform for those who were squatting in the mountains outside the Su family compound and had nothing to do to communicate with each other. Relying on various available apps, large and small online organizations have been established. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of people in the world, let alone 100,000 or 200,000 people. After agreeing to the order from the Jiazhou City Post-Disaster Command Center to use the national grain reserves, Zhu Guanghan finally felt relieved. He was the one who wrote the report, and although it was a bit risky, at least the result was good. The main reason is that the flooding is too severe. The water level keeps rising, and the grain in the granary may be soaked in water at any time. The top leaders of the country took this actual situation into consideration and agreed to handle special matters in a special way. Otherwise, it would be a definite crime. This is why Yi Xinxiao, Zhu Guanghan, and others knew that there was a 10,000-ton grain warehouse, but never thought of taking it. I have to hurry. Hey, go get everyone here. Compared to Yi Xinxiao's calmness, Zhu Guanghan was much more excited and even trembled a little when he spoke. However, as an administrative leader, he knew nothing about the actual situation of the grain depot at that time and how to move the grain. This was also the actual situation of many grassroots organizations in Xia before the end of the world. For the sake of his own political achievements, the leaders made some unrealistic things at random, which wasted people's time and money. In the end, the leaders patted their butts and left, leaving a mess for the locals, making the locals complain bitterly. When they heard that the country agreed to use the Anping County National Grain Depot, everyone Zhu Guanghan called smiled. But the next moment they couldn't laugh anymore because Zhu Guanghan gave an order. Within 3 days, I want you to move all the grain in the granary here. I don't want to hear anyone negotiate conditions with me during this special period. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, leave. Puff. A chuckle suddenly rang out from the crowd, and Zhu Guanghan's face immediately turned pale. Who? Stand out. Dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly looked at the same place, and the people covered by the gazes suddenly felt embarrassed. Who are you? Which department are you from? I. Yuan Jia swallowed his saliva and was about to say that he didn't mean to laugh, but he heard Zhu Guanghan said fiercely, "Get out. I don't care who you are, get out. From now on, you're no longer a member of the command center, and we will never hire you again in the future." Yuan Jia was dumbfounded. He graduated with a master's degree from a prestigious university and went through a formal public recruitment system, but he was fired just because of one sentence from Zhu Guanghan. However, the fact is that no one would stand up to speak for Yuan Jia. Some people even urged him impatiently to leave quickly so as not to waste everyone's time, especially the commander's precious time. Grass. Yuan Jia, who is usually gentle and refined, couldn't help but swear at this moment. But so what? Facing dozens or hundreds of people, he couldn't just rush over and beat Zhu Guanghan up. Walking out of the crowd in disgrace, Yuan Jia comforted himself in his heart that being kicked out was not a bad thing. He didn't have to serve anyone, especially a jerk like Zhu Guanghan. Perhaps because of his concentration, Yuan Jia bumped into a man who was also walking with his head down. Who is it? You don't have eyes when you walk. Hey, Director Su. The person who was knocked down by Yuan Jia was Su Ziyuan. Director Su, weren't you suspended by Zhu Guanghan? Was it him who asked you to come? Su Ziyuan's eyes were a little scattered, and his expression was even uglier. To put it bluntly, he looked no different from a dead person. Forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying, Su Ziyuan said, "We're out of food at home." Alas, Yuan Jia sighed and patted his belly, saying, "Doesn't bend over backwards for a few pieces of silver." I just couldn't help laughing. Zhu Guanghan, that bastard, actually fired me. Ha, he asked me to empty a 1,000,000-ton state grain depot in 3 days. Isn't that funny? Chapter 131, 7 minutes is too short. What can you do in 7 minutes? If you randomly interview women on the street, I guess the answers will be very interesting. The 7 minutes of intensity symbiosis made Zhou Lin involuntarily have bad associations. How can 7 minutes be enough? Not enough. It's not enough. Zhu Ziyuan said that in the entire granary, only the station master Zhang Fengnian had a gun in his hand, but Zhou Lin didn't believe it. Where are the troops stationed near the granary? Where did they go? I don't know. My sister said that the team left before the winter night came. Zhu Jijun said honestly. Drive away? The whole team together? Having never been in the military, Zhou Lin didn't know that this situation was not uncommon. It was basically certain that he had received a special order. Moreover, the team at the granary was not under Yi Xinxiao's command. It was an independent Air Force ground force. Whether it was stationed next to the granary to protect it or for other reasons, even Yi Xinxiao didn't know. Let's go find your brother-in-law. Zhou Lin shook the gun, signaling Zhu Yuan to go out. Then he took out a padlock and locked the warehouse door. Since the 6 guys in there like to play hide-and-seek, let them stay in there and we'll deal with them later. Something happened. Something happened. Station master, your brother-in-law has been arrested. Caught. Zhang Fengnian stood up suddenly, and perhaps because he exerted too much force and his body could not adapt, he felt dizzy. If he had not grabbed the armrest of the chair, he would have fallen. What's going on? After taking 2 deep breaths, Zhang Fengnian tried his best to calm himself down and took out a bottle of quick-acting heart pills from his pocket. I don't know. The young man who came to report the news spread out his hands. He was just a messenger. Besides, even if the person in charge of observation did not have X-ray vision, how could he see what was happening in the warehouse? Somehow, Zhou Lin felt as if someone was watching him. Following that feeling, he looked over and saw that it was the ventilation skylight of the warehouse at the beginning. That's a good point. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Moreover, the skylight is extremely small, so even a sharpshooter may not be able to hit the person inside the skylight. Go knock on the door. The time for intensive symbiosis has passed, and Zhou Lin doesn't want to be criticized at close range. If the webmaster named Zhang Fengnian doesn't know what's good for him, Zhou Lin doesn't mind sending him to death. People have to bow their heads when under the gun. The only thought in Zhu Jijun's mind at this moment was that Zhang Fengnian should not shoot him. He just wanted to survive. What's wrong with that? However, Zhu Yuan's throat was almost broken from shouting, but there was no movement from the door. How could Zhang Fengnian let anyone open the door? He must be crazy. Zhu Ziyuan went with a gun, and there were 6 people with him, but they were all dealt with by Zhou Lin alone. Now, in the warehouse, apart from Zhang Fengnian, there were only about 10 people who could really fight, but the other party had at least a shotgun in his hand. Zhang Fengnian also knew that he was old, and his reaction speed and physical fitness were far inferior to those of young people. If a gunfight broke out, he would have no confidence at all. So there's nothing wrong with staying indoors and learning to be an ostrich. But Zhang Fengnian forgot one thing. Although the door of the granary had been reinforced with 2 layers of iron sheets welded inside and outside, its skeleton was still made of wood. After 2 months of torture in winter nights, it was actually very fragile. Boom! Zhou Lin doesn't have much patience. You want to open the door, right? Shotguns are not just for show. The iron sheet can block the first and second shots, but it can't stand up forever. Boom! In the smoke, a hole large enough for a person to enter and exit appeared on the wooden door, and the remaining parts seemed to be crumbling. There were exclamations, women's screams, and children's crying in the warehouse, which made Zhou Lin suddenly feel like a villain in a novel. He is a villain, so what? He doesn't care about that. Hiding behind the doorframe, Zhou Lin shouted, "Zhang Fengnian, I'll give you a chance to surrender." "Who are you? Why are you wearing a U.S. military uniform? Are you a traitor or a spy?" Zhang Fengnian's voice was heard from the warehouse. As expected of the station master, he recognized Zhou Lin's attire at a glance. He also wanted to use this to inspire the people in the warehouse to unite against a common enemy and deal with Zhou Lin together. Unfortunately, Zhang Fengnian's careful thoughts were doomed to fail after a few gunshots. Whose generals could be brave enough to ignore shotguns? That's not bravery, that's stupidity. Be it a pistol or a rifle, one shot can injure or kill one person at most. But a shotgun is different. It can kill people on the ground. Once you encounter it in a relatively small granary, it is simply unsolvable. Seeing that no one responded, Zhang Fengnian felt embarrassed and began to plan a way out. The reason why this granary was chosen to live in was because it had an extra back door. The key to the back door has always been in the hands of Zhang Fengnian, and its location is very hidden, making it difficult for outsiders to find. Boom! Zhou Lin fired another shot. It didn't hit anyone, but it shattered objects near the door, causing more screams and cries. "Shut up, Zhang Fengnian, if you don't come out, I'm going to throw a grenade." "Brother, don't throw it." Zhang Fengnian, he ran away. Someone shouted in the warehouse. No one would doubt Zhou Lin. He fired so many shots without any scruples. So what was the big deal about throwing a few grenades? Run away. Zhou Lin turned his head and glanced at Zhu Jijun. "Is there another door in this warehouse?" I don't know either." Zhu Ziyuan was panicking. He was afraid that Zhou Lin would kill him in a rage. So he quickly activated his few remaining brain cells. "It should be on the other side. I'll take you there. Hurry." The remaining people in the warehouse are actually not important, and Zhou Lin would not kill people for no reason. If Zhang Fengnian didn't have a gun in his hand, he might not even bother to chase them. Surprisingly, when Zhu Ziyuan and Zhou Lin went around to the back of the warehouse, they didn't even see Zhang Fengnian's shadow. Here's the back door. It runs fast. With Zhou Lin's hearing ability, he could vaguely hear the sound fading away. Zhang Fengnian must have hidden an electric bike outside the back door and is now riding it away. The granary covers a large area, and as long as Zhang Fengnian doesn't run towards the main gate, Zhou Lin won't bother to chase him. He is not here to restore order, nor is he here to save people from danger. "Go, find a few people to help me move the food." Zhou Lin pointed his gun at Zhu Jijun. Then he took out a grenade and showed it to Zhu Jijun. Okay. In order to survive, I have to bow my head and not kowtow." Not only Zhu Jijun thought so, but other people in the granary also thought so. They didn't even have a gun, so how could they have an equal dialogue with Zhou Lin? Besides, it was just moving some food. Wasn't that their job? Zhou Lin forcibly demolished a gap in the sandbag wall at the main entrance of the granary. Even so, the SSC still couldn't get in, but could stick tightly to the sandbag wall and park the cargo deck right under the gap in the sandbag wall. In this way, Zhu Jijun and others only needed to push bags of food from the nearest warehouse on a cart, and Zhou Lin would throw them onto the sandbag wall himself. When it was almost full, he would go up and throw them onto the cargo deck of the SSC. Although it's not very efficient, it's the only way we can do it for now. It was not until Chan Feng, who was observing on the wall, sounded the alarm that less than 50 tons had been loaded. Chapter 132. It's no use waiting. Army? Although Chan Feng's eyesight is not as good as Zhou Lin's, it is undoubtedly much better than that of ordinary people. What's more, with the help of military binoculars, there is no doubt that you will not make a mistake. Although I don't know which army it is from, people will definitely recognize something like SSC at a glance. Chen Feng, pay attention and observe. Everyone else hurry. Zhou Lin finally decided to retreat first. Even if the army came, this million-ton grain depot was not something he could swallow alone. It would be best if it fell into the hands of the army. Anyway, we got dozens of tons this time, so it's not a loss. After Chen Feng warned him for the third time, Zhou Lin activated the SSC and left quickly in the surprised eyes of Zhu Jijun and others. Almost at the same time, a speedboat with a national flag flying hit the sandbag wall at the entrance of the granary. Two soldiers jumped directly onto the sandbag wall. Although they did not draw their weapons, their four bright eyes scanned Zhu Jijun and others several times. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Zhu Jijun really wanted to conjure up two big red flowers, hold them high, and shake them back and forth. Wang Pingping is not a god, so he can't make a barge appear immediately just by asking for it. In order to ensure that the mission went smoothly, he decided to split his troops into 3 groups. The granary cannot afford to lose anything, so he led the team personally, for fear that Zhu Guanghan would not abide by the moral code of martial arts and cause trouble. Wang Pingping heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sandbag wall at the entrance of the granary. He was not afraid that there were people in the granary, but he was afraid that the grain would be flooded because there was no one guarding it. What a waste of millions of tons of grain. Who is the leader among you? Zhang Fengyan ran away. Zhu Jijun's shotgun was confiscated, and Wang Pingping and his men looked like legitimate soldiers. Naturally, the rest of the people had no intention of resisting and all looked at Zhu Jijun. Well, even Zhu Jijun himself found it unbelievable. Could it be that he was going to be confirmed as the deputy station chief? Actually, it is not. If Zhang Fengyan had not eliminated dissidents before, the remaining people would not have submitted to Zhu Jijun now. Besides, everyone is smart now, and the first bird to stick its head out will be shot down. What if it's hard to say? Scratching his scalp, Zhu Jijun expressed his cooperation with a silly smile. Wang Pingping actually doesn't care who is the leader here. Since he is here, everyone has to listen to him. Otherwise, how about understanding the wartime regulations? I now declare, Wang Pingping told me that the granary is now taken over by the military. Due to lack of manpower and in the spirit of responsibility to the people, Zhu Jijun and his people can still stay in the granary and live in the warehouse they have renovated. However, they can no longer take food privately. Everyone must register, and if they want more food in addition to the basic food, they must participate in labor and earn work points. When some elderly people heard the word work points, they immediately felt nostalgic and thought about the old days. Forget it. It's the end of the world now. Why think about the past? Let's just live in the present. What Wang Pingping never expected was that Zhu Jijun actually wanted to run away, but was caught by the vigilant soldiers. Tie him up first and watch him. I'll go ask someone. Half an hour later, Wang Pingping rushed back with a face full of anger and threw Zhu Jijun, who was tied up like a dumpling, to the ground fiercely. Then he kicked him twice in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I almost got fooled by you. Tell me, where is Zhang Fengyan? I don't know, Zhu Jijun cried. I really don't know. He was scared away by that person. You mean the group of people who drove the hovercraft, fully equipped with American equipment? Wang Pingping also found out about Zhou Lin, but Zhou Lin had camouflage painted on his face. So except for Zhu Ziyuan, most people had only seen him from a distance and could not accurately describe his appearance. Even Zhu Ziyuan couldn't explain it clearly. I really want to shoot you. Wang Pingping waved his hand and asked someone to take Zhu Jijun away first. He was not a judge, and Zhu Jijun's bad behavior was not directed at the army, nor did it happen after he came. So no matter how much hatred he had in his heart, he could not really shoot Zhu Jijun to death. In Wang Pingping's opinion, Zhang Fengyan is a really ruthless man. He just gave up on his original wife just because she said she didn't want it. They're all fucking scum. On second thought, Wang Pingping felt that it was actually quite good that she was not married and had no children. At least she didn't have to worry about these things all day long. Not everyone thinks the same as Wang Pingping. Otherwise, would the human race still be able to continue? After all, husbands like Zhang Fengyan who run away when disaster strikes are only a minority. A true couple must support each other and live and die together. In the Su family compound, now called the Jiazhou City Official Shelter Command Center, Zhu Guanghan is receiving a group of special guests. Even with a veil, Lan Yi's figure and temperament can still attract men's fiery gazes. Just now, Zhu Guanghan still had a trace of greed in his eyes, but after knowing that it was Lan Yi, he suddenly became serious. Miss Lan, don't worry, it's safe here. As for these people, they are the ones who do the work. I'm only responsible for taking them there and arranging a place for us to stay. You don't need to worry about the rest. Oh, you should put the food and daily necessities on the bill. You will know who to contact later. Zhu Guanghan was just smiling when someone suddenly knocked on the door and said that Su Ziyuan was here. What is he doing here? Lan Yi didn't want to have too much contact with Zhu Guanghan. She just wanted to find a place to stay comfortably and then wait for those people to do what they should do so that she could leave this damn broken place. It would be best if the whole world slowly returned to normal so that she could go to the United States, find a place where no one knew her, and start over. In fact, Zhu Guanghan was unwilling to stay with Lan Yiye, mainly because this woman was too tempting and he could not get involved with her. This strong, conflicting psychology made Zhu Guanghan feel very uncomfortable. So he decided to meet Su Ziyuan. After being punished for so many days, it's time for him to behave himself. This is what Zhu Guanghan thought. So he appeared in front of Su Ziyuan with a stern face. "Where's Su Ziyuan?" Looking at the only old man in the room, Zhu Guanghan frowned, thinking, "Su Ziyuan, where's your attitude? Where's your sincerity?" "Commander, I'm here," Su Ziyuan replied in a hoarse voice. "Are you Su Ziyuan?" Zhu Guanghan didn't believe it. In his impression, Su Ziyuan, although his hair was a little gray, always looked energetic, not an old man at all. "How did you become like this? How did it become like this? Have you heard of Wu Zishu passing through Zhaowan? There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart, you know?" He asked how it became like this. Su Ziyuan's eyes shone with madness, and he murmured, "Commander Zhu, I'll tell you a secret." "What secret?" Zhu Guanghan said with a straight face. "I don't want to know your secret. This is a workplace. Su Ziyuan, you are the one who has been suspended. Looking at your appearance, someone who doesn't know would think that we have no food to eat. Go back first, and come back to me when you have packed up. We want the elite, not trash like you. Waste." Su Ziyuan smiled coldly, and suddenly pulled out a long dagger from his trouser leg. "Zhu Guanghan, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 133. There's hope as long as you are alive, right? Looking at the piles of grain, Chun Feng, who knew little about granaries, was filled with joy. What is the most valuable thing in the end times? Even a fool knows that it must be food. Man is iron and food is steel. We have dozens of tons of high-quality steel here. Brother Feng, if you say so, then the grain warehouse we just went to is actually a steel plant. Zhao Xiaogang shook his head. "Oh, why do you say that? The granary can't grow food." "Huh." Zhao Xiaogang smiled bitterly. "Do you know how much food is stored there? At least 1 million tons. What we have is just a drop in the bucket. Are you happy now?" Sun Qinghao was standing aside, his face full of surprise. He knew that he had no right to speak in such an occasion. But millions of tons of food, what was the difference between this and the bank vault before the end of the world? So why didn't they move more just now? "We're almost there. Call everyone over to unload the cargo later." Zhou looked at the island building not far away and reminded Chun Feng and others, actually telling them to stop talking nonsense. Hearing that food was coming back, Cheng Yali and others came to help. When they saw SSC, they were all stunned. Forget it. Zhou was too lazy to hide it. He wouldn't say anything anyway. Fortunately, no one was stupid enough to ask Zhou, "Aren't those bags of food delicious? Why are you so curious? You don't have 9 lives." Only Zhou didn't come. It seems that the task assigned to her is a little too heavy. After all, she is only 13 years old. However, anyone who knows her will probably forget her real age after a few words. Zhou didn't know what went wrong. In his memory, although Zhou was smart when she was a child, she was definitely not BT. That is, in the last 2 years. Well, as a reborn person, his memory of the 10 years of the apocalypse may be deeper. In fact, the memory before the apocalypse has long been blurred. After all, the easiest thing for people to forget is happiness, followed by normal times. Cheng Yali was probably the happiest person among all the people, so she also contributed the most. A bag of grain weighing 100 kilograms was like a bag of instant noodles in front of her. It was just that she didn't have enough hands, otherwise she could probably take away 10 or 8 bags at a time. Zhou was not idle either. With everyone's concerted efforts, 60 tons of grain were quickly transferred. Cheng Yali couldn't help but ask Zhou if he wanted to make another trip. "No." Zhou shook his head and said, "The food is almost gone. Think about what else you can stockpile before the weather changes." He only remembered that after the winter night, the coastal areas had a high temperature weather that lasted for several months. The surface temperature exceeded 45 degrees, and the highest reached 50 degrees from noon to 2 p.m. The high temperature alone was not fatal. The key was that for some unknown reason, the coastal areas had very little rain, which completely deviated from the geographical and climate common sense mastered by humans. In that situation, most people couldn't hold on and began to move away. I don't know if Bashu will have high temperatures or something else next. Not all places in my residence are hot and dry. As far as Jolin knows, there is no drought in Korea at all. Instead, there are frequent heavy rains. It is said that in the whole 6 months, more than 250 typhoons landed in Korea. 250. Jolin didn't know whether that person was bragging or not. If that was true, wouldn't there be more than one on average every day? People like Chun Fong and the Chun brothers basically couldn't offer any suggestions, as their social circles had already determined everything. On the contrary, Jiang Lan Lan, who was standing on the periphery, saw that no one spoke and silently raised her right hand. Xusi owns a winery. Winery? Who has the heart to drink in the end times? Chun Fong and others rolled their eyes, thinking that Jiang Lan Lan was so eager to highlight her importance that she didn't even care about her brain. Where is it? Jolin took the initiative to walk up to Jiang Lan Lan and asked. In. Jiang Lan Lan took a step back involuntarily. It's over there on Jiaobao Mountain. It seems not too far from here. I've been there twice. Originally, Su Si planned to turn it into a farmhouse, but later he felt that he couldn't make much money, so he gave up. But he mentioned to me that there used to be a tunnel over there, which was used by the mining company to transport raw materials. It has been abandoned for many years. He bought it and made wine from it. Jiaobao Mountain is indeed not far away, and using the constant temperature and humidity of the tunnel to cellar wine is indeed a very good idea, which is conducive to improving the flavor and quality of the wine. And according to Jiang Lan Lan, there should not be many people there. Everyone should do their own thing. I'll go take a look first. Jolin looked at the time and thought that he should still have time, so he got on the motorboat and left despite Cheng Yali's attempts to stop him. Compared with the previous few days, the clouds above our heads are much thinner today. If it doesn't rain at night, we might be able to see the stars. Unfortunately, Jolin is not in the mood to enjoy this kind of romance. The clue provided by Jiang Lan Lan is very good. High concentration liquor, especially the kind that is brewed entirely with grains at any cost, will become a real luxury in the future. Chun Fong and the others don't understand yet how precious a little tipsiness is to those who have lived in the apocalypse for several years, or even decades, and may have to continue living there. After waiting for a few years, 50 milliliters of pure grain wine can even be exchanged for a strong man or a woman with a big butt. Even Jolin at that time was only worth 50 milliliters of good wine. I feel suffocated when I think of Jolin now, but who will care about your thoughts in this apocalypse? Living is already difficult enough. It was as if it would really care about what Suzy Yuan was thinking. Even Yuan Jia, who took the initiative to greet him, was just venting his dissatisfaction with Zhu Guanghan in front of others. If he told others about it, it might reach Zhu Guanghan's ears immediately, but Suzy Yuan probably wouldn't, huh? When Zhu Guanghan saw the long knife in Suzy Yuan's hand and his eyes that looked like they were burned red by 2 kilograms of white liquor, he was really scared. Old Su, stop it. Someone help. Don't be like this, Old Su. Reinstate your job. Reinstate your job now. Zhu Guanghan walked around the table in circles, yelling. I don't know if it's because most people are busy with their own things, but Zhu Guanghan called several times, but no one came in. Su Ziyuan was breathing heavily from his nostrils, like a bull in a bull ring that was seriously injured but unwilling to die. Zhu Guanghan was the only target in his eyes. He wants to kill Zhu Guanghan to avenge his wife, Zhang Ruihua. Zhang Ruihua died and took her last breath in his arms. And her last words were for Su Ziyuan to live well. As long as you are alive, there's hope. Is there hope as long as you are alive? Su Ziyuan suddenly jumped into the air. No one knew where the strength came from, but he was able to jump over the conference table and pounce on Zhu Guanghan like a hungry tiger. Chapter 134. The little girl suggests moving. Madman, kill him quickly. Su Ziyuan ultimately failed to kill Zhu Guanghan. It was the people brought by Lan Ye who rushed in and held Su Ziyuan down. Kill you. Kill. Su Ziyuan was pressed to the ground. His hands covered in blood and his eyes were dull, looking like a madman. I think you should go and take care of your wound first. Lan Yue Frau Wen. Yes, doctor, please send a doctor. Where did the dead people go? May I have your name? After Zhu Guanghan left, Lan Ye squatted down, stared at Su Ziyuan, and silently activated her supernatural powers. My name is... Seeing Su Yuan suddenly stop making noises and answering Lan Ye honestly, the 5 people arranged by Su Yu all showed a hint of surprise on their faces. There is something here. Could this be the legendary hypnosis? Originally, they thought that Lan Yia was a woman who relied on her beauty to get to the top, and they looked down on her from the bottom of their hearts. But now it seems that perhaps you really can't judge a person by his appearance. A few minutes later, Lan Yia stood up with a pale face. Send him out. Don't let Zhu Guanghan's people catch him. But, didn't Suyu tell you to listen to me this time? Lan Yia glared at him with a really captivating look. Even the two veterans couldn't bear her gaze. They couldn't help but wonder what this woman's background was. Could it be that she had also killed people on the battlefield? Of course, Lan Yia has never been to the battlefield, but she has psychic powers, which are much more powerful than murderous aura or murderous intent. Where are the people? When Zhu Guanghan came back after bandaging, he found that not only Su Ziyuan was missing, but also Lan Yia and several others were missing. He ran to find Lan Yia, but was stopped, saying that Lan Yia was resting. As for Su Ziyuan, they were sorry that they were unable to catch him due to their limited ability. 5 grown men can't catch an old guy, even if this old man went crazy. How did you control him just now? Forget it. They were obviously not cooperating. No matter how angry Zhu Guanghan was, he couldn't vent his anger on Su Yu's people. After Zhu Guanghan left reluctantly, Lan Yia opened the door, let the 5 people in, and gave them instructions in person. Su Yu hopes that Lan Yia will bring people to see the place in person and preferably take some photos. But Lan Yia didn't want to go. She didn't want to deal with Zhou Lin because no matter her beauty or supernatural powers, she had no chance of winning in front of Zhou Lin. It would be good if those 5 people could go. Even if the truth was exposed, they would not drag her down. She still wanted to live a few more years. No, a few more decades would be best. However, it is not an easy task to get from the Su family compound to Zhou Lin's farm nowadays. It's all water, and we can't get across without a boat, so we have to go find Zhu Guanghan. But Zhu Guanghan is also short of a boat now. Yi Xinxiao didn't lie to him. Wang Pingping was already at the grain depot. Zhu Guanghan was afraid that if he went any later, he wouldn't even have a sip of soup. In name, he was the commander-in-chief, but as a military force, Yi Xinxiao didn't give him face at all. If he had to ask Yi Xinxiao for food in the future, then this commander-in-chief would be even more meaningless. I found a place Jiang Lanla mentioned. The seal on the tunnel gate is still there. It looks like no one has been in there. According to Jiang Lanlan, there are at least hundreds of tons of grain liquor in the several kilometer-long tunnel, and the oldest of them is about 10 years old. Good stuff. Zhou Lin almost couldn't help but break the seal, but in the end he felt that Lu Xiaofeng couldn't hold more than a few jars, so he turned away in disappointment. I have to say that Su Si is a capable person. At least the place he chose has good feng shui, and there is a huge reservoir not far away. I know the reservoir you mentioned. I went fishing there with Lao Lin and his friends. Zhou Kaijun suddenly realized, so there's a winery over there. I always smell the smell of wine lees every time I pass by there, and I thought there was something wrong with my nose. Zhou Lin, there's a problem with the ship, Zhou said suddenly. What? Although the 4 people present knew what was going on, no one took the initiative to mention the blessing number. This was the first time for Zhou. Wu Shui quickly lowered her head to indicate that she would not participate in the discussion. Recently, I tested it. Zhou cleared her throat. Maybe it was because she had written too much code, but now she speaks without idioms or colloquialisms. It's just a little brief. Soaking, softening, structure, change, stress, unevenness, deformation. Yeah. Although he is a symbiotic organism with the Laifu and can control the Laifu at will, Zhou Lin may not know if there's only a slight deformation of the hull. If it is just a slight deformation, the impact may not be too great. However, since the soil supporting the Laifu has problems due to long-term immersion, it is possible that a certain area will sink directly one day. It would be troublesome if the Laifu was sprained. Theoretically, Zhou Lin could also repair Laifu, and the materials and energy consumed might be unimaginable. If it couldn't be repaired in a short time, how to arrange so many people? You can go to the winery. As if she had guessed what Zhou Lin was thinking, she spoke again when everyone remained silent. I say, could you please stop speaking word by word? It's awkward. You might as well just say idioms randomly. Zhou Lin said, after throwing a fei-bai to Zhou Lin. Zhou lowered her head and began to eat seriously, as if those words just now were not said by her. Although he was unhappy, Zhou Lin still understood it and started to think about it silently in his mind. Strictly speaking, the environment here is indeed not suitable for the long-term parking of a Laifu. The terrain is too flat. Especially after the flooding, the island building can be seen from a long distance, and the covering soil has almost fallen off. If a ship passes by, it is estimated that the outline of the live Fu can be seen at a glance. If you go there, Dad, you often go fishing. Is the water in Qiandao reservoir deep? Deep. Zhou Kaijun narrowed his eyes. It's very deep. One of the water sources in our city is usually 5 or 6 meters deep near the shore. The water near the small islands is about the same. But as long as you get to the center, it's at least 10 meters deep. Normally, it is more than 10 meters deep, and now it must be even deeper. Moreover, the water in Qiandao Reservoir has 3 sources. Even if there is extreme heat or drought in the future, it is estimated that the water in it will not dry up for a while. In this sense, it is really a good place. At night, Wu Shui was practicing yoga while Zhou Lin was lying on the bed. What's the news from your parents recently? I haven't heard from them for 7 or 8 days. At that time, they said that they were asked to participate in a secret experiment and were not allowed to contact the outside world. They also asked me to wait and never contact them actively. When talking about this, Wu Shui's face suddenly showed deep worry. It's really difficult to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers. Zhou Lin sighed, and it seemed like he couldn't help at the moment. Even though they were considered husband and wife, they knew in their hearts that how deep could their feelings be? To be unfair, it might not be as deep as the one they had with AI Bing before. It is just the most beneficial way of cooperation for both parties in the end times. During dinner, Lily suggested that we move to Qiandao Reservoir. What do you think? Wu Shui looked at Zhou Lin deeply. She actually knew that Zhou Lin had already made up his mind and asked her only to show respect for her. Even so, she still pretended to be thinking. After about half a minute, she said, I don't have any objection, as long as you don't interrupt my research. By the way, I have some ideas recently. Chapter 135. Just do it. Wu Shui is indeed from a family of top students. Zhou Lin suspects that she has a natural comprehension buff in her genes. Compared with him, who is a poor student in his bones, it doesn't seem right. Zhou Kaijun was also a top student in his past, and this is very obvious in Zhou Li. So the Joker is himself? In short, Wu Shui was talking and Zhou Lin was nodding for the next half hour. That's right, he just nodded. In fact, he didn't understand at all. He knew every word, and when added together, finally, Wu Shui noticed Zhou Lin's look and stopped. Well, did I say too much? Not much, keep going. Zhou Lin wanted to pretend, but Wu Shui didn't indulge him and said bluntly, sleep? Okay. Zhou Lin suddenly became excited. Wu Shui clearly said asleep. So why did Zhou Lin become so energetic? Only the two of them could answer this question. In short, Zhou Lin slept in the next day, but Wu Shui got up at about the same time as usual and worked in the kitchen with Cheng Yali. Xue, is there any movement? Cheng Yali stood next to Wu Shui, and it felt like a basketball player and a gymnast taking a photo together. In fact, Wu Shui was not short among women. Almost 1.7 meters tall, but Cheng Yali was taller. After gaining superpowers and starting to evolve, she seemed to have started to develop again, in terms of body shape. Every time this happens, Wu Shui actually feels a lot of pressure. Not yet, Mom, Zhou Lin said we're moving today. Move place. Cheng Yali was a little surprised. Wasn't it just mentioned during dinner last night? Why was it so decisive? How troublesome it would be to move house. With such a large business, even with that weird boat, it would take many trips, right? Seeing Cheng Yali's expression, Wu Shui quickly spoke to comfort her. Zhou Lin said that moving is very simple. We don't even need to do anything. You're discussing this tonight? Cheng Yali was unhappy. You can't do this. Lao Zhou and I are not young anymore. If you don't hurry up, I won't be able to help you take care of the children later. Can't take care of kids? Watching Cheng Yali pick up a bucket of mineral water with one hand and put it on the water dispenser, Wu Shui really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, after changing the water, Cheng Yali did not continue this topic, but discussed with Wu Shui what to eat for lunch and dinner. The amount of energy consumed by the evolvers every day is terrifying, especially for those who are strengthening their bodies like Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin, and Qin Feng. The price of constantly improving their physical fitness is that any action, even breathing, will consume more energy than ordinary people. Again, unless new and more effective ways of replenishing energy are found, the evolvers can only rely on large amounts of food to offset the body's consumption. After 9 o'clock, Zhou Lin finally got up. In fact, it's not that Wu Shui is really that great. She just has been working nonstop for a few days and simply wants to relax. After eating breakfast for almost 10 people, Zhou Lin patted his stomach and said with satisfaction, notify them to move after lunch. Except for the Zhou family in Wushui, most people were a little confused. They can't decide whether to move or not, but what does it mean to not have to take anything? Don't you want it anymore? That's such a pity. Even if it wasn't the end of the world, few wealthy families would dare to waste like this. But no one dared to go against Zhou Lin's wishes, and based on their trust in Zhou Lin, everyone accepted it silently. There is no more suitable means of transportation than SSC. Although it is a bit ostentatious to drive, there is no better choice. Compared to the huge noise, those who had never been on the SSC were more curious about where Zhou Lin was going to take them. Although the landform has been greatly changed due to flooding, everyone still recognizes Jiaobao Mountain. Qiandao Reservoir is not only suitable for fishing, but also a good place for many people to cool off and go on vacation on weekends. Everyone in Jiazhou City has been there more or less. You guys wait here now. I'll go get ready. It'll probably take a few hours. Mom, you don't have to wait for me for dinner. Once Zhou Lin retrieved the live Fu, which was half buried in the muddy water, it would not be earth-shattering, but it would certainly make quite a commotion. Although it was a bit like trying to cover up one's own faults, people always have a lucky mentality. Still riding a motorboat. After returning to the live Fu, Zhou Lin took a special walk around to make sure that there was no one around. He pinched a few chocolate bars, then took a deep breath and put them into the storage space. Boom! The scene before his eyes was like a special effect from a movie. The entire exposed part of the live Fu first became blurred, and after about a second, it completely disappeared. The covering soil and the space formed after the disappearance of the live Fu were filled with mud and water all around, causing a huge noise and rippling waves several meters high. Fortunately, Zhou Lin started the motorboat in time, otherwise it would have been overturned. However, after running for a while, Zhou Lin had to stop. Just a few chocolate bars could not sustain the energy consumption of storing the future blessings. If he measured his weight now, he might have lost more than 10 kilograms of fat. That's right, apart from direct sugar, only fat can most effectively produce energy to make up for the body's deficit. However, in the process of fat being hydrolyzed into energy, the organs of ordinary people simply cannot hold on and will completely collapse. Symbiosis. Intermediate 9901/10,000. Currently, symbiotic transportation. Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 2 halves. Intensity, symbiosis, 7.0 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level, I, 7.0, 7045/10,000. At present, Zhou Lin's physical fitness has reached 7 times that of an ordinary person, which is why he can hold on. Even so, a few chocolate bars could only keep him awake. If he wanted to return to normal, he would need a lot of energy. After finding a roof that was exposed above the water, Zhou Lin didn't bother to care what kind of building it was. He quickly took out 20 beef burgers from the live Fu and ate them without even bothering to heat them up. Given his physique, it is really not a problem whether the finished burger is heated or not. Even if it is raw meat, he would not have any difficulty digesting it. He just simply finds it difficult to swallow. In less than 20 minutes, Zhou Lin finished the hamburger in front of him, but his stomach still felt empty. Fortunately, his body felt better, and he no longer felt as if he was about to die at any time as before. Not enough. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin took out the kerosene stove and a large iron pot and started cooking the beef. Chocolate bars can indeed quickly replenish the energy lost by the body, but they can only replenish energy. If you want to store more energy in a body, you still have to eat protein and fat. After figuring out the source of superpowers in evolution, Zhou Lin finally understood why in various ancient novels, those people with extraordinary fighting power would be described with words like broad-shouldered and fat-waisted, and broad-shouldered and strong. When the first pot of beef was just cooked and the blood foam had not yet been spit out, Zhou Lin suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. On the water, a speedboat was cutting through the waves and speeding towards him. Chapter 136, Major Discovery of Superpowers. The speedboat was not originally heading directly towards Zhou Lin. If it weren't for the conspicuous black smoke, Zhou Lin's presence might not have been discovered. Zhou Lin ignored the approaching speedboat and only stared at the beef in the pot. Although it is cooked in clear soup, which is not in line with the eating habits of Basha people, this is the only way due to the simple conditions. He picked up a piece of steaming beef and put it into his mouth. Regardless of the high temperature of nearly 100 degrees, he chewed it a few times and swallowed it down. The taste of the beef made Zhou Lin feel as if he had more strength, so he began to scoop up the beef one after another and stuff it into his mouth. When the speedboat approached the platform, Zhou Lin just stuffed the last piece of beef into his mouth. At this point, all 10 kilograms of beef had entered his stomach, but from the outside, there was no change at all. "Hello, are you from nearby?" Li Chun was the first to jump off the speedboat and step onto the platform. Although he did not draw his gun, he had the pistol on his back. He was confident that if Zhou Lin dared to do anything wrong, he would be able to get the gun in time. Zhou Lin scooped the broth in the pot into his mouth mouthful by mouthful. The original broth turned into the original food. This was the essence that could not be wasted. Besides, in the apocalypse, let alone eating meat, being able to drink a sip of meat soup is a kind of happiness for many people. If you don't believe it, just look at the expressions of the 4 people on the speedboat. Zhou Lin could even hear the sound of them swallowing saliva. The Su family had abundant supplies, but they were not prepared for them. Then, Li Chun also swallowed his saliva, but he concealed it well. Do you know that there's a Zhou family breeding farm nearby? Zhou's breeding farm? Are you looking for me? Zhou Lin's mind raced, but his face didn't show it at all. I know, but now. Pointing to the vast expanse of white water, Zhou Lin curled his lips, and his meaning was very clear. Li Chun and the other 4 actually had photos of Zhou Lin, but they were photos of him when he was 17 or 18 years old. In addition to the changes in facial features caused by evolution, more important was the changes in temperament and aura. Plus, Zhou Lin's mouth was full of grease at the time, so Li Chun didn't recognize him at first. But no matter how you change, it is ultimately limited. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't bother you anymore," Li Chun said as he smiled and backed away until he reached the edge of the platform and jumped onto the speedboat. "Brother," Li Chun glared at the person who spoke and said, "Let's go and look around." The speedboat started and slowly accelerated away. Looking at the speedboat going away, Zhou Lin took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. He runs fast, and he's quite alert. Did I let someone slip somewhere? Zhou Lin saw Li Chun's reaction just now clearly. He clearly recognized him, but why did he run away? You may not have noticed the soup he drank. On the speedboat, Li Chun held up a telescope and looked at the platform where Zhou Lin was from afar. Even with a military telescope, only a small figure can be seen now. It would be impossible to see anything farther away. "Soup? It smells nice and seems to be beef. Yes, it must be. Fragrant?" He scooped it up and poured it into his mouth. "If it's not 100 degrees, it must be 90 degrees. Can you do it?" Li Chun handed the telescope to another person. "Keep an eye on it and see where he goes. We just need to follow him." Li Chun is the real person in charge of this operation. He comes from an unusual department, and strictly speaking, he is not even Su Yu's man. The reason why he participated in this operation is a bit complicated. Really like flies. With Zhou Lin's eyesight, he could see the speedboat in the distance without a telescope, but he was only seeing with the corner of his eye. So in the eyes of Li Chun and the others, Zhou Lin didn't seem to notice them, and they didn't think that the human eye could see at this distance. "Hurry, he looks like he's leaving." "Fuck, what is that? A motorboat? Holy shit. I thought the speedboat was invincible, but who knew? There are speedboats that can compete with motorboats in speed, but they are definitely not the kind that Li Chun and his team are driving now." Buzz! 2 white waves were raised by the motorboat. Zhou Lin glanced in the direction of the speedboat, gave Li Chun and others a meaningful smile, then suddenly turned the throttle and directly pulled the motorboat to maximum power. In other words, he had extraordinary physical fitness. Otherwise, he would not have been able to nimbly avoid every obstacle in such complex waters at a speed close to the maximum speed of a motorboat, and easily get rid of Li Chun and others. Fuck, what to do? It will be nice to have a drone. Isn't this nonsense, Lao Li? Are you still going to chase him? To chase or not to chase? It was impossible to catch up with it. Zhou Lin was very cunning. He had already estimated the maximum speed of the speedboat, so he circled around this place several times, causing the nearby water surface to be cluttered, and it was impossible to tell which direction it was going. If I don't chase her, I won't be able to accept this. Forget it, let's go back. I'm afraid I won't have enough gas if I continue chasing. Finally, Li Chun found a reason that convinced himself. Zhou Lin didn't care too much. The speedboat couldn't escape his sight. As long as he couldn't see the other party, unless they used satellites or high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft in the sky, the other party would never be able to see him. Moreover, to get over this side, they had to climb over a bunker mountain. He could fold up the motorboat and go up the mountain. How dare those people on the speedboat abandon the speedboat? Back at the SSC, the first thing that greeted Jolin was Heisey's foul mouth. Okay, Lauhei, don't you know that you have a foul mouth? Jolin rubbed the dog's head habitually, and then he was stunned. Damn it. Besides taking care of people, Laifu also raises more than a dozen adult chickens and hundreds of newly hatched chicks. In addition to dozens of rabbits of varying sizes, a dozen geese, more than 20 ducks, and quails that have just started breeding, it's game over. Jolin quickly immersed his consciousness into the storage space, and then found the breeding and planting area. However, the total destruction he thought he had seen did not happen. All the small animals were just like usual, eating when they should, sleeping when they should, and digging holes when they should. So, Jolin couldn't help but slap his head heavily. Why hadn't he thought of trying it before? If small animals can live normally in the Laifu, doesn't that mean humans can do the same? Assuming it works, then the more Jolin thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Why not give it a try? However, when he walked up to Sun Chunghao and wanted to collect the Laifu how like an ordinary thing, the strong feeling of dizziness almost made Jolin faint. Why not? Waving his hand to stop Sun Chunghao, who was trying to support him, Jolin said that he was fine, just a little disappointed, or to be more precise, very disappointed. If it is possible to receive living people directly into the storage space of the Laifu, then the skill of symbiosis will be really awesome and can be used in many different ways. Mom, make something delicious. I want to have a big meal. Since we can't take people in directly, we can only release them in the future. Qiandao Reservoir covers a large area. Jolin plans to find a relatively remote place with a suitable environment to release the Fuhao and then use SSC to send people there. If his estimation was correct, symbiosis would be able to be upgraded again soon. But there was one thing that Jolin always found strange. In his previous life, he heard others say that upgrading superpowers was very difficult. Why doesn't he feel that? Chapter 137, Second Transformation of Laifu. As earth-shattering as Jolin's action was when he put away the blessing, it was as silent when he released it. The night was originally chosen, and after repeated measurements, a feng shui treasure land was found. There are small islands on both sides that are exposed to the water, with lush branches and leaves, and a narrow waterway between the two islands. The key is that this waterway, which is several hundred meters long, is wide and deep at both ends, enough for the Laifu to move. It seems to be tailor-made for the Laifu. Moreover, there's only about 2 kilometers of water from this place to the edge of Qiandao Reservoir. This distance can give Jolin enough time to react whether the water level continues to rise or fall. Even if someone wants to attack from the shore or sneak on the Laifu, this distance is enough for Jolin to discover the other party and react. When Fuhao is released in the future, it will be a great test for Jolin's current physical condition. If he almost fainted when it was put away, then Jolin actually fainted after it was released. Fortunately, he chewed 10 chocolate bars beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been unconscious for who knows how long. Fortunately, the motorboat did not capsize and did not fall into the water. When I woke up and looked at the sky, luckily, there was a moon. Moon? Jolin then realized that he hadn't seen the moon for a long time. Generally speaking, the appearance of the moon often means that tomorrow will be a sunny day. Sunny day. Jolin felt something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about it. He just wanted to eat, and eat. While chewing various high-calorie, high-energy foods that he had completely lost interest in, Jolin shuttled back and forth in the Laifu. It is obvious that the Laifu is now a real ship, floating on the surface of the Qiandao Reservoir, which probably caused the water level of the entire Qiandao Reservoir to rise significantly. The island still retains its appearance after the transformation, and the 6-meter-high overhead floor on the deck still exists. Because it was transformed by the symbiosis skill, it looks very smooth, more original than the original, as if the rifle should look like this. However, all the covering soil on the elevated layer was gone. Jolin thought about it and decided to plan out planting areas on it first, then go back to the nearby island to dig some fertile soil and start planting. The entire elevated floor is about 20,000 square meters, which is about 30 acres of land. If it is fully utilized and cultivated carefully, the yield will still be considerable. But whether there will be any harvest in the end depends on God. Back to the planting and breeding area in Laifu, Jolin did not plan to move the small animals and plants here to the deck overhead. It was hard to predict climate change, so he would just use this as a backup. When he saw the little animal, Zhou Lin was shocked. He remembered that they all seemed alive and well when he observed them last time. So why did they all look like they were dying now? Confused, Zhou Lin hurried to check the testing equipment, and then found that the oxygen concentration index had dropped to the lowest limit. Lack of oxygen. With such low oxygen content, it can be said to be a blessing in disguise that they are only dying instead of dying completely. More importantly, Zhou Lin discovered a major hidden danger. If one day in the future he is forced to store people and the Laifu together, he must not ignore this point. There is no air in the storage space, and the air inside the Laifu is simply not enough to support consumption. Over time, the animals inside may die from lack of oxygen. On the contrary, plants only consume carbon dioxide when there is light. However, it is undoubtedly difficult to rely on plants to provide oxygen. According to the most popular research results in the scientific community, if you want to maintain the oxygen concentration required for a person to breathe normally, note that this is oxygen concentration, not just oxygen. And to maintain the oxygen concentration at the level of normal air, then about 700 plants are needed. So how did the number 700 come from? A towering tree is definitely not comparable to a sprout. To get a relatively accurate answer, we must first start with the most basic unit of oxygen released by plants, that is, a leaf. Scientists have calculated that it takes about 150 square meters of ordinary leaves to meet the oxygen needs of an adult. If you replace these leaves with more specific plants, such as common tomatoes, you will need about 50 tomato plants that have begun to bloom and bear fruit. And the distance between these plants should be wide enough to ensure that the leaves of each plant can receive enough light for adequate photosynthesis. So this will require about 60 square meters of space. It can be seen from this that the conditions are still very harsh if one wants to use plants to absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen to maintain a person's breathing. Although the area of the planting and breeding cabin is not small, and there are many small animals that can be raised, poultry in particular have a high metabolic rate and are big consumers of oxygen. It was really lucky that not many of them died in the end. If Zhou Lin had come later, I'm afraid all the poultry would have died, and the loss would have been huge. After turning the ventilation equipment to maximum power, the air in the warehouse became noticeably more comfortable, and the little animals gradually became more energetic. Zhou Lin picked up some of the little guys that had unfortunately died, and after thinking about it, he didn't throw them away. He first found a big box to put them in and put them in the freezer. These were all meat, and no matter how small they were just mosquito legs. Who knows when they might come in handy? Although it was a false alarm, Zhou Lin did gain some knowledge, and the deaths of those little guys were worthwhile. By the time I finished all the work, I looked at the time, and it was almost dawn. Only then did Zhou Lin feel very weak, but he could not rest yet. He had to rush back to SSC and drive the boat over before dawn. But he still overestimated himself. When he climbed up the SSC, he could hardly open his eyes. Drowsiness is a sign of physical weakness to a certain extent. Fortunately, before falling asleep, Zhou Lin remembered to mark the location of the future blessing number for Zhou. When he woke up, he suddenly found himself in the Laifu hospital. Cheng Yali was lying on the bed next to him, snoring like a King Kong, while Wu Shui was busy outside the glass door. "Mom!" Zhou Lin felt his throat was a little dry, and his voice sounded as unpleasant as sandpaper. Maybe it was because his voice was too soft, so after he called Cheng Yali several times, there was no response. Well, who is taking care of whom? Are you awake? Finally, it was Wu Shui who was outside the glass door. When she turned around, she saw Zhou Lin's movement and hurriedly opened the door and came in, happily moving closer to him, and began to test various data indicators. Zhou Lin was a little disappointed that there was no kiss. "You'd better wake her up first." Wu Shui stuck out her tongue. She was trying to persuade Cheng Yali. But who can stop a mother who loves her son so much? A mother who could blow up a gas tank with one punch. "What did you lose to me?" Zhou Lin felt it and found that his body recovered faster than before. Even before he ate too much, he already felt strong. "Energy. I noticed that you were extremely weak, so I directly gave you energy. How does it feel? Energy? Can it be directly infused?" Zhou Lin suddenly felt like he had discovered a new world. Chapter 138, I'm showing my cards. In medicine, there is actually no relatively fixed formula for the energy that is directly injected into critically ill or needy patients. In addition to the necessary nutrients, there are also ingredients that can directly sustain human functions, such as inosine coenzymes, adenosine triphosphate, insulin, and other drugs. In order to avoid electrolyte disorders, sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and other elements will be appropriately supplemented according to the ion changes in the patient's body fluids. Fortunately, there is a medical professional around me. If not an expert, at least a professional. Moreover, Wu Shui has been studying the differences in physiological data between evolvers and ordinary people for some time, so she can allocate energy and time according to Zhou Lin's physical data and replenish them. This method seems to be faster than eating. Well, except it's expensive. Is being expensive a disadvantage? Zhou Lin said with a smile. It's not really, at least not the disadvantage of this method, but no, I'm short of money. You are not short of medicine, but you are short of these reagents. The hospital doesn't have much in stock. Wu Shui was speaking the truth. Even though there were 5,000 people on the Laifu, they were basically all soldiers, and they were carefully selected soldiers, so the hospital did not have much in stock of these medicines. As for spending money to buy it, hey, what's the use of money? Even if it is useful, there is no place to sell it. How many pharmaceutical manufacturing plants can still operate normally before returning to normal? At present, perhaps only the shelter in the capital of Xia country has a pharmaceutical factory, and the shelters in other provincial capitals may not have one. From this perspective, whether it is energy, reagents, or common cold medicines, there will be scarce goods in the future. I don't know where I can get it in Jiazhou City. Zhou Lin pinched his chin and thought about it, then patted King Kong on my mother's shoulder. Mom, get up and eat. It's time for dinner. Adi vaki. So, fortunately, Chung Yali did not bite Zhou Lin's arm, which meant that she was not really asleep yet. During the time when Zhou Lin was in a coma, the people who were truly shocked were actually the Chun brothers, Jiang Lanlan and others. Before the end of the world, the hijacking of the United States aircraft carrier was a hot topic on the internet. Unless you were a savage, who would know about it? At that time, they had speculated and even fantasized about it. When they found out that they had been living on the live fu for some time, they were completely stunned. How did Zhou Lin get the live fu? And how did he get to Jiazhou? It's a huge thing weighing more than 100,000 tons. It can't be towed by a flatbed truck, right? As for the water route, when will the river in Jiazhou City be able to carry aircraft carriers? Even 10,000-ton cargo ships dare not come in. Zhao Xiaogang and Chen Feng had guessed something, and Huang Minjing also had some idea in her mind. Sun Qinghao is relatively simple. Since he determined that Zhou Lin is the protagonist, he will not be surprised no matter how miraculous things happen to Zhou Lin. Haven't you read online novels? Learn about the protagonist's halo. Just hold on to the thighs. Why think so much you're not the protagonist? The next day, Zhou Lin felt that his body had recovered well. Although he was still obviously thinner, he was in good spirits, so he gathered everyone together to announce something. Zhou Lin basically did not mention anything about the live fu itself and its origins. Anyway, those who should know it, and those who don't know it don't need to know it. On the one hand, gathering everyone together is to allow them to get to know each other and understand each other's position here. It is said that it is unfair to divide people into different classes, but in the end times when survival is a problem, who would care about fairness? The Zhou family is in the first level, Huang Minjing is taking advantage and is in the second level. Then there are Chun Feng and Zhao Xiaogang. As evolvers, they are in the third level. Sun Qinghao and the Chen brothers are currently in the fourth level. And people like Jiang Lanlan are at no level. Don't think Jiang Lanlan is miserable. In Zhou Lin's top standard, there's also something called enemy. In short, anyone who is identified as an enemy must either die now or die after all value is squeezed out of them. People like Jiang Lanlan at least have the most basic survival guarantees. Her work will definitely be harder, but she won't be squeezed to death. I can tell you clearly right now that there is no hope. Give up your illusions. The world will only get worse in the next 10 or 20 years. It's impossible to expect a return to the past. It's even a big question whether you can survive 10 or 20 years from now. The country, the regime, and the society you are familiar with are only one step away from complete collapse, and it could happen at any time. If you don't want to stay here, you can tell me now. If you don't want to live, you can tell me too. The future world requires everyone to live with all their might. Don't think I'm exaggerating. No one can be an exception. I'll give you a benefit in advance. If you're lucky enough, you may become a superpower or an evolver. Why are Chen Feng and Zhao Xiaogang only level 3? Because they are evolvers. The value they can create is far greater than yours. It doesn't matter if you haven't become a mutant or an evolver. As long as you can create value, I mean create for me, and the value I recognize, you can upgrade your level. As for the benefits brought by the level, they are visible to the naked eye. After the showdown, only members above level 3 were qualified to live in the island building with a better environment. Sun Qinghao, the Qin brothers, and Jiang Lanlan had to live in the cabins under the deck that were never exposed to the sun. Moreover, depending on the size of the cabin, there were either 2 people in a room or 3 or 4 people a room. The lower the level, the lower the living place. No one opposed Zhou Lin's arrangements, and no one dared to oppose them. From now on, Cheng Yali will be responsible for everyone's specific work on the ship. Generally speaking, there have not been many changes. The Chen brothers still focus on learning machinery maintenance and repair. Jiang Lanlan is still responsible for various chores in the planting and breeding areas, cooperating with Zhou Kaijun and others. In addition to work, Chun Feng and Zhao Xiaogang were also required to strengthen their training, and there were no restrictions on food. Huang Minjing mainly assisted Cheng Yali in managing many affairs, and as for Huang Minjing's mother, of course, she was purely raised. There is no need for Cheng Yali to arrange the work for Wu Shui and Zhou Li. Zhou Li is simply unable to arrange it. Wu Shui knows almost nothing about other things except medical care. I'm afraid it will take several days to fully recover. Lying on the bed, Zhou Lin said to Wu Shui. Wu Shui, who had just come out of the shower, exudes the charm of an intellectual woman. Well, it seems like there's nothing to do recently, so just take a rest and don't take yourself too seriously. That being said, can Zhou Lin really take a break? Chapter 139, The Terrifying Trend. Although Zhou Li has a strange personality, she will not shirk her responsibilities when something really happens, especially matters at home. The 20,000 square meter deck overhead layer was difficult to design no matter who tried. Finally, Zhou Li came up with a plan through the central mainframe calculations of the Lifu. Here, need elevator. These stairs. This lift. Even though Zhou Li was explaining, Zhou Lin still felt a little confused. If possible, he really wanted to leave all the follow-up work to Zhou Li. Never mind. It will be considered child abuse. Let me rest for 2 days first. After having a preliminary understanding of the blueprint, Zhou Lin decided to give it a rest for 2 days. After all, the planning process would take at least a month, so a delay of 2 days would not be a big deal. Zhou Li said nothing and silently placed the phone screen in front of Zhou Lin. To be honest, Zhou Lin hasn't touched his mobile phone in recent times. Mainly it's meaningless. How can we know what is happening in the outside world when transportation is almost cut off? It is better to focus on the things around you and try to reduce the risks and pressure of survival. What do you mean? A message was displayed on the screen. Daybreak was beginning to appear all over the world, and the dust from the volcanic eruption on the island nation had almost settled. So what does Zhou Li mean? Do you think the world is moving in a positive direction? Trouble. Zhou Li pointed to the sky. The weather is annoying. Zhou Lin asked Zhou Li how she came to this conclusion, but Zhou Li just rolled her eyes. I just want to ask what's wrong. Zhou Lin felt aggrieved, but Zhou Li ignored him and left. Anyway, she is only responsible for the design and can't help with the subsequent matters. Zhou Lin originally wanted to find some flaws in the design to criticize Zhou Li, but after looking at it for almost half an hour, he gave up. People, never challenge things beyond your own cognition, otherwise you will be slapped in the face. Husband, what did you say? Wu Shui, who had just returned, heard the second half of Zhou Lin's words. Who hit you in the face? I said. Zhou Lin wanted to explain, but Wu Shui obviously just mentioned it casually and then talked about the latest results she got in the hospital today, which was related to evolution. Scientific research is never achieved overnight. In Wu Shui's view, it is a phased achievement. However, a long string of professional data coming out of her mouth is undoubtedly a second critical blow to Zhou Lin. So I'm just too stupid? Zhou Lin looked at the ceiling with an expressionless face. He is a little worried now. It is said that boys usually inherit their IQ from their mothers. But what should he do if he really wants a little princess? That's not right. What does a girl need intelligence for? Isn't it enough for her to be pretty and well-behaved? I'm talking to you. I need to collect data from Zhao Xiaogang and Chun Feng again tomorrow. What about mine? No need to collect anymore? That's fine. No. Wu Shui laughed and took out a set of tools from her pocket, tools for drawing blood. I brought them back. You can continue to rest at home tomorrow. Seeing Wu Shui piercing his elbow with a flying needle, Zhou Lin closed his eyes and stopped struggling. He decided to let this world be destroyed. At the Jiazhou official shelter, Zhu Guanghan finally gathered enough ships to transport grain to the granary. When the news spread, people living around the Su family compound participated enthusiastically and signed up one after another. Seeing such an enthusiastic scene, Zhu Guanghan felt that he was back to normal and his management ability was back. Lan Yi sneered at this. With her ability to appreciate men, she could basically know what kind of person he was after half an hour of contact. After all, she was a woman who had lived with a lion. She looked down on a rat like Zhu Guanghan, who was even worse than Li Chun. At least Li Chun knows when to advance and when to retreat. Although he didn't dare to take direct action against Zhou Lin the last time he met him, Lanya didn't think Li Chun was a coward because she knew what kind of person Zhou Lin was. Lanya didn't want to discuss with Li Chun what to do next. Strictly speaking, her mission had been completed. She only needed to wait for Li Chun to complete the mission organ fail the mission, and then she could leave this damn place. Compared with the provincial capital, Jiazhou City was really terrible in all aspects except that it got brighter earlier, especially with such a stupid leader like Zhu Guanghan. Li Chun didn't care about Lan Yi's attitude. He contacted Su Yu on the day he met Zhou Lin. After they talked for a long time, Su Yu said he needed to report to his superiors and asked Li Chun to wait for his news. No one expected that the wait would last 3 days. Ever since he was rescued by Li Chun and his 5 companions, Zhu Guanghan has wanted Li Chun and others to do things for him. However, no matter how he tried, it was of no use. As they were about to set off for the granary, Zhu Guanghan found Li Chun again and asked if he wanted to go together. "Commander, we have our own mission. Isn't it just about finding Zhou Lin? Our Jiazhou garrison is now at the granary. You should have a common language, right? If you find it inconvenient, I can still take you to find Commander Yi. He still has to give me this face. Maybe they have news about Zhou Lin." Zhu Guanghan's reason seemed to make sense, but unfortunately, there were many contradictions in it. If he really wanted to help, why did he have to ask Li Chun and the others to go together? Wouldn't it be enough to contact Yi Xinxiao directly? Seeing the truth, but not saying it out loud. Although Li Chun did not go in the end, he still arranged for 2 people to stay with Zhu Guanghan. This made Zhu Guanghan, whose wound had not yet scabbed, feel more at ease. The fading of winter nights around the world has made most living people excited, especially those living near the North and South Poles, who feel like they have seen the dawn of life. However, the sun had only been out for less than 2 days, and people in some places could no longer smile. Heavy rain or a sudden rise in temperature can turn low-lying areas into swamps or lakes. Many people who were not prepared and did not have time to evacuate could only watch the water level rise and eventually mix with the sewage. The death toll rose rapidly, the increase far exceeding that when winter night came, so much so that many people began to cry out, "This is the real end of the world." The surface of the Great Lakes in the United States, which was frozen on winter nights, rose 15 meters in 3 days. The area of the lake directly expanded 3 times, and the number of people affected reached a staggering 6 million. 6 million may not be worth mentioning in Xia country or Xinyu country, but in the sparsely populated United States, it is already an extremely serious disaster. However, even though nearly 10 million people were affected by the disaster, the U.S. government did not even mention it, as if the incident had never happened. When the news spread among the people, many citizens of the United States finally gave up their expectations for the country and began to form cliques. Since the country and the government could no longer protect them, they could only protect themselves. Anyway, in the United States, weapons are not the biggest obstacle. The further away from big cities you are, the more organizations there are. The emergence of the organization marks the beginning of the division of power. A society that follows the Black Forest Law will eventually move from dispersion to unification. By that time, perhaps no one will be able to stop the rise of such an organization or even replace the current government. Chapter 140, There has never been a so-called end of the world. The temperature continued to rise, and more places experienced extreme conditions of high temperatures during the day and heavy rain at night. After the end of the world began, the weather common sense accumulated by humans for thousands of years became yesterday's news, and all experience became a joke. Take Xiandao Reservoir, for example. The temperature rises to 28 degrees at 8 a.m. and jumps to 38 2 hours later. At 2 p.m., the air temperature outside the house is 43 degrees without any shelter, and the surface temperature of dark objects can reach 75 degrees. What does it mean? Take a black nonstick pan and put it in the sun, and you can fry eggs in a few minutes. It is not fried slowly, but stir-fried. Before the end of the world, high temperatures of this magnitude only occurred occasionally in a few places around the world, but now they are a common phenomenon. On the deck's elevated floor, Chun Feng and others are carrying out basic planning according to the blueprints. The planting area will be fenced off with carbonized wood, and a series of modern agricultural facilities such as root barrier layer, water storage layer, water retaining board, etc. will be laid on the bottom. Anything that will be directly exposed to sunlight should be made of carbonized wood. On the one hand, it is a renewable material after the end of the world. On the other hand, its corrosion resistance, UV resistance, and high-temperature resistance are stronger than many seemingly good materials. Zhou Lin's life these days basically consists of eating and sleeping, exercising when he wakes up, and then eating again. He has now completely given up on his dream of becoming a muscular man. After all, if he doesn't store enough energy in his body, if he can't keep up when he really needs it, hey, that would be really miserable. Besides, in the end times, do men still need to use their appearance to please women? Dowry? Dog licking? As long as he is strong enough, it's easy to change women every day, and those women are still happy. After a few days of recuperation, the degree of evolution has increased significantly. Symbiosis. Intermediate 9988/10,000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles. 0. Storage space 1/2. Intensity symbiosis 7.8 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level I 7.8 7813/10,000. The intensity of the training these days is very high, so it is reasonable that the degree of evolution has increased significantly, but in general, the higher the degree of evolution, the slower the improvement. On the contrary, the experience value of supernatural powers is about to be upgraded. Even with his experience of living 2 lives, Zhou Lin still felt a little restless when he woke up this morning. He was struggling with whether to continue his routine life or to strengthen his training of supernatural powers. In the end, after looking at the date, he decided not to rush. When Zhou Lin had nothing to do, he would go to Chun Feng and Zhao Xiaogang after dinner to exchange ideas. Both of them are evolvers, but their evolutionary directions are slightly different. Chun Feng and Zhou Lin are almost on the same path, but his speed is obviously slower than Zhou Lin's. However, he is more durable, and Zhou Lin can beat him for 3 to 5 minutes. In comparison, Zhao Xiaogang looked like he couldn't take a beating and was basically the type that could be beaten to tears with just one punch, and was often mocked by Chun Feng for this. Zhou Lin didn't point out that Zhao Xiaogang just evolved in a different way. If they really face a strong enemy, Chun Feng might be the type who rushes forward and dies if he fails. Zhao Xiaogang, on the other hand, will be trampled in the mud soon after the battle begins, with only one breath left. But when the enemy cheers for victory because they can't see their standing opponent, they might be killed by Zhao Xiaogang, who suddenly gets up. Every stick has its own strengths and weaknesses. Zhou Lin feels that as the leader of this base, he must have a vision for development. He cannot ignore Zhao Xiaogang, just because Chun Feng seems useful now. What if raising one more person won't waste much food, and Zhao Xiaogang wasn't raised for nothing? If one really wanted to be stingy with that little bit of food, shouldn't Huang Minjing's mother have pushed him out to feed the fish? Even if Zhou Lin and Zhou Li can accept it, can Cheng Yali really accept it? Even if she still agrees with Zhou Lin's decision, she must feel bad. Zhou Lin feels that Cheng Yali has a bit of the traditional Xia country peasant mentality. She can be cruel to outsiders, but she can't be cruel to those around her. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Apart from revenge, aren't all your efforts just to hope that your family can survive in the apocalyptic environment and live as well as possible? Since we have the ability, we should not lock our parents in a cage like a canary or put them in a sterile glass room. Living like that might be more painful than just dying. Keep them, just think of them as spiritual needs of parents, not just a meal. If they really encounter a critical moment, Zhou Lin will not take these people's lives too seriously. Just think of them as pets raised by parents. Raise them well when conditions permit, and if conditions don't permit, just wait until conditions permit and raise them again. People who have experienced the end of the world for 10 years will inevitably become more and more cold-blooded, and their blood has long been cold. Only family members can inspire a little warmth in Zhou Lin's heart. In fact, it is not necessarily the end of the world that makes people cold-hearted. Crisis will certainly force people to give up tomorrow and focus only on the present. Isn't poverty the same for life? In the end times, people can turn their backs on their relatives just to have a bite to eat. How many people in the seemingly prosperous times would turn against each other just for a handful of silver coins? Not to mention those who dare to disregard everything to make money. Think about the scandals that broke out before the end of the world. Except for a few people who still have fantasies about tomorrow, most people in the whole society have already become indifferent. It still looks like everything is flourishing, with singing and dancing going on. The end of the world is not just about the freezing, heat waves, viruses, and zombies. Maybe the end of the world has already begun, but those who know don't say it, those who guess don't talk about it, and those who see it choose to turn a blind eye. As for the rest of them, they're no different from Zhou Lin before his rebirth. In a world where it is extremely difficult to live, they are still struggling to pursue the love in their hearts. Little do they know that in other people's hearts, they're not even considered honest people. After all, AI Bing would not choose to marry Zhou Lin if she had enough fun, and Zhou Lin would never even hear the 3 words, "I'm sorry." The only difference might be how they died in the end. August 15th, Mid-Autumn Festival. I miss my family more during every festive season. For Zhou Lin, the greatest happiness after rebirth is to be able to live with his parents, and, well, living with his parents is the greatest happiness. I want to eat mooncakes. At the dinner table, Zhou Li suddenly spoke. "Hey, is your stuttering gone?" Zhou Lin asked. "With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain it to you. Let me put it this way. If a person doesn't force himself to change from time to time, and today is a repetition of yesterday, then such a life is meaningless." "Lily, what book are you reading recently?" Zhou Kaijun frowned and asked. "Philosophy. Philosophy can answer all the questions that science cannot answer. There are many people learning how to commit suicide." Wu Shui whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. "Sister-in-law, I won't do that. Those who commit suicide are not smart enough. I am different." "Beat him," Zhou Kaijun said to Cheng Yali. "If you don't beat him, he will be useless." Do you know what I'm going to say? As soon as Cheng Yali opened her mouth, it was like a hurricane rising on the dining table, and even the dishes began to shake. Have all the supernatural powers been used? Zhou Lin felt that if he didn't use his skills, he might not be Cheng Yali's opponent. I'm curious about how much my mother has evolved now. She is a mother like a bee. After evolution, no matter what happens, as long as she sees it and happens to be free, she will always help. The effect of this is probably better than exercise. Cheng Yali was so scary when she was angry, like a man-eating King Kong. Cheng Yali snorted coldly and almost overturned the dining table. "Do as you say. If you watch those messy things again in the future, I will dig out your eyes." Not to mention Zhou Li, even Wu Shui, who was sitting next to her, was secretly swallowing her saliva. It was too scary. "Is this the King Kong woman? Why are you looking at me?" Zhou Lin asked with a frown. Chapter 141. Superpower Upgrade, Strange Fish. Wu Shui originally wanted to ask if Zhou Lin would be like Cheng Yali in the future, but then he thought again that he might get beaten if he asked this question, so he quickly lowered his head and exchanged glances with Zhou Li, who also lowered her head. "Well, 2 poor people. Son, the daytime temperatures have been getting hotter recently. Will the Earth explode if it continues like this?" Cheng Yali asked. "The Earth will not explode, but I can't say for sure about the rest." What Zhou Lin said seemed like a prophecy. That evening, Zhou Li saw a related post on the forum of Doomsday Human Alliance. "I never expected that there was a natural gas tank near my house. It exploded at noon today. Can you believe it? The explosion of a natural gas tank is nothing. The septic tank in the building next to my house exploded, and half of the building collapsed, killing more than 20 people. They all exploded? Today I saw an electric car explode with my own eyes." "Electric car? Where can I charge it?" "Solar power generation. It's such a waste if we don't use the sun to generate electricity." Speaking of solar power generation, I want to buy a set of solar power generation equipment. If anyone can sell it to me, I will buy it at a high price. I also accept it. The price is 10% higher than the one upstairs. The building became crooked at some point. After seeing it, Cheng Yali couldn't help but ask Zhou Lin if he wanted to install one at home. "Solar power?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "Is it necessary? The nuclear reactor of the Laifu has always been operating at low power, which is simply a waste. At the current consumption rate, 50 years is not the limit at all. Moreover, there's the advantage brought by symbiosis, which allows Zhou Lin to have an in-depth and detailed understanding of the conditions of each device on the Laifu, so as to avoid hidden dangers that may eventually lead to a catastrophe. Is solar power generation equipment so popular now? Unfortunately, because the Laifu had its own nuclear reactor as energy, Zhou Lin did not prepare to collect more solar power generation equipment, especially silicon crystal power generation panels. This thing is actually not valuable at all in Jiazhou. There's a place 50 kilometers away from Jiazhou City, known as the Silicon Valley of the world. It is said that a factory paid 6 billion yuan in taxes last year. Its production and sales can be imagined. Before the industry was upgraded in the past few years, the factories produced relatively low-grade polysilicon and monocrystalline silicon raw materials. It was about 3 years ago that they began to directly produce end products, including solar panels. Although various extreme weather conditions have emerged one after another since the extremely hot weather in my previous life, there is still sunshine. Although solar power generation is affected by the intensity and duration of sunshine, if polycrystalline silicon panels are used, it is still possible to generate some electricity throughout the day, at least for daily lighting, turning on a fan, or even simply cooking a meal. When the superpowers began to build private survival bases, solar and wind power generation equipment became very popular. In the end times, silicon panels can be said to be a non-renewable resource. Generators can be made by hand, but rubbing silicon panels by hand can only be said to be too much to think about. Should I get some and stock up? Even if you can't use it yourself, it's still worthwhile to trade it or do a favor in the future. What's more, the factory is just in a county 30 kilometers away, which is like the door of the bank vault is open, but you're sitting at the door of the bank considering whether to go in. Only a fool would not go. But I can't go yet. Zhou Lin planned to upgrade his ability first. If he was right, he could coexist with another means of transportation if it was upgraded to a high level. At the very least, he would have an extra space for storage, so he wouldn't be unable to move much in one trip. At present, Zhou Lin will not easily put away Laifu. On the one hand, his body can't bear it. Now the number of people and animals relying on Laifu is increasing. It is troublesome to accommodate them. If he doesn't accommodate them, it will be a pity if they suffocate to death in the storage space. I've packed these. Zhou Lin put all the food on the table into the lunchbox, then carried it away. If you want to upgrade your skills as quickly as possible, the easiest way is to keep sending Lu Xiaofeng out and taking him back. It seems easy on the surface, but the energy consumption is quite high. Although it cannot be compared with the Laifu, Zhou Lin needs to replenish a considerable amount of food every time he retracts and releases it, and he also needs to take a short rest to allow the food to turn into energy in the body. Again, superpowers and evolution complement each other. If you don't have a strong enough body and digestive ability, and can't digest food quickly to replenish energy, then wanting to upgrade your superpowers is almost like a dream. Moreover, Zhou Lin always felt that his superpowers were very special. In his previous life, he had never heard that it was easy for superpower users to upgrade. It was said that some superpower users might not be able to upgrade to the next level even after several years. After choosing a place where he would not be disturbed, Zhou Lin began his cultivation. The method is simple, but the process is uncomfortable. It is certainly pleasant to eat when you're hungry, but if you eat the same thing over and over again, the taste, only those who have tried it will know. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Every time he retracts and releases Lu Xiaofeng, he can gain 2 points of supernatural power experience. But this cycle takes Zhou Lin almost 4 hours. Otherwise, he will not be able to replenish the lost energy. At the same time, it is also very exhausting. After 2 times, he feels dizzy and wants to sleep. After almost a whole day, or 24 hours, Zhou Lin, who is already exhausted, finally had the moment to upgrade his supernatural powers. Without having the time to take a closer look at what symbiosis would look like after the upgrade, Zhou Lin, who was relaxed, tilted his head and fell asleep completely. If he hadn't warned her in advance, Cheng Yali would probably have lost her temper again. 8 hours later, Zhou Lin slowly opened his eyes and yawned. His mind was still a little groggy, so he was dazed for a few seconds before he suddenly woke up and remembered what he should do. Fuck, that's awesome. Seeing the changes that occurred after symbiosis was upgraded to advanced, Zhou Lin almost jumped 3 feet high. Well, this height should be considered an insult to his current evolutionary level. Son, where are you? Cheng Yali's loud voice made the walkie-talkie sound like it was overwhelmed and about to explode. My mother called me. So Zhou Lin had to put aside the upgrade of his supernatural power and reply. Oh, you're done. Then come quickly, they caught some fish today. Fishing? Who the hell is so idle? Is there not enough food in the freezer or not enough work assigned to them? But it doesn't seem to be worth Chang Yali's fuss. Is it news that there are fish in Qiandao Reservoir? It would be news if there were no fish. Son, come and see this fish quickly. It's so strange. Strangeness? What's so strange about fish? At this time, on the elevated floor of the flight deck of the USS Rifle, a group of people were huddled together under the scorching sun. Not to mention Chan Feng, Sun Qinghao, and the Chun brothers who were originally working on the mezzanine floor. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were also there, and even Wu Shui came. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the thing that was jumping around on the ground, or rather, the thing that was jumping around just now, but was now a little dying. I think it looks a bit like a giant salamander. Zhou Kaijun looked at it for a long time before saying this. Does your giant salamander have scales on its body? Cheng Yali rolled her eyes at her husband. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Let my son smash it for me. Zhou Lin arrived just in time and asked, what do you want me to do? Supporting his mother is every son's natural and unshirkable responsibility. Chapter 142, The Great Surprise of Supernatural Power Upgrade. Is this a fish? Zhou Lin stared at the thing, surrounded by everyone. It was about 60 centimeters long, and its entire body looked not like the flat shape of ordinary fish, but more like a cylindrical mullet, but it had 4 more legs than a mullet, and had silver scales from head to tail. Its tail was more like a snake or lizard, and its head looked a bit like a mullet, but the teeth exposed in its mouth were similar to those of a dog. Woof! Haizi, who had come over to join the fun at some point, barked at Zhou Lin, as if telling him not to insult the dog. This should be some kind of mutated fish. Judging from its teeth, it shouldn't be very good at talking. Who brought it up here? Me? Chen Feng raised his hand shyly, holding a simple fishing rod. The reason why it is called a fishing rod instead of fishing rod is that a steel bar as thick as a little finger can be called a fishing rod. The fishing line is also made of pressed film line, with a specification of 0.8 millimeters. This thing is strong enough to easily pull up an adult male. Such a strange fish might only be worthy of such a fishing rod and fishing line. As for what kind of bait Chen Feng used, Zhou Lin didn't want to ask, and there was no need to ask. Shue, take it back for research. It should be genetically mutated. For safety reasons, don't eat wild animals unless it's a matter of life and death. Zhou Lin had to give everyone a shot of prevention. He had seen all kinds of mutated animals in his previous life. How should I put it? At least at the level he lived in, it was not easy to encounter mutated creatures. On the one hand, he has no ability to survive in the wild. If he leaves the shelter or base, he will most likely not survive for more than a few days. On the other hand, it is impossible for the supernatural beads and mutant creatures that are useful to humans to fall into the hands of people of his level. He even has very few opportunities to see them. The mutant creatures he can see are often of no benefit and no combat power. For example, a rabbit with 3 heads, a dog with 8 eyes. I hope Zai won't become like that. Even if it won't hurt them, it looks disgusting. Wu Shui put the fish in a sterile bag and asked Chun Feng and Zhao Xiaogang to help carry it. The reason why 2 people were needed was mainly because they were afraid that the fish was not really dead yet. What if it was a trick? If it runs away, it's not a big deal, but if it bites someone, it's going to be troublesome. After dealing with the strange fish, Zhou Lin chatted with his mother for a while, mainly to understand her current superpowers and level of evolution. No matter how brave Wu Shui was, she would not dare to stick a flying needle into Cheng Yali's arm. Mom, you have to keep exercising. I think after a while, I won't be your opponent, at least not as strong as you. As expected, evolution varies from person to person. For people like Cheng Yali, their physical fitness can only be said to be fed by God. Zhou Lin couldn't understand why he and Zhou Li didn't inherit anything in this aspect. Forget it. Let's study the upgraded superpowers. Symbiosis. Advanced 1/100000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Laifu. Large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng. Medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 2. Storage space, 1/4. Subsidiary skill, 1. Strength symbiosis, 7.8 minutes/24 hours. Subskill, 2. Space utilization. Subsidiary skill, 3. Technical derivation. Evolution level, I. 7.8, 78, 13/10,000. It is worthy of being an upgrade from intermediate to advanced level. Not only two symbiotic means of transportation are directly added, but also two auxiliary skills are generously given. The subsidiary skill, space utilization, means that after this symbiotic vehicle is released, its storage space can be used directly for storage, and the time flow rate is locked, so no living objects can be placed in it. Moreover, when the storage space is used, the symbiotic vehicle cannot be stored. Finally, using this skill will not increase the symbiotic ability experience value. Although there are various restrictions, being able to utilize the vacant storage space is already amazing. For example, now that the Laifu has been released, its huge storage space can be used to store things, and the flow of time is locked. If we must say what the difference is with the space ability, which is better or worse, it may be the size and the fact that once something is put in, the Laifu cannot be put in. This skill plus 2, symbiotic transportation, alone is enough to make Zhou Lin ecstatic, and the third additional skill is even more explosive. Technical derivation. The name may sound a bit confusing, but it is actually a shortcut to upgrade the symbiotic vehicle. In layman's terms, Zhou Lin can transform the symbiotic vehicle into storage space, and it can be done with just a little thought, which is very convenient. However, Zhou Lin's transformation is always limited by his own understanding of the symbiotic vehicle and his academic knowledge. For example, if Zhou Lin wants to transform the appearance of Lu Xiaofeng into a ship, that is a piece of cake. But if he wants to turn Lu Xiaofeng into a real ship that can travel at high speed in the water, it will be very troublesome. From the entire power system and external fluid mechanics to every accessory, Zhou Lin must be able to form the correct consciousness, otherwise it cannot be transformed. In other words, this symbiosis skill can only play the role of workers and equipment in the process of transforming symbiosis transportation vehicles, but cannot replace the designer. However, the emergence of the skill of technology deduction, in a sense, helps Zhou Lin achieve his desired transformation direction of symbiotic transportation. After selecting technology deduction, Zhou Lin first needs to determine the symbiotic transportation tool for deduction, and then propose the direction of deduction. Like transformation, technical deduction must also follow the laws of the real world. First of all, deduction cannot be achieved overnight. After determining the direction, a progress bar will appear, which will continue to consume Zhou Lin's physical and mental energy to complete the deduction. Secondly, if Zhou Lin can provide relevant technical information or increase his physical and mental investment, then the completion of the progress bar will also be accelerated. The extent of the acceleration is related to the effectiveness of the technical information and the degree of physical and mental investment. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, it means that this technology deduction is completed and all its technical information will be directly mapped into Zhou Lin's mind, which is equivalent to Zhou Lin personally designing and participating in the entire design process, allowing Zhou Lin to immediately transform the symbiotic transportation vehicle. Finally, it is very user-friendly that technology derivation can keep 4 derivation progress at the same time, but only 1 progress bar is always advanced. Switching the derivation progress bar will not cause you any loss, and its progress bar will be locked. Each symbiotic transportation can only have 1 derivation progress bar. Because Zhou Lin has not yet determined the target users and directions, there is currently no information behind technical derivation. Once the deduction begins, it cannot be undone until it is completed, so Zhou Lin thinks he should be cautious so as not to regret it later and not be able to change it. Let's first decide on 2 symbiotic means of transportation. What should we symbiotically use? It is equivalent to the choice of technological deduction, and symbiotic transportation should be chosen with more caution. After all, once this thing is chosen, it cannot be changed or revoked. Chapter 143 Nuclear submarines may not be a good option if Zhou Lin does not leave the Laifu in the short term. The symbiotic transportation options he can choose will be very limited. Saying limited may be a bit versailles. Strictly speaking, except for the means of transportation that fly directly into space, all human means of transportation are basically already on the rocket spacecraft. Land, sea, air, and even under the sea, seabed. This may be a good direction, but it is just a direction. After a brief thought, Zhou Lin became dissatisfied with the small submarine on the Laifu. It did not conform to the traditional aesthetic of the Xia people. That's right, it had to be long and big to be comfortable. Speaking of underwater vehicles, Anyone with a little military knowledge would probably think of the Bear Country, that huge ship with a displacement of 20,000 to 30,000 tons and a nuclear power like the Laifu. If Zhou Lin got the Laifu by luck, then he felt that he had the ability now. As long as the right opportunity came, he could go north to get a ship as a symbiotic vehicle. But soon Zhou Lin felt that this choice might not be a good one. A few years after the end of the world, what Zhou Lin knew was that with the emergence of people with special powers, mutant creatures gradually began to proliferate. This made it impossible for ordinary people to leave the survival base or shelter, and they became more and more dependent on people with special powers and evolvers. There must be mutated creatures in the ocean. Similar news is often heard, but he has no chance to see them. However, it is said that because of their size, the mutated creatures in the ocean are often more terrifying than those on land. Now Zhou Lin is not sure whether the 184-meter-long giant he likes, which can run as fast as the Laifu underwater, can fight against the mutant marine creatures that will appear in the future. If not, wouldn't he be making a living coffin for himself? Besides, it is impossible to get it now, so this idea can only be put on hold for the time being. The symbiotic position can be retained and determined based on future developments. This leaves only one symbiotic position. Fortunately, this upgrade gave him the additional skill of space utilization. Otherwise, Zhou Lin would definitely try every means to go to the seaside and find the largest ship that he could find. In fact, he had a suitable candidate in mind, which was the ore carrier made by Xiagua. Although ore carriers may not have an advantage simply in terms of hull size or deck area, the nearly 700,000 cubic meters of space below the deck is already very terrifying. In addition, the purpose of ore carriers is to transport ore, which requires their hull strength to exceed that of ordinary oil tankers. On the other hand, ore is an item that cannot come into contact with seawater and the high humidity and high salt air at sea, so there are relatively more enclosed spaces under the deck of ore carriers, which are better sealed than container ships. If you're simply looking for storage space and make full use of the skill of space utilization, the ore carrier is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, another option is air transportation, such as a helicopter or a fighter plane. There is no need to consider passenger planes. Even for small business jets, it is difficult to find an airport that can take off and land safely in the apocalypse. The aircraft models available on the rifle include the F-35C, Osprey transport aircraft, and MH-60R/S helicopter. These three aircraft have their own advantages and disadvantages. The fastest and highest is the F-35C, and the one that flies the farthest should be the Osprey. But in terms of comprehensive performance, it is the least impressive of the three, the MH-60. Although this helicopter looks very historical, the fact that it can serve on the USS Rifle itself shows its superior comprehensive performance. Perhaps few people know that the United States exports MH-60 helicopters to its allies at a unit price of more than $100 million. In comparison, the unit price of the F-35 purchased by the island country from the United States may not be as expensive as the MH-60, which shows the value of this helicopter. However, after repeated consideration, Zhou Lin still used these aircraft as symbiotic transportation tools. In general, the cost-effectiveness and frequency of use are relatively low, and the symbiosis is not meaningful. It is better to put it aside for now and ask Lily to study the technical extension direction of the Fuhao. Upgrading the aircraft carrier? How about the aerospace aircraft carrier in the movie? Lily was very interested in this topic, and even the way she spoke changed, and her eyes were full of excitement. Although she didn't know what Zhou Lin's special ability was, since Zhou Lin had already brought it up, she assumed that he had this ability. Aerospace mothership. Zhou Lin couldn't help swallowing. The aerospace mothership in the Women's Alliance was indeed awesome, but Zhou Lin felt uneasy when he thought that it was actually flying into the sky with electric fans. Of course, there was no need to worry about power outages in nuclear reactors, but was the power really enough? Besides, 4 electric fans could lift a 100,000-ton giant into the sky. As a top student in a 9-year compulsory education, Zhou Lin only needed to do some calculations to know what an unbearable burden the blades of the electric fans had to bear. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. In order to generate enough thrust, regardless of the shape of the blades, the key is the rotor diameter and rotation speed. The larger the rotor diameter and the higher the rotation speed, the stronger the thrust generated. However, in order to ensure the strength, the improvement of these two factors will inevitably require higher strength of the rotor. At present, if you want to achieve the performance of the aerospace mothership in the Women's Alliance, you may not be able to find materials on Earth that meet its strength. Actually, there are some. Jolie tapped the table with a pen. Carbon fiber material, but I don't know where to buy it now. In addition, there's a new titanium alloy in Europe with excellent performance, but the formula is still confidential. Maybe. Jolie's eyes lit up. You can ask my sister-in-law. Wu Shui. Isn't she in the medical field? What does this have to do with her? Aren't my sister-in-law's parents in Europe? Do you think those research institutions can still maintain strict confidentiality under such circumstances? What Jolie said does make sense. It is estimated that many research institutes have to merge in order to continue their research. It is common for multiple institutions to concentrate on one place to conduct research. If the research institute where Wu Shui's parents work happens to be, thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Zhou Lin's mind. It doesn't necessarily have to be titanium alloy formula information. As long as it is advanced technical information, no matter whether he can use it now or not, he can stockpile it first. Maybe he can use it in the future. Besides, the skill of technology deduction does not even require complete information. After determining the direction, research data only plays a role of adding bricks and tiles. As long as it is relevant, the more the better. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin decided to communicate with Wu Shui to see if it was feasible. But I haven't been able to contact them for some time. It would have been better if she didn't mention it. As soon as she mentioned her parents, Wu Shui's face showed worry, which made Zhou Lin feel a little guilty. He took Wu Shui into his arms and whispered, "Good luck to them. They will be fine." Wu Shui said, but she still had a bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 144, Death Toll in the Shinya Nation, 700 million. The winter nights are basically over. However, after 2 months of hardship, mankind did not see the real dawn. The highest temperature rise span recorded so far is in the Shinyu Kingdom, southwest of the Xia Kingdom. The average temperature in Shinyu country on winter nights is minus 33 degrees Celsius, and the highest daytime temperature reaches 45 degrees Celsius a week after the winter night ends. 45 degrees is not the highest temperature in the history of Shinyu country. But don't forget that the temperature here was minus 30 degrees Celsius 7 days ago. The melting snow caused many rivers in the Shinyu Kingdom to overflow, cities were waterlogged, and the drastic temperature changes knocked down a large number of Shinyu people. The lack of medical care and medicine caused these people to die in pain and pain. In other civilized countries, the dead would be buried or cremated even in the most difficult conditions. However, the tradition of Shinyu country is to send the dead back to their mother river. Every day, more than 100,000 corpses were thrown into the mother river of Shinyu Kingdom. Although the mother river had grown several times larger at this time, it was still unable to bear such a terrible number. As a result, in places where the water flow was slow, a large number of corpses could often be seen floating on the water, even covering entire areas of the river surface. The endless layers of corpses not only attracted swarms of flies like black clouds, but also flocks of various birds, some of which ate carrion, some specialized in eating insects, and some that ate other birds. And under this pile of floating corpses were schools of fish. Even so, there is no sign of a significant decrease in the number of floating bodies. Due to the special habits of the Shinyu people, even if there are piles of corpses not far away, it cannot stop them from bathing and drinking in the river every day. Soon the backlash came. The swollen corpses, dead insects and birds on the corpses, as well as feces, etc., brewed various superpathogens in a high temperature and humid environment. These pathogens entered the river water and came into contact with the human body. They quickly began to mutate, forming dozens of variants with different lethality, and began to spread among the people of Shinyu country. Due to the lack of protection and good hygiene habits, as well as the poor diagnosis and treatment environment, when the disease began to spread, it did not attract the attention of the Shinyu people. However, just 3 days later, the disease finally broke out. People infected with different strains have different physical fitness, so the time from onset to death is not the same, and even the manifestations during the course of the disease are different. This greatly confused the medical department of Shinyu country, so that the best time to block the disease was missed again. 10 days later, the most terrible thing happened. In the Shinyu Kingdom, there was a city that originally had a population of nearly 1 million, but nearly 800,000 people fell ill due to the epidemic. The remaining 200,000 people did not dare to stay and began to flee frantically in all directions. However, the news of the epidemic had spread. In the absence of effective quarantine measures and sufficient quarantine personnel and supplies, those shelters and cities where the epidemic had not yet occurred refused to allow outsiders to come. They used various tools and materials to build walls and sent soldiers to block outsiders. Once someone tried to force their way close to the fence or wall, the soldiers with permission would open fire. Countless Xinyu people fell at the hands of their compatriots. Perhaps a large number of them were not infected by the disease, but they were unable to prove themselves. Some shelters or settlements, for various reasons, either actively or passively accepted victims from the epidemic area. Often, the epidemic began to appear within 2 or 3 days. Soon, people in the shelters or settlements who were not sick began a new round of escape. Even in places where outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering, epidemics later occurred. The reason may be contact with patients who died nearby, or even contaminated environment. For a time, the entire Xinyu country was filled with cries of grief. According to incomplete statistics from the Xinyu country's top leaders, the population of Xinyu country was close to 1.6 billion before the end of the world, and there were 1.4 billion left after the winter night, with a mortality rate of 12.5%. However, 3 weeks after the winter night ended, the population of the entire Xinyu country was reduced to 700 million, with a mortality rate of 50%. The most terrifying thing is that the epidemic is not only still spreading, but the large number of infected people has caused the virus to begin to mutate wildly. The top leaders of the Xinyu country had to make a final decision, requiring that all settlements that were not infected with the epidemic were not allowed to accept outsiders. If necessary, they could shoot and kill anyone who forcibly approached, and only after using flamethrowers to burn the corpses and the surrounding environment at high temperature could they be allowed to approach. For those people in Xinyu who were mixed with the infected, this decision by the top leaders was undoubtedly unfair. But Xinyu was a magical country. In the end, the suspected infected had no choice but to gather together for warmth. They often chose a city or town that was not under control, and then supported each other, living a hard life while waiting for death to come. Perhaps just like every super epidemic in human history, after countless iterations, the toxicity of the virus finally began to weaken, and many of the Xinyu people who had been living with the infected people miraculously survived. After being baptized by the virus, their bodies began to undergo strange changes. Because this change is so slow and doesn't happen all at once, no one has noticed it. After running into obstacles everywhere, some infected people from Xinyu country went all the way north, pouring in from many borders between Xinyu country and Xia country. They flooded everywhere they went, whether it was a village, a town, or a city, like locusts. When the top leaders of the Xia kingdom received the news, many cities and towns along the border had already been invaded by the Xinyu people. In response to this special situation, the top leaders of the Xia kingdom directly ordered the troops on the border that all the people of Xinyu country must. There is no written record, but all the troops received the order passed down by word of mouth. We must not allow the disease to spread within the borders of Xia, no matter what the cost. This was the original text of the high-level order. The leaders of the various garrisons on the border understood the message and began to take action against the Xinyu people who entered the territory of Xia. After a long time, some videos were somehow circulated, which gave the United States an excuse to strongly condemn China. However, at that time, the United States could not, or dared not, take any substantive action other than condemnation. Zhou Lin didn't know what was happening in the Xinyu kingdom at this moment. He didn't have the time to do that in his previous life. These days, the planting area on the elevated deck of the Laifu has been completely completed. According to the plan formulated by Zhou Li, Chen Feng, Sun Qinghao, and others have either laid the substrate or used gravel and expanded clay as materials in those planting areas to complete the preparation of the vegetable pools for the fish-vegetable symbiotic system. At the same time, the fish pond under the mezzanine was also completed. In order to ensure safety, Zhou Li required that the water used in the fish pond must be disinfected by high-temperature boiling, cooled and oxygenated before being poured into the fish pond. Currently, no fish species can be found. The fish being farmed are all caught directly from the Qianao Reservoir, detoxified with potassium permanganate disinfectant, and then placed into breeding ponds. Artificial breeding will be carried out later. To avoid possible cross-infection, Each breeding pool and its accompanying planting area are independent. If nothing unexpected happens, the production here will not only be enough for us to consume, but there will also be some surplus to exchange. Jolie is still very confident about her achievements. Chapter 145, Planning of the Three-Layer Defense Circle. Jolin thought that the Qiandao Reservoir should be very hidden and would not be discovered in the short term at least. But it turned out that he was naive. Anyone, brother, isn't this obvious? What else is there in the Qiandao Reservoir besides water? Fish. What is fish? Food. Brother, look, even Sun Qinghao knows this, but you can't figure it out. Sun Qinghao, what do you mean? Who do you think I am? Zhou Lin glanced at Sun Qinghao. How far is it? They may not come here in a day or two, but it's hard to say in the future. After all, there are so many people fishing, and in order not to interfere with each other, they will inevitably spread slowly. Sooner or later, they will find this place. We have to think of a way. Zhou Lin didn't want the live food to be discovered. The place he chose was relatively good. The live food was almost perfectly embedded between two small islands. When the plants began to grow, the vegetation on the two small islands gradually formed a piece with the plants on the deck of the live food. Even a satellite flying in the sky would find it difficult to identify the outline of the live food. But it is difficult to deceive the human eye, unless you are a well-trained sniper. There's no way. As if she had guessed what Zhou Lin was thinking at the moment, Zhou Li sighed and shook her head, as if she was in despair. In fact, even if the live food was discovered, what would happen? Would the Jiazhou garrison dare to come and rob it? Or would the top brass destroy it with a nuclear bomb? That's impossible. There will definitely be trouble, but it will never be fatal. Zhou Lin didn't believe that Jolie would not think of something that he could think of. So this girl is so pretentious, she must have other ideas. Just tell me what you want to do. Brother, have you ever heard of a phrase called in troubled times, use heavy punishments? What do you mean? Jolie shook her head in dismay. Brother, didn't you say that the Qiandao Reservoir should be able to hold out for a long time? Zhou Lin nodded. That's not it. Jolie spread out her hands and said in a conscientious manner, did you understand that we should mark the territory for ourselves? We should enclose the territory. How to circle it? Zhou Lin did not object to this idea, but he felt that it would be a bit troublesome to implement. We have enough electricity, the ability to establish local communications, enough equipment, and various weapons, so we can do this. On the tablet computer that Jolie took out, Zhou Lin saw a series of drawings that made him feel very sci-fi. It's not that the equipment in the picture is sci-fi, but this kind of concept. With the so-called location of the Fuhao as the center, fixed floats, cameras, and infrared fences are used on the water surface. Dead trees are used directly on the ground, where electric piles are set up directly, and cameras and infrared fences are also used to form a barrier. And such a barrier actually has 3 layers. The outermost layer is about 2 kilometers away from the Laifu. The second layer is 1 kilometer, and the last layer is 300 to 500 meters. According to Zhou Li's idea, the first level is mainly based on text and sound warnings, and direct voice warnings will be given when an intruder is found. The second layer of defense is mainly based on mobile patrol personnel, using speedboats, motorboats, etc. After discovering intruders, they can deploy personnel to the vicinity of the intruders in the shortest time possible and then shoot them directly. That's right. What this girl wrote on the picture was to shoot directly. No reasons, no excuses, no mercy. The third level is to directly use the rifle's close-in defense weapons to deliver firepower. Assuming that the enemy ignores the first level warning and is able to break through the obstruction of the second level patrol personnel, it means that the enemy must have some strength. So it is necessary to use the relatively more valuable weapons reserves. Coastal defense artillery, rockets, and individual weapons controlled by everyone, just greet them. Even if a warship comes, not to mention whether the warship can be brought to the Qiandao Reservoir, even if it really comes, it will not wait until it is within 300 meters. The Laifu is not without missiles. Is this all what you thought? As soon as he said this, Zhou Lin felt that he had said nonsense. So he deserved the cold shoulder from Jolie. Thinking about it carefully, Jolie's plan does not seem difficult to implement, but the first and second layers of defense circles may only be able to target individual invaders. Didn't you notice where the first layer of defense is? You can't see it from here. Jolie looked at Zhou Lin like an idiot. If you can see the first layer of defense from here, it means that people can see us. Are you stupid? Besides, we are currently short of manpower. When we have enough manpower in the future, we can expand outwards beyond 3 kilometers. You've thought it through. A 2-kilometer radius means a 6-kilometer defense circle. Assuming a camera and infrared fence are placed every 200 meters, that's more than 30 sets. The second circle needs 15 to 16 sets. We have no shortage of cameras and infrared fences, but have you ever thought about how to power them? Zhou Lin discussed with Zhou Li. Batteries are definitely not an option. Charging is a very troublesome thing. I have designed 2 or 3 power supply schemes, so you don't have to worry about them. Zhou Li interrupted Zhou Lin. The first one is to pull the cable directly from the bottom of the water. The most economical wiring method only requires about 13 kilometers of cable. Don't you have any? Of course, this mode is prone to cable damage, which will cause the defense circle to lose its function. So the second method is to install independent solar power generation and power storage devices on each set of equipment. Using both systems at the same time, you can basically sit back and relax. Solar power generation, power storage, and direct power supply. Thanks to Zhou Li for thinking so carefully. Now that things have come to this, Zhou Lin seems to have no reason to refuse. All that remains is to count the supplies and carry out assembly construction. Half a day later, Zhou Lin discovered that the biggest problem still lay with the solar power generation equipment. It was not that he had not prepared, but the main reason was that the nuclear power of the Laifu had made him numb. He felt that there was no need to worry about electricity, and he did not emphasize it much when preparing supplies. So the question now is, should we go to our Silicon Valley in Xia country? Zhou Kaijun raised this question not long ago, but Zhou Lin was busy with other things and forgot about it. Now it seems really necessary. That super large silicon crystal group produces not only solar panels, but also almost all kinds of silicon crystal materials, which may have strategic significance in the future, such as silicon wafers used to produce computer chips. Silicon Valley is not far from Qiandao Reservoir, less than 40 kilometers away in a straight line. I just don't know what the current situation is in Silicon Valley. Compared to Jiazhou City, the altitude in Silicon Valley is lower. It is completely an island between 2 big rivers, but this island is relatively narrow and long. Theoretically, that area should have been flooded. However, the silicon crystal raw materials will not be completely scrapped even if they are flooded, especially the silicon wafers used to make solar panels. It doesn't matter even if they are soaked in water all the time. Otherwise, what will happen when it rains? I'll go now. Without further ado, Zhou Lin decided to set off immediately, and he didn't even plan to bring anyone with him. In the end, Zhou Li was more thoughtful and asked him to at least bring Zhao Xiaogang with him. Chapter 146: Monster in the Warehouse. The roar of the SSC engine startled many people who were fishing in the Qiandao Reservoir. Look, what is that? Fuck, hovercraft. The camouflage pattern. Is it from our army? Is there a military base over there? Impossible. I used to come here often to fish. How could I not know if there was one? It's hard to say. Would you let me know about the secret military base? What if you're the walking 500,000? If it was the former Qiandao Reservoir, the location of the Laifu would not be too hidden. After all, no matter how big a reservoir is, it will eventually be explored by people. However, recent rainfall and melting snow have caused the area of the Qiandao Reservoir to increase several times. The current location of those who come to fish is still some distance away from the former edge of the reservoir, not to mention the central area of the reservoir where the Laifu is located. Although it was not his first time riding on SSC, Zhao Xiaogang still felt it was very fresh. Brother, can this thing reach that place? Don't worry. Zhou Lin stared at the front. Although the SSC has strong passability, the inflatable skirt is relatively fragile. It will be very troublesome if it is accidentally scratched. To be on the safe side, Zhou Lin still placed a speedboat and 2 motorboats in the storage space of Laifu. The journey was more than 30 kilometers, and even at a slower pace, it only took more than half an hour to reach the location on the map. Brother, are you mistaken? This is the center of the river, right? Zhao Xiaogang said, looking at the white water in all directions. That should be right. Do you see those flagpoles? Zhao Xiaogang looked in the direction Zhou Lin pointed and said, Brother, isn't that water grass? Zhou Lin was too lazy to talk and control the SSC to slowly approach the flagpole that was exposed above the water. This is a characteristic of the Xia country. Any unit or enterprise of certain scale cannot be without a few flagpoles. Some places even set them up like the United Nations, with dozens of flagpoles in a row, hung with various flags. However, the flagpole was already bare at this time, and it was easy for people with poor eyesight to mistake it for water plants from a distance. When he got closer, Zhao Xiaogang felt embarrassed. It should be right down there. The water flow was not too fast, and Zhou Lin started to put on his diving suit after anchoring the SSC. Although with his current physical condition, he could easily stay underwater for 20 to 30 minutes without a respirator. But who knew what was going on down there? Brother, can I go with you? Just guard the boat for me. This is also the reason why Zhou Li asked Zhou Lin to bring at least one person with him. It seems that she had already thought of the possible situation here. Zhou Lin turned over and went into the water and turned on the light on his helmet. In the turbid water, the white beam of light could only illuminate 5 or 6 meters. If Zhou Lin's eyesight was not different from that of ordinary people, he probably wouldn't even be able to see the range of the light beam clearly. Perpendicular to the row of flagpoles is the office building of the group company. Perhaps due to investment costs and land prices, only 2 floors were built. However, each floor is large, which save a lot of money compared to building a high-rise building. Going south from the office building is the factory area, and to the left is the living area. Of course, Zhou Lin is going to the factory now. The factory gate, which was originally more than 10 meters wide, was blocked by a sliding fence. Zhou Lin lightly kicked the fence and floated over it, which was more than 1 meter high. He could still barely make out the words on the sign, telling him that the warehouse was on the right side of the factory gate. It was the huge gable buildings across the factory parking lot. With Zhou Lin's eyesight, he could only barely see some shadows. He floated along the road, past an area full of parked trucks, and finally saw the first gable roof building, warehouse numbered 01. At this time, the aluminum alloy rolling door of the warehouse had broken, revealing a black hole like an abyss. No one knew what the situation was inside, or whether there was anything Zhou Lin wanted. After calming himself down, Zhou Lin looked at the gas reserves again, then slowly approached the door, turned on the flashlight at his waist, and shone it inside. In the equally turbid water, neatly stacked boxes of goods can be seen. Some cartons are broken, revealing layers of black stuff inside. It looks like silicon crystal products, but I don't know if it is a wafer or a solar panel. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin floated up and grabbed a cardboard box and pulled it hard. Grass. Why are there so many black sticks? Zhou Lin finally saw clearly what was in the box, and it was far from what he had imagined. It can only be said that different trades are like different mountains. In the period before the end of the world, the price of this raw material that can be used to cut wafers was actually quite high, and for various reasons, it was in short supply all over the world. You should know that last year, the silicon industry of this group achieved an output value of 6 billion yuan in taxes, so you can imagine how much money it made. You're in the wrong place. No matter how large the storage space of the Laifu is, Zhou Lin has no intention of throwing things he thinks are useless into it. It was obvious that this warehouse should be full of crystal rods, so he planned to look for another warehouse. However, just as he turned around, a long black shadow suddenly passed by the edge of the flashlight halo. What is that? Zhou Lin's heart skipped a beat. After a brief pause, he quickly swam towards the warehouse door. Logically speaking, his speed was already extremely fast. Even the world champion could not match him, and a distance of more than 10 meters could be covered in a few seconds. But just as Zhou Lin was about to pass through the gate, he suddenly felt his right ankle tighten, and then a huge force dragged his right leg and pulled him into the warehouse. Grass! Zhou Lin quickly twisted his waist and turned around, and the light on his head and the flashlight in his left hand shone toward his right foot at the same time, as if to see what was attacking him. With the help of the dim light, one can see that what is wrapped around Zhou Lin's right ankle is a black, scaly thing as thick as a mineral water bottle. It is still tightening. The bone and muscle strength of an ordinary person may not be able to withstand this force. Even Zhou Lin feels very painful. What made Zhou Lin feel even more terrified was that the thing extended from his ankles into the darkness. The visible part alone was 3 or 4 meters long. One could imagine how long the entire body of this thing was. Zhou Lin thought it should be a snake, a water snake, or even an anaconda. Human fear often comes from the unknown. After determining that it was a water snake, Zhou Lin was not panicked. It was just a snake, so just kill it. With his right hand, a dagger with cold light appeared. Zhou Lin bent down and swung the knife, wanting to cut the snake's tail in half. And then, a black shadow suddenly attacked, and the blade that was supposed to chop the snake's tail was blocked. With Zhou Lin's eyesight and reaction speed, he couldn't even see how the thing blocking the blade appeared. The surrounding water was shaking violently, and Zhou Lin felt a strong disturbance behind him. He instinctively twisted his body to dodge, but at the critical moment, the snake's tail that was dragging his right foot suddenly exerted force and pulled him. It's too late. A strong impact came from the right rear. Zhou Lin immediately activated his skills in fear. Intensity symbiosis. If Zhou Lin had eyes behind his back, he would see a limb thicker than his arm and also covered with black scales, with an eagle-like claw at the end, scratching towards the back of his heart as if ignoring the resistance of the water. Chapter 147 Tyranny. Monster. There's a water ghost. Run, run. At Qiandao Reservoir, a dozen or so small sampans that had gathered together to catch fish using purse seine nets suddenly scattered in all directions like a hornet's nest. Only one small sampan was spinning in place, and the people on the sampan had disappeared. Usually there are 2 or 3 people on such a small sampan, and they work together to maximize efficiency in operating the boat and pulling the net. Luckily, I ran fast. What on earth was that just now? It seems like a bastard. Hammer turtle. Have you ever seen a turtle with teeth longer than a dog's? That's right. I clearly saw that it had horns on its head, and they were very long. The scattered small boats began to gather again after jumping out for hundreds of meters. Even though they were only a few meters or even dozens of meters away, people couldn't help but communicate loudly at the top of their lungs. After all, what had just happened was too horrifying. Among these people, there are those who often come to Qiandao Reservoir to fish, and there are those who were born and raised here and whose hometowns are still submerged in water. They have never seen anything like this in Qiandao Reservoir. Just now, when everyone was trying hard to pull the seine, a huge wave suddenly rose up. At first, some people thought it was a big fish in the Qiandao Reservoir. After all, the reservoir is large and the fish grow every year, so it is normal for some lucky fish to grow to several meters long. But the next moment, when the waves fell, a huge head hidden in the waves poked out from the water and suddenly bit the person who was pulling the net on the small sampan next to him. With a scream, the living person was cut off by the sharp teeth of the monster. The upper half of his body sank into the water while being bitten by the monster, leaving only the half of his body below the waist, bleeding continuously on the sampan. The people around were almost stunned. Before they could react, the ugly head popped up again, quickly bit the still twitching half of the body, and dragged it into the water. At this time, the other man on the sampan was completely frightened. His hands were trembling, his thighs were shaking, and his trouser legs were hot. I thought the monster would be satisfied after eating a person, but just a few seconds later, a head similar to the prehistoric giant crocodile appeared next to the sampan, but with 2 more horns. This time the monster seemed to be even bolder, and it even stretched out a pair of forearms that were as strong as an adult male's and pushed towards the edge of the sampan. The thin sampan shook violently and actually threw the remaining man into the water. At this moment, the people around finally came to their senses. Some shouted and some panicked, but no one thought of rescuing. After a splash sound, a bright red color quickly appeared on the water surface, and the remaining small sampans fled in all directions and rowed quickly towards the shore. No one knows whether the monster will be satisfied, and if it is still not satisfied, whether it will catch up again. Go ashore. The only safe place is on shore. As they were getting close to the shore, the people on the sampan breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the monster would not catch up with them, until someone accidentally saw a snow-white wave emerging from the lake. What is that? It looks like a hammer. Hurry up and stroke it. So you must not rely on luck. If these people had not taken a break just now, because the shore was so close, they would have already reached the shore or would be only 1 step away. When the white waves rushed towards the small boats at an unbelievable speed, the people on the small boat, right in front of the waves, were completely panicked. Quick! It's too late! The man sitting at the stern of the boat paddled frantically while shedding tears of regret. He didn't want to die. His wife and son were waiting for him at home. If he died, who would provide them with food and who would protect them? He tried hard to survive, but the other person in the boat seemed to have given up, staring blankly at the sky, without any intention of rowing. As a result, the sampan did not move towards the shore at all, but began to circle in place. Old Tang, you better row." The man who was rowing frantically turned his head to look, but instantly lost all his strength. The white waves were less than 5 meters away from him, and he could even clearly see the 2 horns that cut through the water. Silicon Valley Warehouse. Just after activating intensity symbiosis, Zhou Lin felt a powerful impact coming from the back of his heart. The strength of his skin and muscles at this moment is equivalent to that of the hull steel plate of the rifle, which is enough to defend against rocket bombing. Even so, he can still feel a huge impact. The power is simply exaggerated. Zhou Lin did not see an even more exaggerated scene. When a monster's claws scratched his back, several clusters of bright flames exploded where the two touched. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe that fire could appear in the water. In fact, this is not surprising. For example, when a mantis shrimp attacks its prey, its forelimbs that pop out at high speed will explode into a ball of lightning-like light in the water. Zhou Lin turned over. He didn't know how strong his body would be after activating strength symbiosis, so he didn't plan to fight the monster in the water head-on. While the opponent was not attacking, Zhou Lin bent down and grabbed the tail wrapped around his ankle and chopped it up fiercely with the dagger in his right hand. With a tremendous force, the monster's scales as hard as metal and skin as tough as rubber could not block the blade. Although it failed to cut the monster in half, the entire blade was completely embedded in the monster's tail. The intense pain made the monster instinctively relax its tail, and Zhou Lin's right foot was free. However, the monster, feeling the pain, had no intention of letting Zhou Lin go. In the darkness, two scarlet lights suddenly lit up. No, that's not a light. It's the eyes on the monster's huge head. Although Zhou Lin couldn't see it clearly, he could roughly judge the size of the monster's head by the distance between its two eyes. At least it's bigger than an ordinary desk. When a monster opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Zhou Lin, the tongue that came out of its mouth was like a harpoon, carrying tiny lightning bolts and piercing Zhou Lin's face. Even with the protection of intensity symbiosis, Zhou Lin did not dare to be careless. He raised his left hand to block while turning his head and silently accumulated strength with his right hand, intending to wait for the monster's head to come over so as to aim at the coconut-sized eye and give it a fierce blow. But the next moment Zhou Lin felt a huge pain in his left arm, and a forked tongue emerged from the inside of his arm, just a few centimeters away from poking his chest. The body, which was as strong as the steel plate of an aircraft carrier, was pierced by the monster's tongue like paper. If Zhou Lin was too confident just now, the consequences. The intense pain also completely activated the brutality deep in Zhou Lin's heart. The madness brought to his bones by 10 years of survival in the apocalypse made him ignore the pain. He turned his left hand over and grabbed the back half of his tongue and actively rushed towards the monster with a silent roar. The dagger stabbed out. An electric light flashed at the tip of the blade. Chapter 148, A Blessing in Disguise. Bang! Zhou Lin's dagger stabbed heavily into the monster's eyelid. After a muffled sound, a few strands of sticky blood floated out in the turbid water. The dark red blood did not spread, but fell down along the water flow. If Wu Shui saw this scene, she would definitely be very surprised. But Zhou Lin only felt surprise and nervousness. Intensity symbiosis has a time limit. Once the time is exceeded, he will completely lose the ability to fight monsters. In the remaining 6 minutes, he had to either fight the monster to the death or retreat. But is it really possible to be faster than a monster in water? Zhou Lin had no confidence in this. Or perhaps he had a conclusion in his subconscious mind. He stabbed the dagger again. This time the monster was obviously experienced and retracted its head in a very humane way, bringing the distance between itself and Zhou Lin just out of the dagger's attack range. It's really too smart. Looking at the dagger coming towards it, the monster seemed to be very confident in its judgment and even did not close its eyelids, as if teasing Zhou Lin, saying, "Come on, if you can stab it, you win." However, at the moment when a monster was feeling proud, the dagger in Zhou Lin's hand suddenly turned into a 3-foot-long sword, the sharp and unmatched Tang sword that had been tempered thousands of times. In the monster's terrified eyes, the 4-finger-wide long knife stabbed into the monster's left eye with lightning speed. If the monster hadn't suddenly caught the blade with its front paws, Zhou Lin would have been confident that he could send the 3-foot-long blade into the monster's brain. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. While wrestling with the monster's front paws, Zhou Lin discovered that even with his 7 times more evolved qualities, he was still no match for the monster in terms of pure strength. What Zhou Lin didn't expect was that the monster whose left eye was pierced actually bit off its tongue that was entangled by Zhou Lin's left arm, then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Run away? Zhou Lin stood there in a daze. How could he never expect the monster to run away? Shouldn't we fight until dawn? Why did you run away? Grass. Good run. While the intensity symbiosis time has not yet ended, Zhou Lin quickly swam towards the direction where SSC is. He didn't dare to delay. The fact that he was still alive today was entirely due to the blessing of the goddess of luck. If Zhou Lin had been a little slower when the monster attacked from behind, he would have probably been eaten by the monster by now. Although it looks like the monster is seriously injured now, who can guarantee that there is only one here? Isn't it said that many monsters are often couples? If a husband or wife comes at this time, Zhou Lin will really not be able to go back. Brother, stop talking, help, go back. On his left forearm, the monster's tongue was hanging. Zhou Lin couldn't see it clearly in the water just now, but now he realized that the tip of the tongue was forked. The only difference from a snake's tongue was that this thing was not only big, but also very tough. He couldn't even cut it with a dagger. Just leave it hanging. It can also stop the bleeding. With the help of Zhao Xiao Gang, the SSC was started, and then Zhou Lin sat aside and voice-controlled the SSC to return. When approaching the live Fu, Zhou Lin looked around carefully, but found nothing. Speaking of which, the solar power generation equipment in Lai Fu should be sufficient, so why haven't Zhou Li and her team started working yet? After returning to the live Fu, Zhou Lin's miserable appearance shocked everyone, especially the thing on his left forearm. What the hell is that? I'll help you treat your wound first, you. Wu Shue's eyes were red. If she hadn't been strong in self-control, she would have burst into tears. Regardless of whether the two had true feelings when they got married, the saying that a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace is always applicable to most women. After Zhou Lin followed Wu Shui to the hospital, the others surrounded Zhao Xiaogang. Poor Zhao Xiaogang. He was actually more curious than anyone else. However, Zhou Lin didn't mention anything else except instructing him to sail the boat. So, he was almost beaten by Chun Feng. By now, everyone, including Jiang Lanlan, knows that the reason why everyone can live such a happy life is because of Zhou Lin. If something happened to Zhou Lin, then these people would probably never be able to enjoy such a life again. In the hospital, Wu Shui tried various methods, but was unable to pull out the tongue. How could this happen? Why can't I pull it out? Wu Shui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but it was Zhou Lin who comforted her. You said that no toxins were detected. This is a blessing in disguise. Although we can't get it out for the time being, I'm not in much pain now. Look, I can even move my left hand. No, don't move. Wu Shui hurriedly tried to stop him. The CT scan just taken clearly showed that the monster's tongue pierced not only the flesh, but even Zhou Lin's bones were severed by the tongue. What is strange is that the severed forearm bones did not fall off or shift, as if it was not the tongue that passed through the bones, but the bones that passed through the tongue. Perhaps it is precisely because of this strange combination that the tongue cannot be pulled out. But we can't just let that tongue stay in Zhou Lin's body, right? God knows what consequences this thing will bring. Just when the two were at a loss, Zhou Lin suddenly felt his left arm getting hot. What's going on? Not only did Zhou Lin feel something was wrong, but Wu Shui beside him also exclaimed, because the color of the skin on Zhou Lin's left arm suddenly began to turn red and quickly turned like a roasted shrimp right under their eyes. Wu Shui put the mercury thermometer on it, but before she could react, the thermometer exploded. Ah! Wu Shui exclaimed, then turned around to prepare ice cubes, but Zhou Lin looked at his left arm and fell into deep thought. It should be around 50 degrees by now, but why does it feel so comfortable like soaking in warm water? If a CT scan of Zhou Lin's left arm is taken at this time, it will be found that the snake's tongue stuck in the forearm bone has shrunk a lot. If the blood vessels around the snake's tongue can be directly observed, it will be found that the blood is not only flowing several times faster than normal, but also more viscous. The strangest thing is that this blood is not squeezed by Zhou Lin's heart, but flows completely spontaneously, rushing to all parts of the body. The ice is here. Hurry up and put your hand in, otherwise it will get broken. Before Wu Shui finished her words, she saw Zhou Lin had already raised his left arm. Then an even more horrifying scene appeared. The strange snake's tongue, which was originally hanging on both sides of Zhou Lin's arms, was slowly shrinking. Wu Shui swallowed, turned around and got the scalpel, wanting to cut off her tongue. Wait a moment. Zhou Lin blocked Wu Shui with his right hand. Wait a moment. But it's okay. Didn't you notice that the temperature has dropped? Indeed, the color of Zhou Lin's left forearm was gradually returning to normal, and the exposed part of the strange snake's tongue was getting smaller and smaller. Rather than shrinking, It seemed more like it was being sucked in by Zhou Lin's forearm. There shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Lin slowly raised his left hand and moved his 5 fingers freely in front of Wu Shui. There was indeed no pain on his face, and there was even some joy. This joy comes from Chapter 149, Rapid Evolution. Zhou Lin never imagined that after the monster snake's flesh and blood were absorbed by the body, such miraculous changes would occur. Symbiosis. Advanced 1/1000000. Currently, symbiotic transportation. Laifu, large water surface transportation. Lu Xiaofeng, medium-sized ground transportation vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 2. Storage space, 2/4. Subsidiary skill, 1. Strength symbiosis, 9.9 minutes/24 hours. Subskill, 2. Space utilization. Subsidiary skill, 3. Technical derivation. Evolution level I, 9.9. 9999/10,000. 9999/10,000 evolution experience points means that Zhou Lin is only 1 point away from entering the next stage. But if you remember correctly, his evolution degree was only 7.8 before he came back, so the half-tongue of the monster snake actually brought more than 2,000 evolution experience points. So strong. It is certain that the strange snake must be a mutant creature, because in his previous life, Zhou Lin had heard that some mutant creatures are extremely beneficial to evolvers, but he didn't know the specifics. He couldn't even be sure whether all the evolvers would melt and absorb the flesh of the mutant creatures directly like he did. In fact, it is not. Among the evolvers in Zhou Lin's previous life, even the craziest ones would not choose to mix the flesh and blood of mutant creatures with their own flesh and blood. Even if a similar situation accidentally occurred during the battle, out of instinct, they would separate the two first, just like Wu Shui's reaction just now. In order to achieve the effect that Zhou Lin just achieved, in addition to the fusion of mutant creatures and human flesh and blood, there's also an extremely important technical indicator: the time it takes for the two to blend. Zhou Lin met this important condition by accident, and the accident led to the satisfaction of the precondition. So this surprise happened. Evolution degree. After the experience reached 9999/10,000, Zhou Lin felt that it was not that the experience value was still a little short. In fact, the experience value should be full, but because certain conditions that prompted the body to evolve to the next stage have not been met. In layman's terms, it is now a bottleneck stage, and an opportunity is needed to break through. The effect of the increased evolution degree is also clearly visible. After the strange snake's tongue was completely sucked dry, the 2 blood holes on Zhou Lin's left forearm immediately began to scab over. The speed was so shocking that Wu Shui couldn't close her mouth, and she kept exclaiming that it was unscientific. Zhou Lin was too lazy to pay attention to her. Science? Doomsday science? Supernatural science? Or evolutionary science? Since we were already born in such a world, what is the point of talking about the short and insignificant science of mankind? What is truly meaningful is life itself, not living meaningfully. Before the end of the world, many people had these 2 points reversed. Because they had received brainwashing education, they stubbornly believed that what they did was for the sake of life, but ignored life itself. On the contrary, after the end of the world began, many people suddenly realized that life itself is the most important thing. If your behavior is not for the sake of life itself, then what is the meaning of such behavior? Wu Shui's life was almost perfect in the eyes of many people. She was the most beautiful girl in the spotlight since she was a child. When she grew up, she was even more popular. But Zhou Lin felt that the time when she was really happy was probably the time in the Car City. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Lin would never have believed that a delicate girl like Wu Shui could use up several boxes of bullets the first time she touched a gun. And her shooting skills were amazing. If it weren't for the combination of interest, hobby, and talent, it would be impossible to reach that level. The wound is gone. Wu Shui stared at Zhou Lin's left arm, and finally turned around and took out a long stainless steel needle. Zhou Lin was stunned when he saw the glittering needle. What are you going to do? Piercing. Honey, just let me do it. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. You're crazy. It's so long and thick. Are you going to stab me to death? I'm still a wounded soldier. Zhou Lin refused, but how could Wu Shui let him go? She acted the cutest and coquettishly while using the most ruthless force, ending the farce with Zhou Lin's exclamation. Hanging on the tip of the needle was a small piece of flesh from Zhou Lin's left forearm near the bone, and Wu Shui showed a satisfied smile on her face. Zhou Lin's face turned pale, but he couldn't get angry. What else can he do? His wife can only endure it herself. At worst, he can stab her back at night. No, he must take revenge double the amount. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Zhou Lin had recovered. Now everyone was more curious about what had happened. That place. Zhou Lin knew that he had to speak up today, even if others could ignore it. How could he dare not speak up when being stared at by Chang Yali's eyes that were as hard as copper bells? It won't do if the speech is not exciting enough. What a huge snake that is. And the claws, Brother Zhou. You didn't kill a dragon, did you? If it really is a dragon, then sister-in-law won't deal with Brother Zhou. What are you thinking? Ahem, let's not talk about a dragon. I think it looks a bit like the legendary Jiao. Zhou Lin, did you see clearly how many toes it has? Zhou Caijun's question made Zhou Lin stunned for a moment. He recalled carefully. It seems to be 4 or 5. No, Dad, this is not a mythical world. The Jiaolong, or real dragon, is just a monster. So you and your mother? Wife, don't hit me, I was wrong. Although Zhou Caijun and Cheng Yali are both in their 50s and have a son and a daughter, the way they get along is actually not much different from when they were young. Flirting is a common occurrence, and they completely ignore whether there are outsiders around. Some people may think it is not good, but Zhou Lin thinks it is fine. Why can't you show your affection? Besides, who says that showing it is called showing off? Even if it is showing off, you're not allowed to see it. Brother Zhou, there's a monster here, too. Chun Feng suddenly said, are you talking about the one you caught? Didn't Shue study it? What was the result? Wu Shui shook her head, indicating that not yet. Chun Feng was also shaking his head. Second Miss knows it's not the guy I caught last time. He ate several people today. Eat someone? Not only was Zhou Lin surprised, but everyone else was also very surprised. How come I didn't know? I didn't allow him to say that. Zhou Li cleared her throat. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. If you're not afraid of being scared, you can watch this video. Zhou Li took out her tablet and started playing the video. It can be seen that this is a video shot by someone holding a mobile phone. As the camera shakes, the bow of the speedboat can be seen from time to time. The wind noise was loud, but it didn't have much impact because everyone's attention was attracted by the white wave that appeared on the water in the video. It can be seen that the waves were caused by something swimming at high speed underwater, and the direction in which the waves were moving was a small sampan that was spinning in place. On the sampan, the man who was paddling desperately suddenly gave up and looked up at the sky, while the other one stood there like a fool, not knowing what he was thinking. Just when everyone thought that the white wave would hit the sampan directly, the white wave made a 90-degree turn when it was about to hit the sampan, and then rushed straight toward the sampan not far away. This speed, before everyone could be surprised, they saw a huge black shadow leaping out from the white waves. Chapter 150. The opportunity for the next stage of evolution. So, how many people did the monster eat yesterday? No one can answer Zhou Lin's question. When Qin Feng and his companions drove over in a speedboat, the monster had disappeared, and only a bloody calf was left on the small dinghy that was attacked by it. At least there were 2 people captured in the video. Afterwards, Chun Feng didn't want to stay too long, so he turned the boat around and went back, ignoring the requests of those who were rowing the sampan to keep him. It looks like a mutant alligator snapping turtle. It grew to this size in just 2 months. Halfway through his words, Zhou Lin thought of the strange snake at the polysilicon group. Wasn't it also super big? Why do you say it's 2 months? Zhou Li asked back, isn't that the end of the world? Zhou Lin was stunned halfway through his words. It seems that he really can't say that the end of the world came 3 days after his rebirth. He can only say that the symbolic event of the end of the world occurred on that day. But who can guarantee that the change of animals started from that time? Lan Yi's supernatural bead was obtained before the end of the world. As for her saying that the bead suddenly began to shine after the end of the world, what if she was lying? In addition, Chang Yali's supernatural bead was probably put in the safe before the end of the world. Since the supernatural beads appear before the eruption of Mount Shifu, why did Zhou Lin say that the animal mutation would only take 2 months? All people can be sure of is what they have observed. The world is so big. How much has humanity observed? Compared to the entire universe, it is probably less than 1%. The presence of a monster in Qiandao Reservoir is actually a good thing from a certain perspective. I believe that once this news gets out, The number of people who still have the courage to come to Qiandao Reservoir to fish will be greatly reduced, thus greatly reducing the possibility of a live Fu being discovered. In the next few days, Zhou Lin spent almost all his energy in the gym. He was eager to upgrade his evolution level to level 2. Although he didn't know what benefits level 2 would bring him, it would definitely be different from now. Whenever Zhou Lin thought of the strange snake in the polysilicon group's warehouse, he felt conflicted. Fear and desire. The flesh and blood of the strange snake can replenish powerful energy for the evolvers, greatly increasing the speed of evolution. However, it is very difficult to hunt the strange snake because it is obviously intelligent. It knows how to judge the strength of the enemy, knows how to launch a sneak attack, and will choose to escape at the appropriate time. The most important thing is the environment. The strange snake undoubtedly has the advantage of time and location underwater. Even if the evolved human can go without breathing for 20 or 30 minutes, he cannot compare with the strange snake in this respect. Therefore, if you want to fight the monster snake with human power, it would be difficult to do it one-on-one, unless there are a dozen evolvers who are not much different from Zhou Lin besieging him. Then there is probably only a 70% to 80% chance of winning. However, the only evolvers around Zhou Lin now, after excluding Qingyali, are Chun Feng and Zhao Xiaogang. Among them, Zhao Xiaogang is an evolver who went astray, so this path is obviously not feasible. You can only rely on yourself. If I enter the 2 level and my physical fitness improves, I might be able to compete with the monster snake. In addition to the flesh and blood of the strange snake, the solar panels in the warehouse of the polysilicon group are also the reason why Zhou Lin wants to go there again. After all, electricity is still very important to human beings. Just like the temperature in the world is high now, many people are eager to live in an air-conditioned room. Even if there is no air conditioning, it would be good to have an electric fan. However, the fact is that most people can hardly guarantee electricity for lighting, let alone electric fans. The national granary outside Anping Town, Jiazhou, Yi Xinxiao originally planned to share the granary equally with Zhu Guanghan. But plans cannot keep up with changes. After a simple statistics, Wang Pingping felt that it would be better to reinforce the granary instead of transporting the grain and turn the granary into the second military base or a branch base. The older batch of national projects, especially those built before the 1980s, were actually the best in terms of design, materials, and construction, and even surpassed those built in the early 21st century. Although people at that time did not have good food or clothing and could not even enjoy any material things, their spiritual world was extremely strong. From liberation to the victories in the 2 overseas battles with the United States, the Chinese people have developed tremendous self-confidence and strong self-belief. Fighting against heaven and earth was the main theme of that era. The phrase, "my destiny is in my own hands," could be applied to almost everyone of that era. Different spirits, different beliefs, will naturally produce completely different engineering qualities. To put it bluntly, people in that era were willing to use their blood and lives to complete projects needed by the country. But in this era, not cutting corners has become the ceiling of quality. Take this granary, for example. It was obviously built shortly after the founding of the People's Republic of China. The foundation was surprisingly watertight. Even when the water outside rose to halfway up the wall, it had no effect on each granary. Even the humidity inside the granary did not change much. After repeated tests, Wang Pingping thought that it would be safer to keep the grain in the granary rather than trying his best to transport away. He could transport as much grain as the garrison needed, and even arrange for some of the military dependents in the garrison to come to the granary. This would not only ensure the normal operation of the granary, but also reduce the pressure on the garrison's demand for grain. Yi Xinxiao agreed, but there was still a problem, which was Zhu Guanghan. Although the conditions at the Su family courtyard were good and there was no need to worry about floods, food was still a big problem. If Zhu Guanghan also had his eyes on the granary, it would be hard to say. Fortunately, the granary had an insurmountable shortcoming for Zhu Guanghan. It could not accommodate so many people, even if it was filled with tents. When he saw the food was safe and sound, Zhu Guanghan did think about moving his headquarters here, but he gave up in the end. As for Wang Pingping's plan to station troops here, Zhu Guanghan did not raise any objection. The 2 families roughly divided the remaining grain in the warehouse, and Yi Xinxiao guaranteed that he would never embezzle Zhu Guanghan's share, and the matter was settled. Zhu Guanghan then introduced Li Chun to Wang Pingping. As soon as the 2 met, Wang Pingping felt a familiar aura from Li Chun. "Have we met before?" Li Chun remained calm and said, "If I remember correctly, you lost the national competition 1 year." "It's you." Wang Pingping finally remembered. "If we say that his biggest setback when he was a soldier was the national competition. If he had been able to get first place that time, perhaps his current position would have moved up. It can only be said that it was a trick of fate." Wang Pingping, who was usually very healthy, caught a cold and had a fever on the first day of an important competition. Although he participated in the competition despite his illness with the help of military doctors and his own strong willpower, the overwhelming number of strong competitors did not give him a chance. Wang Pingping fainted before the game was even over, so he didn't have a deep impression of Li Chun. Li Chun remembered Wang Pingping because the official reported it as a typical case. "What do you want from me?" "Ask about someone," Li Chun said.